I am clearly the most promising peerless genius in the sect to prove the emperor, but I was sentenced to death for breaking a cup. The peerless master does not consider the relationship between master and disciple, and wants to publicly judge me in front of all the cultivators in the world. The 5 senior sisters who are with me day and night do not distinguish right from wrong, and demand that I must be punished twice as severely. All of this is because of the new junior brother Tang Chi, who deliberately destroyed the sect's treasure and framed me, and his purpose in doing so was just to enjoy seeing me kneeling on the ground. In my past life, I was killed by them working together in this situation. In this life, I will not dwell on the past. I will repay grievances with grievances, and repay enmity with enmity. Sure Tian, you destroyed the precious treasures of the sect. Do you know your guilt? The one asking the question was a stunning woman, with white hair like a waterfall, cold and noble. She was my master Louis Ruyan, also one of the main culprits who caused my death. Facing her question, I spoke directly. What crime? I arrived at 8 in the morning. You are forcing me to confess without any evidence. You are not worthy of being my master. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan's expression slightly stiffened, unable to help but shiver all over. The usually obedient and eager to please Shi Tian, who only wanted to win her favor, should now clearly be begging for her forgiveness with a look of grievance. Thinking of this, she became even more furious and continued to exert pressure on me. Just when I was on the verge of collapse, Tang Chi hypocritically stood up and said, "Master, please spare senior brother this time. He may be too scared and jealous of me being favored by everyone, so he framed me." Seeing this person, my pupils suddenly contracted. This guy looks innocent on the surface, but actually harbors evil intentions. Not only did he practice dark magic, but he also wanted to sacrifice people to help him achieve the Great Way. Later, he really succeeded, slaughtering all the members of the Yuqing sect. 5 senior sisters were turned into puppets by him, and even Lu Ruyan was imprisoned and enslaved by him. These are scenes I saw with my soul after my past life. At this moment, Tang Chi appeared to be pleading, but in reality, he firmly pinned the blame on me. Lu Ruyan's expression softened slightly. Well, for the sake of Tang Chi's face, I will spare this troublemaker once. Why don't you quickly kowtow 3 times to your junior brother? Upon hearing this, I couldn't help but laugh in anger. What a pure and noble master. All these years the dirty work in the sect, which one wasn't done by me? If not for that, you wouldn't have the capital to be aloof from the world. Instead, it's you, since I took you as my master. You have hardly fulfilled the duties of a master. You only indulge your disciples in targeting me and humiliating me. From beginning to end, I owe you nothing. Bold, how dare you be so rude? Bringing you back from the wilderness was already a great favor, but I didn't expect you to still hold a grudge. What's the use of someone so ungrateful like you? I'll give you one last chance. Immediately kneel down, apologize to your junior brother, and accept the punishment. Today's incident can be settled. Hearing this, my blood surged, even though I had already decided to cut off everything. At this moment, I couldn't help but feel stuffy in my chest, and my breath became much heavier. I have already said that it was Tang Chi who deliberately destroyed the precious treasure and framed me. I will never bear this groundless accusation. Alright, since you are still stubborn and dare to provoke Xiaoqi, don't blame me for using the heart inquiry judgment. As soon as these words were spoken, the elders around all had their faces changed. I can't do it. Even if Shi Tian is wrong, he is still the most outstanding disciple of the sect, and has made many contributions to the sect. It's better to give him a small punishment and a big warning. No need to say more. My mind is made up. Lu Ruyan waved her hand, and a stream of light shot up into the sky. In an instant, the wind and thunder changed drastically, and the image of the judgment hall appeared in the sky. Look, it's the public execution of the Yuqing sect, an old man exclaimed. I heard that the Yuqing sect is strict in its discipline. In order to punish those disciples who have committed serious mistakes, the law enforcement elders will conduct a public trial. Once publicly executed, it is equivalent to being labeled as a criminal, and one will be looked down upon for the rest of their life. I wonder which disciple made a mistake to cause such a big commotion in the Yuqing sect. When Shi Tian's face appeared on the screen, many people were suddenly shocked. Oh my god, it's him! Isn't he the champion of the 100 schools competition? He is called Shi Tian, almost omniscient, the most extraordinary guy I have ever seen, and the Jade Pure sect is really generous. It seems like predicting everyone's thoughts. Lu Ruyan's voice came through the screen. Even the most monstrous genius is just garbage if morality is corrupted. For damaging the sect's treasures, defaming junior brothers, and disrespecting the master, I sentence you to 100 lashes with the divine whip and 3 years of repentance kneeling on the cliff. The elders couldn't help but tremble in their hearts, not to mention the lack of concrete evidence. Even if it was really done by Shi Tian, this punishment is too severe. I took a deep breath and spoke firmly. I have objections. The outcome is already decided. It's too late for you to beg for mercy. I will never lessen the punishment for you. According to the rules of the sect, I should be stripped of my cultivation and expelled from the sect. Elders, please enforce the law impartially, since such accusations have been placed on me. Then please witness that today I will leave the sect and sever all ties with Lu Ruyan. What did you say? My words made Lu Ruyan widen her eyes, and her heart trembled fiercely. This rebel actually dared to cut off ties with her. But why did my heart feel unsettled? The surrounding elders stood up one after another to stop it. Sure, Tian has made great contributions to the sect. Countless young disciples regard him as a role model, their spirit and backbone. Such a talented person, even if he has made a mistake, should be treated leniently. How can one be so hasty in imposing blame without evidence for this matter that lacks a clear beginning or end? Why not invite the mirror of Amaterasu, which can reflect all past events with clarity and distinguish right from wrong? When this was said, Tang Chi's face suddenly changed, and 4th senior sister Jiang Yuyo and 5th senior sister Go Hongqiu also turned pale. If they really used the mirror of all things, their secrets would be exposed. Elders, isn't this making a mountain out of a molehill? The sun mirror is a treasure of the sect, and it consumes a lot every time it is activated. Why go to such lengths for a criminal? Jiang Yuyo said anxiously, wanting to prevent the truth from coming to light. However, no one paid any attention to her at all. Only an elderly elder stood up and looked at Lu Ruyan. Only the sect master is qualified to use the supreme treasure. Now that the sect master has closed the door, as his direct disciple, you have the right to act on his behalf and can use the treasure mirror. Hearing this, I also became interested. In my past life, I was afraid of annoying my master and senior sisters, so I had to reluctantly bear this groundless accusation. Never reaching this point, now I really want to see. Faced with the easily obtainable truth, what choice will Lu Ruyan make? There is no need for this at all. You, this sinner, are not very tough, trying to threaten me by cutting off the relationship. Don't think I will fall for your tricks, since this is what you asked for. Well, I will grant your wish. A tremendous spiritual energy surged out, carving words in the air, forming a paper of severed ties. This was a contract of law, and as long as the blood of both parties was dripped into it, it meant that the contract was established. Any party that dares to be the first to break the pact will pay a heavy price. Without a moment's hesitation, Emoliosu flexed his fingers and a drop of yen hong flew onto the contract, leaving a trace. Your turn. She gazed at Zhou Tong, deadpan, refusing to spare even a subtle expression. For some reason, she seemed to be expecting a look of nervousness or struggle to surface. Ha 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 ha, I was expecting something. I should have seen it coming. Zhou Tong laughed out loud in full view of everyone, laughing with bravado, relief, and full of mockery. This scene caused Emoliosu's heart to ripple once again. He's laughing? What is he laughing at? How can he laugh? Unconsciously, Emoliosu clenched his fists. What are you waiting for? Don't drop the blood yet. Could it be that you regret it? I never regret it. Zhou Tong collected his smile. There was no point in distinguishing who was right and who was wrong in today's matter. My good master, you obviously have access to the truth, but you are still stubborn. In the end you are treating me as a plaything that can be manipulated at will. You say I am guilty, I have to be guilty, and to dare to resist is treason. The decision I regretted most in my life was abandoning my dignity to become your disciple, and now I'm going to fix that mistake. As the words fell, Zhou Tong raised his arm, and the same drop of blood flew out and smashed into the contract. Emoliosu's pupils suddenly contracted, and one hand had instinctively lifted up. Wait! Just then, a beauty elder stepped across and reached out to remove the drop of blood. Seeing this scene, Emoliosu's chest rose and fell slightly, and his other tightly clenched hand slowly loosened, as if he had let out a sigh of relief. Zhou Tong, what brings you here? The elder looked at him with a complicated face and said, I know that you may have grievances, but you may as well endure for the time being. When the patriarch is out of the gate, we will join together to admonish you and return you a chance to prove your innocence. Moreover, Emoliosu is your master after all. It's only right for you to be filial to her. However, your behavior today was overly rude. Hearing this, some of the elders also nodded their heads and began to talk and persuade Zhou Tong. That's true. As a disciple you have to have the awareness of respecting your master. You've only been wronged for a bit. There's no need to make such a big deal out of it. Now apologize to your master immediately and this matter can be let go. On the contrary, Emoliosu was now like a statue without any movement. No one knew that right at the moment Zhou Tong popped blood out. Her whole body felt like it had been run through by an electric current, tensed to the extreme. Even now, her heart was still beating wildly and she couldn't comment for a long time. Quick look, your master has acquiesced. Go and say a soft word to her, and today's matter will be over. The beauty elder had a joyful look on her face. She knew that Emoliosu's silence was a concession. As long as Zhou Tong calmed down and was willing to bow his head and admit his mistake, he might be able to resolve the conflict. Jotong lifted his head, revealing a spring-like smile. This elder knew more or less what had happened to him, and had also stepped in to help him a few times, which was why he stepped forward at this moment. Fairy White Crane, the brat has been under your care all these years. Jotong responded with a smile, as if he had listened to her words. Humph. Emoliosu let out an extremely unpleasant cold snort, his gaze somewhat sharp as he stared at the White Crane Fairy. He can go if he wants to. I won't do anything to retain him, but in the future, if he still wants to remain under my door, he'd better be more restrained, and today's incident will not be a repeat. The elders looked at each other and all saw the joy in each other's eyes. With Emoliosu's cool temperament, being able to say this was already considered forgiving Jotong. However, right at this moment, Jotong suddenly lightly exhaled his breath, and the White Crane Fairy's face suddenly changed, only to feel that the drop of blood in her palm felt as if it had come to life, becoming scorching hot and furious. No! She cried out, trying to increase her force to imprison the drop of blood, but she was still a step too late. Snap! As if a crimson meteorite had struck the earth, it hit the indenture hard. Chapter 3, Master doesn't eat your? Master goes too. The scene was silent, time seemed to have come to a standstill, and only the bright red marks on the indenture stood out. Deed into. Immediately afterward, the contract book emitted light and split into two, landing in the hands of Jotong and Emoliosu respectively. How dare you? Emoliosu was the first to break the silence, and a cold aura emanated from her body, so icy cold that the air froze for it. At the same time, her face no longer had any expression on it, as if it was a piece of metaphysical ice that would not melt for ages. Her pupils were ghostly and bottomless. Everyone's heart went thump. They knew that things were irreparable. Jotong's tough doings had completely angered Emoliosu. Ga Hongqiu, Jian Yuyo and Tang Qi glanced at each other, all seeing the joy in each other's eyes. Once Master Teacher enters this state, he will definitely not show any more mercy. Jotong, from today onwards you are expelled from the division. From now on you may not call yourself a disciple of the Jade Clearance sect, much less use the Jade Clearance sect's mastery. If you dare to go against it, I will not spare you. What I seek, I should have. Jotong took out a jade pendant from his bosom, which was simple and exquisite, emitting a warm and peaceful aura. It is easy to see that this jade has been extremely well cared for, and it is obvious how much its owner cherished it. What are you doing with this? Emoliosu's pupils shrunk. This jade pendant was originally a token that she gifted to Jotong when he worshipped his master. It was originally an ordinary piece of jade, and he didn't expect that Jotong would carry it with him. Return the original. Jotong handed out the jade pendant, but it was shattered by a casual strike of chi energy from Emoliosu. What do I want with the filth you've touched? Then please return my token as well. Jotong stretched out his hand and said with incomparable seriousness. As soon as these words came out, Emoliosu's expression stagnated. She vaguely remembered that at that time, Jotong had personally carved an exquisite wooden bead as a token and gave it to her, but it had long since been thrown away by her to who knows where. That kind of trash. You think I'd carry it around with me? What? Do you still want to blackmail me? She said mockingly, mean to the extreme, not giving Jotong any mercy at all. Doesn't matter. Jotong shrugged his shoulders. The wooden bead had his teenage mind hidden on it. Since it had been discarded, there was no need to pursue it anymore. See you later. He turned around and was about to leave, but the coldness in Emoliosu's eyes exuberated a few more points. Wait, you owe this cultivation to the clan. Since you're leaving, shouldn't you leave it all behind? When these words came out, even the elders looked at Emoliosu incredulously. She was actually going to make Jotong abolish his own cultivation. How ruthless was this? Jotong also stopped his steps and looked back at this stunningly beautiful woman, a cold color emerging on his face. What a great face! How have you ever taught me over the years? Even the spirit stones for cultivation were all earned by me myself through great hardships, so what does it have to do with you? When these words came out, many people sucked in their breath. Was Jotong really living such a bitter life all these years? Without a master to teach him, without cultivation resources, he was simply worse than a handyman. If this was all true, and Jotong was able to reach such a point even with his self-study, his talent would be so high that it would be a terrifying degree. Don't talk about such useless things. You really look like a lost dog now. Emoliosu looked at Jotong with a towering indifference that sent shivers down his spine. No matter what, the clan has protected you for so many years. Otherwise you might not be able to survive until now. You want to just walk away? That's impossible. If you really can't afford to waste your cultivation, you'll have to be the lowest servant in the clan for 10 years. And after 10 years, it'll be written off. As she spoke, she pulled out a token, which was clearly imprinted with 3 large golden characters, the Sovereign's Order. Holding this token, Emoliosu could act in the place of the patriarch, and her words were holy orders in the Yuqing sect. If Jotong wanted to leave today, there was no second path to take other than scrapping his own cultivation. Emoliosu was immensely pleased in her heart. She felt that she had taken hold of Jotong because she didn't think that Jotong could give up all his cultivation. No one could do that. I'm not going to eat your words, and if that's what it takes to cut ties with you, I'd say I've earned it. Jotong's tone was flat, like he had really let go of everything. But these words fell into Emoliosu's ears like a shocking thunderbolt. Humph, stop pretending there. Do you think you can win my mercy just like that? You are delusional. Emoliosu scoffed. She only thought that Jotong was trying to catch up and didn't give it a second thought. Boom! An intense aura emanated from Jotong's body, instantly expanding to the extreme and continuing to do so. Little one, you stop, Elder White Crane exclaimed. Continuously overloading one's spiritual energy was precisely one of the most common means of self-destruction. Bang! With a bang, Jotong's aura hit rock bottom again, completely turning him into an ordinary person. This scene was transmitted to everyone's eyes through the heavenly Tao image, and no matter how far apart they were, people's expressions were extremely shocked. The supreme genius who had crowned the 100th sect assembly was just wasted like this. What kind of child's play was this? To be so determined. It seems that he is completely disappointed. Some old men said regretfully. What a great spirit. Not everyone has the courage to start over from scratch. One can only say that it's worthy of being a genius. There were also people who were not shy about praising Jotong. What spirit? It's really ridiculous. In my opinion, he's just a brat who doesn't know how to be flexible. Rigidity is easy to break. He's destined to have no achievement in the future. In the Hall of Punishment. Emoliosu's expression froze. Jotong's behavior once again surpassed her expectations. Unconsciously, her eyes were hazy and foggy for a moment, only to be vaporized and dried by the aura in a flash. Returning to indifference once again. This guy is finally ruined, and from now on, I'm the strongest genius in the clan. Tang Chi's face didn't change, but his heart was about to go crazy with excitement. He himself was a top genius, with a single touch in any field, and should have been in existence in the limelight, but he was always overpowered by Jotong, so he held a grudge against him. Now that he had finally gotten rid of this big problem, the process had been much easier than he had imagined. You can get lost. If you leave the clan today, you should never come back. Master go to. Jotong didn't hold back, dropping 4 words and leaving with an upright figure. Isn't that a little too cruel to him? Immortal White Crane looked at Emoliosu with some hesitation. In recent years, he has made too many achievements for the sect, and with the next 100 sect assembly looming, there's almost no one other than him who can carry the load. What a fuss! Emoliosu snorted. His achievements are all the result of the sect's cultivation, not to mention that my youngest disciple, Tang Chi, has the stature of a divine king. Comparing the two of them is like a phoenix compared to a bird or a finch. They can't be compared at all. Her voice was loud, lest Jotong could not hear her clearly, and she always kept her eyes on Jotong's back, refusing to let go for even a moment. If it were normal, Jotong would inevitably be incomparably terrified when he heard this kind of comment, becoming even more humble, lest he be abandoned by her. Now she deliberately said this because she wanted to see Jotong's shaken or pained stance, even if it was just a hint. But the result was destined to disappoint her. Jotong's footsteps were resonant and smooth, traveling farther and farther away until they were out of her sight. Instead, she gazed in that direction for a long time, looking away. Fetch the universal celestial illuminating mirror. I will reflect everything that spies on him and then make it public. As soon as these words came out, the surrounding elders were shocked again, and someone immediately jumped out to refute them. This is not in accordance with the rules. In a public trial, only the judge needs to be tortured and watched by the heavenly Tao. The judge does not have to. Special circumstances, special treatment. Since he left the clan, he can't use the clan's mastery in the future. I have to keep an eye on him. This is not good. The White Crane Fairy said with a frown. Jotong has beaten all of his peers and incurred a lot of grudges. Now that he has lost all of his cultivation, it's a time of weakness. If his trail is exposed, someone is bound to turn against him. So what? What does his death have to do with me? Hearing Emoliosu's cold words, many people cooled down from their heads to their feet. Emoliosu was clearly doing this intentionally. She wanted to force Jotong into a desperate situation, using death to threaten Jotong into committing a crime and make him bow down. She wanted to completely break Jotong's pride. Chapter 4, 1,000 Miles of Desire. Not only the White Crane Fairy, even the others were shocked by Emoliosu's indifference. To be a master teacher who can be cruel to his disciple to such an extent is considered unique. You can't blame me for your own death. Tang Chi could barely hide the excitement in his eyes, and he clenched his fists tightly before curbing the urge to shout loudly. Now that the big problem in his heart had been removed, with his talent and acting skills, in time, he would be able to trample everyone else under his feet and turn them into his slaves. With this thought, the eyes he looked at Emoliosu had an additional undisguised greed, filled with possessiveness. What a beautiful person. So cold, so arrogant, simply a poison for all men. If one day she could crush the reserve and nobility on her face and crush her underneath her body, making her cry and beg for mercy, even if she died, she would have no regrets, right? But soon, his face clouded over. He saw that Emoliosu was staring blankly at the heavenly illumination mirror, where Jotan's back was reflected. The sight made him feel incredibly sick. There's no use looking. That man is completely ruined and can never compete with me again. For some reason, Tang Chi couldn't help but feel a tumble of anger, itching to ravage Emoliosu with the cruelest means possible, so that she would only have herself in her eyes. White Crane, what are you doing going? Emoliosu suddenly snapped. She saw the White Crane fairy trying to leave this place. This journey is too dangerous. Jotong is our junior after all. I want to protect him for a while. As soon as these words came out, Emoliosu's eyes instantly trembled, followed by an incomparably sharp light shooting out. No! Why? White Crane Fairy's face changed slightly, giving birth to some anger. Even if the favor was broken, leaving so little room for error was too much. White Crane, you better recognize your own identity. You're an elder of the clan, yet you're going to protect a traitor. What's the point? As soon as the words fell, Emoliosu erupted with an even stronger aura, directly overpowering immortal White Crane, and even the other elders changed color. One could only say that it was worthy of being a top genius. Emoliosu was already hard to find an enemy among his peers, and even the strongest of the older generation had to be impressed, only to see her palm press down. The White Crane immortal's face immediately changed, being shocked backward and spitting out blood. Completely not an opponent. Take it down for me. With another order, the members of the law enforcement hall surrounded and clamped down on the White Crane Fairy left and right, preventing her from making any other movements. The White Crane Fairy was trembling with anger, but she was simply powerless to resist. Listen you all. From today onwards, whoever dares to secretly protect or aid that traitor, don't blame me for being merciless and disposing of him with the sect rules. When these words came out, the elders looked at each other and all fell into silence. Isn't this a bit of a fuss? An aged old man muttered to himself. Humph, it's his own choice. Doesn't he think he's great? I'm going to make him realize today that without the clan's support, he is a wisp of floating weeds that can only be trampled on by others. Even if he regrets it now and wants to ask for my forgiveness, he would have to kneel before me one step at a time and then work as the lowliest handyman for another 3 years to make it possible. Emoliosu's voice was cold and not exactly loud, yet it reached the ears of the crowd under the propagation of the heavenly Tao image, as well as Jotong's ears. This was the result she wanted. She wanted to use the cruel reality to completely smash Jotong's dignity, to make Jotong prostrate at her feet in order to live, never daring to resist again. However, under that heavenly illuminated mirror, Jotong's back was still upright, and without the slightest hesitation, he gradually walked away. I'll see how much longer you can pretend. I'm afraid you've been scared out of your wits by now, right? Emoliosu thought in his mind that when he encountered danger, Jotong would immediately yield. Without my shelter, you are nothing, Emoliosu said with certainty. She dared to guarantee that Jotong was destined to struggle as long as he stepped out of the sect. Suddenly, in the heavenly illuminating mirror, other disciples appeared around Jotong, and more of them gathered, attracting the attention of many elders. What are these boys going to do? Could it be that they're going to fall down a well? An older elder said with a grave expression. He had seen too many things like this. See, that sinner can't even walk out of the sect gate. Emoliosu looked askance at the White Crane Fairy and said with incomparable complacency. Immediately afterward, however, the smile on her face froze abruptly. Only a fluttering sound could be heard as hundreds of disciples knelt down neatly, their eyes staring at Jotong with sincere, indescribable gratitude. Elder brother's great favor. Accept our obeisance. Seeing this scene, the judgment hall was silent, and even Jotong froze. What favor have I done you? Elder brother is afraid that he has forgotten that the day I practiced my sword and went off the deep end, it was elder brother who came to my rescue and protected my life. And me, I remember when I was still a mortal, my parents were stricken with an incurable disease, and it was my senior brother who generously stepped in to relieve me of my distress and lead me onto the path of cultivation. Elder brother once saved me 13 times during a beast tide. Have you forgotten all about that? Elder brother had taught me the method of alchemy and led me to an epiphany. Such a kindness is unforgettable. A piece of the past was turned over, and the traces left behind by Jotong were like a dusty road that had been swept clean and presented itself with incomparable clarity before the eyes of the crowd. There's me. I've been helped by my senior brother too. More people were attracted and leaned over, making a big salute to Joe Pass. And each of them was incredibly sincere, respecting him from the bottom of their hearts. Only now did the elders realize that Joe Tong had done so many other things, and for a while, they became even more silent. It's all in the past. What's the point of bringing it up? Now that I have withdrawn from the sect, the mountain is high and the road is far, so we won't meet again. Joe Tong waved his hand in a dashing manner. Senior brother, wait, please allow us to escort you. The crowd stood up and surrounded Joe Tong with stars, not allowing him to refuse. I'll see who dares. Right at this moment, Emoliosu's furious voice traveled along the heavenly Tao medium. Whoever dares to approach that traitor again, don't blame me for the sect rules. As soon as these words came out, it was thought that those disciples would quickly move away from Joe Tong, but the result exceeded everyone's expectations. Elder brother has saved my life, and now that he is in trouble, if I don't offer a helping hand, how different is it from, if the clan blocks me today, I will quit the clan. If I still want to block, then please kill me. The first few disciples said in unison, and the rest of them agreed. Elder brother's favor will be repaid without regret. The teenager's voice connected and shook the sky, roaring and echoing in the great hall of judgment. Emoliosu's face had turned iron blue, and his body couldn't contain the trembling. Even she could not punish so many disciples at the same time, or what awaited her would be an incomparably heavy backlash. However, what angered her even more was that Joe Tong had quietly pulled together so many people without her knowledge. This was clearly premeditated. Chapter 5, The Dusty Heart Washes Away Tainted Thoughts. The spirit asks for the supreme heaven. I should have seen it a long time ago. This mountainous sinner really harbors a sinister intent, even hiding from us to form a party and stand on his own, definitely wanting to split the clan. Emoliosu was extremely gloomy. Wisps of killing intent emanated out, cold and thick, suffocating. Even the white crane fairy could only keep her mouth shut, not daring to offend the other party. I also agree with Senior's idea, Tang Chi suddenly whispered. Elder brother is usually coy and low-key, but I didn't expect that he has pulled together so many people in the dark. I guess this scene is also something he had arranged long ago, just to add weight to his own weight, and use it to force his way to the master. That's right, it's indeed something he can do. I can testify. John Yuyo also chimed in and said with a firm voice, then he is going to be disappointed. As they say, things come together in groups. It's just a bunch of rabble. It can't become a climate, and it can't sway my will even more. Emoliosu said with a cold smile, but it caused the hearts of many elders to tremble. For the sake of belittling Joe Tong, she dared to speak ill of the other disciples of the sect. This was definitely not the temperament that should be expected of a person in power. Her voice reached everyone's ears, and the hundreds of disciples also heard her clearly, yet they did not falter in the slightest. Why do you all need to be like this? For the sake of an invalid like me, you've invited such a big trouble. Looking at the group of youthful teenage girls around him, even Joe Tong couldn't help but feel moved. In his previous life, he felt sorry for himself, thinking that he was alone and ostracized by the entire world. But he forgot that Emoliosu and the others were not his entire world at all. In the corners where he cannot be seen, there are still people who adore him, look up to him, long for him, and see him as a salvation and a hero. These were the people who were worth cherishing, and in this life, he would fight to guard them. A thought is clear and enlightened. He only felt that the shackles that had bound him for so long had loosened and become so fragile that he could be reduced to pieces with a gentle beating. In his previous life, he had accomplished so much that he was only one step away from the pinnacle. Yet it was that short distance that limited his lifelong achievements, and he could not advance an inch until he died. A high person had once instructed him that there was still a deficiency in his heart, and that if he could not get it filled, he would not be able to achieve the complete way. Now that the missing piece of the puzzle had finally been found, he regained his qualifications to ask for the pinnacle of the martial arts. In this life, he would leave no regrets. With the thought of heaven and earth being wide, Joe Tong's body underwent a radical change. It was a sound epiphany and a metamorphosis of the soul, pulling the whole body from the inside out, to help it shed its bones and regain its life. Outsiders didn't know what to expect and couldn't see any clues, but Joe notified that next he would trigger an extremely splendid heaven and earth phenomenon and step into the door of cultivation once again. Senior brother, why have you stopped? Is there something uncomfortable? A disciple noticed the abnormality and asked with incomparable concern. When these words came out, all the people around them stopped and looked at Joe Tong nervously. When you send a gentleman 1,000 miles away, there will be a goodbye. I appreciate your thoughts. It's time to go back, Joe Tong said with a smile on his face, but it caused the people around him to show hesitation. Senior brother, your cultivation level, it's better to let us escort more. Stop, don't you all listen to me anymore? Joe Tong boarded up his face, causing the teenage girls who were ready to insist to come to a screeching halt. Don't be angry. Senior brother, We'll just listen to you. But please remember that no matter what difficulties you encounter, we'll be able to help you share them. Anyone who dares to bully you, even if it's from the ends of the earth, we'll break him into pieces. Even if we can't beat him now, one day, we'll make him pay. The young man's voice was resounding, not just speaking to Zhou Tong, but also a warning to the world. Let the world know that although Zhou Tong has lost all his cultivation, as if he were immortal, but his senior brothers and sisters are not vegetative. Who wants to be unfavorable to him? It is best to weigh before making a move. What a bunch of deviants. How dare they go against me? If I don't clean you up properly, you really think I'm just a poser? Emoliosu clenched her fists, her high chest rising and falling sharply, highlighting her unrest. Beside her, the fire of jealousy in Tang Chi's eyes almost spewed out. On what grounds? Shouldn't Zhou Tong, a wastrel, be left to fall into a well and be trampled on by 10,000 people? Why do so many people still respect him, thinking that he, Tang Chi, with his enlightened mind and the stature of a divine king, should accept the pursuit of 10,000 people? Why should he still be suppressed by that invalid? Even Zhang Yuyo and Go Hongqiu stared at this scene with wide eyes, incredulously. Never in a million years did they expect that Zhou Tong, whom they normally could not see in any way, would have such prestige, giving them a dreamy feeling. Emoliosu, it's better not to be obsessive. Fairy White Crane looked at the depressed and lonely back in the heavenly illumination mirror and couldn't help but speak again. It's better to invite Zhou Tong back. Wait until the patriarch's seclusion is over and let him decide everything. What a load of nonsense. A fool's errand. Emoliosu sat down peacefully, scrutinizing the man in the mirror from above. He's already an invalid, so what can he do with any more prestige? It won't be long before everyone forgets about him, and without the support of the clan, he will never be able to make a name for himself, and will only be doing nothing until he dies. The surrounding people were silent. What Emoliosu said was not unreasonable. Zhou Tong's past, even if it was brilliant, it could not hide the fact that his martial arts were all but useless. Once this step was taken, it would be much harder to return to the path of cultivation. Countless geniuses would be devastated after being wasted and eventually die out. Could Zhou Tong really jump out of the cage? At that thought, the elders were shaken. Even Fairy White Crane had a hesitant look on her face, and this scene caused Emoliosu to raise the corner of his mouth slightly. She had to admit that the waves Zhou Tong had set off today had indeed startled her. But that was all. Without strength there was no qualification for hardness, and Zhou Tong would ultimately have to succumb. However, in the next moment, a change occurred. A brilliant light suddenly erupted from the heavenly illumination mirror, and everyone was drawn to gaze at the glowing figure. This is Zhou Tong? What happened to him? Someone murmured a question that just seemed so unusual, but the next moment they had their answer. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang. In an instant, the sky descended with extraordinary colors. The auspicious qi steamed, the emptiness gave birth to incense, and the ground gushed with lotus flowers, presenting an extremely flourishing scene. Immediately afterward, there was a violent fluctuation in the spiritual qi of heaven and earth, which converged from all directions and crazily poured into Zhou Tong's body, and like a bottomless pit, Zhou Tong came and went. The fluctuations of a cultivator once again appeared on his body, and his eyebrows were glowing. This scene caused the countless people watching to suck in cool air. Great enlightenment. Sublimation of the soul. He has fulfilled the regrets in his heart, first broken and then established, and has re-embarked on the path of cultivation, and will be even stronger than before. Countless strong eyes are red. This is simply pie in the sky, a masterless absolute genius, but also auspicious. Do not quickly snatch into the pocket. What are you waiting for? Come on people, take out this patriarch's token, prepare a generous gift, and go ask this kid if he's willing to join the Wuji sect. My Xian Heavenly sect is not far behind. This kind of good talent should be admitted to my sect. Humph, how can I let you guys monopolize my beauty? We're each on our own. For a while, countless sect leaders were red-eyed to throw an olive branch at Zhou Tong. A ruined Zhou Tong might be worthless, but now that the broken and transformed Zhou Tong would be more valuable than before, how could they not go crazy? Bang! Emoliosu crushed the tea light in her hand. The boiling hot tea left along her white palm without her noticing. How is this possible? That punk, she murmured, her eyes dull, her composure long gone. Chapter 6, a tough smack in the face, Heavenly Tao Epiphany, straight path to empire. Regardless of how surprised the crowd was, the heaven and earth visions continued and became more and more intense, and it was a fact that Zhou Tong had shed his bones. Only the sky was obscure. Thunder rolled, and dark clouds pressed the firmament as if something was about to erupt. This is the Heavenly Tao Thunder Tribulation. His epiphany has startled the Heavenly Tao. The White Crane Fairy murmured, her voice filled with shock. Emoliosu trembled and stared tightly ahead. However, before she could speak, Jiang Yuyo and Gu Hongqiu were the first to break defense. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. What are Zhou Tong's virtues and abilities? Is he even worthy with him? He is just a licking dog and a waste. The disciples of the entire Jade Clearance sect. Only the youngest disciple has the qualifications to startle the heavenly Tao. Tang Qi didn't speak, but was nodding slightly, obviously agreeing with the two. Even the elders were of the same opinion. A person who had just been invalidated had alarmed the heavenly Tao in the blink of an eye. This was simply heavenly. Ka-ching! A shocking thunderbolt exploded, harboring the power of a heavenly calamity, directly slapping everyone in the face. Everyone was dumbstruck. Their hands and feet were cold. It was really a heavenly Tao thunder tribulation. One could only see the radiant thunder steeply appearing, the light stirring, the electricity walking on dragons and snakes, unexpectedly forming a thunderbolt Tao diagram in the air. With a slight tremor, that Tao diagram transformed into a vast river of stars, and countless stars fell at the same time, smashing into Zhou Tong. Those who have insight trembled. Where is this? What is a star? Is clearly the appearance of heaven and earth aura extremely concentrated, is the supreme chance. In full view of everyone, Zhou Tong opened his arms and swallowed those stars together, incorporating them into his body. In an instant, his aura suddenly skyrocketed, becoming a cultivator once again from a wasted mortal before stepping into the peak of the Hotian. This scene made the crowd couldn't help but suck in cool air. The path of cultivation was as difficult as climbing up to heaven. Every step forward required the precipitation of days and months, but Zhou Tong instantly crossed 9 Hotian minor realms. This was simply heaven-defying. It's just one epiphany. Will it really have that effect? The truth is, no one understood what this epiphany meant. Zhou Tong's state of mind had reached great perfection, and from this moment onwards, he had the qualifications to inquire about the Supreme Emperor realm. This vision was the heavenly Tao's recognition of those who were expected to become emperors. What's all the fuss about? Emoliosu said with a disdainful face, attracting the attention of the crowd. It has long been recorded in the ancient texts that a person who burns his potential at the limit will allow the realm to rise briefly, and even fool the heavenly Tao into descending visions. Only the price for doing so is run out of gas and ashes. Some people couldn't help but exclaim in shock, looking incredulously at Zhou Tong. Would this once unrivaled genius really ruin his future by trying to make a name for himself? But it was as if there could be no other explanation than that possibility. Watching quite a few people believe it, the mockery at the corner of Emoliosu's mouth became even more obvious. In order to punch me in the face you made such an ugly choice. It's just a pity that all your wishful thinking was seen through by me. Your behavior is a clown show. Master, I'm afraid that this trash's potential has been exhausted. Even if he kneels down and begs you for forgiveness, would you still want him? Go Hongqiu's eyes were filled with meanness as he said in a conspiratorial manner. Humph. No matter what, he and I have a bit of a sinful relationship. If he can repent in time, I may not be unable to reward him with a bit of the elixir that extends his life, so that he can live on. For a while, people looked at Zhou Tong with pity in their eyes. Even the greatest geniuses may come to the end of the road and fall glumly, and throughout the ages, there have been many tragedies like Zhou Tong. Boom! Just as the crowd was feeling sentimental, an even greater vision descended steeply, only to see that the haze between heaven and earth became even more intense. The earth cracked open, and there were spiritual springs gushing out and lotus flowers clustering Zhou Tong in the center. Hundreds of birds lifted their wings and soared around him. Tigers and leopards prostrated themselves and knelt before him, reflecting him as if he were an immortal king descending. This was an unprecedented sight. People were dumbfounded. Was this really an epiphany? Rather, it was like a certain absolute powerhouse had been reborn, occupying Zhou Tong's body to relive a new life. At the same time, Zhou Tong's realm skyrocketed once again, crossing over into the innate realm and rising 9 levels in a row again to reach the peak of innate. This level was no longer something that could be explained by burning potential. It was impossible for a mortal to cross 2 great realms in a row even if they were burned to ashes, much less trigger such an outrageous sight. The birds of prey honor the king's lord, the beasts of the road honor the Holy Spirit, the hooked map swallows the stars and moon, and the earth springs to life. Someone mumbled a chant, but no one who heard it was creeped out. This was clearly a verse from the Changdi diagram, and it matched Zhou Tong's vision perfectly. The implications are nothing short of nuanced. Did Zhou Tong have the potential to become an emperor? What's going on? This brat's aura is obviously weak, and with such a distance between us, why do I have an urge to worship him? Someone wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and whispered, "You don't say. I also have this impulse. My knees seem to be out of control. This isn't right." The Jade Clearance sect couldn't have let go of a true dragon. Haha, it could be interesting if it's true. It's really irritating to see that woman on her high horse. I'd like to see her regret it. I think the best thing to do now is to quickly apologize to Zhou Tong and invite him back. So that will solve everything. Hearing these comments, the elders in the Great Hall were sweating, silently staring at Emoliosu, making her sit on pins and needles. But immediately she revealed a look of disbelief and said coldly, "So what if he triggered a heaven and earth vision? Scum is scum. There's absolutely no way I'm going to let him come back. Not to mention that at such a low realm, he's not even as good as a miscellaneous disciple. I'll see who will still take in this piece of." Once these words came out, Tang Chi, who was still tense just a moment ago, finally smiled with relief. Emoliosu was right. So what if Jotong could still continue to cultivate? It was no longer worthy of being his opponent. Cultivation realms. First the Hotian realm, then the innate realm, then the soul-splitting realm, the prana-turning realm, and the heart-harmonizing realm. These 5 realms were known as the 5 realms of mortals. Only after breaking through the harmonized heart realm could one be considered to have shed their bones and reached the transcendent realm. Jotong was at the peak of the harmonized mind realm before he was abolished, and he, Tang Chi, had also reached the harmonized mind realm, and it was believed that it wouldn't be long before he would be able to cross the transcendent separation. When that time came, he and Jotong would become people of 2 worlds, and with just a wave of his hand, he would be able to slap the latter into pieces. But immediately afterward, the smile on his face froze abruptly, only to see several silhouettes emitting a strong aura descending from the sky and arriving at Jotong's side. The crowd couldn't help but exclaim in shock, recognizing the identities of these people. All of them were big names with great titles from various sects, and among them, there were many sect master-level overlords. Obviously, these people were here to recruit Jotong. "Little friend, you are already free. Would you like to join my Qingdan sect?" An old man came forward and asked with a kind face. The Green Dan sect? Oh my god. Many people had shocked expressions on their faces. Although this Qingdan sect didn't have a supreme powerhouse sitting on its side, it was a sect of pill refiners, with close ties to countless great powers, and an extremely high status. If Jotong joined in, he would definitely be supported by a large amount of spirit pills, and he believed that he would be able to recover his peak soon. And the Qingdan sect also saw precisely Jotong's potential and wanted to create their own supreme powerhouse. The two could be said to complement each other. Junior, don't listen to that old man's nonsense. They don't know anything about cultivation. Your talent will be wasted if you go with them. A Confucian man stood out, and just as soon as he made his appearance, he made the crowd feel like they were struck by lightning. It's him, Tai Ching sect's patriarch Xiaoxian. Seeing this person, Emoliosu couldn't even remain calm. The Tai Ching sect, the Yuqing sect and the Shangqing sect were known as the upper 3 sects, and they were all top sects with equal strength. This Xiaoxian is the patriarch of the Tai Ching sect. His status was comparable to that of the patriarch of the Yuqing sect. Emoliosu had to perform a junior salute when she saw him. For such a person to even have the intention of recruiting Jotong was completely beyond her expectations. You want to take me as your disciple? Jotong looked at the other party and asked expressionlessly. Nonetheless, it's my master who wants to take you as his disciple, and as long as you agree, you'll be my junior apprentice brother. When these words came out, it was even more shocking to the crowd. Xiaoxuan's master, wouldn't that be the former patriarch of the Tai Ching sect, the current supreme elder? If Jotong can worship him as a teacher, he will directly become the same generation as Xiaoxian, and in the future, when Emoliosu sees him, he will have to call him uncle. At that thought, her face changed several times, and she violently stood up from her seat. Does Senior really want to do this? To introduce this evil person into the Tai Ching sect? Across the heavenly Tao image, Emoliosu saluted Xiaoxian before asking in a raw voice, do you have a problem with that? Or are you backtracking? Want to take him as your disciple again? Xiaoxian narrowed his eyes and laughed aloud. How is that possible? I will never want this kind of scum again. Emoliosu hurriedly denied it. Then just shut up and watch. Being treated so nonchalantly, Emoliosu's complexion changed slightly, but he couldn't be offended, and could only laugh. I'm doing this for the sake of the Tai Ching sect. You don't know. This sinner carries a demonic seed. If you don't believe me, you can verify it on the spot. If you bring him back to the clan, it's equivalent to bringing a demonic brat home. The consequences can be imagined. Chapter 7, A Magnificent Little Demoness. When these words came out, people's faces became incredibly serious. Carrying the devil's seed is a great taboo, for the world is not allowed, and everyone has to be put to death. Xiaoxuan's face also changed as he grabbed one of Jotong's arms, and with a sweep of divine light, a demonic chi had indeed seeped out of Jotong's palm. This kind of aura could only come from a heavenly demon. The so-called heavenly devil is none other than the natural enemy of human beings, taking pleasure in abusing and devouring human beings, and is the common enemy of all human races. Seeing this scene, the eyes of the crowd towards Jotong all changed, filled with contempt and spurning, and some even hated to dismantle him. So it's a devil cub. At the expense of me feeling sorry for him just now. What a piece of good intentions have been fed to the dogs. Can you not insult dogs? Those who have become demons are even worse than beasts, so they should be beheaded immediately. No wonder he could become so strong. It turns out that he became a demon a long time ago, or perhaps his nature is a waste. Ing Xiaoshuan's expression also became incomparably stern, his eyes like knives staring at Zhou Tong. Can what Mo Lushu said be true? Not true. Without the slightest hesitation, Zhou Tong responded directly. By now you still dare to believe in your words. You really don't see the coffin. Now that the witnesses and material evidence are all there, it's useless for you to sophistry. Mo Lushu had no problem squeezing Zhou Tong, sparing no effort to force him into a corner. That's right. There's nothing to say to this kind of demonized person. Just one word, kill. Kill him. Kill him. We can't let this devil cub live. Otherwise, I don't know how many more people he'll harm. For a time, the people's voices were booming, and the mountains were clamoring to crusade against Zhou Tong, and entering the devil is the bottom line for all of them, and those who take the initiative to enter the devil will be eliminated. Wait, there is no longer a demonic seed in his body. A moment later, Ing Xiaoxian said in a deep voice, suppressing the cumbersome sounds. How is this possible? Many people were dumbfounded. The hard indicator of becoming a devil was the presence of a devil seed in the body. Now that even the devil seed was gone, who could say that Zhou Tong was a devil? No matter what, it's an indisputable fact that he's having an affair with the demon race, so it's best to get rid of him just to be on the safe side. Someone suggested, and was recognized by a number of people. Getting rid of evil, preferring to kill by mistake rather than sparing. This was the attitude of the human race towards the demon race. Ing Xiaoxian also frowned as he told Zhou Tao, according to the rules of the continental enforcers, in your situation, unless there is a sect that is willing to act as a guarantor for you, otherwise, even if they don't kill you, they will have to block your cultivation, so that you will never be able to cultivate. Will you be able to find a sect that is willing to act as a guarantor for you now? When these words came out, people all looked at Mo Lushu in the image. Don't look at me. The Jade Clearance sect is a prestigious sect. How could it possibly vouch for a demonic brat? You all can do with him as you please, Mo Lushu said emotionlessly, and Tang Chi's eyes were filled with teasing. So what if Zhou Tong had an epiphany? In the end, he still couldn't escape the fate of falling. Only he, Tang Chi, was the protagonist of heaven's destiny. In that case, it can't be helped. Ing Xiaoshuan's expression turned cold. According to the rules, I'm going to block your cultivation so that you can never cultivate. He approached Zhou Tong and slowly raised his hand, about to cast a spell. Hold on. We'd like to vouch for him. Just then, a nice voice came, as if it was a clear spring stirring, and like a fresh breeze, it was refreshing. The crowd parted, and a red-clothed girl made a valiant appearance, and just as soon as she appeared, she became the center of attention. It's her. When they saw this woman, the crowd's pupils shrunk. This was clearly a powerful figure, only to see the young girl like clear water out of a hibiscus, her bare jade feet stepping on the ground, immaculate. Her steps were lotus, swaying. Her appearance was even more mesmerizing, already having the beginnings of a peerless beauty, exuding a stirring charm between her hands and feet. Acacia sect, Yu Tsang Yue. Someone had revealed the young girl's origin, and many people were not unfamiliar with her. She had overpowered the crowd in the last 100 clans battle, taking the second place, ranking only behind Zhou Tong. And this Acacia sect, as soon as I heard it, was not a proper sect. But a few decades ago, the Acacia sect was one of the top sects in the entire continent. And then because of the changes that happened, it led to the rapid decline of the sect, and it only accepts women. And by now it has fallen into disrepair and is about to disappear completely. No matter which way one looked at it, the Acacia sect had no reason to defend Zhou Tong. This was an unexpected variable that preserved Zhou Tong and made Mo Lushu's face turn even colder. Her plan to force Zhou Tong into submission went bust again. A demoness of the outer path. An evil and chaotic sect is also qualified to be a guarantor for others? She said sarcastically, trying to dismiss the Acacia sect's qualifications. You're not convinced? Yu Tsanyue looked towards Mo Lushu. Should I let my master personally meet you? When these words came out, many people sucked in their breath. The Acacia sect may be broken, but that woman is terrifying. More than 10 years ago, she was the one who personally set off the waves of the world, destroying more than a dozen forces, yet no one could cure her. It was said that after that battle she also ran out of gas and didn't have a long life, but before she died, there was still no one who dared to anger her. That's just it. Since the Acacia sect is willing to vouch for Zhou Tong, according to the rules, we won't make things difficult for him, but in the future, if anything goes wrong, you guys will be solely responsible for it. Ing Xiaoxian threw down a sentence and then left, And the other sect's powerhouses were also disillusioned and retreated without even glancing at Zhou Tong. At this point in time, only Zhou Tong and Yu Tsanyue remained. Only seeing the two of them look at each other, complex emotions flashed in Zhou Tong's eyes. If there was anyone he felt guilty about in his previous life, I'm afraid it would be the little demon girl in front of him. Little demon girl, Zhou Tong softly recited, but he did not expect the other party to sneer out, followed by a long sword sheathed against Zhou Tong's throat. I didn't expect you, a negative person, to have today. Do you remember what you did to me during the 100 Clans Assembly? You're not qualified to call me that. When these words came out, people froze. Looking at this situation, the two seemed to have known each other for a long time, and their relationship was not shallow. Seeing this scene, Emoliosu's face changed several more times. To even have an affair with a demoness. What a disgrace. It seems that I made the right choice. A filthy person like you doesn't deserve to be my disciple at all. Zhou Tong directly ignored her words, his gaze fixed on the person in front of him. Why did you come to save me? You really do feel good about yourself. Is there a possibility that I saved you just to kill you myself? The girl sneered, the sword in her hand advancing one more point, which made Tang Chi incredibly excited. Kill him now. Tang Chi clenched his fists and shouted in his heart. Say any last words before you don't get a chance. The young girl pressed again, looking like she was serious. However, Zhou Tong had no sorrow or fear. His eyes were flat and his smile was like the wind as he watched her. I'm sorry, I know it's wrong. A few short ones, but they are like thunderbolts from a clear sky, hiding a huge killing power. The little demonesses all froze. The indifference on their faces shattered, and their long swords slipped to the ground. At the same time, in the Jade Clearance Sect's Judgment Hall, an incomparably icy aura erupted from Emoliosu's body. She was also completely and utterly defenseless by that statement. This rebellious disciple, who refused to bow down to her even in death, easily succumbed in front of the demoness. Chapter 8, The New Master of the World's Enchanting Enchantresses. Humph, I didn't realize that after not seeing you for a few days, not only have you become shameless, but you've also grown a good mouth. The little demoness willow eyebrows rose, and with a gentle hook of her jade foot, she picked up the sword and once again set it on Zhou Tong's neck. Think I won't kill you if you talk fancy? Zhou Tong stared at the face, but his thoughts went back in time. In his previous life, Tang Chi colluded with the heavenly devil, wanting to sacrifice all people to fulfill his great Tao. Zhou Tong fought for the protection of the crowd, but was betrayed by several senior sisters, and in the final battle, he was stabbed through with a sword by Emoliosu, and died of hatred. Only this little demoness has always been unfailingly devoted to him, accompanying him to the end of the battle, and finally perished. At this thought, Zhou Tong had mixed feelings. A few faces can still live and die together, but 1,000 years of grace in exchange for only cold betrayal. There's really more of a gap between man and man than there is between man and dog. Thought stuttered back. Seeing that bright and delicate face again, he spread his face and smiled, making the little demoness look dumbfounded. It had been a really long time since he'd had that kind of heartfelt smile. In the last life, you lived and died with me. In this life, I'll accompany you through thick and thin. Zhou Tong made a promise in his heart. For some reason, when Emoliosu saw Zhou Tong smile, his heart trembled fiercely, as if he had been struck by an electric current, both numb and painful. She'd seen that smile too. When Zhou Tong worshipped the teacher on that day, that white and tender little face already had the intention of wind and hair, but it was also full of childish admiration. And now, Zhou Tong would never show that kind of smile to her again, and he transferred all this tenderness to the demon girl. By what right? Universally, he can only smile at me like that. Emoliosu's breath was unsteady, forcing himself to forget that childish face, and once again sat upright, coldly watching. What's wrong with you? It's like you've changed? The little demoness put away her sword and carefully sized up Zhou Tong. The Zhou Tong she remembered always had stoicism and caution in his eyes, and now, it was like the other party had gone through vicissitudes and put everything down. You unscrupulous fellow, even if your acting skills are good, you'll never be able to fool me. If you want to atone for your sins and make me forgive you, you have to do 3 things. Yu Tsanyu's eyes shifted. Her 2 small hands restlessly ran through her hair, but her mouth was hard. I do, Zhou Tong replied without thinking. I haven't said the terms yet. Then I'm willing. I want you to join the Acacia sect. Yes, I'm going to let you help the Acacia sect obtain the title of the next 100 sect conference. This is my wish. That's not all. I'm going to make you help me cultivate an honor. The two spoke quickly and answered quickly, and in just a few words, they left the whole world dumbfounded. For no other reason than it's so bombastic. What kind of sect is the Acacia sect? It has an extremely bad reputation. It can't support itself alone, and it won't take long for it to completely die out. The conditions raised by the little demoness were simply making things difficult. And what was even more outrageous was that Jo Tong had agreed to it. Crazy. It's all crazy. A demon girl and a mentally deranged genius who had been abandoned by her master's sect coming together was truly astounding. Even Yu Tsanyue was surprised by Jo Tong's decisiveness. In a short moment, a myriad of emotions surfaced on her face. Surprise, messiness, bemusement, questioning, and in the end, she simply turned around and stood with her back to Jo Tong. Empty words, then I can swear on heaven. Jo Tong had just raised his hand when a small, cold hand grabbed his wrist. There's no need. I'll take you to see master. If you dare to lie to me again, I'll never spare you. Seemingly afraid of Jo Tong's backtracking, she directly transformed into a stream of light and sped away wrapped in Jo Tong. Red Dust Mountain. Acacia Sect. The light from the heavenly illuminating mirror traced Jo Tong and reflected here. Unlike the grandeur and prosperity imagined, there was only a dilapidated and depressed mountain gate here. The winds were cloudy and misty, and the weeds were so thick that they were no better than a barren mound. People were puzzled. Even if this Acacia Sect had fallen, it would not have turned into this appearance. Moon, you're back? In the dilapidated house, a slender silhouette slowly stepped out, stunning countless people in an instant. This person was the Acacia Sect's patriarch, the female devil that had been feared decades ago, Murongya. Just by standing there, she perfectly illustrated what was meant by being colorful and overwhelming. Even the bright moon was 3 times inferior compared to it. Even if Emoliosu stood beside her, he would be reduced to the background. God, it's beautiful. How in the world could there be such a beauty? Someone let out a sharp cry of alarm, rolled both eyes, and lay straight down. Wasn't it said that the Acacia Sect's patriarch was an ugly, evil, old woman who reeked of stench? Wasn't she said to be a starving beast with 30,000 faces who could go 3 months without a bath but not a day without a man? This is a deception. A great deception. Growing up like this, even if he hooked his finger, there would be countless men who would willingly die for him. The mortals fell for Murongya when they saw her, and only those in charge of the big clans breathed a sigh of relief. The rumors were true. This woman had really reached the point of running out of gas, and it seemed that she would not have long to live. At that time, the Acacia Sect could be destroyed at the snap of a finger. Ha 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 ha. Emoliosu laughed out from the bottom of his heart. A raggedy clan and a raggedy person just match each other. To think of winning the 100 Clans conference just based on this is really a fool's errand. Hearing this, Jo Tong frowned and directly locked eyes with Emoliosu. You think that's funny? I'm going to put my words here today. We're going to take this title. Self-importance. Take a look at your new mentor. She's about to be finished. As the words fell, only a wisp of abnormal redness appeared on Murongya's face, which caused Jo Tong's pupils to suddenly shrink. This was clearly the precursor of a Dao injury attack and merging into a demonic state. And if one was not careful, they would directly fight for their lives. What's wrong with you, master? The little demoness asked in a panic. I didn't. Before Murongya could finish his words, a mouthful of blood spurted out and he fell back softly. Master, don't touch her. Jo Tong stopped Yu Tsanyue and asked, is there a furnace pot for alchemy here? Yes. Is there any demon suppressing qi? Questioning grass, soul cleansing flower. Jo Tong informed a series of spiritual medicines, causing the hearts of many alchemy masters to shake. This is the prescription for the 7th grade elixir Bodhi pill. This teenager actually wants to refine the Bodhi pill. Yes, I'm going to get it. The little demoness looked like she had found her backbone and immediately went to search for the elixir. Really good at pretending. 7th grade pills may not be able to be refined even by a grandmaster level alchemist. Just by you want to go against the heavens? Well, you'll just have to wait and see. Jo Tong sat on his knees and no longer looked at Emoliosu. Chapter 9 The Incompetent 100-Year-Old Girl. Jo Tong picked up the toppling Murongya with one hand and supported her as she reluctantly sat in a seated position. Master, I'm going to help you suppress your heart demons. Can you cover that mirror? Jo Tong pointed at the heavenly illuminating mirror. He didn't like this feeling of being watched by others. That's not easy. Even though I'm at the end of my rope, destroying a mirror is still possible. Murongya's gaze was like a torch as she stared at the sky. A strong fluctuation was gathering. Don't you dare. Emoliosu was in a hurry. The heavenly illumination realm was the clan's greatest treasure. If it was destroyed she would be hard-pressed to escape heavy responsibility. However, if she withdrew it, she would have no way to continue spying on Jo Tong, which made her very unhappy. After some calculation, she made her choice. Don't be so complacent. It won't be long before the harmonious sect also disappears completely. At that time I'll see who can still shelter you. A scum. As the words fell, she withdrew the heavenly illumination mirror, and another mouthful of blood sprayed out from Murongya, her breath wilting once again. At the same time, gusts of black smoke emerged from her body, full of sinister hostility, which was a demonic barrier. the very embodiment of the demon of the heart. Get out of the way, little one. Don't get your hands on this stuff or you'll be dead, Morongya said with some anxiety. No one was clearer than her about the dreadfulness of the heart demon. This kind of power specializes in the spirit, and anyone with weak mental strength would be killed in seconds. With her strong cultivation were tortured worse than death. Jotong, a teenager, if you dare to lightly touch will be ashes. Who do you think I am? A mere heart demon. How could I put it in my eyes? Without saying anything, Jotong directly reached out to touch Morongya. Don't, Morongya's face changed drastically, and just when she wanted to stop, she felt two burning palms pressing on her soft waist. In an instant, it was as if her body was electrocuted, and she couldn't help but tremble violently. Perhaps because of the heart demon, her body became extremely sensitive, and her seductive eyes actually contained watery mist in a delicate manner. She was just about to get angry when she felt an incomparably thick spiritual power ripple out from Jotong, suppressing her heart's demon in a moment and letting her loose. This is your spiritual power? The stunning face revealed an unprecedented surprise. This pure spiritual power was extremely powerful and was the nemesis of all mind demons. However, she did not yet know that this spiritual power was also only the tip of Jotong's iceberg. In his previous life, Jotong was only one step away from the Emperor realm, and his spiritual power had even crossed the border of the Emperor realm. And now that he was reborn, even though his cultivation had not been inherited, his spiritual power had been kept intact. In today's world, if he calls himself number 1, almost no one dares to call him number 2. Little guy. Morongya's red lips moved slightly, but the bottom of her heart set off waves of shock. Could it be that this child is her destined lucky star? The Acacia sect might not be destined to die. She couldn't help but smile slightly at the thought. In this instant the heavens and earth lost their colors, and the overwhelming splendor seemed to have been materialized into sparkling waves of light that swept over the bleak grass, over the decaying trees, over the barren plains, and over the long sky. Jotong was surprised to find that the space around him was showing signs of vitality, which was beyond common sense. Raising her hands to dance in the red dust, showing her face to hold the spirit sage, all things in the world are overwhelmed by her knitted brows and smile. The Acacia sect's Acacia heavenly skill was unexpectedly heaven-defying to such an extent. Immediately afterward, Jotong shook his head slightly, dismissing this thought. If it was really that powerful, I'm afraid that the Acacia sect would have long since become a great imperial sect. I'm afraid that the only being who could charm everything with the lift of a hand was Morongya. Forcibly stabilizing his mind, Jotong controlled his palms to move slowly over Morongya's petite body, injecting his spiritual energy into various important acupoints. You're softer, little guy. I can't take it. Morongya suddenly reacted greatly. Her shoulders lightly trembled, her jade hands clenched, and her delicate toes were hooked together, and that uncontrollable demeanor made Jotong's breathing much heavier. Just hold on a little longer. It'll be over in a minute. As he said that, he sped up his movements, his spiritual energy condensing into threads and stimulating the other party's body. Ho, brat, don't go too far. Morongya reacted even more, looking at Jotong with thinly veiled anger. There was flavor in her eyes, as if she was accusing Jotong of being a denizen. However, Jotong became even more angry and directly rebuked angrily. I know that you will become sensitive in the state of heart demon, but you are at least the patriarch of the Acacia sect. Can't you even stand this kind of stimulation? When these words came out, the other party was immediately aggrieved, almost pearly. Why are you so fierce? What's wrong with the Acacia sect patriarch? I've lived for more than 100 years, and I've never had my body touched by the opposite sex. Jotong directly froze and couldn't close his mouth, never expecting that the Acacia sect patriarch would be a teenage girl over 100 years old. This is too magical. Then I'll just be a little lighter, and you hold on a little longer. His movements became softer and more focused on not being distracted by the other man's charms. Morongya was still nervous at first, and when she realized that Jotong was really saving her without any distractions, she finally dropped her guard. This little guy seems to be different from those smelly men, and he's so cute looking. With this thought in her mind, she actually ghostly reached out to touch Jotong's face. You won't stop, will you? You still want to tease me? I think you just owe it to yourself. Jotong did not have a good temper. This woman really does not know how much charm he has. That pure and charming temperament is enough to make anyone into a beast. She is not afraid that he will do something wrong to her? As if she was a frightened rabbit, Morongya haphazardly covered her crimson cheeks with both hands. What a shame. I'm coming. Just then, the little demoness arrived in time, holding the rusty Dan furnace in her left hand and a bundle of elixirs in her right. Is this enough? Jotong gave a cursory glance and nodded slightly, causing the other party to let out a sigh of relief. You're really going to refine a 7th grade elixir? And you know how to refine elixirs? That goes without saying? Zhou Tong said without any modesty. How come I don't know? There's a lot you don't know. Hearing this, the little demon girl's eyes blinked and blinked, her long eyelashes constantly flickering, half of her pink color slightly bulging, her mood looking very unpleasant. Morongya couldn't help herself. She knew that her own precious girl was holding her breath. Up! Zhou Tong wasted no time. His spiritual power and spiritual power erupted together, igniting the divine flame in an instant and began refining. What a powerful manipulation. Girl, you've picked up a great treasure. The little demoness that Morongya was looking at was filled with love in her eyes. Between the flames, time advanced minute by minute. Zhou Tong's forehead oozed fine sweat, but he remained steady as a mountain. The 7th grade pills were no challenge to him. After another small half a day, the furnace tripod suddenly trembled, only to hear a popping sound, and the lid of the tripod was blown away. Immediately afterward, a ray of brilliant light mixed with divine aura soared out, and the little demoness opened her mouth wide. Even if she knew nothing about pills, she knew that Zhou Tong had succeeded. Boom! The sky was suddenly cloudy and the earth began to tremble, as if something was about to happen. Be careful. Once the 7th grade elixir is released, it will trigger heavenly thunder and earthly fire, Zhou Tong said with the seriousness of his face. On the other side, in the Jade Clearance Sect's Great Hall, Emolyosu's face was incomparably gloomy. That retrograde disciple, how dare he cover up the heavenly illumination mirror? He really doesn't know how to die. Rest in peace, Master. Tang Chi gloated. Without your shelter, senior brother can't do anything. That's true. Do you think he's capable of practicing 7th grade pills? Hearing this, Tang Chi immediately revealed a proud expression. You're being overly concerned. Eldest sister once said that my attainments in alchemy had long surpassed my senior brother's, and that I could be called the first of the younger generation. Yet even I can only refine 5th grade pills. Do you think it's possible for senior brother to succeed? Chapter 10, Master's Reward, take it off. When these words came out, everyone around them sighed. Although Tang Chi was arrogant, it had to be said that he did have such capital. Good. Worthy of being my disciple. From today onwards, you're my personal disciple. I'll give you better resources and let you surpass all your opponents. Emolyosu stroked his palm and laughed, the color of anticipation already in his eyes. She would let everyone in the world know that Zhou Tong was worthless in her eyes. Dropping Zhou Tong was as casual as dropping a sesame seed. As long as she was willing, she could casually teach a second Zhou Tong, even stronger than him. When these words came out, everyone trembled lightly. They all understood that Emolyosu was determined to support Tang Chi and abandon Zhou Tong. Great! In this way, junior brother will be able to soar high and leave that trash far behind. Jiang Yuyo and the others were overjoyed and couldn't help but cheer. Boom! Right at this moment, an extremely majestic ringing sound carried through heaven and earth. Everyone was creeped out and looked in the direction where the thunder erupted. Is that heavenly thunder and earthly fire? Someone said abruptly, like dropping a stone into a flat lake, and 1,000 ripples sprang up. Hiss, it can't be? When heavenly thunder and earthly fire come out, there must be a miraculous treasure appearing. Could it really be that a 7th grade elixir has come out? Everyone is seeing less. Such a short-lived heavenly thunder can only mean that this is a failed alchemy, Tang Chi said with a smile, attracting the attention of the crowd. Are you saying that Zhou Tong was forcibly refining pills and failed? That's right. Not only did he fail, but he also suffered a heavenly Dao backlash. Ha, that's what he asked for. Something that's not even a piece of. How dare he still want to compete with junior brother? He doesn't even weigh his own weight. This is what he deserves, Ge Hongxiu said in a snarky manner, drawing many nods of agreement. Red Dust Mountain. Acacia Sect. Morongya's one palm flowed with light and cupped the Linglong Bodhi Dan, while the other hand slowly lowered. Just a moment ago, with her decaying body, this woman split the heavenly tribulation with a palm, forcibly obliterating it and stopping the storm. This battle strength made even Zhou Tong a little surprised. This woman might really have the strength to sweep through 100 clans at her peak. Master, take it quickly, the little demoness urged from the side, her eyes filled with anticipation. Morongya nodded slightly, her thin lips lightly opened and took the elixir into her mouth with elegance. In an instant, an incomparably peaceful fluctuation emanated from her body, an aura of harmony, to the point of softness and goodness, as if it could erase all ferocity and specialize in dissolving the demons of the heart. After 10 breaths, everything returned to calm, and Morongya slowly opened her eyes. How does it feel? The heart demon has been suppressed for the most part, only the Dao injury remains. It needs to be adjusted slowly, and now there is already a level of 20% of the peak period. Hearing this, Zhou Tong's pupils shrunk slightly. If it was an unusual heart demon, after taking the elixir he personally refined, it would have been cured long ago. There's no harm, as long as I'm there to assist in conditioning. In less than half a year, the heart demons can be dispelled and the Dao injuries can be removed, Jotong said confidently. Before the words fell, there was a wisp of fragrant wind. It was actually that Morongya moved, a hand Jotong in his arms. Well, Jotong was caught off guard, and his entire face fell into a warm, fragrant softness. That ugly woman from the Jade Clearance sect has no eyes. She doesn't even want such a treasure, but it's cheaper for master. Only that master has no body and no meet and greet gift, so he can only use a hug as a reward. This voice in Jotong's ears lingering, seductive heart and soul. If not Jotong's spiritual power champion, I'm afraid that early to be charmed to find the north, and then sunk. You let go first. I'm suffocating. After a great deal of effort this broke free, only to see the other party smiling like a flower. One hand pressed on the chest, where the temperature of Jotong still remained. Your mind is indeed tough. You are qualified and can learn the harmonious heavenly skill. Hearing this, Jotong was struck by lightning. No. He hastily refused. He had countless mastery in his chest and was not interested in the great Tao of yin and yang intercourse. Come here you. The other party smiled like an adult fox and grabbed Jotong. If you join my disciple, of course you have to take on my mastery. You won't be able to escape. With no time to struggle, Jotong was nailed on the center of his brow by a slender finger. And immediately afterward, 4 large words appeared in his mind. Harmony heavenly gong. What's a hopium? He replied, to unite the great ways of heaven and earth, and to rejoice in the concentricity of all ages. This is the way of harmony. A few words made Jotong's body shake wildly. Could it be that his understanding of Acacia had been wrong all along? Master, I've thought it over. I want to learn the Acacia heavenly skill. That's right. Morongya's smile intensified. Her eyes were tender, and Jotong melted as he watched. Step 1. Practice prevails. Take it off. Take off what? Jotong was slightly stunned. Then there's no need to say? Of course it's clothes. The first layer of heavenly kung fu was room magic. Don't you know that? Jotong was once again petrified. Chapter 11, Master, it's okay to be bullied by you. You two are finished. It's only a double cultivation. Do you need to be like this? The little demoness blushed and said in annoyance from the sidelines. Only Jotong's upper body was naked, and Morongya pressed her hands on his back, ferrying strands of red aura to him. Bang, 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 bang. A strange sound emanated from Jotong's body, and immediately afterward, blood-red lines surfaced on his body, like a shackle, eventually converging at his heart. It's the harmony lock of the room. Jotong opened his eyes and looked at the red lines on his body, only to feel incredible power flowing through them. That's right, the harmony lock can dominate everything, even the heavenly Tao if the spiritual power is strong enough. Before the words were finished, Morongya's aura changed radically. Not good. Master's jade demon body has committed a crime. The little demoness exclaimed. The jade demon body was a special secret technique of the harmonious heavenly skill, and after entering this state, it would become extremely dangerous. Senior, calm down. Quick, use the harmony lock and lock me down. Hurry. Seeing the way Morongya forced herself to calm down, Jotong clenched his teeth and finally made up his mind. Harmony lock, give me a counterattack. In an instant, the offense and defense switched, and the shackles wrapped around Morongya, before merging into the other party. At this moment, Jotong could clearly feel the rhythm of Morongya's life, and even the rhythm of the other party's heartbeat could be easily grasped. Soon after prodding, Morongya eased up. The little guy. Master, I'm sorry, this harmony lock, there is no harm in it. It was meant to be an emergency, and so it is not bad. Morongya looked at Jotong's slightly sweat-dripping pectoral muscles, and after gulping down a mouthful of saliva, a brilliant light flashed in her eyes, and her body softened, directly flopping down into Jotong's arms. Upon touching Jotong's pectoral muscles, Morongya instantly only felt that a certain place in her heart was satisfied. When have you ever eaten so well yourself? Fragrant softness entered his arms, and Jotong's heartbeat immediately accelerated. At the same time, he also felt that his body had changed again, and his cultivation was growing rapidly and violently. The innate ninth realm instantly broke through and stepped into the split soul realm, and it went all the way up, eventually arriving at the split soul ninth realm. The room is as horrible as it gets. Master, please respect yourself. After Jotong's reminder, Morongya also reacted to her own wrongness, gently propping up her body, somewhat reluctantly looking at Jotong's pecs and waving her hand. Master is tired. You err. Just take the little one to pick out a cave. Morongya said with winks and fragrant sweat, looking really sleepy. Come with me, badass. The demoness pouted, dragging Jotong to force her way out. Immediately after that, Morongya's pretty face quickly turned red. Scowling, he cursed himself. Prodigal hooves. Good. I'm happy with the place. Jotong nodded his head and said. His cave was named Red Dust Cave. I'm also pleased with this place. With no one around, it's the perfect place to teach some bad guy a lesson, the little demoness said with a smile, and suddenly made her move. Hey, hey, hey. Jotong's face changed drastically, not expecting his opponent to be so unkind to martial arts that he would sneak attack him. Bullying me for not being at my peak state is a bit too much, Jotong protested. Excessive. You still have the nerve to say that you abandoned me at the 100 Clans Assembly and turned around to save that waste of a senior sister of yours. Think I've forgotten all about it? Hearing this, Jotong also had his head in his hands. He was blinded by lard in the first place, and now that he was being rehashed by the little demoness, he simply had nothing to say. I thought you were relieved. When these words came out, the little demoness burst into laughter. Do you have some kind of misunderstanding about me? Remember how people call me, witch, demoness us. Do you think I'm the kind of woman with a big heart? Jotong froze, only to see the demon girl's breasts jumping along with her petite laughter. The scene, really a ripple like a gathering, causing blood to spurt. It's hard to say, at least from the looks of it, you do have a pretty big chest. Hearing these words, the little demoness froze slightly, and a look of excitement and teasing was immediately reflected in her eyes. Great! How did I not realize before that you were even a sultry little? Let's see if I don't shove my foot in your mouth. As she spoke, her attack became tighter. Her slender jade leg was powerful, swinging in the air, sweeping out gusts of fragrant wind, directly at Jotong's face. Stop it! I don't have this kind of fetish at all. Jotong tried his best to resist, vowing to die. You will have, I swear. Not only did she want to settle the scores from her previous bullying, but she also had to advance the scores from her possible future bullying by Jotong. You made me do this. In an instant, Jotong's aura changed, his head of black hair instantly turning white while his breath soared. You, the little demoness' face changed greatly. This was clearly the fourth layer of the jade demon body of the harmonious heavenly skill, and Jotong had even directly grasped it. Don't look down. Beautiful. With a bad smile on his face, the teenager's harmony lock struck at the same time, catching the sweeping jade leg and setting it up high. Ah! The demoness let out a cry of surprise, only to see the teenager's steep strength, pushing her against the wall, the two of them close together, their breath echoing, blushing at the same time. You let go of me, the little demoness said with averted eyes. There's no such thing as a good thing under the sky. When to start is up to you, and when to end is certainly up to me. Jotong got up a mischievous thought. One hand tackled the ankle. The other hand then touched on the sole of the foot and began to tickle it. Yikes! You bad boy. I can't spare you. The little demoness sucked in a breath of cool air and couldn't help but exclaim in shock. But Jotong only felt that this foot could be a perfect work of art. Small and delicate, snow-white like jade, the 5 lovely feet looked like they were shrinking inward from nervousness, as if they were round cardamom, emitting a light fragrance. Even more noticeable, the little demoness had a piece of red rope wrapped around her ankle, with 2 golden bells hanging from the rope. And when she shook it slightly, there was a crisp sound coming out, causing ripples in the heart. Demoness, aren't you afraid of the smell if you walk barefoot all day? Hearing this, the little demoness was struck by lightning and actually stopped for an instant. Immediately afterward, a blushing expression surfaced on her face, and she couldn't help but feel annoyed in her heart. Nonsense, it's obviously fragrant. I've soaked my feet in heavenly fragrance petals, don't believe me? Try it. Just at this moment, a stream of light came from the sky, which was mixed with a jade slip of information, just in time to undo the posture between the two. Flying feather streamer. The little demoness' gaze changed and she instantly straightened up. This was a means of transmitting a message that a certain sect was announcing the world. When she opened it, she broke into a playful smile. That former master of yours is going to accept Tang-Chi as his personal disciple, inviting geniuses from all the sects to come and watch the ceremony 3 days later. She's so nice. She hasn't forgotten to give us an invitation. The little demoness looked at Jotong and couldn't help but say in a teasing manner, a special meal of dumplings for your plate of vinegar. This old woman is quite interesting. Boring. Jotong couldn't help but skim his lips and said without a care in the world, You're not going? If I don't go, won't that mean I'm afraid of them? Jotong took the invitation and said with a colorless face, That's right, you'll be the backbone of the Acacia sect in the future. How can you be afraid of those little punks? The little demoness said with satisfaction. It just so happens that I still have to go to find Chenlinger that to settle accounts. New hatred and old hatred together. That Chenlinger was precisely Jotong's former senior sister, who was as powerful as fire and water with the little demoness. 3 days passed in a flash. Xianhuang Mountain, Jade Clearance Sect on. The place was abuzz with people, gathering the young generation of all sects and factions, and countless teenage girls were eagerly waiting to see what kind of talent would make the Jade Clearance Sect willing to give up Jotong. On top of the high platform, Tang Chi overlooked the bottom and couldn't help but feel his heart pounding. This was a scene he had dreamed of. And now that it had finally come true, there would never be a place for Zhou Tong here again. Senior, do you think senior brother will come today? He looked at Mo Liusu next to him and asked with a good behavior. It will come. When Mo Liusu didn't speak, Chen Linger on the side spoke first. That traitor is just trying to get away. Let's see how long he can hold back. Chapter 12, Talk to me on your knees. Mo Liusu looked calm and didn't say anything, except that her gaze glanced outside the sect from time to time, as if she was waiting for something. The Acacia sect's people are here. I don't know who shouted, instantly attracting everyone's attention, and Mo Liusu's pair of water-shedding eyes narrowed as well, gazing intently, only to see a red light spread out in the distance, as if red dust was coming, magnificent and diffuse. In that gorgeous mist, two silhouettes stepped into the air and floated in parallel. It was Zhou Tong and the little demoness. The scene stunned the crowd. The little demoness, needless to say, born of national color, without jewelry, without powder, wearing a long red-colored dress, like a fairy standing against the wind. Yet even so, its style still didn't overpower the teenager next to it, only to see Zhou Tong's face as white as jade, dragon posture and phoenix appearance, with a kind of bland and timeless majesty in the middle of the Confucianism. That is an invisible domineering aura, quietly convincing. Hiss. Some people sucked in cool air, and their hearts were silently shocked. This kind of aura is not something that a teenager can have, but rather like an absolute powerhouse who has experienced invincibility for a long time and is accustomed to seeing the vicissitudes of life. Many of the talented teenage girls were already feeling a bit suffocated. All of them were unable to raise their heads by these two guys in the last sect assembly. Now these two demons are coming together. For a while, countless scornful gazes were cast, but the two landed on the ground as if they didn't realize it. What a great party! If you didn't know, you'd think you were the main characters. Just then, mean voices immediately came over, making many people excited. It's coming, so soon into the main event, only to see Go Hongqiu and Zhang Yuya walking head-on, with mocking smiles on their faces, their gazes skimming over the little demoness and fixing on Zhou Tong's body. Aren't you a godly traitor? I thought you could really have some backbone and wouldn't come back till death do you part. Elder sister, you're too high on him. I've long said that within a month he'll be back begging for mercy, and sure enough I was right. The two of them scrutinized Zhou Pass in a lofty manner. Today is the day that junior-senior brother becomes senior's personal disciple. If you dare to make trouble, don't blame us for beating you into a dead dog and throwing you off the mountain. For a while, this place became the center of attention. Countless lights were cast here, some curious, some excited, some full of teasing. They were eager to see what kind of choice this former number one of the younger generation could actually make. On top of the high platform, Mo Liusu, Tang Chi and Chen Linger saw everything clearly. Senior, should we go and stop it? It's too ugly to fool around like this. Chen Linger suddenly exited and asked. There's no need to show mercy at all in dealing with this traitorous sinner. Everything is his own fault. Mo Liusu suddenly sat steady. She was clear about Zhou Tong's character. If there was no reason, the other party would definitely not participate in Tang Chi's moment of glory. Now that she had come, it meant that Zhou Tong had a request from the clan, and this time she would polish Zhou Tong. Where did you get those two smelly mouths? It's really disgusting. This girl will come to clean and wash you. Never one to be kind. The little demoness forced her way towards the two. Wait, don't do it. Zhou Tong was a step faster and grabbed her wrist. Seeing this scene, the two women immediately revealed a smile of I knew it was so. Zhou Tong was still the same trash as before, no matter how much he was humiliated. He didn't dare to show the slightest bit of dissatisfaction. You're going to protect them? The little demoness asked with some surprise. No, Zhou Tong shook his head and walked towards the chattering two women. Talk to me on your knees. Go Hongqiu teased, really thinking that Zhou Tong had come to be soft, thinking that he could hold the other party steadily. Suddenly, Zhou Tong moved and slapped her in the face. Pop. Chapter 13, You Save the World Songstress. Give Master Death. Pop. The voice was so loud and powerful that the crowd trembled. The corners of Gu Hongqiu's mouth were cracked, and she let out a miserable scream. Aha, you piece of... What are you doing? I'm telling you to shut up. Feeling good. Ha ha ha, I'll kill you. The other party was completely insane. And all this time, Zhou Tong had spoiled her and coaxed her, which had allowed her to develop a sightless personality. Now that Zhou Tong's attitude towards her had taken a sharp turn for the worse, it caused her to instantly burst into a rage and pounce on her with open teeth and claws. Heh, you really think of yourself as a dish. When you were good to you, you could say anything. Now that I don't care about you, you're not even a fart. Die for me. Even if Zhou Tong's cultivation had plummeted, his current strength was not comparable to the other parties. and he directly struck out with a heavy hand, kicking the other party in the abdomen. Aha! Ga Hongshou's eyeballs protruded from the beating, and his entire body flew out backwards like a broken sack, falling miserably to the ground. This scene deeply irritated Jiang Yuyo on the side. Daring, do you know the difference between us? You're just a traitor now. Compared to us, one is in heaven and the other is on earth. To you we're like gods. Jiang Yuyo roared. She wanted Zhou Tong to recognize his identity clearly. There was no room for him to be reckless here. Just ing save the world songbird. You too. Zhou Tong completely let go. Straight lyric chest. Without giving face, a hand clutched Jiang Yuyao's hair, pressed her head fiercely towards the ground, smashed. Bang! Ah, let go. Are you begging me? Zhou Tong teased. Dream on. Yeah, you're dreaming if you want me to let go. The crowd was dumbfounded. They had never seen such a tyrannical Zhou Tong before, and some of them couldn't help but tremble. Stop it. Just then, someone finally looked away, only to see space distort. Mo Liusu, Chen Linger and Tang Qi suddenly descended here. Only then did Zhou Tong stop the movements of his hands and scan these people with a flat face. Dare to show off here. You've committed a capital offense. Mo Liusu indifferently said. Don't scare me, old woman. The little demoness came forward and went toe-to-toe with it. These two provoked the Acacia sect in the first place. Even if they were killed, they are also to blame. If you are not convinced, go and ask my master. When these words came out, the crowd instantly remembered Morongya, that female devil, and couldn't help but shiver. Even though it was said that the woman had run out of gas, no one dared to offend her. Zhou Tong, you are too reckless. I'm disappointed in you, Chen Linger said condescendingly. To have hung out with a witch, you're really degrading yourself. What are you, worthy of lecturing me as well? Zhou Tong disdainfully said. Chen Linger raised her delicate face. How childish. Didn't you strike out at your senior sisters just to get my attention? Now that I'm standing here, do you dare to hit me? When these words came out, all the people around were dumbfounded. They had never heard such a request before. Chen Linger, however, was full of condescension, and between her eyebrows, she was looking down. The reason why she dared to be like this was precisely because she was emboldened, and she could clearly feel that once upon a time Zhou Tong was secretly in love with her. If not, how could Zhou Tong have abandoned the little demoness in the 100 Clans conference and rushed to her side unconditionally? If he didn't like it, how could Zhou Tong voluntarily give up his time for cultivation and take the trouble to help her delve into the sword scripts, so that she could become the number one in the younger generation of the sword Dao? If it wasn't because of love and adoration, how could Zhou Tong be willing to consume his aura to imbue her? However, so what? She was originally of a cool nature, as elegant as a snow lotus, not eating earthly fire. Moreover, she couldn't look down on Zhou Tong's undignified, groveling and cautious appearance. In her eyes, only the spirited and heavenly youngest senior brother was a true genius, an existence that stood on top of the heavens and the earth. Even now, she thought that Zhou Tong was trying to escape, and she despised him even more in her heart. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Zhou Tong pulled up his sleeve with a gentle smile and slapped down hard on that clean white face. Chapter 14, The Confession of the Little Spirit Girl. Q2. The condescension on Chen Linger's face instantly shattered, and she was struck by this blow like a spinning gyroscope, spinning in circles and falling backwards, hitting a pillar head-on. For the special her, Zhou Tong gave a special force. Put. The little demoness couldn't help herself and directly spewed out in laughter. She was very satisfied with Zhou Tong's performance. Not only her, but the people around her couldn't help but laugh. Chen Linger slowed down, disbelief written all over her face. At this moment she was dying of shame. The previous Zhou Tong would never have embarrassed her. You really dare to hit me? Not even my father has ever hit me. Then you should be thanking me. After all, I helped make up for your lack of fatherly love. When these words came out, the crowd once again laughed out loud, with the little demoness laughing the most unrestrainedly. Chen Linger glared at her viciously, but the little demoness backhanded Zhou Tong's arm and looked back at her with a smug expression. Let go of him. I'm going to teach him a lesson today. Chen Linger suddenly became nonchalant, as if she had been robbed of something by someone else. Even Mo Liusu was affected, her chest rising and falling slightly, with an appearance of being ready to strike at any time. Senior brother, you're going too far. Tang Qi was dressed in a gorgeous robe, and was reflected to be handsome and extraordinarily eye-catching, and as soon as he opened his mouth, he attracted countless female disciples to look at him. Wow, is that Tang Qi who has recently risen to fame? It's really a talent. I heard that his talent is second only to Zhou Tong. I don't know if it's true or not. That's long since old news. Zhou Tong is a wreck now, not worthy to be compared to him. That's natural. Otherwise, how could realist Mo accept him as a true disciple? that Zhou Tong has been by the side of the true master for more than 10 years, and he doesn't even deserve to have such qualifications. Hearing these comments, Tang Qi unconsciously raised his chin and assumed a stance of looking down, and Emoliosu was also watching Zhou Tong's expression, wanting to see something different. However, Zhou Tong didn't care, and his gaze was like a sword as he forced himself to look at Tang Qi. How does a piece of like you deserve to be called my senior brother? You're shameless. Everyone listen to me clearly. I, Zhou Tong, have long since severed my ties with the Jade Clearance sect, and will never return in this life. Even if I turn into a shovelful of yellow earth and a strand of floating weeds in the future, I will definitely not spill out into the boundaries of the Xianhuang mountain, unless the Jade Clearance sect has long since gone up in smoke and ashes before that. These words and this oath were deafening, as if they were mixed with the grand sound of the great Tao, enough to show Zhou Tong's determination. However, before the words fell, Zhou Tong felt his arm tighten, only to see that the little demoness, with her eyes flowing, had snuggled up to his side. Don't say such silly things. As long as I'm still alive, as long as Master is still alive, there will always be people who will put you first in their hearts. You won't be alone, and you won't turn into a wisp of floating weeds. Hearing this, Zhou Tong choked on his words, his eyes became slightly moist. I have to say, this woman touched the softness of his heart. Demoness, your charming skill has even reached this level, daring to mess with my fixation, he said with his mouth, but he reached out and wrapped his hand around the little demoness' slender waist. This scene made many people's eyes red. Heavenly fairies make a match. Divine couple. Isn't it this kind of picture? So what if it's a witch? So what if they are useless? At least at this moment, they were worthy of everyone's envy. Tang Qi was about to go crazy with jealousy as he stared daggers at the little demoness, itching to swallow her in one bite. Such a stunning color. Seductive and heavenly. Even better than his 5 senior sisters. If he could get his hands on them, wouldn't it be a blast? Humph. To do such unashamed things in broad daylight. How shameless. Chen Linger said indifferently, and Emoliosu was also as cold as ice. Sit as you please, the master worship ceremony is about to begin. Remember to observe the ceremony properly. As the words fell from her lips, she turned away and ascended the high platform one step at a time. You disappoint me so much. Chen Linger also dropped a sentence and chased after her. Linger, do you think that sinful disciple really made up his mind? Emoliosu asked in a small voice. Master is overly concerned. I've long since seen through his mind. Oh, tell me, Emoliosu said with considerable interest. Think about it, senior. If he really joined the Acacia sect, he should have called you Tsang senior sister, but he called the other party Demoness. Emoliosu's eyes lit up and her heart sank. There was no doubt in her mind that this was a contemptuous term, which means that the sinner still wants to come back, only this time pretending to be special, just holding on hard. Let's see how long he can hold on, Chen Linger said disdainfully, already thinking in her mind how to punish Zhou Tong. My master has decided. I'm going to use the power of the clan for today's master worship ceremony. I'm going to draw the attention of the heavenly Tao for your junior brother, and help him ascend to the heavens in a single step, Emoliosu excitedly said. She just wanted to show Zhou Tong how she favored Tang Qi in front of him, so that he would know that what he dreamed of, he could gift to others with his own hands. When she saw the scene, she didn't believe that Zhou Tong could still pretend anymore. Zhou Tong and the two of them found a remote place to settle down. No one was willing to approach them on their own accord, and an empty area was suddenly left around them. As the sun rose to midday and light shone on the earth, a clear voice resounded through the heavens. The auspicious time has come. Open the altar for the ceremony. People's gazes simultaneously looked towards the high platform, which was divided into 9 tiers and went straight into the clouds, with 9 disciples standing on each tier, holding sharp swords, looking solemn and dignified, emanating a stern sword aura. With this kind of stance, could it be that you want to draw the attention of the heavenly Tao? When these words came out, people stared in disbelief, and the talented disciples of the other sects were even more incredulous. This Jade Clearance sect is really willing to do this, even for a disciple to such an extent. It seems that it really wants to hold it as the first person of the young generation. At that thought, many people looked at Zhou Tong at the same time. Zhou Tong's eyelids jumped. The consumption of this guiding heavenly Tao canonical instrument was extremely great. Not only did it require countless resources, but it also had to communicate with 81 subarrays in one main array. The Jade Clearance sect had organized a Sword Dao ceremony for Chen Linger to help her become the number 1 in the Sword Dao, and at that time, it was Zhou Tong himself who had carved the array for her. There was no other reason. Simply because although the level of each formation was not high, it was extremely complex and involved the heavenly Tao, so ordinary formation masters simply did not dare to try it for fear of being backfired. This is a job that only Zhou Tong, who had no distractions and was mentally tough at the time, could handle. Moreover, The preservation conditions of this heaven-inducing Tao formation were extremely harsh, and it had to be discarded after one use, so if it was reused, it would be a big mess. Chapter 15. The people who can do that have been driven out by you. The sunlight rose up to the sky and resided in mid-air, revealing a magnificent figure. One could only see Mulyosu's white hair flying, standing with a sword in his hand, exuding a divine aura. Abruptly she moved, her hand cupping her sword technique and slashing out a sharp sword at the heavens. Boom! The clouds parted, revealing a clear sky. The sword formation rises. The Taoist invocation comes. She recited softly, her soft words melodious, and immediately after that, the Jade Clearance sect lit up with Dao Dao spell formations, 81 of them, corresponding to each disciple on the high platform. Seeing this scene, Zhou Tong finally relieved himself. These guys had really reused the previous formation. The 81 people on the high platform seemed to feel something, and they all danced their swords, performing different sword techniques, pure and skillful, as if they had demonstrated it 1,000 times. Right at this moment, Mulyosu slashed down with his sword, and the lowest level of the high platform immediately surfaced another larger sword formation, encompassing everything. Is this the ceremony that draws the gaze of the heavenly Tao? It's so grand and vast that it gives me a feeling of suffocation. The breaths of the elders from the other sects present were obscure. It was the first time they had seen such a sight. Undoubtedly, this was the ceremony for communicating the Tao of the sword, and once it drew the attention of the heavenly Tao, Tang Qi's Tao of the sword cultivation would inevitably take a qualitative leap. Before the words left his mouth, he only saw countless heavenly treasures rise up into the air and explode in mid-air, turning into pure aura and converging around Tang Qi on the high platform. This scene caused the crowd to gasp. Each of those treasures was worth a fortune, yet the Jade Clearance sect didn't hesitate to use them. Just how much did they value this disciple? See what I mean? Rubbish. This is what Junior Brother deserves. You'll never be able to compare to him. Ga Hongqiu was still bouncing around, racking her brain trying to get Zhou Tong to break his defense. Obviously she knew exactly what the Zhou Tong of the past cared about the most. It was just a pity that Zhou Tong had long since ceased to exist. Get out! In response she received another resounding slap, which the little demoness slapped away without even looking back. Put! A mouthful of blood sprayed out. Go Hongqiu's eyes were filled with resentment, but no one cared about her. On top of the high platform, Tang Qi opened his eyes and slowly stood up. He looked down, his eyes roving, and immediately found Zhou Tong's location. It's really like an ant. The corners of his mouth rose. He was spirited. From now on, he would leave Zhou Tong far behind, and the two could no longer be compared. Hook the sky to the earth, draw the great Tao out, and the sword comes. Tang Qi roared as a golden longsword broke through the air and landed in his palm. This was the heavenly Tao sword, a ceremonial weapon, yet it could also be honored among swords, and Tang Qi held this sword to perform the Tao of the sword, his body blossoming with 10,000 lights around him. Boom! Above the firmament, a strange fluctuation emanated. The crowd held their breath as they saw a huge vertical eye open and close, like the eye of the heavens. Its gaze locked onto Tang Qi. Successful. Surprisingly really successful. This Tang Qi is going to go against the heavens. Will be sitting firmly as the number one person in the younger generation. Ha ha ha, this feeling is extraordinary. Tang Qi laughed out loud as ripples of the sword Tao visible to the naked eye poured into his body along with his gaze, causing his aura to become incomparably sharp, as if he were a sword out of its sheath. Mulyosu and Chanlinger coincidentally headed in the direction where Zhou Tong was. However, Zhou Tong did not have any abnormalities, and was even raising his cup to drink with the little demoness. So happy. Still putting on a hard act at this point in time. How pathetic. Just like a jumping clown. Chanlinger said, Little Seven, how does it feel? Mulyosu leaned down to inquire about Tang Qi. Back to master. My comprehension of the way of the sword has increased by several times, and this is just the beginning. When I integrate all of these senses, no one among my peers will be a match for me. That's good. I hope you won't fail your master's expectations and be as ungrateful as someone who crossed the river and broke the bridge, to be spurned by the world. Don't worry, master. I'm different from him. I'll never let you down. The little demoness poked Zhou Tong, full of teasing. Look, the acting of this master and disciple is really wonderful. Zhou Tong nodded and said, Don't worry, there's more to come. Before the words fell, a sudden change occurred. Only a strong roar could be heard erupting around the high platform as 81 disciples simultaneously spat out blood and their breath withered. Not only that, the main formation and the 81 sub-formations also trembled violently, emitting a bizarre light and even having cracks emerge. What's going on here? Everyone was shocked, and immediately afterward, they felt a biting chill that made their scalps numb. Looking up, the eyes of the heavenly Tao on the dome of the sky unexpectedly changed, no longer gazing blandly, but filled with anger. its gaze wrapped in biting killing intent rushing straight down. Ah, why? What's wrong with this? Tang Chi's complexion changed drastically, and his skin cracked all over his body, blood bursting out, almost unrecognizable. He couldn't help but scream out in misery, fear in his eyes. Master, save me! Master! Master! What the hell is going on? Where are the disciples from the formation hall? Come out and speak for me! Emoliosu roared. Chen Linger's face was unkind, and Go Hongqiu and Jiang Yuya were constantly shouting, Formation hall! What you guys have done? If something happens to junior brother, I'm going to make you pay for it. Under the gaze of these crazy women, the formation hall's eldest disciple trembled as he walked out. Reporting back to Real MO, this accident came too suddenly. All the formations all cracked. Don't talk such nonsense to me. If it's cracked, hurry up and fix it. Mo Liusu directly interrupted, ordering with an icy expression. Hearing these words, a ray of bitterness surfaced on the face of the formation hall's eldest disciple. Back to the real person. We can't fix it. Mo Lushu instantly became even angrier. Nonsense. How could this huge jade clearance sect, with its prestigious formation hall, be unable to repair even a few tiny formations? Real person. Disciple really doesn't dare to lie. This formation, not to mention the jade clearance sect, under the heavens, there is only one person who has the ability to fix it and the guts to fix it as far as I can remember. When these words came out, not only Mo Liusu, but even the others shook their spirits and perked up their ears. In the past 100 years, only the jade clearance sect had managed to draw the attention of the heavenly Tao. Since then, countless sects had been prying into the secrets of it, but ultimately came up empty-handed. Now it seems that the key to it all lies in this man. Who the hell is that guy? Get him here, and there will be no shortage of favors for him. The formation hall's eldest disciple shuddered slightly, his expression indescribably not odd. Makoto, this person was once a disciple of our clan but was expelled by you. Now he is at the scene. It's just that. When these words came out, the crowd was struck by lightning, which was no longer different from naming names. For a while, Mo Liusu's face became incomparably wonderful. Chen Linger also looked appalled as she remembered that it was indeed Zhou Tong who had personally carved the formation in the first place, only that she hadn't put it on her mind. Now that the old story was being revisited, it made her feel an unprecedented shock. Chapter 16, Begging with a Begging Attitude. So it was him. The crowd was suddenly startled, like a dream, only to feel the reality is so absurd and funny. If this was true, one could only say that the Jade Clearance sect was full of a bunch of clowns with extremely high purity, expelling the only disciple who could set up a heaven-inducing Tao formation under the heavens, and forcing him to abolish his cultivation, pulling in all the hatred. Even a pig's brain couldn't possibly make this kind of maneuver. Ing Xiaoxian of the Taiqing sect was also present. He couldn't help but pound his chest and look at Mo Liusu with a face full of anger. If he hadn't listened to this woman's compulsion, Zhou Tong would have long been a member of the Taiqing sect. How could he have let the Acacia sect pick up such a big leak? Since you can repair it, why are you still sitting here? Hurry up and go fix the formation. The two people, Jiang Yuyo and Go Hongqiu, were the first to react and immediately jumped up, pointing at Zhou Tong's nose and ordering. However, Zhou Tong was simply indifferent, and was talking to the little demoness eye to eye, a move that undoubtedly added fuel to the fire, causing the two to become directly furious. Didn't you hear me talking to you? If something happens to junior brother, this cheap life of yours won't be enough to pay for it. Jiang Yuyo roared with a fierce expression, directly overturning the table in front of Zhou Tong, causing the table full of pure wine and delicacies to spill all over the place. None of the surrounding people came forward to dissuade them, they all watched the farce with interest. Today the Jade Clearance sect can really lose face, even if it is a scoundrel. All know that begging should have a begging attitude. That immortal Mo claimed to be ice clear and elegantly aware of etiquette, but the disciples under her door were so brutal and vulgar. It was really an eye-opening experience. You're begging me? Zhou Tong did not move and looked blandly at the two people in front of him, but his light sentence caused the other party to become furious once again. Beg you? Who the hell are you? Don't flatter yourself. We're rewarding you with a chance to redeem yourself. That's right. You traitor destroyed the clan's important treasures. Not putting you to death is already a great gift. This favor you can't pay back until you die. Now you have to repair the formation for junior brother. Hearing this odd argument, Zhou Tong's smile intensified. I won't. What can you do about it? You're damned. You'll have to fix it today even if you don't, or you'll never leave alive. The two of them were jealous and were about to greet the strong men around them to make their move. Zhou Tong, you can stop here. If you take Zhou like this again it will only add to the disgust. Just then, Chen Linger leapt down from the high platform and arrived in front of several people. She gazed at Zhou Tong, her expression still icy cold. Don't you just want to rejoin the clan? It's a bit too ugly to get an inch with a little insignificant skill. It's just that. Even if it's for the sake of junior brother, I'll grant you your wish. You go and save junior brother at once. And after you succeed, I'll look for the master to intercede. Whether it's a success or not all depends on her. When these words came out, the crowd was shocked as if they had been struck by heavenly thunder. For the first time, they felt that the Jade Clearance sect could actually be shameless to this extent. A talent like Zhou Tong, even if he was completely wasted and could never cultivate, just based on his ability to carve heavenly Tao formations, there would be countless sects that would break their heads in order to grab him. On the contrary, the Jade Clearance sect, obviously there is still a wisp of love still in the air, but do not think to make up, but also to use Zhou Tong as a. Listen to the ghost of the woman said. Zhou Tong, even if they go out to help them to lift the crisis, whether they can return but also to see their face, then Zhou Tong is not become a kneeling to ask for food. That's quite a face to draw a nose on a piece of paper. In my eyes, you're nothing. Zhou Tong stood up and confronted him with a sharp expression. Save me. Save me quickly, master. I feel so much pain. I'm going to die. Tang Qi's even more miserable voice came from the high platform, causing Chen Linger's expression to tremble. Don't make me hate you. You can't afford this responsibility if something happens to junior brother. Come with me now. As her words fell, she was about to use force, and one hand grabbed at Zhou Tong's shoulder. Do you think I'm dead? The little demoness immediately became enraged and blatantly struck out, matching Chen Linger with a blow. Palm winds swept across the room. Thunderbolts and thunderstorms. Chen Linger unexpectedly fell completely into the wind and was shaken out. How is that possible? Her face was shocked. She couldn't accept this kind of result. Before, the two people's strength was obviously similar. Even if there was a slight gap, it was only a thread. Why was it so much worse now? The little demoness was also a bit surprised, followed by a happy smile as if she had thought of something. In the past few days, she had been sparring with Zhou Tong, who had preached and explained to her, allowing her to progress more than one step in her comprehension of the Acacia heavenly skill, and by now, she could easily overpower Chen Linger. Enough! Suddenly, Emoliosu's cold voice came out, and immediately afterward, a thick pressure came down on his head, precisely pressing on Zhou Tong and the little demoness. To the rescue! Emolusu looked down at Zhou Tong, giving orders as before. In what capacity are you talking to me? Zhou Tong looked up at the other party with a mocking expression on his face. His unassuming look was not like he was the one being suppressed. It was more like he was scrutinizing Emoliosu, to tear apart her lofty disguise. I'm ordering you as a strong man. Emoliosu's face changed several times, and the words he uttered were chilling all over. The crowd knew that this woman was going to completely flip out. The strongest in the world of martial artists are honored. As long as they are strong enough, they can dispose of the weak at will. This is the law of heaven. However, Zhou Tong smiled even more broadly. The other party was at his wit's end. Do you think you can be the only one? Zhou Tong said sarcastically. Controlling you is quite enough. Not necessarily. Zhou Tong was fearless, and as soon as his words fell, someone stepped across the room. Emoliosu, you're at least a spokesperson of the Jade Clearance sect. Don't you feel ashamed to force a teenager in such an underhanded manner? The person who spoke was none other than Ing Xiaoxian, who had a one-sided relationship with Zhou Tong. Zhou Tong had an excellent view of this person and expected in advance that this person would jump out to help him out. The reason was very simple. This person was a gentleman who could really judge the situation. Not only could he see the nasty behavior, but also could see the value of Zhou Tong. At this time, if not to do a favor to the water, what to wait for? This is our Jade Clearance sect's matter. It's better for Elder Ring to stay out of it. Emoliosu's face changed slightly. This person's outburst put her in an awkward situation of dilemma. You're wrong again. Zhou Tong has long since stopped being a disciple of the Jade Clearance sect. Ing Xiaoxian mercilessly made up for it, determined to embarrass the other party. Facing this person, Emoliosu did not have the qualifications to be tough. Fine. Since Senior wants to protect this sinner, I'll take a step back. Her chest rose and fell as she forced herself to look at Zhou Tong. Don't you just want favors? Present your conditions. Wouldn't that have been nice? Zhou Tong looked around and pointed his finger at Chen Linger, Ge Hongqiu, and Jiang Yuyo. You, and you, get down on your knees and beg me. In addition, I also want the Jade Clearance Sect 7-star Blue Blood Lotus. Chapter 17. Zhou Tong, kneel down for master. What a big mouth. You really dare to daydream. Emoliosu and Chen Linger's faces immediately turned ugly. Ge Hongqiu and Jiang Yuyo, on the other hand, were directly furious, pointing at Zhou Tong's nose and cursing. They can't accept either of these two conditions. For many years, they all looked down on Zhou Tong from the bottom of their bones, and in their eyes, Zhou Tong was not even as good as a slave. Making them kneel towards Zhou Tong was worse than killing them. You don't need to be delusional about the 7-star Blue Blood Lotus. That's the clan's holy relic. It's the only one of its kind. It's of infinite value. It's not something you're qualified to get your hands on, Emoliosu said icily. As for letting them kneel to you, I can only say that you can't afford it. Change another condition. Ha, Jotong couldn't help but sneer. Do you think I'm discussing with you? Wrong. This is a notice and an order. You can only choose to do it or not. There is never an option to replace it. Are you threatening me? Mo Lushu exuded a dangerous aura. That's for sure. Can't you see it's that simple? Jotong responded without flinching, causing his heart to lightly tremble. This teenager was actually so rigid. It seemed that hating someone could really last forever. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Do you really think we can't rule you? I won't submit to you even if I kneel a dog. Go Hongqiu and others could not bear it. In the past, Jotong how dare to be so arrogant. He did not even dare to put a fart. Then you'll just have to wait for your beloved little master to turn into a dead dog. I've got plenty of time on my hands and he won't last long, Jotong said easily. At this moment, Tang Chi was in deep water. His skin cracked, like a bloody man, almost dying. However, Joe informed that this guy did not die so easily. In his previous life he was not only favored by fate, but also had a powerful soul hidden in his body, with many cards. But today, in full view of everyone, if he used his bottom card, on the one hand, it would be easy to be exposed, and on the other hand, it would be extremely consuming, and he would definitely not make a move until he had no choice. Hearing these words, Emoliosu's face changed again and again. His heart had already been burning with anger. Did you think I would readmit you as a disciple after you killed 7? Spare me. Even if goods like you were to beg me on your knees to worship me, I wouldn't be able to look at you right now. Jotong unceremoniously disliked him back without leaving a trace of mercy. Fine, since this is your choice. I hope you won't regret it later. Emoliosu took a deep breath and his gaze became merciless. She turned to the 3 female disciples beside her and said, I accept your conditions. Master. Jian Yuyo and Gu Hongqiu's faces changed drastically. Do you really want us to kneel down and worship this trash? What? Not willing? Or do you want to watch Tang Chi die? So that's how you guys feel about him. Jotong laughed from the sidelines, causing a few people's faces to change, but immediately afterward, Jian Yuyao revealed a mocking expression. I see. You're jealous of junior brother and want to see just how far we can go for him. Then I'll tell you better. You can't even compare to a single hair of junior brother's head. Trash like you. Even if you die right away we won't care, and in order to save junior brother, we can even dispense with our dignity, she said in a self-motivated manner, then sharply knelt down towards Jotong with a teasing look on her face. Seeing this scene, Jotong only felt speechless, revealing an expression that was even more disgusting than eating half a kilogram of flies. It seems like you've been talked about by senior sister to the point of pain. You're so pathetic, always comparing yourself to junior brother but never being able to compare. With that, she knelt down as well, as if it were an honorable thing to do. Chandlinger followed suit, and the moment her knees touched the ground, she still acted high and mighty, as if she was rewarding Jotong. Looking at these 3 faces with abstract expressions, Jotong slowly raised his hand with an odd smile. Snap, pop, pop, 3 slaps for everyone. Not too damaging and extremely insulting. Get your eyes off me. It's disgusting. You hit me again. And twice. How dare you? Chandlinger couldn't believe it. Jotong was clearly in love with her, but he still dared to do this. This kind of tactic to draw her attention was too despicable. She swore in her heart that she would definitely not give Jotong a good face in the future. Pow! Jotong was unceremonious and rewarded her again. Ugly man. As he spoke, he wiped his hands with a handkerchief, as if he had been stained with something dirty. Seeing this scene, Chandlinger only felt that she had been humiliated by the heavens, and could no longer hold herself together as a mouthful of blood spurted out. Have you made enough of a scene? Emoliosu asked with an icy voice. Of course not. Hand over the 7-star blue blood lotus and don't make me say it a second time. Humph. This time Emoliosu did not hesitate, and with a wave of his hand, a 7-colored lotus flower appeared out of thin air and flew in front of Jotong. The crowd stared wide-eyed, many of them gazing at the lotus flower with greedy faces, itching to directly take possession of it for themselves. This is a rare holy thing in the world. Not only can you grow your cultivation, there is even the effect of living and dying. Each petal is worth a lot of money. It's really good and refreshing. Keep it well. Jotong casually handed it over to the little demoness and gave her a wink. The little demoness understood and put the lotus flower into her spatial ring, while crushing a jade pendant without a trace. Now you can repair the formation, right? Emoliosu urged. That's natural, Jotong said easily. This was difficult for others but easy for him. Only a brilliant light emanated from his brow, and immediately afterward, it transformed into ripples visible to the naked eye, spreading out towards the high platform. It's a mental fluctuation. Hiss. Ing Shaoxian sucked in a mouthful of cool air, and other than him, the people around him had no color in their faces and didn't notice the mystery at all. This spiritual power seems to be plain, but it is extremely long, hiding an indescribable greatness that is difficult to be detected by those who do not have a high level of Taoism. The effect was obvious. Under the washing of this spiritual light, the broken formation was actually restored at the same time, and the eye of the heavenly Tao above the dome of the sky also returned to normal. Boom! A moment later, magnificent ripples of sword Tao surged out from Tang Chi's body, clearly producing a qualitative leap and breaking through a certain limit. Ha ha, I've made it. He laughed out loud, and along with the disappearance of the eye of the heavenly Tao, the injuries on his body were instantly healed. Good. Worthy of being my disciple. Emoliosu finally let out a sigh of relief before looking at Zhou Tong and the little demoness, and in an instant, the air around him became much colder. Hand over the 7-star blue blood lotus and I can consider treating you lightly. When these words came out, there was silence all around. People knew that the Jade Clearance sect was planning to turn the other cheek. Chapter 18 Favoring the New Master. Emoliosu was jealous. You guys are going to go back on your word? The little demoness stared at Emoliosu, anger already in her voice. Going back on your word? Can't talk about it, you guys never had the qualifications to make a deal with me from the start. This is all just a stopgap measure, Emoliosu said without changing his face. I'll repeat, hand over the 7-star blue blood lotus, then kneel on the ground and wait to be sentenced. What if I say no? Zhou Tong rubbed his brow and said in a nonchalant manner, then I'll break you into pieces. Ge Hongqiu raised her eyebrows and said, weren't you arrogant just now? If you dared to force us to kneel, you should have expected to end up like this. Cut the crap. It's time to teach this trash a lesson. Jiang Yuyo was equally enraged, itching to put Zhou Tong to death. On your knees. Mo Lushu pressed down with one palm, like a 10,000-foot mountain, and landed on the shoulders of the two. The two men's bodies trembled wildly, almost hunched over, but they held on in an instant, preferring to bend. Are you trying to bully the Acacia sect? Or do you want to fight our master? The little demoness took a step out and operated the harmony heavenly skill, holding up a sea of red dust. Hearing this, Emoliosu was even more disdainful. Your master, is he talking about that oiled-up wastrel? Sounds of laughter came out from the surroundings, seemingly mocking the little demoness for being at her wit's end. A few days ago they could see clearly that the demoness was unable to protect herself and had long since lost her deterrent power. Humph, your wishful thinking is wrong. My master has already taken the Bodhi pill. Although it hasn't recovered to its peak, it's enough to deal with you. Big talk and bluff. Tang Chi stepped down from the high platform and looked down on Zhou Tong with an unprecedented sense of superiority on his face. Don't think that I don't know that you couldn't refine the Bodhi pill at all, and that you suffered an extremely heavy Dao injury because of it, or else you wouldn't have been so desperate to obtain the 7-star blue blood lotus. Hearing this, Emoliosu came to a realization. So that's how it is. You sinner not only want to save yourself, but you also want to save that demoness. It's just a pity that you don't have that chance. As she said that, her palms pressed down, and even more surging force came from her, to completely crush the Zhou Tong duo. Just at this moment, a soft cry like a phoenix's roar carried through the sky. Dare to hurt my disciple. How many lives do you have to pay for it? Only to see the light of the sky flowing, the wind and thunder whimpering, and invisible ripples rushing in at great speed, making Emoliosu bear the brunt. Boom! With a popping sound, her breath exploded, and her entire body was unsteady as she stepped on the void and retreated back and forth. The crowd felt a blur before their eyes and saw a fairy-like figure suddenly appear. Acacia sect patriarch. Demoness. Quite a few people stood up, addressing Moronia differently, their expressions tense to the extreme. The little demoness breathed a sigh of relief, thanks to Zhou Tong having guessed that this scene would happen and had her send a message in time. Otherwise she would have suffered a great loss today. Who dares to show off here? The Jade Clearance sect isn't a place where you can just wreak havoc. Several elders flew up and surrounded Moronia. A few old things dare to stand flush with me. So get lost. Moronia's long hair was dyed with snow as she directly activated the Jade Demon body. She looked like a different person, and her icy and austere aura came out like a tidal wave, making many people's hands and feet go cold. Back then, this female devil had picked over several sects with this kind of stance. Calm down. Have a conversation. The pupils of the Jade Clearance sect's elders contracted, sensing an aura of danger, hurting my disciple and telling me to calm down. Why don't you guys go to hell? Moronia was unkind. A hand seal was directly struck out, exploding in the void, and a horrifying ripple swept through the four directions, causing a few elders to be injured at the same time, and the 7 coincidences bled as they crashed down. The scene terrified the crowd. So powerful. Where are the signs of running out of gas? It seemed that this woman had really taken the Bodhi pill, and it was Zhou Tong who had refined it. It's impossible. You're clearly dying. There's no way that trash could have refined a 7th grade elixir. Tang Chi's face was grim, and he said with certainty. These words reminded quite a few people of the scene that day, when heavenly thunder and earthly fire had indeed appeared in the vicinity of Red Dust Mountain. I guess that's the vision triggered by the Bodhi Dan? At that thought, a dumbfounded look appeared on many people's faces. Tang Chi had already been shocked to be able to refine a 5th grade elixir. So what was Zhou Tong? Demon? Monster? It seemed that in the Dan Dao path, it wasn't that Zhou Tong couldn't compare to Tang Chi, but rather that Tang Chi didn't deserve to be compared to Zhou Tong. It's a fake. They must have gotten the Bodhi pill from some other source. Jiang Yuyo said. No one in the younger generation can surpass junior brother. That's right. That's the only explanation. Imoliosu adjusted his breath and confronted Morongya across the air. The scene of two peerless beauties standing across the sky was undoubtedly extremely eye-pleasing. However, there is still a gap between the absolute beauties. Imoliosu was like the bright moon in the sky, and Morongya, even the real moon would be eclipsed in front of her. The two sides compare favorably. Dare to hurt them? I'll make you pay. Morongya immediately changed her face and thundered about to strike. Humph. It's just a piece of trash that I casually threw away. Yet you treat it as a treasure. You're really hungry for it. Imoliosu's face changed slightly, but he still couldn't help but speak out sarcastically. Hearing this, Morongya unexpectedly withdrew her hand, and her gaze suddenly became playful. You're jealous? Joke. What do you have to be jealous of? More than enough. You're jealous that I'm stronger than you. Jealous that I'm more beautiful than you. And even more jealous that the little one has worshipped me directly after abandoning you. The smile on Imoliosu's face gradually tightened. Morongya was still gushing. You don't even know how much the little guy likes me as his new master. Every day he shushes me and cares about my injuries. Not only does he refine all sorts of spirit pills for me, but he also massages my body at night. Imoliosu secretly clenched her fists. Her cheeks already slightly reddened. However, Morongya has a single finger wrapped around her hair. Seemingly shy and seemingly satisfied, there is such an excellent and considerate little guy is really distressing. I have told him not to be so troublesome. And he even fears me. Alas, what can I do about it? Of course I'm going to spoil him. And whoever dares to bully him, I'm going to make it 1,000,000 times worse. Suddenly, Morongya's expression became incomparably sharp as she stared at the other party and said, I'm sure the little guy wouldn't treat you like this when he was under your door. If you want to blame it, you can only blame it on the fact that you're too ugly. A load of crap. He's obviously better for me. Imoliosu was completely enraged. His aura surged wildly and could not be contained at all. She wasn't angry because of Morongya's squeezing, but because she was really jealous. Lies don't hurt. The truth is the quick sword. She was jealous of Zhou Tong for being so respectful and caring to people other than her, which should have been a privilege that belonged solely to her, and no one else could take it if she didn't give it. What a surprise. Morongya's face was completely cold. He treats you so well yet you want to drive him away. You're really a... Chapter 19 Who is claiming invincibility? Which is claiming invincibility? Phew! A gust of wind blew through, pointing straight at Morongya. It was actually that Mo Lushu who couldn't hold back and directly struck out. She's in a hurry. Morongya's face smiled even more. Her snowy hair flew when she probed her palm. I know you're in a hurry, but hold your horses. In a flash of lightning, the two of them went head to head. Imoliosu came fast and went even faster. The whole person was disliked and flew out, smashing on the high platform. The 9-story high platform collapsed in a moment. Terrifying chi flowed and filled the air. Smoke and dust flew, and the 81 disciples on the stage looked like they were locked up, and for a moment, they were unable to escape. Help! Elder White Crane exclaimed, seeing that those disciples were about to be buried under the dust. Just then, Zhou Tong struck. Hop! Just by clapping his hands, the 81 subformations merged into the main formation, instantly cutting through the breath blockade. This moment of effort brought life, and those disciples simultaneously exerted their strength and broke free without a single casualty. Many thanks to senior brother for saving my life. They knelt down on one knee and bowed reverently towards Zhou Tong. There is no need. I am no longer your senior brother. Zhou Tong's words of desperation caused an extra ray of gloom to appear in the eyes of these disciples, but immediately afterward, only sincere gratitude remained in their eyes. The crowd was shocked. The speed of Zhou Tong's strike just now was too fast, and his methods were too profound, making them all puzzled. More critically, they were unable to tell Zhou Tong's strength, like he had no cultivation, or like he was at the peak of the soul-splitting realm. In short, it was confusing. Only one thing was certain. Zhou Tong had no Dao injuries on his body at all, and he was still strong. This caused the geniuses of the other sects to tremble. Could it be that they were going to be suppressed by this person again in this 100-sect assembly? Unproductive things. It was his master who put you in a crisis. So why do you need to worship him? Only a boom was heard, the dust exploded, and a wretched silhouette slowly appeared. Emolyosu's hairpin was in disarray, a strand of blood hung from the corner of her mouth, and her breath became much shorter. Once again, people witnessed Morongya's toughness. This woman was not something that could be touched by her peers despite carrying Gao injuries and heart demons. You think you're going to win? Emolyosu took a deep breath and said in defiance. You can go on. I'm only using one hand. Morongya scornfully said, causing Emolyosu's chest to rise and fall, several times wanting to fight again. Wait. Just then, Tang Chi suddenly intervened between the two. 7 Get out of the way. It's dangerous here. There's no need to worry. Master, I have my own solution. Tang Chi laughed harmlessly, turning his head to look at Morongya, his expression becoming serious again. Elder Morong, today is my ceremony to pay respects to my master. Yet you forced your way into my sect and injured my master. Even if you're a strong person, I'm going to seek justice. As the words fell, he turned the heavenly Dao sword and aimed it at Morongya. I'm going to challenge your disciple to a kendo challenge, and if I win, you'll have to apologize to my master. Snort. Morongya sneered. You err. Teach him to behave. Yes, sir. The little demoness leapt into action, taking a step out, her near-transcendent aura causing Tang Chi's face to change. The person I want to challenge is not you, but him. He pointed his sword at Zhou Pass. I originally respected you as my senior brother, but you joined with outsiders to injure my senior. Today I'm going to seek justice for my senior. If you're not a coward, then take the fight. You're hilarious. The little demoness wore a mocking face, having just received the baptism of the heavenly Dao, turning around to challenge someone whose cultivation has been abolished. Who exactly is the coward? Humph, don't talk about these useless things. Strength is honored in this world. If he's afraid, just say so. Don't keep hiding behind a woman's back and make people laugh. Emolyosu also chimed in, looking at Morongya. Don't you think highly of this sinner? How come you don't even have the guts to make him fight? Did you realize that he was originally a rotten log? Hearing this shameless comment, Morongya's breath rose once again. Are you guys good at talking? Then let's see whether it's your mouths or my fists that are tough. I advise you not to be too unbridled. This is the Jade Clearance sect. If I summon the Supreme Elder, you will also die horizontally here. Before that, I can crush you 10 times too. Master. Jotong suddenly held Morongya's arm and calmed her down. Little one, it's about time for me to make a break. I'll take this kendo match. When these words came out, Tang Chi almost laughed up at the sky. I didn't expect that this trash actually took the bait. The ring sword has no eyes. Even if he misses and kills him, others have nothing to say. This time, he was going to completely crush Jotong. The crowd also looked over expectantly. They couldn't see Jotong's cultivation, but as long as they did the hands-on sparring, Jotong wouldn't be able to hide it. Little fellow, you have to be careful. Morongya sensed Jotong's persistence and did not dissuade him, but only instructed with concern. Don't worry, I won't lose. As the crowd watched, the two turned towards the ring, and the moment they got close to each other, Tang Chi revealed his true face. From today onwards your era is officially over. I'm going to let you see the strength of the number 1 sword Dao practitioner of the younger generation. The corners of Jotong's mouth rose, and before he could speak, a bright female voice arrived with the wind. What a big mouth! Who dares to call themselves invincible? And who dares to say they are undefeated? This girl is here to meet you. In the next moment, only sword chi flew, and a purple-clothed figure appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The other girl looked like a young girl, with a sword at her waist, valiant, and drew gasps from the crowd just after her appearance. It's Long Lingyun. It's amazing that she's here as well. Legend has it that she's obtained the Sword Saint's inheritance and has already integrated it. A truly unfathomable one. Someone revealed the origin of this woman, causing countless gasps of surprise. I also heard about it. Often heard that her sword talent is unique in the world. Not to mention the same generation. Even the old generation of strong people are not her opponent. If these 3 people discuss the sword, the victory or defeat is not easy to say. While the crowd whispered, Long Lingyun stepped onto the ring first, facing Jotong and Tang Chi. Just after a single glance, a look of amazement appeared on Tang Chi's face, and his mind hit the floor. Are you two very powerful? This girl happens to have itchy hands. Whether you come one by one or together, I'll accompany you. The crowd was immediately interested. This girl was really confident, so she must have good strength. Just let me go first. I won't be too late to clean him up after I've dealt with you. Tang Chi took a step forward and said with poise, You think you can beat me? I don't think I'll lose. If I win, the girl has to promise me a condition. How about joining the Jade Clearance sect? It's a deal. I do hope you don't lose too badly. Long Lingyun was spirited, his brows coalescing with invincible conviction. Zhou Tong had already retreated from the ring as he frowned, always feeling that there was something familiar about this woman's sword intent. Sword Saint, I remember. This Long Lingyun turned out to have obtained his inheritance. A magnificent figure emerged in Zhou Tong's mind. It was none other than the Sword Saint himself, and the two had fought in their previous lives. The reason why he could remember it was because the Sword Saint's original body had lasted a full 3 moves before losing in front of Zhou Tong, who had nearly become a Taoist. Chapter 20 Killing Tang Qi in a Second. Above the ring, Long Lingyun and Tang Qi faced each other. Before the two of them even started, a cold sword aura filled the surroundings, chilling the bones of the crowd. What a strong aura. It looks like they're chess rivals. There's going to be a great duel today. Nonsense. Junior brother is much stronger than this woman. The fight will be over soon. Ga Hongqiu said brainlessly, gazing at Tang Qi with nothing but infatuation and adoration in her eyes. Can't be careless. This woman is really something. Chen Linger's face was grave. Among the people present, her sword Dao cultivation was also among the top, and she had also been baptized by the heavenly Dao, so she had seen more than ordinary people. The little demoness came to her senses as well, sizing up the woman on the stage, her right hand constantly opening and closing and clenching. This was treating the other party as an imaginary enemy now, simulating the confrontation in his mind. In terms of swordsmanship alone, I'm not as good as her. After a few moments, the little demoness came to a conclusion and looked at Zhou Tong again. Who do you think will win? The eyes of the crowd all looked over. Even if Zhou Tong's cultivation was ruined, he was at least a former king of the younger generation, and his eyesight was very much within his reach. What can a wastrel know? Only claptrap. Jiang Yuyo said coldly from the side, and the little demoness glanced at her, instantly shutting her up. Right at this moment, Zhou Tong suddenly spoke. This is a fight without suspense. The winner will be decided within 3 moves, and the result is a crushing defeat for Tang Qi. A stone stirred up 1,000 waves, and the crowd clamored, looking at Zhou Tong in disbelief. This can't be possible. Not only is Tang Qi a top genius, but he's also baptized in the sword Dao. Among the younger generation, those who can beat him by a single move may not even exist. Someone said in disbelief, I think you're crazy with jealousy. It's so ugly and laughable. Chen Linger's tone was mocking, still holding a grudge for the slap, and verbally suppressing Zhou Tong. Chen Linger, I have to say that your talent is really mediocre. I shouldn't have helped you hold the invocation of the heavenly Dao ceremony in the first place. After all, even if that kind of chance was given to a pig, the pig would get a pair of bright sword eyes, and wouldn't be an open-eyed blind. Zhou Tong looked at the other party with nothing but contempt in his eyes, causing Chen Linger to be furious with shame. Enough, Emoliosu said contemptuously. You're not qualified to evaluate Linger. Zhou Tong was not afraid in the slightest, confronting him. The first time I heard that evaluating garbage still requires qualifications. As a waste, she at least did one thing well. That is, she learned to self-categorize. Garbage has to stay with the garbage people. The moment these words came out, it was like a thunderclap in the 9th heaven, exploding on the heads of all the people. Zhou Tong was scolding everyone under Emoliosu's door in one breath. Emoliosu's pupils contracted. In this moment, her body temperature rose rapidly. She could no longer tell if it was anger or shame. She only felt a throbbing pain in her heart. It wasn't like this. It shouldn't be like this. Originally Zhou Tong looked at her with nothing but respect and admiration in his eyes. There was a time when whenever she was upset and exhausted, the sight of those eyes would calm her down and all her doubts and confusion would dissipate. And now, Zhou Tong had only disgust and mockery in his eyes for her, but he had transferred all his tenderness to someone else. It's not right. It shouldn't be. Emoliosu was serene on the surface, but inwardly he was in a struggle. Inside her, it was like two wills were hedging against each other. The desire to be cared for on one side, and the pride to stay above the fray on the other. And it was overwhelming. Boom! A violent fluctuation emanated from the ring, pulling everyone's minds back. Tang Qi took the lead as he held the heavenly Dao sword, gathering the aura of heaven and earth and transforming it into a 10-foot giant sword that slashed down vertically. The scene caused the crowd to tremble, transporting heaven and transforming the Tao, transmuting things to the spirit. This was an extremely high realm that could only be grasped by a powerhouse who had crossed the transcendent divide and stepped into the heaven-shattering realm. Yet Tang Qi had easily made it out. Now let's see how that woman can still block and defeat junior brother within 3 moves. It's just a joke. Jiang Yuyo scoffed. In her opinion, this move would determine the winner, and she was already thinking in her mind how to humiliate Zhou Tong. But the next moment, her expression froze abruptly. Only Long Lingyun's eyes were clear as he gripped the ancient matching sword in his hand and gently swung it forward. In a flash, the wind and thunder were loud, and another huge sword came out of the sky, again turning things into a spirit, which made people cry out. The blades of the swords interlocked, and electricity flashed and thundered. The vertical and horizontal sword chi weaved and swept, and even the clouds in the sky were shattered and fragmented. Tang Chi's face was grave. He finally got serious after the test. This Long Lingyun was indeed not simple. However, his expression remained confident, already assured of victory. Miss Long, if you can't take it next, just admit defeat before it's too late. I can stop in time. Only to see him take a step back and leap into midair. Countless bright lights emerged behind him, as brilliant as a river of stars. The stars of the heavens. This was his master sword move, out of which he was sure to win. And among his peers, almost no one could retreat in one piece. The crowd was dumbfounded, only to see the stars dropping down from the sky, illuminating the 4 fields and the 8 wildernesses, leaving no place to hide. This is simply the pinnacle of swordsmanship, and has already touched the threshold of potential. In sword cultivation, the art is full of potential, and the breakage of the potential becomes the Tao. Sword art, sword power, and sword path represented the level of cultivation. Under the heavens, there were only a handful of strong people who could comprehend sword power, and as for sword path, it was only a legendary existence. It's over. Long Lingyun is powerless. Some people said with certainty, the battle to this point has no suspense. Facing the peak of the sword art of a blow, unless the comprehension of the sword momentum, or else can only be a fish and meat. At this moment, people once again coincidentally saw Zhou Tong, wanting to see how he would explain. It is indeed time to end it. Zhou Channel. The words did not fall. The situation on the stage quickly reversed, only to see Long Lingyun swabbing both of his fingers over the sword. An aura of mighty power steeply erupted. The crowd only felt creeped out, as if they were suspended over their heads by sharp swords, and could lose their lives at any time. Not only that, the stars of the heavens that were transformed by that sword chi also trembled, and then shattered in a series of pieces, eventually turning into nothing. Sword power. No way. Old me won't be wrong. Everywhere. Everywhere. Indestructible. Invincible. This is called sword power. Chop. Long Lingyun flicked a wave at the front, and despite the fact that the 2 sides were separated by more than 10 feet, Tang Chi was struck by lightning, and like a bird with a broken wing, he fell to the ground spitting blood. The winner is already decided. Dare to hurt my senior brother. I'll make you pay for your life. Da Hongqiu screamed and was about to charge up, but suddenly she met Long Lingyun's eyes and was so frightened that she almost lost her incontinence. I lost. Tang Chi climbed up and said with an unwilling face. He lost without any suspense simply because he had stumbled upon the dimensional descending strike. Although Miss Long's sword Dao is strong, it may not be a match for me in a real battle. Hearing this, Long Lingyun didn't even bother to reward him with a glance. She'd seen a lot of screaming from the defeated. Tang Chi's face changed slightly, but he saw that Long Lingyun had already faced Zhou Tong. Next, it's your turn. Chapter 21, Thwarting Long Lingyun with one move. It's finally my turn. Zhou Tong couldn't wait in general and leapt onto the ring. After seeing my strength, instead of running away, you want to approach me? Long Lingyun said with some surprise. How can I kick your ass if I don't get close? Zhou Tong said nonchalantly, smoothly ingesting the red dust sword at the little demoness waist. Show this woman some color. I won't spare you if you lose. The little demoness waved her pink fist and said, it's a guaranteed win. Zhou Tong responded with a relaxed face. What a big mouth. You really have enough self-importance. Tang Chi directly mocked. Even I'm not her opponent. In your place you wouldn't even be able to catch a single move. The crowd nodded in agreement. It wasn't that he felt Zhou Tong was too weak, but Long Lingyun was too strong. Ignoring the thoughts of the crowd, Zhou Tong stared straight into Long Lingyun's eyes and felt a hint of clear stupidity. Can you read? Zhou Tong asked, but it immediately annoyed Long Lingyun. Don't say these useless things. We are having a sword fight. Looking at this appearance, Zhou Tong already had an answer in his heart. No wonder Long Lingyun was able to master the sword momentum. So it turned out that she possessed the legendary wordless wisdom root. Those who hold this wisdom root are born illiterate, but they can look at the shape and know the meaning. Look at all the images and have an epiphany. And look at the classics and grasp the essence, which can be called the antithesis of heaven. That old bastard, the sword saint, was this kind of physique? And I didn't expect his heir to be the same. What are you looking at? How dare you get distracted when you're competing with me? How dare you? Long Lingyun made a move, only to see her eyes flashing, her wordless wisdom root operating, opening her sword eye. Suddenly, Zhou Tong turned into a bunch of dead lines in her eyes, unable to see a trace of the flow of sword chi. This is clearly an ordinary person who doesn't know how to use a sword. It really made me look forward to this for nothing. Long Lingyun was immediately disinterested and was about to casually end the battle. Just then, Zhou Tong pulled the starter. Long Lingyun immediately froze. and it seemed as if a million thunderbolts exploded in his mind at the same time. This was a sign of extreme danger, and without saying anything, she prepared to run her sword power. However, it was already too late. Jotong seemed to have turned into an abyss. His frame was unblemished. Long Lingyun couldn't help but tremble. His body was like carrying tons of boulders, completely suppressed by the stronger sword power. I can't even fight back. She was horrified in her heart, and only now did she realize that Jotong was not ignorant of the sword, but was clearly unfathomable to the extreme. It's going up. Jotong finally made his sword, only to see the light of the sword like water, drifting across her throat, while she was like a puppet and could only be allowed to do as she wished. Light and shadow shifted, and the two figures intersected, their backs facing each other, and everything returned to calm. There was dead silence all around, and you could hear a pin drop. Can't read a confused face. Sweat it out if you can read it. How did it turn out? Who actually won? Someone asked in a confused voice. This is the strongest sword I have ever seen. Plain but unsurpassed. After a long time, an old man murmured, his voice filled with contempt. The strongest sword. Whose is it? There were still people pursuing the matter, but they saw that Long Lingyun in the ring had already kneeled on one knee. I lost. Completely. She admitted it with her own mouth, telling the strength of the victory. The crowd actually felt a little breathless as they watched her disoriented appearance. What kind of failure could have made it so decadent? There must be a wide gap with no chance of winning. I don't believe it. Some people jumped in and questioned the absurdity of the scene. That's right. This must be a fake. This is an act. How can an invalid do this? Go Honchyo screamed, his eyes bloodshot as he stared at Jotong, as if he was looking at an undying enemy. It's bound to be true without a doubt. His sword power is even stronger, far beyond Long Lingyun. It's just that you guys didn't notice it. Ing Xiaoxian opened his mouth, ruthlessly slapping the faces of those who questioned. Tang Chi's face turned blue, no longer able to maintain that innocent image, a violent aura rising from him. The person who had killed him in a single move was killed by Jotong in a single move. This was truly a sound crushing. People then realized that even if Jotong was wasted, his peak height was not something that could be surpassed casually. Some of the sects that did not deal with the Jade Clearance sect were even more undisguised, and the disciples and elders under their sects laughed outright. They only felt that the top management of the Jade Clearance sect had their heads caught in a toilet. Otherwise it would be impossible for them to make such a brain-dead decision to expel Jotong from the sect. The way of the sword is nothing more than a minor path. The only thing that matters is hard power, Emoliosu said in a cold and hard tone. The Jade Clearance sect will never be able to take in a scum who harbors a secret scourge, much less one another invalid. Hearing this, Tang Chi finally calmed down. Emoliosu was right. Jotong was already ruined. So who was he to fight with him? In an instant, he resumed his toehold, certain in his mind that if it was a normal fight, Jotong would definitely not be a match for him. Jotong shrugged his shoulders, not caring what anyone thought. The farce was over and it was time to leave. He didn't want to stay here for even a second longer. Wait. Just then, Long Lingyun called out to him. Something? According to the agreement, I'm going to join your clan after losing to you. When these words came out, the crowd's hearts were again stirred. This Acacia sect is going against the heavens. A female devil, a little demoness, a former number one of the younger generation, plus Long Lingyun. Is this Acacia sect going to be a monster nest? Girl, don't mistake yourself. They're not a proper sect and they're about to exterminate the sect. If you want to ask for the peak of martial arts, it's best to stay in the Jade Clearance sect. We'll give you the finest resources. An elder stood out and persuaded, instantly provoking countless contempt. The Jade Clearance sect's abacus beads were crashing into their faces. Hearing these words, Long Lingyun looked back and swept his gaze over Emoliosu and her group of disciples. Sorry, I'm not good at hooking up, and I'm even less interested in the weak. These words directly ignited the anger of the entire Jade Clearance sect. It's pointing at their noses and calling them vegetable and bad and showing no mercy. Ignoring the expressions of the crowd, Long Lingyun arrived in front of Morongya and knelt on one knee. Senior Morong, I wonder if Senior will have the honor of worshipping under you. To have wondrous talents and to nurture them is my wish. Morongya smiled happily and without a moment's delay, he directly accepted his disciple. It's just that you'll have to suffer. My Acacia sect has long been in decline, and counting you there are only 3 disciples. Wouldn't that be better? Long Lingyun was jubilant, pointing at Zhou Dao. In this way, I can always look for him to spar with him on Sword Dao. Ahem. The little demoness coughed twice and her face instantly became serious. It's fine to join us, but you have to abide by the rules. From today onwards, I'll be your senior sister and Jotong will be your senior brother. Got it? Understood. I will honor you. No, 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 you can disrespect mine, but you can't harass your senior. Long Lingyun's face changed slightly. I try my best. Also, you can't spar with him for more than 2 hours a day. Understood. Elder brother also needs to practice and rest. No. For the remaining 10 hours he will help me cultivate. This is what he swore. Chapter 22. You take the blame. I'll take the blame. The wonderful worship ceremony has come to an end. It wasn't the kind of excitement that the crowd thought it would be, but there was an alternative kind of excitement. Everyone was satisfied. Except for the people of the Jade Clearance sect. This was originally a moment for them to establish their authority, but they were roundly humiliated by Zhou Tong, an outcast, and lost both their honor and face. Tang Qi was even more annoyed to death. Watching Zhou Tong being surrounded by beauties, his demonic power nearly exploded. His own failure was frustrating enough. Zhou Tong's consummation was even harder for him to accept. Wastes will always be wastes. Even if they can be pleased with themselves for a while, they will eventually be reduced to stepping stones for me, because I am the master of this world. It's getting late. We should get back. Moronia smiled from ear to ear, dressed in a wide-sleeved long dress, carefully escorting the 3 beloved disciples, about to leave. You can't leave yet. Emoliosu suddenly opened his mouth, causing the crowd that was about to leave to pause for a moment. Return the 7-star blue blood lotus. Bah! Moronia spat on her face and left without looking back. The air between heaven and earth froze abruptly. Master, you are so handsome. I love you so much. Long Ling Yun was wrapped up in the void. His eyes filled with little stars as he looked adoringly at Moronia. What an unseen little girl. This is just where it's at. The more handsome ones are yet to come. Ha ha ha. Zhou Tong couldn't help but laugh out loud and exchanged glances with Moronia, like 2 foxes that had successfully stolen a chicken. Yo, you guys are so taciturn. I didn't realize that someone is also a newcomer to the old. And when you have a new disciple, you forget about the old one. The little demoness said with a mouth full of acid. Be good, you are, don't make a fuss. There's a big surprise. You'll know when we get back to the clan. The 4 of them sped along, crossing space, and soon returned to Red Dust Mountain. I really didn't expect that the formerly mighty Acacia sect would have fallen into disrepair to this extent. Looking at a barren mountain, Long Lingyun couldn't help but sigh. Soon, the few people arrived in front of the clan's gate, with only a worn-out plaque fluttering in the wind. Long Lingyun suddenly stopped and looked at the 3 words on the plaque, only to feel that it was full of beauty and couldn't help but open his mouth in admiration. What a heavenly reward! That's the Acacia sect. You really are illiterate. Even if you can't read, you should at least recognize numbers. The little demoness was stunned. Even though Zhou Tong had already introduced the wordless wisdom root to her, seeing it face to face still caused her to be exceptionally surprised. She's not faking it, is she? No. I've seen guys with worse conditions. Just after stepping into the sect, little demoness and Long Lingyun were alerted. Watch out. There's an unfamiliar scent. Someone's been here. The little demoness' face changed drastically, and she rushed out ahead of the others, heading straight for the clan's treasury. Zhou Tong and Morongya looked at each other and similarly followed. With a bang, the door to the storage room was slammed open, leaving nothing inside. Those damn robbers! The little demoness' face went white, her heart's joy gone. This was the last bit of the Acacia sect's home base, and more importantly, the elixir for refining the Bodhi pill had also been shunned, and in this way, they were unable to heal their master's heart demons. Don't worry, I know who did it, Zhou Tong said flatly, only to see that with a wave of his hand, countless tiny formations flew in from all directions, forming an image. I forgot that you're a formation expert. The little demoness was overjoyed, her hanging heart slowly falling to the ground. Since Zhou Tong had prepared for this, there wouldn't be any problems. At some point, she had begun to subconsciously rely on Zhou Tong. As he spoke, there were figures on the screen, only to see a few middle-aged men with extremely fast hands and feet, emptying the coffers in the blink of an eye, before and after only 10 breaths of time. Heh, they are all old acquaintances. The Jade Clearance sect has gone so far as to be underhanded, Long Lingyun said angrily. These people were the elders of the Jade Clearance sect, taking advantage of Morongya's departure to give the Acacia sect a run for its money. Outrageous. I'll go and settle the score with them. The little demoness was just about to act when Zhou Tong grabbed her wrist. Relax. Just give it to them if they want it. When did you get so generous? That's because someone is more generous than we are. Zhou Tong looked at Morongya and said, Master, give them the whole live. Okay. Only to see Morongya's long sleeves waving, as if showering the sky with stars, countless treasures flew out from her sleeves, piling up into a small mountain. The other 2 were directly dumbfounded, looking at this scene in disbelief. These treasures were full of pills, elixirs, and spirit stones, and their value was dozens of times higher than the lost portion. Bad woman, who did you rob? The little demoness subconsciously asked. Don't say it so harshly. It's called coming and going. If you dare to take a potshot at us, You should be prepared to be responded to. Morongya raised her delicate chin. While you were confronting the Jade Clearance sect, Master had long ago arrived first and gave them a run for their money. Master is mighty. The three men spoke in unison and worshipped. This time they were rich. Xian Huang Mountain. Yuqing sect. The other clans were all gone, and there was nothing left but a patch of chicken feathers. Mo Liusu, it's all you're doing. The White Crane Fairy snapped directly. I'm going to impeach you for utilizing the authority of the Patriarch to do whatever you want. If you hadn't driven away Zhoutong, we wouldn't have suffered such a strange shame today. The other elders were silent, each with a grave expression and complaints in their eyes. Be at ease. Everything is under my control. Mo Liusu calmly said. It won't take long for the Acacia sect to completely disappear. As soon as the words fell, a few elders stepped out of the crowd and presented the treasures they had searched for. Did you take the opportunity to get this from the Acacia sect? The others looked at each other, and many of them had joy in their eyes. These treasures were worth a lot. They didn't feel anything wrong. Under the rule of the weak and the strong, if they couldn't even guard their own treasures, they deserved to be destroyed. In that case, it's enough to make up for our losses, a few elders said with satisfaction. It's not good. It's not good. Right at this moment, a disciple stumbled over with a look of panic on his face. Slow down. This is the Jade Clearance sect. Even if the sky collapses, there are still people to take care of it. Mo Liusu said with dissatisfaction. Real Mo. The sky has really fallen. Our clan's treasure trove has been looted by someone else. When these words came out, everyone present was struck by lightning. You lie. I wouldn't dare to lie. If you don't believe me, the disciple tremblingly handed out a slip of paper. Mo Liusu took it and only glanced at it. His face quickly turned pale. It read, Morongya came here. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I don't share the same fate as you. She gritted her teeth and a mouthful of blood spurted out. I'm going to go to the enforcers and report the lack of merit of the Acacia sect, so they can remove the name of the Acacia sect. Chapter 23, Law Enforcement. I am Lord Morongya's dog. In the red dust cave of the Acacia sect, Zhoutong was sitting in meditation and practicing, a brilliant light emanating from his brow. This place had been transformed into a medicinal field, and he planted all the seeds of the spiritual medicines that he had snatched, while the 7-star blue blood lotus was planted in the center of the field as if it was the king of all herbs. Cultivation would grow naturally just by staying in this cave. The peak of the split soul realm is really somewhat worthless. Zhoutong murmured in his mind that he had to get stronger quickly. Breakthrough after breakthrough. Boom! Suddenly, a muffled thunder flashed in the void, and he abruptly opened his eyes and flew up, kicking a thunderbolt to pieces. This body is just too weak, Zhoutong said with a grave expression on his face. His spiritual power was comparable to the Emperor realm. His physical body could not match it at all. He was a complete and utter alien, and he was watched over by the heavenly Tao all the time. If this continued, not only would his cultivation be imprisoned, but his life would even be in danger. It was imperative to temper the physical body and strengthen it to the point where it was strong enough to harness spiritual power. However, quenching the flesh was no simple matter. Not only was it difficult, but it was also dangerous. The slightest mishap can leave flesh and blood crippled and a permanent dawning injury. Zhoutong didn't give a damn about this. The simplest and most efficient method was to invoke the heavenly Tao's thunder tribulation and strike the flesh with thunder to achieve strengthening. As for the risk, screw the risk of dying and pulling it off. Just surviving is pure profit. If one wanted to invoke a thunder tribulation, one would have to use heaven's Tao carved stones to set up a large formation. Hiss, the heavenly Tao carving stone seems to be very precious. I wonder if the Acacia sect has it. Go ask Master. Zhoutong thundered and was about to move. Just then, the little demon girl rushed in. Little bad guy is not good. The envoys of the enforcers have come to the door, threatening to revoke the qualification of the Acacia sect to establish a sect, and Master is confronting them. Hearing this, Zhoutong was suddenly startled. This law enforcement organization was extremely powerful, responsible for maintaining order and eradicating demonic ferociousness, with the power to manage and sanction all cultivators. In order to keep things running, the enforcer organization also issues a variety of missions on a regular basis. By completing quests, you will earn merit, with which you can exchange for all kinds of exotic treasures, and as a clan power, every cycle, you have to pay a fixed amount of merit to the enforcers, and if you are in arrears for a long period of time, the enforcers will disqualify the establishment of the clan. The Acacia sect has existed in name only for the past few years, so the law enforcers have never come to the door, and when this matter is brought up today, it is definitely not a small matter. Show me. Zhoutong's expression was grave, and it wasn't hard to guess that this was definitely the Jade Clearance sect up to no good. When they arrived outside the Acacia sect, the scene in front of them stunned both of them. I'm Lord Morongya's dog. The enforcer did come to the door, But the scene was different from what Jo Tong had imagined. He was only seen kneeling at Moronya's feet, his eyes filled with adoration and fervor. The name of a female devil is not for nothing. She can catch the moon in the 9 heavens, catch turtles in the 5 seas, and in between, she can charm people out of their wits. However, the soul flying away was only the limit of the other party's ability to endure, but not the limit of Moronya's charm. Master, stop it. Jo Tong had saved the enforcer's life with just a slight strike. These guys are bullying me too much. I'm not going to hand it over. Let's see what they can do. Moronya suddenly became like a gambling little girl, full of concern. She didn't have a good feeling about enforcers, having dealt with them decades ago with less than pleasant results. Don't make a scene. This is no joke, Jo Tong said with a serious face. The old monsters among the enforcers were not weaker than the peak Moronya, and they would be at a disadvantage if they touched them hard. After helping the enforcer's messenger up, the other party was still looking at Moronya with his eyes, his soul hooked. Elder, please go back and tell the honorable elder that tomorrow we will go and collect the quest and use it to pay back the merits owed. Well. I know. A certain family will certainly convey the place, and tomorrow quietly wait for the gentleman to come to the door. The other bounced away, taking 3 steps back and forth, fondly. Get out of here, Moronya said without a trace of anger, obviously scolded. The man smiled even wider and flew up into the clouds with satisfaction. Jo Tong was dumbfounded, not expecting this kind of difficult guy to turn into a licking dog when he ran into his master. Did you use the erythro dream on him? Jo Tong looked at Moronya and asked. Chilua Fantasy is the 3rd chapter of the Acacia Heavenly Skill, a supreme seduction technique. An ordinary person casting it could cause the charm value to skyrocket, and if it was cast by a stunningly beautiful woman herself, its lethality would be absolutely horrifying. Who let him have such a bad attitude? Of course I'm going to give him a piece of my mind. Jo Tong couldn't help but laugh bitterly. There really wasn't a wrong nickname. There was a reason why his own master was called a female devil. Master, I want to learn this move as well. It's much better than the sword technique. Lan Lingyun jumped out from nowhere. As a woman, and a beautiful woman at that, she was almost mesmerized by her master just now, and this move had already reached the realm of giving up without a fight. Just then, a white hand suddenly probed out and grabbed her ear. Think beautifully, the harmonious heavenly skill has already been imparted to you. If you want to practice this move, learn to read and write first. Follow me, the little demoness said nonchalantly, about to take away Lan Lingyun. Ah, pain, weren't you just soaking your feet in flower petals? How did you suddenly get behind me? Shut the up. The demoness blushed. Ever since the last time she had stomped on Jo Tong with her feet, she had acquired an additional habit of soaking her feet in flower petals. Little fellow, do you really want to go to Law Enforcement City tomorrow? Moronya asked with a frown. As he watched the two leave, Jo Tong's smile tightened. Master, do you know where there are heavenly Tao engraved stones? Hearing this, Moronya slightly froze and lightly laughed. Although Master doesn't know what you want to do. If you want to search for the heavenly Tao engraved stone, you really need to make a trip to Law Enforcement City. Is there one there? Jo Tong's eyes lit up. That's right. It needs to be exchanged for merit badges. In that case, we'll set sail tomorrow. Jo Tong thundered and made plans. Wait a minute, little guy. Suddenly, Moronya pressed his shoulders. Her fragrant lips fell in a deep kiss. Master you. Jo Tong's eyes widened, and before he could resist, he felt a majestic power enter his body from his lips. The soul-splitting realm breaks down, and the spirit-turning realm comes out. The breakthrough came in the water. This is just a thank you gift. Don't think too much about it. Master doesn't mean anything to you. Moronya ran away, and through his back, Jo Tong saw that the other party's earlobes were red. The next day, Jo Tong, Lan Lingyun and the little demoness marched towards Law Enforcement City. For the sake of the clan's survival, they had to be the hired help for a while. Moronya, on the other hand, stayed in the Harmony sect to prevent certain people from not speaking martial arts and stealing the family again. Soon the 3 of them walked into the law enforcement hall in pairs, where they could take on quests and gain merit. Just as I entered, I saw a familiar face, only to see Tang Chi and Shen Linger walking side by side, Tang Chi's face carrying a teasing look that was hard to hide. Senior brother, the taste of betraying the division is not pleasant, is it? Don't worry, this is just the beginning. I can assure you that you won't be able to earn even a single point of merit today. What you say doesn't count. As the words fell, Jo Tong's gaze crossed over to the enforcer who had boarded the door yesterday. I am the messenger in charge of receiving you. You can call me Luo-E. Luo-E opened the door and said, the Acacia sect has owed a total of 500,000 merit badges over the years. If you can't deliver half of the merit badges within 3 days, then there's no need for the Acacia sect to exist. Hearing this, the surrounding people were filled with shock. 500,000 merits would be equivalent to 5 million spirit stones if they were converted into spirit stones, and with such a value, it was close to catching up to the entire base of a small sect. Poor as the Acacia sect, absolutely cannot get such wealth. Was scrapped has been the nail in the coffin. It's not too late. Let's get started, Jotong said without a care in the world and was about to take the quest. Wait, the normal quests are gone. I've got something better for you. Luoi smiled playfully and with a wave of his hand a stone tablet fell down with the contents of the mission engraved on it. The crowd looked unanimously and simultaneously showed expressions of pity. The stone tablet was indeed filled with quests that could earn large amounts of merit, but one of the simplest of them was all about refining 6th grade pills, and with this kind of difficulty, it was definitely not something that a teenager would be able to accomplish. I told you, you won't get half the merit today. Tang Chi smiled icily, teasing written all over his face. Chapter 24, Comparing Alchemy. Who would humiliate themselves? Finished? Then there's no time to lose. We're going to start refining pills, Jotong said lightly, causing the smile on Tang Chi's face to tighten. Posturing, he mocked. You have already suffered a backlash from forcibly refining a 7th grade elixir before, and have long since become an invalid. So what qualifications do you have to be tough in front of me? As soon as these words came out, the people around them were first shocked, and then looked at Jotong playfully. Refining a 7th grade elixir? Just him? Doesn't even take a piss and look at himself. What do you mean you don't know what you're doing? This is it. Thinking your talent is higher than the sky, when in reality you're a loser. It seems that Fairy Mo has done a good job. It's better to throw away such a fellow before it's too late, or else he'll attract trouble sooner or later. In the face of the crowd's sarcasm, Jotong was not shocked or angry as he sat on the ground and took out the Dan furnace. It just so happened that the task list contained the refining of Bodhi Dan, which was right up his alley. A 7th grade elixir was worth 20,000 merit honors, and if all the elixirs on the task list were refined, not only would they be able to pay off their debts, but the remaining merit honors would even be able to buy a few Heaven's Path engraved stones. It's almost like 2 birds with 1 stone. The pills were put into the furnace, the divine fire was lit, and everything was carried out in an organized manner. Everyone around us shut up. That's the rule. And yet there are always people who want to break the rules, only to see Chen Linger walk up and condescendingly say, "Don't be facetious and pretend hard. Otherwise no one can save you from the attack of Dao injuries." Jotong was silent, as if he hadn't heard her words. "I'm talking to you. What's with the attitude?" Chen Linger was infuriated and only felt that Jotong was trying to catch him, reaching out to grab at his shoulders. "Get out." All that could be heard was a snap as the little demoness drew her scabbard and slapped her in the face. "Come any closer and I'll kill you." "Ah!" Chen Linger couldn't help but cry out in pain, her eyes filled with shock and anger. "You're doing him a disservice. Senior sister, we have nothing to say to these trash. Since he wants to humiliate himself, I'll fulfill him." The corners of Tang Chi's mouth rose, realizing that this was a good opportunity to trample Jotong. If the two concurrently concocted pills and Jotong failed while he succeeded, wouldn't his prestige skyrocket in a single step? With this thought, he also excitedly took out the Dan furnace and entered the state of refining. The scene instantly drew a crowd of spectators. Once a genius and now a genius going toe-to-toe. I wonder what kind of sparks can be created. Is there any need to look at this? One has the real stuff, the other is pretending. The result was already predetermined. As if to corroborate this person's viewpoint, half an hour later, a burst of Dan fragrance came out of Tang Chi's Dan furnace, refreshing the heart. Such a dense and pure Dan Chi. This is the 6th grade pill returning Yuan Dan, and it's of extremely high quality. A pill refining patriarch came over and nodded his head in approval. The crowd exploded. Worthy of being an all-passage wizard. A few days ago he was still a 5th grade Dan master. I didn't expect to break through so quickly. It's really shameful. It's done. Only seeing Tang Chi's eyes glowing, he slapped open the lid of the tripod, and a reddish elixir flew out. The color is pure. The Dan Chi is rich. It is indeed a top-grade Yuan returning Dan. The people marveled, and immediately afterward the sky turned cloudy, crushing the place. Oh my god, it's a Dan cloud. Some pill refiners shouted in horror. Refining a 6th grade elixir yet triggering a vision means that the quality of this elixir is already close to 7th grade. As soon as these words came out, everyone was all dumbstruck and looked at Tang Chi with incomparable awe. Mr. Tang is truly a supreme talent. For a while, there was a constant stream of ass-kissing voices, and there were quite a few people who were simultaneously belittling Jotong. Don't even look at what kind of a commodity you are. A waste of space only wanting to compare with Prince Tang. Might as well dream about it. Guys, don't disturb him. Don't blame us for failing later, Tang Chi said teasingly, looking at Jotong with unblinking eyes. Even Chen Linger shook her head at the side, seemingly disappointed to the extreme. A moment later, Jotong also opened his eyes. Done. He trailed off. What have you accomplished? How come there isn't even the slightest fluctuation of the elixir? Don't tell me you refined a 7th grade elixir. Someone rushed up. Incredibly mean. It is none other than the 7th grade pill Bodhi pill. When these words came out, the crowd looked at each other in disbelief and then laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, I didn't hear it wrong. He really dares to say that a 7th grade elixir is in existence capable of triggering heavenly thunder and earthly fire. Do we need to prepare ourselves so that we won't be killed by lightning? It better be. Jotong looked at the man and smiled vividly. Then let lightning strike me dead. The other ran straight out, opening his arms as if to embrace the sky. If I don't get struck by lightning, then you'll get through my pants. The crowd couldn't help but laugh again at this statement. Well, we'll see. Jotong smiled and slowly opened the furnace pot. Chapter 25, Shangwan Wuxia's Arrogance. The crowd held their breath, ready to mock. Tang Chi clasped his arms around his chest and also put on a look of watching the show. However, along with the opening of the Dan furnace, a sudden change occurred. Boom! Tang Chi's Dan clouds instantly dissipated, as if they had encountered something terrifying. How is that possible? Between the crowd's stagnation, dragons and snakes flew above the dome of the sky, and the earth cracked open, gushing out earth fires. No! The man who had just let out a cry of despair was directly swept by the heavenly tribulation and turned into ashes. It was natural to be targeted for desecrating the heavenly tribulation. It really is heavenly thunder and earthly fire. 7th grade elixir. He's a 7th grade elixir master. Some of the pill refining patriarchs' voices were hoarse, and their expressions were hideous as they looked at Jotong as if they had seen faith. The electric light intertwined, illuminating half of the teenager's face in a solemn and dignified manner. At this moment, no one dared to make a mocking sound anymore. Jotong hit everyone hard in the face with his strength. No way. That's definitely not true. Tang Chi's face was pale to the core. Just a moment ago he was a rising star being courted by the crowd, but now he was reduced to a pitiful accompaniment. 7th grade versus 6th grade. This was a descending crushing, not comparable at all. A few moments later the thunderbolt dispersed and the Bodhi-dan was presented to the crowd. Everyone was convinced that this elixir could be honored among the 7th grade. Chen Linger stood on the sidelines as if she had been struck by lightning, her heart beating hard. She stared at Jotong dead in the face as if it was the first day she knew this person. She had to admit that the figure of the teenager bathed in the light of the thunder had quietly pried at her heart. The elixir is done. The mission is settled. Jotong was not proud of himself and handed the elixir to Luo Yi, but the other party's face was hard to see. Miscalculation. He had already received Moliosu's instructions to drag down the Acacia sect no matter what, so wouldn't this be a lost cause? Next, I have to refine a 7th grade elixir. Hearing this, Luo Yi steeply stormed up and kicked the mission stone monument to pieces. I'm sorry, but those missions have been revoked as well. Chills immediately seeped out of Jotong's pupils. Even these quests are gone. So how are we supposed to earn merit? Long Lingyun asked sharply. Then we can only wait. 1 day without a mission, then you will wait 1 day. 1 year without, then you will wait 1 year. When these words came out, everyone realized that this person was in league with the Jade Clearance sect. Tang Chi also swept away the gloom in an instant and laughed openly. Ha, you need to have power to come out. So what if you can make pills? In the end, you still can't do anything. Just as he was about to enjoy Jotong's suffocating expression, a strong aura suddenly descended upon him. Whoever can save my daughter, I, Shangwan Wui, will have a generous reward. The crowd trembled. This Shangwan Wuxia was none other than the patriarch of the Shangqing sect, with an extremely high status and great power. He only saw that the other party looked anxious and was holding a pale girl in his arms. That was his daughter Shangwan Wui. His appearance attracted the alchemists present, and among them, there were many true sect masters. However, after probing, many masters secretly shook their heads. This child has been infected with a supreme water poison, and is extremely resistant to any elixir. The situation is treacherous. Shangwan Wuxia looked gloomy. He had heard this many times. Is my unsullied child really hopeless? I can save her, Jotong suddenly said, attracting Shangwan Wuxia's attention. Only a blood-red color was seen in his eyes, like a fierce beast ready to eat people. Kid, are you teasing me? Even the pill-refining patriarch can't do anything about it. So what can you, a yellow-mouthed child, do? Nonetheless, I can undo your Qinjin's water poison, but I have to use an extraordinary method. Jotong was just about to explain, but Tang Chi on the side looked flustered. He had foraged for great fortune. The ring he carried not only contained the souls of powerful people, but also a variety of pills, enough to dissolve the water poison. This was a good opportunity to perform, so how could he let it go? Senior mustn't listen to his nonsense. I have a 9 secrets wind and fire pill here, which can solve the burning danger of your Qianjin, Tang Chi said smugly while taking out the elixir. The entire law enforcement hall was filled with the fragrance of medicine, and the eyes of many alchemists lit up. This was an 8th grade elixir, precious to the extreme, an existence they could not hope for. Good, good, good. It's really heaven's help. If I can save Unsullied, no matter what request I have, old me will grant you, Shangguan Wuxia said excitedly, as if he had seen hope, and took the elixir and was about to give it to the girl in his arms. Wait, Zhou Tong hurriedly stopped it. I've already said that an extraordinary method must be used to save your Qianjin. Taking any pills will only make things worse. What kind of a thing are you that you dare to speak up here? Shangguan Wuxia stormed out. If you dare to mess up again, I'll shoot you on the spot. Hee, senior, you don't know. This person was once my senior brother. Because of his improper heart, he was expelled by my master, and now he has degraded himself by joining the Acacia sect. His words, it's best not to believe them. Tang Qi was fanning the flames, and as expected, a sneer immediately surfaced on Shangguan Wuxia's face. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Shangguan Wui took the elixir. Immediately afterward, the poisonous aura on her body quickly disappeared, and her face regained its rosy color, as if she was truly cured. How does it feel? Shangguan Wuxia asked the girl excitedly. Daddy, I feel better. My body is warm and cozy. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, but only Tang Qi's eyes flashed with cruelty. He wanted to take this opportunity to completely destroy Zhou Tong, so that the other party would never be able to turn around. Senior, the late generation has an unforgiving request. He arched his hand and said to Shangguan Wuxia, ha, old me owes you a great favor, so feel free to speak up if you have any conditions. I'll oblige without fail. Thank you, Elder. Tang Qi's face showed joy as he suddenly pointed at Zhou Tong. Elder, allow me. I used to respect this person immensely, but what he did is really too disappointing to me. Not only did he betray the clan, but he also colluded with outsiders to humiliate my master. Please help me punish this person with your hand. The surrounding people's faces changed. It seemed that Tang Qi was determined to fix Zhou Tong. 7. This is our own business. Why bother senior to intervene? Chen Linger didn't know which of her tendons was wrong and would actually speak for Zhou Tong. There's no need to say it. Even if little brother doesn't open his mouth, I won't let this kind of scum go unchecked. Shangguan Wuxia said coldly and sternly, taking a step towards Zhou Tong. The terrifying pressure rushed in like a mountain. Disuse your own cultivation. Slap your mouth 300 times and then break your own arm. Then today's matter will be settled. Otherwise, what else can you do to me? Zhou Tong was nonchalant, with pity and mockery in his eyes. This expression caused Shangguan Wuxia's heart to catch fire. You didn't even cherish the opportunity you were given. So don't blame me for being merciless. This is the law enforcement hall. You dare to show off your aggression here? The little Demoness and Long Lingyun simultaneously ran their breaths and shared the pressure with Zhou Tong. Long Lingyun looked at Luo Yi behind him, while the other party had a look of watching the show. Someone's trying to cause trouble here. Why don't you go call someone? Why should I call someone? There's nothing illegal here at all. Not to mention that you're the ones who cheated in the first place. So if you're going to be punished, you should be punished, he said with a face full of banter, causing people to suddenly remember that this person had also been bribed by the Jade Clearance sect. Let's see who can save you now. Shangguan Wuxia looked indifferent and was about to strike at Zhou Tong. 5. Zhou Tong was indifferent and suddenly started to report the number. Are you counting down your life? Shangguan Wuxia only felt incomparably amused. 4, 3, 2. What are you counting? Shangguan Wuxia frowned, and for some reason, a hint of hidden worry welled up in his heart. 1. After the countdown was completed, Zhou Tong sighed softly, and immediately after, a miserable scream resounded through the hall, causing Shangguan Wuxia to tremble. Unsullied. What's wrong with you? Chapter 26. Shangguan Wuxia kneeled down and begged. Chen Linger secretly felt remorse. Daddy, I'm hurting. I'm hurting. Shangguan Wui collapsed to the ground, her petite body struggling and twisting, eventually curling up into a ball. Only 3 colors of red, green and blue intertwined with each other on her body, representing fire, wind and water respectively. Instead of reaching equilibrium, these 3 forces went completely berserk and seemed to be about to tear this body apart. Unsullied. What's wrong with you, my child? Don't scare Daddy. Shangguan Wuxia roared miserably, his voice filled with heartache. The domineering look on his face instantly shattered. At this moment, he was like an injured old ape, clearly possessing supreme cultivation, but he fell 3 times in one step, rolling and crawling to pick up the girl. Somebody see what's wrong with my daughter, he yelled, and a pale alchemist came forward, and after checking it out, his face became extremely ugly. What's wrong? Shangguan Wuxia's heart sank and she only felt her hands and feet go cold. I'll be blunt then. Water poison into the lungs, fire poison into the heart, wind poison into the abdomen. The situation is extremely bleak. So, my daughter is 9 times dead. At these words, the old man shook his head slightly. 9 deaths is a euphemism. This situation is difficult for the gods to save. It's better to prepare for the aftermath. Shangguan Wuxie was struck by lightning, and immediately afterward, he looked at Tang Chi with a sword-like gaze. Didn't you say you could save my daughter? If anything happens to her, I'm going to make you pay. Tang Chi instantly sweated as he felt the scent of death. I don't know what's wrong. I should be fine after taking the potion. Maybe it's a side effect. Yes, it must be a side effect. Please take a deep breath. Dizziness is normal. Seek death. Shangguan Wuxie was furious, his breath transforming into thunder that fell on his head, instantly hitting Tang Chi hard and causing him to bleed from his 7 orifices. Elder, spare my life. I also did the wrong thing with good intentions. Tang Chi directly knelt down, begging for mercy without any dignity. Even if he had the soul of a strong person inside him, it was impossible to resist the furious Shangguan Wuxie. If this isn't the law enforcement hall, I'll shoot you on the spot. Zhou Tong looked at the farce in front of him, his face as flat as water. There's nothing more for us here. Let's go. After saying that, the 3 of them turned around and were about to leave. Big brother, save me. A trembling yet endearing voice came from behind, causing Zhou Tong to subconsciously stop in his tracks, turning back to look. It was actually Shangguan Wui reaching out her small hand, begging for help with a pleading face. A child is at her most perceptive at this time, and in a moment of life and death, she has a precise insight into who is the savior. Shangguan Wuxie finally came to his senses. Zhou Tong's previous advice was still in his ears, but it was a pity that he took it as a whisper. Kid, can you really save my daughter? What did you call me? Zhou Tong's eyes were devoid of emotion, only indifference that regarded human life as if it were grass. Even though Shangguan Wuxie was used to seeing life and death, he couldn't help but tremble when he thought about what he had just done. His gut turned green with remorse. Sir, please save my daughter's life. He bowed his noble head, his voice full of supplication. I refuse. Zhou Tong did not accept the salute and directly sat on the ground. Hearing this, Shangguan Wuxie's face unexpectedly showed a hint of joy. Zhou Tong refused without saying that he couldn't save it, so maybe there really was a glimmer of hope. Flutter! Under the horrified gazes of the crowd, the head of the Shinqing sect unexpectedly knelt down on both knees and bowed to Zhou Tong. I'm a foolish old man. Just now I was so eager to save my daughter that I couldn't see right from wrong and offended Mr. Please be merciful and show me the way to save my daughter's life. I'm willing to offer my liver and brain in return for the great kindness. Seeing this scene, the crowd was moved. This Shangguan Wuxie, although overbearing and pedantic, is not a true man. The most shocked is not Chen Linger. What kind of person is Shangguan Wuxie? Even Mo Liusu Si all have to respectfully salute, but now kneeling in front of Zhou Tong sobbing blood pleading, humble like a child. On the contrary, Zhou Tong did not change his face and even closed his eyes, as if this was all a matter of course. He, Zhou Tong, could afford to pay homage to this peerless powerhouse. Chen Linger couldn't help but be in a trance. Was this still the once obsequious and cautious senior brother? It seemed like a different person. Only now did she realize that Zhou Tong had truly changed. At that thought, she only felt a million panic attacks, originally thinking that Zhou Tong was trying to escape, but now, it seemed like she was really going to lose Zhou Tong. I don't want that future without you. I didn't mean to hang on to you, Her throat felt like it was stuck and her voice was so weak that no one could hear her clearly. Big brother, please save me. I'm not afraid of dying. I'm only afraid that if I die, father will be too lonely alone. The little girl knew what she was doing was heartbreaking, and when these words came out, Shangguan Wuxie howled and cried. This is the only flesh and blood left behind by his late wife, and he doesn't want to live if it's gone from him. With such a scene, the 2 girls beside Zhou Tong were moved by it, and Long Lingyun gave Shangguan Wuxie a wink, signaling him to beg the little demoness. One could only say that wordless wisdom was truly psychic, immediately grasping the main point, and amongst those present, the only one who could make Zhou Tong change his mind was the little demoness. Shangguan Wuxie really comprehended the situation, and with a sincere look, he prayed to the little demoness, Doll, I really can't do anything else. Help me out. I will be heavily rewarded after this is accomplished. The little demoness nodded in agreement and gently patted Zhou Tong's shoulder. Help! The children are innocent. Well then, for your sake. Zhou Tong stood up and reached out to pick up Shangguan Wui. It was this simple action that made Chen Linger's heart break. That demoness had only spoken a single word, not a discussion, not a request, and not even an order, and Zhou Tong had struck out for her. What kind of coddling and favoritism is this? Strong people threatening, like the wind on the face, honored to worship, like water without waves, the only emotional ties to make him look down. Originally this feeling belonged to her, but now she had thrown it away with her own hands. Oh my god, what did I miss? What on earth have I done? Chan Linger, you are simply the most foolish person under the heavens. She covered her face, tears slipping through her fingers, but no one cared. Sir, is my daughter still alive? Shangguan Wuxia stood up, but his body was still hunched over. No one laughed at his flattery. They only felt that his back was incomparably magnificent. It can be saved, just don't worry about it. As soon as the words fell, Jotong erupted with a spiritual power comparable to the Emperor realm, and he wanted to obliterate the toxicity with the most violent means. Such a terrifying energy was beyond the understanding of the crowd. They couldn't even perceive it, but they saw the little girl's expression finally soothing. Well, really well. Shangguan Wuxia was all excited, simply because the green and red colors that had enveloped his daughter's body had disappeared, which was a good sign. It's not over. Jotong put away his spiritual power and said with a normal expression, the two poisons of wind and fire have been removed. Only the water poison remains. How should I solve it? You need to induce the astral wind and ignite the earth fire in order to break the poison of Yin water in her body. The moment these words came out, everyone present abruptly changed color. Chapter 27, Tendo. Get out. The astral winds are also known as the winds of life. It is a gift from the heavenly Tao to the living beings on the continent. As long as you bathe in the astral wind, you can get rid of stubborn diseases, shy away from poisonous filth, increase your cultivation, and pass on your comprehension. Every Big Dipper tide is a great event, celebrated by all and sundry. It was a pity that this kind of event only happened once every 100 years, and less than 50 years had passed since the last one. Anxiety surfaced on Shangguan Wuxia's face. Should we let our own daughter wait for another 50 years? Humph, I thought you had something. Tang Chi spat out blood and stood up, his eyes harboring undisguised resentment. Deliberately setting an impossible condition is also just to cover up your incompetence. You simply can't do it. The crowd agreed with this statement. The conditions Zhou Tong mentioned were the same as not mentioning them, and if he really waited until the astral winds descended, everything would be too late. Mr. Tang has a point. Luo finally stopped pretending and blatantly supported Tang Chi. Patriarch Shangguan, it seems to me that this brat is a liar. The fact that your 1000 gene was able to be saved may be precisely because of Prince Tang's elixir working, and he just happened to claim the credit fraudulently. Right. It's all my doing. This trash is just pretending. Tang Chi's eyes lit up, and he immediately made a good excuse for himself. People looked at each other in disbelief, and it was easy to see from their eyes that many of them had bought into Tang Chi's bull ********. There was no other reason. Jotong obviously did nothing, only holding Shangguan Wui for less than half a quarter of an hour. The crisis was solved. It was hard not to let people have doubts. Shut up. Shangguan Wuxia was furious. Whoever of you has the ability, come forward and help my daughter to cure the poison. If you can succeed, I'm willing to offer the entire Shangqing sect with my hands. If you can't do it and still dare to mess around, don't blame me for being ruthless. The crowd was silenced and did not dare to speak. Shangguan Wuxia's words were already laced with the sound of clanging swords, and no one dared to touch his brow. Sir, I would give anything to save my little girl, and I dare ask you what you can teach me? Shangguan Wuxia looked humble and bent down to bow to Jotong once again. Set up an altar and sacrifice the wind, Jotong said succinctly, but it caused Shangguan Wuxia to tremble. Not to mention him, everyone present stared wide-eyed, thinking that Jotong was talking in his sleep. The astral winds come once every 100 years. This is the law of the heavens, and it will not change even if the firmament breaks apart and the earth collapses. Jotong is nothing but a genius at best. How can he use his flesh and blood to do the work of the heavenly Tao? It's a total pipe dream. Jotong, however, did not care about the views of the crowd, and continued to say, outside the law enforcement city, in a place by the mountains and by the water, set up an altar based on the heavenly Tao carved stone. The altar is divided into 7 layers, and each layer must be guarded by a strong person who has turned to the prana realm, and will be at my disposal. When I ascend the platform to offer the wind, the rest of the people shall not come within 10 miles of me. The wind rises today, and after 3 days and nights the wind will subside. Shall it not? I'm going to page someone. Without hesitation, Shangguan Wuxia's body transformed into a wind and sped away, leaving only the people who froze in place. Got it all. Watching the other party leave, Jotong secretly said in his heart that now he could attract heavenly thunder to quench his body openly and honestly and use it to strengthen his fleshly body, saving lives and practicing both. You are too reckless to boast about something so unthinkable. Do you know what will happen to you? Chan Linger, who was generally self-conscious, looked anxious and rebuked Jotong. What's it to you? Jotong snorted. Don't be unreasonable. Come back to the clan with me. Only master can save you. Chen Linger pinched Jotong's wrist and was about to force him away. Spread out. A scabbard slashed and drew on her wrist, causing her to back away in pain. If something happens, Our master will guard him. There's no need for you to pretend to be sympathetic. The little demoness aura was sharp as she blocked in front of Zhou Tong. She had long looked at this woman with displeasure. You are doing him a disservice. If you have any conscience, you should think of him and tell him to come with me. Chen Linger was so excited that a dense mist had flashed out of her eyes. Chen Linger, ah! Zhou Tong called out softly, as gentle as he once was. I am. Senior. She jerked her head up with a look of surprise in her eyes, anticipating Zhou Tong's response. You make me sick. When these words came out, Chen Linger's expression instantly shattered. Why, you weren't like this before, you clearly said. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Zhou Tong. Listen to me. I'm not going back. The years I've lived with you guys are the biggest stain on me, and I can't wait for you to die right now. No, you don't. She begged bitterly and was no longer as proud as she had been. No matter what, he couldn't figure it out. Wasn't he just not responding to Zhou Tong's feelings? Wasn't the master just a bit harsher on him? Aren't the sisters just a bit naughty and rebellious? Why to this? Zhou Tong had tolerated them for so many years. Why couldn't he take another step back? Senior sister doesn't need to beg him. Let's see what will happen to him after he fails. Tang Chi was extremely angry like a madman, pulling Chen Linger and about to drag her away. This damned woman. How dare you think of rekindling old feelings? See how I'll clean you up in the future. He cursed angrily in his heart. However, Chen Linger didn't move a muscle, and a look of fear emerged on her face. You're right. We have to save him. You should quickly transmit the voice to the master so that she can prepare to save the day. No, it's better for me to transmit it myself, Chen Linger said as she ran away while crushing the voice transmission jade pendant. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Tang Chi looked at the enchanting back, his eyes gradually becoming bloodshot. Outside of Law Enforcement City, at the corner of Tianyu Mountain, along the banks of the Jikuan River, in less than 2 hours, a lofty altar rose up from the ground, and 7 stone pillars were erected around the altar, each corresponding to the 7 stars of the Big Dipper in the sky. Everything is ready but the astral wind. The moment Zhou Tong stepped onto the altar, the irrelevant people all backed away, and countless powerful people stood in midair, looking at each other from afar with grave expressions. Tang Chi's expression was cold, but his heart was beating a drum. He was afraid that Zhou Tong would really succeed, and then it would be possible to suppress his popularity and make Mo Liusu come back to him. Master, is that guy going to make it? Finally he couldn't help himself, so he asked the spirit in the ring. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. No one can change the will of the heavenly Tao. An old voice came, finally allowing Tang Chi to put his heart down. His master was never wrong. At this moment, a quiet aura flowed around Zhou Tong, as if time had frozen. It's a great opportunity, and it just so happens that I have some questions I need to find answers to. Supreme spiritual power rushed up into the clouds, and immediately after, crimson lightning bolts erupted from his body, and the hoplite locks clanked and chimed as they plunged into the clouds together. Boom! Vast ripples spread out, and no matter how far apart they were, the crowd could clearly feel the endless majesty contained therein. Surprisingly, it's the 5th level of the harmonious heavenly technique, Sunkong divine language. This little lecher has actually reached such a realm. The little demoness was surprised. Zhou Tong tilted his head to look at the sky, his will traveling along with his spiritual power to the sky above. No one could hear what he said. Old man Tendo, get out. Chapter 28. I will ignite the sea. Zhou Tong let loose his divine might, and the harmonious heavenly skill worked to the extreme, striking through a barrier. In an instant, heaven and earth changed color. Thunder rolled, and a thick sense of oppression poured down like a mountain, causing the crowd on the altar to look horrified. Steady knee. You'll be fine. I'll take all the karma. The teenager's face wore a look of determination and a reassuring confidence. In his previous life, when he died, he had already created formations that could communicate with the laws of the great Tao, and he was just able to use them today. Boom! Thunder danced wildly, descending a vast thunderbolt, wanting to destroy everything below. Zhou Tong had to be punished for going against the heavens. Come on, let's see what you can do. Grandpa will beat you all into submission. The altar blossomed with a bright radiance that enveloped him and shielded him. Zhou Tong, on the other hand, leaped into the sea of thunder amidst a chorus of horrified cries. He had anger in his heart, having been targeted by the heavenly Tao in his previous life, suppressing him at every turn, and ultimately ending up in a miserable death. Now he was going to break the limits and seek out the origin to ask why fate had sent him a hard time. At the thought, he fought even more valiantly, using his flesh and blood to collide with the heavenly tribulation, tearing apart one thunderbolt after another. He roared, blood flowing long, but radiating an unyielding will, only to see his flesh continuously cracking and healing, gradually becoming tough in the process, and eventually suddenly crossing a certain limit. Boom! Suddenly Jotun's body glowed, and his muscles were as crystalline as jade, indestructible. Flesh and blood sublimated and broke through the boundaries. Immediately afterward, monstrous spiritual power surged out and hovered around him, having been completely controlled. Just then, the thunder rested and another stream of light rushed across and struck his body. Jotun looked like he had been immobilized, only to see a bright path emerge underneath his feet, stretching into the distance. He saw the scene after his own death in his previous life. Tang Chi had become an emperor and was still not satisfied, even joining forces with the extraterrestrial heavenly devils to blood sacrifice the entire continent and ask for immortality. In order to fight against him, countless heavenly prides spilled their blood, and countless heroes turned into white bones to the point of death to block him. Blood flowed into a river of growth, and the souls of the heroes stuffed heaven and earth. A group of people fell, and another group of people stood up, and the former and the latter were never allowed to do as they wished. It was a blood-stained picture, endless and full of sadness. At the end of the scroll, Jotong saw people kneeling down to worship his statue, and these people called out piously, hoping that his heroic soul would return. I got it all. Jotong's tears flowed for a long time. The reason why he could be reborn was that the faith of these people had broken space and time and protected his soul and spirit. With a flash of light, the scene changed again, and an uncountable number of people appeared in front of Jotong. With a pain in his heart, he knew that these were the powerful men who had died tragically at the hands of Tang Chi, at the most spirited age. I'm sorry, I could have stopped all this, and I've fallen on my own sword, and left you all in the lurch. As the words fell, he felt nothing but warmth all around him. Those people were glowing, gazing at him tenderly, not speaking, but giving him endless strength. I swear, in order to atone for my sins, in order for your heroic souls to rest in peace, I will let Tang Chi die in thanksgiving. Boom! Jotong no longer hesitated, punching through the stream of light and reaching out to grab a seal above his head. This was the law of the heart of heaven, carrying the operation of all things, and it was difficult for ordinary people to touch it. But Jotong had 10,000 additions, and there were no taboos. Doggone fate, give Grandpa the wind. In the sky of Law Enforcement City, countless people looked up at the direction where Jotong was, and the only sound that could be heard in the air was the sound of swallowing saliva. In the blink of an eye, 3 hours drifted by, and the colorful sunlight tinted the glow of the setting sun, signaling that dusk had fallen. I told you so. It's true that he's just pretending. All of us have been made monkeys of by him. Tang Chi breathed a sigh of relief and had a villainous look on his face. The crowd instantly became noisy, and many people revealed looks of dissatisfaction. There was no lack of prestigious big shots among them, but today, they were toyed with by Jotong like this, and the anger in their hearts could be imagined. What can we do about this? Don't let anything happen. Chen Linger's palms were drenched in cold sweat as she prayed silently in her heart. Long Lingyun and the little demoness were also nervous and unanimously approached Shangwan Wui. If Jotong failed and Shangwan Wuxie flipped out, they would not hesitate to hijack Shangwan Wuxie and force the other party to calm down. Farther away, a snowsuit fluttered in the wind, as if a fairy had stopped by and left the world alone. Adverse disciple, I told you to play with fire and burn yourself. Now you've finally been backfired. Right now you'll realize that in the entire world, you can only be safe and sound by my side. The corners of Emoliosu's mouth rose, and a trace of true joy unexpectedly rose in his usual ancient eyes. Just then, heaven and earth suddenly changed. Phew! Phew! The biting gale came swiftly, like a flood of beasts, and emitted a palpitating hiss. In the blink of an eye the gale rolled to the ground, crumbling mountains and rocks, destroying huge trees, and the air was filled with a cracking sound that could be described as ear-splitting and noisy. However, the people in the sky had long been frozen, and the people on the ground were even more fearless, standing up and running out in a mad frenzy. Wind! Wind! The wind! Big wind! Gale! People threw up their arms and shouted wildly, running upside down, as happy as a child. When they saw a hint of turquoise color tinting the wind, their faces were twisted from hissing. The wind is picking up. It's really the wind of life. Ha ha ha. Shangguan Wuxie was ecstatic. The normally stable patriarch was like a trembling sick cat at the moment, threatening to faint at any moment. My daughter is saved, he cried out, picked up Shangguan Wui and rushed in that direction, with little Demonis and Long Lingyun following close behind. Just as soon as she got close, Shangguan Wui reacted, and her entire body levitated and flew towards Jotong. Endless astral winds drilled into her body, and a moment later, a ghostly blue glow was forced out, and that was precisely the water to poison. Boom! The earth cracked open and the earth fire erupted, scorching the water poison to burn and vaporize it. However, the water poison was ferocious and instantly turned into a sea of waves, surprisingly suppressing the earth fire, and it was going to return to Shangguan Wui's body again. No good. Shangguan Wuxie's face changed drastically and he was about to make a move to resist. It was at this moment that a thick pressure came to town from above, causing him to change color, only to see Zhou Tong being entangled by the wild winds, as if he was a god of the wind, mastering everything here. With a wave of his hand, the turquoise astral wind condensed into a lance in his hand. I will ignite the sea. The lance fell and merged with the earth fire, and the wind and fire borrowed the momentum and became hundreds of times stronger. Phew! In a brilliant glow, only a great fire engulfed the sky, burning the poisonous sea and purifying all defilements. This is not the fire of destruction, but the fire of the way, the fire of life. Those who wandered through the fire were all baptized. The little demoness, Long Lingyun, Shangguan Wui, and those disciples of the Shangqing sect on the altar all received great benefits and their cultivation appeared to skyrocket. When one man gets a government position, he gets a government position. Chapter 29 Teaching Beings. One of these people counted as one, and their cultivation levels all skyrocketed crazily. Shangguan Wuxie glowed and became much younger, as if he had returned to his youth. Shangguan Wu Diao, on the other hand, swept away her sickly state. Her little face flushed red, revealing an expression of enjoyment and coziness. What was even more exaggerated was that her body, which had never cultivated before, was flooded with fluctuations of spiritual qi, and in the blink of an eye, she had completed her foundation building and entered the Hotian realm. The little demoness was glowing, breaking through the limit of the harmonization realm and half-stepping into the heaven-shattering realm, and Lam Lingyun's cultivation had also reached the peak of the harmonization realm. There was no need to mention the disciples of the Shangqing sect. Their cultivation rose tremendously, and some of them directly stepped into the harmonized mind realm. The eyes of the people outside were red as they watched the people in the sea of fire, and from so far away they could hear Shangguan Wuxie's unrestrained laughter. This old dog has really earned a lot. Not only did he save his daughter, but he also got a large number of talented disciples. That kneeling was really worth it. Some people spat, and were about to rush into the fire to share the chance, but in the blink of an eye the fire went out, and the feast did not belong to them. Ugh! The crowd beat their chests in remorse, but immediately afterward they had no regrets, simply because the mellow winds of life blow through heaven and earth, baptizing everyone without discrimination. How come? Why is this happening? Doggone God! How could you be so unfair to me? Tang Chi was in a rage, and even though he was bathed in the astral wind, he wasn't happy in the slightest. Looking at Zhou Tong, who was as prosperous as a god on the high platform, he was cracking with jealousy. Master, didn't you say it was impossible? He questioned the old man in the ring, anger already in his voice. All that responded to him was a long silence. What's wrong with you? Speak. It is the old man who was ignorant. I have never seen such tactics. Perhaps he is special. No, I'm the only one who's special in the whole world, and no one can shine brighter than me. He raged impotently, his expression progressively grim. Kid, calm down. Don't get obsessed. The old man let out a roar, temporarily suppressing Tang Chi's madness. I'm going to destroy this piece of trash, and I'm going to snatch all the women around him, so that he'll once again turn against his family. Tang Chi gritted his teeth and said, Master, you have to help me. Otherwise I won't be able to help you remake your physical body if my thoughts aren't clear. Good, for the master to promise you. I have long prepared a curse formation, enough to jinx Zhou Tong, and also refine the infatuation compulsion. As long as it is planted on those few women, it is guaranteed that they will die for you. Ha, great. Thank you, master. Tang Chi's eyes flashed with excitement as he looked at Zhou Tong on the high platform with a teasing smile. Just wait. I'll pull you into the dust again and make you never recover. The corners of Zhou Tong's mouth rose, and through his supreme spiritual power, he had long heard the conversation between the two clearly. Curse formation? Infatuation compulsion? Interesting. He remembered that Tang Chi hadn't used this kind of tactic in his previous life, so he thought that there must be side effects, and it seemed that this time the other party had really been pushed. At that thought, he actually looked forward to it a little. If Tang Chi dared to unleash it, he would let the other party know what it meant to be cruel. Gale. Swing. With a wave of his hand, Zhou Tong made the astral wind become even more violent and infused it into everyone's body, helping them to shed their bones. Countless powerful people had come out of the gate, their expressions filled with confusion. It's not right. Obviously the time of the day has not yet arrived, but this astral wind has advanced by 50 years. I don't know whether it's a blessing or a curse. What do you care what he does? It's a heavenly creation, so feel free to waste it if you want. Some strong people had no inhibitions and directly meditated and vomited. A second wasted in this situation was a great loss. In the most central hall in the law enforcement city, a withered and aged figure slowly opened his eyes. This person exuded an aura of death, an old man on the verge of dying. However, when he slowly opened his eyes, A sharp light comparable to thunder unexpectedly shot out from the bottom of his cloudy eyes, instantly piercing through space and landing on Jotong's body. Good boy. To be able to invoke the winds of life. It seems that old man's life should not be over. He can still fight for some more years. The old man opened his arms and violently spat out his breath, and the astral winds in a 100-mile radius were instantly incorporated into his body. This process was so brief that the others were unaware of it, but it could not be hidden from Jotong's eyes. Mental energy crossed the void and landed on the old man's body. Good lord, I see the old monster. He muttered that this old man's strength was definitely stronger than Moronya at his peak. Little fellow, old man owes you a favor. Across dozens of miles, the two gazed at each other, and Jotong saw the old man's body glowing with life, nodded slightly, and then withdrew his gaze. The gale was more than a wild wind and the revelry was a rare spectacle that lasted for 3 days. It was dusk again, the winds were subsiding, and people's faces were filled with pure joy, without the slightest impurity. This creation was given to us by Lord Jotong. Whoever in the crowd shouted out a sentence, which was instantly recognized by countless people. The crowd raised their heads and looked at Jotong with grateful faces, but they saw that the young man looked solemn, and the words of gratitude could not be uttered no matter what. Etc. Jotong opened his mouth as if the heavenly Tao had spoken, shocking the spirit. Ever forget the perseverance of our ancestors who wrestled with heaven and earth and never gave in? Not forgotten. The crowd came out of the woodwork with a look of devotion in their eyes. In their line of sight, it was as if Jotong had lost his silhouette and had merged with some kind of supreme will, sending out sage advice to them. Ever forget the pioneering and enterprising spirit of our ancestors? I dare not forget. Have you ever forgotten the courage of your ancestors who fought in blood and died without fear? Never dare to forget. We shall be encouraged to forge ahead without fear or regret. The crowd spoke with one voice, a mountain of exuberant will reaching to the sky. Children of the future, do you hear me? Jotong whispered, but there was no echo in his ears. He looked down at the crowd once more, his voice softening and the contours of his features clearing again. In that case, in the next 100 years, we shall flourish. The crowd became even more elated, and their cries carried through to the heavens and the earth. Senior brother, he's changed. Really changed. Why didn't I realize it earlier? Chenlinger burst into tears and sobbed uncontrollably, only feeling that she had lost something extremely important. And you have the face to cry. Tang Chi instantly became furious when he saw this scene, then smiled sinisterly. Master, I'm going to use the infatuation compulsion on her and make her my slave. Don't be impulsive. The infatuation compulsion has side effects, the old man said in a serious tone. No, I'm partial to it. At this moment, Emoliosu and Madare was expressionless, and no one knew what she was thinking. She had stood there for 3 days and 3 nights, and now she was finally moving. With just a flash of white light, she arrived at Jotong's side. Now that I've allowed you to return to the clan, I can also accept you as a personal disciple and let you enjoy the same treatment as Tang Chi. When these words came out, the scene was silent. Chapter 30 Emoliosu's dog licking. Jotong glanced at the woman with strange eyes. If placed before, he would most likely have a cold look on his face and mock Emoliosu without mercy. But after experiencing the silence of the heavenly Tao, he felt a bit tired of it. I refuse. Emoliosu's face was immediately colored with anger. However, in Jotong's eyes, it became interesting. This woman is so unattainable and unapproachable. The people's evaluation of her is also as noble as a snow lotus, not eating earthly fire, just like a fairy. However, Jotong knew that this fairy had a very short temper. Could it be menopause? I gave you steps, you better get off. Emoliosu's voice was cold, and the aura of a strong person had already leaked out. However, Jotong only returned a snort and pulled out a contract from his arms. Don't you dare tear this up in front of me. That's. The man below squinted to see what it was. The Book of Severance of Grace and Righteousness, held in duplicate by each side, represents cutting off the grudge and never getting back together. And if someone breaks the contract, they will be subject to a terrible backlash. Heavens, Mr. Joe was actually forced to sign this. The people of the Jade Clearance sect are really ruthless. Even this you don't know. That day it was such a big commotion that the whole world could witness it together. Then wouldn't the Jade Clearance sect regret it to death? Now that it sees the value of Mr. Joe, it's so ridiculous that it wants to redeem itself. After experiencing the baptism of the Big Dipper, the crowd had excellent senses for Jotong and couldn't help but speak up for him. Emoliosu hesitated. For any cultivator, heavenly punishment was a terrible nightmare. Just by enduring a little ordeal you can return to me. Are you not even willing to do that? She opened her mouth, wanting Jotong to voluntarily break the contract and bear the harm. When this was said, it directly shattered the crowd's 3 views, and many people let out sounds of disgust. Is this woman so confident? Perhaps ordinary people would be attracted to her, but Zhou Tong was absolutely impossible. Someone with such a skill would be sought after and honored wherever they went, and might not look at the Jade Clearance sect. So much for the word. Don't dwell on it. Zhou Tong put away the contract and was about to leave. Emoliosu's body subconsciously moved and pressed his shoulder. There's a limit to fooling around. Can you afford it if you really piss me off? Zhou Tong laughed coldly, looking at that playful face full of amusement. Emoliosu, you're so stalking me. Are you regretting it? Or maybe you've fallen in love with me? As soon as these words came out, Emoliosu's pupils suddenly contracted, and Zhou Tong could clearly feel that a wave of annoyance was surging out of the other party's body in a frenzy. That's a load of crap. Trying to get me to think about you. Do you think you deserve it? Emoliosu's chi erupted, having already made up his mind that today, even if he resorted to violence, he would force Zhou Tong to take him back. When the time comes, he will be properly coached. So I don't believe that Zhou Tong won't come back to his senses. However, she had miscalculated. She was not yet qualified to do whatever she wanted here. Real M.O. Little brother has done me a great favor. If you dare to force him, old me will be the first to refuse. Shangguan Wuxie directly stood out, separating Mo Lushu. Senpai. Emoliosu's face changed slightly. This person she couldn't afford to provoke. She could only bow obediently. This rebellious disciple is messing with me. I was just about to take him back to be properly disciplined. Please stay out of it. Haven't you severed your relationship? And how can you refer to each other as master and disciple? Shangguan Wuxie nonchalantly interrupted her. Not to mention the fact that Lao Fu also heard that you had forced him to abrogate his own cultivation. Do you know how much hatred that is to a cultivator? Emoliosu was disliked and was speechless. Wasting someone's cultivation was like killing their parents. It really was an unshared hatred. I didn't think about it at the time. I'll make it up to him. No need. Zhou Tong was unperturbed as he looked at Shangguan Wuxie and said, Patriarch Shangguan, let's go back to law enforcement city. The kid has something to ask for. Ha, you kid is my great benefactor. And why do you need to be so formal? Not to mention one thing, even if it's 10 or 100. I will never refuse, Shangguan Wuxie said boldly, and with one step heaven and earth reversed, the two of them returned to law enforcement city. The others returned one after another, and Emoliosu followed. The people of the Acacia sect, are here today for one thing only, and that is to make up for the 500,000 merits owed. Zhou Tong looked at Luo Yi and said with an icy expression, good thing that the 3-day period has not yet passed. It's still half a quarter of an hour short. It's considered that we've caught up. Shangguan Wuxie understood. I'll pay off this 500,000 merits. Luo Yi's face was hard to understand. He knew that he had offended Zhou Tong, and this was not a reassuring outcome. If he was a normal person, he should put down his stance at this time and mend his relationship with Zhou Tong, and perhaps he could even laugh it off. But this person was not so normal. This time targeting the Acacia sect was because he had received a request from the white moonlight in his heart. As a senior licking dog, even if his liver and brain were on the ground, he had to help the goddess complete her mission. That's right. His goddess is Emoliosu. When the two met for the first time, Luo Yi understood what it meant to fall in love at first sight, and over the past 10 years, his adoration has intensified. Until now, he thinks that going to death for Emoliosu is really not a big deal. So, he gave Emoliosu a glance without a trace, wanting to ask for her opinion. Unsurprisingly, Emoliosu gently shook her head at him, insisting that he should destroy the Acacia sect. In an instant, Luo Yi was like a loyal dog that had received his master's orders. His expression became incomparably determined. I'm sorry, the time has expired. According to the rules of the law enforcers, the Acacia sect should be cancelled. You guys go back. Outrageous. The little demoness rebuked. There's obviously still half a quarter of an hour left. Are you blind? You'd better watch your words. Dare to disrespect me here and I'll let you know what it means to regret it. Luo Yi, as a law enforcer, instead of enforcing the law impartially, you deliberately target someone. Aren't you afraid of being known by the chief law enforcement lord? Shangguan Wuxie also stood out and asked with an unkind gaze. Luo Yi's body trembled slightly and immediately squeezed out another smile. Patriarch Shangguan, although you are a big shot, you are not yet qualified to dictate to the enforcers. As for what the chief enforcement lord thinks, it's not for you to worry about. Zhou Tong took a step forward and looked at the other party. Are you sure you want to make an enemy of me? Think clearly before answering. You only have one chance. Hearing this, Luo Yi directly laughed and sat aside to sip his tea. He had even offended Shangguan Wuxie, so he wasn't afraid of offending another Zhou Tong. Time passed slowly, and half a quarter of an hour passed in the blink of an eye. This time it's truly expired. I declare that the Acacia sect is null and void with this moment. He looked down on Zhou Channel. This feeling of having one word in controlling other people's destinies was just too painful. Especially at this moment, Watching the helpless appearance of a supreme genius was even more pleasurable to him. But immediately afterward, Zhou Tong laughed, causing him to frown. What are you laughing at? Hurry back and disband the Acacia sect. This is an order. If you dare to disobey the consequences you know, the Acacia sect will not be disbanded. And your orders are bull asterisk 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 asterisk. They have no effect in front of me. Good guts. How dare you provoke the enforcers? I think you're impatient with life. Someone come. The words fell, and before the people arrived, a terrifying aura descended steeply. I'd like to see who's living out of patience today. Hearing this, Luo Yi's pupils instantly trembled tremendously. Zhou Tong, however, did not change his face. This old monster of an enforcer had been watching from the shadows for so long, and was finally willing to come out. Chapter 31, I won't be happy if he doesn't die horribly enough. Who is it? The crowd was horrified. This aura was too terrifying. Compared to it, Shangguan Wuxia's aura all seemed insignificant. It's the old-timers of the enforcers. Someone was the first to react. Awe in their eyes. Immediately afterward, the void shattered and an old figure walked out. Seeing this person, a strong fear surfaced on Luo Yi's face. How is that possible? Isn't he about to die? Why has he suddenly become so spirited? Greetings to Senior Chief Law Enforcement. Shangguan Wuxia bent down and saluted in a regular manner, well-behaved like a small child. This old man is the Chief Law Enforcement of the Eastern Continent. People never expected to see this great man of the gods and goddesses here. It was no exaggeration to say that in the entire Eastern Continent, this person was the most powerful existence. Under the astonished gazes of countless people, the old man arrived in front of Zhou Tong and pressed his palm on his shoulder. Boy, you're good. Thank you, Senior, for the praise. My boy deserves it. Zhou Tong said in an unassuming manner, but caused the old man to laugh heartily. Good. Young people should have this kind of confidence when it comes to benevolence. Boy, you go against the sky and call out the astral wind, letting the old man live for a few more years. I owe you a big favor. What conditions you can mention as much as you want. As long as the old man can do it, he will not push back. When these words came out, the crowd envied them fiercely. The words spoken by the chief law enforcement officer were holy orders, and if Zhou Tong was willing, he could even use this favor to destroy the Jade Clearance sect. Luo Yi's face was pale, his legs trembled, and he could barely stand. Just now, he had been exceptionally arrogant, holding his own identity and not putting Zhou Tong in his eyes, and in the blink of an eye, Zhou Tong had become the guest of honor of the chief enforcement officer, and getting him killed was as simple as pinching an ant. Relax, it'll be fine. The chief law enforcement's favor is too valuable to use on me. He reassured himself in his mind, and the more he thought about it, the more it made sense. Who the hell is he? Luo Yi, to let the chief law enforcement officer personally take action? Yet accidents always happen inadvertently. Zhou Tong's gaze suddenly met his eyes, and in this instant, he only felt that the blood in his body froze. Flutter! He knelt straight up, cold sweat dampening his clothes as the chief law enforcement officer looked over as well. Elder, this person is practicing shady deeds in the name of law enforcement, wanting to cut off my Acacia sect's inheritance. I have an undying grudge against him. May he suffer all the torture in the world and die without a burial place. These words were so deafening that everyone felt chills all over their bodies. Zhou Tong really puts favors to such use. Jair and true to his word, many people had already classified Zhou Tong as someone not to be messed with. Are you sure you won't regret it? The old man was also a bit surprised that he didn't need his favor to clean up a black sheep. If I don't screw him up, my thoughts won't be clear. If he doesn't die horribly enough, I won't be in a good mood. And $1,000 won't buy my willingness to do it, Zhou Tong said with his head held high, full of juvenile spirit and never changing. What a good idea to have a clear mind. What a good mood. My generation of cultivators born in heaven and earth, seeks to have a blameless heart, unyielding nature. The old man aloud. The old man said, his gaze becoming cold and sharp, as if two large mountains were pressing down on Luo Yi's body. Spare my life. I know I'm wrong. I really know I'm wrong. Please let me go. Mr. Zhou, I'm willing to serve you as an ox. Luo Yi was on the verge of pissing himself. His hands and feet were cold, and he was almost out of his mind. You don't know you're wrong. You just know you're going to die, Zhou Tong said indifferently, never turning back his mind. Drag it down. The chief law enforcement officer gave the order, and immediately two golden-armored warriors came forward and dragged Luo Yi behind a door. Immediately afterward, incomparably mournful screams came out from there, silencing people. Compared to enduring the torture of the law enforcers, it would be a relief to die immediately. Little one, even if you hadn't begged me, I would have cut this scumbag into 1,000 pieces, so it doesn't count as you using a favor. The chief law enforcement officer presented a token to Zhou Tong. The token was engraved with the words Cold Night, clearly the name of the chief law enforcement. holding this token. You are considered half of my disciple. And when you are in danger you can also crush the token. And the old man will personally step in and help you clear the obstacles. Thank you, senior. Jotong nonchalantly accepted it. Little one, hurry up and get stronger. This world is not peaceful and needs younger and more powerful beings to carry it. The old man can only protect you for 10 years at most. Jotong's heart trembled. How could he not know the hardships of this world? There are traitors on the inside, and heavenly devils are watching from the outside. The reason why the U is calm is that there are supremely strong people who are carrying the weight of the world. The chief law enforcement officer left, and the crowd dispersed, all expressing their gratitude to Jotong before leaving. After Shangwan Wuxia paid 500,000 merit badges for the Acacia sect, everything was considered settled. Let's go, Jotong said to the two women beside him and was about to leave, but Mo Lyosu blocked his way. Get out of the way. Good dogs don't get in the way. Go back with me when you've made enough of a mess, Mo Lyosu said with a slight tremble in her willow brows. Get out of here or I'll kill you. Jotong took out the token of the chief law enforcement officer and said with a mischievous look on his face. Would you really use something like this on master? Mo Lyosu's body trembled slightly, but she still didn't let go. Then you can watch with wide dog eyes. Jotong sneered and was about to crush the token. Senior brother, wait. Just then, Tang Chi walked up with a fake smile on his face, bumbling like a pug. Elder brother, master is also doing this for your own good. If you can come back, we will all welcome you. Right, elder sister? Yes, welcome, we welcome you, Chen Linger said with a somewhat mechanical voice, and her face was somewhat dull. Jotong immediately knew that Chen Linger had been planted with an infatuation compulsion. Master, give me 2 more infatuation parasites. I want to plant them on those 2 women around him. Tang Chi observed Jotong's complexion while conversing with that soul in the ring. Infatuation compulsion cannot be abused, that soul said in a grave tone. This is a double-edged sword. The one who casts the compulsion will also be constrained to become emotionally attached to the one who receives the compulsion. And although it's only 1/10 of what it is, it will be reversed if you're not careful. I don't care. Give it to me quickly or I won't remake your flesh. Tang Chi's tone was hideously threatening. Alright, you must guard your mind. Don't get caught in the gutter. I'll make preparations. Jotong heard the conversation between the two clearly, smiled faintly, and slapped Tang Chi's face. Why did you hit me? Tang Chi gritted his teeth. No one had dared to punch him in the face yet. I'm happy to, take it or leave it. No matter what. It's only right for senior brother to teach senior brother a lesson, and I should naturally be subjected to it as well. He forced a smile and said, but in his heart, he was as furious as a madman. If he didn't want to prepare time for the infatuation compulsion, he would never stop. The children are teachable. Jotong nodded in satisfaction and slapped him again. It's done. The old man's voice came, making Tang Chi ecstatic. Give it to me. He couldn't wait and fed the parasite with his own blood before throwing it at the little demoness and Long Lingyun. Chapter 32 Chief Law Enforcement's Token Broken. Careful. Jotong's mental power emanated and alerted the 2 girls beside him. Found. Long Lingyun was the first to respond. His wordless wisdom roots inside everything and was about to swing his sword to split the parasite in half. Don't do it. Leave it to me. The little demoness laughed like a little fox. She was too familiar with this thing called infatuation compulsion. This was the Acacia sect's specialty. If Tang Chi dared to show off in front of her, it was tantamount to asking for death. Just by lightly hooking her jade fingers, the little demoness pinched the 2 parasites on her fingertips. Jotong simultaneously exuded spiritual power for cover, making the other party mistakenly think that it had succeeded. The 2 worked together seamlessly. Tang Chi instantly broke into a pleasant smile, laughing openly and recklessly. He looked greedily at little demoness and Long Lingyun. These 2 stunning women were going to be in his palm as well. What are you looking at? Shut the up. Jotong laughed coldly, and his 2 fingers were like 2 dragons playing with pearls, plunging straight into his eyes. Aha, my eyes, my eyes. I'm going to waste you trash. How dare you scream? Jotong was even less merciful, putting all his strength into it, and kicked him in the crotch. Ah! Tang Chi's entire body was kicked up, his body arching into a prawn shape as he fell heavily to the ground. He was seen covering his crotch with both hands, his 2 legs stomping haphazardly. His face was blue, and the veins on his neck were rippling, as if he was about to die. Jotong's eyes narrowed slightly. In order to finish off his opponent, this was a perfect opportunity. With Shangwan Wuxia by his side and the favor of the chief law enforcement officer, it seemed that as long as he made a decision, he would be able to keep all of the people of the Jade Clearance sect here. But he held back. This was not that simple. Whenever he was about to kill Tang Chi in his previous life, accidents would always happen, leaving the other party to live on. This is the addition of strong luck. Esoteric, yet real. If you want to truly wear down the other party, You can only keep disintegrating his sharpness, wearing down his will, destroying his spirit, suppressing his dignity, so that strong fortune will no longer favor him. At that time, Tang Chi would be a real mole cricket that could be destroyed at will. You're too much. As Emoliosu watched Zhou Tong strike, he couldn't help but say angrily, daring to injure your senior brother right in front of me. It seems like it will work if I don't teach you a good lesson. She raised her arm and was about to hit Zhou Tong. Real M.O. You passed. Shangwan Wuxia's quick eyes and hands blocked the blow. He gazed at Emoliosu with a mischievous expression. Zhou Tong is no longer your disciple. If you dare to show off again, don't blame me for being impolite to you. Humph. Emoliosu's chest rose and fell, but he could only stop. Let's go. She grabbed Tang Chi and Shenlinger and looked back at Zhou Dao. Don't think that you can think highly of yourself just because you've accomplished a bit. There are many geniuses in this world who are better than you. You're just a bit lucky. Come back when you've made enough of a mess. I'll give you better treatment. After saying that, she soared away and disappeared to the end of the sky. I'll take my leave as well. And if little brother has any requests afterward, I will certainly not excuse myself. Shangwan Wuxia arched his hand and parted with Zhou Tong and the others. We should also go back. Having been out for 3 days and 3 nights, Master should be waiting impatiently. The little demoness pulled out a sound transmission jade pendant and was about to report her safety to Morongya. Before she could transmit her voice, the jade pendant was the first to light up, emitting a strange fluctuation. After reading it, the little demoness' face became extremely ugly. The bastards! What's wrong? Zhou Tong asked. Things start with urgency. We'll talk about it as we hurry. Without hesitation, the 3 of them exerted their speed to the limit and ran furiously towards Red Dust Mountain. The Righteous Alliance has gathered hundreds of people who want to crusade against Master Teacher and have now attacked Red Dust Mountain. On the way, the little demoness said succinctly. The Righteous Alliance? What is that thing? How come I've never heard of it before? Zhou Tong said in a somewhat strange manner. It's normal. You were once a disciple of a great sect, so naturally you wouldn't have an excessive understanding of these earthlings. The little demoness had a sarcastic face. They're all scattered cultivators who got together in order to embrace the warmth of the group. Originally it was an inconspicuous force, but as their numbers got bigger, they put a great righteousness on themselves. Ever since they have been crowned with the name of justice, they have begun to forcibly absorb other loose cultivators, and if they dare to disobey, they will be directly crushed by them. Indeed, a group of rats. Only why would they seek out the Acacia sect? Aren't they afraid of Master Teacher? Zhou Tong said doubtfully. Morongya's reputation as a devil was a household name, and strangers did not dare to approach at all. He didn't think that this group of curmudgeons really dared to punish evil and crusade against the real devil, but the guts to enrich themselves in the name of crusading against the devil must still be there. And it was big. Master had once exterminated over a dozen clans, and there are always a few that slip through the cracks, and they've joined the Alliance of the Righteous, always wanting to take revenge. I see. That's not surprising. Zhou Tong came to a sudden realization and quickened his pace once again. Although the motivation was there, Zhou Tong was curious to know where the bottom line of this righteous alliance was. Morongya was able to exterminate them once. Couldn't he exterminate them a second time? On Red Dust Mountain, outside of the Acacia sect, it had been dyed a color of blood. Morongya was independent in the air, one person alone, making it impossible for the righteous alliance to take a step forward. Red Dust Sea. Her thin lips slightly opened, rising up 1,000,000 feet of red dust, enveloping everyone in it. Cherry dreams. With one move, most of the people were captured by her charm and fought over her, killing each other and dying. Have you all come to die? I'll fulfill you all. Morongya cupped her hand seals, in preparation for an even more powerful killing move. Don't be so proud of yourself, demoness. Even if you're powerful today, you'll only end up dead. Blood dripped from the corners of the Righteous Alliance's mouth, but his eyes flashed with mad hatred, only when he spread his palm. 4 jade pendants were presented, all of them emitting strong fluctuations. Morongya frowned and recognized the origin of these jade pendants. It was clearly the summoning jade pendant of the Jade Clearance sect, the Upper Clearance sect, the Tai Clearance sect and the Enforcers, which could summon the strongest members of each power respectively. She never expected that the big hat of the Alliance of Righteousness would be able to trick these 4 directions of forces. Ka-ching! The 4 jade pendants were crushed at the same time, and immediately afterward, strong fluctuations emanated from the space, and 4 silhouettes appeared at the same time, each of them incomparably strong. Gird your loins. The 4 of them struck at the same time, breaking through the sea of red dust, and Morongya all flew backwards, blood spilling from the corners of their mouths, suffering minor injuries. Die. Which? The leader of the Righteous Alliance laughed maniacally, his eyes flashing with unbridled pleasure. Stop. Right at this moment, Zhou Tong's trio arrived in time and blocked in front of Morongya. 3 little scumbags. How dare they stop a car with their mantles? The chief said disdainfully. Look at this. Jotong pulled out a token with the word Cold Night written on it. What the is Cold Night? Is that your name? Don't worry. I'll have it on the tombstone in no time. With a wave of his hand, that chief shattered the token. However, he didn't see that the faces of the law enforcers around him turned the color of pig's liver. Chapter 33 Expound on Enmity. Prepare for the road. The moment the token shattered, Jotong froze. He never expected that the other party would strike so dryly, so impatiently. What's broken is not a token. It was clearly the lives of all of them. The law enforcers on the other side were also confused. Isn't Cold Night the name of the chief law enforcement officer? Regardless of whether the token was real or fake, daring to insult those two words was a sin. You're screwed. No one can escape today. Little Demonis and Long Lingyun looked at these people in front of them with pity. Having seen those who were looking for death, they had not seen those who were looking for death like this. Ha, who are you scaring? Dare to talk alarmistically in front of me. Today is the day of your death. The alliance leader had no qualms about it, and a fierce color flashed in his eyes as he said, Listen everyone, this female devil's disciples are also a bunch of devil cubs, so for the sake of the world's life, exterminate them for me. Hold your hand. The enforcer suddenly bellowed, stopping the crowd. What is your business? The alliance leader asked. Disgruntled. The enforcer ignored him and looked straight at Jotong. Kid, what exactly is that token? Why ask me when you already know? Jotong coldly said, making the other party's hands and feet go cold. A small piece of wood can scare you like this. Aren't you afraid of degrading the reputation of the enforcers? The alliance leader said with a frown. That's the chief law enforcement's token. When these words came out, the scene was silent, and everyone in the righteous alliance was like falling into an ice cellar. Only that chief was not amused. Instead he laughed even more wildly. Ha, look at how scared you guys are. To believe such a comical thing, this kid is nothing. What qualifications does he have to touch the chief law enforcement lord? He must have heard of the chief law enforcement's name and specially forged the token to scare you all. Whoever kills him will not only have no faults but also merits. Hearing this, the enforcer's eyes flickered. The other party's words were not unreasonable. The chief enforcer lord was always deep and concise. It was rare for even him to see him, let alone Jotong, this yellow-mouthed child. While hesitating, Jotong had already stepped out and blocked the group of women behind him, only to see his face cold and stern. Facing the crowd, he said, Today you raise unjust war, destroy my clan. What revenge all report up, one by one to clarify. Do not be a ghost in vain. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief, not knowing how to answer for a moment. Jotong looked at the Taiching sect's powerhouse again. I've had a good conversation with Patriarch Ing. I'm sure he doesn't know about today's matter, so you can retreat and I'll forget about it. Immediately after that, he looked at the strong man from the Taiching sect. I have great kindness to your sect leader, so you can immediately ask him before making a decision. The other party's face changed, and without delay, he immediately transmitted a voice contact. Within a few breaths, his face became more serious, and he looked at Jotong with respect in his eyes. What's going on, old man? The Taiching sect's powerhouse asked in a low voice. Brother, I see that this young man has a lofty demeanor and will become a great man in the future. Why don't we make a good karma and meet in the future? Understood. Brother goes with brother. Without even saying hello, the two men broke away from the righteous alliance. Cowards, losers, the alliance leader roared at their backs for a while, but there was nothing he could do. Jotong looked at the Jade Clearance sect's powerhouse again and said with a slightly complicated expression, What about you? Who knew that the other party had a cold smile on his face and said disdainfully, What qualifications do you traitors have to show off? The master of the law hall has already given a strict order to kill the devil first and then get rid of the traitor. I will not tolerate any mercy today. Jotong nodded slightly, his gaze skimming over the enforcers and finally looking at the rest of the righteous alliance. Just then, Moronya had come to his side. Little fellow, these people don't need to be persuaded. They were the ones who teamed up to kill your eldest senior sister in the first place. And Master also contracted a heart demon because he was seeking revenge. These rats are all the fish that escaped the net back then. Even if they want to leave, I won't agree. Jotong felt the killing intent from this woman for the first time and only asked, Do you regret it? If the master doesn't avenge his disciple's death, even if he cultivates to the emperor realm, what's the point of sitting on 10,000 miles of rivers and mountains? I only hate that I didn't strike hard enough in the beginning to let them rise again. The Union chief's face was hard to see. Devil, today, even if you speak fancy words, you are bound to die. Everyone, the day of fame is today. And follow me to slaughter the devil. With a command, the hundreds of people from the Righteous Alliance all moved, wrapped in killing intent and came out. Come on, all of you. Jotong's breath skyrocketed, and with a wave of his hand, the 8 wastelands stirred. Light was born in the four directions, and dozens of formations rose up at the same time, shrouding the heavens and earth. Morongya simultaneously unfolded her domain, and the 10,000 feet of red dust turned into a sea of red dust, completely enveloping the three of them. Under this double boost, Jotun's trio's strength skyrocketed, enough to deal with the enemies in front of them. Cherry Dreams, Wordless Chop, Little Demonis and Long Lingyun worked together seamlessly, with the former hooking souls and the latter reaping, causing a great hindrance to the opponent. Gather your strength and finish these little bastards first, the elder of the Jade Clearance sect shouted loudly, and the crowd responded by striking their strongest blows to crush Jotong and the others. Let me. Jotong blocked in front of the two of them, his body glowing with an infinite amount of light as he struck a shocking blow. This was the first time since he was reborn that he had shown his true bottom card. This move was a forbidden art that he had realized in his previous life, collecting the greatness of all paths. When a law came out, all paths were obeyed. The divine might was infinite, disintegrating the killing light of the crowd, and then it was so powerful that it crushed dozens of people. What kind of trick is this? The enemy was horrified. The eyes looking at Jotong were filled with scorn and hatred. This son was even more terrifying than the Harmony sect's former eldest sister. He must not be kept today. Counting you guys as somewhat capable. It seems that if I want to exterminate you guys, I still have to bring out my full strength. The Alliance chief said viciously, taking out 6 more jade pendants before crushing them at the same time. In an instant, 6 strong auras, totaling over 100 people, descended and directly joined the battlefield. It's the 6 sects. Jotong's eyes trembled slightly. Under the upper 3 sects, the 6 sects were the most steadfast, and there was only one reason for them to strike, and that was to stifle Morongya, so that she could not rise again. I, the Acacia sect, have no grievances with you, so why the persecution? Morongya looked at the people from the 6 sects, her breath running to the extreme as she tried her best to stop them. Everyone has the responsibility to get rid of demons and defend the way. Which, you only have to die today. The Blood God sect's patriarch's eyes were crimson as he said, these few disciples of yours are not mortal. When we drink their blood, this sect will become even stronger. Despicable. Do you deserve to be called righteous? Ha ha ha, what righteousness and wickedness? Fists are the hard way. I am stronger than you, I am righteousness. Can't you figure out such a simple thing? The crowd laughed and mocked the Acacia sect for being at the end of its rope. Just then, an old voice came. Is a big fist the hard truth? Then let's show you the old man's reasoning. A red light rushed across the room, directly hitting the Blood God sect's patriarch. Put. The other side blew up gently without even leaving a last word. Chapter 34, I'll talk some sense into you. A supreme powerhouse died like this, without a bang, dying like a fart. Scarlet blood spilled down, dazzling under the reflection of the sunlight, shaking everyone's heart and soul. Who struck? The Alliance leaders were creeped out, only to see an old man appear out of nowhere and press down on everyone's heads. That dry figure was like rotten wood, as if it would fall apart with just a light touch. But the other party's eyes are Xuanhuan bright, like hiding 2 rounds of sun. People dare not look directly. It's the old man, and the old man has come to reason with you. The chief law enforcement officer had a steady voice and a slightly hunched over body, but he made everyone's atmosphere not dare to breathe. Elder, we are getting rid of demons and defending the way. Please don't contribute to the devil's power. The world's people will miss you. The Alliance leader said through gritted teeth. What if I say no? Then you're going against the righteous path. Not only the major sects, but even the law enforcers won't let you go. Even if your cultivation is strong, I'm afraid you won't have a good ending. Before the words left his mouth, he received a heavy slap on his face, and the person who struck was none other than a strong member of the enforcers. What are you doing? He exclaimed, and was about to reprimand, when he saw the enforcer kneeling down to the old man. Lord Chief Law Enforcement, I blame my subordinates for having no eyes and offending your messenger. Break your own arm and get out. Thank you, Your Excellency, for your enlightenment. Without hesitation, the man reached out and cut off his left arm before flying away. Seeing this scene, everyone from the Righteous Alliance's face turned snowy white, and a strong sense of vertigo instantly rushed to their hearts. Run! I don't know who shouted. The crowd immediately made birds and beasts scatter. They knew that they had kicked the bucket today. These people never expected that the token would be the real thing, and their hearts couldn't help but be filled with resentment towards the Alliance leader. This old bastard has personally summoned a Jedi Fury. In that case, what revenge? What grievance to seek? To be able to leave alive is the blessing of the ancestors. What are you running for? Aren't you guys coming to reason? I'll accompany you to the end and stretch my muscles. The chief law enforcement officer took one step, reversing heaven and earth in an instant and blocking everyone's way. Put. With just a snap of his fingers, another 6 sect masters turned into flying ash. Not even their souls were left behind. Aha! The other patriarchs were scared out of their wits. Which one of them was not honored beyond measure on weekdays? Wherever they went, there would be countless people kneeling in reverence, worshipping them as gods. Their strength is even more outstanding and superb. Moving mountains to fill the sea has been no matter. The best of them are able to pick the stars, refining the void. However, at this moment, they were as fragile as ants, being easily crushed to death without even a chance to resist. That old man was clearly no longer young, and his body exuded a strong aura of death. Yet he was able to lock them all down and then judge them one by one. The alliance leader's eyes were wide. Sweat had drenched his body, and his intense fear even made him forget to run away. Although the general law enforcement only targeted the heads of the various sects and didn't care about him, a small shrimp, Manhwa was different, directly striking out and pushing these shrimp soldiers across. The grudge of the past. The vengeance of her apprentice was driving her to show no mercy this time. She focuses on the alliance leader to take him alive. Because she was clear that this siege was definitely not initiated by just a group of rabble. There was definitely a bigger black hand behind it, and she had to dig it out to give justice to her eldest disciple. Chief Law Enforcement, spare our lives. We know we're wrong and shouldn't have fallen under the spell of a traitor. A patriarch begged and pleaded for mercy, not even having the courage to make a move. If it weren't for old me, you would have mutilated the Acacia sect's entire clan today. So how can you offset your culpability with a single word? The chief law enforcement officer was calm and ruthless. And with a wave of his hand, he killed another patriarch. Up to this point, he had only struck 3 times, and half of the 6 sect leaders had already died. Yet he had no intention of stopping. My lord, you've killed enough. We've suffered heavy losses. Please be merciful and stop now. How can killing pests be too much? I'd hate to flatten all of you. The old man's breath churned and crushed away like a Yangtze River, squeezing that patriarch to pieces. That wasn't all. He probed into the spatial tunnel with another hand and clutched one of the people who was preparing to flee, crushing it along with the space, and only bits and pieces of broken bones fell in the void. 5 people had passed away in the snap of a finger, leaving only a patriarch and that elder of the Jade Clearance sect. The chief law enforcement pressed forward step by step, completely suppressing their power and kneeling in midair like ordinary people. They could only kowtow and beg. You are the supreme being. We are all worms and have paid enough. Spare us. The elder of the Jade Clearance sect trembled madly, and seeing Zhou Tong on the side, he only felt that he had grabbed a sliver of life. Elder, I have also taught Kid Zhou Tong and am considered his elder. For this sake, please let me off the hook. Hearing this, Zhou Tong narrowed his eyes and walked over. What do you think, little one? Chief Law Enforcement asked. I remember I gave you a chance. Zhou Tong looked down at the other party and said, please give me another chance. I am your elder after all. Yes. Zhou Tong nodded his head and waited until the color of hope surfaced in the other party's eyes before he chopped off the other party's head with his sword and hacked the last patriarch to death in the process. Just give you guys a chance to die a painful death. Little fellow, the thieves and bandits here have been removed, but there is still the head of the thieves yet to be recovered. Do you dare to accompany the old man on a trip? The chief law enforcement officer said with a burst of chi and blood, causing Zhou Tong to faintly stare, and in an instant, he understood the old man's meaning. This was the other party's way of taking him to the clan that had picked the fight and giving them a bloody warning. From now on, there would be no one who would dare to have designs on the Acacia sect, at least for the eastern continent. Zhou Tong, willing to go. At this moment, the battle below was also declared over, only to see Manhwa's feet stepping on the bloody mud, her white hair flying, and her surroundings covered with corpses. With 1 person and 1 sword, she had overthrown the entire righteous alliance, and the only one who was still alive was the leader, who was lifted up in her hands and was already dying. Senior, interrogate this fellow properly. I'll go with Senior and return. Zhou Tong greeted and accompanied the chief enforcement officer as he sped away. Blood God Sect, Council House. A group of supreme elders were filled with joy. This time it will surely overthrow the Acacia sect, and the strength of the patriarch will surely skyrocket when he gets his blood meal, which is a blessing for our clan. This is indeed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It's the heavens that want to prosper my blood God sect. Not good. Just then, the disciple guarding the door came to report in panic, reporting to all the supreme elders. The Acacia sect's people have killed the door. How many? A teenager and an old man. Humph. It seems that the Acacia sect really has no one left. I guess it must be 2 fish that missed the net. I'll go and collect them. Chapter 35, Destroying 6 sects in a row. Soldiering to Yuqing. Tell your old men to come out and die. Zhou Tong followed the chief law enforcement officer to the Blood God sect's gate and started calling for battle as soon as he landed. Who are you to come here to provoke? Your 9 clans deserve to die. The guarding disciple held a bloody spear and aimed it at Zhou Tong. Looks like I'm giving too many good looks. Without saying a word, the acacia lock probed into the ground and raised a 10. 000-ton boulder, and under the horrified gazes of the disciples guarding the gate, Zhou Tong directly threw it out. Boom! Accompanied by a puff of smoke, the blood god sect's gate was smashed to pieces. Kid, you seek death. An intense killing intent descended steeply, only to see the blood god sect's supreme elder reveal his true form and stare at him with a bloodshot gaze. A tiny mole cricket dared to take the initiative and smash their facade. This was like treating their face like a toilet. You've been used to being a bully, and you're the ones who deserve to die today. Zhou Tong confronted him. Humph, a frog in the bottom of a well doesn't know the size of the heavenly river. A few more supreme elders walked out, looking down on Zhou Tong. Count yourself lucky, kid. The patriarchs of the 6 great sects have already joined forces and are preparing to annihilate the Acacia sect, so I'm sure they've arrived by now. You, the fish that escaped the net and managed to escape with your life. Instead of keeping your tail between your legs, you took the initiative to send yourself to the door, which can only be said to be the end of your breath. Hearing this, Zhou Tong's smile gradually became odd. I'm afraid you still don't know that your patriarch has been killed. Not even his soul is left. The blood god sect's crowd first stared blankly before letting out a loud laugh. Ha ha, what an alarmist little bastard. To be able to make up such ridiculous words, I would have to admire your imagination. Only after the words fell did they notice the cold night behind Zhou Tong. And who is this old thing? Half a foot is in the coffin. Could it be a lackey you took in? Just as well. Today I will send you both to be relieved at the same time. Just as he was about to make his move, the sound of breaking wind suddenly came from the distance. Only the messenger came galloping in, wrapped up in the distant message and hurled it down. Big deal. The alliance of the righteous along with the patriarchs of the 6 major sects besieged Red Dust Mountain, and have now all been exterminated and bloodied in the wilderness. The sound wasn't too loud, but it traveled far enough that it became extinguishing thunder when it fell into everyone's ears. What? This isn't true. What has changed? It's impossible for the Acacia sect to have such a strong power. Immediately afterward, another messenger arrived and told the truth. It's the chief law enforcement lord who has struck. He has come hand in hand with a teenager to find the great clans to settle the score and go on a killing spree. The blood god sect's people's eyes widened as they looked at Cold Night again, their eyes rolling with uncontrollable fear. Taking the liberty of asking, "Are you?" a supreme elder asked tremblingly. "Old me, Cold Night, just an old slave who was about to die, has come to reason with you today." The chief law enforcement's withered and old body erupted with a destructive aura, and the other party took the brunt of it, his face changing wildly. "No, you can't. He exploded right into pieces, along with the half-sentence that didn't come out of that. "Why can't you? Your patriarch has said that fists are the hard way, and I'm here to reason with you. We beg for forgiveness. We know we're wrong, and we're willing to make amends." Several of the supreme elders knelt down at the same time, without even a thought of struggling. The disciples of the sect all looked dumbfounded. The great elders, who were usually so high and mighty that even the patriarch had to treat them respectfully, now looked like a bunch of cowards who only knew how to cry bitterly and beg for mercy. But they didn't understand that the old man in front of them, despite looking like he was about to die, contained within his body a terrifying power that was enough to turn the world upside down, only to see the old man slowly shaking his head. "We don't want compensation, and we don't care about right or wrong. We just want to reason with you and show you the old man's great principles. Run!" The 6 supreme elders made a decision at the same time and dispersed in different directions, but the outcome was already predetermined, only to see the old man's body vaporize, as if he had become a god. And with a single stretch of his hand, he covered the heavens and the earth, leaving everything with nowhere to hide. 6 people blew up in unison and died without a trace. What a horrible scene this was, except for Zhou Tong. But all the beings who witnessed this scene all kneeled down, and could only let themselves be sent down in fear. The chief law enforcement officer did not go on a killing spree, while Zhou Tong rushed into the blood god sect and packed away all the treasures he could lay his eyes on, during which no one dared to stop him. "Come on, let's go to the next one." The old man dragon walked and stepped into the void. The eastern continent was ushered in by a major earthquake, and the news of the chief law enforcement threatening to cleanse the 6 major sects was widely known. Among them, the most fortunate ones would be the power holders of the Taiching sect and the Shangqing sect, thanks to the fact that the strong men they sent out were resourceful enough. Otherwise, they would have been included in the list of those who were purged. In contrast, the whole of the Jade Clearance sect was silent, as if it had suffered a doom. Report. The chief law enforcement has already exterminated the power holders of 3 clans, except for the blood god sect's great elders who were killed on the spot. The power holders of the other 2 clans had attempted to flee, only to be chased down by all of them, and then pinched into a bloody mist by the chief law enforcement lord. "Probe and report again." "Yes, tell us all. What should we do?" The vice patriarch of the Jade Clearance sect was sitting at the first place, looking down at the group of elders next to him. Originally he was still in seclusion, but faced with such a situation, he had to come out and preside over the big picture. What else can we do? Of course it's to fight with them. Our Jade Clearance sect is not comparable to the 6 major sects, and there is also the spiritual rhinoceros chain array, which can gather all the disciples and elders together to unleash the strongest strike, so we may not be afraid of that old man. A grumpy elder clapped his hands and said, "Report." The chief law enforcement passed by the Hautian sect. The other party refused to admit their mistake, and even united everyone to turn on the sect protector formation to fight against them, and they were eventually all wiped out, with no chickens or dogs left behind. Probe and report again. The vice patriarch's face sank like a waterway. Ahem, I think there should be a way to solve the problem peacefully. That elder from earlier hastily changed his words, reporting to the vice patriarch. The other 2 clans have also gotten results. Another disciple came forward and attracted the attention of the crowd. Come on. Back to vice sovereign. In the end, the 2 clans suffered the least amount of losses. They didn't run away. They obediently admitted their faults and gave enough compensation. And the person in charge of the Acacia clan who proposed to attack the clan was beheaded in public. And the chief law enforcement lord drifted away. As soon as the words fell, the gazes of everyone in the room unanimously focused on someone's body. This person was none other than Law Hall Master Huang Gang, one of the initiators of sending people to besiege the Acacia sect, and was also Mo Liusu's suitor. The purpose of this operation was perhaps to target Zhou Tong and use it to curry favor with Mo Liusu. Humph. I don't believe that little bastard really dares to touch old man. He may not even dare to come. Here, this is the Jade Clearance sect, Huang Gang said with a stiff upper lip. From the beginning to the end, he did not put Zhou Tong in his eyes. He didn't think that brat would dare to take on a former clan. Old dog Huang Gang, get your ass out here and die. Just then, Zhou Tong's voice came up from above and resounded throughout the hall. Chapter 36 today is just a warning. Zhou Tong's voice resounded through the hall, interrupting everyone's discussion. This little really came. How dare he? Huang Gang's face was hard to see. As the head of the law hall, everyone was in awe of him, and no one had ever dared to scold him by name. It's all because of the good disciples you've taught. The vice patriarch looked towards Mo Liusu, his tone quite dissatisfied. Even he hadn't expected that a small outcast could make such waves. If I had known, I should not have let him go even if I had to bury him. Since we've come to the door, let's go out and take a look. The vice patriarch stood with a long body, a cold color hanging from the corner of his eyes. A moment later, a dozen elders stood in the air and saw Zhou Tong and the chief enforcement officer. Greetings, Lord Cold Knight. I wonder what you've come for this time. The vice patriarch arched his hand and saluted. Not being humble, Zhou Tong took a step forward, his face as bland as the other parties, and said, "Kill." When these words came out, the faces of the dozen or so elders all changed. Originally, they thought that they could exchange a few pleasantries and ease the conflict, but Zhou Tong went straight to the point and turned all their prepared remarks into scraps of paper. Little, where is your place to talk here? A powerful aura descended and came straight at Zhou Tong. Only Huang Gang walked out, looking disdainfully at Zhou Tong with a haughty demeanor. Seeing this person, a stern color flashed in Zhou Tong's eyes as well. When he was still in the Jade Clearance sect, he wasn't treated well by Mo Liusu, so this old dog would see people's dishes, always looking for him to trouble him several times, letting him be tortured for no reason. In those years, 80% of the injuries on Zhou Tong's body came from this person. Now it's time to settle old grudges with new ones. Old dog, my Acacia sect has no grievances or enmity with you. Yet you sent people to exterminate the clan and slaughter people. Have you ever thought that you would end up like this? Humph. Huang Gang's face was disdainful, his eyes looking sideways and upwards. In his eyes, Zhou Tong had no qualifications to ask him questions at all. Elder, do it. Zhou Tong smiled faintly. Since the other party didn't care, he cared even less. The chief law enforcement officer didn't delay either, directly releasing his amazing aura. Huang Gang's face changed drastically, and it was too late to speak, as the chief law enforcement's aura was like a meteor falling from the sky, crashing into his body. But, aha! He screamed miserably and spat out blood. His internal organs were almost shattered, and he was directly hit by a fatal blow, vulnerable as a baby. This scene caused all the others to be shocked, originally thinking that if so many people joined forces, even if they couldn't defeat the chief law enforcement officer, they could at least resist one or two. That thought was mercilessly crushed at this moment, knowing that Huang Gang's strength was top-notch despite his low character, even surpassing Mo Liusu and second only to the vice patriarch. Such a strong person couldn't even withstand the other party's aura, so how else could they fight? How terrifying is this old man? Senior, please be merciful. Huang Gang was instantly terrified and hastily begged for mercy, receiving only cold silence. Hee hee, so you old dog also knows fear. You don't care to respond to my question. Don't you know that in front of the chief law enforcement you're also a mole cricket? Pinching you to death is just a thought away. Little I'm going to break you into pieces. Huang Gang roared. He never thought that his life was pinched in Zhou Tong's hands, which made him furious with shame. Zhou Tong, have you made enough of a scene? Quickly get the chief law enforcement to stop. If something happens to Hall Master Huang, will you be able to shoulder the responsibility? Some of the elders reacted and didn't dare to go up to persuade them to fight, and began to put pressure on Zhou Tong. I'm here to kill him today. I'm still not leaving until he's dead. Why would you ask such a stupid question? When these words came out, the faces of several elders turned ironic. At one time, they could take Zhou Tong as much as they wanted, but the other party was not what it used to be. This change made them extremely agitated and incredibly angry. That's enough, kid. The deputy hall master finally spoke up. You are so violent at such a young age. You have only gained a hint of favor from the chief law enforcement and you are going to stir up the world into waves of blood. Have you thought about what the consequences will be? Can the chief law enforcement protect you for the rest of your life? I'm just asking for justice. What's the reasoning behind only allowing him to destroy my clan, but not allowing me to kill him? But the Acacia sect is still safe and sound right now, so you should stop at the right time and stop quickly. Ha ha, what a big joke. He didn't exterminate us because he wasn't capable enough. While I won't show any mercy if I can kill him. Before the words left his mouth, the sound of Huang Gang screaming miserably came from the distance. Even if he used all his strength and burned his life to no avail, he was pinched in the palm of the chief law enforcement officer's hand like a flying insect. Help me, help me. His voice trembled with fear, and for the first time he knew what it meant to be sorry. It was all because he had provoked Zhou Tong. Kid, I'll give you one last chance. Let the chief law enforcement stop there and the Jade Clearance sect won't pursue you in the future. Otherwise, the vice patriarch's voice was icy cold as he began to threaten Zhou Tong. Clank! Only Zhou Tong drew his sword and aimed it at his throat. From now on, if I hear your voice again, I will grant you death. If you don't believe me. In an instant, the vice hall master's hair stood on end in sweat, and there was both anger and panic in his heart. There were still people who wanted to dissuade them, but then they heard Zhou Tao say again, whoever dares to make me put down my hatred is my mortal enemy. One sentence blocked everyone. Even Emoliosu's face turned blue, not daring to say another word. The chief enforcer smiled slightly at the sight, then clenched his palm. Aha! Only Huang Gang let out one last scream, and his entire body exploded into a mist of blood. The Jade Clearance sect's law hall master had died so lightly. Kid, the head of the thief has been removed. Do you want compensation? It is expected that this group of poor people don't have anything good either. Zhou Tong laughed coldly, but his eyes looked towards the gate of the Jade Clearance sect. This facade is not bad. It can be used to compensate the Acacia sect. No, Emoliosu immediately refused. Not to mention that the gate itself is a heavy treasure. For the clan, the facade is dignity. How can it be given away? I'm not consulting you. I'm just informing you. The chief enforcement officer thundered, and with a lift of his finger, he let the gate rise out of the ground. Today is just a warning. In the future, if you dare to mess with me again, you won't roll over as gently as you did today. Before leaving, Zhou Tong left a final threat and then sailed away. As the long wind blew by, the elders of the Jade Clearance sect looked like they had been fixed in the air for a long time. How dare the harlot! I'll make you pay. The bashfulness on the vice patriarch's face was gone, and his features twisted violently. Then a mouthful of blood spurted out wildly. Chapter 37 Master's Heart Demon. Big Sister's whereabouts. Several elders were shocked and rushed to support him. It was only after a moment that the vice patriarch slowed down, and a frantic coldness surged in the bottom of his eyes. In all his years of living, he had never experienced this kind of shame. The Jade Clearance sect was the same, being beheaded in front of the hall master. But a group of people didn't even dare to let out a fart, and even the gate was taken away from them. So if the Sure could tolerate it, what couldn't be tolerated? I declare that from today onwards Zhou Tong is the #1 enemy of the Jade Clearance sect, and we will thwart him no matter what the cost. When these words came out, the faces of several elders became much more grave, and they eventually agreed. If we don't take this revenge, the Jade Clearance sect will lose all its face. How can we gain a foothold in the future? Emoliosu, this matter started because of you. You have to take most of the responsibility, the vice patriarch said in a cold tone. I order your lineage to immediately formulate a plan to eradicate that sinner without fail. Hearing this, Emoliosu frowned. She was the sole personal disciple of the patriarch, and was also the internalized future patriarch, not inferior to the vice patriarch in terms of status, and the other party was not qualified to order her. I refuse. What did you say? The vice patriarch immediately stormed into a rage. Huang Gang's fate is all his own fault, not Zhou Tong's. If you guys want to target him, please feel free. I won't get involved. Just one more reminder. Beware of the chief law enforcement's wrath. After she said that, she took off, and no one could see the complicated look on her face. The vice patriarch was impotent and furious, staring at the remaining people. Even without her, it's still the same. Hurry up and send people to inquire about the relationship between the chief law enforcement and that person. I don't believe that the chief law enforcement can protect him all the time. Kid, today you're a bit too ostentatious with the help of old man's name. After leaving the Jade Clearance sect, the chief law enforcement officer said in a serious tone, our relationship isn't a secret. It's not hard to find out if you look into it. And you've lost the old man's patronage now. So what? Zhou Tong was unconcerned, and there was even less fear on his face. You're not afraid of death? The chief law enforcement officer said with some surprise. I won't die. He overflowed with a powerful confidence. Full of bottom. He might not be the strongest right now, but he was definitely the hardest to kill. Just an Emperor Realm spirit gave him the power to defend himself. Not to mention that he was proficient in all categories, and with his endless means, he wasn't afraid of not being able to find a powerful ally. Elder, this campaign has consumed many of your spirits. This is a small gift from the late generation. Please accept it with a smile. Zhou Tong handed a brocade box to the chief law enforcement officer before carrying the gate and returning towards Red Dust Mountain. What is it, mysterious? The chief law enforcement officer opened the brocade box, and immediately a golden light shot up into the sky, followed by a strong fragrance of Dan. He looked at the black and white elixir in the box, and a shocked look emerged in the bottom of his eyes. Tian Yuan Life and Death Pill, a top grade 8th grade holy pill. It can bring forth the dead in flesh and bones, and will allow me to live for another 10 years. The chief law enforcement sucked in his cool breath. Could it be that this kid snatched it? No, there should be no such treasures in the 6 major sects. Even if there were, they would have been used long ago. It couldn't be that he refined it with his own hands. In the secret room of the Acacia sect, Moronya's head was full of white hair, and she had already entered a state of heart demonic outburst. At this moment, the leader of the Alliance of Righteousness was hung up, without a piece of good skin on his body, obviously experiencing unimaginable torture. Kill me, please kill me. I really don't know anything about that year. The other man cried and pleaded, fear written all over his face. Okay then, we'll do it 10 more times. Moronya gently licked her red lips, like a cruel queen, and pointed her finger at her opponent's body. This is the highest level of the tendon-splitting hand. The Alliance chief's screams became hoarse, only to see his bones constantly twisting and churning, and all of his meridians were even more entangled together, and when they reached their limit, the sound of breaking came out. This was an unimaginable form of torture. Killing a person was nothing but a headache. Moronya usually didn't use this kind of tactic, but in order to find out what had happened to her eldest disciple, she couldn't care less. Master, quickly stop. If you continue to release your hostile chi like this, you're going to really enter the devil. Why don't you just let me do the interrogation? The little demoness looked worried. The thing she was most worried about had still happened. The eldest sister was the heart disease of her master. If it wasn't resolved, her master would never be able to let go of it. I didn't realize that after so many years, Yair is still so stubborn. It really fascinates me. The Alliance leader was dying, but an unfamiliar voice came out of him. Hearing this, Moronya's pupils suddenly shrunk. Get the hell out of here, she roared, her emotions more confused than ever. That's how much you want to see me? Then I'll be respectful. Along with the words, only a poof sound was heard, and a bloody hole exploded out of the Alliance leader's back. A ray of light flew out of the wound and spread out smoothly, reflecting an image. In the image, a young man in a green robe, gentle as jade, smiled softly at the crowd, just like a fluttering gentleman. Zhao Lawless. 3 words squeezed out from Moronya's teeth, mixed with a monstrous murderous aura. That Yair can still remember me really makes me happy. After a goodbye of more than 10 years, I've prepared a gift for you. I believe you'll like it. Zhao Wenshi laughed like a demon, gently clapping his hands. A pile of ice crystals emerged behind him, and within the ice crystals, there was a person frozen. A girl as delicate as a flower, to be precise, with time stopped at the best age. Coquette. Moronya instantly burst into hot tears, calling out the girl's name, her face surging with an expression that she didn't know whether it was joy or sorrow. Who is this? Long Lingyun asked curiously. This is our eldest senior sister, Zhang Chuqiao. She was besieged by disciples from multiple sects during a trial and eventually lost track of her. We all thought she was dead, but we didn't expect that she was actually hijacked by this person. So it seems that those sects were just his pawns. What an ice-cold, beautiful girl. I also like you very much. Would you like to consider becoming my concubine? Greed flared up in Zhao Wenshi's eyes, but he was cut off by Moronya. Surname Zhao. If you dare to hit on her, I will destroy your heavenly Dao mansion even if I die. Now give Xiao Xiao back to me. This can't be done. This child is a rare yin-yang Taoist body in the world. Any man who dual cultivates with her will gain heavenly benefits. I've waited with great difficulty for her to mature, so how can I return her so easily? The other party smiled teasingly, watching Morongya's expression with interest. What do you want? It's very simple. You know that I do like you. As long as you are willing to be my Dao mate, I will listen to you in everything. After all, compared to you, all women are worthless. But if you dare to refuse, the other party's complexion turned grim. In 10 days' time, I will auction off the qualification to double cultivate with this girl. I'm afraid you don't know that so far. There are already thousands of people ready to get a kiss. Ha ha ha. Hearing these words, Morongya's pupils instantly colored black. An extremely violent aura rose to the sky. It's not good. Master Teacher has entered the devil. Long Lingyun exclaimed. Damn it, why hasn't the little lecher come back yet? Now he's the only one who can hold down Master. The little demoness was filled with anxiety as she grabbed Long Lingyun and flew out of the secret room. Chapter 38, They've been mean to me, so you can't be mean to me anymore. Return my disciple's life, and you all go to hell. Morongya chased them out, clearly treating them as enemies, and struck out an annihilating attack, only to see the 10,000 feet of red dust turn into waves, advancing towards the front at a terrifying speed, destroying everything in its path. And in the blink of an eye it arrived in front of the two women. You go first, I'll hold it off. A look of determination flashed across the little demoness face as she pushed Long Lingyun away, but she herself faced the wild waves directly. Sister, quickly go. My life was given to me by my master. Even if I die at her hands I have no regrets. But nothing can happen to you. Snap out of it. I'm coming. Just in the nick of time. A roar carried through the air, energizing the two desperate girls, only to see Zhou Tong speeding in, reaching out with a wave of his hand. Blood-colored thunder condensed in his palm before transforming into a crescent-shaped blade light, splitting the sea of red dust with just one strike. You guys are finally back. The little demoness voice was tinged with sobs and filled with aggression. Don't worry, with me here, I'll take it back even if the sky falls. Zhou Tong crossed over the little demoness and faced Morongya directly. Looking at his back, the demon girl actually smiled involuntarily, her eyes tumbling with unknown emotions. To be so unauthorized as to be enchanted, what an unreliable lord. Zhou Tong chided, but his expression was incomparably gentle. Suddenly he moved, extremely fast, striking out a finger, a fist, and a palm. 3 red lights spanning the void, respectively penetrating Morongya's brow, chest, and dantian without harming her in the slightest. Immediately after that, red patterns emerged on Morongya's body, and the harmony lock was smoothly activated, suppressing all of her power. Calm down for me. After subduing Morongya, Zhou Tong had the time to inquire about the situation. The two girls bowed their heads and, without holding back, told the whole story. Heaven's Path House. Zhao Wutian. Light flowed under Zhou Tong's eyes and he only felt something familiar. The next moment he disappeared and came into the secret room. The chamber was in shambles, and the alliance leader was surprisingly alive and free of his bonds. His eyes bloodshot as he stared at him. Little bastard. Go to hell. He attacked suddenly, and despite being tortured, he exerted strength at the level of the harmonious mind realm. Put. The battle was over in a single glance. Zhou Tong's palm penetrated his heart, and that cold look was as if he had done something insignificant. How is that possible? The alliance chief was incredulous as his vitality gradually disappeared. His cultivation was clearly a great realm higher than Zhou Tong. You're kind of useful. You scum. So let me try this move after a long time. Zhou Tong's other hand pressed on his brain, and his terrifying spiritual power instantly erupted. Using the soul-searching method. Aha! Even though he was going to die, the alliance leader suffered more pain than life and eventually blew up into a pile of pieces. So weak, can't even withstand this. Zhou Tong's face was disdainful. Despite the short period of time, he still got useful information. It was now certain that he had indeed seen this Zhao Wonyan. It was around this time in his previous life that something happened that shocked the continent. The Heavenly Dao Mansion had organized an event using the Yin-Yang Dao body as a gimmick, attracting countless powerful people in droves. But the truth was that it was nothing more than a plot by Zhao Wutian. He eventually unleashed the sacrificial formation, refining many powerful people into origin, only growing him alone. Years later, he reappeared, and had become a world-renowned demon, so powerful that almost no one could control him. It was just a pity that he was unlucky enough to run into Zhou Tong, who was about to become a Taoist, and was severely injured before being chopped up by the Sword Saint in a hasty end. Dog! You even met me in this life? Count your breath as gone. Zhou Tong's eyes flashed with a killing light and had already marked the man as a corpse. Immediately after that, He took a step out and arrived inside the pharmacy. Morongya was then placed here. In the middle of the room, Morongya was lying on the bed, covered in a brocade quilt, her face full of guilt, and the two girls were comforting her in a low voice. Just then, Jotong violently pushed the door in, making a big commotion. When they first saw him, the three women had joyful faces, but after seeing his expression, Morongya wrapped herself tightly with the quilt, and even those white and soft jade feet were hidden from her. She has known her mistake and reflected on it. The two girls blocked in front of Jotong and took the initiative to defend Morongya. Jotong ignored them and came around them to the bedside, gazing at the woman who was playing the ostrich. At this time Morongya, although only a pair of eyes exposed outside, but will choo-choo pity interpretation of the best, even if it is hard-hearted people will not bear to blame her. They've already been mean to me. You can't be mean to me again. In the end, Jotong couldn't help but let out a long sigh and sat down on the edge of the bed. As soon as he sat down, he was grabbed by the wrist by a cold hand. Morongya was looking at him with a pleading face, as if she had something to say. Chapter 39. We only need to fight. Master has much more to think about. Jotong had long since seen through her mind, and asked with a flat face, "Want to go save eldest sister, right?" Hearing this, Morongya's eyes suddenly had a light in them. "May I?" she asked weakly. She wasn't afraid of dying. She was only afraid that the three disciples in front of her would be affected. If the three Jotongs had to be sacrificed in order to save Zhang Chuchao, then she would rather not. Only then she'd go crazy, die of guilt, and never have any peace. Of course we must be saved. Not one of our loved ones should be left behind. Without letting Morongya suffer for too long, Jotong smiled faintly and gave a firm answer. With these words, the light in Morongya's eyes became brighter, like a million stars blooming with light. "What about you guys?" She looked behind Jotong, and the two girls actually had an answer in their hearts. "I followed senior brother to join the clan." "Senior brother's thoughts are my thoughts," Long Lingyun said without hesitation. "Me too," the little demoness spoke succinctly and in a firm tone. "Since that's the case, we'll depart immediately after 3 days and vow not to return until we save eldest sister." Jotong made a decision. "Good, master will listen to you all." Before the words fell, Morongya's expression managed to get out of control, and she hastily covered her head with the quilt, while a cry that was suppressed to the extreme came out. Ahem. Jotong coughed a few times. No matter in his previous life or in this life, he was not very good at coaxing women. "You guys take care of her so she doesn't turn again." Jotong turned around and was about to go out. "Senior brother, what are you doing?" Long Lingyun asked curiously. "The group of scumbags from the 6 great sects and the Jade Clearance sect won't be at peace. It won't be long before they come to seek revenge. In order to properly entertain them, I'm going to use the treasures I snatched from them to set up a great clan protection formation, leaving them with a memory that will last a lifetime." As he watched Jotong leave, Long Lingyun's face was filled with amazement. "Elder brother still knows how to set up formations? I can't believe I didn't even know that. There are many things you don't know." The little demoness smiled like a flower and gently patted the brocade quilt. "The people have already left. So how long do you have to be a shrunken head turtle?" A wince escaped from the covers, and after a few breaths, a crack finally opened. Only a pair of bright eyes made their rounds for a few moments before the covers were removed, revealing the great beauty who was going pear-shaped. "I don't know how to be ashamed. You're obviously an adult and you're still crying. I blush for you," the little demoness teased. "Stinky girl, what do you know? How dare you come to mock the master?" Yeah, I don't know anything, I just have to practice and fight. And master needs to consider a lot more. After all, you already owe someone so many favors. I'm afraid you can't pay them back anymore except for giving yourself to him as a gift. Humph, don't disturb my rest." With a roll out of bed, Morongya kicked the two women out. "Since we are going to play, let's play a big game. Otherwise we can't slaughter the group." Jotong muttered to himself with an excited gleam in his eyes. The strength of the formation was divided into levels 1 through 9, with level 9 being the strongest and consuming more resources. The 6 great sects protective formations were grade 7 formations. The upper 3 sects were grade 8 formations, and the law enforcement city's protective formation had reached quasi-grade 9, the strongest formation in the eastern continent at the moment. But it won't be long before that record is broken. Boom! Terrifying spiritual power spewed out. Jotong had long been familiar with the process and began to carve the formation. Spiritual power could pass through the heavens and dominate everything, and Emperor Realm spirits could really do whatever they wanted. A day later, Morongya's 3 eyes widened in disbelief of what was in front of them. No sooner had their spiritual energy radiated out than they sensed a transparent boundary like an inverted large bowl enveloping red dust mountain. The formation had not yet been activated, and the divine might contained within made their hearts tremble. Even Morongya felt a chill. "What kind of formation is this?" "Xian Tianjiuhua formation." Zhou Dao uttered the name of the formation, causing Morongya's pupils to tremble. 9th level formation. It is indeed level 9 for now. It's just a pity that Red Dust Mountain is too barren and there are no earth veins passing through the surrounding area. Otherwise, if we just lure 3 earth veins to converge here, it would allow the formation to break through the 9th level and reach the ranks of a holy formation. Stop it. Master is dizzy. Morongya pressed his brow, unable to find his way out of the room as he was swept away by the great unexpectedness and happiness. Jade Clearance Sect, Council Hall. The Vice Patriarch and the newest power holders of the 5 major sects sat and talked together. If one were to ask why there were only 5 great clans, one could only say that one of them had already been swept away by the roots, and there wasn't even a chicken left. Gentlemen, I have already probed. That little has only one chance to mobilize the general law enforcement, and now that he has no more cards in his hand, the time for us to take revenge has arrived. The crowd stared at each other. Each person's eyes tumbled with longing and restraint, as if waiting for an outlier. I don't think so. The Blood God sect's new headmaster suddenly said. I sent someone to monitor Red Dust Mountain and learned that they are constructing a protective formation, and I heard that the aura is extraordinary, so it's better to be careful. Not worth mentioning, the Vice Patriarch said in a confident manner. This clan has a supreme treasure named the Pestle of Destruction, which specializes in formations, and formations below the 8th level can be extinguished with a single blow. Upon hearing this, several of the power holders immediately became interested. In that case, it's foolproof. Chapter 40 Zhoutong, isn't it still up to me how to define justice? Eastern Continent, Sanqing Domain. Everyone was eagerly waiting for a good show, ever since Zhoutong had wreaked havoc on several major sects, because no one would believe that those high and mighty clans would swallow this bad breath. As luck would have it, a crusading diatribe soon spread throughout the world. This was a wanted notice issued jointly by the 5 major sects and the Jade Clearance sect, aiming to notify the world that Zhoutong had become a devil, not only killing countless people, but also looting countless treasures. The righteous people of the world should then rise up and attack, and whoever could behead Zhoutong would be able to take possession of the possessions in Zhoutong's hands. When the list of treasures was announced, quite a few people went directly crazy. This is like a gold mountain falling from the sky. Whoever can get it will be able to reach the sky in one step. If you lose, the price is just a cheap life. If you win, you can directly step into the peak of life. Kill, go and destroy the Acacia sect, destroy the devil. The crowd swelled and rushed in that direction. A bunch of rabble-rousers, a little trickery, and they'll be made horsemen. In the distance, the Jade Clearance sect's Vice Patriarch and the 5 great sects power holders all let out cold smiles. These mole crickets are so naive. It's just a pie in the sky. Do you really think that anyone can take this sky-high wealth? Is it really okay to make such a big deal out of it? If the enforcers strike again, one of the powers that be said heartily. Just don't worry, the chief enforcer is already in seclusion. No enforcers will intervene in this until the dust settles. The Vice Patriarch said wisely. When those rabble are almost dead, we'll just go and avenge them. It's called a master's name. When these words came out, the other 5 all nodded their heads in praise, but their hearts were flooded with chills. Ginger is still old and hot. This old bastard really has evil intentions. Red Dust Mountain. In front of the Acacia sect, Zhoutong sat down on a rocking chair, his gaze leisurely looking down at the crowd in front of him. Everyone looked at him with greed and lust in their eyes. Are you all here to kill me? Zhoutong asked with a light smile. That's right, you've been too reckless and indiscriminate in killing innocents. The people of the world have long been dissatisfied with you. In order to uphold justice, only a snap was heard as Zhoutong snapped his fingers and the man's head exploded. 9th level grand formation, killing people invisibly. It's just so overbearing. This scene instantly caused the people around them to shut their mouths. How much is your justice worth? Zhoutong stood up and looked down at the people below. Don't be afraid. There are so many of us. He can't beat us with 2 fists. There will be a time when he loses. For the sake of justice. Before the words left his mouth, Zhoutong caught the man with a wave of his hand. I asked you a question. How much is your justice worth? I. The other party's eyes were wide and his body trembled nonstop. He was the mouthpiece of the 5 major sects, an existence dedicated to compelling people's hearts. And now that he was facing death straight on, he didn't even dare to let out a fart. How disappointing that the mouth that speaks of justice has become stuttering. So what use are you? With a loud boom, a strong pressure shook down and crushed him into powder. This scene wasn't too fast, but the others felt like they were frozen. And all the blood they had just spilled was frozen. Let me show you what justice is. Zhoutong opened his arms and took the initiative to walk towards the front. It is justice to be powerful, to see the truth, and to sustain oneself. And you are nothing but a bunch of weak puppets. And when you face me, I am justice. As soon as the words fell, a number of people exploded one after another, scaring the surrounding people out of their wits. Most of these dead people were nails planted by the Jade Clearance sect and the 5 major sects. Something is wrong. 9 out of 10. This kid is not to be messed with. Finally someone reacted and was about to get their feet wet. The situation is not right. Let's retreat. Come when you want, leave when you want. Think this is a public restroom? With a wave of his hand, Jotong harnessed the formation to block the crowd's back path. What do you want? Seeing that there was no escape, some people asked boldly, kill all of you. Any comments? A terrifying aura rose behind Jotong, and he could strike at any time. Mercy, we know we're wrong. In the blink of an eye, nearly 100 people gave up their resistance. There is an old saying, those who know what's good for them are good at what they do. This is really a group of men who can bend and stretch. Who sent you guys? Jotong asked. Of course it's ourselves. A burly man thought nothing of it and blurted it out directly. Before the words even left his mouth, he was chopped up by the chi and reduced to nothing. This man is unjust and truly deserves to die. I remember. It was the people from the Jade Clearance sect and the 5 great sects who forced us to come. We are all innocent. The children are teachable. Jotong nodded with satisfaction. Would you guys say the same thing if faced with an enforcer? We can swear, the crowd said in unison. Very well, labor to atone for your sins and go. Jotong gave these people tools and told them to build the walls of the Acacia sect within a day. Looking at the backs of these people with their heads hanging down, Jotong couldn't help but smile. I swallowed the bait. So it's time for the self-styled hunters to come out with their prey. Vaguely, he was actually looking forward to it. Chapter 41. Come as you are. Die. The long wind whistled and the clouds in the sky cleared. When the people saw a dozen huge airships crossing the firmament, they knew that the real main event was about to take place. This was the signal for the 5 great sects and the Jade Clearance sect to take the stage. What a strong sense of oppression. Is this the depth of a great sect? These airships are like monsters. The young cultivator's face was horrified, and he couldn't help but tremble in the face of this creation that was like a heavenly might. You guys are still underestimating these airships. It's not too much to say that it's a clan exterminator. An old man explained. These airships are both offensive and defensive, and with one shot, even the strongest experts will be turned into flying dust. Hiss, in that case, the Acacia sect is dead this time? That goes without saying, packs of death. And it's a total waste of time to put out this formation. In less than half an incense stick of time, the sky above Red Dust Mountain was covered with flags, and a solemn and murderous aura filled the Qianquan. Jotong, your time to die has come. Looking at the young man on the mountain, the Jade Clearance sect's vice-patriarch stood on the prow of the boat and proclaimed with a haughty expression, Old mongrel, if it wasn't for your grandfather's mercy on me, you would have been killed by the chief law enforcement in the palm of his hand, and now instead of being thankful, you dare to come to the door to pick a fight. What a wolf-hearted thing. When these words came out, the faces of all those in power became extremely ugly. Jotong was lightly throwing out their most embarrassing memories, and it was intolerable for sure to tolerate it. How does a yellow-mouthed child know the size of the world? We have come here to seek justice for the innocent people who died tragically under your hands just now. You obediently suffer death. Before the words fell, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth became incomparably riotous, and a dozen or so warships simultaneously amassed their might and lit up their blackened gun ports. In the blink of an eye, tens of millions of spirit stones were consumed, and dazzling light flashed in the cannon's muzzle, which would soon turn into thunder tilting out, exterminating everything the cannon pointed at. Jotong's eyes widened, and instead of a look of fear, his face was filled with excitement, as if a child had found an interesting toy. How stupid! Why didn't I build more of these useful gadgets in my previous life? He patted his head and eyed the ships, completely figuring out their construction in just a short gaze. With his vision, these airships were just too rough. If he were to forge them with his own hands, he would definitely be able to build a great killing weapon that was 100 times stronger than this. It was a pity that too many materials had been consumed in order to set up the formation. At that thought, Jotong's eyes lit up again. If he dismantled all these airships, the problem of materials would be solved. I was going to have a good time with you guys, but since you're being so polite, I'll just go straight to the main meal. With a movement of Jotong's spirit, the Xian Heavenly Manhwa formation instantly expanded, enveloping everyone in it. Xian Tianjiahua, the Battle of the Stars. The grand formation officially began to operate, displaying only a wisp of divine might that could easily manipulate space. Buzz. With the fluctuation of spatial distortion, a dozen or so airships poured out and disappeared, transferred elsewhere by Jotong. The only people left in the original spot were the powerhouses of the major sects, who were in a daze at the moment, completely unaware of what had happened. Where's my boat? Where's our boat that big? Even the vice-patriarch revealed a ghostly expression as he stared at Jotong dead in the face. Little, you're the one who messed up, right? Can you stop talking? Don't you know how disgusting those two big yellow teeth of yours are? Grandpa is going to be merciful and personally help you get rid of them. Another spatial fluctuation quietly flooded the area, causing the Vice Patriarch's face to change wildly. Before he could make a move, two incisors were gone. The only remedy he could make was to utter a melodious scream. Now people could finally be sure that it was indeed Jotong who was up to no good. It's a formation. He used a very strong formation. Someone noticed the end and it started to get a little confusing. A formation that could affect space was at least a level 7 formation. This fact shocked them. From the time they learned that the Acacia sect had begun to set up the formation to now, it had only been less than 2 days. Just what kind of high-level person could accomplish such a feat in such a short period of time? Could it be that the Acacia sect is backed up by other people? Many people have been thinking carefully about this thought for a long time. Don't panic. Even with the protection of the formation, he won't be able to escape with his wings today. The Vice Patriarch was victorious and took out the pestle of destruction from his ring. Seeing this scene, the crowd all breathed a sigh of relief. This treasure specializes in arrays, and as long as it is below the 8th level, it can definitely be broken with a single blow. What the hell? Jotong frowned, not seeing clearly what it was. Bring it on you. With a wave of his hand, the mortar and pestle of destruction was seized. The Vice Patriarch's face instantly became much paler. Just now it was him who was careless and didn't flash. Little, quickly return my treasure, he roared. What's yours and mine? What's yours is mine and what's mine is still mine. After Jotong scrutinized it for a moment, a disdainful expression appeared on his face. The dog doesn't want this crap. It's back to you. In the next moment, the mortar and pestle of destruction was back in the Vice Patriarch's hands. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect you to seek your own death. Say goodbye to your clan protection formation. The Vice Patriarch laughed maniacally and threw the pestle of destruction towards the sky above. With a loud boom, the breaking mortar and pestle slammed into the barriers of the grand formation. And then it exploded. Nice fireworks. Any more? Jotong's voice pulled the stagnant crowd back. And when they saw the smirking expression on the teenager's face, they only felt a cold chill run through their bodies. The fact that the other party had long since seen through the effects of the breaking mortar and pestle, yet they still let them strike casually, could only mean one thing, that this Acacia sect's great formation was not at all fearful. In other words, this was at least an 8th level formation. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The Vice Patriarch was skeptical. The Jade Clearance sect's protector formation was an 8th level formation. Once it was activated at full strength, he didn't even have the confidence to retreat in one piece. It seems that you have run out of means that can please me, and in that case it's time to wrap it up, Jotong said lightly, but it gave everyone the creeps. What do you want? If you have friends who come from afar, you should die. As the words fell, Jotong's aura became incomparably stern. Xian Tianjiahua, mixed elements returned to one. Boom! The real killing move was activated, only to see terrifying chaotic chi surging from all directions, crushing all these people. Finish the fight and call it a day. Jotong clapped his hands and looked at the sky that did not have the slightest amount of blood spilled, and finally couldn't help himself. A bunch of cowards who only dared to send their doppelgangers. It's a pity. Outside the Red Dust Mountain, the principalities of the major sects simultaneously spat out blood with horrified looks on their faces. Just now, they had experienced a real death. That detachment was extremely important, and once it was destroyed, all of their strength would be drastically reduced. Go get the enforcers. We need the enforcers to do justice. The Vice Patriarch hissed unimaginatively, and an emotion called fear was already growing in his eyes. Chapter 42. The ship you can't drive away. You can carry it away. The enforcers are coming. Only a middle-aged powerhouse in a golden robe tore through the void and descended outside Red Dust Mountain. This was the gold-robed elder of the law enforcers, who had an extremely high status in the law enforcement city, and was the chief law enforcement's right-hand man. At this moment, he was gazing at the power holders of the great sects with an odd expression. He was accustomed to seeing ordinary people seeking refuge from law enforcers, but he had never experienced such a scene. You guys got cleaned up by the Acacia sect? The gold-robed elder forced a smile on his face, and it took a great deal of effort to ask this. It's that little guy who used despicable tactics. The Jade Clearance sect's Vice Patriarch's face turned red. Making him admit defeat was more painful than killing him. What despicable means? He used the materials he took from us to set up an 8th level formation, specifically waiting for us to take the bait. Hearing this, the bland expression on the enforcer's face instantly crumbled. He even thought there was something wrong with his ears. An 8th grade formation. What is that concept? Even if the highest grade Tarzan Beidou in the Formation Artist Association personally set up the formation, it would still take a month and come with the risk of failure. Now that he heard that someone had spent less than 2 days to complete an 8th level formation, he expressed his skepticism at first. I don't believe it. However, He was convinced immediately afterward, as Zhou Tong directly activated the grand formation and transferred them all over. Looking at the bountiful and handsome young man in front of him, the gold-robed elder was the first to react, and then he sucked in a mouthful of cool air. As the chief law enforcement officer said, "This son is truly extraordinary." He recalled the chief law enforcement officer's instructions before his seclusion, telling him to take care of Zhou Tong no matter what. Because the chief law enforcement officer suspected that Zhou Tong was capable of refining 8th grade pills, it now seemed possible. "Junior, I am an enforcer. You can also call me Elder Jean, and was commissioned by these people to come and mediate the feud between you." After saying that, he also gave Zhou Tong a wink, making Zhou Tong instantly understand that this was one of his own. "Elder Jean, you've come at the right time. I was just about to seek justice from the enforcers," Zhou Tong cried out, pointing at the powers that be of the major sects. "These people are rampant and wanton, and this time they are even making a big deal out of destroying our Acacia sect, so please make sure you punish them severely." When these words came out, it infuriated the major patriarchs to the point that they became furious. "Little, in the presence of the Lord Enforcer, you even dare to cry thief to catch a thief." The vice patriarch jumped up, pointing at Zhou Tong's nose and cursing, "Not only did you rob our airship, but you also annihilated our bilocations. Such a sin is unforgivable by the heavens. What else is there to say?" Zhou Tong laughed outright, the mockery in his eyes unconcealed. "You've been educated by me, and that only shows your lack of ability. Would you give up swatting a mosquito because it's weak enough? I wouldn't anyway." These words almost made the people on the opposite side of the room vomit blood. "That's so hurtful," comparing them to vermin, insinuating that they're stupid, bad, and weak, and that they get beat up when they try to bully people, totally using their cheeks as shoehorns. "Kid, don't try to be forceful here. Hurry up and return our airship and we'll drive away immediately." Knowing that they would not be able to curry any favors, the powerhouses of the great sects made their conditions. "Sorry, you can't drive the boat, but you can carry it." Zhou Tong clapped his hands, and the piles of parts were presented in front of everyone's eyes. "Ho! Ah!" The Blood God sect's new sect leader couldn't get a breath and fainted straight away. He never dreamed that in the blink of an eye, Zhou Tong had dismantled their ship into parts. It's like the ultimate destructive star. Every part of the ship was connected to each other by secret forces, and once separated, the cost of trying to reorganize it exceeded even the cost of building a new ship. These materials, in their eyes, were no different from broken brass. Asterisk 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 ah. The vice patriarch's curses were tinged with trembling. This time the loss was huge. This kind of armed airship was where a sect's deterrent power lay. Each one was worth a lot of money, and sailing out alone was enough to exterminate a small or medium-sized sect. Now that a small half of the Jade Clearance sect's airships had been destroyed like this, it would inevitably lead to a decrease in competitiveness, falling behind the Upper Clearance sect and the Taiching sect. At that thought, mad hatred welled up in the bottom of his eyes. "Lord Enforcer, I want to report that he has already killed hundreds of innocent cultivators before this. Please put him on the spot." The vice patriarch had used a killer weapon, and no matter what, Zhou Tong could not escape the sin of killing the loose cultivators. If the enforcers pursued the matter, it was enough to break his bones. Asterisk 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 you. "I'm going to sue you for libel." Zhou Tong pointed at the other party and responded. "Those people were forced to come here by your coercion of power. I pitted them and took them in for protection. How dare you spit blood at them? Let's see me smack you in the face." Immediately after that, Zhou Tong clapped his hands and called out the guys who were undergoing labor reform. You guys are still alive. How is this possible?" The vice patriarch said incredulously. "Old dog, you still have the nerve to say that." A middle-aged woman stood out, her hands pinching her waist, her expression ferocious as she scolded. "It's all because you coerced us into attacking the Acacia sect, and thanks to Mr. Zhou's kind heart in repaying grudges with kindness, we have a way out of this, and he's our great benefactor. How dare you compel the people?" Elder Jin's eyes instantly sharpened, sending chills down the backs of the major power holders. "This is bloodshed. What proof do you have?" The vice patriarch's eyes trembled. He recognized this woman. This person was the very informant who had conspired with him earlier, mixing in the crowd to mobilize the crowd's emotions. Both sides agreed that after the matter was accomplished, the Jade Clearance sect would provide shelter for the woman and her family. But of course this was just a blank check. The Jade Clearance sect wouldn't protect those worthless ants. "Humph, I already knew that you would say that. So I prepared the sound retention formation in advance and would like to give it to Lord Enforcer with both hands." The moment these words came out, the vice patriarch's face turned completely pale. He knew he had no defense. This backstabbing was really hard. "What do you have to say at this point in time?" Elder Jean was imposing, and he could make a move at any time. The vice patriarch didn't understand how things had come to such a pass. He had clearly punched the enforcers and was able to make Zhou Tong suffer a dumb loss no matter what. However, he didn't expect to directly attract the extremely high-status gold-robed elder, making all of his arrangements fall through. Looks like you guys are speechless. Not only do you compel loose cultivators, but you also carry a previous record. Say it, do you admit to the beating or the punishment? Chapter 43, Killing the Heart, determined to the end. We recognize the punishment. Several patriarchs were creeped out and said without hesitation, they would rather hemorrhage money than endure the torture of the enforcers. After saying this, several people were disheveled to the core. They only felt disgrace to their grandmother's house. Not only did they fail to avenge their blood hatred, but they also suffered heavy losses. Perhaps this quest for revenge was a mistake in itself. Wait. Right at this moment, Zhou Tong suddenly said, only to see him walk up to the blood god sect patriarch, his eyes locking with the other party. What do you want? Obviously, he possessed an overwhelming cultivation, but facing this teenager, the blood god sect's patriarch felt his hair and bones chilling, as if he was being targeted by a flood beast. I saw you the other day. Zhou Tong made the other party tremble if he was referring to something. When you were in front of the chief law enforcement, you said that you knew you were wrong, so why are you still making a comeback and disturbing my sect again? Elder Jean also looked over, making him sweat. It was as if he had become mute, his eyes darting in and out of their sockets, but he couldn't find a suitable reason. Speak up, you're a prestigious great clan, could it be that someone could still coerce you? These words made the other party's eyes light up, as if they had grabbed a life-saving straw. Right, we were just coerced, and the culprit is this old bastard. The blood god sect patriarch instantly comprehended and pointed his finger at the Jade Clearance sect's vice-patriarch. The patriarchs of the other four major sects also reacted and together they identified the Jade Clearance sect. A dead friend of the road is not a dead friend of the road. Not to mention that the other party is not really wrong. This revenge plan was his doing, and he couldn't shirk it in any way. How dare you? The vice-patriarch's eyes were bloodshot and he couldn't stop trembling. The rule of law enforcement is that coercion is not questioned and the first evil is dealt with. Originally, the 6 clans shared the blame for the crime, and it wasn't so bad that it hurt, but now that he had become the main culprit, it wasn't so easy to get out of it. His eyes were bloodshot as he looked at Zhou Tong, only feeling that his internal organs were going to explode. This time he was completely planted. Little, you are so cruel. Do you really want to drive your former clan to extinction? Are you begging me for mercy? Zhou Tong condescendingly said, causing the other party to instantly go berserk, only feeling that he had been slighted. What kind of thing are you? You are not allowed to look down on me. I am the vice-sovereign of the Jade Clearance sect, the existence of 10,000 people. The world should respect and fear me. Who are you to dare to be like this? 10,000 people. What a big mouth. Elder Jean laughed coldly and slapped his palm on the opponent's body, causing him to spit out blood. Looks like you haven't figured out your position yet. If you have anything to say, let's say it in the heavenly prison. We have plenty of time. A golden lock flew out from Elder Jin's long sleeve, easily locking down the vice-patriarch and suppressing the cultivation of his entire body. In the blink of an eye, the mighty big man became a prisoner, his face a dead gray. Little brother, I'll take my leave. I'll send someone to deliver the compensation from these sects in less time. Elder Jean turned to Zhou Dao, and in his heart, he could not help but sigh. Worthy of being a character that the chief law enforcement looked up to, he could easily play these people in the palm of his hand. Thank you, Elder. Zhou Tong smiled. Just send the compensation from the 5 major sects. As for the compensation from the Jade Clearance sect, the kid is willing to dedicate all of it and use it to treat the enforcer brothers who have been running around for me. Hearing this, Elder Jean did not change his face, but nodded his head slightly and said, I'll take note of it. Little, you are so toxic. The vice-patriarch, on the other hand, had his liver and guts trembling. In that case, the enforcers would inevitably squeeze all of his value in order to get the most out of him, and he was considered to be completely wasted. The remaining few patriarchs also felt their hands and feet go cold, originally thinking that the vice-patriarch of the Jade Clearance sect was already sinister enough, but they didn't expect that this kid was 10 times more sinister than him. Up to this point, the beheading operations of several large sects were completely declared bankrupt. After seeing a few people off, Zhou Tong's gaze settled on the middle-aged woman who had just testified. Before he could ask, the other man fell to his knees. Greetings to your excellency. The name of the little woman is Lu Yen. She was chased by her enemies and displaced, so she joined that group of people in order to seek shelter. Please have mercy on me and give me a chance to live. Zhou Tong's eyes flickered before he smiled. We're going away soon, and we just happened to be short of a gatekeeper, so we decided it would be you. After saying that, he took out a token and threw it to the other party. With this token, he could enter and exit the grand formation. Thank you. Your Excellency. Lu Yan thanked him 1,000 times and kowtowed hard. Just after returning to the depths of the sect, Zhou Tong saw the 3 girls waiting for him. Beforehand, Zhou Tong had instructed them to keep their faces to themselves, and now that the storm had settled, the 3 of them were finally relaxed. The one you left behind. The master feels something is not right. Moronya opened the door and said, she has an evil aura wrapped around her body if nothing else. Like, heavenly demon. That's heavenly demon chi. Zhou Tong directly stated the answer, causing the 3 people's faces to change drastically. Then you still dare to give her the token. Isn't this leading the wolf into the house? Moronya said with some concern. The heavenly devil was the archenemy of all races, and once discovered, it had to be exterminated immediately. One can only say that she was once a heavenly demon, and now that she is, a large portion of her demonic aura has melted away, and she has begun to transform into a human. These words were even more like a thunderclap. A few people found it unbelievable, only knowing that humans could fall into devils, but never having heard that heavenly devils could transform into humans. Moreover, in the eyes of the heavenly devils, humans were no different from rations, so how could they lower themselves and transform into a human body? You want to keep her around for close observation? Miranga asked suddenly. That's right. I have a hunch that this woman has a big surprise for us, Zhou Tong said with a fierce smile. He had slaughtered countless heavenly demons in his previous life. I wonder if the one who took the bait this time was a big fish, or a treasure. As night fell, the dismal moonlight shone on the Jade Clearance sect, adding a bleakness to it. Damn bedbug. This can't even kill you. Your life is really hard. Tang Chi is furious in his mansion. Originally, he thought that Zhou Tong would surely die when the 6 clans joined forces, but he did not expect that there would be a formation patriarch to back him up, allowing him to escape. Senior brother, what did you do to me? Why do I feel strange in my body? Chen Linger said with a difficult expression on the side, desperately twisting her delicate body as if she was resisting some kind of strong desire. Hearing this, Tang Chi became even angrier. The infatuation compulsion he had planted on Chen Linger had already taken effect, which originally this was a good opportunity to possess her. However, since his crotch had been kicked by Zhou Tong, a certain function of his had temporarily disappeared, which made his hatred for Zhou Tong skyrocket even more. It's all your fault, for daring to upset me, and I'm going to make your woman betray you. His eyes glowed red as he tried to manipulate the parasites planted on Long Lingyun and the little demoness a few days ago. In the Acacia sect, the 4 masters and disciples were looking at the constantly pulsating infatuation compulsion with different colors. Only Moronya's face was on the verge of freezing. Give me the compulsion. I'll make this lecher pay. Chapter 44 Emoliosu's Destined One. Moronya grabbed the infatuation compulsion and operated the heavenly energy, refining it in an instant. After a burst of flowing light, the 2 parasites unexpectedly fused together, turning into a jewel. This is a reversed infatuation compulsion, which has become a mother compulsion, while the compulsion on the caster is downgraded to a sub-compulsion. And as long as whoever masters the mother compulsion can manipulate the caster's desires, Zhou Tong couldn't help but suck in cool air, not expecting that Moronya's countermeasures could be so rough. For Tang Chi to dare to place an infatuation compulsion on someone from the Acacia sect was really asking for death. Dead. Go pair up with a boar. As soon as Moronya flew into the sky, she aimed in a certain direction and threw the mother compulsion out. Zhou Tong's mental power followed closely, and when he saw the compulsion taking root in a boar, he released a sigh of relief. Tonight, I'm afraid Tang Chi will lose sleep. However, Tang Chi was not the only one who had insomnia. Within the Jade Clearance sect's real person's cave, Emoliosu suffered from terrible nightmares. Strong as she was, she originally only needed to meditate to replenish her spirit, and she no longer needed sleep. However, in recent days, she had been thinking too much, and because Zhou Tong had been verbally attacked by her fellow disciples, she had been mentally tormented, so she took a long overdue break. But just as she closed her eyes, she saw a scene that made her liver and gall blown away. Underneath a piece of broken dome, Zhou Tong stood in midair with a magnificent expression and dashing posture. He was so ethereal and clear and flawless that it seemed as if he was just one step away from stepping into the Supreme Emperor realm and accomplishing an eternal myth. But the path was hardened and cut off, and a slender hand clutched the sword and stabbed it into his chest, and stirred madly, as if it had a great and unshared grudge against him. And in the face of this person, Zhou Tong unexpectedly did not resist, but instead looked at the other party with a rueful smile on his face, and recited some words under his breath. And eventually his vitality was cut off and he fell into the endless abyss. No! Emoliosu let out a gut-breaking shriek and immediately woke up. At this time, her nightgown was already soaked, and the cold sweat stuck to the brocade on her torso, outlining her moving curves to the fullest. All she could feel was her mouth watering and her heart beating as fast as it could. Cultivators of her realm no longer had meaningless dreams. Everything in a dream had cause and effect. Either the cultivation had gone awry or a corner of the future had been revealed. How could I have such a dream? Even if it's true, I should be happy that that rebel is dead. How could I be hurt over him? She desperately regulated her internal breath, trying to make it steady, but the result was of little effect. The aftermath of the scene in which Jotong's heart was hit by the sword was tremendous, constantly playing in her mind, making her limbs tingle for a long time. No good. I'm experiencing a nightmare, and an extremely deep one at that. She looked pensive, recognizing the seriousness of the problem. It wasn't the first time in her memory that she had suffered a nightmare, and about 10 years ago her nightmares were even more terrifying, to the point of being life-threatening. But ever since something happened, the nightmare disappeared, and after that, her path of cultivation was a straight one, with no more ups and downs. What the hell happened? I shouldn't have forgotten something so important. She dove headlong into the bullseye, desperately trying to remember. Without realizing it, she felt incredibly tired again and fell into sleep once more. The familiar scene appeared again, only to see the same hand, the same sword, penetrating the same person. Jotong still chanting before dying. The only difference was that Jotong's words were partially retained. The thing I regret most in my life is, before the words were finished, Mo Lushu was awakened once again, sweating and gasping for air. He regrets it? What does he have to regret? If this is a dream that reveals the future, it shows that Jotong really regrets it in the future. Murphy, Imoliosu thought of a possibility, and a gleam appeared in the bottom of his eyes. Oof, I knew that retrograde disciple was destined to regret it one day when he broke off his relationship with me, she said triumphantly. With this projection, the identity of the woman who killed him is also calling out. It's bound to be that witch Morongya. Come on people, pass on my order for Red Sleeve to come out immediately. She couldn't wait a moment, so she ordered the people around her. Red Sleeve, named Xia Hong Sleeve, is the second disciple under her seat, the most skilled at drawing talismans and Tianchi trigrams, and the strength of its talent is said to be difficult to encounter in 1,000 years. Imoliosu summoned her in order to have her perform the heavenly chance technique to complete her prophetic dream, then extract it and announce it to the public. In this way, Morongya would lose his reputation, and Jotong would inevitably regret it so much that he would see clearly who was the one who could protect him. She couldn't help but smile cheerfully at the thought, and it was as if the unhappiness that had built up over the past few days had been swept away. Master, I'm coming. Xia Hongsleeve fluttered to, only to see her dressed in gossip robe, a bit of vermilion between the eyebrows, light and elegant, obviously good posture and appearance, but exudes a sense of loneliness that no one should get close to. Maiden, my master had a feeling this night and obtained a prophetic dream, but it's a pity that the dream was crippled and I couldn't get its deeper meaning. Imoliosu opened the door and said, I'm going to make use of your technique of heavenly chances to complete the dream. What do you think? Naturally. Xia Hongso closed her eyes and pondered for a moment, then gladly agreed and began to draw the symbols to set up the array. After half an incense stick burned, she wiped away the sweat stains on her forehead and revealed a shallow smile as she said to Imoloshu, Disciple is ready. Master, go and invite 6th senior brother here. Hearing these words, Imoliosu's brows suddenly frowned slightly. The 6th senior brother in Red Sleeve's mouth was referring to Jotong. This Xia Hongsleeve had been dealing with the heavenly chi for many years, always shutting herself up and not getting close to others, so she was not yet aware of the fact that Jotong had been expelled from the division. What's the point of looking for him? Can't you do it alone? When these words came out, Xia Hongso, however, revealed a rare expression of surprise. What's wrong? Is there a problem with what Master said? Master, have you forgotten that junior brother can protect you from robberies and subdue your life off? Only if he is by your side can he keep you safe and sound in all things. What? Imoliosu leaned in and stared wide-eyed, his body as if struck by lightning. She finally remembered what happened 10 years ago, when she was haunted by nightmares and almost went off the deep end. In order to seek peace and quiet, Xia Hongso made a fortune for her. The trigrams show that she is going to suffer 3 disasters and 4 calamities in her life, and if she wants to resolve them, she has to find the person who is destined to be the town's life. So she followed the advice and found a young man in the south of the barren mountain on a young day at a young hour in a young moment, and then adopted him as her disciple. And this young man was his destiny. That is, Jotong, master teacher. It was only after Xia Hongso continuously called out that Imoliosu slowly came back to his senses. There's no time to lose. Quickly invite 6th senior brother here. That rebellious son has already rebelled against the division. Imoliosu said indifferently. What? There's no need for nonsense. Help me pick my dreams. It won't take long for that rebel to come back on his own. She couldn't wait, wanting to find the truth that would make Jotong regret it. Chapter 45, Jotong's Token. Terrifying Xia Hongso. Master, are you sure about this? Xia Hongsu's face was very ugly, and a hint of killing intent even flashed in her eyes, but it was well hidden by her. What's the problem? Emoliosu's voice gradually became icy cold as she started to get a little impatient. Of course it's fine. Master Teacher himself is flooded with blessings. Even if sixth senior brother isn't around for a while, he'll still be able to stand alone. After saying that, she took out another incense burner from her bosom and then lit it silently. What is this? Is it also a part of the Tenchi technique? Emoliosu subconsciously asked. Yes, this is the god-intriguing incense, which will allow Master Teacher to enter the prophecy realm more easily. Let's get started then. Emoliosu nodded her head and said. Then she sat down in the spell formation. Along with the slow operation of the formation, she saw that familiar dream again. The sea waves were overturned, the space was shattered, and the Chinkuan was cracked. What a magnificent fight it was. Yet Emoliosu could not know the process and was destined to move only to that known ending. Poof! The sky was stained with blood, and the blood of the near-completion Downlords spilled down, reminding her that that scene was about to repeat itself. In the next moment, Zhou Tong was seen standing in mid-air, having his heart penetrated by a long sword, while at the same time, the haze on the sword wielder's body gradually faded away, revealing his true appearance. Emoliosu held her breath. She didn't even need to look to know that the woman was Moronya. She only insisted on taking a look just to be on the safe side. She'll be able to see Moronya's ugly face in no time. But immediately afterward, her expression froze abruptly. No way. That's never going to happen. Her face was pale, her disheveled hair flying, and she roared hysterically, as if she had been struck by a great blow, simply because that woman was not Moronya at all, but rather herself. Emoliosu killed Zhou Tong and perfectly predicted the future of the past life. It's fake, something must have gone wrong. How could I have killed him? Never. She was completely frantic, her heart churning with boiling emotions, and she couldn't help the 2 lines of bloody tears rolling down her face. Just then, the dreaming Zhou Tong suddenly turned his head and met her eyes. Tonger, facing those gentle eyes, she subconsciously called out, and there was actually some anticipation in her heart. The thing I regret most in my life is worshipping you as my teacher. Once these words came out, the luster in Emoliosu's eyes instantly lapsed, and at this moment she was like 10,000 snakes devouring her heart and aching to the bone marrow. Don't leave me. She spat out blood and woke up in reality. What's wrong with you, senior? Xia Hongsu asked anxiously. I'm fine. She shook her head and couldn't help but laugh bitterly. She originally thought that she could catch Moronya's handle, but she didn't realize that the murderer was actually herself. You are in a serious situation, and the 3 plagues and 4 calamities are already showing signs of revival. The moment these words came out, it caused a look of fear to appear on Emoliosu's face. As long as one is a cultivator, there is the possibility of encountering the 3 plagues and 4 calamities, which is merely a matter of probability. However, for certain people with outstanding talent, the heavens send down punishments that make the probability of their being robbed much higher, and there are a very small number of people who are destined to go through the 7 difficulties. Emoliosu is such a person. The so-called 3 plagues and 4 robberies, the plagues being the major ones and the robberies being the minor ones. The 3 plagues are the perishing body plague that destroys the physical body, the chaotic spirit plague that reverses the chaos of the soul, and lastly, the broken Tao plague that can make the cultivator's cultivation completely obsolete. These 3 types of disasters were nightmares that could make all cultivators talk about them. The so-called 4 tribulations refer to the delusional tribulation that invites nightmares, the faithful sin tribulation that shackles cultivation, the loneliness tribulation that leads to the separation of all family members, and lastly, the abandonment tribulation that causes people to forget what they once were. Moronya's current symptoms were precisely the phenomenon of the onset of the delusionless tribulation and abandon return tribulation. What should I do? Should I really go apologize to that rebellious disciple and invite him back? Emoliosu resisted. She never wanted to bow down to others, especially Zhou Tong. No. Xia Hongsleeve directly negated her train of thought. You've already severed your relationship, and he's found a new backer. Forcing a reunion would be detrimental and not beneficial. What then? It's simple. Make him lose his backer, crush him to the point of extinction, and then go and take him in, and you'll be as perfect a fit as you ever were. Hearing this, Emoliosu immediately came into the spirit. In this way she would not have to bow down to Zhou Tong, and she would also be able to cross the tribulation peacefully. It was like killing 2 birds with 1 stone, and the price was just to make Zhou Tong suffer a little more, and she would give sufficient compensation when the time came. That's exactly what Master wants. Emoliosu nodded his head. Since that's the case, then Master Teacher should rest more. Disciple will take his leave. Xia Hongsu stood up and was just about to leave when she was called out. Girl, it's still you who are the best to master. That's for sure. We're of the same lineage. the better master's chi is, the more benefits I'll get. Xia Hanso smiled charmingly, yet just after leaving the cave, her expression clouded over. Stupid, punks, bastard, she cursed furiously. If you don't take the avenue even though I pointed it out to you, don't blame me for being ruthless. The Tianji Dao that she cultivated needed to rely on people with strong luck to make things happen, and Mo Liusu was her chosen person with strong luck. Seeing that Mo Liusu was about to cross the 3 calamities and 4 tribulations, but she didn't expect the other party to self-destruct at the last moment, which caused all her arrangements to be ruined. Because of this, she changed her mind and decided to no longer rely on Mo Liusu. Instead she would devour the other party's chi and reach the Great Tao directly by strengthening herself. From now on, the more unlucky Mo Liusu was, the more benefits she would get. That's why she made up lies to stop Zhou Tong and Mo Lushu from icing out their differences. However, this was purely superfluous. No matter what, Zhou Tong would not forgive Mo Lushu anymore. My good master must be soothed to the core by now. Have a nice day. Xia Hansleeve smiled teasingly. When she heard that Zhou Tong had been expelled from the division, she had already moved to kill, which was why she had lit the smoldering incense. Mo Liusu couldn't possibly know that it was none other than the long-lost calamity-inducing incense that specialized in amplifying the calamity on her. In the True Man Cave, just as Xia Hansleeve thought, Mo Liusu was experiencing a brutal ordeal. She was seen kneeling on the ground, her hands covering her head, and she couldn't stop trembling. It's like my head is about to split open. Someone help me! Someone help me! At this time, she was no longer a high and mighty real person, but a helpless and weak woman who could be manipulated by just anyone, leaving her defenseless. No sooner had the words left her mouth than a fiercer wave of pain swept over her, causing her to nearly collapse. Ah! In an instant she was sweating like rain, her body constantly twisting and convulsing as she attacked everything around her uncontrollably. Boom! A powerful aura swept by, causing the cabinet next to her to suddenly collapse, only to see the treasures inside scattered all over the place, with the exception of an inconspicuous wooden ball that rolled over and came to rest at her feet. Right at this moment, Mo Liusu returned to normal, and the pain from earlier miraculously disappeared. This wooden ball. She leaned down to pick it up, and suddenly her pupils shrank as she remembered where the wooden ball had come from. Wasn't this the token of worship that Zhou Tong had given her? Its body suppresses calamities, and its tokens suppress robberies. These words are indeed true, she murmured, with nothing but a million sore hearts. Chapter 46, Zhou Tong, Master, go and play on the side. Tonger, my disciple. Mo Liusu's spirit stirred as she called out, and when she swept over the small wooden ball with her spiritual power, she instantly revealed a look of emotion. The wooden ball was flooded with a burst of spiritual fluctuations, mixed with incomparably pure wishing power. A grand wish of a teenager who was draining his spirit and carving it with true love. I, Zhou Tong, ask from heaven and earth, may my master be free from disaster and long-lasting peace and happiness. I, Zhou Tong, pray to the ages. May my master be honored for thousands of years and long live his reverence. I, Zhou Tong, pray to fate that my master may have fewer worries and a smooth path. It was this insignificant wish that turned into an impenetrable barrier, helping Mo Liusu block countless calamities and shatter countless nightmares. It was not until now that she realized that it was not she who was guarding Zhou Tong, but Zhou Tong who protected her. Every word of this was like a carving knife, digging deep into her heart. The disciple she once despised and looked down on the most was actually the person she owed the most. Now the man was driven away from her mercilessly, humiliated and having his cultivation ruined. That's why he was completely disillusioned. And that's why he was able to leave without hesitation. Isn't it? Zhou Tong should have been desperate at that time. The people he trusted most turned their backs on him. The most respected people loathe him. The one who stays most in love with him wronged him. The more Mo Liusu thought back, the more she felt that her heart was like a knife. The pain was unbearable. She substituted herself into Zhou Tong, and only felt like she was going to suffocate. This feeling of having nothing to fall back on, of being alone in the world, she couldn't bear it for even a second. Buzz! The small wooden ball suddenly lit up, signifying that Mo Liusu had just suffered another calamity. It was the house rebellion loneliness robbery, but it was blocked by the little wooden ball. He only saw Mo Liusu carefully holding up the wooden ball, and then using a gold wire to guide it. He wore it on his slender neck. Upon closer inspection, there were 12 points of light faintly flickering on the wooden ball, which were the 12 wishes, all of which were her amulets. Tonger, don't worry, no matter what, Master will bring you back, she muttered to herself. Forgive Master, although Master's methods will be a bit more drastic, and will even cause you to suffer some pain. It will soon pass, and when it does, I will be doubly kind to you. She pretended to be affectionate, tears streaming down her face in bunches, clutching the wooden ball tightly. Zhou Tong would only feel disgusted if he was present. It was nothing more than crocodile tears. Zhou Tong, who was far away in Red Dust Mountain, felt a vicious chill and sneezed violently. "Who's cursing the old man?" he said to himself. The Acacia sect had just welcomed the good news that it was the compensation from the 5 major sects that had arrived. However, what was even more worth celebrating was that the Jade Clearance sect's vice-sect leader had been sentenced to capital punishment. Reporting to the King of Hell in advance, Zhou Tong's heart was without ripples. A vice-patriarch fell. There will be another to fill in. That stuff Yu Qing's sect more than enough. No heartache. At that moment he was in the middle of a great project to build a ship of unprecedented terror under the astonished and adoring gaze of the 3 women. The little demoness held the drawing of the airship like a dog looking at the stars with a questioning face. Moranya also frowned and expressed doubt. They can't help it if they can't figure it out. Only Long Lingyun was able to comprehend a thing or two, and after looking at the drawings, he let out a heartfelt admiration. "Senior brother is #1 in the world. That's for sure. I never doubted that statement. Call you fat and you're still wheezing." The little demoness snorted arrogantly and rewarded Zhou Tong with a blank stare before looking at Long Lingyun. "Aren't you ironically illiterate? How can you read something so profound? Don't look down on people," Long Lingyun proudly said. "Not that I am bragging. All paths in the world are in my eyes, but I am only drunk on the sword path." Obviously a smelly sister and still dare to be arrogant. The little demoness struck out without mercy. "So powerful. How can you still be killed in a second with a single move?" Upon hearing this, Long Lingyun immediately hung his head. Ever since she joined the Acacia sect, she had gained tremendous improvement by constantly sparring with Zhou Tong, and for a period of time she had even thought that her sword Dao was already close to Zhou Tong's. However, every time they officially exchanged blows, she could not see Zhou Tong's second move. When she was on the ground, she thought Zhou Tong was on the mountain, and when she climbed up the mountain, Zhou Tong ran to the sky. The difference is that big. "Are you all dead? Can't you see I'm in the middle of something? You really don't have any eyesight. Get over here and help connect the parts." Zhou Tong looked at the 3 women and said without any good humor. The ultimate battleship was even more difficult to get than the 9th level Grand Formation. There were hundreds of thousands of parts, and there was a great deal to learn about the way each part was connected, so it was just too much for him to do alone. Coming, the demon girl and Long Lingyun came up with gusto, and after being taught the connection method by Zhou Tong, they started working according to the drawings, for the master to come too. Moranya also felt his hands itching, and after taking a look at the drawings, he picked up the hammer in a daze and lightly smashed it. Wait! The little demoness' face changed wildly, and with just a boom, a monstrous fire wrapped in shockwaves erupted violently, blowing the 3 people away. The 2 girls fell backwards into the grass, while Zhou Tong plunged headfirst into the wall, and after he struggled to pull his head out, he looked at Moranya with a face full of incredulity. "I was wrong, and I am willing to make amends. I'll double your compensation and you tell me how you did it?" Zhou Tong had shocked the crowd many times, yet he was shocked many times by Moranya. How could a person's manipulation be so bad to such an extent? "I used to be precise, too, and I've become like this since I had a heart attack, so it's the undesirable havoc." Zhou Tong suddenly realized that the heart demon was also one of the 3 plagues and 4 tribulations, which could be categorized as the delusionless tribulation or the Tao-breaking tribulation. "Then you can go aside and play. The 3 of us will do." Moranya pouted her lips, looking like she was being bullied, but she could only obey obediently, because her helping is messing up. However, she was just watching from the side, and her eyes were gradually attracted by Zhou Tong, and she could no longer take her eyes off of him. This teenager couldn't get enough of his confident, swashbuckling demeanor. "I'm going to write this moment down." She inhaled deeply and operated the harmonious heavenly skill, drawing in the void and tracing Zhou Tong's eyebrows. But she is so poorly manipulated that every stroke that goes down is sword-fighting and unexpected, and it's a joy to behold. Again. Start over. Ruined, again. Phew, finally something decent. But not enough. Next time it will be better. She scrapped her paintings over and over again, but her mind was incredibly peaceful, not arrogant, and striving for excellence. Even she didn't know that in the process, the delusionless tribulation in her body was gradually fading away, bringing her one step closer to the person she was when she was at her peak. After a long time, the 4 of them were filled with joy. "It's done!" Several people spoke in unison, but were celebrating 2 separate events. Painting into, ship into. Chapter 47, Moranya, I want it too. "What are you drawing?" The little demoness was alert, her eyes sharpened. "Not telling you." Moranya smiled lightly and meaningfully. "Show me." "No." Only to see her gently putting the painting away. The whole thing was elegant to the core. "I'm also interested in what the hell you just did." Zhou Tong looked surprised. Originally he had wanted to find time to dissolve Moranya's undesirable tribulation, but now it seemed that it was no longer necessary. It's a secret. Even the little ones can't see it. Morongya's cheeks flushed. If Joe notified her that she secretly drew him, then she wouldn't have the face to see anyone. That's just it, smiled Jotong and waved his hand, taking out 2 jade tags and said, with some of the remaining materials, I made 2 amulets for you to wear with you. They might be useful in the future. After saying that, he distributed the jade tags to little Demonis and Long Lingyun. That jade tags contained his spiritual power in it, which could resist heart demons and spiritual attacks, and might save someone's life at critical times. Have a heart. The little Demonis smiled and took it. Many thanks, senior brother. Long Lingyun cupped the jade tablet with both hands and carefully kept it close to his body. It was simply precious to the extreme. Morongya watched from the sidelines with bated breath, and seeing that there was no part for her, she gently tugged on Jotong's sleeve. Where's mine? Jotong's eyebrows jumped slightly as he looked at the other party and said helplessly, you want it too? They all have it. Why don't I have it? Morongya had the look of a jealous little girl who wouldn't relent. That's an amulet. With your strength, do you still need this? Then you haven't exchanged tokens with me when you paid your respects. Don't you also? Jotong was just about to speak when he met Morongya's twinkling bright eyes and suddenly became speechless. You've inflicted me with the acacia lock. It's equivalent to giving you my entire being. Is that not good enough? Ahem. Jotong lightly coughed twice. This was a reasonable statement, making him unable to refute it. Then, you give me some time and I'll prepare properly. Morongya was instantly beaming with joy, and hurriedly instructed. It absolutely cannot be worse than the previous master worship relic. It must be at least 10 times stronger. Fine, I'll listen to you on all counts. Jotong guffawed. Morongya turned out to be competing with Mo Lushu. Little man, you're the best. After Morongya got his way, his eyes were drawn to the warship behind Jotong. The ship was pitch black and exuded a rigid and cold aura. Although it was only a dozen feet or so, a tiny little thing compared to the 6 great sex airships, Morongya was able to feel a great sense of oppression from it. She jumped aboard and realized that the ship did not have crystal cannons on it, yet it held a terrifying power that seemed to be capable of stone-cold destruction once it kicked in. This is no longer a boat, but a magic weapon. Riding on this boat, no matter how big the sky is, there is nowhere to go. Let's call this ship the Red Dust, said Jotong. Now that everything is ready, it's time for us to head to the Heavenly Dao domain and welcome back our families. These words immediately made Morongya excited. She had been waiting for this moment for literally years. Shower, hold on a little longer. Master will go and save you now. Your junior brother is very powerful. He will make those who bullied you pay. Just then, Lu Yen, who had been taken in by Jotong, walked up and knelt down to the several people with a respectful face. The master's family is going on a long journey, and I wonder what they have to say to the little woman. Keep a good eye on the house. Don't lead the wolves into the house, and I'll treat you when I get back. Jotong said faintly. Only Lu Yan looked torn, as if she had something to say. Mr. Zhou, can I bring my family here for shelter? Hearing this, Jotong were slightly stunned, not expecting the other party to be so direct. Doesn't this heavenly devil even memorize people anymore? Your family? That's right. It's my young lady. She's being chased by her enemies. She's all alone and wants to find a place to land. I know. Jotong interrupted her. You can bring one person in and out of here, but if you dare to make trouble, you will suffer the consequences. Thank you, Mr. Zhou, for making it possible. Lu Yan was so grateful that she kowtowed 3 times. Watch over the house. We'll be back soon. Jotong held a token and activated the red dust. Our goal is a sea of stars, the 3 women said excitedly, and as soon as the words fell, the airship instantly took off, rushing towards the pale sky at an extremely terrifying speed. Only sonic booms were heard continuously. Even the sound was left behind, and the people in the outside world had just realized something, and as they tilted their heads to look at the sky, they saw a black shadow crossing the void. What was that? It looks like a spaceship. I think you're afraid you're not dreaming. How can a spaceship be that fast? Compared to the shock of the crowd, the few people on the boat were not affected in the slightest, and even though they were speeding at breakneck speeds, they were still walking as if they were on the ground. Is this really appropriate? Long Lingyun asked. Keeping a heavenly demon within the sect, she might bring in even stronger heavenly demons. Don't worry, it won't turn over the sky. If they dare to be reckless, the Xian Tian Jiuhua formation will properly discipline them. Discipline? When the little demoness heard these 2 words, her expression became a little odd, but immediately afterward, she figured out that even a 7th grade elixir could give birth to a spirit fledgling, not to mention a 9th grade grand formation. That formation might be smarter than the average person. In a deep forest near Red Dust Mountain, Lu Yan had a coffin in front of her, and at that moment, she was kneeling on both knees, praying devoutly. Great Sacred Heart Demon Father, Your loyal servant invites you to return. As soon as the words fell, there was a ringing in the coffin, only to hear a boom. The coffin boards exploded, and immediately a strong aura rushed out from it. Strangely enough, instead of being evil and turbid, these breaths carried a hint of holiness, completely different from the heavenly demon chi. Immediately afterward, a little girl with a powdered face came out of the coffin, looking very cute. Lu Yen, I didn't expect you to be willing to follow this father. The little girl's voice was complicated. She was originally a supreme demon in the Venerable. Only because she was unwilling to slaughter humans, she was killed by the same clan's demon Venerable assassination, and now that she has relived her life, she will have to draw a clear line with those heavenly devils. Now she was purely human. Lord Sacred Heart, the other demon lords have already figured out that you may have succeeded in your reincarnation and will most likely send people after you at this juncture, so you must move to a safe place with me. Before Lu Yan's words fell, an evil aura steeply attacked him. Ha ha ha, I really didn't think that the hallowed Sacred Heart Demon Sovereign would be reduced to such a state. What a heavenly feat. A chilly voice came, causing the master and servant to change their faces. Not good. The minions of the other demon lords are here. Quickly follow me. Lu Yen was quick on his feet and held onto the reincarnation of the Sacred Heart Demon Sovereign and ran towards the Acacia sect. Chapter 48 Sacred Heart Demon Sovereign's Marvelous Journey. Where can you run to? The evil voice, full of teasing, followed from behind. Who are you? How dare you go after Venerable Sacred Heart? Are you not afraid of violating the taboo and thus suffering the punishment of 10,000 swords piercing your heart? Lu Yen ran away while rebuking bitterly. Jia. Lord Sacred Heart has betrayed her position and has been expelled from the demonic register. Several demonic fathers have simultaneously issued a hunting order for her. Do you think I will let go of this heavenly credit? The other party laughed eerily, his voice getting closer and closer, full of oppression. Let you all be ghosts of understanding. And remember to tell the King of Hell when you get to the Netherworld that it was the hook filthy demon marshal who sent you on your last journey. Tautai demon lord's men. The Sacred Heart Demoness clenched her teeth, secretly hating in her heart that Tautai Demoness had always been at odds with her, and only the other party had a share in the sin of killing herself. We can't escape. Put me down and you go. The Sacred Heart Demon Sovereign instantly made a judgment, unable to bear to watch this loyal henchman follow him to the calamity. Hearing this, Lu Yen was touched in a million ways and couldn't wait to offer her liver and brain for the demon lord. Don't worry, my lord. I've found a big backer who can keep us safe and sound. Right at this moment, the token on Lu Yan's body unexpectedly glowed, followed by a spatial fluctuation that swept over them, transferring them to Red Dust Mountain. The Sacred Heart Demonesses wore a look of surprise on their faces, and at this moment, they had already arrived at the Harmony sect. We're safe. Lu Yan let out a long breath of relief and went limp. That's safe? The Sacred Heart looked around suspiciously. This was a rundown clan. What made it able to offer them shelter? Just then, dark clouds streaked across the sky and tumbled toward them. That guy's coming after us again. Haha, why don't you run away? Run away. It'll still add some fun to me. Devil Marshal said like a cat playing with a mouse, very much enjoying this thrill of playing with and abusing his prey. Since you're not running away, go to hell. He was just about to make a move when his face suddenly changed, only to feel a strong aura pressing down on him. What is this thing? A look of fear spread across the Devil Marshal's face. Under this suppression that was like the might of heaven and earth, he was as small as a mole cricket. Xian Tianjiahua. The mixed elements returned to one. No, only its flesh and blood melted away, its bones crumbled, and its internal organs disintegrated, leaving only a puddle of ashes then blown away by the wind. How is it possible? I'm not dreaming. The Sacred Heart Demoness was sweating profusely. She was also terrified by this scene. Though never having killed a human, she enjoyed observing them. As far as she could remember, there was no strong person in the human world who could set up this kind of formation. Could it be that the humans were hiding their clumsiness? Hiding all of their top powerhouses? Preparing to give the demon race a head-on attack at the critical moment? Lu Yen, tell me, have you really seen that human who set up the array? Of course, he's a handsome teenager, and by the looks of it, his cultivation isn't too high. Shallow, this is definitely a disguise. The other party is definitely a super old monster. That's what my subordinate thinks. The Sacred Heart Demon Sovereign's face was grave, and he suddenly caught a breath of refreshing air. What is this? It's definitely a great tonic. Her eyes glowed and she sniffed her way to the spirit herb room. Heavens, it's actually a 7-star blue blood lotus. It can help me recover my cultivation quickly. The words fell out of her mouth and she was about to pounce. Demon Father, wait. This will make that lord angry. Lu Yen hurriedly stopped it. Hearing this, the demon sovereign couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Just being able to look at it and not be able to eat it is really too torturous. I'll just eat a leaf. I'm sure that person won't find out. As long as they aren't found out, it won't be a mistake, she reassured herself, her small hand already outstretched. Right at this moment, a vast fluctuation swirled in the void, directly pressing down on the Sacred Heart Demon Sovereign head-on. Aha! She let out a scream and was crushed to the ground, a small face turning white. Chapter 49, How dare you play bumper boats with me? I know I'm wrong, don't kill me. I'm still a little kid. Boom! A blurry silhouette suddenly appeared in the void, and although he couldn't see his facial features, Lu Yen directly knelt down. Who is this if not Zhou Tong? She couldn't help but sweat coldly. That lord should obviously be thousands of miles away at this time, but he could still manifest at any time. This kind of means was truly divine and unfathomable. Suddenly, the sound of thunder resounded in the air, only to see the figure move, and an aura condensed and took shape, transforming into the shape of a palm, and falling down on the Sacred Heart Demon's buttocks. Snap, pop, pop. The sound of spanking was incessant, like a parent teaching a disobedient little child a lesson, and Lu Yan's heart trembled at the sight. Oh, stop. How can you bully a child? I don't even dare anymore. How can you still hit? It hurts. Lu Yan was also trembling, kneeling on the ground with the token in her hand and begging for forgiveness. Your Holiness, my young lady knows she's wrong. Please forgive him for once. After a few moments, the powerful feeling of oppression finally disappeared. The Sacred Heart Devil sat on his butt on the ground, and then jumped up violently, lying on top of Lu Yan's body. You're crying? Nonsense. I'm a hallowed demon sovereign, an existence that kills without blinking an eye. How could I possibly cry? Oh. The little girl was now aggravated, but she still sobbed. I'm going to revise the human research report I wrote. There are still scary guys among the human race. Ha! Miles away. Zhou Tong couldn't help himself. I thought I had caught a big fish, but I didn't expect it to be a harmless guy. In that case, I'll keep it, and it might be useful in the future, he said to himself, easily deciding the survival of the Sacred Heart. What are you laughing at? The little demoness looked over. Nothing, just thought of something interesting. A few people rode the wind and broke the clouds, traveling day and night, and had already stepped out of the boundaries of the three clear domains, and were about to enter the heavenly Tao domain. Take it easy. Zhou Tong grabbed her hand, causing her to tremble slightly. What are you doing, little one? Before the words fell, Morongya felt a coldness in her fingers, and there was an extra shiny piece on the ring finger of her left hand. A ring? It's a token, Zhou Tong emphasized, but saw the other party's smile gradually let loose. Much more powerful than that ugly woman's, I guess. Morongya surveyed the brilliantly glowing ring, as if there were stars twinkling in her eyes. Just then, Long Lingyun initiated the alarm. Master, there are two warships approaching from the rear, and it looks as if they are from the Indulgence sect. Hearing this, Morongya immediately raised her willow eyebrows, and a shocking aura emanated from her body. What's wrong? Is there a grudge? Zhou Tong asked. More than having a grudge, it's simply an unshared grudge. Morongya gritted her teeth and said, the Indulgence sect's patriarch used to be my senior sister, and because she didn't like the fact that her master passed on the patriarch's position to me, she rebelled against the sect by holding half of the Acacia sect's underpinnings hostage. Master was so enraged after learning about this that he vomited blood and died, and I've become paranoid since then, planting the seeds of my heart's demons. So it's a person with a wolf's heart and a dog's lung, Zhou Tong despised. So the technique they cultivate is also the harmonious heavenly technique? They don't have the qualifications for this yet. Only a proper patriarch can receive the complete inheritance and educate his disciples. These people should have only learned the first layer of the heavenly skill and gone to extremes. Zhou Tong sucked in a breath of cool air. The first layer of the harmony heavenly power is the art of the room. Men and women practicing together can be yin and yang, strengthening each other, but if you go to the extreme it is the nasty art of picking up. Acting in this way will inevitably lead to great misfortune, cannot be sustained, and will ultimately make it difficult to realize the great Tao. Is it true that room magic can be yin and yang? The little demoness suddenly asked, putting the others in a difficult position. Aren't you a demoness? Not even aware of such things? Long Lingyun surveyed her with a strange gaze. I'm called demoness just because I like to torture people. The little demoness glared back with a glance. Don't just talk about me, you've also learned the art of the room. Haven't you ever practiced it? Ahem, senior sister, you know me. I love my sword like my life. I'm not interested in matters of love, Long Lingyun said perfunctorily, his gaze looking towards Morongya on the side. Girl, you know me. Although Master has lived for more than 100 years, so far, he is still a girl. Eventually, Morongya's gaze landed on Zhou Tong again, looking at him uncomfortably. You know me. Master, disciple was once, euphemistically speaking, a dog licker. Then we are relieved. All three women breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Boom! the deafening roar steeply approached, only to see two of the indulgent sect's warships speeding up, pinning the red dust ship on the left and right. Aya, isn't this my talented senior sister? Haven't seen her for decades. How come she's fallen so low that she only has a small boat? A Thai voice came over. Jotong looked along and saw an extremely flirtatious woman. The small amount of fabric on the other side, even beggars have to weep with pity when they see it, can only barely cover the private parts, and when the wind blows, it can reveal a large white torso. What's more, this chest looked like it was stuffed with 2 watermelons, quivering madly at the slightest movement, itching to show everyone her majestic capital. Accelerate and get rid of them. Morongya frowned, not bothering with the other party. Don't be so hasty, we haven't seen each other for a long time. Isn't it good to catch up? With a teasing look on her lips, the woman actually brought a warship across, blocking the path of Jotong and the others. This scene made Jotong laugh wholeheartedly. What class dare to play bumper boats with me? Do you have that strength? Chapter 50, Destroying the Ship. Executing the Heart. I'm warning you once. Move the boat out of the way. Jotong's voice was flat, yet it could be heard by everyone. Yet the other party directly ignored it. I'm warning you for the second time. Move the boat or suffer the consequences. Jotong's voice became stern, while the people on the opposite side heard it, but a disdainful look surfaced on their faces. Who are you to order us around? Only to see dozens of teenage girls on that boat poking their heads out. They 2 by 2. Behavior and demeanor intimate and bold. Can be described as infinite flirtation. A teenager at the head looked down at Jotong and the others with mockery and teasing in his eyes. Obviously he was the leader of this group of disciples. That's a nice woman you have with you. How about switching with mine? His gaze greedily swept over Morongya and the others, not hiding his possessiveness. The indulgent sect's patriarch was also just watching from the sidelines, with absolutely no intention of stopping it. Long Lingyun pulled his sword out, and the little demoness face was also terribly gloomy, ready to strike at any time. Jotong, however, smiled. He would not give anyone a third chance. Holding the token in his hand, he raised the power of the red dust horn to its limit. Boom! A horrible roar came from the ship on the opposite side of the river, causing a gasp of shock. They're crazy, trying to crash right through. Don't be afraid. It's just posturing. I'd like to see if they have the guts. The corners of that teenager's mouth rose, eating up Jotong and the others. In his opinion, the tiny red dust ship daring to get tough with them was simply tantamount to eggs touching stones. However, the smack in the face came extremely quickly, and before his words fell, the warship under his feet let out a popping sound, followed by an incomparably violent vibration. Crazy. The face of the indulgent sect patriarch on the other ship changed wildly. She never thought that Jotong and the others could be so crazy. Were they really not afraid of death? Soon she realized why, only to see that the red dust ship was like a red-hot steel knife chopping into the butter, easily cutting that ship off, while itself was intact. How is that possible? A look of disbelief flashed across her face. Their ship wasn't papier-mâché, yet it looked so unbeatable in front of the red dust. What kind of monster is that ship? Or what kind of a monster is the man who built the ship? Master, help! The airship crashed, and dozens of disciples of the indulgent sect fell out of the air as if they were raining dumplings, hands and feet flying, especially the disciple in the lead. His face no longer had that kind of confidence, and was replaced by a strong fear. Bunch of losers, the little demoness mocked. If you can't even ride the wind in the air, you might as well just go to reincarnation. The face of the indulgent sect patriarch was hard to see, only to see her reach out and grab all those disciples. Deception. Looking at the destroyed airship, her heart trembled in pain, wondering when Morongya had become so wild. Go after them. I want to settle the score with them. Looking at the red dust ship that was preparing to accelerate away, the indulgent sect's patriarch gritted his teeth and ordered. Boom! The airship under his feet suddenly let out a beastly roar, horsepower on full blast, and flew close to the red dust. Just then, Jotong's voice once again came from the red dust ship. For the first time, you are warned that if you dare to come within 30 feet of us, you will be directly destroyed. The disciples of the indulgent sect were shocked and immediately slowed down. They didn't want the only remaining ship to turn into debris as well. You guys know what you're doing. Jotong nodded his head and said, it seems that using strength to teach you guys to behave is still effective. Once is enough. Hearing these words, each of the indulgent sect's disciples' faces turned red. This was naked humiliation, no different from slapping their faces in front of them. Arrogant. I'd like to see what you guys are capable of. The face of the indulgent sect patriarch changed slightly, and in the next moment, she directly stepped into the air with her jade feet, flashing and jumping onto the red dust ship, arriving in front of the 4 people. Muranga, goodbye. Ren Hanshi, who gave you the guts to dare to come before me? Morongya's complexion was icy cold, and her eyes were laced with a strong disgust. Jo Tong sized up the other party. So it turned out that the indulgent sect's patriarch's name was Mercy Cold Star, which was a good name. What are you so godly about? I heard that the Acacia sect has completely fallen in your hands. If Master has a spirit, I think he will regret his choice. Ren Hanqing's tone was light and provocative, specializing in attacking the soft underbelly in an attempt to make Moronya falter. However, Moronya seemed to be prepared for this and responded. Master should be happy. If she really passes the throne to you, the Acacia sect would have long since turned into a place to hide dirt. She wouldn't be able to rest in peace even if she died. These words made the other party instantly break their defenses. Moronya, don't pretend to be like a chaste saint in front of me. You haven't had a lot of quickies with men over the years. Let me see your true colors. Before the words fell, the center of Ren Hanqing's brow cracked open, and a vertical eye opened wide, staring intently at Moronya. A moment later, she revealed an incredulous look. How is it possible? You're over 100 years old and still untouched. How can you hold back? Immediately after that, she looked at Long Lingyun and the little demoness and got the same result. That's not true. You guys are worthy of being called the Acacia sect in this state. Ren Hanqing griped, as if she had been dealt a huge blow. The road of cultivation. Only those who can restrain themselves can go farther. Although the Acacia Heavenly Gong is a yin-yang avenue, but it is also necessary to restrain desire, not indiscriminate love. Otherwise it is self-destruction of the foundation. This was what her master teacher had once taught them, and had long since been left behind, with only Moronya persisting in practicing it. At the thought of this, she became incomparably angry. Who are you pretending to be a good student, a good disciple for? That old thing is already dead. Do you still want her to crawl out of her grave to praise you once more? You're jealous. Moronya looked at her with a compassionate expression. Jealous? Me? Ha, what a heavenly joke. I didn't think that after not seeing you for a few years, you'd learned humor. Ren Hanqing said with some madness. Do you think I would care about that old thing's compliments? I never cared what she thought of me. She didn't like me anyway, and it's all because of you. As she spoke, she saw Jo Tong next to her, and her expression immediately became incomparably gentle. I see. There must be no man who looks at you. That's why you're only single. Or that this kid is physically unable to satisfy the three of you. Master and disciple. Shut up and get off. Moronya blocked in front of Jo Tong and coldly shouted at Ren Hanqing. Anxious. Looks like I was right. Let me help you arouse this boy's lust. As the words fell, she revolved her heavenly energy, targeting Jo Tong alone. Elysian Dreams, Hooked on the Soul. Chapter 51, Capturing Ren Hanqing Alive. A seductive aura emanated from Ren Hanqing's body, enveloping it towards Jo Tong. She was performing the strongest charm technique. The red dust rolled and transformed into a gentle land, enough to make people with hearts as hard as iron sink and fall under her pomegranate skirt. Ren Hanqing's beauty and strength was enough to be on par with Emoliosu, second only to Moronya, and there were very few people who could carry her move. As expected, Jo Tong's face changed and turned red, as if he was trying his best to endure some kind of desire. Junior, life is a pleasure. The beauty in front of you should be pinched with both hands. If you miss it, you will regret it later. She was seen spreading her arms wide, making those frank and majestic breasts look even more thriving, so white that it hurt her eyes. Come, into my sister's arms. She'll love you so much that you'll soon experience the best taste in the world. With these words, Jo Tong's face became even more difficult, as if he had endured to the limit. This scene made Ren Hanqing incomparably smug. He only needed to exert a slight hint of charm to make Moronya's disciple unable to help himself. Vomit. A violent gagging sound came from her, causing the expression on her face to shatter precipitously, only to see that Jo Tong was bending over and making exaggerated vomiting gestures, as if he had eaten badly. What happened to you? Ren Hanqing asked with a frown. Master, this ant is disgusting. Jo Tong complained towards Moronya with a hard face, but his mouth was tinged with a bad smile. Fear not. Master is here. As long as you hide behind me, the ugly monster can't do anything to you. Moronya wrapped her arms around Jo Tong and gently patted his back. However, the cozy conversation between master and disciple caused Ren Hanqing to be struck by lightning. My aunt? Ugly. At this moment her moral heart almost shattered. In these decades, some people said she was vicious, some said she was promiscuous, but only no one said she was ugly. With her peerless looks and supreme charming power, I don't know how many big shots have become soft around their fingers in front of her, bowing down to her and obeying her words. It was her leverage and her pride, which should never be desecrated. Now this pride was trampled to pieces by Jo Tong, defeated without any dignity, which made it hard for her to endure. Brat, who are you calling auntie? In an instant, rolling killing intent boiled out, and Ren Hanqing was already infuriated. Says you. Zhou Tong met his gaze without any concern. His eyes were clear, and there was even a faint hint of mockery in his eyes. This look deeply pierced Ren Hanqing. No man had ever looked at her with this kind of look. There was only undisguised lust in the eyes of others. My master is 1,000 times more beautiful than you, and after getting used to seeing her, you're just making a fool of yourself by scratching your head in front of me again. I'll kill you. Ren Hanqing finally couldn't bear it anymore and struck out at Zhou Tong with anger. Good coming. Zhou Tong did not dodge, and his terrifying spiritual power condensed into a heavy hammer that ruthlessly smashed into the other party's brow. Ah, that hurts. Ren Hanqing retreated backwards, only to feel a sharp pain surging through his mind. She didn't even know what Zhou Tong had actually done, and only to this extent? Zhou Tong muttered to himself. This was the first time since he was reborn that he had used his spiritual power to launch an attack. Looking at the effect, it should be enough to make a powerhouse of Mo Liushu's level feel in a trance. If his cultivation level had risen a bit more, he would have been able to manipulate his spiritual power to strike even stronger attacks, in which case, Ren Hanqing would not have been able to retreat in one piece so easily. I didn't want to tangle with you, but since you made a move, stay. Moronya's complexion was icy cold, and her long hair instantly turned white. Ren Hanqing's face changed slightly. She knew that Moronya was preparing to get real. Don't think I'll be afraid of you. If you make a move here, your 3 disciples will be affected. She tries to threaten Miranga into throwing in the towel. Cut the crap and die. The little demoness took the lead. The other party had already violated her scales by daring to threaten her master with herself. With one step, the sea of red dust swirled, dragging everyone into the realm. Little girl, you are still tender, Ren Hanqing said disdainfully, but her face was grave. She knew that none of the disciples under her could go through with it. With a resounding clang, the sword came out of its sheath. Lan Lingyun wrapped his sword momentum and joined the battle as well. It's not over. Ren Hanqing was annoyed in her heart, but she had to deal with it carefully. Simply because the sword momentum was everywhere and could not be defended against, the slightest carelessness would result in a loss. And coupled with Moronya's pressure, it instantly plunged her into a bitter battle. Damn it, these 2 brats are so difficult to deal with. It seems that if we want to get out of this, we have to capture a hostage. She thought rapidly in her mind and took a glance at Zhou Tong, who was doing nothing. It's decided that it's you. In her opinion, Zhou Tong's aura was the weakest. Not only was it the best to hold, but it also pulled the most hatred, so she was simply sorry for not catching him. With a thought, she decisively unleashed her jade demon body, her aura steeply skyrocketing, raising more than a notch. Immediately afterward, she swung open a pathway and used her physical body to harden herself against the 3 people's attacks, charging straight toward Zhou Tong. Despite the fact that she had used her body protection technique, she was still heavily injured, but she didn't care because at that moment, one of her hands had already pressed on Zhou Tong's shoulder. Kid, you finally landed in my hands. She held back the urge to spit out blood and said with a cold smile on her face, then hold on tight and don't let go. The corners of Zhou Tong's mouth rose as he stared at him without fear, which made Ren Hanqing's heart flutter. That's definitely not the look a hostage should have. Only to see Zhou Tong's hands poking out and wrapping around the one she had. And under her surprised gaze, Zhou Tong's hair also turned white. This scene made Ren Hanqing's heart beat furiously. Zhou Tong was so young and had reached the 4th layer of the harmonious heavenly skill, the realm of the jade demon body. What kind of terrifying talent was this? However, she was still surprised too early, and immediately afterward, red thunder gushed out from Zhou Tong's body, winding up along her arms to bind her entire body. Harmony lock. You actually cultivated the harmony lock. The surprise on Ren Hanqing's face immediately transformed into horror. She knew that if she was completely entangled, she would lose her freedom forever. You let go. Her voice trembled, truly afraid, and she immediately hit Zhou Tong with her other hand. Don't worry, I'll give you another round. Zhou Tong mobilized his spiritual power and once again transformed into a heavy hammer, striking the other party's brow. This time it was even heavier, causing even Ren Hanqing to let out a cry of misery, as most of his body's force was unloaded. Taking advantage of this effort, Moronya arrived in time and slapped her on the back. Ren Hanqing only felt a blackness in front of her eyes, and she fell down softly, lying on the deck. Phew, Zhou Tong let out a long sigh of relief. Just now it was really a bit thrilling. This kind of strong person was still terrifying once they were trapped in a beastly fight. Little one, would you like to bind her with your shackles? In which case your strength will skyrocket again. Moronya compelled with a bad smile on her face. Chapter 52, Taoism and Nature. Heaven moves the elements. Ren Hanqing woke up, and when she realized that her clothes had been changed all over her body, her face changed instantly. I've been captured. She jumped up violently from the bed, her body unable to hold back the trembling, her heart sinking to the bottom. What she was most afraid of was Zhou Tong's harmony lock. If the other party took advantage of her unconsciousness to put a shackle on her, her hands and feet went cold at the thought, and the gleam in her eyes dimmed considerably. She preferred to die than to lose her freedom and become someone else's tool. The door was opened, and Morongya walked in a dignified manner. When enemies met, their eyes were red, and Ren Hanqing's eyes were so red that she was about to cry. Now you should be satisfied. I've completely lost to you. You can now let your disciple toy with me as much as he wants. The corner of Morongya's mouth rose slightly. Looking at Ren Hanqing's frightened and pitiful appearance, she only felt relieved. It's a pity that my disciple can't see you. When these words came out, the other party instantly turned into a cat with fried fur and couldn't help but roar angrily. How much longer are you going to humiliate me? Kill me if you have the ability. I'm just being honest. Morongya collected his laughter. If the little guy could put a yoke on you, not only would he grow in cultivation, but he would also gain a powerful fighter. But he just refused. Hearing these words, Ron Hanchi's pupils suddenly shrunk, and he hurriedly checked his body. When she realized that she really wasn't being controlled, she couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief, and at the same time, a strange emotion surged in her heart. I'm lost, how is this possible? She lightly bit her red lips as Jotong's figure surfaced in her mind, and she instantly hated it. What was the meaning of that brat? A great beauty like himself had fallen before him, unresisting and at his mercy, and he could possess himself completely with just a flick of his finger. In this situation Jotong even gave up. Was it because he couldn't see her after all? Or, lusty? That's definitely lusty. Being a red dust beauty, she instantly thought of a logical explanation. Jotong must have intentionally ignored his charm and pretended to be full of concern, thus trying to inspire his own goodwill to keep him in his thoughts. Kid, you've got the wrong idea. I'm not going to fall for that. Ren Hanqing was just about to move when a sword was placed on his neck. Morongya, do you really want to kill me? She tensed her body. Her pupils suddenly tightened. The current her was incomparably weak, and she would surely die in a real fight. I do want to kill you, but I can also give you a chance to redeem yourself. Morongya put away the sharp blade and with a flick of her fingers, a ray of light drilled into the other party's brow. Ah! Ren Hanqing couldn't help but cry out in pain. What have you done to me? A little tactic only. Next you have to help us to save people. If successful I will let you free. The past grudges are written off. If you still dare to play tricks. I see, humph. Don't you just want to save that disciple of yours? I hope you won't go back on your word. I can swear to the heavens. No need. I trust your reputation. Ren Hanqing waved his hand and walked out of the room to the deck on his own. She looked towards the back and didn't see her family's airship, and a look of anxiety immediately appeared on her face. Don't worry about it. Your disciples have been sent back by me, and have been taught along the way so that they won't go astray in the future. Morongya's voice came from the back. Nosy. As soon as the words left her mouth, she realized that there was another aura around her, only to see that Jotong was sitting on the deck, seemingly cultivating. Is this creating a chance encounter? Don't think I can't see through your little trick. Ren Hanqing snorted coldly and was about to forcefully ignore Jotong, but immediately afterward, she stopped in her tracks again, simply because the aura of a cultivator surged out from Jotong. This is the first level of the transmutation spirit realm. How is it possible? Ren Hanqing was dumbfounded. Jotong's concealment method was too skillful, making her unable to see Jotong's cultivation, and now that she knew Jotong's true realm, it almost made her jaw drop in shock. This is too weak. Am I just falling into this kid's hands? She said in a rather stricken voice, but was still unaware that Jotong was undergoing an autonomous metamorphosis at this moment. Being reborn, he had mastered too many great arts, each of which had an extremely high grade, and if they were to be circulated, they would inevitably cause the entire continent to seek them out. But for him who was preparing to impact the Emperor realm, these were no longer needed. In order to become a true great emperor, one must comprehend the 6 realms of nothing in advance. The no-knowledge realm is the ultimate in mastery, allowing one to create mastery at will. However, it was also extremely difficult to reach this realm. Not only did one have to forget all of one's mastery, leaving only one set of feats to protect the body, but one also had to go through a long period of torment and grinding. In his previous life, Jotong had half-stepped into the realm of no-knowledge, fused the strengths of 100 schools of thought, and created a move to break all the laws, which could break all the ways. Now that he had cut off all the masterpieces in his mind, he was using the harmony heavenly power as a protective method to start striking the realm of no-knowledge. The Acacia heavenly skill was divided into 9 layers, with the first layer being the room technique, the second layer being the sea of red dust, the third layer being the cherry dream, the fourth layer being the jade demon body, and the fifth layer being the Tsunkong divine speech. The so-called Tsunkong divine language is the power to communicate with heaven and earth, to understand the operation of heaven and earth, to let the water, fire, wind and thunder and the mountains, rivers, grass and trees enter into one's heart, and then to control them. This level was extremely similar to the realm of no knowledge, which was the realm of mastery of all laws, while the Tsongkong divine speech was the exposition of the mysteries of nature. Taoism coincides with nature. Zhou Tong instantly realized, thick and thin, as if poking through the window paper, the water into the realm of no knowledge. Under Ren Hanqi's horrified gaze, his aura climbed steeply. This, she trembled and pointed at Zhou Tong, only to see that Zhou Tong's cultivation was like a rocket, breaking through continuously from the first level of the transmutation realm, and coming to the 9th level like a crack. How is that possible? I'm not dreaming, am I? She asked with self-doubt. Just get used to it, Moromya said from the sidelines, causing her to be struck by lightning. Habit? Is this a daily routine for him? Before the words fell, Zhou Tong took another step further, tearing down the barrier of the great realm and stepping into the harmonized heart realm. Boom! Thunder rolled, illuminating the 10 directions of heaven and earth. It's a thunder tribulation. He hasn't even crossed the transcendent separation yet, and he's able to induce a thunder tribulation? What kind of monster is this? Ren Hanqing was dumbstruck, but immediately afterward, a scene occurred that shocked her even more. Only Zhou Tong rose up in the air, looking up at the thunder in the heavens, his eyes golden and fearless. It's better for this pretentious thunderbolt to disperse. With a wave of his hand, the sky exploded in an instant, and an amber-colored heavenly star fell from the sky. The sky moves with the words of God. Chapter 53, The Queen's Dream. The star in the sky obscured the clouds and cast a huge shadow that completely obscured the red dust. Ren Hanqing looked up at the sky, dumbfounded, her expression managing to go out of control long ago. Zhou Tong had actually yanked down the heavenly meteorite directly. What kind of tactics was this? Boom! The heavenly star drove straight in and smashed onto the thunderbolt, only to see vast ripples raging across the sky, tearing apart everything along the way. For a long time, the clouds scattered, the robbery disappeared, the sky was clear, only Zhou Tong stood in the sky, like a god. Heavenly Dao Domain, Lingxiao Empire, within the royal family. A woman awoke abruptly from her sleep, her robes soaked with sweat. Your Majesty! The guards on watch rushed in and inquired with a worried face. Nothing, I had a nightmare again. You all go out. The woman rose and withdrew her golden robe, revealing a slender and full to bursting body. How many times has this happened? I had the same dream again. This person was none other than the Supreme Empress of the Lingxiao Empire, Qian Miaoyu, and the most talented emperor the empire had ever seen. 10,000 years ago, the empire had just been established, and at that time, it could only be isolated. But after 26 generations of the king's inspirational governance, it finally swept the 4 directions and unified the entire Heaven's Path domain in this generation. The reason why it had gone so well was because Qian Miaoyu had established an alliance with the Heaven's Path House, hiring the Heaven's Path House's patriarch Zhao Wutian as the state master, and only then had she widened the gap with the enemy country in one fell swoop. Nowadays, the Heavenly Dao Mansion was the #1 sect in the Lingxiao Empire, and it was for this reason that the Heavenly Dao domain was named. The cold wind blew, evaporating the sweat and making the hairs on her delicate body stand up. It's cold. Qian Miaoyu shivered, and then she sat down on the bed, wrapping her body tightly with the quilt, as if it was a shell that could withstand danger. She was going to lose sleep. Her mind kept recalling the dream. At some point, the dream had become like a maggot, always haunting her and becoming clearer and clearer each time. In the dream, countless powerful people came madly to overthrow the empire and the Heavenly Dao Palace. In order to survive, she joined forces with the strongest members of the Heavenly Dao Palace to fight against the group of enemies. That battle was extremely tragic. The imperial capital was crumbled and the Heavenly Dao Mansion was uprooted. But they never gave up and kept on killing without losing blood. However, just as the stalemate persisted, the light of the sky abruptly exploded, and a golden-colored teenager came riding on the wind, overlooking heaven and earth as if he had trampled everyone under his feet. The teenager was shrouded in mist, with only a blurry outline and a pair of majestic and infinite bright eyes that were etched in her mind. With a mere wave of his hand, the other party yanked down flying stars from beyond the heavens and unleashed destructive strikes against the strongest members of the Heaven's Path Palace and the Empire. Every time she dreamed about it, she woke up with strong emotions and a fear that was hard to contain. Death came so real that there were times when she couldn't even tell which was a dream and which was reality. Qian Miaoyu was also a cultivator, and even a rare genius. She knew that this dream was not groundless, and was bound to mirror some kind of cause and effect. Men, go and invite the state master here, and say that I have important matters to discuss with him. Thousand Myriad made a snap decision and immediately had to seek a solution. However, as soon as her words left her mouth, a familiar voice from outside came in first. Your Majesty, the state master seeks an audience. The queen froze slightly before saying, "Declare. I pay my respects to your majesty." Only Zhao Wenshi appeared in the large hall, elegant as a scholar, unable to see even a little bit of madness and insidiousness. "What a hero. I was just about to summon you, but I didn't expect the state master to come of his own accord." Qian Miaoyu sat upright, both elegant and noble. "I wonder what the state master came for late at night." "A small matter. Does your majesty know about that auction in 5 days?" "Naturally clear. That is not the secretary personally organized it. Could it be that you have encountered difficulties? Just say it. This emperor will help you solve it." "Thank you, your majesty. The difficulty is not really a problem. It's just that in order to ensure that the auction can be held smoothly, the micro-minister is prepared to find a strong assistant to escort him, and I've come here to ask your majesty for advice." The other party took out a communication jade pendant and directly crushed it in front of Qian Miaoyu. "Your majesty, please look." Only a thin smoke floated up, and an image suddenly surfaced, reflecting a woman's face. Upon seeing this person, Qian Miaoyu did not move, but her heart jumped violently. She and this woman had never met in reality, yet she could call each other by name. Jade Clearance Sect, Mo Liusu. When these words came out, not only Zhao Wenshi, but even Mo Liusu in the image was stunned. "Why does your majesty know me? You may not believe me when I tell you, but I've met you a few times in my dreams, and I've been very impressed. Hee, your majesty is really good at joking." Qian Miaoyu clenched her fists without any trace, her voice gradually becoming cold. "Well, what is it that you, a famous figure, have gone to such lengths to get in touch with me?" Mo Liusu was not a little cutie. She clearly heard displeasure from the other party's tone, not knowing when she had offended the place. However, once she thought of her purpose, she still spoke. "On behalf of the Jade Clearance Sect, I wish to make allies with the Lingxiao Empire, so that in the future, we can share in any difficulties and never turn our backs on them. For this reason, I am prepared to meet with His Majesty in person in a few days, and I hope I will be allowed to offer a generous gift as a sign of my sincerity." Qian Miaoyu's brows frowned even tighter. If it was in normal times, this kind of olive branch thrown by a big power, she would just accept it. But because of that dream, her impression of Mo Liusu was really not too good. "What do you think, Master of the State? This is certainly a good thing," Zhao Wutian replied without thinking. Being in charge of the same great sect, he and Mo Liusu had long been in contact. Just today, Mo Liusu took the initiative to approach him, threatening to talk to him about a partnership. After learning about the content of the cooperation, Zhao Wutian didn't even think about it and immediately agreed. Mo Liusu was actually trying to join forces with him to eliminate the Acacia sect. Wasn't this just what he wanted? Since the state master has said so, then this emperor has nothing more to say. Thousand Myriad's tone became a bit more moderate. "Dreams are just dreams after all. As an emperor, you can't give up a powerful ally because of this catching kind of fuzzy stuff. Your majesty, I have another favor to ask." Mo Liusu's brows contained a smile, and he made his request while the iron was hot. "Speak. A few days ago, I spied that people from the Acacia sect were preparing to head to the Lingxiao Empire, and as my Jade Clearance sect has an undying grudge against them, I hope that your majesty can help us keep an eye on those people ahead of time, and wait for us to head there to settle the matter once and for all." "That's easy. Do you have the portraits of those men?" "Naturally." With a stroke of Mo Liusu's palm into the void, 3 stunningly beautiful faces appeared. They were Moronia, Long Lingyun and Little Demonis. "It's still a bunch of beautiful women, which is a shame. These 3 are dead or alive. Your majesty and the state master may dispose of them as they please, while this next person, please your majesty must protect him. You may let him be injured, but you must not hurt his life." Immediately afterward, Zhou Tong's face appeared in the picture. At the sight of this person, Qian Miaoyu's body tensed up. Chapter 54, No Sense Creating Kung Fu. Hexagram Breaking Sword. Your majesty, your majesty. It was only after Zhao Wenshi called out one after another that Qian Miaoyu came back to her senses. "How are you?" "Nothing." Thousand Myriads took a deep breath and violently recalled the scene in the dream. The teenager who yanked down Tian Xing's face was blurry, but she couldn't forget the other's eyes no matter what. It was just like the eyes of the young man in this painting, like they were carved from the same mold. Is this a coincidence? Her heart was pounding wildly and beads of sweat oozed from her forehead. Even for a dream, there are too many coincidences. Who is this teenager? His name is Zhou Tong. He is my former rebellious disciple who was compelled by the demonists of the Acacia sect. I came here to lure him back to the right path. So, I see. Qian Miaoyu did not move. Originally she wanted to expound on her dream with the state master, but now she curbed the urge. The dream boy was a concern no matter what. It was a matter of the survival of the empire. So this time she was prepared to observe it herself and would not pretend to be anyone else. After sending Zhao Wuan and the others away, the empress' face became a bit gloomy. Over the years, The Heavenly Dao Mansion had already had a tendency to tail off, and it was even rumored that the real controller of this land was not her, Qian Miaoyu, but Zhao Wanwu. On the red dust ship, Zhou Tong was still sitting on the ground, his brow shining brightly. Why is he still meditating? He's not going to have another epiphany, is he? Mercy Coldstar asked. I suppose, no? Moranya also said uncertainly, instantly provoking contemptuous glances. If you can't even grasp the situation of your disciples, how do you deserve to be a master? Before the words fell, intense fluctuations surged around Zhou Tong, only to see points of light jumping and condensing into arcane symbols in the air, eventually converging together into a booklet. What is this? The two mature women froze for a moment and instantly moved, rushing to Zhou Tong's side at the same time. As they gazed at it, they realized that the book was made from the convergence of heaven and earth's aura, which was also mixed with arcane Tao rhythms that were inscrutable. Hexagram breaking sword. Moranya subconsciously read it out. It was clearly a secret book of the sword Tao. Phew! Zhou Tong took a long breath, a hint of exhaustion on his face. So this is the true meaning of creating all laws. He finally understood that the so-called creation of all laws was when the strong man's realm of no knowledge and the natural power of the heavens and earth collided with each other, turning the intangible Tao into tangible laws. Undoubtedly, this was a supreme mastery that, once realized, could invoke the natural power of the heavens and earth and bring forth inexplicable might. Let me see. Long Lingyun perked up his ears and ran over when he heard the commotion. As a result, the secret book opened to the first page and her whole body was mesmerized. She couldn't read, but she could understand the deeper meaning, and just a brief gaze gave her a stony expression. How? The little demoness asked curiously. The threshold of this sword skill is extremely high, and one needs to cultivate to the sword power realm to learn it. In total, it is divided into 6 moves, containing heaven and earth and east, west, south, and north, and each move can induce the momentum of heaven and earth by virtue of the sword's momentum, and heaven and man are united in one, so that they can fight against the way of the sword. When these words came out, other than Zhou Tong, everyone else sucked in a breath of cool air. Sword art, sword power, sword way, every realm crossed was a gap between heaven and earth, but with this secret book, one could bridge the gap between sword power and sword Tao. How amazing was the gold content! Without saying anything, Long Lingyun directly sat down on his knees and began to comprehend. Time didn't pass too long, not even an hour, before a drastic change occurred in her, only to see the monstrous sword momentum endlessly, growing with momentum visible to the naked eye, wrapping around Long Lingyun's surroundings. She had an epiphany too. I must be dreaming. Ren Hanqing's eyes widened, and all of a sudden, as if he thought of something, he grabbed Morongya's collar with an angry face. You must be hiding something from me. These demons couldn't have been planted from the ground, could they? It must be. I once heard the old man say that there is a divine seed in heaven and earth, and as long as it is planted and germinated, it can grow 7 powerful children. And now that you've already hatched 3 of them, you have to share one with me, no matter what you say. That's because Master Zun is old and confused. You believe her words too? Morongya said without a trace of anger. I don't care. The old one loves you the most. Who knows if she left the divine seed for you? Boom! Just then, an even more terrifying sword power exploded and vanished in just an instant, as if it had never existed. I am enlightened. Long Lingyun stood up with a face full of joy, his eyebrows flashing with excitement that was hard to hide. Sword power has reached the small completion realm. If I use the secret book and invoke the power of heaven and earth, it's enough to defeat a sword cultivator with a large completion of sword power. So I can say that I'm invincible under the Tao of the sword. Oh my god! Ren Hanqing was about to cry with gluttony. Why was God so unfair? In the end, her gaze still landed on Zhou Tong, filled with undisguised greed. This is the most demonic guy, creating the supreme secret book with a wave of his hand. Is it really good to be so heaven-defying? Senior sister, I've never begged you for anything in my life. She directly hugged Morongya's thighs and pointed at Zhou Pass. Sell this kid to me. Whatever you want you can mention it to me. As long as I can get him, I'll do anything. With a gentle smile, Morongya leaned down and pressed the other's head. Bang! Mercy Coldstar's pretty face then came into close contact with the deck. The district captive dared to make conditions, really not treating himself as an outsider. Zhou Tong ended his meditation, and it was only now that he was able to relieve his accumulated fatigue. Creating secret books was extremely consuming, and according to his estimation, it would take at least 3 more days before he could create another secret book of the same level. Don't make a scene. We've already entered the heavenly Tao domain, and in a few moments we'll arrive at the Lingxiao Empire's imperial capital. At this moment, dozens of warships passed through the sky at the same time, coming from different directions and different forces, presumably all for the sake of eldest sister. It was because the Yin Yang Dao body was not only an excellent cauldron, but also a supreme heavenly pride. Whether it was used for dual cultivation, or taken as a disciple, or both were extremely tempting. Stop the comer. In front of the gates of the imperial capital, guards armed with lances stopped the way and demanded that they sign up and enter. Zhou Tong put the red dust number into his ring, and after informing his name, he only saw the expressions of the several guards change, and after glancing at each other they revealed genuine smiles. Please come in, honored guests. We have provided you with a free tour guide service. Feel free to ask her any questions you may have. As soon as the words fell, an extremely well-built woman came forward and greeted Zhou Tong and the others with a smile. Gentlemen, please follow me. Upon seeing this person, no one else reacted, but only Zhou Tong's expression changed slightly. This woman wore cultivation isolating treasures on her body and looked like an ordinary person, but her strength was extremely strong and she was definitely not a guide. We are also honored guests and need a guide. After Zhou Tong left, someone shouted loudly and was slapped. Asterisk 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 off. The guard's eyes were contemptuous. I gave you face. Chapter 55 Robbed instead of trying. My name is Thousand Bodhi. My ancestors have been tour guides in the imperial capital for generations. I wonder where a few honored guests are from. The beautiful tour guide's sweet smile is a breath of fresh air. Don't pry into things you shouldn't ask. Ren Hansing glanced at her and said in an unkind tone. Yes, please don't be angry. I won't say anything more. The other party had a timid expression on her face, like a frightened bunny, and her small appearance was appealing. Lan Lingyun and the little demon girl's eyes contained anger as they glared fiercely at Ren Hansing. Who knows that the other party smiled brightly and said, Sister, teach you a good girl. This kind of woman on the surface of the delicate and pretentious. Its heart is likely to be a hungry wolf that eats people and does not spit out bones. Hearing this, Thousand Bodhi couldn't help but tremble. What's going on? Was he exposed so soon? She shook her head and hastily dismissed the thoughts in her mind. She was the supreme empress of the Ling Xiao Empire. Qian Miaoyu, the most proficient in the method of disguise and camouflage, combined with the ancestral secret treasure. Even experts in the field can't find out what's going on, unless there was someone whose mental power could reach an extremely terrifying level, who could pierce through the heavy falsehoods and see her true colors. But it was almost impossible for such a person to appear. After settling down, she began to gauge Zhou Tong. If anything, it was just too much of a resemblance, both in body shape and silhouette. It was more than 80% similar to the teenager in her dream. You were spying on me? Zhou Tong's gaze was disdainful, squinting at Qian Miaoyu, and it was this glance that almost caused the blood in her body to freeze. I didn't. Qian Miaoyu's voice was trembling. The Zhou Tong at this moment was completely overlapping with the person in the dream. She had disguised herself to get close to Zhou Tong in order to find out Zhou Tong's strength, but unfortunately, there seemed to be a heavy mist blocking Zhou Tong's body, preventing her from getting any information. There were only two explanations for this, one of which was that Zhou Tong's strength was too terrifying and had exceeded the limits of what she could perceive. The second was that Zhou Tong had mastered a special spell and was able to collect his breath, just like her. If it was the latter, she wouldn't have to worry anymore. It could only mean that the dream was fake, and she wouldn't hesitate to cooperate with Mo Liusu and turn on Zhou Tong and the others. If it's the former, at that thought, she shivered involuntarily, remembering again the image of the falling stars of the sky. I'm going to see what you're made of no matter what, and right now it seems like this is the only way to do it. Qian Miaoyu was holding a jade pendant in her palm, emitting a strange fluctuation. This was an arrangement she had made long ago. As long as she crushed the jade pendant, powerful dead soldiers would rush out and assassinate Zhou Tong. No one could hide their cultivation in a life-and-death situation. It was the best way to test their strength. Even if these dead soldiers were captured, it didn't matter. They would choose to commit suicide at the first opportunity and would not leave behind any leverage. Even if Zhou Tong died, it didn't matter, or it would be better that way. For the sake of the survival of the Ling Xiao Empire, she wouldn't care even if she offended the Jade Clearance sect. Little one, there's something strange about this woman. Morongya's voice rang in Zhou Tong's ears. I know, not only did she change her face, but she also hid her cultivation. There is such a thing? Morongya was a bit surprised, and without any trace, he opened his heavenly eyes, finally noticing the abnormality. Just the sight of a beautiful face covering an even more beautiful face underneath a beautiful face made her feel a little awestruck. It is indeed a disguise technique, only that no traces of hidden cultivation can be seen. That's because she's wearing a magic treasure on her body, and this person's strength is probably at the heaven-shattering realm, having crossed the transcendent separation. Hiss! Morongya sucked in a mouthful of cool air. The other party was approaching them without bothering to disguise themselves. Clearly they had ulterior motives. I know, she's definitely Zhao Wutian's eyes, specially used to spy on us. Morongya thought of the most likely explanation. After all, In this unfamiliar country, who would offer something for nothing but an enemy? Let's just say she guessed right and yet was only half right. Catch her and torture her well, and you'll always get the truth. In just a moment, she came up with a solution. Simple and brutal but effective. Don't be so rude. You guys hold her down while I use the soul-searching technique on her. Jotong made a better suggestion, causing Moronya's head to fill with black lines. In terms of cruelty, it's the little guy who's better. Take your positions, and on the count of 3, we'll do it together. Jotong notified everyone around him with his mental power, getting them all into a fighting stance. 1, 2, 3. As soon as the words fell, only a click could be heard as Qian Miaoyu also crushed the jade pendant at the same time. Boom! The surrounding heaven and earth aura was suddenly in chaos, and a powerful killing aura spewed out, startling the crowd into scattering like birds and beasts. Kid, take your life. Only to see a dozen powerful black-robed men appear at the same time, holding daggers and stabbing at Jotong. Each of their cultivation levels had reached the heaven-shattering realm. Their speed was extremely fast, and their aura was even more terrifying and shocking. Yet as fast as they were, there were others faster than them. Moronya and Rin Hanqing instantly turned into white hairs, one on the left and one on the right, pressing down on Qian Miaoyu's shoulders, making her unable to move. What are you guys doing? Qian Miaoyu was shocked in her heart, and her face was an innocent expression. Stop pretending. You've been leaking for a long time. Let's go. The two mature women launched their forces at the same time, wrapping up Qian Miaoyu and Jotong as the three of them instantly disappeared in place. Their speed was so fast that it was as if they had evaporated out of thin air, leaving only a group of killers in the wind. After a few moments, time seemed to start flowing again. Suffered. His Majesty has been abducted. In a hidden space, a fragrant and unrivaled interrogation was taking place. Thousand Myriad could never have imagined in her death that she would one day present herself in such a humiliating position before the eyes of others, only to see that she was tightly wrapped by a red thread all over her body, strangling her proud figure to become even more full and explosive, and her whole body was suspended in mid-air. Why are you so skillful? Jotong looked at Rin Hanqing with incomparably odd eyes. Little wonder. Sister, I practice binding every day. My craft has long since reached the point of perfection. This red thread can suppress cultivation. She can't escape from a small Jintian realm. Tell me, who are you? Why are you approaching us? I can still give you a hard time if you cooperate obediently. Moronya locked eyes with it and coldly forced the question. I don't know what you're talking about. Get off of me. I'm just a normal family girl. How dare you talk tough? Moronya went straight for it, pulling out a pendant from the other's chest gully, making it difficult to hide the other's breath. Good baby, she complimented. And immediately afterward, she tore off Qian Miaoyu's mask, revealing a beautiful face of national color. You're a beautiful woman, but why are you a thief? Thousand Myriads fell silent. She had nothing more to say. Just let me deal with her. Using the soul-searching technique will soon be over. Jotong had just leaned in when the other party revealed a look of horror. I'll say it all. Qian Miaoyu instantly surrendered. It's Emoliosu. Emoliosu asked me to spy on you guys. Chapter 56. You smell good. Sister. It's the smell of lying. Hearing this name once again, Jotong's heart had no ripples, and he even wanted to laugh a little. That woman couldn't have thought that she could come around as soon as she smashed the Acacia sect, could she? Well, that's pretty whimsical of her. Emoloshu, what a nasty name. Ron Coldstar looked disdainful, and it was clear that he had also heard about his name for a long time. However, when she learned of Jotong's previous relationship with Emoliosu, her entire being became much more lost. So you really didn't grow this kid, but you snatched it from someone else's land. How many times have I told you? He is just father born and mother raised. There is no divine seed in heaven and earth. You've been brainwashed by the old man. Moronya got angry and almost made a move. So have you met his parents? Moronya was stunned. Not only her, even Jotong himself had never met his parents. This scene was watched by Qian Miaoyu, causing her to sweat in an instant, as if she had thought of something terrible. Born Supreme. Jotong was most likely the Born Supreme, the royal family in the canonical records. Long Qiankuan, trillions of years of time. There is always a strange material can gulp heaven and earth aura, after a long evolution, and eventually become a human form, the birth of spiritual wisdom. In this moment, a psychic object was in existence comparable to a supreme being. Legend has it that the Born Supreme is ageless and immortal, always looking like a teenager. Moreover, his cultivation was internalized and he was proficient in all paths, and although he looked like an ordinary person, he could easily destroy the heavens and the earth with a single strike. It's right, it's all right. Qian Miaoyu felt that she understood everything, and combined with the conversation between the two Moronyas, she dared to conclude that Jotong was the divine seed that had become psychic, thus taking on a human form. and then being picked up by Emoliosu. As for being expelled from the Jade Clearance sect and joining the Acacia sect instead, that was just the Born Supreme's way of experiencing the red dust and perfecting his Tao. When he finishes his path of red dust and his Tao is complete, there will be one more great emperor in the world. The great emperor's name was Jotong. I understand. No wonder Emoliosu couldn't wait to recognize Jotong. It turns out that he wanted to create karma with the Born Supreme. The dog days are really good calculations. The thought made her chest tingle with anger. It's just that you, Emoliosu, are greedy for riches and want to climb up to the Supreme. Why do you want to use the Lingxiao Empire as a foe? Letting the Empire fight hard against the future great emperor. Does the Empire have the strength to do so? Did this Emoliosu know how terrifying the future Jotong was or not? Right. She doesn't know. But Thousand Myriads knew better. With a wave of his hand, he yanked down the stars of the sky and broke everything. What kind of dominance and terror was this? Thousands of living beings. All of them were turned into dirt and dust. And the most powerful people were all ants. And they were buried cleanly in an instant. What a desperate scene that was. No matter what, she, Thousand Myriads, could not let that scene happen. However, she didn't realize how outrageous her imagination was. If Jotong searched her soul, he was afraid that he would be laughed straight to death. His power came entirely from the accumulation of his previous life, and had nothing to do with the Born Supreme. You guys let me go. I'm just a plain-looking, ordinary empress. How dare I count you guys? I'm forced to do so, she churlishly said, causing the few people on the sidelines to suck in a breath of cold air. This fellow is actually the empress of the Lingxiao Empire. The little demoness opened her mouth wide with a feeling of unreality. The queen herself is undercover. Does she really not know how to write the word death? She's suspicious. Ran Hansing came over, his cheek resting between the other's fragrant neck, and was delicately sniffing something. Sister, you smell good. Qian Miaoyu's goosebumps rose, and before she could say anything to stop it, Ran Hanqing's voice went cold. You're not hiding anything from us, are you? No. Ah! Qian Miaoyu let out a shriek, only to see Ren Hanqing spit out her little pink tongue and licked at her face. It's the smell of lying. Ren Hanqing's gaze suddenly became sharp as he turned to Zhou Dao. Kid, search her soul. No, please don't do that to me. I'm the king of the Imperial Kingdom and I'm carrying the lives of millions of my people on my back. If I die, my people will be massacred and bullied by foreigners as well. None of my business. I know it. You are all cultivators with a conscience. You would never be that cruel. Moral kidnapping? Do you think I have morals? My conscience is greatly bad. If you don't believe me, come and touch it. Ran Hanqing laughed evilly and pressed up his chest, only to see the two of them face to face against the waves, stimulating the titular empress to blush. Stop it. Morongya stopped Rin Hanqing. After learning about Qian Miaoyu's identity, she didn't want to make things difficult for the other party. No matter what, this person was the nominal owner of this land, and if she could get her help, the process of saving the great disciple would go much smoother. What's Zhao Wutian's relationship with you? He's my state master. How? Before the words were even finished, Qian Miaoyu felt a biting killing aura. In fact, I'm not too familiar with that guy, always acting like he's pretending. I've long looked at him with disdain. If not for the fear of the heavenly Dao mansion, I would have cleaned him up 800 times. We can help you take him out, but only if you cooperate with us. Morongya gazed into the other party's eyes and made the request in a slow and heavy tone. No problem. I promise you. Without the slightest hesitation, Qian Miaoyu's gaze went back to Zhou Dao. If it's possible, please, you become my guest minister, so that we can have better communication and cooperation. In order to change the future of her dreams, she was determined to take the initiative. And the first thing she had to do was to make a good relationship with Jotong. Hearing this, Jotong's few people looked at each other, not expecting the other party to make such a request. The so-called guest secretary is not a subordinate, more like a cooperative relationship. Come when you want to come, go when you want to go. Very easy and free. On second thought, they have no reason to refuse. Count yourself out. With a wave of her hand, Ran Hanqi released the other party. From now on, we are friends, right? Qian Miaoyu asked in a hurry, as if this question was important to her. That's natural. You guys aren't going to strike out at your friends later, are you? As long as you don't make an active enemy, we'll always be friends. Jotong gave his promise, making the other party completely relieved. Immediately after that, Jotong clapped his hands, and the white space around him lapsed with it, and several people returned to reality. Don't be so surprised, Jotong said to Qian Miaoyu. The space just now was built by me with a formation. You can interpret it as a space ring. Thousand Myriads was shocked. All things are possible. This is truly the means of the Born Supreme. Suddenly, Jotong raised his eyebrows and revealed a hint of a smile. All of you leave. Zhao Wunyan is coming over. Just leave me and his majesty here. Chapter 57. Zhao Wutian broke defense on the spot. Watch yourself. As soon as the words fell, the four women withdrew at a rapid pace, leaving only Zhou Tong in place. Qian Miaoyu looked around. She didn't feel anything and couldn't help but admire Zhou Tong even more in her heart. Worthy of being a born supreme, even her senses could cover the heavens and earth. She couldn't even compare even if she were to beat her horse. Your Majesty. Immediately afterward, a familiar voice came out, and it was none other than Zhao Wunan's shout. It's not good. Zhao Wutian has also seen your portrait. You'll be recognized by him. Qian Miaoyu then remembered last night's scene and couldn't help but blush a little. If she angered Zhou Tong, all her efforts would be in vain. It's okay, just introduce me to him normally. He won't recognize me. Really? Qian Miaoyu was skeptical, but soon Zhao Wenshi descended from the sky and arrived in front of the two. I am guilty of being late in escorting you. As soon as Zhao Wenshi landed on the ground, he said with incomparable eagerness, except that there wasn't much awe on his face. Thanks to the state master's concern, I am safe and sound. So excuse me. After the courtesies, Zhao Wutian's gaze immediately landed on Zhou Tong. Who are you? He frowned, just thinking that there was something familiar about the teenager. Zhou Tong didn't make a comment, but Qian Miaoyu stepped forward first and said, thanks to this gentleman's rescue, I was able to get out of the danger without any problems. From today onwards I'll be worshipping him as a guest minister. The state master mustn't be impolite. When these words came out, Zhao Wutian's pupils instantly shrunk. Thousand Myriads was undoubtedly an overbearing empress, and no figure was allowed to exist in the entire empire who was her equal. Because of this, she had never worshipped a guest minister before. So why was she able to break the norm today? The old man has met the guest minister. Zhao Wenshi sized up Zhou Tong, but he couldn't see the other party's cultivation level, which made him feel a little annoyed. Since you were able to save his majesty, I'm sure you're also a first-rate powerhouse. Please forgive me for taking the liberty of asking the guest minister what his current cultivation level is? Zhou Tong smiled coldly and immediately bloomed his breath. Harmonized heart first realm. Zhao Wenshi's face changed, followed by a disdainful look appearing under his eyes. He hadn't even crossed the transcendental divide, and was nothing more than an ant. Your Majesty, this one's strength is really a bit. He wanted to say something, and the implication was that Zhou Tong did not deserve to be a guest secretary at all. But who knew that instead of despising Zhou Tong, Thousand Myriads revealed an expression of incomparable admiration. Worthy of being a born supreme, even hiding his cultivation could be done so seamlessly. What a terrifying manipulation power. Guest secretary is really a heavenly pride. I really admire. With you by my side, I can be free of worry. The moment these words came out, Zhao Wutian was immediately winded. What's wrong with her? That's just a harmonized mind realm. Not to mention herself. Even Qian Miaoyu can reach out and pinch her to death. I don't know what she's admiring. In an instant, an intense aura erupted from his body and rolled towards Zhou Tong. It was both a demonstration and a test. The state master shall not be rude. Qian Miaoyu's face changed wildly, and it was too late to stop her, so she could only allow Zhou Tong to bathe in the aura. However, in the face of such might, Zhou Tong always wore a calm smile on his face, as if he did not feel anything. How is that possible? Zhao Wenshi's heart was shocked. It was impossible for a mere harmonious heart realm to resist his aura. Unless the other party had a secret treasure on them, or else they were hiding their cultivation. You're good, Zhou Tong said softly, gradually approaching under the other party's shocked gaze, gently patting the other party's shoulder. Immediately afterward, he said in a voice that only two people could hear, those who dare to fiddle with the living spirit deadly silence formation are still a minority after all. Hearing these words, Zhao Wenshi's body trembled violently as a look of extreme shock surfaced in his eyes. How did you know? His heart jumped into his throat. Unable to hide his fear. No one was clear about his plan. He intended to gather the world's strongest people in the name of the auction, and then use the living spirit death silence formation to sacrifice all of them, which he would use to fulfill his own great Tao. And yet this teenager in front of him could easily poke through his plan. What kind of god was this? It's just a pity that this grand formation is only 90% complete. There's still a huge risk. If only. Zhao Wutian listened intently, but Zhou Tong ended abruptly, hanging on for dear life. Your Majesty, the state master seems to have something to do, so why don't we leave first? Zhou Tong looked at Qian Miaoyu and said, also, recently the thieves are rampant. The state master should also take care of himself. I will return to the palace first. After saying that, the two of them walked side by side in the direction of the palace. Hoo. Zhao Wenshi gasped in a wolfish manner and sat on his butt. After so many years of being in a high position, it was the first time he had experienced the feeling of his crotch being drenched in sweat. The living spirit deadly silence array was his biggest secret. If it was leaked, Even if his cultivation was as strong as he was, he would become a public enemy in the world. And at that time, even if he had 9 lives, they wouldn't be enough to die. Who exactly is this person? And why can't I see through him? Could it really be an old monster disguised as a teenager? But listening to his tone, it seems like he doesn't have the heart to tear me down. Perhaps this person is a friend and not an enemy. It's best not to mess with him too much, he muttered to himself as he paced messily, having long since lost his bearings. No, I can't sleep or eat until I get to the bottom of him. I need to find someone to try before I do. Hakai, how did you do it? How dare you make him not recognize you? Thousand Myriads was filled with curiosity. That's easy, because I know his character. Jotong laughed. He is someone who is both cautious and arrogant, and as long as he identifies his opponent, he will use every means to bring him down. In contrast to that, as long as it's someone he despises, he'll be completely unconcerned and won't even bother to remember what they look like. Apparently, he never took me seriously. Worthy of being a guest minister. After meeting only one side, you can thoroughly understand each other's character. I am deeply impressed. Thousand Myriads of words flattered without mincing words, not realizing that things were far from simple. Just a moment ago, Jotong had used his spiritual power to cloud Zhao Wutong's perception, causing him to subconsciously tear apart the insignificant Jotong and the terrifying Hakai. From then on, he would think that Jotong and the guest minister were two people, and even if Jotong himself stood next to the portrait, he would not notice anything unusual. After returning to the palace, Qian Miaoyu once again turned into a majesty-filled empress, while Jotong was placed in the luxurious guest minister's mansion, located within the palace and highly respected. It was believed that in less than a night, the matter of Jotong becoming a guest minister would spread throughout the entire imperial capital. Night falls inside the state master's residence. Zhao Wenshou's face was as heavy as water, and there was a young man kneeling in front of him, obviously a strong person of the heaven-splitting realm. Kill this man for me, or die if you can't complete the mission. After saying that, he handed over Jotong's portrait. Chapter 58. Who dares to kick me in my dreams? The youth's name was Ing Crow, and the moment he saw the portrait, he showed disdain. Then, a teenager is just a teenager. Is it not a bit trivial for the patriarch to ask me to make a move? He exuded a powerful confidence, categorizing Jotong as a mole. Zhao Wenshou didn't explain to him that it was possible for Jotong to hide his cultivation, and that the Ink Crow was nothing more than a pawn that could just be used to test Jotong. The transcendental gap is difficult to cross. If Jotong was truly at the harmonized mind realm, he could not be a match for the heaven-shattering realm. However, if Jotong was able to defeat Mo Crow, it would show that he was pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, and was definitely a terrifyingly strong person who could only be a friend, not an enemy. I'm going to make you kill him in public, in front of everyone, Zhao Wenshou said sinisterly, publicly assassinating the guest minister. He was trying to slap the queen's face. Over the years, Qian Miaoyu was taking him less and less seriously. It didn't matter even if he failed. No one recognized Ink Crow, so naturally he wouldn't find his head. Hakim, I can't sleep. The night was late, but Jotong was summoned to the queen's chambers, and his eyes doubled in size when he heard the question. That's it? I haven't had a good night's sleep for months on end, and as soon as I close my eyes, I'm haunted by nightmares. Qian Miaoyu was lying on her side on the bed, her expression incomparably tired. She did not tell Jotong that her nightmare came precisely from the other party. Could it be that he was struck by the undesirable robbery? It is not so. It should be due to worry. It gives me no peace. I hope that the guest minister can keep watch for me tonight. Come on, watch the seat. As soon as the words were spoken, luxurious seats were brought in, more like beds and couches than seats. Its style is no less than that of a dragon bed. Jotong's eyebrows twitched. Was this to let him keep watch or to let him sleep with him? Are there any alchemists in the palace? There was a 5th grade offering. Only all but useless. Then let me personally refine a pill of the 7th grade tranquilizer pill for your majesty, and it will surely cure your illness. As he spoke, Jotong had someone prepare the furnace and medicinal materials, and he himself sat directly on the mat, immediately entering the state. Worthy of being a born supreme, proficient in the 10,000 paths is not just talk. I have finally seen it. Looking at Jotong's skillful maneuver, Qian Miaoyu became even more certain of her guess. For some reason, the long-lost drowsiness had come raging back at this time, causing both of her eyelids to flicker and collide constantly. Hakim, can you repeat that sentence? It's the promise you made to me back then. How hard can it be? Jotong raised his head slightly and gazed into the other party's eyes. We are already allies. If you don't take the initiative to become an enemy, we will never harm you. Chimera smiled, only to feel incredibly sleepy and deep, and surely she would be able to have good dreams tonight. A few moments later the dan was completed, and the 7th grade elixir came out. When a thunderbolt descended, scatter! With a lift of his eyes, Zhou Tong used the realm of no sense to drive the Tsang Dome divine word, dissolving the thunder into nothing. Your Majesty, it's time for your medicine. Your Majesty, your Majesty. Heh, looks like I wasted my efforts. Isn't this a peaceful sleep? Zhou Tong held the spirit elixir and smiled somewhat helplessly. At this very moment, Chimera was entering dreamland with bravado, only to see two snow-white smooth and slender legs tightly clamped to the brocade quilt. The pillow was also held in her arms, and every now and then she rubbed her face against it, and she did not know who she was pampering within her dream. What was even more excessive was that because of her dishonesty, her loose robe had come apart, revealing a large white gully that was so bright and eye-shattering that it was almost tempting to cause people to commit crimes. It seems to be unharmed. Zhou Tong put down his heart and took out the sword manual of the hexagram breaking sword and began to comprehend it by heart. For a strong person who had reached the realm of unconsciousness, this would have been a superfluous thing to do. Not to mention the fact that this sword manual was still created by himself, and he had long since become familiar with it. However, Zhou Tong still maintained the habits of his previous life, knowing that the pinnacle of martial arts could only be reached by never-ending diligence. Practice the sword 1,000 times and its meaning will emerge. The path of the strong is never-ending. The hexagram breaking sword was divided into a total of 6 moves, corresponding to the 4 directions of heaven and earth and the forces of nature. The south sword is fire, the main defense. The north sword is thunder, the main weakening. The east sword is wood, the master of life. The western sword is gold, the main killer. In addition, there are the 2 swords of heaven and earth, of which the earth sword is the sword of the underworld, which can detain the essence and spirit of the slain in the sword and make them slaves of war. The heavenly sword is the sword of accumulating power, and it is also the strongest sword, which can accumulate the power of the sword and store it in the sword and then release it at one time, bursting out several times or even dozens of times of the power of the usual. This was a sword that could kill the enemy by crossing the ranks. If you want to complete the heavenly sword, you must first cast the sword. This was easy for Zhou Tong, who was himself the strongest sword in heaven and earth, only to see that his figure did not move. The powerful sword momentum burst out from his body, and instead of escaping, it converged towards the palm of his left hand. Hiss! Zhou Tong sucked in a mouthful of cool air, only to feel incomparably sharp pain, as if he was going to hollow out that hand. Blood and bone all shattered, but he bore it without a word, not even changing his expression. Boom! I don't know how long it took, but a roar came from the bottom of his heart, which signaled that the sword casting was complete. At this moment, it was as if a space had opened up in his palm, and the long drive of the sword was like a clay ox entering the sea, which could not be filled for a long time. Nice guy. Zhou Tong was shocked. With the strength of his sword power, it also needed to go through an hour before it could be fully stored. If it was Long Lingyun's turn, wouldn't it take 3 days and 3 nights? There was nothing to say about this move if it was struck. It could only be described as terrifying. Without realizing it, the night was about to pass, and the sky was already glowing white in the east. Zhou Tong stood up with a long body and was about to leave when Qian Miaoyu on the bed suddenly made a sound of movement. Hakim, Hakim ah. She was seen frowning tightly and repeating the 2 words over and over again, as if she had suffered another nightmare. Surely it still doesn't work? Zhou Tong shook his head as his spiritual power burst out, about to forcefully intervene in the other party's dream world. Hakim, kneel down and wash my feet. When these words came out, Zhou Tong's expression abruptly froze. Half an hour later, Her Great Majesty slowly woke up and stretched greatly, emphasizing her beautiful figure to the fullest. It was just a pity that no one was there to appreciate it. That was a nice sleep. Has the guest minister left? She let out a soothing moan, and suddenly saw a brocade box at the foot of the bed, containing the tranquilizer. I'll take it. The corners of her mouth rose as she turned towards the guards to inquire about Zhou Tong's whereabouts. Reporting back to your majesty. Lord Hakim has just left the palace, and there's an escort following him all the way. Then I'm relieved. Even if someone is rampant, they wouldn't dare to strike in the street, right? The appearance of Zhao Wunyan surfaced in her mind, and she had already guessed that the other party would be unfavorable to Zhou Tong. Strange. Why does my back hurt so much? Qian Miaoyu looked down and realized that there were 2 footprints imprinted on her waist. Who dares to kick me in my dreams? Chapter 59, because I'm not afraid. I don't avoid it. Greetings, my lord. Greetings, guest minister Sama. Zhou Tong walked through the imperial capital in the early morning, and when the people on the roadside saw him, they all bent down and saluted with a look of awe in their eyes. They might not recognize Zhou Tong, but they definitely recognized the escort behind Zhou Tong. The guards were only seen like peacocks in bloom, proclaiming his identity everywhere. It had only been less than half an hour before the name of his empress's guest secretary had spread to a small half of the imperial capital. You guys are designated to have a side hustle. Zhou Tong stopped and looked at them without a good look. These few people were simply speakers into essence. Walking with them, Jotong even felt like a circus monkey. He understood the queen's mind, which was to sit on the relationship between them and tie Jotong to her chariot. Even if Jotong wanted to tear up the alliance and strike at her one day, he would have one more concern because of this relationship. Akai-sama, to tell you the truth, protecting you is our side job, the chief of the guards playfully said. Our main job is to take care of publicity. Okay, no more pretending, right? Jotong looked at them and said, since the goal has been accomplished, get out of my sight. And as long as I don't take the initiative to call you guys out, you're not allowed to come out. Yes, sir. Without the slightest hesitation, the chief of the guards beckoned and was about to leave with his squad. Boss, is this really good? His Majesty has said that we should always protect. His Majesty also said that everything is at the Hakim's disposal, so cut the crap and I'll lead you to a quickie. At these words, the remaining 7 people let out a wolf cry and all ran away in a strange manner. However, Joe notified that the men had not gone far, but were watching his every move from all directions. That's just it, as long as it doesn't bother me, he muttered to himself as he made his way to a tea stall on the side of the road and ordered a nice pot of tea. Ready to enjoy this brief moment of coziness, the Morongas had completely disappeared, and they were exploring the imperial capital, searching for the whereabouts of their eldest sister. As soon as there is news, they will immediately send sound over. With their strength there is no need to worry about accidents. At this moment, it was as if he had become a painting, in which he was looking at the scenery and the crowd was looking at him and the scenery. Is that man the guest minister? Surprisingly so young. He really is a talented man. It's really enviable to be chosen by His Majesty. He's been blessed in his life. Poof, I wonder what it's about yet. That goes without saying. It must be that His Majesty has taken a liking to his looks and is going to casually play with him for a few days. It won't take long before he gets tired of it. That's a good point, and it makes me angry to see him look so godlike. I'm sure the day will come soon. Discordant voices were always extraordinarily harsh, but Jotong didn't care. Unbeknownst to the crowd, his spiritual power had long since radiated out, locking onto several suspicious targets. From the bodies of these people, he detected Zhao Wunan's aura. It's still a little too juvenile compared to my previous life. Jotong made an evaluation in his mind, knowing that with Zhao Wutian's character, he wouldn't be at ease until he had gotten to the bottom of his situation. Now that the momentum builders had been set up, they had succeeded in arousing the general public's dissatisfaction with Jotong. Then it's time for the real tryhards to make their debut. What a great step-by-step approach. And I expect there will be even better performances. The corners of Jotong's mouth rose, and before the marigold tea was consumed, a black figure appeared out of thin air, holding a long spear and stabbing at his throat. Put! The teacup was pierced through, and the cold tip of the gun was only half an inch away from Jotong's throat. Aha! There were sharp shrieks from the crowd. Most of them were commoners. How had they ever seen such a scene? The Hakim has been assassinated. Lock down the whole place. The guard who was secretly watching jumped up in surprise, but was pressed back down by the chief. Be a good boy and watch the show. The guest minister has already said that none of us can go forward without his order. But you're a hammer. The guest minister is a born supreme. Do you still need you to protect him? With a click, the teacup turned into pieces, but the tea inside was instantly vaporized. Not a single drop spilled onto Jotong's body. This scene caused the pupils of the ink crow who made the move to shrink. Why don't you avoid it? Because you're not afraid. You don't avoid it. Why aren't you afraid? Will you react to the temptations of a mole? Jotong said nonchalantly, seemingly forgetting that the tip of his opponent's gun was resting on his throat. Hee hee, what a big mouth. I just can't stand to see your arrogant and conceited look once you gain power. Do you dare to accept my challenge? When these words came out, most people thought that Ink Crow was sick. What kind of class are people's guest ministers? What kind of breed are you? By what right do you dare to clamor here? And yet there were still people who were outputting against the wind and verbalizing their solidarity with Muro. Well done. Just to let these backdoor people know that without strength, even if they plunge to high positions, they are just trash. Boss, check out. Jotong ignored the crowd and slapped a spirit stone on the table. The tea was good. Next time I will come back to patronize. Immediately afterward, he casually flicked the tip of his gun away and said to Muro, find an open spot. Very well, let's go outside the empire. Ink Crow was overjoyed and said, not only did he want to assassinate Jotong in the street, but he also wanted to strike him down in a dignified manner. Only then could he hit the queen's face even harder and fulfill his master's mission perfectly. For a time, it was as if the news had grown wings, and countless people rushed to the scene, following the duo outside of the imperial capital. These people included civilians, strong people, and the eyes of various forces. They were all curious to know what the first guest minister of the Ling Shao Empire was capable of. Light up your cultivation, Ink Crow said. Jotong didn't refuse and blossomed his breath without any concealment. Harmonized heart first realm. To have such a cultivation level at such a young age. It seems that he is not a generalized person. Many powerful people were stunned by Jotong, and with such talent, he was considered a great man among men. Ha ha ha, is that the only extent? Don't get pissed off later. Ink Crow laughed as he wanted to humiliate Jotong to the extreme. When he blossomed his aura, the crowd all looked at Jotong with pity. Surprisingly, he was at the first level of the heaven-shattering realm. This Mo Crow had already crossed the transcendent separation, and the two of them were not at the same level of strength at all. However, in the face of such a disparity, instead of a look of fear on Jotong's face, there was even some disappointment. It seemed to be blaming the other side for being too weak. A mere harmonized mind realm. What makes him have this kind of confidence? Let's see how much longer you can pretend. With just one move, I can make you beg for mercy on your knees. The Ink Crow raised his eyebrows and flew into midair, stabbing down at Jotong with a spear. He used 70% of his force for this strike, which was enough to kill a peak harmonious mind realm powerhouse in seconds. Only to see that Jotong was not tight. His left hand was slowly raised, and a cluster of flames burst out in his palm, followed by a prairie fire. He moved the hexagonal breaking sword. This sword is the south, the main defense, and is called the Flames of the Elephants. Chapter 60, His Majesty's Eye is the Ruler. The powerful spear fell down as if it were flying fire and streaming light, striking Jotong's body head-on. Boom! The earth trembled, raising 100 feet of dust, and everything around them became incomparably hazy, unworthy and completely unchallenging. Ink Crow said with a cruel smile at the corner of his mouth. Incomparably condescending. The strike had a familiar feel, the feel of a precise hit. Then Jotong must have been reduced to pieces. This was his self-confidence as a heaven-shattering realm. To use the super against the mortal. It was undoubtedly a descending blow. It's a pity. This guest minister's talent is also extremely good. If he is given time to grow, he may not be a match for the other party. But he was strangled in the cradle. That's what he deserves. No ability but still hard to show off. I think it is let Her Majesty spoiled. That's right. This person was so arrogant and thought that no one would dare to clean him up. And now he has finally paid the price. Just then, the temperature of the surrounding air rose dramatically, and a fire tornado rose up into the sky, tearing apart the haze that filled the sky and illuminating the eyes of the crowd. Someone's heart trembled, sensing a long and timeless aura, not strongly compelling, but unshakable. Jotong reappeared in front of the crowd, only to see a layer of fire light enveloping him, as if he were in armor, steaming all attacks into nothingness. No way. Many people's faces changed. They could be sure that just now, Mo Crow didn't mean to let go of the water. With a strike of 70% of the full strength of the heaven-sundering realm, even 5 peak harmonious hearts tied together would be easily killed in seconds. Yet this guest minister was unharmed in a way that could only be described as extraordinary. I told you, the Queen Sama's eyes are rulers and will never look at the wrong person. The leader of the guard said triumphantly, looking at the Ink Raven in midair with a look of pity in his eyes. The poor dog thing, even in death, would never understand that the teenager he was facing was none other than the legendary Born Supreme. His cultivation was not obvious, and he was proficient in the 10,000 paths, but killing him was as simple as killing a chicken. I don't believe it. This must be a blindfold, or else you've used a magic treasure. Mo Crow's eyes were glazed over. As an assassin cultivated by the Heaven's Path Palace, he had handily slain countless geniuses over the years, but he had never encountered such a situation. It was the consensus of the entire world that under the chopping sky was a mole cricket, and even the strongest heavenly pride could only look on in disbelief in the face of this chasm. This time I will use my full strength and crush you completely, he said grimly, his divine might emanating, and a huge Shura figure unexpectedly emerged behind him. This was precisely the terrifying aspect of the heaven-shattering realm. After crossing the transcendent separation, one would be able to transform their spiritual power into a phantom, and a casual strike would have the ability to move mountains and fill up the sea. Only to see him raise his lance, the Shura void behind him synchronized with him and instantly swung down, transforming into millions of killing machines. The Shura dances chaotically and breaks the floating world. The bright light reflected the heavens. The crowd only felt like they were going to suffocate. This was the might of the heaven-beheading realm. Jotong was afraid that he would be in a bad way. However, when that meteor-like light landed on Jotong's body, instead of being weakened, the flames around him seemed to be fueled and exploded violently in a terrifying manner. Hexagram breaking sword. South. Crippling flames of the elephants. Extinguishing lotus. Boom. Shockwaves wrapped in flames scattered out, sweeping like the sea, and like a moonlight shroud, making the Ink Crow take the brunt of it. His entire body was swept away. Even the Dharma phase behind him disintegrated in an instant. The impact caused his organs to be damaged, and the searing heat caused his skin to scorch, emitting the smell of roasted meat. Put! A mouthful of blood couldn't help but spurt out furiously, and the scene was incomparably blinding, searing the hearts of the crowd. The heaven-severing realm was actually injured by the heart-harmonizing realm. How could they dream such a dream? What was even more horrifying was that harmonized mind realm had never taken the initiative to strike from the beginning to the end. Everything was just a forced counterattack. Is this the strength of a guest minister? It's really powerful. No wonder His Majesty favors him. He's definitely hiding his strength. In the crowd, there were a few lewd guys with flickering eyes that quietly retreated. They were all Zhao Wutian's eyes, and such an abnormal situation had to be reported to their master before they could do so. This isn't real. What the hell have you done? Ink Crow's complexion went insane, as if he had lost his mind. It wasn't that he was overly fragile, but Zhou Tong's performance had destroyed his worldview and made him doubt even his own existence. You struck twice. Is it my turn next? As soon as the words fell, terrifying sword power erupted furiously from Zhou Tong's body. The force was so terrifyingly powerful that the ground beneath his feet crumbled, cracks spreading unchecked and seemingly reaching into the infinite distance. The trees 100 feet away turned into wood chips in an instant, disintegrating and dissipating as they flew. And in the end, not even dregs remained. A dozen feet tall boulder was swept by a breath and turned into dust in the blink of an eye. All signs were foretelling that this was bound to be a destructive strike. Mo Crow only felt that his hands and feet were cold. He was completely suppressed by this aura. Every time he breathed in, he felt like his lungs were going to explode. Even moving a little bit became a luxury. No, I don't want to die, he roared, tears of blood streaking through his eyes, bursting with a powerful will to survive. Originally, he was a qualified dead soldier who had long ago put life and death at risk. But now, faced with overwhelming terror, it actually made him reject death once again. Don't kill me, I want to live, he roared as he frantically burned his essence blood, raising his own strength by several notches. Just when people thought that he would fight to the death, they only saw him turn around and flee, while not forgetting to throw the lance in his hand at Zhou Tong, which he used to slow him down. In the blink of an eye, the ink crow disappeared into the sky. He escaped. What a throwback! The corner of Zhou Tong's mouth rose, and with a single lift of his palm, he held the lance in the air, while turning it around and aiming it at the direction in which Mo Crow had left. How can a warrior discard his weapon at will? Give it back! As the words fell, the monstrous sword power was all poured into it, and along with a wave of Zhou Tong's hand, the lance broke through the air. The crowd froze, but a few of them changed wildly in color and rushed after them, wanting to see the final result. In the state master's mansion, Zhao Wenshi was drinking tea comfortably, counting the time. That Zhou Tong should have already been beheaded, right? Sovereign is bad. Someone rushed in anxiously, and it was none other than the eyewitnesses that Zhao Wutian had arranged to be in charge of observing the battle. Ink Crow is not a match for that person at all. He can't even break the other party's defense. With a click, the teacup was crushed by Zhao Wunan. What a load of crap, he said angrily, in his anticipation. Even if Zhou Tong could win, it would be a miserable victory. Patriarch, help! Just then, Ink Crow fell from the sky and dropped to both knees, his face begging for help in fear, as if a ghost was chasing him behind him. Zhao Wuan only felt his heart clogging up. It was the first time he had seen such an expression from the other party's face. What kind of horrible thing could destroy this person's spirit? What the hell happened? Patriarch, I suspect that guy is. Before the words fell, a lance suddenly descended from the sky, accurately stabbing him in the back and pinning him to the ground. Chapter 61, I'm as powerful as my imagination. With a poof, blood exploded and splashed onto Zhao Wunan's face. He didn't dry his face immediately, simply because one eye had been drawn to the marks on the floor. The blood there converged into 4 words, like a provocation and a warning. Never again. His breathing began to become rapid, and he felt nothing but a wave of dizziness. The most feared thing still happened. That guy with the look of a teenager was truly a terrifyingly overwhelmingly powerful person. Not only had the other party easily crushed Ink Crow, but they had also sent him a warning, which meant that the other party had long seen through everything, including his own every move. Never again, never again. It seems that one hasn't wanted to target me yet. I should have taken the initiative to go forward and soften up in exchange for his goodwill. Patriarch, we have to avenge Mo Crow. Eyeliner looked at the tragic situation in front of him and said with grief and indignation as if he was a hater. Their Heaven's Path house had never suffered this kind of big loss before. Why do I need you to guide me in what I do? Zhao Wutian was furious and slapped the man's heavenly aperture, directly blowing him apart and scattering his soul in a moment. He didn't know if the man was still watching, and to be on the safe side, he had to show enough deference at all times. With a wave of his hand, the ground was cleaned of blood and the 2 mangled bodies, leaving nothing behind after the roaring fire had burned through. I should take the initiative to visit that lord and ask him for advice on perfecting the birth spirit death silence formation. He muttered to himself. The problem of the formation had been troubling him for a long time, and even though he had completed 90% of it, the remaining 10% of the variables still made his mind restless. To achieve great things, you must minimize the possibility of failure, even if you can't do it all. But it is too rude to ask for advice directly at the door like this, and you may be counted on for old time's sake, so you must prepare a generous gift to do so. He paced back and forth, racking his brain on what exactly to give as a gift, but could not decide. Pills, weapons, secret books, spirit stones, all of these were denied by him one by one. Truly powerful people don't give a damn about any of these things, because they've had more for a long time. Suddenly, a flash of light came to his mind and he thought of a wonderful gift that even the strongest of the strong would definitely not be able to refuse. Zhang Chu Xiao, Yin Yang Dao Body, the time has come for you to make a contribution to this seat. He licked his lips and acted incredibly excited. This treasure was originally something he was going to keep for his own enjoyment after the deed was done. But a woman pales in comparison to the success or failure of great things. Someone, go get me the... Just then, someone else broke into the state master's mansion, infuriating Zhao Wunan, who wanted to go on a killing spree. When he saw that it was someone from the palace, he calmed down. His Majesty has decreed that the Jade Clearance Sect's airship is about to enter the imperial capital, and he has invited the state master to come along to receive his honored guests. This seat knows, tell His Majesty that I'll go at once. As he watched the messenger leave, Zhao Wutian's face sank slightly. A bunch of obscure things, not coming sooner or later, but at this time of the day, it's really disgusting. Outside the imperial capital, Zhou Tong dispersed his own aura and became an ordinary person again. However, the shock in the eyes of the crowd would not disappear with it, just like those cracks on the ground. Together they witnessed Zhou Tong's power. Zhou Tong looked around, and the only thing that met his eyes were the awe-inspiring gazes of the crowd. Hakim is mighty. The escort rushed forward, kneeling on one knee in an expression of submission. Didn't you guys go on a quickie? For us, to be able to follow the guest minister around is the greatest pleasure, the chief of the guards said reverently, making Zhou Tong even more certain that this guy had a side business. With that mouth, he's definitely not an ordinary mangaka. Just then, a roaring boom suddenly came from overhead, only to see an airship cross the sky and head straight for the city gates. The netherworld is still alive. Zhou Tong saw the Jade Clearance Sect's flag from a long distance away, but a bemused look was written on his face. Go back to the palace. In the palace, within the welcoming hall, Qian Miaoyu wore a nine-dragon robe, and even though she was a daughter, she couldn't hide her dominance and majesty. She looked down on the people under her seat, without joy or sorrow, as if she was a natural-born master, her every move harboring the aura of a monarch over the world. Jade Clearance Sect Mo Lushu and his disciples. Meet your majesty. Mo Liusu was courteous and unassuming. Only 3 disciples stood beside her. Tang Qi, Chen Linger and Xia Hongso. At first glance, these people were all heavenly pride. Yet Mo Liusu didn't know that these 3 people actually had their own thoughts. Chen Linger was the simplest. She was controlled by the infatuation compulsion and developed a cheap affection for Tang Qi. By common sense, she should have been dead to Tang Qi at this point, but for some reason, she had become resistant to the infatuation compulsion, causing her to be clear at times and confused at others. Tang Qi's problem was similar to Chen Linger's, and over the past few days, there was always a figure in his heart that haunted him. The appearance of the other party was quite outstanding, not like a mortal. At a glance, it was actually 4-legged on the ground, with a wide body and long hair, a big nose and fangs, and a humming. Yes, it was a real boar. Since he didn't know when, he had felt that wild boars were much more beautiful than people, and it was because of this that he had delayed in possessing Chen Linger. As for Xia Honsleeve, this one is even more heavyweight. She is full of thoughts about how to mess up Emoliosu, so that she can seize the other party's fortune and achieve her own avenue. In order to achieve her goal, she did not hesitate to ignite the calamity-inducing incense multiple times in an attempt to detonate the 3 calamities and 4 calamities in Emoliosu's body. But the result drove her crazy. Instead of being fine, Emoliosu became radiant. If she hadn't used her divination technique to see that the other party's body was still raging with calamity chi, she would have thought that Emoliosu had already passed through all the calamities. Give the seat. Qian Miaoyu's voice pulled back the mindful few, and only after taking their seats did they begin to take a look at the empress in front of them. Tang Qi's eyes were straight. This was also a woman of great beauty. If he could get her in his pocket. His lustful heart grew when he kept urging the old man in the ring to prepare a new infatuation compulsion. Xia Hongso, on the other hand, was staring at Qian Miaoyu with a grave expression on her face, unable to take her eyes off. Why are you looking at me like that? Thousand Myriad sensed the warm gaze and asked directly. Back to your majesty. I just dared to look at your face and just felt that there was originally a deathly aura between your eyebrows, which is the face of great doom. But recently this disaster phase has been transformed, with a tendency to come back from the dead, and it's still a very auspicious sign, so I'm sure you must have met a nobleman, right? That's right, I have indeed met a rare nobleman. The corners of Qian Miaoyu's mouth rose in a playful smile. Oh, there is such a strange man in the world. I wonder if we can have the honor of meeting him. Mo Lushu found the words and asked along. Sure, look, isn't he here? Chimera said, pointing behind them. Chapter 62 Teasing to the face. Guess who I am? Several people heard this and looked back at the same time, only to see a teenager-like person walking slowly. When they saw the other party's face clearly, they all revealed an expression as if they were struck by lightning. You're here, guest minister. Look up to the seat. Qian Miaoyu rose from her throne to greet her, causing Zhou Tong's seat to be arranged by her side. Such favor was evident. Senior brother, why are you here? Chen Linger immediately suppressed the infatuation compulsion and asked with teary eyes. This, Tang Qi cursed angrily in his heart. No wonder the infatuation compulsion couldn't completely control her. It turned out to be that she had feelings for Zhou Tong, forcibly resisting the compulsion's erosion. Your Majesty, you'd better give me an explanation as to why my disciple has become your guest minister. Mo Liusu was the first to react, and anger surfaced on his face. She felt like she was being played. Obviously, she had asked thousand myriads to help spy on Zhou Tong, but she had directly taken Zhou Tong for herself. Isn't this a joke? Zhou Tong's backer was not only not knocked out, but there was also one more. Mo Liusu only felt that people were numb. If this continued, Zhou Tong would not be able to return to her side, thus causing her to be unable to successfully pass through the 3 calamities and 4 tribulations. How could this be tolerated? Did you misunderstand something? The corners of Qian Miaoyu's mouth rose, and a wisp of teasing curved up before she could forcefully contain it. This person is my family's guest secretary, not your disciple. The two merely look alike. As soon as these words came out, the 4 people below looked at each other, all seeing the shock in each other's eyes. This reason was so bombastic that for a moment none of them could refute it. You think I'm going to believe your bull asterisk? Mo Liusu became even angrier and looked at Zhou Tong. Since you appeared in front of me, why aren't you willing to recognize me? Or are you too scared to face me? So timid and cowardly. You really don't deserve to be my disciple. Her heart trembled and she originally wanted to say something soft, but then she thought of Xia Hongsu's instructions. If he wanted Zhou Tong to return, he had to completely destroy his dignity and break his pride. Something Mo Liusu had always kept in mind. Bang! With a loud bang, the queen's fist slammed into the dragon bookcase. Don't go too far. I respect you as honored guests, but it's not a capital for you to be reckless. If you dare to be unreasonable to my guest ministers again, beware that this emperor will be impolite to you. Her Majesty's acting skills were top-notch, portraying anger in a perfect way. And seeing this, even Mo Liusu's pupils shrunk slightly, suspecting that he was really wrong. Wake up, it's not going to happen. She shook her head in confusion, trying to be firm in her beliefs. Zhou Tong's appearance had long been scrutinized in her mind for tens of thousands of times, so how could she be mistaken? Your Majesty, this really isn't fun. Give him back to me and I'll agree to whatever you ask. Mo Liusu took a deep breath and said with incomparable seriousness. Immediately afterward, she heard a snap and a pile of files landed at her feet. This is Hakim's genealogy. His ancestors have been residing in the imperial capital and can be traced back to 3,000 years ago, when this emperor first used the portrait you provided to follow the map. He eventually found Hakim in the city, and at first I didn't believe that there would be 2 people in the world that looked so much alike, but after many investigations, I had to believe it too. Speaking of which, I also have to thank Real Mo. Without your revelation, I wouldn't have been able to find such a marvelous talent. Mo Liusu frowned, picking up the forged genealogy and flipping through it, but he couldn't see any clues. It shook her mind, yet something still felt wrong. Just at that moment, the sound of a guard's announcement came from outside. Your Majesty, the State Master seeks an audience. Announce it in. Immediately after, a long silhouette strolled in, glancing at Mo Liusu in disgust before crossing over to several people. Greetings, Your Majesty. After the salute, Zhao Wutian looked at Zhou Tong again, only to see the other party bending down and saluting once again. I have offended the guest minister by offending him many times before. Please be a good guest minister. This scene caused Mo Liusu to be extremely shocked. The hallowed State Master, the head of one of the heavenly Dao mansions, was actually bending over to a teenager. Even if it was an act, it was still too hard. Doesn't Zhao Wenli have any dignity? Patriarch Zhao, you've come at the right time. Quickly comment. As if Mo Liusu had caught a strand of clues, he hurriedly said, Zhou Tong is clearly my disciple, but the Empress has preferred to say that he is her guest minister, and he also said that these are two people. Do you think this is reasonable? Unreasonable, Zhao Wenshu said directly, causing Mo Lushu to wear a happy face. Who is your punk disciple to dare compare himself to the guest minister? Does he have the qualifications? Does he have this strength? Do you know that our guest minister has just killed a heaven-shattering realm in the street with a single strike? Can your punk disciple do that? Hearing these words, Mo Lushu immediately stagnated in speech, her pair of beautiful eyes roundly staring with shock written all over them. Killing the heaven-splitting mirror in a single move was easy for her, but for all the younger generation, it was an impossible feat. All under the chopping sky are ants. Zhou Tong was the one who had had his cultivation wasted, and it had only been a few short months of work, so it was impossible for him to cross the transcendent separation. If what Zhao Wenshu said was true, then this person in front of him must not be Zhou Tong. Tang Qi couldn't help but tremble at the side, praying in his heart that the guest minister really wasn't Zhou Tong. He was still searching for the opportunity to break through the heaven-shattering realm, and the other party was able to kill the heaven-shattering realm in seconds. Thinking about it made people feel suffocated. For a long time, combat power was the only basis for him to maintain his pride against Zhou Tong, and if even that was surpassed, then he would be completely crushed. Everyone, please listen to me. Just then, Xia Hongsleeve stood up and said, even if two people look alike, their destinies are different. I still remember Zhou Tong's destiny. I wonder if Kokiching can let me divine it. Upon hearing this, Mo Lushu came into the spirit. If the two had the same destiny, then the queen would have nothing to say. Be my guest. Zhou Tong's voice was unruffled. Then I'm offended. She went forward and opened her heavenly eyes, gazing at Zhou Tong's face. This was her unique secret technique. Under close proximity, she could determine the fate of the other person just by looking at their face. She clearly remembered that Zhou Tong's destiny was a special lone fury star. Although he could help others to block disasters, he himself was haunted by bad luck. Even if he possessed a world-class cultivation, he would eventually face the situation of being the enemy of the world, and would end up in a miserable death. No matter how you disguise yourself, you cannot escape my eyes. Xia Hongso sneered in her heart. She felt from the beginning to the end that the man in front of her was Zhou Tong, simply because in the world of cultivation, the probability of two identical people appearing was too low, and if that were to happen, there would only be one possibility. Just when she was confident and certain, suddenly, Zhou Tong's body blossomed with 10,000 rays of light, each of which was like a sharp sword, piercing her eyes. No! Only to see her face change wildly. She let out a miserable scream and fell to the ground with her eyes bleeding. Chapter 63, Two Similar Flowers. What's wrong with you? Red sleeve? Mo Lushu's face changed drastically. A flash rushed up and helped Xia Hongso up. He's. Xia Hongso looked like she had seen something extremely horrible, trembling incoherently, her fingers still not forgetting to point at Zhou Tong. At a glance at this scene, Mo Lushu's face immediately turned gloomy. No matter who you are, if you dare to strike at my disciple, shouldn't you give a reasonable explanation? She emitted an aura that enveloped Zhou Tong. Hexagonal breaking sword. Zhou Tong murmured in his mind and pressed down with one finger. Heaven, God's might breaks. The sword power roared out as if the god of heaven was gazing at him, breaking all auras in a moment. Knock knock. Mo Lushu took 2 steps back, not because of a lack of strength, but because her mind had received a huge shock. Through this exchange, she was basically certain that the man in front of her really had the strength to exterminate the heaven-shattering realm. In other words, Zhao Wunyan wasn't lying. Tang Qi's face was also as pale as snow. That strike just now, although it didn't target him, made him feel the threat of death. Immediately following the oil was endless shame. Even if the person in front of him was not Zhou Tong, the thought of being suppressed by this face made it difficult for his thoughts to get through. Don't make an enemy of him. Xia Hongso eased up a bit and hurriedly tugged on Mo Lushu. What's wrong with you, master? This person's destiny is an absolutely rare void destiny, which cannot be looked at directly, interfered with, or even more so, speculated upon, or else one will meet with great difficulties. The void fate, is it powerful? It's not a matter of being awesome or not. His destiny has transcended the world and is not bound by the heavenly Tao. All the arts of face reading and changing fortunes are useless to him. The only one who can control his destiny is himself. Disciple merely glanced at him and suffered a backlash that almost triggered the delusionless tribulation. Mo Lushu took a deep breath of cool air. Just by looking at it, he had to encounter 3 disasters and 4 robberies. What kind of terrifying existence was this? Zhao Wuan also secretly celebrated in his heart. He could finally be sure that Zhou Tong was really unimaginably strong. Fortunately he hadn't offended him excessively, and now there was still a chance to make amends. Seeing the behavior of these people, Zhou Tong almost died laughing in his heart. Never in a million years would I have thought that these people would set themselves up so high by imprinting on each other. As for the void fate or whatever, he never gave a damn. Perhaps it was because being reborn brought with it an emperor-level spirit that made him go beyond common sense that triggered the miscalculation. This person really isn't Jotong. Xia Hongso made the determination, causing a flash of gloom in Emoliosu's eyes. If not, how could there be two people so alike? Then there's only one possibility, Xia Hongsleeve said in a deep voice. He and Jotong are two similar flowers. One withers and the other blooms. The stronger he is, the poorer Jotong is. When these words came out, everyone present was shaken. That there could be such a marvelous thing in heaven and earth. Emoliosu immediately came into the spirit and looked at Jotong with a burning gaze. Two similar flowers, one side strong and the other weak. If they could make the guest minister in front of them stronger, then wouldn't Jotong automatically be in a desperate situation? In this way, she would be able to subdue Jotong without any effort. Wouldn't it be wonderful? It was I who was rude. I hope your majesty will forgive me. Emoliosu changed to a smiling face, but Qian Niaoyu didn't appreciate it. You have not offended me. The person you have offended is the Hakim, and it is up to him to say what he wants to be forgiven. Ha, that's exactly what I was thinking. Only to see her take out a party of brocade box from her ring. This box was flowing with color, emitting a strong auspicious aura, and was a rare treasure in itself. Not to mention the items contained within, which were definitely rare and heavy treasures. Tang Chi's face changed then, his eyes filled with jealousy and longing. Mr. Hakim, this is a small token of my esteem. It's not a tribute, and I hope you'll smile. What's in the box? A phaseless linglong bead. Upon hearing this name, Jotong couldn't help but shudder violently. This was a holy relic that was even more than the 7-star blue blood lotus. It is said that there are only 7 phaseless linglong beads in the entire world, and after one is used up, it takes 100,000 years of gestation before a second one is born. Its efficacy was even more terrifying. If a cultivator under the heaven-shattering realm could refine it, he could directly raise a large realm without any side effects. However, this was only second to the fact that after one's cultivation had reached the heaven-shattering realm, one would be able to condense a Dharma phase body, whereas the phaseless linglong bead would be able to prompt the Dharma phase to forcibly sublimate, causing it to undergo a qualitative change, and its power to rise by several notches. If such a supreme treasure were to fall out, it would surely cause a bloody scramble, and even those old monsters would be unable to hold back and come out to kill. However, if these were the only effects, Jotong still wouldn't place them in his eyes. Neither breaking through his cultivation nor strengthening his Dharma phase was enough to impress him. What really caught his eye was the most little-known and most heaven-defying function of the phaseless linglong bead. That is, it can help those who have recently become Taoists break through the no-phase realm among the 6 realms of becoming an emperor. That was the temptation that Jotong could not ignore. Wouldn't it hurt your heart to give away such a supreme treasure to this seat? Of course not. Treasures should be returned to the virtuous. It would be great if the guest minister could refine them, Emoliosu said generously, but it caused Jotong's heart to sneer. Although this linglong bead is the most precious treasure in the world, it also has a great disadvantage. That is, the threshold of refining was extremely high, and except for those who had the destiny and the supreme powerhouses, forcibly refining them would have to pay a heavy price. Not only that, after failing to refine it, the phaseless linglong pearl would also be out of control and actively return to its original owner. Emoliosu obviously had a good plan. In her eyes, if the guest minister could refine successfully, he could weaken Jotong. If not, he could only blame himself for his lack of ability. But through her eyes, Jotong could still tell what was really going on inside her. She did not want Jotong to succeed in refining it. After all, such a heavy treasure, even if she could not use it herself, she did not want to cheapen it for others. But Jotong was going to let her down. The cheapest thing that is sent to the door is not to take advantage of it. Since you're so intent on doing so, then this seat has no choice but to do the same. With a wave of Jotong's hand, the brocade box opened and a 7-colored bead landed in his palm. In the next moment, a blazing Dao fire surged out from his body, and his entire person became incomparably hot, as if the sun had descended. Crazy, right? He's going to refine it on the spot, Emoliosu said incredulously. In the face of such a great opportunity, which cultivator would dare not to make all the preparations to ensure that everything is safe? And this man in front of me was so impatient. Wasn't he afraid to die from the backlash? Pay the price. Arrogant thing. Emoliosu's complexion grew cold as he cursed in his heart. Chapter 64. Who's in favor? Who's against? Only to see Jotong sitting steadily, his body seemed to have turned into a furnace of all paths, capable of accommodating everything and accepting all. Radiant light blossomed on the phaseless linglong bead, vivid and dazzling, intermingled with the flavor of the great Tao, which was mesmerizing. However, Before these rays of light could escape, it was as if they were held by an invisible gravitational force, and bit by bit, they flowed backwards back into Jotong's body. The process took not too long and held everyone in the room in check, so that they could never take their eyes off it. In the end, the supreme treasure turned into a molten halo of light that flickered and flowed in Jotong's palm like a river of stars. It's done! Jotong laughed slightly, and immediately afterward, he gulped in his chi, like a dragon sucking in water, and sucked that light directly into his body. This process was extremely rapid. Emoliosu couldn't even react in time and could only stand frozen in place, dumbfounded. How is it possible that it was actually refined? Even if it was a person with a destiny, it wouldn't be possible so quickly? She trembled slightly, finding it hard to accept the outcome, and by now there was no room for even regret. Congratulations, Mr. Hakim, for being one step closer to the great Tao. Emoliosu had no choice but to squeeze out a forced smile, but was surprised to find that Jotong's aura had not changed at all. This shouldn't be Even a strong person above the heaven-shattering realm would force the Dharma phase to sublimate after refining this treasure. But Jotong didn't have any enhancement. There must be a problem. However, she didn't realize that at this moment, there were countless red thunderbolts wrapped around the glow within Jotong's body, sealing it temporarily, simply because it's not the best time to absorb it, and if you want to be sure, you have to be well prepared. It was recorded in the ancient texts that the phaseless realm was the realm of controlling thousands of phases. In this realm, a single mind can transform heaven and earth, demonstrating mountains, rivers, grass, trees, and transforming the sun, moon, and stars. All things are under control. The realm of the unmasked itself is a kind of invincible dharma. If you want to set foot in it, you have to fulfill extremely harsh conditions. The realm of no phase is unattainable. Forcibly enter. The spiritual power will be assimilated, washed into the state of nothing. Light is the soul trauma. Heavy is the soul flying away. This is a terrible erosion, and if you want to fight it, you must hold extremely strong emotions, such as the three poisonous hearts. That is, greed, anger, and stupidity. With Jotong's incomparably stable mental state, it was difficult for him to acquire these strong emotions. This was a common problem for all near-Taoists, never expecting that strong mental stability would become a hindrance to becoming an emperor. Therefore, if he wanted to cross this barrier, he would have to utilize the emotions of others. Jotong's gaze looked at the people below, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Doesn't this happen to have excellent material? Mr. Hakim, how does it feel? Zhao Wutian approached with a cautious expression, carefully observing all the changes in Jotong. It's not bad to get some lift. These words made Zhao Wenshou couldn't help but feel a sigh of relief. Worthy of being this lord, refining such a heavy treasure was ancient. Just how strong his foundation was. Guest minister, since our friends from the Jade Clearance sect have offered their sincerity, can we not turn over this piece and get to the point? Qian Niaoyu suddenly reminded, causing Emoliosu and the others to light up. That's exactly what I was going to do. Please, Jotong said blandly, his gaze gradually becoming burning. In his eyes, the few people from the Yuqing sect had turned into fat sheep. Then I'll get right to the point. According to the agreement, the Empire will join forces with us to annihilate the Acacia sect and prompt my rebellious disciple to return to me. I don't know if a few of you have any questions? Emoliosu looked serious, and between his tones, there was a powerful determination and obsession. This seat does have a question. Jotong opened his mouth, holding a sound-transmitting jade in his palm. He had already made contact with Morongya at this time, exposing the contents of the combat meeting cleanly. I've heard that your disciple is extremely similar to this seat, so I'm sure he's also stubborn. You must know that it's easy to destroy the Acacia sect, but it's hard to change a person's heart. So if he persists and refuses to change his mind, how should you deal with yourself? Hearing this, Emoliosu fell into a long silence. That will depend on the Hakim's means. A moment later, Emoliosu gritted her teeth and said, I will allow you to dispose of him at will. Just wear down his dignity, break his pride, and let me step in and take him away when he is completely desperate, so that I am not afraid that he will not submit, even if it hurts his essence. It's okay? That's for sure. Even if it wastes his cultivation? No harm done. Very good, very good. Jotong stood up from his seat, a coldness in his eyes. Aside from that brat named Jotong, everyone else in the Acacia sect shall be owned by this seat. Who among you is in favor of this and who is against it? Zhao Wuan's face changed slightly. He had long been salivating over Morongya and wanted to have her in his pocket. But in the face of this guest minister in front of him, he didn't dare to have any opinions. So he could only give up and cut off the white moonlight in his heart. I object. Just then, Tang Qi, who had been acting as a backdrop, jumped out. We've already been paid, and it's only right that all the loot, including the women, should go to us, so why should it be put at your disposal? He was so horny that when the infatuation compulsion didn't kick in, the stunning beauty of Morongya, the little demoness and Long Lingyun would always come to mind. Especially Morongya, that kind of worldly beauty. If he could have a kiss, he would have no regrets in this life. Jotan's complexion sank slightly as he slapped his face. Pop! The sound of slapping was as shocking as a thunderbolt, only to see Tang Chi screaming miserably as he flew out, spinning 8.5 weeks in the air and falling heavily to the ground. Who else is in favor and who is against? In an instant, the entire hall was silent. Emoliosu stared at Tang Chi with a face full of anger. She didn't expect this disciple who was usually the most knowledgeable to be this reckless. It really made her a little disappointed. Tang Chi also reacted, trembling as he lowered his head, but the resentment in his eyes almost tumbled out. Jotong raised his eyebrows slightly, and his spiritual power radiated out, capturing the fluctuation of anger. What a way to get there. He hurriedly pinched his hand seals and operated the secret method, gathering Tang Chi's emotions. That's not even 1%. What a waste. There are still 2 emotions, greed and dementia, that have yet to be collected. There's a long way to go. We don't have a problem with it, other than Jotong. The others are at your disposal. Mo Lushu made a promise. Very well, since that's the case then there's no time to lose. This seat will personally strike now and let you have your wish. Hearing this, other than thousand myriads, everyone else present revealed a shocked expression. They were well aware of Morongya's strength, and it was never easy to capture her alive. But Jotong said it so easily, as if he was preparing to catch a rabbit. What made him able to do it? First step, let the seat confirm their location first. Jotong's finger pressed on the center of his brow. This time he did not hide it, and his raging spiritual power surged out, sweeping over everyone present. Chapter 65, The Acacia Sect is all about acting. Is this spiritual power? Zhao Wutian and the others were breathing heavily. It was only because the force was too powerful, so powerful that it was abnormal, that it caused him to become so suspicious. Spiritual power indeed. Emoliosu hurriedly ran her energy to resist. Only the 3 disciples beside her weren't so lucky. For a moment they were in a trance and almost planted themselves on the ground. Solely this power came and went quickly, covering the entire imperial capital in an instant. Acting should be a full set. Jotong plays a reel. Found it. The corners of his mouth rose, revealing an arrogant and unruly arc. A few insignificant people are just a few. Let's see the seat catch them in hand to hand. In the next moment, he flashed out and leapt above the firmament, speeding in a certain direction. The others didn't delay. They all rose up in the air and followed closely. So fast. Emoliosu sighed as he looked at Jotong's back while leading his 3 disciples. Hakai-sama is merely matching our speed. Otherwise, he would have lost us long ago. Zhao Wenshi looked contemptuous. In less than 3/4 of an hour, the few people had crossed a small half of the imperial capital and arrived at a relatively empty place. Why did you stop? The target is right here. How is that possible? I can't detect anything. Then you can see it with your eyes. Jotong's left hand was raised and the sword flowed in his palm. Just by pressing down with one hand, he leveled the building below him. In an instant there was a cacophony of voices, people running in fear, but no one was hurt. Amidst the rolling smoke, 4 figures rose into the air and fell into the vision of several people. It was Morongya, little demoness, Long Lingyun and another Jotong. The 2 Jotongs confronted each other across the air, forming a marvelous landscape in the eyes of the onlookers. The honored one looked at the impostor and even saw a hint of playfulness and smugness on the other's face. This disguise technique had reached the peak of excellence, and without the strong spiritual power like Jotong's own, it would be impossible to detect it. Who are you and why are you pretending to be my disciple? Mariah said angrily, her expression controlled to a T. Evil spirits of the Acacia sect, your end has come. Emoliosu was spirited and possessed a strong backbone, generating contempt for Morongya. So it's you, you shady soul. I've already said that Jotong is my disciple, and he will never return to your side. Master is right. I won't forgive you guys anymore. Jotong jumped headlong into Morongya's arms, a move that made Tang Chi and Emoliosu jealous, and also caused Morongya to get goosebumps all over her body, forcibly resisting the urge to use violence. It's not up to you. Emoliosu's aura was majestic and he was ready to strike. All of you are forbidden to make a move. These are my prey. Let me do it. Jotong took a step forward, exuding an aura of exclusivity. Then I leave it to your excellency. Emoliosu's eyes flickered and he still chose to retreat. She could still understand a thing or two about the minds of top powerhouses. These people were extremely conceited, and if onlookers dared to intervene in their battles at will, not only would they not be appreciated, but they would also attract retaliation. What a terrifying aura. What exactly are they from? The commotion here attracted the attention of countless people, many of whom were strong above the heaven-stopping realm, all of whom cast grave gazes. I saw Her Majesty the Queen, and the Master of the State, and the Hakim. Are they going to deal with that woman? Wherever she went, Morongya was the absolute center of attention, and just standing still could make people mesmerized. At the same time, her aura became even more fierce, and as far as the eye could see, she was undoubtedly the strongest of the group. It's Lord Hakai. He's going to deal with that woman alone. Is that possible? The difference between the two is not normal. Don't be unconvinced. The guest minister is definitely a deeply hidden existence. You didn't even see the scene of that move that killed the heaven-shattering realm in seconds. Ridiculous to the extreme. The heaven-shattering realm is nothing in front of a true powerhouse. I bet he'll get his ass kicked in less than 3 rounds. Ignoring the crowd's conversation, Morongya took the lead. Daring to pretend to be my disciple. You don't want to leave in one piece today. Before the words fell, the rolling red dust spread out with her as the center, invoking a sea of red dust with a single strike, covering 300 miles and crushing the 9 heavens. What a terrifying power. 1,000 myriads clasped her arms tightly, trembling uncontrollably. She knew that Morongya was strong, but she didn't expect it to be this strong. Within this realm, she was about to be unable to support herself even if she hadn't been targeted yet, and if she were to move for real, even if there were any more heaven-shattering realms, they would all be wiped out together. Take that! The little Demonis and Long Lingyun also moved at the same time. Under the enhancement of the red dust sea, their strength was extremely drawn out, and with both swords out, even Emoliosu had to avoid the front for the time being. Sculpture. Zhou Tong, however, disdained it, and a hand seal was pressed out in full view of everyone, breaking all laws. Only a loud boom could be heard, and the vast sea of red dust exploded into pieces, along with the attacks of the 3 of them, into nothing. All 10 directions are silent, and the crows are silent. That scene just now was deeply seared into everyone's minds. Zhou Tong simply waved his hand, disintegrating the terrifying energy with a gentle movement. How calm is this? And how powerful? The power of both sides was not in the same class at all. How can that be? Who the hell are you? Morongya looked like she had been dealt a major blow and continued to act furiously. Now that you've made your move, it's my turn next. As the words fell, the power of thunder flashed across his body, and the sky was suddenly covered in dark clouds. Hexagonal breaking sword. He reached out and grabbed the thunder, aiming it forward. North. God's thunder is like a prison. The thunder lance was thrown out, exploding in the air, turning into a sea of thunder. Morongya's trio bore the brunt of the thunder, being run through by the thunder and falling into a stalemate, the powerful aura on their bodies instantly falling. At the moment it was like they were defenseless. Emoliosu was looking dumbfounded from the side. This was simply a divine skill of control and weakening. If she could master it, she might be able to have a fighting chance when facing Morongya. It's time to end it, Zhou Tong blandly said, causing the spirits of the onlookers to creep as they sensed that the big one was coming. Immediately after that, Qian Miaoyu's entire body sat paralyzed in mid-air as the scene from her nightmare finally descended into reality. Heaven moves the elements. With a wave of his hand, Zhou Tong caused the sky clouds to steeply explode, revealing the clear firmament. The crowd looked up, and for a moment they were all frozen in place. There was a bright spot in their pupils, and it was getting closer and bigger. It was actually a flying star that had been ripped off by Zhou Tong. I must be dreaming, some people murmured, while more could no longer speak. Boom! Only to see the flying star hit its target squarely, setting off a terrifying shockwave. After the impact, 3 silhouettes fell from the sky, as if they had lost their power to resist. Master! The imposter let out an exaggerated scream, and in the next moment, Zhou Tong's main body arrived in front of her and slapped her body with a palm. Chapter 66, The Prisoner of Prison Robbery. Aha! Imposter Zhou Tong's face changed wildly, and his miserable screams became a few more points more miserable, and the crowd heard it without any chills. Hey, you're going too far with this. It's just detrimental to my image. Zhou Tong's head was full of black lines as he whispered. It's all my little brother's fault for being too gentle with his hands, making my sister unable to find her senses. The flirtatious voice came, causing Zhou Tong's principal to take a deep breath. Give me a good performance next. Don't worry. The imposter's gaze glanced slightly at the several people from the Jade Clearance sect, finally settling on Tang Chi. He's the one who's been turning things upside down and falsely accusing my little brother. Isn't he? And I'll show him right away who's the grandmaster in this area. That would be a pleasure. The corner of Zhou Tong's mouth rose as he pressed one hand on the opponent's Dantian location. In the eyes of the crowd, the guest minister was so powerful that he was able to restrain Zhou Tong and destroy his opponent's Dantian in a single move, only to see Zhou Tong's aura drop steeply and furiously, obviously having had his cultivation wasted. Ha ha ha, good. Yes. The ecstasy that flickered in Tang Chi's eyes, his heart exclaimed excitedly. This archenemy had once again suffered a heavy blow, and must have been completely wasted. He didn't believe that the other party would be able to resurface again. How dare you do this to me? The impostor revealed a weak appearance. His eyes filled with thick despair, as if his essence had been destroyed, completely turning into a pile of walking corpses. Seeing this scene, Emoliosu couldn't hold back and revealed a happy smile. Now that's really solid. Contrary to her, Xia Hongso looked uncertain on the side, a heart sinking to the bottom. I didn't expect that 1,000 precautions would still allow Emoliosu to subdue Zhoutong once again. In this way, Emoliosu would be able to pass through the 3 calamities and 4 tribulations again peacefully. So wouldn't her plan of seizing the chi be undone? No, absolutely not. She had already changed her plan once, and if she changed it back again, she would inevitably draw the wrath of the heavens and rain down unpredictable consequences. So this time she had to stick to the end, not only to make trouble from it, to separate Emoliosu and Zhoutong's relationship, but also to go further to make Emoliosu suffer from the robbery. Shidoshi. Only Chen Linger looked miserable, almost fainting in pain. She had long regretted it and wanted to make it up to Zhoutong, but realized that she was so powerless, only to see the impostor's brows lowered, about to faint, and with one last glance, he looked towards Emoliosu. It was this gaze that made Emoliosu tremble. Lament, hatred, blame, and also mixed with a hint of fondness completely triggered her mind. She only felt an incomparably complicated emotion swirling in the bottom of her heart, making her at a loss. Buzz. Just then, a bright light surfaced between Emoliosu's neck, allowing her to regain stability. This scene was captured by Zhoutong's original body, and his heart was instantly enlightened. Just now, it was obviously a sign of the outbreak of the calamity, but it was suppressed by something, and when he looked closely, the suppressed object was actually the token that he had gifted to Emoliosu. No wonder she was so impatient to get me back, so she wanted me to help her suppress the calamity. The corners of Zhoutong's mouth rose, filled with teasing. Everything happened in a flash of lightning. Zhoutong had only made 2 moves before completely subduing the great enemy in front of him. What was even more terrifying was that the entire process was at his fingertips, and it didn't look like he was using his full strength at all. The crowd was numb with excitement to the point of trembling, and some were on their knees in worship. With such a strong person guarding the Ling Xiao Empire, there was no worry that the empire would not prosper. So scary. I still underestimated him. Zhao Wentian's heartbeat accelerated and he couldn't help but be secretly glad that, according to his estimation, he might not even be able to support a single move if he were to face Shang Tong. The target has been captured. Escort me back to the palace's heavenly prison. Supervise them separately and guard them closely without fail. Yes, the guards below said with worship in their eyes, incomparably pious, and loaded Morogna and the others, who were already unconscious in the past, into the prison wagon, announcing the end of this farce. After doing this, Zhoutong looked at Emoliosu again and said, "The contract has been finalized. The stage has already been built for you. Tonight at midnight, this seat has another important matter, and will not be in the heavenly prison to hold down the fort. Thank you for the guest minister's mention. I've remembered." Emoliosu's eyes glowed. The guest minister had already given an indication, allowing her to go and rob the heavenly prison on time, using this to subdue Zhoutong in one fell swoop, and she could also humiliate Morogna in the process. Night fell in the middle of the heavenly prison, imprisoning the 4 members of the Acacia sect. 2 completely different private rooms were used. One of them was incredibly luxurious, holding Morogna, Little Demonis and Long Lingyun. The other one is very simple and holds Zhoutong. What's even more explosive is that the 2 cells are leaning together. Damn little. That was a hard hit. The Little Demonis rubbed her shoulder and couldn't help but whine. That heavenly meteor nearly broke her bones. Be contented, little girl. He's already pulled back on that move. Otherwise you wouldn't have a chance to complain here. Ran Hanqing, who was pretending to be Zhoutong, said from the side, "I always have a doubt. Little brother is really at the harmonized heart realm, and I heard that he even killed the heaven-shattering realm in seconds, which is an unparalleled feat." As in fake, the Little Demonis said, "That guy is an existence that can break common sense. It's just a pity that he can no longer be bullied by force in the future. He can only be bullied by him. You can still physically bully him," Ran Hanqing joked from the side. "Bah!" The Little Demonis didn't mince her words of scorn. "Quiet. The prey is hooked," Morogna said softly. Her mental power was the strongest amongst those present, able to catch any breeze, including the sound of Emoliosu approaching. Only 2 muffled thuds were heard, and the jailer in charge of the guards collapsed. "Tonger, master has come to save you." A slender figure dressed in a black robe appeared suddenly and arrived in front of the 4. "Emoliosu, you are so despicable. In order to achieve your goal you even united with others to deal with us, and you even went so far as to hurt the little one. He won't forgive you." Morongya directly scolded. Is that so? I didn't expect you to be able to say such childish things. Wouldn't it be true that the law of the world is the law of the weak and the strong? And the fact that you can't protect him only means that you're useless and unworthy of being his master. And you deserve it? He's followed you for so many years and has never identified with you. And only by staying by my side will he feel at ease and happy. Ha ha ha. Hearing this, Emolyosu directly laughed out loud. You don't get it. You don't even understand how much he respected me and liked me in the first place. And I'm going to show you something great. As she spoke, she carefully took out the wooden ball she was wearing, which was the very token Jotong had gifted him. Just by activating her spiritual power, Jotong's prayers left on the wooden ball were mirrored. Speaking of Jotong's most sincere feelings when he was young, Morongya's face slightly moved as if she was jealous, followed by a disdainful look. But so, Chapter 67 Can't Fight Can't Get. Angry you greedy you. Hearing these words, the smug flaunting color on Emolyosu's face was suddenly stunned, followed by becoming even more smug. You're jealous. After uttering those words, she only felt a raised eyebrow and an immense sense of relief. Morongya's former sarcasm was still ringing in her ears, making it unforgettable to this day. You're jealous that I'm stronger than you, that I'm more beautiful than you, that the little one likes me more. The thought of it made her so angry she could hardly contain herself, and now she could finally give it back. You're pathetic, holding on to that old object and gloating about it. I'll show you something much more interesting. Morongya didn't get angry, which made Emolyosu a little regretful, but when the other party lit up the ring on her finger, she instantly couldn't calm down. What's this? Guess. I asked you what this is. Emolyosu roared without any scruples. His delicate features had a unique beauty even if they were twisted because of the hideousness. There was only an extra hint of madness and violence that one could not dare to look at. How could she not be clear about it? That ring contained an incomparably familiar spiritual power, the haze flying and the rays of color steaming, countless times more advanced than her wooden ball. This was clearly a supreme protective amulet, and what was even more detestable was that this protective amulet belonged to Morongya alone, and even if others snatched it away, it would not work, and they would even be injured by the spiritual power on it. This is blatant favoritism and coddling. You're jealous again. Morongya laughed happily, stabbing a knife into Emolyosu's heart without mercy. Hoo. She gasped for air, her eyes staring at Morongya with incomparable hatred, itching to break her into pieces. Don't look at me like that. It's something the little guy had to give me. I've told him not to bother, but he just won't listen. So what can I do? When these words came out, Long Lingyun and the little demoness shuddered, not expecting their own master to be able to be shameless to this extent. I don't believe it. It must be you who forced him. Emolyosu looked like she had been drained of her strength, desperately trying to find a reason for herself. How dare you not believe me? I'll cure you of your stiff upper lip today. Morongya was fuming, like a female leopard poised to strike, and she was going to go out on a limb in order to defend what was most important to her, only to see her open her spatial ring, followed by a bunch of scrolls falling out. This was an exercise she had entered in order to eliminate the undesired tribulation. The little demoness and the others knew that Morongya had been painting, but they were not sure what she had painted. I was finally able to get a glimpse of it today. Only a scroll was opened, on which Jotong's side face was clearly drawn. In the painting, Jotong is commanding the shipbuilding, spirited and vigorous, showing the young man's style to the fullest. Emolyosu's eyes widened as she had to admit that she hadn't seen Jotong reveal such an expression for a long time. What could have happened over the years to make a flamboyant, spirited teenager so disheveled? To this day, she had never forgotten Jotong's cold and lonely figure when he left the sect. Did I do wrong? Was I really wrong? Maybe yes, but that's all in the past, and I'll treat him better from now on. Emolyosu clenched his fists, but his mouth was incomparably tough. It's just a painting. What can it mean? Fine. You won't shed a tear until you see the coffin, right? I'll let you completely recognize reality. Another painting was opened, on which Jotong and Morongya were depicted, only to see Jotong gazing at the stunningly beautiful woman, his eyes gentle and fixed in this moment, near eternity. Humph. Emolyosu's face swelled red. She just let out a cold snort and stopped making a sound. She was really jealous. Not talking, huh? I know you're still not convinced. Look at this again. As one scroll after another unfolded, Morongya also opened her words and introduced them in a gushing manner. Here's a picture of the little guy cooking for me. Here's a drawing of the little guy cuddling with me. Here's a drawing of the little one resting on my knee. The little one rubs my shoulders. The little guy whacked my leg. The little one squeezes my feet. And the little one lulling me to sleep. That's not all. There's this. Morongya was relentless, even describing the details clearly. At this moment, her cheeks were already as red as burning fire, and that was entirely due to shyness. On a normal day, It would have killed her to make these paintings public, but now she had completely let go in order to fight the wrongdoers. She was not happy about hurting her enemy. Master is terrifying. The little Demonis and Long Lingyun hugged each other, shivering in the corner. Even the Zhou Tong on the side was dumbfounded, as if his worldview had been refreshed. I used to think I was kinda unashamed, but now, I feel like I'd be out of place with you because I'm not kinky enough. At this moment, Ran Hanqing only wanted to grab Morongya's collar and loudly scolded. Stop it. Perverting to such an extent is already impolite. Such a big man. How dare you pamper your disciple and ask him to take care of himself? Are you a baby? The one who was the most impacted was naturally Liu, who stood in place like a statue, with only the ever-spreading blood in her eyes proving that she was still alive. Put, seemingly shocked by Morongya's amazing painting, and as if her endurance had reached its limit, she finally spurted out a mouthful of blood furiously. Damn you! You watery! She put her hands together and struck out a shocking aura, but it was blocked by the cell's iron door, which was obviously made of materials that were not mortal. Can't hit it. Pissed off, Morongya was overjoyed, and held up the ring on her hand, shaking it over and over. Can't get it. Greedy. Who? Emoliosu only felt a wave of dizziness. She never dreamed that she would one day be exasperated to this extent. I won no matter what. I'll take Tonger away today, so you can hold on to these memories for the rest of your life. When these words came out, the smirk on Morongya's face suddenly tightened, which made her feel that she had pulled back a city. With just a wave of her hand, she split open the next cell door, and then gracefully stepped inside. What are you still doing here? I don't want to see you again. Shotong cowering, hands on knees, a look of vigilance. Emoliosu's heart was overjoyed. Looking at this appearance, Jotong's rejection of himself had been greatly weakened, and he had obviously suffered a lot. That Hakim's reputation is still secure. Now, as long as he lowered his stance and said a few soft words, Jotong would immediately give in. Good girl, don't be a pest. No one can protect you but me. Or do you want to stay here and suffer the ordeal? Hearing him speak, Jotong visibly trembled, but stubbornly said, if I am allowed to return to that environment, I would rather die here. I promise you, there will be no more of that kind of thing. As long as you are good and obedient and don't fight with your little senior brother, I will love you well. Chapter 68, The Whip That Beat Emoliosu. Scum! A dangerous light flashed in Ren Hanqing's eyes. She didn't expect Emoliosu to actually be shameless to this extent. All up to this point, the one she loved most in her heart was still Tang Chi. Placing the other party on Jotong's head, she felt bad for Jotong when she thought about it. What are you still hesitating for? Does it mean that you really want to be a slave here for the rest of your life? Or suffer torture until you die? Emoliosu struck the iron while it was hot, wanting to destroy Jotong's mental defenses with a single blow. After a few moments, the color in Jotong's eyes dimmed a few more points, as if completely resigned to his fate. I promise. Every word was heavy, but to Emoliosu, it was tantamount to the most melodious heavenly music. I knew you were a good boy and wouldn't fail your master's expectations, but there is one more thing. Emoliosu's voice was low and full of oppression. That gracious indenture needs to be torn up by you. Hearing this, Jotong looked up sharply and looked at the other party incredulously. You must understand that if master suffers a contract backlash, no one will be able to protect you. Moreover, you're still young and your cultivation has been wasted, so it's fine to suffer a little more. And after you return, master will double your compensation. Asterisk. Are you still talking like a human being? Morongya, who was on the side, couldn't even look at it anymore. And even though she knew it was for show, her anger spilled out uncontrollably. Bereaved dog, who are you to judge? Emoliosu finally raised his eyebrows and looked down on the other party from above. Well, I hope you won't break your promise. Jotong took out the forged contract and tore it to pieces in front of the other party. Immediately afterward, his face became incomparably pale, accompanied by a mouthful of blood spurting out, and his originally weak aura became even smaller. Good, really my good disciple. For the master to ask you again. That day you contradicted for the master sentenced out of the division. Do you know regret? There was a gleam of excitement in her eyes as she asked the question, as well as a strong desire for dominance. She wanted Jotong to deny all her past insistence on her own, and if Jotong nodded, it would be equivalent to completely giving in, completely abandoning her dignity and freedom, and willingly falling into the other party's dominion. Morongya's body immediately exuded a biting murderous aura. She knew that Emoliosu was extremely despicable, yet she was still shocked by the other party's downward spiral. I'm not wrong, Jotong said decisively, causing Emoliosu's complexion to immediately gloom. You've been a bit misbehaved, so it seems necessary to keep you here for a few more days of reflection. After saying that, she turned around and was about to leave, her mouth hanging in a teasing curve. It was as if she was already certain that Jo Tong would beg for mercy from her. However, she had miscalculated, and had already walked out 5 or 6 feet, but never heard the sound of retention, which made her extremely annoyed. I'm going to ask you one last time. Are you sorry? No regrets. Ren Hanqing replied with a decisive answer. At the same time, she gently stroked the red rope on her left wrist. It was an artifact left to her by Jo Tong's principal, and once it was activated, it would be able to contain the token on Mo Liusu's neck, causing her calamity to strike. I didn't realize it was going to be used so soon. Before Mo Liusu realized it, her body exuded an icy aura, and she was about to lash out, when all of a sudden, a horrifyingly sharp pain came out of her head. Aha! Unable to hold on for even a blink of an eye, she let out a heart-rending scream and her entire body fell to the ground, clutching her head and convulsing violently. Serves you right. Moronya gloated and clapped her hands. Not good, my undisputed robbery has committed. Why did the token fail? Does it mean it's because of him? She looked towards Jo Tong who was close by. Just now she was looking down at the other party. Now she was on the ground, only looking up. Let's put this issue down for the time being. Master will not pursue it any further. You come with me, she said with a hard look on her face, just wanting to stop the calamity quickly. You do not pursue me to pursue. I ask you, when you let others falsely accuse me, do you know the mistake? You. Mo Liusu's face changed wildly. She didn't expect Jo Tong to dare to take advantage of her danger to threaten her. For her, admitting her mistake was harder than death, but the side effects of the undesirable havoc were even more painful than admitting her mistake. It was an ordeal she couldn't endure for even a second. Fine, let's say it's Master's fault. Master apologizes to you and promises that it won't be in the future. Mo Liusu gritted his teeth, and as soon as the words fell, the wooden ball in front of his chest lit up, instantly relieving him of his pain. Hoo-hoo. At this time, her body was already drenched in sweat, her delicate body trembling slightly. The pain she had just experienced had almost caused her to lose her strength. Since the matter is settled, Master will take you away now. Mo Liusu took a deep breath and looked at Jo Tong with a hint of dissatisfaction in his eyes. However, Ren Hanqing was happy in her heart, gently stroking the red rope on her hand. That's a wonderful whip to keep in line. Watch and see. Little brother, my sister will make those who target you pay dearly. Mo Liusu glanced at Moronya triumphantly, and then took Ren Hanqing with him as he sailed away. Poor thing. Take away this real demoness and you'll be in for a treat later. The play is over. Why isn't senior brother coming out yet? Long Lingyun looked around and waited for half an hour, but he still hadn't found Jo Tong's figure. He was invited away by Zhao Wutian. It seems to be something very important. Lingxiao Empire, State Master's Mansion, underground. Jo Tong's original body had accepted Zhao Wutian's invitation and came to this place, which was just like a huge underground world, worthy of being a state master. What a great stroke, and truly a lordly ambition. Jo Tong released his spiritual power and detected that this world was connected in all directions and extremely vast, even covering the entire imperial capital. Not only that, this space was also a formation base, specifically used to carry the Living Dead Silence formation. The layout so far, spent at least 30 years of time. Hakim is overpraised. Those who accomplish great things must be able to endure loneliness and give up their conscience, Zhao Wenshi said shamelessly, but his expression was very respectful. Today, I beg the guest secretary to come to my humble abode. I just want to ask for advice on the method of perfecting the grand formation. You know, it's hard, Jo Tong said with a hard look on his face. It was my abruptness, so I have prepared a companion gift that I am sure you will like. What? You also have a treasure comparable to the phaseless Linglong Pearl? Hard to say, this is for the guest minister to appreciate. Just by clapping his hands, a secret door of the chamber suddenly opened, and when he saw what was in the door, Jo Tong's pupils all suddenly shrunk. It was a huge mass of crystals of arcane ice, with a poor girl frozen inside. Big Sister. Zhang Chuqiao. Chapter 69, Master and Disciple Meet. Hakujin-sama. Don't frown yet. This woman's physique is extraordinary. Yin Yang Dao Body. Jo Tong said in a deep voice, causing Zhou Wutian, who was ready to explain, to faintly freeze. I am not ashamed to say that you must already know her wonderful uses. Zhao Wenshi said proudly, constantly observing Jo Tong's expression. I accept this gift. Free her. Of course, but there's one thing I'd like to tell Mr. Hakim in advance, Zhao Wutian narrated. If you want to harvest her, it's best to do so within a day of thawing, otherwise she'll immediately wither and die. You used the plucking technique on her? Jo Tong's voice was low, and a hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. As expected, nothing can be hidden from you. After using this method, you can condense her entire life force and release it in a single day. greatly enhancing the efficacy of dual cultivation. Within a day, whether or not she double cultivates, she will exhaust all of her vitality, which is why she needs to be preserved in ice. Jotong's face was expressionless, and to prevent his killing intent from leaking out, he slowly closed his eyes. In an instant, countless thoughts erupted from his mind. If they wanted Zhang Chuchao to continue living, they had to use methods that could revitalize their lives, such as the ancient evergreen vine. It's a pity that this kind of spiritual medicine is extremely rare, and the growth environment is very harsh. Just as soon as it matures, I'm afraid that it will be snatched up by the top powerhouses. After all, this is a treasure that can prolong life. Who would not be moved? Lord Hakai, I happen to have a 10,000 ancient evergreen vine in my hand. Zhao Wenshi's voice suddenly came out. So what? Jotong opened his eyes and gazed at the other party. I see that the guest minister seems to be fond of collecting beautiful women, which is why I have the audacity to guess that you might be more interested in letting this Yin Yang Dao body live. Only, Zhao Wutian's tone lurched, and a hint of cunning flashed in his eyes as he said, I should have offered the 10,000 ancient evergreen vine with both hands, but it's just a pity that this item has already entered the auction process. If the guest minister wants it, I will personally buy it at the auction a few days later and present it to the guest minister. Only this will have to wait until after the great event is successful. What do you think? Hearing this, Jotong grinned, reading the other party's mind clearly. His so-called big event was to activate the living death silence formation and refine all of the powerhouses. At that time, his strength would inevitably skyrocket, and no matter who he negotiated with, he would have a strong backbone and take the absolute initiative. If it really came to that, Jotong did not think that the other party would keep his promise. This proposal is nothing more than a castle in the air and a cake on the ground. If they wanted to save Zhang Chuchao, they had to find another way. Suddenly, a light flashed in his mind and he thought of a partial recipe. In his previous life, when he had confronted the heavenly demons, he had discovered that the other side had all mastered a secret technique called the heaven mending creation technique. These secret methods can force their own vitality to others, accepting the top of the person no matter how much injury, are able to come back to life. Because of this, the Sky Devil is extremely difficult to kill. Do I have to catch a heavenly demon to do that? Where should I find that thing? As he was agonizing, he couldn't help but smile as if he had thought of something. It's readily available. Hakim, Hakim. It took Zhao Wenshi's constant calling out to bring him back to his thoughts. What do you think about my proposal? Very well, I accept. Jotong replied dryly, causing Zhao Wuan to be caught off guard. This one's for you. Jotong casually threw his hand and a scroll flew into the other party's hands. Zhao Wutian couldn't wait to open it, and a look of ecstasy immediately appeared on his face. What was written on it was precisely the method of perfecting the living spirit deadly silence formation, which could really be said to have been obtained without much effort. Thank you, Hakim. Well then, work hard. I'll leave you to it. With a wave of Jotong's hand, the massive crystals of Xian'ai soared up and followed him. Immediately after that, he took one step and disappeared into the underground world. Take care, guest minister. After this is accomplished, I will definitely repay you properly. Zhao Wutian licked his lips, his expression sinister to the extreme. Just reward you for becoming my sustenance as well. Imperial Palace, guest minister's residence. I'll kill you, scum. Zhang Chuchao was liberated by Jotong, and just after gaining her freedom, she displayed extreme aggressiveness and frantically struck out at Jotong. What a strong will to fight, worthy of being a yin yang Dao body. Jotong dodged while marveling. The reason why Zhang Chuchao was in this state was not due to insanity, but rather a continuation of a warlike intent. When she was first captured and sealed in battle, her fighting spirit was undying and had not been worn down after decades. Now that the seal was broken, she thought she was in the middle of a battle and saw everything in front of her as an enemy. Senior sister, calm down and listen to me. Who is your senior sister? I will never spare you today. Zhang Chuchao was valiant, and the chi of yin and yang converged around her, transforming into a spirit sword. Boom! The sword power rolled out, only stronger and not weaker than Long Lingyun, and her cultivation had long since broken through the heaven-shattering realm, and hadn't weakened in the slightest over the years. It doesn't seem to make sense, so we'll just have to. Jotong switched states in a second, as if he had changed into a different person, his breath incomparably sharp. Beat the hell out of you. With one step, the sea of red dust rolled and swirled, enveloping the four directions of heaven and earth. Zhang Chuchao had already made her move, but when she saw Jotong's hair turn all white, she couldn't help but shudder violently. Jade Demon Body. This was a realm that even she herself had yet to reach. Just at that moment, Jotong had already closed in, and there was also a spirit sword in his hand that gulped cold aura, and he chopped out with the sword without any mercy. One move, the sword shatters, dividing the winners and losers. Zhang Chuchao flew backwards and was intercepted halfway by Zhou Tong, restraining his body's cultivation. You're really my senior brother? You wouldn't believe me if I told you, so let someone else tell you. Zhou Tong directly led her to the heavenly prison, opened the cell door, and threw her in. Eldest sister, master, coquette. Apart from Long Lingyun, several women looked at each other and thought they were dreaming, then instantly burst into hot tears and hugged each other tightly. Master, why are you here? And what exactly happened? You unfilial silly girl. You made Master wait so hard. Moronya choked. It's all thanks to your senior brother that you're back. Senior brother, he just left again, not leaving a single word, as if he had some urgent matter. Long Lingyun said with some surprise. The boy. What on earth could have made him so anxious? Moronya was puzzled, and one hand cupped Zhang Chuchao's wrist. Let me check your body. A moment later, her face became extremely ugly. Chapter 70, Lovely Demon Lord. Online Deception. Red Dust Mountain. Acacia Sect. I'm a little demon lord. La 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 la. I'm going to build my Acacia Sect. Beautifully. Lu Yan and the Sacred Heart Demon were eating hot pots and singing songs, and the day was going by so comfortably, especially the Sacred Heart Demon Duke. Since arriving, he had entered the life of touching the fish and retiring early. The most crucial thing was that according to the principle of reincarnation and rebirth, she was now just 1 year old. Demon Father, for the sake of early revenge and to restore your former glory, you should cultivate today. Lu Yan was relentless in her urging. The Xin Tianjiuhua formation seemed to be psychic, and seeing that the two were working hard, they would reward them with some spiritual herbs and medicines every day. So the two of them spent the whole day on a great tonic, with no enemies to hunt them down and no need to be responsible for an entire race. A feeling that was too good to be true. Let me practice. Really? I'm still a kid, just tomorrow, no. The day after tomorrow. The Sacred Heart Demon blinked his large black jewel-like eyes, small in size but carrying a heart of gold. What kind of bull ***** demon lord? Whoever wants to be one can be one. Just then, dense fluctuations flooded the space, and the two immediately came to their senses. According to past practice, this is the formation master using the power of space to send warmth to them. I wonder what delicacies will be delivered this time. Under their expectant gazes, a teenager's silhouette suddenly surfaced in the void. Lu Yan's pupils contracted and froze in place. What is this? Could it be a spirit grass that possesses the power of illusion? I've really picked up a treasure this time. The Sacred Heart Demon Sovereign looked excited and pointed at the nearby hot pot and said to Zhou Tao, quickly come to the pot. You're the one who went to the pot. It's amazing that you can even have a conversation. You're absolutely superb. I'll take it. You're the best. Your whole family is the best. Zhou Tong said with a head full of black lines. Lu Yan on the side was also numb. It seems that the rumors are true. Reincarnation and rebirth will indeed lower the IQ, while the knowledge of the demonic father is still there, and his character has been preserved. The way he thinks about things has become underaged. In short, it becomes retarded. Demon Father, this is Mr. Zhou, the owner of this place. Sacred Heart's face changed greatly, acting incredibly nervous. According to her speculation, this person in front of her was most likely a human bigwig disguised as a teenager, and more than likely knew the identity of her previous life as well. Relax. I'm not going to hold it against you. Zhou Tong revealed a kind smile and looked Sacred Heart up and down. The more he looked, the more satisfied he felt. According to the rules of reincarnation, only those who have never killed a human in a previous life can choose to be reincarnated as a human. And you are not our enemy. You're a great guy. Sacred Heart said gratefully. That's natural, but I want to ask you, since you've turned into a human, are you still able to utilize the Heavenly Demon Clan's gifted mastery again, such as the Heaven Mending Creation technique or something like that? Of course. Are you trying to learn about the Sky Demon Clan's undercard from me? Sacred Heart replied without hesitation. I understand all of it. You human race have an old saying, knowing the enemy and knowing yourself is never dangerous in 100 battles. I will definitely cooperate with you to the fullest. What do you know about hammers? The corners of Lu Yan's mouth grinned slightly, having already sensed that something was wrong, but he didn't dare to speak out to warn him. Good. Seeing that you're so understanding, I'm going to reward you. Zhou Tong's words immediately made Sacred Heart's eyes light up. Then can I eat a petal of the 7-star blue blood lotus? She asked with a squirm, but in her heart she wasn't hopeful. Of course, how can you eat one slice? I give you permission to eat two. Zhou Tong's generosity was not like a human being. If he were an ordinary person, he would have been alerted by now. The courtesy of a man who has been given a gift is a gift to be given. But the Sacred Heart Demoness obviously didn't have this kind of awareness. In her previous life she was a squatting member of the family and didn't know the slightest thing about the world. Now that she had been forced to lower her intelligence, She really couldn't turn a corner, only to see her walk into the spirit herb room with a bounce, and then walk out again an hour later with a smiling face and a huge change in her aura. Not only had his cultivation level risen, he had even grown up a bit, having an 11 or 12-year-old appearance, extraordinarily agile and cute. "Thank you, big brother." Seeing that Zhou Tong was still there, she revealed a sweet smile. "Happy. You're welcome. See the little straw hut next to it? You go in and activate the formation. There's a surprise there." The Sacred Heart Demon Sovereign had no doubts and followed Zhou Tong's instructions. When the grass hut lit up, only an ah could be heard, and the Sacred Heart Demon God disappeared. "Mr. Zhou, my family's demon elder." Lu Yan's face changed drastically. Her suspicions had come true. "Don't worry, I have her here, and I can assure you that I'll have her back in a few days in full whiskers and shadow. Then I'll be grateful to Mr. Zhou." Lu Yan walked towards the hot pot with a worried face and a heavy heart, tears flowing indisputably from the corners of her mouth. The palace, the guest minister's residence. A teleportation spell was glowing before it exploded into pieces. Luckily, I had the foresight to set up a one-time teleportation array in the sect, and it really came in handy. Zhou Tong grabbed the Sacred Heart Demon and smiled very sinisterly. What are you doing to me? Don't be afraid. I want to borrow your power to save an important person, and when it's done, I'll double your favor." At this moment, within the heavenly prison, the atmosphere became incomparably grave, and could be described as gloomy. "Eldest sister can only live for one day. How is this possible?" The little demoness paled, completely unable to accept this fact. Morogna also couldn't help but tremble. This bitter disciple of his had managed to regain her freedom with great difficulty, but she had to face death again. Why did the heavens have to be so harsh on her? "Master, don't feel sorry for me. I'm already happy to be able to see you one last time. Disciple is unfilial. I can't repay you for your nurturing." Zhang Chuqiao's eyes were tearful. She was originally a strong woman who had never given up fighting even when she was in a desperate situation, but now she was only deeply powerless. Knowing that Morogna had almost become a demon because of her made her feel guilty as hell. Luckily, there's still little master. "That's right, what about junior brother?" As if he had thought of something, Zhang Chuqiao forced himself to say, "Since the outcome is already predetermined, then I'll give junior brother a gift." "Hey, you don't think you want to?" Long Lingyun suddenly asked and came to an abrupt end. Just then, only a bang could be heard, and the door to the heavenly prison was kicked open. "Isn't it a little early for a memorial service?" Zhou Tong stomped in, lifting and holding the Sacred Heart Demon and displaying it towards the crowd. "Whose little kid is this? So cute." Zhang Chuqiao looked at the Devil Sovereign's twisted little expression because he was being counted, and it was as if his entire being was healed. "How old are you, little sister?" "Back to my sister. I am this year. Just turned 1. Chapter 71, Love at First Sight with Love. It's a year old. Several of the women were dumbfounded and couldn't believe their ears. "Junior brother, you've come at the right time." Zhang Chuqiao reacted and grabbed Zhou Tong's wrist. "Come with me to a quiet place. I have something important to give you, and I hope that in the future you will take care of your master and sisters." Her cheeks were flushed, a blush mixed with determination, ready to face her fate head-on. And wait, as soon as Zhou Tong had a better chance of breaking free of his wrist, he tucked the Sacred Heart into her arms. Zhang Chuqiao was caught off guard, and her two slender arms immediately closed together and tightly hugged each other. "You're strangling me so much I can't get my breath." Sacred Heart rolled her eyes, and in an attempt to resist, both of her small hands probed forward with force, and when they touched two large, tip-top-inducing softnesses, she lashed out and squeezed hard. "Ah!" Zhang Chuqiao was immediately struck by lightning, and fell helplessly to the ground, her pretty face becoming even redder. "What do you do?" she pouted, gazing at the other with a reproachful look on her face. The little girl was so strong. "Well, this is just a work of art." Sacred Heart reveled in it, squeezing and touching it, envying it fiercely. She wasn't exactly a standout in her previous life, and in this life, no surprise, a chopping block. "Yikes, you kids, you can't touch this stuff. Don't move, you don't have long to live, but I can save you." When these words came out, everyone present except Zhou Tong stared wide-eyed. This little girl hadn't heard of Zhang Chuqiao's situation, yet she was able to say in a single word that there might really be a turnaround. "Little sister, are you telling the truth?" Lightly. "All right, let's show you what I can do," the Sacred Heart Demon Sovereign said condescendingly, looking like he wasn't going to let go of his hand, and immediately operated the heaven-mending creation technique, inputting his own vitality into the other party's body. "Wow, this feeling, it really is." Zhang Chuqiao's body trembled lightly, but her expression gradually became serious. She could detect that the vitality in her body had already had a tendency to make up for it. The other party was really saving her. "Is that okay?" You're still so young. And if you lose too much life, don't say it. Big brother has paid the reward. I came here specifically to save you. The moment these words came out, the gazes of several people all focused on Zhou Tong's face. Zhang Chuqiao was even more affectionate, and the tenderness in her eyes almost refined Zhou Tong. It was God who gifted you to me, to save me from the fire. It's really been good to me. Hearing this, the little demoness' heart moved slightly. Despite her pleasure, a sense of crisis was born. Moronya had mentioned eldest sister's character to her. Thunderous and bold, she dares to love and hate, and never runs away from the feelings of her heart. Looking at this appearance, even if she didn't immediately fall in love with the little lecher, I'm afraid she had quite a lot of good feelings. Unconsciously, she clenched her pink fists. Little demoness, you've really been slacking off lately. Have you gotten into the habit of relying on the little succubus for everything? This won't do. She cheered herself up. From today onwards, the enemy won't just be on the outside, so you have to cheer up. No matter whether it's your cultivation or your feelings, you absolutely can't lose. Zhou Tong raised his eyebrows slightly as he gathered the emotion of greed. And it was big. You can stop now. Just then, Zhang Chuqiao suddenly said to stop Sacred Heart. It's still too early, isn't it? I'll be fine for now. Sacred Heart froze slightly. It's enough already. With these vitality I can break through the realm and continue to fight for my life towards the heavens. This is the right way to cultivate. As soon as the words fell, a strong aura arose from her body, unexpectedly bouncing Sacred Heart away. Immediately afterward she closed her eyes and entered an ethereal state. Phew! With a popping sound, the aura of heaven and earth converged and condensed into a lotus platform underneath her. The 8 petals of the lotus flower slowly bloom. The aura on each piece evolved, creating a qualitative change. Just see the sky, earth, water, fire, wind, thunder, mountain, zephyr. In the lotus flower appeared one after another. That is, the 8 trigrams. The 8 trigrams are reversed and combined to illustrate yin and yang. Yin and yang mingle, and the Tai is revealed. The so-called realm of Tai was the true stance of the yin-yang Dao body that had been broken. Zhang Chuqiao had an epiphany and completed his ascension towards death, setting the jade line, collecting heaven and earth, swinging the sun and moon, breaking through the void, and going straight to the great chaos, where the turbid chi comes out. The heart is clear and the mind is bright, and the aura of all things is collected for my use. She chanted the Aeon under her breath and opened a pair of bright eyes that were as brilliant as stars. A clearing of the gloom, a rebirth of heavenly pride, only to see a bit of vermilion sand between her eyebrows slowly haloing away, surprisingly separating into black and white, eventually evolving into a tiny Taiji diagram. The next moment, her aura soared steeply. Jintian first realm, second realm, third realm, all the way to the 9th realm, and there was no tendency to stop. Punch through it, Zhou Tong said in a deep voice, actually unconsciously a little nervous. Whether or not Zhang Chuqiao can change his destiny against the heavens, this is a move. It's not worth it. She licked her red lips lightly, and an aggressive light shot out from the bottom of her eyes. The district realm barrier was just a barrier. How could it possibly hold back the fighting spirit yin-yang Dao body? Only a boom could be heard, which was the sound of the shackles breaking, followed by a vast aura descending here. Above Zhantian, the realm of life and death, Zhang Chuqiao was suspended in mid-air. The jade belt that bound her hair exploded and her green silk was like a waterfall, entwined with bits of starlight. Endless vitality then descended from the sky and poured into her body, completely reversing the trend, visible to the naked eye. Her figure had slimmed down a few more points, becoming even more perfect, and her skin had become more and more crystalline and jade-like, exuding an amazing charm. So beautiful. Sacred Heart's eyes widened, and even as a woman, she was overcome by the beauty that was close at hand. I've never seen this level of beauty before when I was writing the human observation report, but today I found a group of them. These beauties can kinda hide. Young master, Zhang Chuqiao's red lips lightly opened, and there seemed to be 1,000 turns in her voice. Zhou Tong subconsciously took a step back as his opponent had already triggered the harmonious heavenly skill, and it was still the second layer of the cherry dream. The next moment, he felt a soft and delicate body crashing into his arms. Who was it if not Zhang Chuqiao? Senior sister, what are you doing? You saved my life. From today, I'm yours, and the gift I prepared for you earlier, you can always. Her red lips close to Zhou Tong in the ear, exhaling like orchids, lingering and loving. It is difficult for people not to be moved. Sister, with Zhou Tong's stamina, he was somewhat unable to hold back. You and I are from the same sect. It's only right to save you. There's no need to give your body for it yet. Fool. The woman rewarded him with 1,000 blank stares. Don't you see now? I fell in love with you at first sight. Chapter 72, My Charming Old Ancestor. Zhou Tong's body trembled lightly, and in the blink of an eye, he acquired the powerful greed. This emotion was coming right from Zhang Chuchao in his arms, and it was obvious that the other party was coming for real, worthy of being a yin-yang Dao body. Even the emotions are much stronger than ordinary people. Zhou Tong finally realized that the cultivation path of the yin-yang Dao body was very different from ordinary people. If an ordinary person like himself wanted to ask for the pinnacle, he had to discard distracting thoughts and let his heart be as quiet as an abyss, so that he could perfectly navigate the realm of the six nothingnesses and set foot on the supreme pinnacle. But the yin-yang Dao body is different. She will sense the heaven and earth Dao with her own heart, seek what she loves and kill what she hates with her own nature. And the main fight is full of ambition and revenge. For the things she wanted, she would burst out with an extremely terrifying obsession, which was none other than the strongest form of greed and anger. With this obsession, her mind will become indestructible until she reaches her ultimate goal. Whether it was the emperor realm or the people she loved, no one could escape her without any surprises. Separate the two of you. The little demoness couldn't look away and forced her way in between the two. Elder sister has just been saved. Her body is still weak and can't withstand anything out of the ordinary, so you have to exercise restraint. The words came out, giving Zhou Tong a whole won't. Through her puffed-up cheeks, Zhou Tong looked at Zhang Chuchao, who was in the back. The other party had a smiling expression. His breath was rounded and full, a real life and death realm. Where was there a trace of weakness? Such a realm is what is often referred to as a top-tier powerhouse. If one took a step further, it would be the reincarnation realm, also known as the mighty cultivator. Zhao Wenshu, Emolio Su and Rin Hanqing were all in this category. When a mighty monk goes one step further, he becomes a half-saint. At her peak, Moranya was a leader even in the ranks of the half-saints. As for Chief Law Enforcement Cold Knight, as the strongest person Zhou Tong had ever seen since he was reborn, he was a saint like a fake. In the entire eastern continent, I'm afraid that there are only 2 or 3 people who can be compared to him. At this time, Zhang Chuchao already had the qualifications to start a sect, enough to serve as the head teacher of a third-rate sect. Yikes! The little demoness suddenly let out a cry of alarm, which turned out to be Zhang Chuchao sneaking up behind her and wrapping his arms around her slender waist. Little you error, how dare you ruin sister's good deed? Sister can be very scary when she gets angry. I'm not afraid of you. I was obviously here first. The two exchanged whispers, and before they could fight each other, they were separated by Moranya. This is no time to discuss the wind and moon. It's time for us to get our revenge. The moment these words came out, all those present became serious. Zhao Wendian hijacked his senior sister. It's an unforgivable crime, and with our current strength rushing straight to the state master's residence is enough to easily kill him. Zhou Tong pondered for a moment before coming to a conclusion. In that case, Moranya clapped her hands and was about to give orders. The conditions for revenge were ripe. She was not willing to wait a moment longer. Just a moment. Zhang Chuchao stopped the crowd, only to see that her face was incomparably grave, as if she was recalling something. There seems to be a shadow of the heavenly demon race among the group that surrounded me back then. What did you say? The crowd was shocked. Could it be that Zhao Wenshur had colluded with the heavenly demon race? I've been meaning to say that for a long time. Sacred Heart on the side opened her mouth as she looked at Zhou Dao. Big Brother's body has a faint trace of demonic aura, as if he has just come into contact with someone who carries a demonic aura. Zhao Wutian, you scumbag! A rare color of blood appeared in Zhou Tong's pupils. No wonder he was able to obtain the Spirit of Life Deadly Silence formation. So it turns out that he has long been colluding with the demon race, the living Deadly Silence formation. Upon hearing this name, all those present burst into color. That was a famous and ferocious formation, and countless human powerhouses had died on it. No one knew who created this formation, and the most mainstream view was that it came from the hands of the demon race. You guys are mistaken, aren't you? This formation is clearly from a human's hand, Sacred Heart said with wide eyes, throwing out the truth that was like a heavy bomb. How is this possible? Long Lingyun was the first to disbelieve as she said, the human race loves peace the most. How could they create this kind of formation that possesses the power of mass destruction? Love peace? The Sacred Heart was dumbfounded. The 4 words that were repeated over and over again, as if it had heard an absurd joke. How did you say that out loud? Do you know the image of your human race in the eyes of other races? She wiggled her fingers and said as if she were counting. Since its birth, the human race has chopped off the pillars of the heavens, cut off the earth's heavenly passages, exterminated the demon race, subdued the evil race, suppressed the spirit race, coerced the immortal race, laid down the divine race, descended to the ancient race, butchered the murderous race, and drove out the foreign race. The once incomparably prosperous ancient 9 races, in addition to the demon race, were exterminated by 8 of your clans, leaving only a few individuals and small tribes left to languish. And this is still the result of the human ancestors' desire to maintain biodiversity. There are even more of those minor clans that you exterminated. Some of them were simply too late to record. In their eyes, the heavenly Tao is not to be feared. Calamities are not to be feared. And only you, the human race, are the real disaster. Do you call that loving peace? The Sacred Heart Demon Sovereign only felt her chi shaking cold. In her previous life, she also regarded humans as weak. But since coming into contact with Zhou Tong, she finally somewhat believed in those outrageous battle results. This race was really strange. Taking out a single one, it was a genuine weakling, but once they pile up, they would give birth to extremely powerful guys. In the words of the human race, this was called a hero emerging from the unity of the hearts of all people, and if foreign oppression was added to the mix, it would be even more remarkable, and it would inevitably compete for the strongest existence in history. Thinking back to the time when the divine race, how lofty and unrivaled they were, saw that the human race had gone to a low ebb and wanted to annihilate it. At first they were all going to succeed, but strangely enough, after the horrific blow, the originally loose human race, instead of collapsing, coalesced together and resisted their onslaught. This process lasted for hundreds of years, and the human race prospered greatly during the battle, with several great emperors standing side by side at its peak, and began to counterattack the divine race. The result was that the entire god clan was wiped out in a single battle. The clan temples were destroyed, the inheritance was cut off, not to mention the living, not even a chicken was left behind. If it wasn't for the civil unrest in the human race later, I'm afraid the demon race would have been destroyed long ago as well. That living spirit deadly silence formation was the tool used by the ancestors of the human race to extract the demonic origin, and it was only when they realized that the demonic origin couldn't be used by humans that they classified it as a forbidden formation and sealed it permanently. But, Morongya frowned, still somewhat unconvinced. In our history, all of them are stories of being bullied by others. Sacred Heart couldn't hold back another laugh. That's for sure, because your history books are ledgers, and when you win battles and destroy others, it's never a single stroke. But if anyone bullies you, you'll write a big book and double the record. The vengeance of all things is especially avenged. Zhou Tong stroked his cheeks and murmured in a somewhat mesmerized manner. This was also the first time he had heard such an argument. Sitting up in shock from a dying illness, the natural disaster is actually myself. My charming old ancestor is really right up my alley. Chapter 73, The Authority Belongs, and No Knowledge Moves Again. It must have been those foreign clans that took the lead in provoking and bullying my family's old ancestor. Otherwise they wouldn't have been destroyed, Zhou Tong said decisively, and that certainty dazzled Sacred Heart. Are you trying to say that you have always been honest and true, and that all the battles of offense were all revenge counterattacks? That goes without saying. What our ancestors are best at is production and creation, and what they hate the most is killing. In terms of quality of life, it's more than 10,000 times better than other races. How could we have fought back if they hadn't gotten greedy and tried to take what we had? The Sacred Heart was just about to retort when Zhou Tong directly cut it off. Let me ask you, would you grab a bun from the bowl of a roadside beggar? Sacred Heart shook his head ignorantly. That's right, because you don't care. In the eyes of our old ancestors, those foreigners are just savages. It's not enough effort to rob them. The little girl was speechless with her jaw dropped. Today was the first time she had ever faced the fangs of a human straight on. It's a feeling that can't be experienced no matter how much history one reads. The inner core of this superficially amiable and deceptible race was so terrifying. Anyone who dares to try to take them for a taste of salt while they are weak will be the one who ends up on the table. Since we know that Zhao Wenshi has colluded with the heavenly demon, what should we do next to deal with him? Morongya clapped her hands and her gaze went to Zhou Tong. Wait and see what happens. Wait for all those scourges to show their heads, and then kill them all in one fell swoop. Is that all it is? Isn't that too much of a risk? Long Lingyun said. The other party has already perfected the living deadly silence formation, so if it is suddenly activated, how can it be resisted? Don't worry, I've already set it up and it's now an added insurance policy. Zhou Tong smiled and said, ever since I knew that the living spirit deadly silence formation was created by a human powerhouse, Zhao Wutian was doomed to not be able to make waves. At these words, the others all cast inquiring gazes. Do you know where the power belongs? The crowd shook their heads. Only Sacred Heart's eyes lit up as if they had heard of it. I've heard of it. It's a kind of heavenly code. The gods are under the control of the gods. The devils are under the control of the devils. And the humans are to be under the control of the humans. Just like this formation, as long as it was created by the human race, once the attribution of authority is triggered, the control of that formation will fall completely into the hands of the human race. Unless the human race is destroyed, even if there is only one human left, the attribution of authority will not be invalidated. However, the conditions for triggering the vesting of the authority are also very harsh, and it is said that only the great emperors of the various clans are able to control it freely, and even less so, Only if a strong person whose spiritual power has arrived at the Emperor realm makes a move. Sacred Heart glanced at Zhou Tong. Even though she recognized that Zhou Tong was super strong, she did not think that the other party could reach this point. Zhou Tong didn't make any explanation for this and just smiled without saying anything. Suddenly, a light flickered at the center of his brow. It's a sign that the mental power is back to full strength. Enough time had passed since the last time he had utilized the realm of no sense to create the hexagram-breaking sword spectrum. Now he can start creating laws again. Only to see him plopping down on the ground, forgetting things and entering a state of esotericism, with golden runes pulsing around him. What's going on here? Zhang Chuqiao was a bit puzzled, so he wanted to see what was going on. Leave him alone. The little demoness tugged at the other party, her eyes burning as she looked at Zhou Tong. I wonder if a Jedi suitable for her cultivation will appear this time. Lingxiao Empire, Jade Clearance Sect Residence. Fengxiang'an was one of the most luxurious inns in the imperial capital, yet it had been contracted by the Jade Clearance Sect as a whole. When Mo Liusu returned to this place with Ren Hanqing, who was pretending to be Zhou Tong, all three of her disciples revealed wonderful expressions. From today onwards, Zhou Tong will once again be under my tutelage, so you must live in peace as you always have, and don't let master worry about you. Yes, the three replied in unison, with very different expressions on their faces. Senior brother, you're finally willing to come around. Chen Linger was the most surprised, and just as she was about to go forward and get close, she suddenly stopped. After a subtle struggle, her entire body became incomparably calm again, her expression indifferent to the extreme. This is the flavor of infatuation compulsion. Ren Hanqing instantly sensed something, his gaze playfully looking toward Tang Qi. Daring to show this off in front of her is really asking for death. It's good that you're back. I hope you'll know how to behave in the future. We can forget about what happened once, but don't blame us for being impolite if you dare to give an inch. Xia Hongsleeve's expression was icy cold, coming up to give Zhou Tong a downward spiral. She even hated for Zhou Tong to die immediately, so that her plan could go smoothly. You're nothing. You're not even worthy of the blame, are you? Ren Hanqing mockingly said. The one who should be held accountable is me. Don't think that I don't know what you've done. If you can hide it from others, can you still hide it from me? When these words came out, Xia Hongsleeve immediately felt weak. Since joining the sect, she had stolen uncountable amounts of other people's qi, and also left quite a lot of traces, just that no one had pursued the matter. Otherwise, she will not be able to eat. However, what she couldn't accept the most was that Zhou Tong dared to talk back to her. Who on earth gave him the courage? Enough! Just then, Mo Liusu let out a cold shout. I didn't work hard to get you back here to cause conflict. Her bias was obvious, and she couldn't help but feel fire in her heart when she remembered how Zhou Tong had contradicted her in the heavenly prison. She only needed an obedient Zhou Tong to help her block the calamity, not a prick who was all hardcore. Did I beg you to save me? You can send me back again if you don't want to. Ren Hanqing tightly pinched his opponent's lifeblood and recklessly disliked him back, not giving him any face. You! Mo Liusu was infuriated. What a big mouth. You really think you're a piece of treasure? Master, just do as he wishes. Xia Hongso actively fanned the flames, hoping to expel Zhou Tong again. However, she was disappointed. Mo Liusu only changed his face and said to Tang Qi again, your senior brother is afraid that he's tired. Find him a room and let him have a good rest. After saying that, she flashed back into the room and disappeared from sight. Elder brother, come with me. Tang Qi looked flippant. Even that pretense of respect disappeared, and there was only naked provocation in his eyes. Under his guidance, Ren Hanqing was brought to a shabby grocery room. This is your room, and you can stay as long as you like for the next few days, Tang Qi said teasingly, looking forward to Zhou Tong's reaction. It would be even better if the other party could be annoyed. He was the best at teasing such people. It's a place for a dog, and it suits you quite well, only not me. Ren Hanqing didn't eat this at all and turned around to leave. Where are you going? Of course it's from where I came. Back to where I went. And if you don't stay here, you have your own place to stay. As soon as these words came out, Tang Qi's face changed wildly. If Zhou Tong was allowed to go at this time, once Mo Liusu blamed him, he would be unable to eat. I order you. Stop right there. Tang Qi's voice was cold, no longer putting the person in front of him in her eyes. However, Ren Hanqing would not put him in her eyes even more, and continued to do as she pleased. Rubbish. Do you think you still have the qualifications to be tough? Tang Qi was furious, completely stopped pretending and grabbed Ren Hanqing about to slap him up. He wanted to completely humiliate the other party, so that Zhou Tong would never be able to raise his head. Chapter 74. If this is love, then it's too perverted. Tang Qi waved his palm, his face extremely excited. He had wanted to do this for a long time, but he had never had the chance, and today was the time of a lifetime. so how could he let it go so easily? Just a waste. Let's see how you can escape me this time, he said in his mind, striking without mercy. This time he was going to completely wear down his opponent's dignity and make him afraid of himself forever. Pop! The sound of the slap landing on his face was crisp to the ear. Tang Chi, however, froze in place. He was seen to be staring blankly, with one hand covering his cheek, as if he had suffered a lightning strike. He's been hit. Before he could do so, Ren Hanchi was faster and took the lead in rewarding him with a slap on the face. The face doesn't hurt, the heart does. After reacting, Tang Chi was in a rage. He was backhanded by a loser. Harmless and insulting in the extreme. I want you dead. He exuded a strong killing aura, and his might rolled towards Zhou Tong. The effect is small and the retort received is decisive. Zhou Tong was not moved in the slightest, and Tang Chi could even see a hint of teasing on the other party's face. This made him alarmed. By what right did the other party dare to be so unbridled? Obviously there was no cultivation. Not even as good as an ordinary person. Where on earth did he get his backbone? Murphy was bluffing. However, Tang Chi didn't realize that the man in front of him could crush him with one hand. He couldn't see the other party's cultivation solely because the realm wasn't enough. In a trance, Ran Hanqing struck again. Only a palm was seen against the vaunted aura, easily breaking through the air to replicate the scene just now. Don't even think about it. Tang Chi gritted his teeth and attempted to jump out of the range of this strike. Yet the reality was strange. The slap was clearly slow, as if even a child could easily dodge it. But he couldn't. Pop! The familiar voice sounded again, and Tang Chi knew he had been humiliated again. This time he had no time to get angry, simply because the blow was not only insultingly drawn out, but equally explosive in damage. Tang Chi only felt as if his face had been run over by a wheel studded with steel spikes. The force penetrated his bones, causing his brain to tremble and his limbs and organs to shake violently. Ah! He screamed miserably, his voice unchecked, its force penetrating the pale clouds, clearly audible from 10 miles away. It was just too painful, so painful that it made him want to die. It wasn't until now that he realized something was wrong. What gives a punk the right to hurt him so much? Does it mean that the other person is not wasted at all? Teacher, what's going on? He asked towards the soulfulness in the ring. Old me can determine that there is indeed no cultivation on this sun. Perhaps he has used other means. The pale voice gave a response, making Tang Chi even more puzzled. None of them knew that Ren Hanqing was also wearing a secret treasure of thousand myriad words, which could perfectly hide her aura, and as long as her spirit hadn't reached the Emperor realm, they wouldn't be able to see her disguise. Lend me the power. I want to kill him now. Tang Chi stopped pretending, his eyes flashing with biting killing intent. Just then, two figures followed the sound, obviously startled by the commotion just now. What are you doing? Chen Linger and Xia Hongsu's voices came, only to see Ren Hanqing's body lightly trembling, softly leaning against the wall and collapsing to the ground, a trace of blood even seeping out from the corner of her mouth. Tang Chi looked at this scene in surprise, only feeling some déjà vu. Suddenly his brain shuddered and almost popped up. Wasn't this a tactic he had used before? Surprisingly he didn't react for a moment. You, he pointed his finger at Zhou Tong with a hellish expression. Stop, what are you doing? Chen Linger couldn't control her roar. In her perspective, Tang Chi was in an absolutely strong state, seemingly bullying Zhou Tong. How dare you, 7th senior brother, how dare you take advantage of our absence to strike at Zhou Tong? Have you fed all your previous upbringing to the dogs? Chen Linger scolded nonchalantly, causing Tang Chi to pale. He didn't explain, wanting to use the simplest and crudest way to set the other party straight, and immediately triggered the infatuation compulsion. However, this time it had little effect. Chen Linger's face only changed several times before she resisted the interference of the parasites. This made Tang Chi's heart flutter. This had never happened before. Was it because of Zhou Tong? It seemed that as long as she stayed by Zhou Tong's side, Chen Linger's resistance to the parasites would grow exponentially. Could it be that she was in love with Zhou Tong, even so strongly that she could ignore the infatuation compulsion? This couldn't be. He knew very well how Chen Linger had treated Zhou Tong in the past. If that's love, it's a little too sick. Elder sister, you're mistaken. He was the one who struck me first. I haven't touched a single finger of his from the beginning to the end. Tang Chi tried his best to defend himself, and before his words fell, he received two contemptuous gazes. Even Xia Honsleeve didn't believe his bull. A cultivator who was about to step into the heaven-shattering realm was slapped by an invalid. Was this intended to challenge their intelligence? If you don't believe me, look at my face. Tang Chi was anxious and pointed to his beaten cheek for the two to watch. Yet there wasn't even a slap mark on his face. Ren Hanqing's hand was very delicate, not hurting the skin and flesh, only hurting the internal organs and bones, even if the other party's internal body was broken. From the outside there was nothing to be seen. Senior brother. You're overacting. Xia Hongso frowned. She knew the tricks Tang Chi had pulled before and thought that this time would be the same as it once was. Why don't you guys believe me? Tang Chi was at a loss for words. And just then, Ran Hanqing, who was lying on the ground, spoke. Please don't fight over me. I'm just an invalid. I deserve all this. He tilted his head and put on a picture of self-pity and self-destruction, as if he had lost hope in everything. Chen Linger burst into tears. No, you can't think like that. She seemed to be heartbroken and anxious, reaching out to embrace Zhou Tong and properly comfort the other party. However, she never dared to touch Zhou Tong, lest the other party would shatter. If you're being bullied, speak up boldly, and senior sister will do it for you even if she puts her life on the line. No, just think of it as me being weak and hurting myself. Don't ever blame 7th senior brother. It has nothing to do with him at all. While saying that, Ran Hanqing did not forget to run her hand over her cheeks, which had long been a fiery red, as if she had been beaten. Tang Chi, you've gone too far. Chen Linger's eyes were red as she arrived in front of Tang Chi. Apologize. Hearing this, Tang Chi was filled with incredulity. You're going to make me apologize to him? That's what you should do. I don't. I obviously didn't move him. So why should I apologize to him? It's him who should apologize. Pow! Chen Linger finally couldn't bear it anymore and swung her arm round, slapping him heavily on the face. Chapter 75, Ran Hanqing, Tiny Tang Chi, take it. Chen Linger used enough force in this strike to knock Tang Chi off his feet. Xia Hongso watched in disbelief. In her impression, eldest sister had never moved against Tang Chi. That's a first. Tang Chi was struck dumb. He covered his face, completely unable to accept this fact. How dare you hit me? Not even my father has hit me. That's natural. Since you're an orphan. Chen Linger's voice was cold and full of ruthlessness, like she was a different person. Such a sharp shift caught Tang Chi off guard. Wasn't he himself this woman's heart? For her own sake, Chen Linger could even target Zhou Tong regardless of her principles. But why was she not as good to herself as she used to be since she had planted the infatuation compulsion on her? Are women just so fickle? I can't spare you. Tang Chi was fuming, exerting his best efforts to activate the infatuation compulsion, to make Chen Linger pay the price. Chen Linger's face changed drastically, only to feel a strong shock sweeping through her entire body, making her unable to help herself. Her slender legs bent slightly and clenched together shakily, and her body became several times more sensitive. No, come on, stop. What the hell is happening to me? She clenched her red lips and did her best to resist the compelling urge. At the same time, she kept hinting to herself in her mind that the person she really had to care about and make amends to was Zhou Tong, and she absolutely could not be shaken. But no matter how hard she tried, the image of Tang Chi in her mind continued to become clearer and clearer, until it lingered to the point of being etched in her mind. She's about to be tamed. Classy. On the side, Ran Hanqing showed disdain, and with a gentle hook of her finger, she cut off the sensing between the infatuation parasites, rendering them temporarily ineffective. In an instant, Chen Linger returned to normal and became incomparably angry. How is that possible? Tang Chi gasped. This was completely out of his expectation. Just now, he had clearly done his best, even utilizing the old man's soul power, and was about to completely conquer the other party, but actually failed at the last moment. How dare you? Chen Linger was truly angry this time, and without being affected by the compulsion, she was finally able to think independently and figure out the ins and outs. So, I'm being manipulated. It was Tang Chi who used despicable means to cloud my consciousness, causing me to be bottomlessly biased in his favor. Maybe it was all Tang Chi's fault that I treated Zhou Tong the way I did in the first place. If Tang Chi knew what was going through her mind, she would have cried out in injustice. Don't put all the blame on him. Ha! However, Chen Linger didn't care. She thought she had found a reasonable cover, and in an instant, she was enlightened and let go of all the burdens in her heart. That's right. I had a crush on Zhou Tong from the beginning to the end, only to be manipulated by a treacherous person to become like this. As she thought this, her feelings for Tang Chi completely transformed into disgust, and it was pure disgust that was not mixed with any impurities. This is all your fault. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, directly swinging her arm, about to reward Tang Chi with another slap. Stop! A voice mingled with anger suddenly descended. The commotion here was certainly impossible to hide from Mo Liusu, and she stopped Chen Linger's movements just as she arrived at the scene. Senior, just now, 7th senior brother took a shot at Zhou Tong. Please punish him and return justice to Zhou Tong. I didn't. He directed all of this. Tang Chi argued loudly, but was stopped by Mo Liusu raising his hand. It's just a little thing. No need to make such a fuss. Mo Liusu said expressionlessly. Master, how could you? Chen Linger's face changed slightly. The evidence was so obvious. Yet Su was making peace with it. This was clearly favoring Tang Chi. And that's exactly what happened. Su was still angry because of Jotong's backtracking. Tang Chi's move to fix Jotong just happened to be doing what she wanted to do. So how could she possibly lecture Tang Chi? She was trying to make Jotong realize the reality that a wastrel had no qualifications to be tough in front of her, and that she was Jotong's heaven. One could only say that this woman called Su was not thinking straight, or that she herself was extremely greedy. When Jotong was not around, she only wanted Jotong to come back, and she could pay any price for that. And when Jotong came back, she wanted to completely control Jotong. Never fulfilled, always only forgetting the promises they made. Tang Chi laughed. He could see Su's favoritism, and instantly his heart was in a great state of mind. Senior, I was merely arranging a small room for my senior brother, yet he doesn't know how to be satisfied. Not only did he speak ill of me, but he even struck out. As you know, all our other rooms are prepared to be used for entertaining distinguished guests. I thought that senior brother would understand my behavior for the sake of the Jade Clearance sect, but I never expected. His desire to speak made Su frown at Jotong. I didn't expect you to be so devoid of a sense of the big picture. For the sake of the clan, you can't even stand this aggravation? That's not true. Chen Linger stood out, pointing at Tang Chi. Since you make it sound so easy, how about you swap rooms with Jotong, and you stay in this doghouse? Tang Chi's face changed slightly, but Su directly interjected. Of course this won't work. The two of them can't be compared to each other. Shao Qi is the clan's hope, representing the face of the clan, while Jotong is nothing but a waste. Before the words were out of her mouth, her expression twisted steeply as a familiar sharp pain shot through her head. Not good, the undesirable robbery is about to strike again. The thought of it filled her heart with dread, the pain chilling her beyond belief. Damn it, it seems that we still can't target this retrograde disciple too much. Su's heart penetrated, immediately changing his mind and making a decision. Master thought about it more carefully, and felt that Linger had a point, and that Shao Qi should take on more responsibility since he is the hope of the clan. So Master agrees that you should change rooms. Hearing these words, Tang Chi was like being struck by lightning and foolishly stood upright. He couldn't even believe his ears. Master, my mind is made up, and it shall not be changed. After saying that, Su left, not giving the other party a chance to speak at all. Senior brother, let's go too. Chen Linger intimately held Run Hanqing's arm, and when she was about to leave, Run Hanqing suddenly turned back, locking eyes with Tang Chi and handing out a provocative expression. It was that one look that nearly pissed him off until his heart exploded. These were all tricks he had once pulled, and now that they were returned as is by Jotong, could there be anything more humiliating under the heavens? I swear, I'll make sure you're all dead. With scarlet eyes, he growled like a wild animal. In the Ling Shao Empire, in the heavenly prison of the Imperial Palace, Jotong's creation of the law was about to be completed. Suddenly, the haze flashed and coalesced into another secret book. The crowd probed over, and 5 large golden letters came into view. Little Unconscious Talisman. Chapter 76 Wordless Wiseman. Cool. Illiterate. Not cool. Little Unconscious Talisman. Jotong's eyes were slightly stunned as he looked at the secret book in his hand. He didn't think that he would ever get something of this caliber out. This was definitely a supreme treasure art that was above the hexagram breaking sword. As the name suggests, this is a talismanic art. The words little unawareness are better understood as representing an abbreviated version of the state of unawareness. That's a bit anticlimactic. The realm of no sense was one of the 6 realms of becoming an emperor, and not even a saint could touch it. As long as one can comprehend a little bit of the skin, one can be invincible in the battle between Tao and Dharma. And this secret book just embodies a little bit of the skin of this realm. The only drawback was that the cultivation conditions were too harsh. Among those present, the best in enlightenment belonged to Long Lingyun and Zhang Chuqiao. Zhang Chuqiao just swept a glance and gave up. She had a unique Tao that belonged to herself. Yin Yang Tai contained all things and did not need to use external forces. Let's see. Long Lingyun rubbed his hands together excitedly. His eyes filled with anticipation. It was time for her soup again. Wordless Wiseman. Cool. She opened the first page with great interest, only to find that there were a few words she didn't recognize, and even Wordless Wiseman couldn't grasp their meaning. Sister, how do these words read? The little demoness looked at it and puffed out a laugh. In order to practice this art, you need to be proficient in drawing words and refining charms. Why do I feel suddenly uninterested? Long Lingyun's small face collapsed and he casually threw it to the little demoness. Illiterate. Not cool. The little demoness proceeded to flip through the pages, and the smirk on her face gradually disappeared, replaced by a strong color of gravity. Don't force yourself if you can't comprehend it. The threshold of this thing is a bit scary, and the consequences of forcefully claiming it will be very bad. Jotong whispered a reminder. Who says I can't comprehend it? The little demoness's voice was filled with lightness, not like she was gambling, and looking at the brightness of her eyes, it was obvious that she was already intoxicated. She is really getting it? I really didn't expect that there is such a divine talismanic art in the world. It's really an eye-opener for me, and if it were to be circulated, it would definitely cause shocking ripples, the little demoness said in surprise. The continent's talisman masters are divided into 1 to 9 levels overall. Thus talismans are also divided into 1 to 9 levels, and the cultivation threshold for crafting talismans also rises as the level rises, and that legendary 9th level talisman can only be inscribed by a saint level powerhouse. But the talismans on this secret book are different. There is no level restriction. It contains the art of talismans numbered from 1 to 100, which can be used for strong offense, firm defense, control, and weakening. It is simply all-encompassing. And most importantly, even low-level talisman masters can inscribe high-level talismans, causing their own battle power to leap. When these words came out, all the people were shocked. Wouldn't this be going against the heavens? According to the little demoness words, a level 1 talisman master could exert the power of a level 9 talisman master. How could this make others live? It's not that simple. Jotong splashed cold water on the side. Although the thresholds of cultivation and grade have disappeared, in order to carve a higher talisman, one needs to have an extremely high level of mental precision, and that's the hardest part. For a moment several people were silent. The cultivators of the whole world, even the strong ones who cultivated spiritual power horizontally, would only focus on the strength of their spiritual power, and except for special professions such as alchemists, very few people would focus on precision. Moronya's accuracy at her peak was sufficient, but now that she was haunted by the undesirable havoc, she was destined to have nothing to do with this secret book. As for Sacred Heart, Jotong just took one look at her and directly chose to give up on the treatment. The heavenly demons are all a bunch of brown goods, belonging to the stuff that mountain pigs can't eat, fine chaff. Learning this stuff is purely a waste. Sacred Heart only felt offended. Jotong had clearly said nothing, yet it seemed like he had said everything. Open. Just then, the little demoness suddenly exhaled and made a sound. Along with her command, the aura in the atmosphere quickly coalesced and came, transforming into a blank spirit talisman. Immediately afterward, the little demoness poked out 2 fingers, pinched one end of the spirit talisman, and infiltrated her spiritual energy along her fingertips. Jotong's eyes widened, only to see the spirit talisman with lines outlined in strokes. The engraving was completed in the blink of an eye, and the entire process flowed in a single breath. Void carving rune, when did you know this? I didn't realize it, but I'm a rank 5 talisman master myself. The little demoness raised her white chin and said with a smug expression, only to see her brow glowing, poofing out as if she had broken through some kind of shackle. This was clearly the benefit from comprehending the secret book. Oops, sorry, but now I'm a rank 6 rune master. You never even told me about it. I can't believe I didn't know anything about it. Jotong was truly shocked this time. The little demoness had reached the 6th level talisman master by virtue of her current cultivation. This was definitely a rare miracle. Humph, there's a lot you don't know, and you didn't ask me. The little demoness was full of arrogance. Her eyes were mixed with cunning colors, and the words she uttered caused Jotong to experience déjà vu. However, after being complacent, Jotong still detected a hint of sadness in the other party's eyes. It sent a shiver down his spine. In his previous life, even until his death, he hadn't seen the little demoness display the art of talisman. There was only one explanation for this, and that was that before this, her art of talisman had been abolished. Coupled with the fact that the little demoness was so tightly hidden in this life, Jotong had reason to think that she had unspeakable and difficult secrets. After all, Moronya was not proficient in the art of talismans, and there was bound to be some other force standing behind the little demoness. It was just that she didn't know whether it was a foe or a friend. Jotong did not press the issue. He was confident that one day the little demoness would personally confess everything to him. Senior sister, try the power of this talisman. Long Lingyun stared at the spirit talisman, filled with curiosity. Yes, try an attack on me. The little demoness immediately perked up with a bright smile. Watch out. As soon as Long Lingyun's words fell, he directly drew out his sword and a sword chi slashed over. Fuichi, repel. The little demoness immediately threw out the spirit talisman, only to see a flash of haze. The rune exploded, and the sword chi was rebounded back the way it came. Long Lingyun sidestepped and dodged. The sword chi chopped on the wall, leaving a clear gully. Again, the little demoness couldn't get enough of it, and once again carved a rune in the void, and in the blink of an eye, a new rune was cupped in her hand. Charm 2. Thunder 9 flashes. Immediately after that, there were 9 white thunderbolts rushing towards Long Lingyun, blocking off all her paths of retreat. Just then, Jotong's expression changed slightly as he heard footsteps approaching. Rune 81. Break the air barrier. With a hook of Jotong's finger, a barrier instantly appeared, blocking all the lightning and then disappearing into nothingness. Guest minister, you are indeed here. The leader of the escort rushed in, and as if he had seen a savior, he flung himself on his knees. Please save His Majesty. His Majesty has just been taken captive by a dark shadow. We were powerless to stop it and only left this behind. The chief pulled out a jade pendant, which was Thousand Myriad's personal belongings. Seeing this object, Jotong's expression immediately became much more stern. There's heavenly demonic aura on this. This Xiaowenshur finally couldn't help but make his move. Chapter 77, Come to my sword. All of you. Just in time. I've been wanting to meet them again for a long time. The corners of Jotong's mouth revealed a morose arc as he grew long and was about to immediately move out. I'll keep you company. The Sacred Heart Devil took the initiative to come forward, and in this life she would cut ties with the past and live as a human from now on. This operation might be a good pitch. In order to prevent alerting the snakes, Moronia could only remain in the heavenly prison, and so did Zheng Chuqiao. The little demoness rose up with an open heart, forcing Long Lingyun, who was also trying to stand up, with her gaze, and reached out to take Jotong's arm, displaying a look of intimacy. I'm going too, just in time to try out my newly acquired tactics. Her fingertips were pinching a spirit talisman, and a steady stream of spiritual energy was pouring into it as she was carving extremely complex patterns. The serial number of this talisman was definitely not low, and once it was completed, it would blossom into a terrifying might. This was also considered an alternative type of gathering momentum, which was somewhat similar to the heavenly sword and the hexagram breaking sword. Thank you all. The chief of the guards was grateful, and under his leadership, the three of them quickly arrived in Qian Miaoyu's bedroom. It was while His Majesty was sleeping peacefully that he was robbed. Jotong came to the edge of the bed, the corner of his mouth slightly raised. He had already known this place like the back of his hand. One thing that was very interesting was that there was no lingering scent of chimera here. That meant she hadn't been back here for at least just 4 hours. When was your sire taken? Back to the guest minister, about half an hour. Hearing this, the smile at the corner of Jotong's mouth became even more intense. Kill him. Sacred Heart's expression was cold as he unleashed his killing intent on the leader of the guards. That's exactly what I was thinking. Jotong moved and cupped his opponent's throat with one hand. You, shut up. Think you can get away with this little trick? The other party's face changed wildly, finally stopping pretending, and a dense black aura emanated from his body. It was pure demonic energy. Since Jotong was reborn, it was the first time he had seen a purebred heavenly demon, and today was truly a memorable day. It's not that easy to kill me. The opponent exploded his aura in an attempt to break free of his confinement. It's just the heaven-shattering realm. How can it turn the waves? Jotong disdainfully said, and with a smooth force, he crumbled the other party out, and the pitch-black demonic body shattered into two in the air. Ah, strong enough. It's just a pity that you can't kill me. The opponent laughed maniacally, and his body quickly healed. A fatal human wound was nothing more than a minor injury when placed on a heavenly demon. Thank you for making me experience this disgusting feeling again. In return, Jotong's left hand glowed, and immediately afterward, a black sword coalesced into shape. This black sword was extraordinarily bizarre, cold and overbearing, and cuckoo was bubbling black gas outward. Compared to this black chi, even the demonic chi had become much purer, well-behaved like a little sheep. What is this thing? The demon's eyes widened as he felt an extremely strong threat. Come, there's no need to talk too much nonsense, and there's no need to be polite in front of me. So please come to my human emperor's sword to catch up. Sacred Heart's expression twitched at the side. This is a ghost's human emperor sword, right? It was clearly the sword of the underworld. Those who were beheaded by this sword, regardless of whether they were human or demon, their souls and essence would be detained in the sword, becoming an army of undead that was absolutely loyal to Jotong. No! The devils were afraid and turned to flee, but immediately afterward, there was a sound behind him that signified death. Hexagram breaking sword. Earth. Underworld furnace, only to see a black crescent sword chi connecting heaven and earth, emitting a roaring sound like a ghost crying, rushing from the rear and hitting the target squarely. Aha! The heavenly demon cracked and withered at a speed visible to the naked eye, eventually disappearing completely without even a trace of demonic chi left behind. So scary. The Sacred Heart soul trembled. If the human race had all mastered such means, would there be any hope for the demon race to survive? The trail is broken, the little demoness said with a frown. Not yet. As soon as the Sacred Heart flung his sleeve, a black hole surfaced right above the recumbent bed, like the entrance to some space. Jotong's spiritual energy poured in, and with just a boom, he completely destroyed that space. There was no need to even think about it. This was a trap, and that demon race just now was trying to lure them into it. It seems that the other party already knows our details and wants to take us down without bloodshed. The little demoness sneered. Zhao Wulian, this human traitor, really spares no effort in the area of being a dog. Don't be in a hurry. This is the cunning demon cave. If there is one false, there must be one true. I've locked the location of the other entrance. The Sacred Heart was worthy of being a professional, projecting even faster than Zhou Tong, only to see the three of them skimming out of the palace, crossing over the State Master's mansion, and arriving on top of another luxurious manor. This place was exactly the branch of the Heavenly Dao Mansion stationed in the imperial capital, and Zhou Tong's spiritual power probed out and found that there were a full 200 people here. Soon he was exasperated and laughing. Everyone here had a demonic aura mixed in with their bodies, and on top of that, there were a dozen or so purebred heavenly demons. This was an authentic demonic grotto. Do it! A command blew the horn of death. Rune 19, Heaven and Earth Cage. The little demoness raised her palm, and along with the spirit talisman exploding, there was an inverted boundary that enveloped the top of the manor, completely blocking off the place. Who is it? There's an enemy attack. Everyone be careful. The people here were alarmed, but they didn't care, clearly emboldened. Who is so bold as to dare to spread their wildness here? Do you know that this is? I'm in a hurry, so you can all enter my sword before we talk. Only a black light was seen cutting through the sky and plunging vertically from the sky to the ground. Immediately after, the human emperor's sword emitted black ripples like the wild waves of the sea, but wherever it passed, not an inch of grass grew. The main idea is one that leaves no one alive. Within a few breaths, this demonic cave was suppressed, and there was an even bigger round of black holes floating in the void, like the mouth of an abyss, ready to devour reality. That's the real entrance. The three didn't hesitate and went straight in side by side. In a dark space, Chimera slowly woke up, knowing that she had been hijacked. When she saw the culprit, she only felt a chill rise to her heart. It was pitch black, full of fangs, and exuded a strong hostile aura. Isn't this the symbol of the heavenly devil? To introduce myself, I am the commander of the demon race. You can call me the Tunlon Commander. What are you going to do? It's simple. Hand over the Empire's dragon vein and I can let you live. So that's what you guys are here for? Qian Miaoyu sneered. Don't even think about it. I knew you wouldn't cooperate. So I prepared the soul-snatching technique for you, and you'll soon be obedient. A black aura emanated from the demon commander's body and enveloped thousand myriads. Hiss, my head hurts. He's going to force me to go off the deep end. Qian Miaoyu secretly felt bad, one hand covering her chest, only feeling annoyed. Ha, how could I forget this? Her expression changed slightly as she touched a brocade box, which contained the very same tranquilizing pills Zhou Tong had refined. Truly the sky is the limit. Hakim, you've helped me once again. Without saying a word, she took the elixir immediately. Chapter 78 But I refuse. Just after taking the elixir, Qian Miaoyu felt a refreshing coolness run through her entire body, instantly stabilizing her soul. After this, neither the voice of compulsion nor the chi of heavenly demons could make her falter by half. Worthy of the Hakim's production. It's a masterpiece, she exclaimed in her mind. But on the surface, she had to put on a look of tormented endurance, which she used to confuse the other party. Say it. If you say it, you won't have to suffer this pain. The Tunlon commander looked teasing, like a cat toying with a mouse, cozily observing the struggling prey. You're dreaming. I won't give in to you even if I die. Poof, your mouth is quite tough. Let's see how long you can hold out. Half an hour later, Tunlon was stunned. This woman was also too tolerant. It seemed that she needed to be given some intensity. The art of soul snatching. Thousand devils roar. Only to see the demon commander open his huge mouth full of fangs and spew out an even more dense black gas. The black gas was mixed with countless crying faces. Those were people who had died under the demon race. Their resentful souls could not be relieved, and eventually turned into ghosts to help the evil. You, to have killed so many of my people. I will never spare you. Haha, what qualifications do you still have to say this? You're on your own. If you don't cooperate obediently anymore, this commander will send you to meet your people. As the words fell, those devils swarmed up and were about to invade thousand myriad spirit. Yet unbeknownst to her, it was as if she was cloaked in a barrier, solid and impenetrable. The demon commander broke his defense. With his means he couldn't even take down a tiny heavenly slaying realm. If the demon commander blamed him, he would be unable to eat. Heavenly demon great transformation. Tunlon fumed and released an even more terrifying demonic aura. This time not only targeting the spirit, but even the body could be eroded in one go. Ah ha ha. Thousand myriads frowned and trembled unceasingly, feeling the real pain. Just then, a golden light, if any, flickered on her body, but she forcefully suppressed it. That was her last life-preserving card. and she absolutely could not easily expose it until it was absolutely necessary. This concerned the entire Ling Shao Empire's society and people. If it was taken away, millions of living beings would be tragically destroyed. Is it so painful that you won't be able to bear it soon? Give it up. I can tell you're at the end of your rope. As long as you obediently reveal the whereabouts of the dragon vein, I'll immediately put you out of your misery, and I'll also bring you to experience supreme bliss. Stop insisting. It's just a matter of moving your lips. Is it really worth it to risk your life for this? You're a high and mighty empress, sitting on endless glory and riches, and you can't bear to give it up like this? The demon commander struck while the iron was hot, chirping away. Can you really leave me alone if I say so? Qian Miaoyu gasped for heavy breath and asked in an incomparably weak manner. Pinch, hey. Hearing this, the other party let out a wry laugh, thinking that the queen had really given in. That's right. Say it. I can promise you that. With anticipation, he listened with his ears open, not intending to miss a word. But, I refuse. The queen's expression instantly became firm, and carried a strong sense of mockery, as if she was laughing at the other party's self-importance. You, damn devil. The thing I am most proud of in my life is saying no to those who think they have the upper hand. As the words fell, a powerful aura erupted from her body, and there was a golden light spewing out between her hidden eyes. Clearly, she was ready to let go. Out of your depth. The Tunlan commander was furious and was about to use absolute violence to suppress him. Just then, a divine light appeared and rushed across the room. It was as if a sun had been born in the middle of the space, and 10,000 feet of light spread out, tearing the darkness apart and burning it to the ground. Worthy of being Her Majesty, with such backbone, Mr. Zhou truly admires it. Hakim. Qian Miaoyu was instantly overjoyed, calling out fondly. She had finally hoped for a savior. As long as this person was there, no one would be able to hurt her one iota. You're finally here. The Tunlan commander looked like he was not surprised, guessing that Zhou Tong and the others would come here. It was only because the higher-ups of the demon race had heard about Zhou Tong's existence from Zhao Wuan, and considered it a huge threat that had to be eradicated by design. Hence the hostage-taking. This move would not only seize the Empire's dragon vein, but with a bit of luck, it would also compromise a strong human. Wouldn't it be nice to kill two birds with one stone? It's just a small commander, Zhou Tong said disdainfully, daring to confront us alone. It seems like you're satisfied with your grave. He looked at the space around him and nodded. This does make a fine coffin. Among the demon race, there was a strict hierarchy, and the commander-level demons corresponded to the powerhouses of the realm of life and death, which was comparable to Zhang Chuxiao's realm. Above the commander was the demon marshal, which corresponded to a powerhouse of the reincarnation realm. Above the devil marshal was the devil sovereign, representing having stepped into the realm of the half-saints. At the top is the demon king, and that's the real deal. The saint. A fine coffin indeed. Only for you. Tunlan smiled grimly, his gaze sweeping over the three Zhou Tongs, filled with strong disdain. Two little mole crickets of the harmonized heart realm, plus a little brat whose hair hasn't even grown. It's really a waste of this commander's setup. This commander can finish you off with one hand. Fu San. Flying dragon scouting cloud. The little demoness saw a gap and threw out a spirit talisman, erupting a powerful suction force and snatching Qian Miaoyu back from the other side. Tunlan didn't care. He didn't even have the heart to stop them. These people were going to be left behind after all, and he had full confidence in this. As soon as he thought of this, his heart was filled with contempt for Zhao Wunan. That humble human race, who had blown this person in front of him so metaphysically, was really cowardly. Humans were no less than an inferior race, destined to become their rations and slaves. Don't blame this commander for bullying you guys. I'll just stand here and give each of you a chance to make a move. I won't dodge or flinch. I'll use my body to catch it hard. Let's see if you can make me take half a step back. After saying that, he literally opened his arms and assumed the appearance of being ready to be beaten. Are all demons this brave? Zhou Tong froze and looked at Sacred Heart next to him. This should be an example. Don't generalize. Me first. The little demoness took a step forward, grasping a radiant and glowing spirit talisman in her hand. Even from the outside, this talisman was extremely extraordinary. Humph. It's just a piece of paper. You human races just like to play this kind of tricks. It's a sign of weakness, unlike our great heavenly demons, who will only pursue perfection in themselves. Before the words were finished, the little demoness threw the talisman out. Rune 91. Thousand Hands of Kayak Tien Te Cannon. Chapter 79 Blinders. It was all an absolute bluff. Terrifying might. Roaring. When that talisman exploded, the entire space shook violently, only to see thousands of giant hands lined up in the void. Each hand seemed to be able to grasp the stars, pluck the sun and moon, harboring unrivaled power. With such a scene, not to mention cultivators of the life and death realm, Even if a powerhouse of the reincarnation realm descended here, they would have to avoid the front for the time being with a grave expression on their faces. This talisman had, indeed, reached the level of a 9th grade spirit talisman. The little demoness was very weak at the moment. Her face was pale and she was drenched in sweat. With her own mental strength, it was impossible to complete Rune 91 in such a short period of time. This was also thanks to Jotong's assistance at the side, sharing 80% of the mental exertion, which completed the spirit talisman. Even so, the power of this spirit talisman did not reach 40% of its normal strength. This was the problem with the little demoness' mental power precision. Despite already being far beyond normal, it still produced a deviation, resulting in a great reduction in power. However, this spirit talisman is still more than enough to severely injure or even kill the life and death realm. Ha, ha, ha 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 ha. Tunlan laughed. A very open and reckless laugh, full of mockery. As expected of you guys, the tricks are really endless, and the blindfold is quite realistic. He clearly felt a great threat. His instincts were warning of death, but he just couldn't believe what was in front of him. It was reasonable to think about it. How could the little demoness, a cultivator at the peak of the harmonious mind realm, cross 2 great realms in a row and top the transcendent separation, striking a blow that was enough to kill him? It's a fantasy. However, he neglected to mention that the little demoness was casting a supreme level jutsu. What's more, beside the little demoness stood an abnormal existence that had been reborn and had arrived at the Emperor realm in terms of spiritual power. The end result was that he was careless and didn't flash. Boom! Thousands of hands struck, vibrating and falling, connecting into a piece of killing light that could not be seen straight on, wrapped in terrifying force and speed that struck directly at Tunlan. At this moment, the light was radiant to the extreme, and even the opposite of things, only the shimmering mass of light was interspersed with fragments of darkness, alternating light and darkness, bizarre and terrifying. Up until this point, no shockwaves had been generated, which could only mean that all the force had been borne by Tunlan, and Rune 91 was the ultimate pair of single attacking techniques. Careful, he's not dead yet, the Sacred Heart perceived keenly, and along with the light dispersing, the crowd saw a twisted humanoid. The other party's 5 senses disappeared, and his body was twisted into a twist, as well as uncountable penetrating holes all over his body. Great job! The little demoness blushed furiously, but waved her little fists happily. If an ordinary life and death realm powerhouse had received this blow, he would definitely have already been scattered. Anyone else would be incredibly excited to do this with her current strength. Suddenly she only felt dizzy, and with an unsteady body, she fell into Jotong's arms. Jotong was all a bit surprised, knowing that the little demoness would be big as a whole, but he didn't expect it to be as big as this, only to see him reveal a doting smile, casually taking out an elixir and sending it into the demon girl's thin red lips. After a few breaths, the little demoness' face flushed, even a little too red. I'm going to do it again. She couldn't get enough of it. This feeling of waving her hand to wipe out a strong enemy was extremely intoxicating. Hold it right there. Jotong encircled her slender waist with one hand, controlling her completely. Yikes. Behave. If you do it again, I'm going to have to find a way to save you. What's more, there's no need for Rune 91 with this pile of in front of us. Jotong's voice was full of teasing, only to see Tunlan's body twist and turn, the remaining vitality in his body erupting, and he barely managed to grow his 5 senses. How does it taste? And is that a barrier? That's right, this is also a blindfold. Only that your tactics this time are a bit advanced. You were able to make me think that I was seriously injured through hypnosis, but it's just a pity that I won't fall for it. Hearing this, Jotong was dumbfounded. Ha, looking at your expression, it's obvious that I've hit the nail on the head. You guys will die today as usual. Qian Miaoyu finally couldn't bear it anymore. Your bowl asterisk is as full of holes as your body. Since you still can't recognize reality, let me finish you off with my own hands. She leapt to her feet, and at this point, she only needed one strike to exterminate Tunlan. Wait! Jotong reached out to stop him. He no longer wanted to kill this demon race. This was obviously a total douchebag, and leaving him behind would hurt the demons a bit more. Look me in the eye. Jotong suddenly shouted coldly, and Tunlan was really struck. Glaring at each other with him, the Emperor-level spirit instantly completed the hypnosis and knocked him unconscious. Not only that, Jotong also carved talismans and unleashed a healing spell on the other party, believing that with the survivability of the demon race, this guy would soon recover as before. Go! With everything arranged, Sacred Heart clapped his hands and opened a way out. It's not that easy to leave here. Suddenly, an even stronger demonic aura descended and pressed down on the heads of the crowd. It's a demon martial level powerhouse, Sacred Heart said with a grave expression on his face. I had long guessed that this would happen. I think it must be the sudden drop in Tunlan's life breath that has seduced the demon marshal. Keep getting out of here and don't pay any attention, Zhou Tong said blandly, injecting confidence into everyone around him. In the blink of an eye, a terrifying shadow appeared behind them, and it was none other than the demon commander who descended. Stay for this, marshal. He revolved his demonic chi and struck a shocking blow at the backs of several people. Zhou Tong's footsteps didn't change, and the corners of his mouth even showed a hint of a smile, only to hear him softly recite a string of characters. Rune 81. Break the air barrier. Boom! The demonic chi slammed into the barrier, triggering a shocking explosion, and a black aura filled the air, obscuring everything. When the dust settled, Zhou Tong's few people had long since disappeared, leaving only a fragmented barrier in place. How is it possible? How can a mere mole cricket block this marshal's casual strike? Could it be that he's really hiding his strength? The demon marshal had just wanted to get closer to check it out when the barrier suddenly disappeared, as if it had never existed. My subordinates have met the marshal. The Tunlan commander woke up at this time, and his voice startled the demon commander. Aren't you dying? Marshal, how could those humans hurt me? I was merely caught in their blindfold. A blocking technique? This isn't right. That person was able to block my strike. He shouldn't be a generalized person. Marshal, this shows that you've also been hit by the barrier technique, Tunlan said in a single-minded manner. Look around here. Where is there any barrier? This is the proof of the barricade. No. I descended here after sensing your imminent death, which means that you were indeed heavily injured by them. Marshal, do you see any wounds on me? Tunlan displayed his body, which was simply flawless. It can't be that they healed me after they injured me. Chapter 80. Guest Minister. Can you cooperate with me to have a child? The Devil's Marshal lapsed into silence and began to engage in an autonomous brainstorming session. After a few moments, he finally came to a rigorous conclusion. You have a point. The humans' blinders have fooled this marshal. As it turns out, stupidity is also contagious through breathing, and the titular demon marshal was assimilated so quickly. That son of a Zhao Wunyan. He still dares to exaggerate in front of us. He really owes it to us, Tunlan said with righteous indignation, itching to hang Zhao Wunan and beat him up. You're right. Thanks to the wise demon lord keeping his hand in the game and allowing us to discover the truth in advance. Otherwise, if we only listen to Zhao Wutian's side of the story, we'll have to invite the demon king to descend, and then we'll be disgraced. The two great clevernesses came to an agreement and hooked up to destroy the space, then went to resume their orders to the demon father. At this time the late night had arrived. The moon was like water, and the stars filled the sky. Zhou Tong, a few people stood in the void, and to their eyes were all the lights of 10,000 homes, stretching all the way to the end of the sky. All of this was the territory of the Lingxiao Empire, occupying an exclusive area that was vast and boundless, truly the world's magnificent rivers and mountains. Zhou Tong couldn't help but sigh. Guest minister is flattered. Qian Miaoyu's mouth was modest, but the proud expression on her face had long betrayed her. Your Majesty does not have to be too modest. To be able to use a woman's body in the heavenly realm cultivation to open up the border and settle the kingdom, is indeed a very human being. Hearing these words, a bitter smile suddenly spread across the corners of Qian Miaoyu's mouth. Who can understand her sorrow? Who can relieve her grief? The fact that the river and the mountain are so stable is all due to the protection of the dragon vein. The monarchs of the Lingxiao Empire fed this dragon vein with their own blood, and it took 10 generations for them to conclude a connection with it, thus obtaining the mandate of heaven. Under the mandate of heaven, the robberies are not attached, and only time killers can wear them down. As a result, no Lingxiao emperor of the last 10 generations had managed to live past the age of 35, and this generation would be no exception. I am now 26, Thousand Myriad said to herself. This is the year of splendor. The little demoness covered her mouth and laughed lightly. Not also. Father was 17 years old when gave birth to me. Demise in 30 years old. In this period no more royal brother and sister born. Now I have not yet married. In the world, the Lingxiao royal family is only one of me. Hearing this, Zhou Tong's eyes widened. This situation was quite dangerous for the royal family. It's time for His Majesty to think about his life's work. As a guest minister, he was well reminded of this. I know, but the people who are in my eyes are all bunglers. I can't see them. Suddenly, her words stopped and her gaze focused on Zhou Tong. I wonder if the guest minister, can you cooperate with me to have a child? At these words, all was silent. Even the insects in the night sky stopped chirping. The smile on the little demon girl's face immediately collapsed. 1,000 defenses, and how did another one pop up? Are these women all poisoned? The eldest sister is even so. You a queen what men cannot get, but to rob the dishes in other people's pots. Your Majesty, the empire is infested with demonic evils and treacherous ministers. Aren't you a bit derelict in your duties if you don't think about the people and the countryside, but talk about the wind and moon here? The little demoness interjected herself at the sight of the two, disliking them nonchalantly. Ha ha, I'm just joking. Don't be annoyed, guest secretary. I'll excuse myself first. When she turned around, only a gloom was left in Xian Miaoyu's eyes. 9 years at the most. Even if she gave birth to an heir immediately, the heir would hardly be 10 years old by the time of her death, and the empire would be in danger of collapsing if there was a slight mishap then. Dragon vein, dragon vein, please, can you give me another 10 years of light? She stroked her left ribs gently, her tone pleading. After the queen left, the little demoness' mood improved with the naked eye, only to see her look at Sacred Heart and say, girl, you go back first to report that you are safe. The two of us have other things to do. What is it? Sacred Heart Demon Sovereign subconsciously asked. Don't ask little kids about grown-ups' business. Hearing this, Lord Demon Lord disdainfully skimmed his lips. District, a handful of young leeks. Still dare to pretend in front of me, old onion. You also do not look at you count which dish. Her gaze swept back and forth between Zhou Tong and the little demoness, eventually revealing a meaningful smile. Don't think I don't know what you're playing at. Don't you just want to hunt? It's still not clear which one of you two is the prey. The people who were in the way were gone, and only two people were left standing side by side under the vast night sky, and the atmosphere was both silent and charming. Put. Zhou Tong finally couldn't help himself and broke the silence with laughter. The little demoness was instantly annoyed. What are you laughing at, little? One of her hands probed out and pressed down on Zhou Tong's chest, with a dangerous smile on her face that was both cold and seductive. So many beauties have favored you. You must be very proud of yourself. Jealous? Zhou Tong teased. He originally thought that the little demoness would blush and deny it arrogantly, but the situation was completely out of his expectation. Yes, I'm just sore. The little demoness' voice was ethereal and deep, and right after that, a head of black hair became snow white. This was entering the state of the jade demon body. Her harmonious heavenly skill had broken through. Beware of going off the deep end. Zhou Tong frowned, feeling an unprecedentedly strong emotion. Greed arises from not being able to get what you want. Dementia arises from not being able to get what you need. And anger arises from the fear of losing what you have. At this moment, the little demoness had all the greed and anger accounted for, and it was extremely strong. This is not normal. It's better to go off the deep end, so I can make myself available to you, or make you available to me, without fear. Rune 66. 5 Elements Light Prison. Zhou Tong was just about to make a move when 5 rays of light clamped his body, unable to move in the void. The little demoness stepped forward with an aggressive aura, and a lotus root-like white arm wrapped around Zhou Tong's neck. The two of them were face to face. The little demon girl's breath was warm and exhaled like orchids, causing Zhou Tong to be unable to hold back his heart. Suddenly the sea of red dust unfolded, obscuring the void and forming its own realm, and the two fell directly into the space of solitude. Little, are you afraid? The demoness took it a step further, and the tips of their noses were on the verge of being pressed together, only to see her face with a wanton wink, which is not satisfied, lightly spit out the small pink tongue, but also to go further. Ka-ching! The confinement on Zhou Tong's body shattered open, and immediately afterward, a domineering and brutal aura surged out. Only one of his hands cupped the little demoness' cheeks, and the other hand reached back and tightened around her waist. I'm not afraid of 1,000 armies or a mountain of swords. How can I fear this gentle land? The divine light in Zhou Tong's eyes flickered as he stared at the stunning beauty that was close at hand. The other party tilted her pretty face and smiled lightly like a flower, just as she had in her previous life. The two lives seemed to have come to overlap at this moment. There was no hesitation. The two had long since experienced the validation of their relationship through life and death. Zhou Tong's eyes also became gentle and firm, and he placed a kiss on those tantalizing red lips. Chapter 81. Only death can separate us. Well, suddenly attacked, the little demoness let out a titillating muffled grunt. At this time, she was rolling all over, soft and boneless. Her entire body was attached to Zhou Tong's body, and her big watery eyes were filled with panic. Never in a million years would I have thought that the wood would even take the initiative. The lips parted for a long time. The demon girl looked disoriented and breathed heavily, like someone about to suffocate after drowning. Greed, anger and dementia have all disappeared, and all that remains is contentment. Let go of me. The demon girl's voice was delicate. Feeling the scorching temperature of Zhou Tong's body, she only felt flushed and lost all her strength, and subconsciously had to struggle. Trying to escape? It's not that easy. As the enemy advanced and I retreated, Zhou Tong's mouth was tinged with a bad smile, itching to rub his opponent into his body. You were the one who took the initiative. Now you shouldn't be afraid, should you? I really didn't think that the famous demoness was nothing more than a strong-mouthed person who was actually cowardly. Who's scared? Before the words were out of his mouth, he was gagged again, and this time the contact was more passionate and more unrestrained. wild and raw, separated again. Their lips were swollen, and blood oozed from the corners of the little demoness mouth. Not professional at all. You've practiced your room skills to a dog's stomach. She smirked in disgust. Oh, woman, you're teaching me things? I hate it when people tell me what to do. You must be punished. Jotong forced his way up once again with a huge sense of oppression. Nasty as hell. Go away. The little demoness had her hands against Jotong's chest. At this moment, her eyes were clear, but inside she was about to die of shyness. She couldn't figure out what the hell she had just gotten herself into. Why she had acted so spiritedly. All she knew was that she was going crazy with nerves when she saw so many beauties all harboring feelings for Jotong. And during this time, she had also acquired the supreme secret technique. This also led to a surge in her strength, which in turn led to an imbalance in her mind and unfathomable behavior. Suddenly, a cold sweat broke out all over her body. When she thought of her birth, she felt a huge mountain pressing down on her heart, making her breathless. Right now, she was not qualified to give herself unreservedly to her beloved. If the two cross the red line, they are bound to incur a stone-cold catastrophe. That behavior just now was not a kind of madness that broke down to the point of breaking down. What should we do? Obviously I started the fire. Isn't it a bit too irresponsible to stop now? She blamed herself, not daring to look directly at Jotong's face, but was caressed by a warm hand on her cheek. Demoness, back! The clear, warm teenage voice was like a spring of fresh water that rushed into her heart, infusing her with endless courage. I know you have something on your mind, and I know you have something to hold on to, and I will wait until you are willing to reveal everything to me, whenever and wherever I am. These words completely swung open the demoness' heart, and 2 lines of clear tears rolled down uncontrollably. You bad boy. When did you learn to say such things? I think you're the real leprechaun. The young girl laughed like a pear, but her heart was more settled than ever. Jotong's confession allowed her to understand the other's heart, and from then on, there would be no gap between the two hearts. Little succubus, I'm going to get very, very strong, so strong that nothing in this world can stop me from doing anything, she said decisively, her jade hand probing out as if she wanted to grab the brilliant starry sky. Dry your tears before that, or you'll be teased when you get back. Before Jotong could say anything, the little demoness grabbed her arm and pressed it against the other party's chest. You, remember the original covenant? Of course I remember. Joining the Acacia sect and winning the 100 sect conference ended up helping you cultivate. Jotong answered the question. Now I want you to help me cultivate. Release the harmony lock and bind me. Jotong hesitated and didn't act for a long time. Do you know what that means? Of course I understand. It means that from now on, only death can separate us permanently. As you wish. As I wish. Jotong no longer hesitated. Red thunder erupted from his body and wrapped around the little demoness' body in death. Both of them shuddered at the same time. Even the rhythm of their heartbeats reached an agreement, able to strongly sense each other's presence. It was as if even if they were separated by thousands of miles, if they closed their eyes, they could find each other's location. Boom! Suddenly, the little demoness' body blossomed with a haze of bright rays, and her bottleneck loosened in an instant, taking the opportunity to take a half-step forward. This half-step was called the transcendent separation, and countless geniuses had fallen here and spent their lives in vain. Strange. There's no thunderbolt hanging down. Jotong looked at the sky and was ready to dispel the thunder. But nothing happened. The little demoness' breakthrough was watertight, unimpeded by the heavenly Tao, yet she gained even greater results. An ordinary person crossing the transcendent separation would have their battle power increased by a maximum of 3 or 4 times, while the little demoness had her battle power increased by at least 10 times. Not only that, according to Jotong's observation, the little demoness' spiritual power had all skyrocketed by at least 2 times. Such an achievement that originally needed to be attained through bitter cultivation, but now it had been achieved by her at will. In the middle of the heavenly prison, Moranya looked in a certain direction and smiled happily. The girl has finally taken that step. Being the same backer of the Acacia lock, she could clearly sense the state of the two. Master, what good things have happened? Zhang Chuchao pounced into Moranya's arms and asked in a petulant manner. Silly girl, it might not be good for you. Oh. As soon as these words came out, the smile on eldest sister's face froze. How dare you sneak away, you must strike hard. She clenched her fists and pretended to be fierce. At the Fangxiang Inn, Chen Linger's face turned white and her body shrank into a ball. Just a moment ago, she felt empty in her heart, like something important had been taken away from her by someone else. What have I lost? Don't leave me, please. No. She lost her voice and wept as if her soul had been drained from her. This kind of feeling Emoliosu also had, except that the token on her chest was flickering slightly, helping her to dissolve her sorrow. Meanwhile, inside a spacious bright hall, there were countless jade tiles placed, and suddenly, a special jade tile shone brightly. startling the old man who was guarding it. Quickly go inform the family head. In a moment, uncountable strong auras descended here, and standing at the forefront was a middle-aged man with a magnificent figure. Reporting to the family master, the fate card shows that best material has matured to the heaven-shattering realm and is now ready to be used. Faster than I thought. The unsmiling middle-aged man revealed a rare smile. Where is the phantom wind? The Grand Duke is in the heavenly Dao domain at this time, preparing to seize the yin-yang Dao body. Send a message to him, ordering him to retrieve the material by hand without fail. Chapter 82. Zhang Chuqiao, I'm marrying the queen. Really? Senior sister, isn't this a bit too much for you? Early in the morning of the second day, Zhou Tong was hugging left and right on the streets of the imperial capital, but with a lifeless expression. The little demoness held one of his arms in her arms so fiercely that he couldn't pull it out no matter how hard he tried. The other arm wasn't idle either, and was firmly dominated by Zhang Chuqiao. Stealing kitten. You've made your sister angry, and she'll never let you have it all to yourself in the future. Oof, shame on you. The little demoness blushed. Obviously I was here first. Your one doesn't count. I confessed first. The two girls were separated by Zhou Tong, and their gazes went tit for tat, touching off sparks. Zhou Tong looked helpless. He looked at Zhang Chuqiao and whispered, "You're a man now. Saying this kind of words simply corrupts my reputation. Can you restrain yourself?" The cause was that Zhang Chuqiao found the heavenly jail boring and wanted to go out to explore the prosperity of the imperial capital. This request could not be refused, or else the magnificent eldest sister would have cried out for the entire night. I've been locked up for so many years, and you're going to keep putting me in jail? You really can't bear it. The yin-yang Dao body cast Erythrina fantasy, flashing a pair of big, innocent eyes, pearly accusations, and anyone else would have to surrender in place. Zhou Tong then surrenders, but on the condition that Zhang Chuqiao must disguise herself as a man. It was only because her face was too conspicuous, and if someone from the Heaven's Path mansion looked at her and reported back to Zhao Wuan, it would easily cause unnecessary trouble. I am not going to let go. Zhang Chuqiao drummed her seductive voice, and her thin lips were pasted on Zhou Tong's ear, full of lazy winks. Being held like this by your sister should be comfortable as hell, right? She puffed out her chest proudly and gently rubbed against Zhou Tong's arm. The two peaks that had been so low that they were not visible to the tips of their toes were gone, having been viciously leveled by the cloth. But as soon as you touch it, you can still feel the amazing elasticity and heavy weight. This milk is an absolute killer. 2. Humph. What's there to be proud of? I definitely won't be worse than you in the future. The little demoness glanced at her full chest and said with unparalleled confidence, "Che, little kid, you're still young." Just then, a huge commotion came from the crowd. Zhou Tong saw the leader of the escort, who was resuming his main job, proclaiming Her Majesty's will to the people of the imperial capital. Lingxiao Empress order said, "This Emperor 26. No son at the knee. This is the worry of the country. The group of ministers often ear. The country cannot be no inheritance of the king." I thought deeply. Because of this, I want to briefly select the best of the best in the mortal world and recruit them as husbands and sons-in-law, so that they can share the river and the mountains and the glory with them. I built in the center of the imperial capital of the martial arts arena. Martial arts son-in-law, but all men under 30 years old can appear on stage. The final winner can be married with me on the same day. Hearing this decree, Zhou Tong only felt incomparably fried. Last night, he thought that Qian Miaoyu was just talking, but he didn't expect that this woman was for real. Is she so anxious to marry herself off? The little demoness was puzzled. With her strength and talent, she will still look the same even after another 100 years, right? 100 years is too long. I'll only fight for it. The familiar voice came from the back, and all the people around them knelt down. Greetings, Your Majesty. Be excused. Qian Miaoyu arrived at an unknown time, and she stared at Zhou Tong, her eyes filled with complexity. Last night she dreamed of this man again. It wasn't a nightmare, but it still kept her up at night. If the guest minister has spare time, he may as well go with me to the martial arts arena to see what heroes and heroines there are in the world. The queen made an invitation. Yet, Zhou Tong did not hesitate and agreed decisively, and the crowd immediately split a pathway so that a few people could pass through smoothly. In the martial arts arena, there was a huge crowd of people, and there were countless applicants. Nothing else, the rewards are too generous. A queen of absolute color, half of the country, the glory of the world. As long as you can defeat everyone, you can have it all. So who can resist this temptation? At the registration desk, the person in charge of registration had a scowl on his face and his head was smoking. The old man in front of me has a white beard that reaches his crotch, yet he claims to be a teenager. Your high life? Lying is the crime of deceiving the king. The young master is 18 years and 1,000 months old. Fork it out. Just when the registrar was furious, a silhouette suddenly descended. and it was none other than the chief of the guards. "Greetings, chief." A group of officials respectfully saluted. "This person's identity is not ordinary. Be excused. I have important things to command." The chief of the guards yanked over the registration officer and whispered in his ear, "The guest minister will descend here soon. No matter what means you use, make him participate in the tournament." "That old man doesn't recognize the guest minister," the registration officer said awkwardly. There were as many officials in the imperial capital as there were stars, and it was considered normal to have those who had never seen Jotong. "It's simple. The Hakim will appear at the same time as His Majesty, and the beautiful man by His Majesty's side is the Hakim." The old man gets it. That official firmly nodded his head and patted his chest in assurance, saying that he would definitely arrange the guest ministers in a clear manner. Moments later, Xian Miaoyu and Jotong and the others arrived at the scene, drawing everyone's attention. "I have business to attend to, so I'll excuse myself." Seeing the chief of the guards gesturing with a proper arrangement, Xian Miaoyu was overjoyed and was about to temporarily separate from Jotong in order to facilitate the unfolding of the process later on. "Junior, please stay on your feet for a while." Jotong's trio was unsurprisingly stopped. "I see that your bones are amazing. You are a talented person. You will become a great man in the future. Right now there is a perfect opportunity to level the playing field. As long as you can seize it, we're not interested." Jotong's direct refusal caused the other party to reveal an extremely displeased expression. "It's all about participation. Today is His Majesty's big day. If you have a good performance, even if you can't win at the end of the day, you'll still be rewarded handsomely. Don't you guys want to see the means of someone of your peers? Or is it that you're afraid? Interesting, can't hurt to try." Jotong couldn't help but smile, hearing the other party's agitation. He was born with a few moments of anticipation. "As long as you don't win at the end of the day, you're fine." The official was immediately overjoyed, and a token was directly handed over. "Here's the voucher for enrollment. You keep it." Jotong reached out to receive it, but saw that the other party revealed a disdainful expression and turned his hand to hand the token to Zhang Chuqiao next to him. "Do you know what a real beautiful man is? Compared to the godly and handsome Jotong, the woman dressed as a man's absolute beauty was more eye-catching." As soon as Zhang Chuqiao touched the token, a bright light emanated from it. "This is clearly a contractual order, and it's too late to back out." Zhang Chuqiao was dumbfounded. Although this contract order could not bind her, but as a yin-yang Dao body, she had no reason to retreat and back out. "I match to marry the queen." Really? Chapter 83, Why is it so hard to admit defeat? Invite your 9 clans to the palace tonight, and I will personally give them a banquet to reward them. Xian Miaoyu clenched her fists, veins already bursting out on her stunningly beautiful face. As for the chief of the guards, he could no longer be described as sweaty now. Even his crotch was getting wet with cold sweat. Looking at the dumbfounded Zhang Chuqiao in the ring, he only wanted to do one thing, and that was to shred the registered person to pieces. A perfect match. What a perfect match. Simply a match made in heaven. The little demoness went crazy with joy and leaned on Jotong's shoulder, her little hand continuously patting Jotong's back. She laughed with tears in her eyes, itching to lock Zhang Chuqiao and Xian Miaoyu up on the spot so that they could complete their internal digestion. In less than half an hour's work, Zhang Chuqiao had become the center of attention. She's been killing like crazy. All the fights are one person at a time. So far no one has been able to see her make a second move, simply because she is a foul presence in her own right. Life and death realm, yin and yang Dao body, touching the realm of Tai, taking out any of them individually was an extremely explosive existence. Nowadays, the Trinity is simply a descending blow when placed on such occasions. I can't fight anymore or I'm going to have to fake it, and I have to lose quickly to do that. Zhang Chuqiao looked at the opponent in front of him, and made up his mind to have a nice exit next. You're a rabbit master but you look like me. Why don't you kneel down and admit defeat right away? This master can make you feel good to death. Caught off guard, the foul language came to his face, causing Zhang Chuqiao to instantly become murderous. Against such goods, just make their 5 organs shift and they will be honest. Only hearing a miserable scream, the man spat blood and flew backwards, falling unconscious on the ground. Worthy of being beside the Hakai, it's really powerful, and it's also handsome. The anger on Xian Miaoyu's face eased slightly and she couldn't help but praise. Your Majesty is right. The chief of the guards immediately picked up the conversation. According to my humble opinion, this person is also a deep-seated master who may not be weaker than the guest ministers. It would not be a beautiful thing if your Majesty could marry him. Before he could finish his sentence, he was met with a death stare and immediately shut his mouth. No one can match the Hakim. Thousand Myriad said faintly before averting her gaze. The chief of the guards cried out, only feeling a coldness in his heart. This punishment seems to be impossible to avoid. This person is very strong. I've obviously fully investigated the strongest people in the imperial capital. Why is there no information on her? Underneath the stands, Emoliosu said with a frown as the people from the Jade Clearance sect also arrived at the scene. I only saw Xia Hongshu's face was gloomy. She has been having trouble with everything lately. No matter how many times they tried, they could not separate Jotong and Emoliosu. One seems to be incorruptible as if it were adamantine and not subject to the ravages of disaster. The other one is thunderous, with an uncharacteristically thick skin. No matter how much sarcasm others take as a whisper, completely different from before. It's not supposed to be like that. Their conflict was clearly visible to the naked eye and only needed a little more effort to detonate completely. But it was not to be. Not only that, Chen Linger was also nauseated. And last night, she didn't know what kind of wind she had drawn, crying and screaming all night long, almost causing her to suffer from the backlash of the heavenly chants and go off the deep end. What's more, since this morning, Chen Linger has been following Jotong without moving an inch, and even begged to pull on someone else's coat corner without letting go. Even in the dog-licking world this is benchmark-like. How come she can lick so well? Tang Chi was the only one who seemed like a normal person on the surface. As he looked at the martial arts stage and leaped forward to try. If I can come out on top and gain the queen's favor, won't I be able to soar? He was extremely confident in himself, simply because he had already touched the barriers of the heaven-shattering realm, and now he was just one step away from the door. So maybe this battle would be the opportunity for him to make a breakthrough. Be careful. This person is very powerful and hasn't used his full strength from start to finish. The old man's voice came in his head. So what? We master and disciple are united in our thoughts. How can there be an enemy? Tang Chi said without a care in the world, holding the bottom card of the old man in the ring. He could run amok. Makes sense. The old man was overly cautious. The pale soul body couldn't help but smile. As long as he possessed Tang Chi, he would be able to erupt with a strength comparable to the peak of the heaven-shattering realm. A level that could defy all of his peers unless his opponent had already stepped into the life and death realm. But is it possible? It's not possible. I swear. I'm going to make a perfect exit this time or I'll learn to bark like a dog. Zhang Chuqiao set himself a target and quietly waited for his next opponent. I come to challenge you. Tang Chi made a dashing entrance. Zhang Chuqiao's face immediately turned gloomy. Through Morongya's added description, she had already learned about Tang Chi's deeds and deeply hated the other party. Emoliosu looked at the stage, his eyes filled with relief. With Xiao Qi's strength it shouldn't be difficult to take down this person. And if we can really marry that empress, it would be greatly beneficial to the Jade Clearance sect as well. Woof! Suddenly, Zhang Chuqiao called out, causing all those present to freeze. How could a nice heavenly figure have such a fetish? Zhang Chuqiao was unmoved. Anyway, she didn't show her real face, so she considered it as letting herself go. To be scared and learn to bark like a dog, that's really something to be ashamed of. Tang Chi laughed out loud. If you want to beg for mercy, you have to kneel in front of me wagging your tail like a real dog. In that case, I can still consider letting you off the hook. The words were just said. The leg is broken now. The crowd's eyes blinked, and Tang Chi flew out, his left leg twisting in the air as he fell heavily to the ground. Aha! He screamed miserably, his eyes filled with disbelief and anger. Scum! How dare you make a sudden sneak attack? I'll make you regret being born in the world. He hissed hideously as a surge of chi spread through his heart and poured through the shackles. Boom! The transcendent separation was crossed, and Tang Chi's strength instantly skyrocketed several times. Heavens! It's the first time I've seen someone break through the heaven-shattering realm on the verge of a battle. This guy is against the heavens. He must have gotten injured on purpose, using this to break and cut off the shackles. That's right. It looks like the winner is decided. The rich vitality poured down and repaired Tang Chi's broken leg, and at this moment, he was wrapped in an almost boiling baleful aura, only to see Tang Chi's face sink, his majesty filled with a powerful aura suppressing towards the front. Many people changed color, and those with slightly less strength were almost about to kneel down immediately. Get on your knees, he roared. All that was heard was a flutter. Tang Chi himself fell to his knees. His legs were wasted once again, and very few people could see Zhang Chuqiao's movements. Good boy. Kowtow 2 more times for me. Zhang Chuqiao stepped on the other party's heavenly cap and exerted a fierce force. Bang! Tang Chi's forehead then slammed into the ground, tilting debris flying. Old man, lend me your power. He finally realized something was wrong and urged in his mind full of fear. Chapter 84 Life Snatching Strike. Excellent effects. Boom! Under the crowd's shocked gazes, Tang Chi's aura once again skyrocketed. The magnitude of this enhancement has reached an appalling level. The heaven-sundering triple realm, the 5th realm, the 7th realm, there wasn't even a tendency to stop. Is this his true bottom card? Such a terrifying secret technique, almost spanning a large realm. How can anyone fight this? Many people looked at Zhang Chuqiao sympathetically. This fluttering beautiful gentleman was definitely a heavenly pride level character. but he ran into a monster and was destined to only lose and drink hate. Off. Tang Chi gained a strong power, and was suddenly bold and full of confidence, only to see him shake his body with all his might. He got rid of Zhang Chuchio's shackles and stood up again. See, this is my true power. He was proud of his ambition and held his head high, as proud as an emperor in the world. I originally didn't want to be so high profile, but it's just a pity that you're too despicable and will definitely become a scourge in the future. So for the sake of the world's life, I have to show my true face and completely obliterate you, Tang Chi said in a dignified manner, but it provoked countless adulations. No matter what he said, the aura of the powerful would always drive people away from it. As for Zhang Chuchiao, she was not good with words and only knew a little bit of boxing and kicking, so she struck again. Her moves were simple, with the beauty of a great path, striking out for the kill. The two dragons play with the pearls and thrust them straight into their eyes. People tend to fall in the same place twice. The same goes for Tang Chi. Only felt that this move was extremely familiar and fast, so he froze on the spot and was directly hit. Aha! He covered his eyes with blood and tears, and tried to break into a yell, followed by a kick to the crotch of his pants. Almost all of the men in the room couldn't help but tighten their legs and keep sucking in cool air. There's a kind of pain called looking at it. That's an egg-crushing blow from the realm of life and death. On the stands, the little demoness looked at this scene with dumbfounded eyes, and then looked at Zhou Tong beside her, her small fist poking straight into his chest. Come on, are you guys colluding? Even your moves are exactly the same. She lightly rubbed Zhou Tong's ear and said in a playful tone. When he was in Law Enforcement City, Zhou Tong had used this set of moves against Tang Chi, not expecting the other party to forget the pain after a good wound, and would only make an appearance to pose when he became stronger, so he could only say that he deserved it. Aha! Tang Chi curled up in the ring like a prawn. The scream came from the soul. It was the possessed old man crying out in pain. In the state of possession, the soul could empathize with the physical body, and it wasn't Tang Chi himself who was suffering now. No way! My master can't hold out any longer, so I'll withdraw first. No, you stop it! Tang Chi's original consciousness was screaming, filled with fear. That kind of pain can only be known by experiencing it, and is definitely a nightmare for all men. However, it was not to be, and the soul body eventually withdrew, leaving his own body to bear the brunt. The crowd was a bit dazed, looking at Tang Chi, who was foaming at the mouth on the stage, wondering how the man's movements had even changed. Could it be that the kick was secretly a subdued one, giving him a subdued kick? In any case, the winners and losers have been decided. Tang Chi came up vertically and ended up going down horizontally. Shouldn't your excellency give an explanation for using such despicable means to target my disciple? An aura descended steeply, and Mo Lushu really snapped. Reincarnation realm. Many people instantly changed color, not expecting there to be such a strong person in the scene. This was an existence that was enough to be compared to the state master. It was your disciple who provoked me first, and the weaklings of the district have no qualifications to make me explain. In front of this seat, you are also weak. Mo Lushu's aura flourished, causing people to change color? Could it be that this reincarnation realm powerhouse was about to strike out and make trouble? Shameless. Zhou Tong's face was cold, and he gave a wink to Ren Hanxing, and the other party immediately understood and triggered the red rope. In an instant, Mo Lushu's face changed drastically, and pain once again came from his mind. I'll let you off the hook for today. This seat has urgent business. Next time you won't be so lucky. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the people from the Jade Clearance sect quickly left the scene, slinking away. Next, Zhang Chuchiao said with disinterest, vowing once again in her heart that if she still couldn't lose, then she would simply marry the empress. Beneath the stands, people looked at each other in disbelief, and there was no challenger for a while. That stone-cold kick scared countless men out of their wits. Big brother, what do you think of this person? In the crowd, two youth-like people were fearless and commented on Zhang Chuchiao. A little bit of skill, but that's about it. The youth in red clothes said disdainfully. Just now, he only took advantage of the sneak attack, and when he really fights, he is only at the midstream level of the heaven-shattering realm. That's what I thought. The corners of the black-clothed youth's mouth rose, and his breath was slightly revealed. What? You want to marry the queen too? The red-clothed youth asked teasingly as if he had come to be interested. That empress is indeed extremely beautiful, and is already qualified to be my concubine. Not to mention the fact that we came to participate in the auction this time, and our funds may be insufficient, so we can use the empire's wealth to take it in one fell swoop. When these words came out, the red-clothed youth's face also became serious. That's right, there's no room for error in this auction. The yin-yang Dao body must be obtained. Next, Zhang Chuchiao repeated again. A frog in the bottom of a well dares to clamor. let me show you what the greatness of the heavenly river is." Accompanied by a haughty voice, the black-clothed youth ascended the stage, sizing up Zhang Chuxiao with a face full of scorn. Seeing this person, Zhou Tong could clearly feel the little demoness's body tense up for a split second, and even her breathing was suspended. It's a sign of extreme nervousness. Who is this man? Zhou Tong wondered in his mind as his spiritual power quietly emanated, enveloping the black-clothed youth. Right off the bat, it's a huge amount of information. At the 7th level of the heaven-shattering realm, carrying 34 spirit talismans on his body, he seems to be a talisman master. Zhou Tong murmured and continued to probe, using the other party's scent as a clue to find someone connected to him in the crowd. Found it. The result made even Zhou Tong a bit surprised. Besides that red-clothed youth of the 9 realms of heaven-shattering, there were more than 40 attendants behind him, and there were as many as 5 existences that had reached the life and death realm. Moreover, these people were carrying spirit talismans, and their identities could definitely not be mistaken. Zhou Tong recalled the scene of the little demoness carving the runes, and it was obvious that she had quite an affinity with these people. On the martial arts stage, the black-clothed youth looked disdainful and said, "I'll give you a chance to live. I'll count to 3. Roll down by yourself or suffer the consequences." The crowd was shocked. Who dared to be so wild? Maybe it's owed to Lone Testicle. "Senior sister, don't let him go." Zhou Tong transmitted his voice and quickly received a reply. "That's what I would have thought." Only Zhang Chuxiao's face was bland, and for the first time, he took out a serious state. "Die. I'm not going to give you a chance to take advantage of me like that guy just did. Remember, it was Yuchong who ravaged you." Chapter 85. This girl pulls out bigger than you. Yuchong. Hearing this name, Zhou Tong became even more certain of the speculation in his heart. The other party had the same last name as the little demoness, and might be related by blood. "Next, I'll settle the fight in a flash." Yu Chang's tone was cold, and as soon as he struck, he displayed a powerful spiritual power. Buzz! The aura of heaven and earth trembled, only to see a dozen spiritual talismans emerge from his body and hang in the void. "Rune Master!" someone exclaimed, awe in their eyes. This is an extremely powerful and mysterious profession that can mobilize the aura of heaven and earth with a wave of the hand, and has the ability to move mountains and fill up the sea. In battle, no one dared to underestimate rune masters, and crossing levels was nothing more than a piece of cake for hostiledom. If one judged a talisman master's combat power from his cultivation realm alone, he was destined to suffer a great loss. Go! With a single finger of his hand, he struck a grade 5 spirit talisman that exploded around Zhang Chuxiao. Heaven-locking talisman. Yellow energy surged out, forming a cage that trapped Zhang Chuxiao's freedom. The victory has been decided. It's not too late for you to beg for mercy. Otherwise, I'll let you fly into ashes. That's it? The corners of Zhang Chuxiao's mouth rose, and his unconcerned expression stung the other party's pride. Very well, you've given up your chances of surviving, and later on, even if you fall on your knees and cry and beg me, you'll never be able to get out in one piece. Yuchong said coldly. Their celestial master clan was born to be a superior existence. The strongest person in the clan can be picked out at random. All of them are able to measure the fate and divination, insight into the future. As for the drawing of talismans and bonding, it is even more proficient to the bone. It could be said that their clan had already mastered the trajectory of destiny, and was the race chosen by the gods, to the point of nobility. Now that this frog at the bottom of the well had dared to underestimate him, a thunderous punishment must be brought down upon him. With just a wave of his hand, 2 rank 6 spirit talismans rushed out and dissolved into the void. Thunderbolt spell charm. As the words fell, the dome of the sky instantly became covered in dark clouds, and booms mixed with thunder poured down, causing one to feel chills. What a terrifying tactic, to be able to invoke a heavenly tribulation. Each of these thunderbolts can heavily damage the heaven-severing realm. People were stunned speechless. There were hundreds of that thunder light, blasting down together. Even the 9 realms of heaven shattering would have to avoid the front line for the time being. It's over. Yuchong smiled cruelly. In his opinion, Zhang Chuxiao was unable to dodge and was destined to go up in smoke. Click! The smack in the face came so quickly that Zhang Chuxiao simply raised his hand and crumbled the heaven-locking talisman. Damn it! To think that he escaped. Don't think you can have your way. As Yuchong was about to strike again, he prepared to use the blockade when he thought that Zhang Chuxiao would dodge. However, he guessed wrong again. Zhang Chuxiao didn't move at all, letting the thunder fall and letting the radiant lightning flood his body. Ha ha ha, what a stupid death. You can't even dodge it. It's not worth dying for. The smoke cleared and Yuchong's laughter came to an abrupt end. You're okay? How is that possible? Only Zhang Chuxiao was unharmed, and a green-colored wheel was spinning above his head, which was the thing that had blocked the thunder bombardment. Tai Chi force. Zhou Tong narrowed his eyes. The so-called Tai was chaos, the origin, and the existence closest to nothingness. Tai operates to divide yin and yang, and yin and yang are mixed in different proportions, ultimately achieving solidity and harmony and giving rise to all things. Thus Tai Chi is both the starting point and the destination of all things. Anything that touches Tai will cause its own yin and yang to fall into disarray, and collapse will follow, eventually becoming meaningless and reverting back to Tai. This move Tai Chi will turning restrained all fancy things from its origin, and was the natural nemesis of talisman masters. Go! At Zhang Chu Chao's command, the Tai will crush towards the front, causing Yu Chang's face to change slightly. I don't care what means you have, but in front of absolute power, you are nothing, Yu Chang viciously said, striking out all the spirit talismans on his body. The aura of heaven and earth boiled in an instant. Winning. After striking out, he revealed a winning smile. There were even 7th level existences amongst those spirit talismans, enough to threaten the life and death realm, and it was impossible for the sissy on the opposite side to block them. Those spirit talismans just touched Tai, and one after another, they shattered apart and turned into flying ashes, which made the red-clothed youths all stare in disbelief. No way! Yu Chong roared as that Tai chakra accelerated steeply and crashed into his body. In a short moment, he was struck with terror. The 7 orifices were bleeding, the 5 organs were shifted, the bones were broken, and there was only one step away from death. Bang! Yui rushed to fly out, and Zhang Chu Chao ended up staying his hand. You're good. This revenge, we'll take it down. The servant beside the red-clothed youth picked up Yu Chong and said with a grim expression. Next, Zhang Chu Chao was not the least bit impressed, and said mechanically that he must lose this time. However, no one dared to go on stage anymore. There was dead silence all around. The end has been decided. The final winner has been crowned. And from this day forward, you are the Empress of the Empire. The presiding officer suddenly became extremely agitated and bowed his head in obeisance. See you, Empress. But all the people of the Ling Xiao Empire all followed suit. Zhang Chuqiao was confused. So was Qian Miaoyu. When it came down to it, was it going to be a fake show? The officials in charge of the ceremonies were so efficient that they were on the verge of being put to death. In the blink of an eye, all parts of the imperial capital were hung in festive red, and there was also an 8-carried sedan chair that descended on the scene and landed in front of Zhang Chuqiao. Empress, please get into the sedan chair. Zhang Chuqiao's willow eyebrows trembled, and just as she was about to refuse, it occurred to her that she couldn't let the Empress lose face in front of a large crowd. Now we can only take one step at a time, and it's not too late to explain when we get to the palace. The little demoness looked at the departing carriage and put her hands together, her face filled with devotion. Understand, bless, lock up, and may your relationship last forever. I'm going to kill that young man and break him into pieces. Yu Chong woke up with 70% of the bones in his body broken, yet he was still impotently raging. Big brother, you will avenge me, and that Empress, I will make her my slave. Fine, just as you say. Tonight my brother will help you avenge your death. The red-clothed youth's gaze flickered, and once he swept the 2 strong men of the life and death realm behind him, the other party immediately took orders and dived in the direction of the palace. As night fell, in the queen's chambers, a pair of beautiful people looked at each other in silence. Ahem, Qian Miaoyu spoke up. I already have a sweetheart, it's impossible for me to tie the knot with you. As an apology, I can give you enough rewards. As she said that, she approached Zhang Chuqiao with a majestic face and pressed her palm on the other party's chest. From now on we are strangers to each other. If you dare to pester me, I won't be polite to you either. Barely. The sound of cloth shredding came continuously, which was also interspersed with Zhang Chuqiao's disdainful voice. You think I care about you? This girl pulls out bigger than you. With a thud, those cloths couldn't be stretched any further. It could be said that the queen's hand was bounced off the ground. Chapter 86. Let's see if you're developing normally. You are guilty of deceiving the king, not knowing whether she was angry or ashamed, or perhaps jealous. Qian Miaoyu blushed and pointed at Zhang Chuqiao in accusation. All she felt was a heavy blow to her young mind. The failure of lassoing Zhou Tong had already frustrated her enough, and now she had to face this woman's mockery, which was really degrading to the majesty of the Empress. What's even more irritating is that not only is this woman ungodly beautiful, but she's also big and strong, and every aspect of it frustrates her. I'm just deceiving the king. Get me killed if you can, Zhang Chuqiao said teasingly, causing Her Majesty to stutter. She couldn't. This woman obviously had a great relationship with the guest minister. How could she dare offend? Go away. I don't want to see you again. There was no choice but to be annoyed by the Queen Sama. I think you're playing with fire. Zhang Chuqiao laughed coldly. and after grabbing Qian Miaoyu, he slammed her onto the bed with a mix of the soles of his feet, and then his entire body bullied him. Ah, how dare you! No screaming, you don't want me to put a sock in your mouth, do you? Zhang Chuqiao warned in a domineering manner. At the same time, her jade hand traced across her long and slender legs, and she indeed retired a snow-white sock. The scene scared the queen to death. I'm the king of a country. You can't treat me like this. Otherwise, I'll let the guest minister teach you a lesson. Thousand Myriads threatened feebly. Who knows that Zhang Chuqiao was even more energized, winking and saying, a promise is a promise. Oh, I've long wanted to be properly bullied by my senior brother. It's just a pity that he's just a piece of wood. I'm going to toy with you hard next, so don't forget to do the thinking for your senior brother. Let me see if Her Majesty is developing properly. No, stop it, good girl, let me see. Zhang Chuqiao laughed evilly as he suppressed the Empress, and his hands were just about to make a move when suddenly, a brilliant golden aura flashed across the Empress's body, bouncing her out. The Empress immediately sat up and hurriedly straightened her messy clothes, just like a frightened bunny, staring at Zhang Chuqiao with a wary face. What is that thing? Looks like you have something else on you. Zhang Chuqiao's face instantly turned cold. The golden light just now surprised her a little. The energy contained was terrifying. Possessing such a bottom card, Thousand Myriads still pretended to be this weak. Even Zhou Tong did not know about it. This is simply not the attitude that a qualified ally should have. It's my secret. I can't tell you. Qian Miaoyu didn't even dare to call herself me, clasping her hands in front of her chest in a defensive stance. Secret? That's really ridiculous. Do you know how much risk senior brother took to save you this time? Do you think you can just get rid of it with just these 2 words? Zhang Chuqiao was really angry, taking one step forward and approaching. I still have to see your true colors today. However, all of a sudden, Zhang Chuqiao's brows trembled and he stopped his approaching steps. What's wrong? The queen asked curiously. There are dirty bugs crawling in. As she spoke, a shocking murderous aura erupted from Zhang Chuqiao's body, followed by her perfectly restrained aura. Wait here and don't move. I'll take care of them. Should we notify the guest minister? The queen asked somewhat nervously. There's no need for that, as long as you don't wander is safe. As the words fell, Zhang Chuqiao disappeared into the palace. Time flowed by slowly, and for Qian Miaoyu, every extra minute of waiting was like years. During this period, she wanted to summon her guards many times and inform Zhou Tong, but she restrained herself once she thought of Zhang Chuqiao's words. For the weak, following the instructions of the strong is an important guideline to maintain survival. After less than a quarter of an hour, footsteps came, and they were not in the least disguised. Thousand Myriads perked up her ears and listened attentively, already ready to fight. The next moment her pupils shrunk, only to see Zhang Chuqiao return in one piece, carrying 2 heads in his hands. There, 2 cultivators of the realm of life and death, sneaking around outside your chambers, were slaughtered by me in passing. The plain words rushed into Qian Miaoyu's ears and turned into wild waves of thunder. That was a strong person in the realm of life and death, enough to serve as the head of some second-rate sects, yet he was chopped up by Zhang Chuqiao in passing. Looking at the way her clothes were not stained with blood and her breath was long, she was obviously relaxed to the core. Worthy of being the Hakai sidekick, it's truly terrifying. Well, don't bother with those mole things. Let's continue. Zhang Chuqiao smoothly threw the head on the ground, once again making the queen a target. I'm just a tender little woman. What kind of bad intentions can I have? Why do you, a great master, want to make things difficult for me? Thousand Myriad had no choice but to obediently give in. A weak woman? You have a lot of heart. Don't think I don't know the purpose of your setting up the tournament. Which is no purpose, I just wanted to. The queen was still trying to argue before she was pinned down again. You undeveloped fox still dares to show off your Taoism in front of me. You really don't know yourself. I'm only going to warn you once. Senior brother belongs to me and Little Moon. If you dare to get your hands on him again, believe it or not I'll hang you up and beat you. Qian Miaoyu was speechless. Her small mind was being groped clearly by someone else. She was shy and scared. Just then, the savior came. What happened? Zhou Tong's voice came out. Just now he was not within the palace and sensed the fluctuation of the fight before he rushed back at the first opportunity. Shidoshi. Zhang Chuqiao showed a gentle smile that was enough to make the frost melt and spring back to the earth. Qian Miaoyu also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. This woman was just too terrifying, causing her, the Empress, to feel the pressure. Zhou Tong had just noticed the 2 heads on the ground and immediately figured out the context. Shady souls don't exist, he sneered. You recognize? These people are Yu Chan's men, either here to settle accounts with you or to hijack His Majesty. Zhou Tong perfectly hit the nail on the head with the answer. Just a moment ago, after he settled down the little demoness, he went to track down this group of people. trying to figure out where the other party came from. He caught a single minion and searched his soul, so he learned some secrets, knowing that the other party belonged to a force called the Heavenly Master Clan. It was a pity that the minion was not of a high enough status to reveal more information, and was hypnotized by Zhou Tong and then released in passing. The Celestial Master Clan seems to be very strong, but why haven't I heard of this power in my previous life? Could it be that, in my previous life, before I grew up, the Celestial Master Clan was exterminated? After Zhou Tong told him everything he knew, Zhang Chuqiao instantly raised her willow eyebrows. These guys are trying to turn on Little Moon? Just speculation. No need to speculate. Go mess with them tonight and get to the bottom of it, Zhang Chuqiao said with a thunderous voice. Zhou Tong raised his hands and feet in favor of the idea. Under the queen's surprised gaze, the two changed into their nightclothes and quickly disappeared into the night sky. Good luck. Qian Miaoyu whispered a prayer. Her worry was not about the Zhou Tong duo, but the unlucky person who was about to face these two. Chapter 87, You've been given a chance and you don't want to use it. Big deal. In. The red-clothed youth had a grave expression on his face. What's wrong? Prince Yu Feng? My subordinate was not mistaken. The two strong men who went to the palace on business. Their life tags suddenly became dim and then immediately shattered. Well, outrageous. While Yu Feng didn't say anything, Yu Chong, who was eating, was the first to become angry. With only a thud, he violently threw the rice bowl in his hand upside down on the table, pointing at the messenger and cursing. A barbarian land empress plus a yin-yang person is just that. What are they capable of? To slaughter our strongest men. They had clearly investigated, and in the imperial city, the strongest guards were only at the heaven-shattering realm, and the empress herself was at this level. Although their state master was very strong, it was heard that the empress had long been seemingly separated from the state master, and the other party might not be able to come to their aid. This operation should be foolproof. Back to my lord. I heard that the empress has worshipped another guest minister, and her strength is quite terrifying. Even their state master has to bow down to her. Hearing these words, the red-clothed youth's pupils suddenly shrunk. That's not surprising then. That's not surprising. Yu Chong was instantly honest, pulling the rice that had been clasped on the table back into the bowl, and his eyes became much clearer. Let's put this matter aside for a moment and not forget our main task. As the eldest brother, Phantom Wind immediately changed the topic. The family had asked us to look for that material. What's the result? He asked with a serious face, even though the man was his father. When it came to work, titles had to be called. Back to my lord. The eyes we sprinkled out have already yielded results. The man who spoke held a scroll in both hands and carefully handed it forward. Phantom Wind opened it up and his eyebrows plummeted. The person on the scroll was the little demoness, except that beside her there was a young man walking side by side. Who was it if not Zhou Tong? Who is this? I don't know. I haven't fully ascertained it yet, but according to my estimation, they should be a Dao couple. That. Yu Chong was once again furious, and a red light was coming out of his eyes. A sacrifice has to be a sacrifice. Doesn't she know that if she breaks her perfect body, her function will be greatly reduced? When the time comes and our brothers are unable to reach the realm of perfection, will she be able to shoulder this responsibility? Above the roof, Zhou Tong heard the conversation of several people clearly, and at this time, his face was covered with frost. These bastards, they tried to blood sacrifice Little Moon. Zhang Chuqiao was also spewing murderous anger. She loved the little demoness the most, and after hearing this news, her anger almost burned through her lungs. Go down and shoot them. Not yet. These people have the mark of a strong man on them. If they die, there will be big trouble coming. Zhou Tong's spiritual power probed plainly, and he already had a plan in mind. Even if they couldn't slaughter these people, they had to feel the pain. He had no qualms about this. No matter how powerful this Celestial Master Clan was, there was no way it could make him, who had once nearly become a Taoist, fearful. What's more, in the world pattern of the past and future, there is no place for this Celestial Master race, and its strength is just like that. Come on man. Phantom Wind, dressed in red, snapped. Immediately after that, there were 3 strong people of the life and death realm fishtailing in, the strongest servants remaining from their trip. Greetings, Your Excellency. Be excused. Phantom Wind threw the portrait in his hand to the 3 people in front of him. Find them, capture the women, kill the men, he said succinctly, without elucidating the reason. That these people were nothing more than slaves of the Celestial Master Clan. That's how slaves are. They just need to bathe in blood and bury their heads in the sand. As for them, the masters, they have much more to think about. Yes, sir. Worthy of being a quality lackey. The efficiency of the work is fast. Just received the order and sped away. In the blink of an eye, it was out of sight. It's our turn to do it. Zhou Tong did not delay for a moment, and with a fierce burst of strength, He descended from the sky and arrived in front of the two brothers. Who? The guards in the house were then alerted, and it was hard to imagine who would dare to be so bold. Jotong didn't bother to pay attention to these people, and with a single spiritual shock, he stunned all the weaklings under the heaven-shattering realm. Don't move. Move and I'll kill you. Zhang Chuqiao was masked and exuded a terrifying aura as he pressed one hand on Yu Chang's head and slammed it heavily on the table. Life and Death Realm Powerhouse. Both of their hearts trembled furiously. Their faces turned incomparably pale, and they regretted in their hearts that they should not have sent out all of their strongest men just now. Who are you? Hearing this, Jotong coldly smiled and lifted the veil. After seeing his face, both of them simultaneously sucked in a breath of cold air. Windy, you were the one who tried to kill me just now, right? Jotong did not hide his aura. The harmonized heart realm was just that. Yet he dared to take the initiative to approach Yufeng, the 9 realms of heaven shattering. The other party didn't move, but his gaze was like a direct strike of thunder, filled with a terrifying killing aura. Yell, I see you really want to touch me. Sparring with me, do you have that strength? Jotong was nonchalant and slapped him on the face. This scene caused the nearby Yu Chang's soul to tremble. That was the Grand Duke of the Celestial Master Clan, but he was slapped by a weakling. Didn't you want to get me killed? Then I'll give you a chance today. Ignoring the other party's murderous gaze, Jotong was arrogant to the core and handed a sword to the other party before jamming the blade on his neck. I'll give you 3 counts, and as soon as you move your palm, my little life is yours. 3, 2, 1. After the countdown was complete and the other party was indifferent, Jotong directly drew his sword back. Give you the chance, you don't hit the mark? Weren't you arrogant when you wanted to kill me just now? What's wrong now? You can't be arrogant anymore. Snap. Slapping sounds rang out one after another as Jotong continuously humiliated his opponent. Since you can't grasp the opportunity, I'll make a small request. You immediately kneel down for me now and then call me Grandpa. Otherwise I'll send you to meet your ancestors. Hoo. The Phantom Wind's chest rose and fell violently. He knew that now was not the time to be intentional. When a person was under the roof, he had to bow his head. This madman in front of him was really daring to get him killed. He didn't reason or threaten the other man, simply because they were useless against a madman. A great man can bend and bend. He admonished himself in his mind, his cheeks twitching as he fell to his knees. Grandpa. Hey. Jotong responded with satisfaction. You Tsang Yu I cover. Understand? I understand, Grandpa. I won't bother her again. Ha, you're also something that knows what to do. Withdraw. With a wave of Jotong's hand, the two disappeared into the room. Put. Yufeng and Yuchong spat out blood at the same time. They hadn't suffered this kind of shame since they were young. Not to mention that the one who gave them the shame was an Ika-like weakling. Recall those 3, and I will break these 2 thieves into pieces. Phantom Wind lost his composure and roared loudly. Big brother. Yuchong gripped the voice transmission jade, his expression a bit dumbfounded. What's wrong? Those 3 claim to have found their target and have already exchanged blows. Hearing this, Yufeng's eyes directly widened. How is this possible? Chapter 88, Heaven-Swallowing Demon Lord, Deceiving the Top. Imperial Capital, outside Phoenix Inn. Ren Hanqing was out alone to get some air when she was suddenly blocked by 3 people. Stop. The leader of the group was menacing, pulling out a portrait and comparing it carefully to her. Is this portrait of you? The other asked. Ren Hanqing took a look at him, his expression unchanged. It's me. Back then, I was innocent. It's good that you admit it. The man put away the portrait and revealed a hideous smile, and a murderous aura surged steeply. Brothers, do it. The 3 people unanimously erupted their auras, all clear of the life and death realm, and their might was so strong that it shook the heavenly clouds. It was only a pity that what was in front of them was a strong person of the reincarnation realm. Moreover, it was still the best of the reincarnation realm. Mercy Coldstar had only slightly struck out, and the opposite side was the end of 2 deaths and 1 serious injury. Little mongrel, count on you to run fast. Looking at the back of the remaining man fleeing in a sorry state, Ren Hanqing revealed a disdainful smile. Senior brother, what just happened? A voice filled with shock came from behind. Looking back, it was actually Chen Linger who appeared from the darkness. Obviously, she's been watching for a long time. Nothing, just cleaning up a few flies. Are you really my senior? Chen Linger was trembling and shaking. Hoof, raucous. Ray Hanqing revealed an impatient expression and slapped out a slap, directly shocking the other party into unconsciousness. Get a good night's sleep, and when you wake up, you'll forget everything. Ren Hanqing whispered as she used her unique secret method to be able to manipulate the other party's memories. At this moment, the inn of the Celestial Master Clan was shrouded in a cloud of worry. The only remaining one in the realm of life and death trembled and knelt in front of Yufeng. What did you say? That person erupted with a strength comparable to the reincarnation realm. Are you kidding me? Phantom Wind's eyes widened in 10,000 disbelief. He remembered clearly that Zhou Tong was clearly at the level of the harmonious mind realm. My lord, 2 of my brothers are dead, and I almost put my life on the line. Do you think I have a need to lie? If you don't believe me, look. He pulled out a jade pendant, which contained a shadow storing and sound retaining formation that recorded everything that had happened. Yufeng received it with a grave expression on his face, injected spiritual energy, activated it, and immediately afterward showed a corner of what was there. The picture of Zhou Tong elegantly shot. Instant explosion. Complete the double kill. The last man would have had to stay there if he hadn't reacted quickly and fled wildly. Or maybe the only reason there were survivors was solely as a result of the other side's mercy. Provocation. This is naked provocation. Yu Chung said angrily. The other party left them alive just to warn them. Let them realize that if they dare to do the right thing, this is what happens. I really didn't expect that guy to be really strong to this extent. The Phantom Wind was 10,000 times unwilling to believe that he was originally the most outstanding among his peers. His cultivation level of the 9th realm of heavenly slaying was enough for him to scorn all geniuses, and with just a wave of his hand, he could make his opponents despair. But now, in front of the reincarnation realm that pretended to be a pig and ate a tiger, he was nothing. The situation is no longer something we can deal with. We must call for help from the clan. He gritted his teeth, which was tantamount to torture for his pride. Being beaten up so badly in the savage land, those he had once looked down upon would surely seize the opportunity to ridicule him ruthlessly. Inside the state master's mansion, Zhao Wutian's extremely excited voice was heard. It's done. Old me has finally done it. He laughed, his voice resounding through the stars. According to the scroll given by Zhou Tong, he had perfectly repaired the biospirit deadly silence formation without a single flaw again. Everything is ready. All we need is an east wind. When the auction started and countless powerful people gathered here, he would activate the formation and refine the entire imperial capital. It's not that simple. You still need enough sacrifices to run the formation. Just then, 3 black silhouettes suddenly appeared behind him. It was none other than the strongest members of the demon race, namely the Tun Lan Commander, Tun Yuan Demon Marshal and Tun Tian Demon Zun. I'm ready. Zhao Wenshou's eyes flashed with a crazy light. The so-called sacrifice must be a devout person who is dead to him. Over the years, as the patriarch of the Heavens Path House, he had long since cultivated the clan's people into his own dead soldiers. Raise an army for 1,000 days and use it for a while. It's time for them to contribute. Hehehe, you human races are sometimes even more cruel than we are. It's really an eye-opening experience for this honored one. The heaven-swallowing demon said mockingly. Zhao Wutian didn't think anything of it and said leisurely, according to the agreement of our cooperation, I'll take the origin. You'll get the dragon vein here. And when I kill all the people in the imperial capital, the dragon vein will naturally be revealed. During this period, you will help me remove all obstacles, just like that guest minister. With a scornful glint in his eyes, he listed Zhou Tong as his #1 enemy. Are you talking about that little brat? It's not worth mentioning at all. This commander has already fought with them. If he hadn't tricked me, I would have been able to crush him with one hand. The Tun Lan commander said with disdain. You guys are being childish. How do you know he's not showing mercy and hiding his strength? Zhao Wenshou was enraged. These demons had turned a deaf ear to his words. They really deserved to die. Humans, you're teaching us things? The devil-swallowing abyss marshal's voice was hoarse and emitted an icy aura that enveloped Zhao Wunan. Don't play that with me, trying to intimidate me? Don't even look at what you are. Zhao Wenshou sneered and similarly erupted his killing aura, going toe-to-toe with the other party. Even if there was a half-saint level demon Zun standing next to him, he was not afraid in the slightest. You seek death. The devil marshal was furious, not expecting the district human to dare to disobey him. Since you are obstinate, there is no need for us to cooperate. How dare you threaten us? So what if it is? Zhao Wenshou didn't budge. He had extremely deep interests entangled with the demon race, and the other party didn't dare to do anything to him. Enough. The heaven-swallowing demon lord directly stepped in to stop the 2 people who were at swords drawn. Is this father not enough to suppress everything? It's not safe. Zhao Wutian shook his head. His mind was all about the scene of Zhou Tong ripping off the star that day. Wasn't Moronia strong? Yet she was killed by Zhou Tong in a single move. A demon elder was just a demon elder, not yet qualified to look out of the corner of one's eye. Okay, my father will listen to you. The heaven-swallowing demon lord's gaze flickered as he said, I'll immediately go and send a message to call for the demon king to descend. Hearing this, Zhao Wuan finally revealed a smile. That's right, venerable lord. Is it really necessary to let the king descend? Isn't this a bit of a fuss? The Tun Lan commander asked in a voice transmission. Of course it's a fuss. This honored one is only trying to fool this little cutie. You even took it seriously. Chapter 89, Morong is stealing home, little guy. To Sticky. In the middle of the palace, Jotong was once again plunged into a horrifying shura. The little demoness and senior sister held his arms left and right, making it impossible for him to escape. The spring night is worth 1,000 pieces of gold. On the big day, someone doesn't go to accompany the dainty empress? What is he doing here? The little demoness smiled badly. The yin-yang Dao body was even more direct, and its entire body was softly attached to Jotong's body. Little brother, someone shouldn't be jealous of my sister leaning so close to you, right? Humph. I'm not going to be jealous. Before the words fell, in the little demoness' cannibalistic gaze, senior sister's lips were already close to Jotong's cheek. Little brother, someone shouldn't be mad if your sister gives you a kiss, right? Don't you dare. The little demoness couldn't sit still and glared angrily. It's scary. Oh, someone. She's not going to hit you. Unlike me, I'll just hark my brother. Boom. The momentum bursts forth and lights up the room. I've been putting up with you for a long time. Who isn't? Go out and fight one-on-one. I'm not afraid of you in the same realm. Well, it's about time to split the difference between who's bigger and who's smaller. The two women walked out arm in arm, and Jotong was finally relieved. Master, you don't care either. Jotong looked at Morongya and said without any good humor. Who knew that Morongya smiled extremely brightly and looked happy? Little fellow, do you know what it means to be a snipe and a fisherman? Hearing this, Jotong trembled. Just seeing Morongya's charming eyes and flushed cheeks, merely stretching her waist, she displayed a stirring and delicate posture. The temperature of the air around them rose by a few blushing degrees. The Sacred Heart Demon Sovereign's eyes glazed over, almost spitting out fire. Is it coming? It's that big poetry creation scene for humans. She was so excited she almost fainted. When she studied humans in her previous life, she was overwhelmed by human literature. Those exquisite words are full of beauty, rich in the flavor of Tao, which is a unique heritage that other races do not have. According to her speculation, the fundamental reason why human beings could have such horrible enlightenment was that they had rich and passionate feelings. These feelings erupted and collided with each other to form exquisite poems that were eventually passed down to enlighten future generations to enlightenment. The more she studied it, the more she became enamored with it, especially the human love poems. According to her understanding, the so-called love poems should be originated from the emotion, created from the mingling of yin and yang, and finally become words when the wind and rain rest. As it is, this charming atmosphere is a great time for poetry to be created. She wasn't going to spare any details of what happened next. It would be great if she could record it, but it was just a pity that she didn't have a sound and video storage array on her. But that's okay. Just as soon as she did, she pulled out a paper and pen. The Holy Father is always ready to create world-renowned masterpieces to be used for generations to come. From now on, mankind will call her Sacred Heart Sage. Is this what's called foreplay? It's so overwhelming. Looks like I have a lot to learn, she muttered to herself, her hand shaking as she gripped the pen, feeling nothing but inspiration. Just then, the bogeyman showed up. You little kid, don't look at such juvenile things, Long Lingyun said in shame, reaching out to cover Sacred Heart's eyes. Damn it, despicable human. How dare you try to interrupt the process of this seat's enlightenment? Do you think you'll succeed? The Sacred Heart was dragged out as she struggled, her heart dripping blood. She had missed out on a great opportunity. What are you doing with the paper and pen? Could it be that you want to paint? Master will kill you, Long Lingyun said without a trace of anger. Not at all. I'm going to write a poem. The words almost dry shriveled Long Lingyun's brain. You write poetry? She adored it. After all, to wordless wise men, it was a skill that only existed in legends. Humph. What's so surprising about that? Being human, you should be proficient in writing. The frenzied gleam in the Sacred Heart's eyes was not a fake. It's not necessarily true. Even if you can't read, you can still have a bright future. Shallow. Sacred Heart snorted. How can you not realize that words are the vehicle of human heritage and one of the internal causes of its power? To destroy mankind, you must be the first to destroy their writing. Humans who do not understand the beauty of words are doomed and their ceiling will eventually be limited. Long Lingyun wanted to spit out blood when he heard this, only to feel that several steel knives had been inserted into his chest. Suddenly, she remembered what Jotong had once said to her. Wordless wisdom is both a favor and a shackle of the heavenly Tao. The lower limit of those who possess this wisdom root is extremely high, but their upper limit may not be outstanding. If one wanted to achieve higher accomplishments, or even ask for the supreme realm, one had to break this innate shackle. At first she didn't take it to heart, not to mention that the shackles were incredibly strong, and no matter how much she tried they had little effect. Today, after hearing a more detailed analysis, she realized the gravity of the situation. How about, we go back again? Long Lingyun asked tentatively. My creative juices are gone. I can't do anything back there now. Sacred Heart hung his head in shame, while Long Lingyun was filled with guilt. There! Suddenly, the Sacred Heart looked like it had thought of something and revealed an expectant expression. I remember that there is a record in the history books that 76 years ago, a stone monument fell from the sky, and it crashed into the vicinity of the Lingxiao Empire's imperial capital. In my previous life, I didn't have the chance to watch it close before. Now just happens to be a good time, so I might as well head over and take a look. It's a lie. It's been so long. Even if there was a stone monument, I'm afraid it's been moved by someone else. Who knows? It's just idle anyway, so if you don't come, forget it. Sacred Heart ran out before the words left his mouth. Hey, wait for me. Long Lingyun did not hesitate to chase after him. The people in the way are finally gone. Morongya was so happy that she opened her arms in a petulant manner and said to Zhou Dao, "Come and stick it." Ahem. Zhou Tong looked a little unnatural and coughed lightly to hide his embarrassment, still slowly leaning over. Cozy. Morongya made a kitten-like purring sound between her throat, a sign of being cozy to the core. She leaned against Zhou Tong, her face rubbing and rubbing against him, and she couldn't help but stroke his hair. "You're not jerking me around like a pet, are you?" Zhou Tong said helplessly. "No. Oh, this will make Master feel serene and be able to suppress his heart demons better." Zhou Tong had nothing to say. Morongya's heart demon was indeed very tricky. He had suppressed it many times and bounced back many times. Maybe this kind of dirt method really worked. While he was pondering, Morongya revealed a bad smile, only to see two slender legs hitching over and pressing on Zhou Tong's legs. "Little one, pinch Master's feet after a long time." Zhou Tong was stunned. "It's been 3 or 4 days since I've posted, and I've already accumulated a lot of demons for my master. I want it. I want it." Chapter 90, If you want excitement, follow through. The most helpless thing Zhou Tong had ever encountered was a 100-plus-year-old stunningly beautiful master teacher crying in front of him about wanting it. There really is no trick at all. This woman was clearly so high and elegant in the eyes of outsiders, and even a bit scary. In his presence, however, he can be recklessly pampered, like a child asking for candy. Okay, whatever you say." Zhou Tong surrendered once again and raised his hands to beg for mercy. Whenever this happened, Morongya would reveal a smug and happy smile, as if she had won a big battle, only to see Zhou Tong's face reddening. He carefully cupped a beautiful foot that was carved like jade, his 10 fingers sliding, precisely finding each acupoint and gently massaging it. Phew! His breathing slowed down a lot, and his mental power was highly concentrated, controlling every inch of his body's flesh and blood, not allowing his heart to beat too fast, or showing signs of losing his temper. It is extremely difficult to sit on the fence. Even with Zhou Tong's fixed strength, it was inevitable that he would be shaken. An absolute beauty like Morongya. Every part of her body was perfect to the extreme, and every time she came into contact with it, it was a great test of her mind. Oh, harder. At this moment, her upper body was slightly tilted back. One hand propped up her body, the other hand lightly covered her red lips, and her seductive voice squeezed out from between her shell teeth, full of restraint and enjoyment. Zhou Tong's heart trembled, stole a glance, only to see the other side of the frowning eyebrows, 2 shoulders slightly shaking. The beauty cannot help but look also a different flavor. Unconsciously, the force in his hand also increased a few points. Gently. Morongya's reaction was intense, obviously a strong half-saint ultimate, but her body was unexpectedly sensitive, only to see her lightly biting her red lips, her crystal-rounded little feet unconsciously hooked up, her pinkish-red nails slightly glowing, extraordinarily eye-catching. "Little one, I feel a little hot." Morongya's voice was a bit weak, and actually had a sheepish sickly feeling, which was most capable of inspiring people's desire for protection. She tugged at the sleeve with one hand and pulled slightly, her old shoulder slipping massively, revealing a large portion of her fragrant shoulder. This scene Zhou Tong's heart was shocked. It is not that there has not been this kind of intimacy before, only this time the reaction was the most intense. "You have a fever?" Morongya frowned slightly. It was natural that her heart would feel a little bad when she was spat out like this by Zhou Tong. "Don't want to talk to you anymore." She pouted her lips and posed like she was coming to coax me. "You," Zhou Tong said in a somewhat spoiled manner. "Besides me, who else can treat you like a child?" This statement was like igniting a dynamite barrel. "Disrespect the master." Morongya raised her willow eyebrows and said, "You're the one who's a little guy. No treating me like a child." Dang it. Zhou Tong was happy to talk directly back. Looking for a fight. Morongya feigned anger and branched out, about to slap Zhou Tong's head. Right at this moment, a bad smile appeared at the corner of Zhou Tong's mouth as he pressed his palm against the bottom of his opponent's foot and suddenly tickled it. Yikes, you guys. In an instant, the big beauty looked like she had let go of all her strength. Her face was red and her eyes were misty, like she was about to cry. Now you know the power, I'm just asking if you're afraid. Vile. Let go of me, I'm going to make you look good. It was then that Moronia remembered to maintain her own majesty, and with a slight force, she was about to draw her foot back. However, her resistance was so weak that she was caught by Jotong's slender ankles, and ultimately failed in her endeavor. It's not that easy to run away. Jotong had a strong desire to play pranks at this time, and his scratching hands simply could not stop. Moronia suffered greatly, only to see her trembling unceasingly, watering her eyes. Bad guy. I hate you. You let go of me. I can't stand it anymore. Alright, I know I'm wrong. So let me go. Let me go. Steeply, Jotong was struck by lightning, and the movements of his hands immediately stopped. What's wrong with me? His mind shook wildly, knowing that there was an abnormality in his mind. Looking at Moronia again, she only saw a delicate and timid look, with teardrops hanging on her long eyelashes and her big eyes flickering brightly, as if she was accusing Jotong of bullying her. Jotong's words were astringent, and his chest was flooded with an indescribable flavor. Heroes are not afraid of beauty. The ancients are true to their word. He has seen a lot of beautiful women in the world. Hasn't he seen a lot? That Emoliosu was not beautiful? Long ago. The name of the banishment of the immortal. Do not eat earthly fire, absolute and independent. I do not know how many people dream of the goddess. However, the two cannot be compared at all. If they stand together, Emoliosu will become a background plate. Eldest senior sister was a yin-yang Dao body, to the point of being ethereal, and her beauty and temperament were most superb, so natural that even a woman could be conquered by her. This kind of good person, but still inferior to Moronia 3 points, cannot catch up. If charisma could be transformed into combat power, Moronia would have long been a great emperor of the world, something Jotong never doubted. Master, I'm sorry. He withdrew his hand. Yet at that very moment, a strange change occurred. Moronia's body suddenly blossomed with an icy aura as her hair turned snow white and she entered the state of the jade demon body. Without saying a word, she directly moved and lunged at Jotong. The speed was as fast as lightning. Jotong had no time to react before she pressed down and pressed underneath her. How are you? Why are you stopping? Little man, if you're going for excitement, follow through with it. Moronia revealed an unbridled smile that she had never seen before. Her pupils turned pink and filled with aggression. Who? She could only be heard panting thickly and sharply, sweat sliding down her cheeks, but her body was a little cold. Little one, I suddenly feel so cold all over, so just use the temperature of your body to warm me up. She leaned down and her sweat, mixed with a tantalizing fragrance, dripped onto Jotong's face. Aha! Jotong couldn't help but exclaim in shock. It was unusual for sweat to contain an amazing amount of aura. Could it be that he's gone off the deep end to the limit and is going to dissipate his power? Thinking of this possibility gave Jotong the creeps, but immediately he reversed his thoughts. Where was Moronia's cultivation showing any sign of weakening? Not only that, her aura was still climbing, slow but unstoppable. Hell no, this wasn't a cultivation rise brought about by a heart demon at all. It was like a spontaneous breakthrough anyways. No way. That's impossible. Jotong was mistaken. Moronia clearly had not removed her heart demons, and it was impossible for her cultivation to make a breakthrough. What's more, she had long since stood at the absolute peak of half-saint, and if she took one step further, she would become a true saint. What is the concept of a saint? That was an overwhelming existence that could truly traverse the heavens and earth, sweeping away the universe, and could be compared to the chief law enforcement. So how could it be broken through so easily? It simply doesn't make sense. Chapter 91, Transitioning the Tribulation and Becoming a Sacred Position. No, can't break through at this time. Jotong's face changed drastically and he immediately stopped it. The threshold between a half-saint and a saint was extraordinary, an incomparably terrifying metaphysical barrier between life and death. Before this barrier, it was unknown how many corpses of overwhelmingly powerful people had been buried. When trying to break through, one would often suffer one of the 3 plagues and 4 disasters. Calamity is a major disaster and robbery is a minor disaster. According to Jotong's judgment, most of the robberies were fates and robberies that reinforced bottlenecks. After surviving this calamity, one would have to face one of the 3 plagues, and only by surviving it would one be qualified to step into the realm of a saint. In a way, instead of being a disaster, the natal sinjak is an umbrella. When the cultivator's own strength was not strong enough to face the Great Tribulation, the destiny Shinja would transform into a barrier to prevent the 3 tribulations from coming. By the time a cultivator had the ability to break through the destiny Xin tribulation, it proved that he or she had a certain level of self-preservation, and would not die 10 deaths in the face of a great catastrophe. However, the current situation was bizarre. Jotong was simply unable to sense the aura of the faithful Shinjiao from Moronia's body. The other party's cultivation level was always slowly rising, and it looked like it was about to touch the saint's bottom line. When the time came for the 3 plagues to descend, Moronya's heart demon-ravaged body would never be able to withstand it. Master, quickly stop, or there will be big trouble. Jotong struggled to get up, but was pressed to death by his opponent. I'm not trying to break through. I just feel a little cold. The cold aura on Moronya's body became even heavier, and it had reached a point where Jotong couldn't even withstand it. Her voice became empty and distant, unearthly, and her whole being seemed lost. Wake up! Jotong roared as if it was a thunderous explosion, and the other party remained indifferent. Not only that, but there were 2 lines of bloody tears rolling down from Moronya on the corner of her eyes, a precursor to collapse. The situation is treacherous and can't wait any longer. Don't blame me. Jotong made a decision on the spot, and steeply, red light rushed from his body, and the acacia lock was like an angry dragon gathering, climbing onto Moronya's delicate body. Master, listen to me. Calm down. How do you expect me to calm down? Jotong's eyes widened. This was an unprecedented situation. The harmony lock had unexpectedly failed. Instead of failing, it was more like it was contained, with the power of chaos attached to Moronya's body, helping her to resist the attack of the harmony lock. At that thought, Jotong sucked in a breath of cool air. This indicated that one of the 3 plagues had descended, and only this level of power could temporarily suppress the harmony lock. After just a moment of panic, Jotong regained his composure. The first order of business was to figure out what kind of disaster Moronya had suffered. The perishable body calamity that destroys the physical body, the chaotic god calamity that reverses the chaos of the soul, and the broken Tao calamity that destroys the foundation. Each of them had great terror, and if one got it wrong, the consequences would be unimaginable. No matter what calamity or disaster you are, never harm those I protect. Moronya, I cover. Get it? I'm afraid that Jotong is the only one who dares to threaten a natural disaster throughout the ages, only to see his brow radiantly glowing. His spiritual energy drove long into Moronya's body. Moronya let out a sound that she didn't know whether it was painful or pleasurable, and in an instant, her eyes regained a trace of clarity. Good chance. Jotong seized this momentary opening, and the acacia lock drove in, instantly taking effect and depriving Moronya of her chi. He hurriedly got up and held the limp Moronya in his arms, incomparably carefully feeling everything inside her. Little man, I hate you. The beauty with a head full of white hair raised her eyes stubbornly, her eyes filled with annoyance and unwillingness, extremely aggressive. If it wasn't for the acacia lock, Jotong had no doubt that he would have been lying on the ground at this moment. But immediately afterward, the change came again. Moronya's head full of white frost faded. Her black hair was like a waterfall, and she regained her gentle and elegant temperament. Little one, I like you. I like you a lot. No more bullying. Her hands wrapped around Jotong's neck like snakes, as if she would never let go. Jotong was just about to speak when Moronya frowned again, and bean-sized drops of sweat slid down from his forehead, also wetting Jotong's clothes. It's so hard. My head hurts like something is going to tear me apart. Little one, help me. Seeing this appearance, Jotong instead lowered his heart. It was certain. Moronya was undergoing the torment of the chaotic god calamity. Under this calamity, the soul is rebellious, the spirit is chaotic, and if one is not careful, one will return to a state of ignorance, lose all spiritual wisdom, and become a complete cutie. Don't be afraid. I'm here. I'll carry everything for you. Jotong's heart was filled with pity, and he held the person in his arms even tighter. If it was the other 2 disasters, he might find it tricky, but if it was the chaotic god disaster, he could completely help withstand it, and the Emperor Realm Spirit was simply too big to use to deal with this kind of onslaught. According to common sense, ordinary people cannot help others against disasters, but through the connection of the harmony lock, the 2 had long been indistinguishable from each other, and it was now perfectly feasible. Leave everything to me. As soon as these words came out, Moronya's taut body and mind completely loosened up. Jotong let go of his mind and let the empty door of his spiritual platform open wide, letting the endless calamitous aura drive in. But he stayed still. At this moment, he collected an ocean of greed and anger, which were byproducts of the soul's rebelliousness, but could not harm him in the slightest, and instead became his sustenance. A little more, so I can activate the phaseless Linglong Pearl and step into the realm of no sense. Time slowly flowed. Moronya's cultivation continued to grow steadily, and eventually a gentle arcane light erupted from her body, survived the god of chaos calamity and achieved the sage position. Jotong's face was filled with disbelief. This is a breakthrough to saint? There was neither an infusion of heaven and earth aura nor a shocking thunderbolt vision. The entire process was bland and astringent, and there wasn't even a loud ringing sound. Thinking back to his previous life when he broke through to sainthood, the aura reached the 4 seas, the thunderbolt covered the 9 states, and who in the whole world knew about it? It's a miracle, a miracle. Jotong looked at the fragrant and sweaty beauty in his arms. The other party was full of lethargy and coquettishness, and even shrank towards his arms, revealing an expression of cozy enjoyment. Who would have thought that this existence that was posing as a little girl was actually a female saint with heavenly cultivation? Little one, I'm going to take back what I said before. I don't hate you or like you, Morongya solemnly said. I'm super into you. While saying that, two warm red lips were printed on Jotong's face. This is a reward for you from your master. Your reward is the saint's saliva? Jotong joked. Don't like it? Then open your mouth and master will personally feed it to you. Hold it. I like it. Don't bother your old man. Old for the master? Morongya forced her way in, and her entire body was close to sitting on Jotong's lap. Just then the door opened, and Zhang Chuchia walked in with the little demoness in her clip. I win hemp. Chapter 92 Heavenly Tao List and Nameless Stone. Zhang Chuchao toes the line and returns home victorious. A big sister should be a big sister. Under the same realm, she was almost invincible. Even so, her breath had become much more urgent, indicating that the little demoness was also an outstanding existence. Facing the insoluble yin-yang Dao body, he was only defeated, but a loss is a loss. From now on, she would be the one to take over the ownership of her senior brother, and the little demoness would only be worthy of the right to use it. Now she could announce with abandon that she had won hemp. Not only that, but she wanted her master to be a witness, so she couldn't wait to get back. As soon as they entered, the two girls froze. What's this look? Jotong and his master were about to be stacked on top of each other. Was this master-disciple relationship still decent? The little demoness was happy. Sister cried. I'm numb. Senior sister put down the little demoness and hung her head. I thought it was a big win, but it turned out to be a stolen home, and the person who stole the home was an invincible being. I beat up master. Really? Can we win, sister? The little demoness gloated, hiding her mouth and laughing lightly. Happy, as in win. Senior sister looked at Morongya pitifully, her deep eyes filled with accusations. Master, you don't speak of martial virtues. She complained that she was strong in front of the little demoness, but in front of Morongya, everything was weak. Ahem. As a newly promoted female saint, Morongya felt that she should show the majesty that she possessed. Thus, she slowly got down from Jotong and sat upright. You guys have misunderstood. In fact, just now, Master was playing chess with the little guy. Where's the chessboard? Sister pursued. In the heart. How did it turn out? By a fluke. The master's horseback blow killed the little guy and achieved the final victory. And the master is the one who won the hemp. Zhang Chuchao only felt a brain ache. From now on, who dares to mention the word win in front of her? She will plant the other party into the ground. Where are those two? Why aren't they here? Could it be that they're out on a wave? The little demoness did not see the figures of Long Lingyun and the Sacred Heart Demon Sovereign and asked with some curiosity. They went in search of poetry and distance. Jotong got up with a satisfied look on his face. Just now, when he dissolved the chaotic god Calamity, he also gained a huge benefit, collecting a huge amount of greed and anger, and taking a huge step closer to the realm of the unmistakable. Of these, greed and anger are already complete, and only dementia is still slightly lacking and needs to be specifically filled. To gain but not to gain is to become obsessed. To become intoxicated and confused is to become obsessed. Looking at the three beauties beside him, a hint of evil thoughts rose in Jotong's heart. Two of them volunteered to be in chains and entrusted everything to themselves. The eldest sister didn't need to be told that the confession of love at first sight was unforgettable. If you can take your relationship with them further, you're bound to get a steady stream of infatuation. But soon the idea was snuffed out. These were the people he was trying to protect, not the tools of his training. Zhang Chuchao raised her eyebrows. Because of her physique, she was extremely sensitive to any changes. Jotong's thoughts for a moment were captured by her. What a loser! She glanced sideways and threw a coquettish glance. A glimpse of flavor. Jotong instantly red-warmed. It was shameful enough to have evil thoughts discovered, but to be disliked. How could this be tolerated? Only to see him rushing forward with large strides, one hand cupping his senior sister's delicate chin, forcing the other to tilt her face up and meet him in all four eyes. You, elder sister was caught off guard by this sneak attack, first panicking for a split second, then regaining her composure, her black and white eyes filled with provocation. I guess you wouldn't dare to be more intemperate. Let's just let you have your moment first. Don't think I'll let you off the hook. I was afraid you wouldn't be able to spare me the rough stuff. Teenagers are always gentle. It's going to make people look down on them. Sifu went toe-to-toe and didn't back down. A red light flashed in Jotong's eyes. Don't you ever just be powerful with your mouth? But when it comes down to it, you'll be scared to the point where your legs are weak. That way I'll be laughing at you for the rest of your life. Listen, little boy. Senior sister tugged at Jotong's collar and said aggressively, I've been waiting for you with all my heart every moment. every split second. And that will never change. I say, if you two aren't going to do your business on the spot, then separate. The little demoness couldn't bear it and intervened in the middle of the two, interrupting their emotional exchange. Little Luna, you better not sleep too much at night. If I catch you, I'll see if I don't bust your little ass. The senior sister gritted her teeth and threatened fiercely. Stop it. Morongya finally snapped. Sacred Heart and Lingyun are still outside. It's not safe for girls to go out at night. It's better to get them back quickly. Jotong was filled with speechlessness. One of those two guys was the reincarnation of the demon Venerable and the other was the heir of the Sword Saint. They were walking at night. The ones who should be worried about their own safety should be the outlaws. What's more, Jotong's spiritual power had long since radiated out, covering 100 miles in every direction, and the two men's traces had always been within his grasp. There's no need to look for them. They're already back, and they're getting a good haul. As soon as the words left his mouth, he only heard two loud thuds, as if something heavy had smashed down. A few people hurriedly went out to check, only to see Long Lingyun and Sacred Heart sweating profusely, and on the ground next to them were inserted two huge stone tablets with no words on them, which didn't seem to be mortal. Jotong's pupils shrunk slightly as he felt the unique aura emanating from the two stone monuments, and was instantly reminded of memories from a long time ago. Is this something you can just move to? He mumbled something that caught Long Lingyun's attention. Senior brother, do you know the origin of this stone tablet? I was out wandering with Sacred Heart and found these two stones in the wild. At that time, I only felt that there was something extraordinary about them, so I carried them back. Not to mention, this weight is really heavy. I kinda knew that. Jotong's face sank slightly. It should have been decades ago when 18 meteors crashed into the earth, forming 18 stone monuments. Of these 18 stones, 9 reflected the heavens and formed the Heavenly Tao list, while the other 9 were nameless stones. The so-called Heavenly Tao list, as the name suggests, is a list. It mirrored the strength rankings of various cultivators, and as long as the cultivators could appear on the list, all of them would be gifted by the Heavenly Tao and thus be transformed. There are 2 ways to get on the list. One of them is to battle all the opponents and trample all the competitors underfoot. So naturally, you will be on the top of the list. The second is to directly carve the name on the list. This road is more dangerous. Strength and talent are indispensable. A little carelessness will suffer from the heavens way back. The consequences are miserable. As for the nameless stone, in his previous life Jotong had never figured out its purpose until his death, as if it was an ordinary stone. If I'm not mistaken, these 2 stone tablets, one of them is the Sword Tao Heavenly ranking and the other is the Nameless Stone. Chapter 93, Ruling the Heavenly Tao List. Illiterates surprisingly literate. The Heavenly Tao List, what is that thing? Several people simultaneously revealed an expression of ignorance and looked at Jotong in confusion. No wonder they didn't know that it would be another couple decades before the secrets of the Heavenly Tao ranking would be revealed. After Jotong spoke clearly, several women looked at each other with shock in their eyes. This thing can be so amazing. As a saint, Morongya's perception of all things in heaven and earth had become even sharper, and she could detect the extraordinary nature of the stone tablet. This Heavenly Tao list doesn't have a ranking function right now. If someone carves their name on it, wouldn't that make it list 1? Sacred Heart asked curiously, leaping to his feet. In theory, Jotong nodded his head and said that the Heavenly Tao list already contained divine might within it, and the complete law had been born long ago, but it was only hidden. If someone forcefully triggered the law, I'm sure it would take effect. In that case, let's give it a try. Mariah was the first to step forward, and it was the safest option. With her current strength, she could handle any surprises. Snort! Just by sliding her fingertips, a flying light appeared and flowed towards the stone tablet. The moment it made contact, the Heavenly Tao list erupted with a strong light, as if it were a barrier, bouncing that light away. A repulsion has arisen, and it seems that you are not meant to be. Jotong smiled and thought in his heart that perhaps the power of the sage level was too strong, causing the stone monument to create self-protection. It's my turn next. Jotong volunteered and walked forward with great strides, and before he even got close, he felt a powerful repulsive force. I don't believe it yet. His heart was stubborn, and his terrifying spiritual power swept forward like a wave, only to hear a thud, and the stone tablet was directly shaken away and smashed into the land once more. Looks like I can't either. This thing can really pick M. Jotong said helplessly. Immediately after that, the little demoness and Zhang Chuqiao both tried, and they were also unable to touch the Heavenly Tao list, or even come close. That leaves only 2 correct answers. Since this stone tablet was carried back by Long Lingyun and Sacred Heart, it meant that they were recognized. You 2 carve your names. This is a great opportunity. Don't waste it. Hearing this, the 2 of them were overjoyed. This outing to explore was really not in vain. Remember, you must act according to your strength. If you don't have enough strength and still want to force it, you will suffer. Both of them agreed at the same time, bursting out the sharpest aura that was contained in their index fingers, pointing at the heavenly Tao list. The writing begins. It was a difficult process, and between the carvings, the flying fire flowed, and the brilliant haze was like the rising sun, briefly illuminating the night. Long Lingyun was the first to finish carving. She only wrote the word dragon and then stopped, except for her face, which was a little red. Her breath was not disturbed in the slightest. The Sacred Heart Demon Sovereign also only carved the word holy, but she was sweating profusely, and her entire body was weakened, looking like she had consumed a great deal. The two of them subconsciously looked at each other and both gave a knowing smile. So there's something lacking in her strength, too. Sacred Heart felt better. So this little girl can't read or write either. Little like, pretending to be pretty much the same before. Long Lingyun also laughed, happy to the core. Both have bright futures ahead of them. Suddenly, the stone tablet glowed greatly. Words flew and strokes were sketched, a sign of being activated. And the initial list was about to appear. Sword Dao Heavenly Ranking. Top, Dragon. Second place, Essay. Enforcer, Long. The hearts of those present simultaneously shook as these few words appeared not only on the stone tablet, but also in their minds. What's going on? This should be a heavenly declaration. The Sacred Heart gave an answer after pondering. So it seemed that the heavenly Tao list was indeed not false. Zhou Tong also dispersed his spiritual power, and within a 10-mile radius, most of the people had dismayed expressions, and it was obvious that they had also received the heavenly Tao announcement. Boom! Above the night sky, there was a sudden wind and thunderstorm, and a majestic one eye appeared, casting a gaze at Long Lingyun and the two of them. It is the gaze of the Great Way. Zhou Tong was slightly startled. This situation was just like when the Jade Clearance sect had set up the heaven-invoking Tao formation to forcibly help Tangchi have an epiphany. Only the two epiphanies were at very different levels, and the heavenly Tao list stayed in comparison to it. It was undoubtedly a descending dimensional blow. Long Lingyun's gaze opened and closed. His eyes were like deep pools, hiding thousands of sharp swords. Her sword Tao cultivation had broken through again, reaching the great accomplishment of sword power, and it was all water under the bridge. As for the Sacred Heart, she was not proficient in the way of the sword, and having been baptized by chance, she had some self-understanding of the way of the sword in her heart. On top of that, the two of them had received tremendous benefits, their cultivation levels skyrocketing at the same time, crossing the transcendent separation. The eye of the heavenly Tao closed and gradually dissipated, and the thunderbolt arrived as expected. Master Teacher, cover up the aura here, Zhou Tong said, and Moronya immediately complied, sealing the four directions of heaven and earth with a wave of her hand, only letting in the robbing clouds. This is the might of a saint, having reached the point of doing as he pleases. Zhou Tong did not feel worried for the two in the slightest. The transcendent separation was certainly perilous, but with their qualifications, there was absolutely no possibility of them turning over in the gutter. As expected, Long Lingyun, one person and one sword, killed directly into the sky. The double tribulation fusion couldn't even stop her, and even though there were 1,000 paths of thunder, they were wiped out by her sword. A moment later, the dark clouds dispersed and starlight poured down, illuminating this side of space. Is this the heaven-shattering realm? Such a terrifying rise is really unprecedented. Long Lingyun was extremely excited, and only felt lightness in his body. The combat power has gone up at least 6 times. With a sweep of his gaze, Zhou Tong could see the depths of her. As for Sacred Heart, she was difficult to gauge because she was too special, but looking at how happy she was, it was clear that she had also made a lot of progress. What a surprise today! Thanks to this big guy, Long Lingyun arrived in front of the heavenly Tao list and gently tapped on the stone tablet. I didn't realize you were black and hard, but you're still a gentle being. I'll remember this favor. As soon as the words fell, the heavenly Tao list reacted, only to see it drastically shrink and turn into a palm-sized stone tablet. Long Lingyun reached out to grab it, and as soon as she made contact, the stone tablet merged into her palm. It's amazing. It's the first time I've seen a list holder that looks like this. Zhou Tong was a bit surprised, yet the one who was even more surprised was Long Lingyun. One more word popped into her head, and she was pretty sure it was pronounced holy. As an illiterate person, she could not even recognize the word one except for her family name, but now she can read more complicated words. What did this mean? Her illiteracy was saved, and she could learn more words as soon as another name appeared on the Tendo list. Although she didn't know what use it would be yet, she was certain that a literate wordless wiseman was bound to be able to go farther on the path of cultivation. Chapter 90. For the contract has been made, and thou shalt be given what thou shalt need. A few words popped into my head. What about you guys? At this very moment, there are people all over the world asking their peers around them. I'm the same. There are 2 more rankings in the Sword Dao Heavenly ranking or something. First place goes to the dragon, right? That's right. Second place is saint. And it looks like all of us are the same. All of us got the same message. This is a heavenly declaration. Some old men said with a grave expression. These two names should have been recognized by the heavenly Tao, representing the pinnacle of the current sword Tao. This guess is right, but only half right. It's Tendo proclaiming yes, but it's not the pinnacle. It's just on the list by virtue of speculation. But there are plenty of people who believe it. Dragon and saint. Just hearing the names is full of power. This should be the incarnation of some kind of supreme being. That's what I think too. And it's even possible that the other party is so overpowered that even the heavenly Tao has to avoid its real name and can only use a code name instead. If Joe notified Tao of what these people had in mind, he would inevitably sigh in his heart. The world of imagination is really omnipotent. Looking at the remaining nameless monument, he fell into deep thought. What exactly should I do with this thing? In his previous life, he had come into contact with all the nameless monuments, and although he was certain of their extraordinary origins, he had never been able to penetrate their mysteries. Maybe it's not enough karma, he muttered to himself, subconsciously wanting to touch the nameless stone tablet again, but immediately afterward, his expression changed. This time it felt wrong. Jotong's eyes widened. Even the slightest change could not escape his perception. The monolith felt very different from its previous life, full of surging energy. It's like meeting the owner. With this thought, he hastily poured his own power into it. Both aura and spirit power were tried, and the results were still disappointing, not triggering the slightest reaction. If that's the case, then let's split it open. I'd like to see what's in here. Jotong took a deep breath as his gaze became incomparably sharp. Master, lend me your strength. Without the slightest hesitation, Morongya's sea of red dust rippled open, and a terrifying might surged from the void, inflicting itself on Jotong's body. Hexagram breaking sword, heavenly sword, divine strike break, vast sword power. Rolling and roaring, Jotong had an extra 3 feet of golden light in his palm, only to see him holding the sword with both hands and ruthlessly chopping down. Gada gada. The stone tablet trembled violently, like fear and like excitement. When the two really touched for a split second, that stone tablet seemed to have awakened and bloomed with an extremely dazzling light, between the haze and rays of color. But there was a golden dragon soaring. In the queen's chambers, 1,000 myriads had long since entered dreamland. She didn't sleep well, tossing and turning, cold sweat seeping from her forehead. She suffered another nightmare after a long time. This time, unlike her previous dreams, she was in a vast space, vast and boundless. She was like a speck of dust suspended in midair, with no sky above her, no earth below her, and even more nothingness around her. This sense of deep silence can drive a person crazy. Could this also be a prophetic dream? She muttered to herself, surprisingly retaining her waking consciousness this time she dreamed. Roar! Right at this moment, a terrifying dragon roar shook the space, followed by a 10,000 feet long dragon snaking out of the world, covered in golden light, scales and claws flying. Qian Miaoyu's body stiffened, her cold sweat was pouring out, and her hands and feet were cold. The golden dragon stared at her, its eyes gulping red light as if it had sought out a tasty blood meal. No good. She couldn't stop trembling, and there was a fear from her soul sweeping through her body as if she had met a natural enemy. I'm going to run away, and I have to run away fast to do it. Even in her dreams, she wanted to stay away from the golden dragon. It was a pity that she was too small, and a slight prancing of that huge dragon seemed to be able to cover the heavens, and when its body coiled, it could roll down thousands of stars. She couldn't escape at all. Weak as an ant, she could only obediently lead her neck to be killed. At the moment of life and death, countless dusty memories came flooding back one after another. I remember them all. Qian Miaoyu's face turned white. Her father had the same dream when he was alive. Not only him, even her royal grandfather had a similar dream. Shortly after that, the two collapsed, and for the kings of the Ling Shao Empire, this dream was the final dream, heralding the coming of death. This golden dragon was the dragon vein of the heavenly Tao domain. The imperial royal family wanted to obtain the mandate of heaven and fed the dragon vein with their essence blood, making it bloodthirsty and crazy, and now it was time for her to bear the evil consequences. After thinking everything through, 1,000 Myriad's heart was filled with despair. No, I can't die yet. Even if I'm given another 10 years, I'll be able to arrange the aftermath. She muttered to herself, pleading helplessly, but could not move the brutal dragon's vein. That golden dragon lost its patience and swooped down, about to devour it completely. It's over. Qian Miaoyu's eyes were lax and she almost gave up resisting. Just at the last moment, a teenager's figure unexpectedly surfaced in her mind. The other party was not magnificent, but that thin body seemed to be able to carry the entire dry heavens, as if she had grabbed a lifesaver. She called out in a loud voice, pinning all her hopes on that figure. Hakim, save me. It was quite unreasonable, and as soon as these words were spoken, the entire dream world changed, and the 10 worlds were illuminated. High above the sky, a figure of 10,000 lights suddenly stood in it. The person's face was a blur, only the outline was vaguely visible. Hakim, thousand myriad Hyun was crying, as if she had found something to rely on, and the fear in her heart was gone. She looked at the sky with affection. Between life and death, there was still someone who was willing to shield her from the wind and rain. The Honorable Empress was completely moved. Secretary, if I can survive, I will make an eternal alliance with you, and we will never abandon each other in life and death. And if we break our promise, we will never be able to return. The queen prayed devoutly and made a heavy vow. The deed is done, and in answer to thy request, give thee what thou hast promised. An endlessly majestic voice descended, and immediately afterward, that figure took one step out, and a shadow that connected heaven and earth appeared behind him. Could it be a phantom? Thousand myriads of words froze. She raised her head to look. She couldn't see the face of the Dharma, and when she looked down, the only thing that was reflected in her eyes was the vast abyss. The giant dragon was like a loach in front of the Dharma phase, and could only let out a timid roar. Sword come! With a roar, gulping wind and thunder, the dragon-slaying sword appeared in the palm of the Dharma phase. Brilliant spirit, honor my edict and behead without pardon. Each word was a thunderous pronouncement that was going to collapse the heavens, and the dragon vein had unexpectedly fled without a fight. It was only a pity that it was as if it was like the thousand myriads of words just now, and all struggles were in vain. The sword light suppressed and the dragon vein was the first to be torn apart, along with this world of nothingness. Chapter 95 On the risk of Master Tang Chi turning into a dog. Xian Miaoyu woke up violently, her body already drenched in sweat. Hakim, she muttered to herself, pressing her hands to her left side of her ribs. The dragon's robe was lifted, and the snow-white skin was emblazoned with the pattern of a flying dragon. It is both a refuge and a curse. In the past, whenever the dragon vein attacked, Xian Miao Miao would feel a searing pain in her heart, but this time, all she felt there was coolness, and she had never been so comfortable in all her years. Hakim, only you can stabilize my heart, no matter what. I'll settle for you. She stretched out her slender palm, and then slowly clenched it, as if she had grasped something important. Do you really think that this queen is the kind of person who doesn't fight? Come on man, she called out. The personal guards immediately fishtailed into the room. What does your majesty command? Fetch me the mountain river ding ding seal. The moment these words came out, all the people around them trembled. What is your majesty doing? That great seal is no ordinary thing. It is said that 10,000 years ago, when the empire was first established, this seal was the treasure of the empire, condensing the efforts and merits of the successive kings, representing orthodoxy and authority. Whoever obtains this seal is equivalent to obtaining half of the Ling Shao Empire. A few moments later, the great seal was fetched. The queen was just about to go out with the box in her hand, but she saw a moonlit round hanging high in the sky. The stars were dotted and the haze was thick. It was not a good time to pay a visit. The night is late. I'm afraid the guest minister has already gone to bed, so it's not too late for me to see him again in the coming day. With that thought in mind, the empress went back to bed, and this time she slept incredibly soundly, with no more nightmares coming to her. As it turns out, nightmares are conserved and don't disappear or arise out of thin air. They just transfer from one person to someone else. In the Fengxiang Inn, in a dilapidated room, Tang Chi let out a terrified roar. He awoke from his stupor, his eyes bloodshot, and the first thing he did was feel for his crotch. It's still there, that's great. A rich color of resentment flashed in his eyes as he celebrated. He recalled Zhang Chuxiao's slightly slender figure, by which he had almost been turned into a eunuch. Old man, I want to kill that person by 1,000 cuts and let him die without a burial place. Tang Chi had anger pent up in his heart, and he swore not to take this revenge. That man is dangerous. His hidden strength is unfathomable. The soul body said in a grave tone. Of course I know, but I just want him dead. There must be something you can do. His tone was sure, full of anticipation, and a faint hint of menace. This old ghost's origin is extremely extraordinary, and there must be a bottom card that has not been revealed. Ugh, the old ghost sighed deeply. I originally wanted to wait for you to grow to be a strong Sangha realm member, and only teach you when you had accumulated enough vitality in your body. I didn't expect you to be so eager. I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse. Hearing this, Tang Chi's eyes lit up. This old thing really does have a private stash. Cut the crap and bring it all out. I'm sure I can handle it perfectly. Just as well. It may be the will of God. As soon as the old man's words left his mouth, an additional mastery appeared in Tang Chi's mind. 10,000 transformations grand technique. Heaven swallowing demon technique. One look at the name and he couldn't help but suck in a breath of aura. This was definitely an extremely domineering existence. Right up his alley. Check it out carefully, and it's true. By operating this technique, one could forcibly plunder the aura of all things for their own use, and could even directly seize someone else's cultivation. What an anticlimax this is. He already had plans in his mind. For those who had offended him, he was no longer prepared to go on a killing spree, but rather to drain the other party's cultivation, so that they would forever live on in the world and suffer the abuse of mortals. These people included Zhou Tong, Zhang Chuqiao, and also, that guest minister. Just thinking about this person, Tang Qi couldn't remain calm. Not only did the other party have a face that made him most disgusted, but he also dared to slap him in public, and he kept every single one of these accounts firmly in his mind. If you want to take revenge, you have to have absolute strength. It just so happened that the last article of the heaven-swallowing demon technique perfectly fit his mind. The great law of 10,000 transformations. His eyes flickered, mesmerized by its contents. The heaven-swallowing devil technique could devour everything, which included himself. If one swallowed 20 years of one's own lifespan in one breath, it would cause a terrifying surge in one's own cultivation to occur, sustaining it for an hour. If he was in the state of the great law of 10,000 transformations and with the old man's assistance, he was even confident that he would be able to cross 2 great realms in a row and compete with Mo Lu Shu. It wasn't until now that he finally had the courage to face off against a supreme powerhouse. It's just a pity that this 10,000 transformations grand technique can't be used consecutively. Otherwise who would dare to speak loudly in front of me? Tang Qi lamented. But he heard the old man chortle. Nonsense. That's just the ultimate means to save your life. You can't use it lightly as a last resort. Don't you know that only your own cultivation is king? Okay, I got it. Tang Qi said perfunctorily, not taking the old man's words to heart at all. It's just an old man. Do you really think you're a dish? At one time, he did respect this soul, but along with several consecutive defeats, he blamed the old man for a time. It's the other person's fault for not being strong enough to have their dignity thwarted. In the end, this old man was nothing more than a wandering soul that relied on him to survive. And as long as he didn't help him remake his physical body, then he would always be a dog by his side. As for the side effects of the manifestation technique, that was even more ridiculous. Was 20 years of longevity a lot? To cultivators, this was simply the existence of a single hair of 9 cows, and with the aid of the heaven-swallowing demon technique, it was only a matter of minutes to make up for the missing vitality. Knock knock. A knock on the door suddenly sounded, pulling back his tyrannical thoughts. Senior, are you there? Xia Hongsu's voice came out. Elder sister, what do you want to see me about? Tang Qi poked his head out of the grocery room, greed in his eyes. He couldn't wait to use this person to test the power of the heavenly demon power immediately. Then senior sister will get right to the point. Xia Hongsu said with a grim expression. Don't you think Zhou Tong and Chanlinger are a bit too much of an eyesore? When these words came out, even Tang Qi was stunned. One is a waste and the other is a licking dog. I hate these two types of people the most. They don't deserve to remain in the Jade Clearance sect anymore, she said bluntly, but hid what she was really thinking. She only wanted to break up Mo Liu Su and Zhou Tong, and as for the rest, it was merely a matter of going along for the ride. What do you want me to do? Tang Qi asked. It's very simple. Senior sister, I've already calculated that the entire imperial capital will be thrown into chaos on the day of the auction, and the two of us will be able to purge all obstacles by joining forces at that time. Who are you to say such things? Tang Qi was a bit moved. But he couldn't see Xia Hongsu's cultivation and thought that the other party was a pure liability. As long as you listen to me, senior sister can help you take out that guest minister. What do you think? When these words came out, Tang Qi instantly became excited. Chapter 96, Humble to the Dust Chenling Heir. Do you realize what you're saying? Tang Qi asked in a solemn tone. Regardless of whether it was Zhou Tong or Chenlinger, he didn't put it in his eyes. There was only that guest minister, who made him incomparably jealous. The opponent's strength was really somewhat unfathomable. When he thought of the scene where the other party dragged down the Heavenly Star and wiped out the Acacia Sect's regiment, he couldn't stop his heart from palpitating. But no matter what, the other party dared to humiliate himself to his face, and already had a way to take his death. That Hakim, he will kill. Of course I'm aware of that, and the fact that no one but you could have killed that guy, Xia Hongsleeve said mysteriously, causing Tang Qi to look shocked, and instantly became interested. What does that mean? You don't know. That person has a void fate. The 10,000 calamities don't add to his body, and only a person with great chi can restrain him. And you're the one with great fortune. I once told a fortune for you. You're bound to become the most powerful in the future. A single blowout made Tang Qi a little fluttery, and ecstasy welled up in his heart. He knew that he was never destined for heaven. I can work with you. Without even thinking about it, Tang Qi directly agreed. The future great emperor should suppress all enemies. Xia Hongsu would smile. Her sandalwood mouth lightly opened. and a jade pearl and a jade talisman were spat out by her. Seeing these two items, Tang Chi's pupils suddenly shrunk as he sensed extremely extraordinary fluctuations. This is a treasure that my family's ancestors obtained in a secret realm. This jade bead is called the Tiani bead, and it will allow you to skyrocket your cultivation in a short period of time. This jade talisman is called the Talisman of Disordered Fate, and it can temporarily disable the Void Fate, creating an opportunity for you to kill with one strike. I entrusted these two treasures to you, so I'm sure you already know what to do. That's natural. Tang Chi laughed sarcastically and nonchalantly took the two treasures. He had never been more ambitious than he was now. Tiani Pearl plus the 10,000 transformations grand technique, plus the old ghost soul infusion. If these three cards were used together, who would be his opponent? Don't worry, senior sister. When I slaughter that scumbag, everything else will be trivial. Hearing this, Xia Honso finally revealed a satisfied smile. Her future is in her hands. In the other room, Chen Linger woke up. She looked at the Zhoutong who was close at hand, her eyes filled with fear and hatred. I can't believe that you can still remember what happened before. My memory deletion technique has never failed yet, Ran Hanqing said with interest, like she was surveying a rare treasure. This girl was definitely gifted. As soon as these words came out, Chen Linger trembled as she recalled the horrifying scene where the other party had easily killed the life and death realm. But immediately afterward, her face turned even paler, as if she had thought of something even more horrible. You're not my senior brother. That goes without saying? Ran Hanqing mockingly laughed as her body flashed with haze, revealing her true appearance. So beautiful. Chen Linger was infatuated for a split second, but immediately, intense hatred surged out from the bottom of her eyes. You replaced my senior brother, so where is he himself? Did you kill him? This has nothing to do with you. Ran Hanqing looked like she had lost her patience and walked towards the other party. There's no need to be afraid. This time I'll completely erase your memories and make you forget all your sorrows, including Zhoutong. No! Chen Linger suddenly erupted with a powerful emotion, one that even overpowered fear, only to see her draw her sword and put it on her neck, with a look of death. Tell me if my senior brother is still alive, or I'll kill myself on the spot. You think I care? Ran Hanqing was disdainful. She didn't think the other party had the courage to cut herself off, but immediately afterward, Chen Linger reversed her thoughts, only to see her dragging her rapier, and immediately a splash of blood red appeared on her neck. How dare she get real? So what if it is? So what if it isn't? Ran Hanqing stopped and asked with some confusion, not understanding why the other party was overreacting so much. If senior brother is still alive and well, I'm at your mercy. If he's dead, then I won't live either. Hearing these words, Ran Hanqing was greatly touched. She didn't doubt the other party's words. As long as she said that Zhoutong was dead, Chen Linger would definitely kill herself at the first opportunity. Are you guys close? Answer me. That's just it. I'll be blunt. That man is alive and well, and I'm not his enemy. Bam! The longsword fell to the ground, and as if Chen Linger had been drained of all her strength, her entire body collapsed to the ground, covering her face with her hands as she suppressed her sobs. Great, he's still alive. It's really great, heaven forbid. Hooray! It was as if she had been robbed of her life, and as if she had 1,000 deep feelings that she had no place to vent, causing Ren Hanqi to show a disgusted expression. What are you still pretending here? Ren Hanqing had already learned about Zhoutong's deeds from Morongya, and her heart had long been filled with contempt for Chen Linger. When she thought of Zhoutong, Ren Hanqing couldn't help but marvel at him. How magnificent and handsome that little fellow was. What a blessing it was to be adored by such a person. And yet there were always people who didn't know how to cherish it. Just like this Chen Linger in front of her. Not only did she hang on to the former Zhoutong, but she also endlessly belittled him and framed him, which made Ren Hanqing couldn't help but wonder if this person's brain had been caught in a toilet bowl. Now that Zhoutong had left completely, treating her like a piece of cake, she only thought of regretting and pretending to be deeply in love. Was it not a bit too late to comprehend? One word for such people. Lowly, and it's still to the bone. Hopelessly so. Don't cry. He won't come back if you cry anymore. Once something is lost, you can never get it back. Ren Hanqing killed, and with just one sentence, he completely shattered Chen Linger's spirit. You lie. How could he give it up? Chen Linger seemed to be stimulated by the word forever. We were obviously on good terms before, now he's just mad at me. Yeah, just wait for his anger to die down, he'll be again. Don't daydream. You know it by heart. Once again, Mercy Coldstar crushes her extravagant hopes and further executes her heart. I don't want it. Chen Linger let out a miserable scream as if she had been hit hard, and her entire body fell to her knees. Sister, help me, please. As if she had grabbed a lifesaver, she flopped down at Ren Hanqing's feet and hugged the other's calf tightly. I know my sister can reach him. I just want to see him one time. Just one time, okay? At this moment, Chen Linger was as fragile as a small flower in a gale, as if she was going to shatter the next moment. Sister, just help me for once. After it's done, I'm willing to be your slave girl, to be driven at your will, with no complaints whatsoever. I can swear on my martial heart. Hearing these words, Ren Hanqing finally moved a few points. I'll try, but don't get your hopes up. Thank you, sis. Chen Linger immediately broke into tears. Chapter 97. Without you, it means the most to me. The cold moon is clear and the insects are chirping. In an empty wilderness outside the imperial capital, two beauties stood side by side, gazing at the long sky. If there are mortals to see this scene, we'll certainly stop, for this enchanted admiration, or a literati confusion pass by. We'll also put pen to paper, leaving a fine poem. It's a pity that only the breeze and the moon can be enjoyed together. Sister, am I beautiful? Chen Linger looked at Ren Hanqing, who stood indifferently beside her, and asked somewhat timidly. At the moment, she was very different from her usual self. Because of her indulgence in swordsmanship, she always wore a strong suit, which was valiant but less soft and beautiful. Tonight, she changed into her long-lost daughter's costume. The long blue water dress flowed and rippled, outlining a perfect and exquisite body. Less than a grip of the small savage waist is slender and soft. After the flat belly, is sharply bulging, waves such as the fury of the two peaks. See her feet on the gold silk track, white wrist wear jade ring, ears wear bright moon jewelry, between the eyebrows point of vermilion. A knitted brows are tenderness, every move to show all the splendor. Not even the best painter can interpret this look between pen and paper. Beautiful. No matter how picky Ren Hanqing was, he couldn't say anything with his eyes open. The current Chen Linger was indeed beautiful beyond words, especially that weak and delicate beauty that always made people unable to help but feel pampered. Thank you, sister. Chen Linger smiled. Her hand held one-sided skirt swirling lightly in place, causing the corner of her skirt to swing out in a lively circle in the air. These are the gifts he used to bestow on me. Do you think he would have liked them? Chen Linger smiled futilely. Since Zhou Tong replied that he would come to the appointment, her entire being was surrounded by great happiness. A man will die for a friend who understands him. A woman is a woman. Seeing her demonic appearance, Ren Hanqing still splashed cold water. Clothes are not as good as new, she said lightly, implying that the Zhou Tong that was once there was long gone. Right, people are better than the old. Junior brother always remembers old feelings. I don't believe he'll keep ignoring me. Hearing these words, Ren Hanqing was instantly filled with black lines, followed by thick speechlessness. Creatures like licking dogs are really good at self-congratulation. Phew, the wind blew and the moonlight cast his shadow. Coming, Ren Hanqing took 2 steps back, choosing to watch from the sidelines. Shidoshi, Chen Linger looked up in surprise, and the soulful silhouette was still reflected in her eyes even with the moonlight at her back. At this moment, her heart stopped half a beat and she subconsciously held her breath. The young man is peerless. When it is so, how could I have missed it? I was so blind and I don't know whose ecstasy I was on. She kept beating herself up in her mind and couldn't help but rejoice. Fortunately, she had a chance to make amends. You're really here. Is it really you? I knew you'd come. The moment Zhou Tong landed on the ground, Chen Linger was like a bird returning to its nest, wanting to jump into his arms. Hexagram breaking sword. Zhou Tong put his 2 fingers together and made a stroke in front of him. Fire, clouds and mud apart. A line of fire rose up from the ground, completely dividing the two. Chen Linger stopped in her tracks, and it wasn't the blazing flames that stopped her, but Zhou Tong's icy gaze. Senior, she called out, her face no longer bloody. Just say what you have to say. Can we go back in time? Just like when we were. She bit her lip lightly. Her eyes held a color of expectation. Being gazed at like this, I'm afraid that any other man would not be able to refuse. Only Zhou Tong would return a sneer. Let me continue to be your licking dog? You're quite good at enjoying yourself. You're not. Never have been. Chen Linger was on the verge of crying with impatience and hurriedly explained. It's that I'm too twisted to respond directly when I've clearly noticed your feelings. I just wanted to see how much you cared about me. That's why I treated you with indifference. I actually like you too. Only to see her lifting the hem of her skirt, she displayed her wonderful figure to Zhou Tong. Remember this getup? You picked it out for me yourself. I've always had good taste. Zhou Tong boasted smugly, and hearing this, the other party finally revealed a hint of a smile. It's just a shame I was such a poor judge of character at the time. As soon as these words came out, the smile on Chen Linger's face abruptly froze again. What do you keep these for? Don't you think it's disgusting? Don't you think it's filthy? Don't you think it's ridiculous? When I was in the Jade Clearance sect, you thought these things were filthy. Did they become clean instead after I left? Then you should stay away from me even more. Preferably never. I don't want it. Looking terrified, she stepped across the line of fire, letting the flames bite into the hem of her skirt. Are you that cold? That unfeeling, that cruel? We've been together for 10 years, and you're just going to throw it all away? Doesn't it hurt? As she said that, she opened her arms and was about to hug Jotong, her puffy breast sticking out in front of her, almost sticking to Jotong's body. Why can't you just look at me a little longer? Then maybe you'll like me again. Chanlinger, there are some things I'm about to forget. Can I ask you a few questions? Jotong revealed a kind smile, and Chanlinger nodded her head repeatedly. Ask all you want. I know all the answers. Well then, tell me, for whom did I wear out my spirit in the first place? Setting up the Heavenly Dao formation and helping her become the leader of the Sword Dao among her peers at the time? And who was it that was afraid that my Sword Dao cultivation would surpass Tang Chi's and smashed off 5 of my fingers, making it almost impossible for me to use my sword again? Hearing this, Chanlinger's body shook as if she was unsteady on her feet and would fall to the ground at any moment. It's me. Very well, tell me again. Who was the one who peacefully accepted all my cultivation resources in the first place? And who was the one who forced me to give up all my opportunities to Tang Chi? Or am I? Tell me again. When the 100 Clans battle was fought, who was it that I risked 9 deaths to save before rushing to the Jedi? And who was it that falsely accused me of risking my life to grab the credit, and put all the credit on Tang Chi's head? Chanlinger did not speak anymore. Her body also lost its strength, and she softly knelt down in front of Jotong. Even so, she still had one hand still pinching the hem of Jotong's coat in death. And, stop saying that. I know I'm wrong. Chanlinger sobbed uncontrollably. This pile and piece she remembered vividly, and some of them were even intentional. At that time, she only thought it was fun, and now she thinks about it. That can be like behavior. If she were to swap her with Jotong, she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to last even a day, while Jotong had held on for a full decade with a pair of 7. Senior brother, can't we just let all this go? We can start over. I'll give you whatever you want, even if it's me. No, Jotong refused dryly. Why? Is the past more important than me? No, none of this is as important as you. But, Jotong blandly said, again causing a light to emerge in Chanlinger's eyes. But what? Without you, it means the most to me. Chapter 98, Mother, you dared to steal my husband from me? It's important to me without you. Jotong's expression was bland, as if he was talking about this trivial matter. However, the indifference in the tone was like an ice thorn in a cold sky, ruthlessly piercing into Chanlinger's bone marrow. She only felt that her 5 senses were going to disappear, and her body felt like it was turning into a broken statue, and the whole thing would fall apart at the slightest touch. It's all over. There's no chance at all. It is often under great despair that some people are able to put themselves out of the way and see things clearly. If Jotong cursed at her, looked agitated and complained about the grievances she received back then, or even made a move on her, she could smile. She had even rehearsed in her mind hundreds of times that if Jotong became angry, she would put her posture to the lowest level and use her warmth to smooth out Jotong's scars, completing the redemption with love. It was a pity that Jotong didn't give him this chance at all. A clean break. A complete break. Why is this happening? It's not my intention, she muttered to herself in disorientation. Her whole body hugged into a ball and curled up trembling as if the world had turned away from her. What to do with it? To kill or not to kill? Mercy Coldstar walked up. It was almost dawn, leaving little time for them to spend together. It's useless to me to see you in a good mood, Jotong said casually, which caused Chanlinger to suffer even more, her heart like a knife. That junior apprentice brother who had once been full of her eyes now didn't even have the heart to dispose of her. Come on the moon and ride the wind. Jotong verticalized up high into the air, not even leaving behind a single glance. Girl, little girl. Ren Hanqing walked over with an incredibly complicated expression. She was never kind, but being a woman, she was always extra emotional. Seeing this pitiful appearance of Chanlinger, even though she knew that the other party deserved it, she couldn't help but feel a sourness in her heart. Sis, he really doesn't care anymore. He dropped me off and will never want me again. The words were like opening a floodgate of long pent-up emotions that spilled out with fervor. Chanlinger hugged Ren Hanqing tightly. Whether it was an enemy or a friend, she just wanted to find someone to talk to now. Forget about him, I can erase your memory. Ren Hanqing stroked the other party's hair, and for the first time in his heart, he felt compassion for it. No, I will never. Chanlinger reacted vehemently and shook her head. He must be punishing me to make me savor this torment of begging. I'll just do as he wishes. It's all what I deserve. Ugh, you know, that guy wouldn't care. But I care. Chanlinger stood up shakily, and after wiping away her tears, her eyes gradually became firm. Sister, from now on I'm your person. You can drive me as much as you want and I won't have any complaints. Even if it makes you an enemy to those around you? Ren Hanqing narrowed his eyes, and there was a solemn aura flowing out. Exactly. They need redemption too. Chen Linger's memories suddenly became clear, and a scene from the past surfaced. Her master teacher, as well as her senior brothers and sisters owed Zhou Tong, and this sin must be repaid. Fine. I'll do as you wish. Sister, I have a request. Chen Linger tilted her head, her face blushing furiously, her eyes filled with longing and hope. Is it possible to become like him again and hug me? Ran Hanqing froze slightly and didn't refuse, turning into Zhou Tong's appearance again. Yes. Hold me tight, harder, harder. Even if it hurts me. Chen Linger let out a dreamy murmur, her beautiful eyes slightly closed, her face piled with forged fulfillment. It was dawn. In the middle of the palace, outside the hall of guest ministers, Moronia was like the mistress of the house, bringing a group of minions around her to jointly scrutinize the uninvited guest in front of her. That's right. This uninvited guest was the owner of the palace, Her Majesty, Queen Qian Miaozhu. I've come to find my guest minister. Even the majestic empress could only be coy in the face of these stunning female bandits, and the hegemony she had accumulated in the past was gone. Yours? The little demoness caught the word and smiled an impish smile. You're not here to pledge your sovereignty, are you? Hearing this, the queen hastily shook her head and glanced away. Not at all. I have something important to give to the guest minister. You all better let the guest minister come out for a while. I'm sorry, your guest said he wasn't in. Moronia topped it off, looking the other party up and down and said, things stay, people go away. Ah, Qian Miaoyu exclaimed in shock. Facing this woman, she felt an unprecedented pressure. It won't work. Her head shook into waves. This cannot be granted to outsiders. Whatever I say I will personally give it to the guest minister. Ha? You call us outsiders? The little demoness was infuriated. So you're the insider? Sisters, clean her up. As the words fell, a few girls all gathered around them in an unsympathetic manner. The queen was instantly pale with fear and tried to seek help, only to find that her accompanying guards had long since been trapped into sacks and thrown out. What's all the buzz about? Suddenly, Zhou Tong's came from above, causing several girls to instantly return to normal. Hakim, Qian Miaoyu looked like she had grabbed a lifesaver, and was on the verge of crying with her aggression. She was just about to air her grievances when she met several sharp gazes. Zhang Chuqiao even used the palm of his hand to gently scratch on his neck, as if to say, if you dare to tell on me, I will kill you. This made the queen shiver and get straight to the point. Hakim, I'll give you the river and mountain ding ding seal. Only when she opened the brocade box in front of her, a large ancient seal was presented to Zhou Tong. From there, Zhou Tong sensed a strong force of faith and qi. The others were shocked as well, obviously knowing what this represented. Qian Miaomiao's move was equivalent to giving away half of the country. What a smart guy. What a great spirit. Zhang Chuqiao, however, could see through the essence, and she knew that Zhou Tong would never indulge in power, and it was even more unlikely that he would be allowed to manage the country. If he took the Great Seal, this river and mountain would still be thousand myriads from now on, but thousand myriad had gained a powerful ally, and it was definitely a sure thing. Zhou Tong was silent and did not reach out to pick it up. Guest minister, the auction is close at hand. Holding this Great Seal, you can directly mobilize half of the national treasury, which is as much as 100 billion spirit stones. The others, including Moronia, all sucked in a breath of cool air. What a terrifying wealth this was, worthy of being a great nation with sole possession of a region. I'll take it, Zhou Tong blandly said, taking over the large seal and lifting it. I have one more request. Your Majesty, please, tomorrow's auction. I can't be there in person. I've always wanted a flying phoenix-linked bracelet. If the guest minister can auction it off and give it to me, that would be great. Little things, Zhou Tong agreed dryly, but the sound of silver teeth clenching came from behind him. This woman, she's really good at seeing what's going on. You come here. Zhang Chuqiao walked up and gave the empress a neck hug, bringing her to no man's land. What are you trying to do to me? I'm going to scream. Ma'am, you dare to steal my husband from me. Do you owe it to yourself to be tempered? Chapter 99, repeatedly jumping across the edge of death. I'm not. Don't be ridiculous. Her Majesty's eyes twinkled as she denied the trifecta outright. Yes? Zhang Chuqiao pressed forward step by step, his eyes blossoming with a dangerous light. How can you defile someone's innocence out of thin air? This empress walks straight and will never have strange thoughts. Then you swear. Hakim, you're here? Qian Miaoyu looked behind Zhang Chuqiao and revealed an expression of surprise. Sure fu. Zhang Chuqiao subconsciously looked back, but realized that it was empty. Fooled. Turning back again, the Queen Sama had already run out, leaving behind only a slender back. Humph. Count on you to run fast. Zhang Chuqiao also had to stop. After all, chasing the empress in the palace is really unseemly. Anyway, the other side can avoid the first day but not the 15th. There will be plenty of opportunities to slowly clean up in the future. Greetings, Hakim. Good morning, Hakim. Zhou Tong walked through the streets of the imperial capital, his ears filled with voices of greeting. Over the past few days, the residents of the imperial capital had memorized his face. Only he was not shopping for pleasure this time, but to measure the dimensions of the imperial capital. When the auction opens tomorrow, the imperial capital will become a battlefield of grinding flesh and blood. In order to prevent the destruction of life, he had to make preparations early. If you know the enemy and know yourself, you will not be in danger. Come on, man. Before the words left his mouth, the leader of the guards came over. Zhou Tong commanded a few words in his ear, and the other party immediately revealed a horrified expression. Really? That chief of guards swallowed as if he had received a huge shock. There is no need to ask questions. Do as you are told. Hakim. Without further hesitation, the other party hurried away, not willing to stay for a moment. Is this the person? What a big stance. His strength is not worth mentioning. Somewhere on the heights, the gazes of several people gathered on Zhou Tong's body. Don't underestimate him. This person is definitely pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. A powerhouse of the realm of life and death shivered, as if recalling something terrible. These people were none other than the Celestial Master Clan. Yu Feng and Yu Chang's faces were grave. Since the setback they suffered that night, they had passed on a message to the clan for help. The result was only 4 words. Nonsense. Thinking about it, how could there be a harmonized heart realm in this world that shifted into an existence capable of slaughtering the life and death realm? It simply doesn't make sense. The family had been extraordinarily lenient in not treating them like lunatics after seeing the report they had submitted. Sister Night Orchid, I also feel that this person is very weird. We must not underestimate him. Yu Chong looked at the woman beside him and said solemnly. The other party's name was Yu Yuelan, extremely beautiful and capable, and the most striking thing was that she always carried a hairy pig by her side. This is not a special fetish. That pig is rough-looking and extremely savage, known as the Shimeji God Pig. This was a flood fae. Not only was it strong in battle, but it also had the ability to distinguish truth from fiction. Just by taking a look, this pig will be able to distinguish the other party's authenticity. And as for reading the other party's cultivation, that's even more of a no-brainer. This Yui Night Orchid is the very messenger sent by the family to find out the truth. If Yu Feng and Yu Chong were lying, then they would definitely have to eat their words when they returned. Punk, help me see how deep that guy is. Yu Yuelan patted the Shimeji God Pig and gave orders. The pig was seen bouncing twice in the air, and then laying its ears on the ground, as if listening to something. A moment later, the divine pig crawled up, and both eyes shot out light, forming words on the ground. Harmonized Heart Triple Realm. This was Zhou Tong's current realm. You guys are so bold to actually dare to fool the clan. It's really too disappointing. Yu Yuelan gazed at the several people with contempt, a cold smile on her face. They are still the leaders of the family, but they can't even tell a lie, so it would be a laughing stock if it was spread out. How could a mere harmonization realm, an ant-like existence, be a threat to the life and death realm? If she made a move, she would have a 10% certainty of pinching Zhou Tong to death. Hearing this, both of their complexions changed. Yu Chong was just about to retort when Yu Feng hastily stopped him. You don't think about it, does telling such lies do us any good? It's because it's so outrageous that we're making a report to the family. What's more, we've already scouted out that the material is just mixed up with this person. Believe it or not, it's all up to you. By fodder, I mean the little demon girl. Yu Feng said word by word with incomparable caution, finally causing Yu Yuelan to frown. Less sophistry. Even if you guys talk a lot, as long as I make a move, I can reveal the truth of the matter. It's not too late for you to admit your mistakes and take the initiative to bear the losses. Otherwise the consequences won't be so easy if I reveal them later. You want to test him? I advise you better not. It's not too late to wait for the arrival of the family's strongest person before doing so. The Phantom Wind's face changed slightly, and he immediately discouraged it. What? Are you afraid? Yu Yuelan was not the least bit surprised. Her body's aura blossomed, and she had even reached the level of the 7th level of the heaven-shattering realm. Stronger than Yu Chong and slightly inferior to Yu Feng, it is also considered to be the leader of the younger generation. You saying that is useless to me. Phantom Wind's expression reverted to indifference. I will only persuade you once, and if you persist, you will bear all the consequences yourself. Hearing this, Yu Yuelan snorted, backing down as an advance. Thinking I'd fall for it? She was even more certain in her mind that that report was definitely a fabricated lie. And today she was going to dismantle the 2 men's false faces. With this thought, she no longer hesitated and directly flew out, swiping at Zhou Tong. The Shimeji divine pig named Mixer also followed suit and stepped into the air, landing in front of Zhou Tong. Stop! Yu Yuelan towered over Zhou Tong with a face full of disdain. However, before she could continue speaking, frost covered Zhou Tong's face. Scumbags of the Celestial Master Clan. I clearly gave you a warning before, but I didn't expect that you would still dare to be obstinate. Under the Emperor Realm Spirit's augmentation, the conspiracy of the few people just now was heard by him clearly. Humph. Now that you know where we came from, hand over that and I can spare your life. What if I say no? Jotong's voice was already filled with killing intent. The other party had obviously touched his bottom line. Then you are not self-control. That is destined to die without a burial place. If you block you will die, including your relatives and friends, will be the same. Before the words fell, Jotong turned into a dotted line, closing in an instant and pinching the other party's mouth. Well, you. As soon as Yu Yuelan wanted to resist, her body suddenly became lighter, and her entire body was carried away by Jotong, moving towards the outside of the imperial capital at extreme speed. Go after them, Phantom Wind said with a grave expression. In a few blinks of an eye, Jotong arrived in the midair of an open space, only to see him throw the person in his hand down hard, with such force that it even created a sonic boom in the air. Boom! The earth cracked open, and Yu Yuren had sunk into a crack in the earth. How dare you sneak attack? Soon she climbed up. No major injuries on her body, obviously wearing a defensive secret treasure. Once she came up with a loss, she blamed it all on her carelessness. Jotong didn't say anything. There were countless ways to kill his opponent in seconds, but they were all abandoned by him. This Yuelan's threat had completely touched his reverse scales. He needs to vent. He needed to use absolute violence to make the other party experience what fear meant. Chapter 100, could he have taken the stars down? Do it, and I'll make you regret coming to this world, Jotong said indifferently. He rarely let out such harsh words, but this time, he was ready to let loose. The woman in front of her would soon learn what it meant for trouble to come out of her mouth. Finally caught up. Cywin's Psycharge and the only remaining life and death realm powerhouse appeared outside the city walls, their breathing still a little labored. So fast, Old Me has run in at full speed and can only barely catch up. Sister Night Orchid shouldn't have a problem, right? Yuchong swallowed and asked with worry. Shut the up. Phantom Wind chided. That woman has a special status, and she has quite a few treasures on her body, plus the shimmy divine pig. Even if the life and death realm comes, it won't be able to help her. But the other party has already killed 2 life and death realm powerhouses. Hearing these words, Phantom Wind's expression stagnated, but immediately afterward, his brows stretched slightly. Have you seen him do it? Yuchong shook his head in confusion. Old Me didn't lie. The life and death realm powerhouse defended. I understand, except that what the eye sees may not be true, so we'll just have to wait and see. You little mole is quite good at posturing, but it's just a pity that it won't save you. Yu Yuelan's complexion became icy cold. No one had ever dared to offend her like this before. Jotong already had a sure way to die. She's getting real. With a single step, scorching heat swept out from her body. Fire spreading. Even the clouds in the sky were dyed red. Steeply, people in a radius of dozens of miles only felt a sharp pain in their ears, which turned out to be a loud and clear phoenix sound running through heaven and earth, reaching the sky and the ghost. Is this Sister Night Orchid's Dharma phase? This is the first time I've seen it. I didn't expect it to be the Fire Phoenix Prairie Dharma phase. High above the sky, a phoenix silhouette that was 100 feet tall soared with its wings, making a great impact. The pressure it emitted was too thick, causing the earth to crack and the grass to burn, presenting a scene of a natural disaster descending. Summon your phantom. Yu Yuelan looked at Jotong and said with a cold smile. Jotong was indifferent. Ha ha, why did I forget that you're nothing more than a tiny harmonized heart realm? You can't even comprehend the power of Dharma. The three of them, Phantom Wind, also looked at each other in dismay. This Jotong really didn't seem to have practiced the Dharma phase. In other words, his realm was not faked. At that thought, both brothers breathed a sigh of relief. Their hearts were greatly set. Don't be rash, 2 gentlemen. Things aren't as simple as they seem. The face of the life and death realm powerhouse remained stony. The death that night had instantly taught him one thing. Even things that seem harmless may have horrible monsters hiding behind them. I think you're overthinking it. Realm suppression coupled with treasure suppression. Even if he has 3 heads and 6 arms he'll be in trouble. Yufeng was incomparably relaxed and said, Ha, that's right. Unless he can take the stars out of the sky. Seeing that Jotong remained motionless, the smile at the corner of Yuelan's mouth became even more unrestrained. It seems like you've recognized the gap between us, and I won't bully you. I can let you make the first move. Of course, if you want to live. You can also kneel down and be my dog right now. Noisy. Jotong finally consumed his heart cleanly, and once he struck out, he rewarded his opponent with a heavenly motion manifestation. Boom! Layers of clouds exploded. The stars of the sky shone, and blazing light swept across the world in all directions as if the sun had fallen. Oi 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 oi. Phantom Wind's eyes widened. His muscles spasmed, and he could only repeat one word over and over again. What the hell is this? Yu Chong was even more numb. He had just joked about picking off the stars and Zhou Tong did it right in front of him. Is Zhou Tong a wishing fountain? He doesn't believe it. Humph, since you're so powerful, if you have the ability to rub out a grade 9 spirit talisman in front of me. At this point his eyes were fluttering. His mouth was out of control and he started spitting out nonsense. As the stars of the sky descended, Yu Yilan bore the brunt of it, and a look of fear appeared on her face. No, he shouldn't have this kind of tactic. This might be an illusion. With a sharp bite of her tongue, she shook off her fear by virtue of the sharp pain. Fake it. Let's see me break you down. With a flick of her finger, the virtual image of a 100-foot phoenix charged upwards against the sky star. Bang! There was a substantial muffled sound, and as the two touched, Yu Yuren realized how wrong he had been. Her phoenix spell didn't even have a chance to struggle. It blotted out in an instant. Not even a crumb left. Yu Yuelan also suffered a backlash, and a mouthful of blood spurted out wildly. But she no longer had the heart to deal with the backlash. The celestial star was falling right at her. Boom! There was no need to mention the power of this strike. The earth crumbled, smoke and dust rolled. The shockwave destroyed the sky and the earth, and the three who were watching from afar were all affected by the waves. Yu Chong was the weakest and was shocked to the point of bleeding from his 7 orifices. This was still the result of Zhou Tong's astringency, and if he wasn't afraid of spreading to the imperial capital dozens of miles away, this strike would have been even more terrifying. Who said he's in the harmonized heart realm? Is this teasing us? The smoke and dust cleared, and Yu Yuren reappeared. She hadn't turned to dust, only she wasn't much better. She was covered in blood at the moment, and her flashy clothes were tattered and torn, revealing large swaths of snow-white, eye-pleasing skin. Only a golden boundary rippled and surrounded her, saving her life. That heavenly star should be a disposable magic treasure. Now that you can't use it anymore, the next step is your death. Yu Yuelan hated to be mad. Since she was a child, she had never been in such a sorry state. With just a wave of her hand, hundreds of spirit talismans swooped out behind her, hovering around her. 87 grade 6 spirit talismans, 23 grade 7 spirit talismans. Yu Feng was completely shocked. No wonder Yulan Knight was so confident. So there was a bottom card in his pocket. A random strike of a 7th grade attack spirit talisman could seriously injure the life and death realm. And when she took out such a terrifying lineup, Zhou Tong was doomed to have no chance of winning. I'll give you one last chance. Kneel down obediently as a dog and still have a chance of survival. Otherwise when my killing move comes out, you'll surely fly away from your soul. She was panting, trying to give up without a fight. After all, these spirit talismans were all valuable existences, and each one she used would cause her incomparable skinless flesh pain. Rune. Zhou Tong didn't answer and made another move. A spirit talisman arose at his fingertips, and along with a flick of his flexed finger, it swung toward the front, classy and self-indulgent. Seeing this scene, Yu Yilan was overjoyed. Their heavenly master clan's rune Dao was the strongest, and Zhou Tong was simply making a fool of himself by showing off like this in front of her. Let me see. What grade is this spirit talisman of yours? She had just opened her celestial eyes and her entire body froze, as if she had seen a ghost. Immediately afterward she rubbed her eyes again and looked again, her mouth quivering. This is a peak grade 8 spirit talisman. This is impossible. In the next moment, Zhou Tong's voice resounded through heaven and earth. Rune 89, Deadline. Chapter 101 18 Consecutive Kills. The spirit talisman suddenly exploded into a grayish line. It's like the waves in the sky, pushing across from far and near. Wherever this line passed, grass and trees withered, the void darkened, rocks turned into gravel, and even the aura turned into dust filled with intense poison. This is the thread of death, specialized in destroying all living things. Under Yu Yilan's fearful expression, the spirit talismans around her all exploded, as if they had encountered a monarch and didn't dare to put up the slightest resistance, and she herself fell into the shroud of the deadline and, not surprisingly, was killed in place. God pig, help me. In the nick of time, she cried out desperately. Suddenly the colorful pig plunged into the fray. Directly that opened its big mouth and sucked violently. It swallowed all the deadlines into its stomach. Seeing this scene, Zhou Tong couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. This pig was actually able to restrain the power of death. Could it be? He recalled that in the ancient floodplains there was a fey species that looked like a pig, whose ancestor was originally the mount of the lord of the underworld. Because of this pig also has a trace of underworld bloodline in it, which can manipulate life and death. Thanks a lot, punk. Yu Yuren let out a huge sigh of relief and excitement. Let's see what else you have up your sleeve now. She teasingly looked at Jo Tong, thinking that the other party had run out of ideas, but immediately afterward, another spirit talisman appeared on Jo Tong's fingertips. Her smile came to an abrupt end. HM. Right at this moment, the Shimeji divine pig let out an arcane roar, only to see light flowing from its body, and a dozen blurred figures immediately appeared in the void. Shockingly, all of these silhouettes emitted the aura of the life and death realm. Although it couldn't be comparable to a true life and death realm powerhouse, the power contained within it was definitely above most of the heaven-severing realms. This is actually able to manipulate dead strong people to return to life and use it against the enemy. Good job, punk, show him what you're made of. HM. The pig roared furiously at Jo Tong while maneuvering the shadows to kill together. A plate of tenderloin and you dare to woo and bark. I think you owe the cooking wine. Before the words fell, the spirit talisman was flung out. Other than Jo Tong, everyone else was nervous to the extreme. According to their judgment, the spirit talisman just now was at the level of peak grade 8, and this one should be slightly weaker. The shimmering divine pig had now displayed its divine abilities and could definitely handle it with ease. At the thought, they breathed another sigh of relief. Rune 90, Black Coffin. Jo Tong's cold voice came out, followed by the spirit talisman blowing up, and an aura even more terrifying than the deathline came out. Only a dozen or so black coffins rose up flat, interspersed with gravity rushes strong enough to distort space, blocking off all of that divine pig and the dead souls. Boom! The black coffin exploded. The souls of the dead were all destroyed, and the Shimeji divine pig was covered in blood, falling from the air with its life and death unknown. Asshole! Seeing this scene, all of the Tianchi clan's people turned pale. They had heard about the wonders of that pig for a long time, not to mention the attack power. The life preservation kung fu was definitely top-notch in the world. An ordinary reincarnation realm might not be able to kill it. However, facing Jo Tong, it didn't even walk through a single photo, and didn't even have the time to react to escape. What a terrifying talismanic art this is. The 89th number was comparable to a peak grade 8 spirit talisman, and the 90th number even touched the threshold of grade 9, so it was obvious that the bigger the serial number, the more powerful it was. Yu Yuelan quickly figured out the pattern, yet instead of feeling elated, she felt cold in her hands and feet. If there's a 90, could there be a 91? Or higher? She didn't dare to think about it. The Celestial Master Clan had always claimed to be the strongest talismanic path, but in front of this talismanic art, it was simply an unimpressive existence. What a great head of game. I'll take it. Jo Tong grabbed the Shimeji divine pig and casually threw it into the space ring. Give me back the punk. Yu Yuelan's face changed wildly. That pig had an extraordinary status in the family. If she lost it, it would be hard for her to escape the chastisement. I can't give you the pig, but I can compensate you for a talisman. As the words fell, Jo Tong threw out another spirit talisman. It's Rune 91. Hearing this serial number, Yu Yuelan fell like an ice cellar. What's the point? To deal with just a heaven-splitting realm? Was it necessary to use such exaggerated means? How much does this Jo Tong hate himself? At this moment, the emotion called regret finally rose in her heart. I won't dare to be mouthy again, she said with a sob. Senju Kyukuten Taito Cannon. As the words fell, divine might erupted and radiant divine light burned through the heavens and earth. The Yuyan Night Orchid took the impact head-on and was reduced to pieces in a moment. It's over, huh? Jo Tong froze, and when the light dispersed, he only saw that the Yuyan Night Orchid was reassembling and appeared not far away from him. The golden cicada shell charm. People still use these things now? He said in surprise. This was an extremely powerful talisman that was not offensive, but could be used to replace death with a puppet the moment death came. It's no exaggeration to say that a golden cicada charm is a life. Therefore, this kind of talisman is also worth a lot of money. At this moment, Yu Yuelan's body was already drenched in cold sweat. Her lips were white with fear, and she could hardly contain herself. Just moments ago, she had cut her way through a death. Still alive, then let's continue. Jo Tong leaps to his feet and doesn't stop there. Wait, we can talk. Black Coffin. Casually, he killed his opponent once more. It's not over. I know that. Jo Tong suddenly turned around and raised his palms to the front. In the next moment, the Phantom Night Orchid was once again reunited. Black Coffin. Bang! Without even a chance to breathe, she blew up again. This scene scared the piss out of the three onlookers, and from the beginning to the end, Jo Tong had never attempted to communicate. Every move he made illustrated a principle, which was to kill to the end, without mercy and without any room for change. One can imagine the rage in his heart. Yu Yuan really kicked the bucket this time. 13 times, 14 times, 15 times, the three were numb, counting beside each other, all ashen. The golden cicada shell removal talisman was about to run out, And when it did, it would be the time for all of them to die. For the 18th and final time, Jotong pinched Yuilan's neck and gradually tightened his force. A strong despair and fear surfaced in the other party's eyes, as if they had seen a demon. She firmly believed that Jotong definitely possessed the means to nullify the golden cicada shell removal talisman. But the other party did not use it and instead killed them one at a time. It was clearly a venting of anger. And right now, she could still feel the anger like a volcano erupting inside her opponent. Some people are like that. They don't get angry easily. And when they do, they are like a demon god descending to earth. I want to live, don't blame me. As she struggled, a colorful rope suddenly appeared in her hand, and just as she urged it, one end of the rope connected into Jotong's brow, while the other end penetrated deep into Yuilan's brow. Jotong's body trembled slightly, and he clearly felt that he had created a subtle connection with the other party. This is called the togetherness and deathlock. It is the greatest treasure of my clan. Now that we have shared life and death, if I die, you won't be able to live either. Jotong mobilized his senses and instantly figured out everything. The other party was not lying. It's just a rope. He drove his mental power to make the rope visible again. I advise you not to bother. Unless you have the spiritual power of a saint level, it will be impossible for you to get rid of it. Yuren let out a long sigh of relief. She felt she was safe. That's a sign of a lack of severe beatings. Chapter 102. From now on, I am your master. This is finally safe. The three phantom winds breathed a sigh of relief, and their hanging hearts dropped. The lock of life and death is a treasure that the Celestial Masters clan uses to shelter the top geniuses of the clan. When these geniuses suffered a life and death crisis, they could use this lock to connect themselves to a strong enemy and use it to preserve their lives. And the rope also had a special effect. No matter how much hatred the two parties being connected had, they would be tamed by a special spiritual wave, making the relationship between the two parties become moderate and even intimate. If one wanted to undo the connection, they would have to obtain the consent of both of them. And unless one of them possessed the spiritual power of a saint level, it would be absolutely impossible to shake it. According to their judgment, even if Jotong was stronger, it was impossible for him to cultivate his spiritual power to that extent. Things have come to a head, and they're all set. I advise you to stop trying and obediently come back to the clan with me. The elders will unlink us. Yuren wore an expression of being in control. With her life secured, the virus of self-confidence reclaimed the high ground of her brain. If Jotong really went back with her, he would inevitably be in a situation where he would be under siege. This woman plays a good game. What if I say no? It's not up to you. The owner of the rope holds an absolutely powerful position. And I don't think you want to try the pain of a mental shock, do you? She said this with a backbone. As an active connector, with her current spiritual power she could even suppress a reincarnation realm powerhouse, which was almost invincible. However, with 1,000 calculations, she would never have thought in her death that what stood in front of her was a monster of spiritual power. You're wrong about that. I'd love to try a mental shock. Jotong laughed teasingly, and the coldness in his eyes became a few points thicker. Seeing this gaze, Yuilan's breath stuttered, instinctively feeling fear, but immediately afterward, intense anger raged. He has already taken an absolutely dominant position. What is there to be afraid of him for? What a lack of talent. It's your own fault. Don't blame me. As the words fell, her spiritual energy followed the rope to suppress Jotong. Yuren waited expectantly, wanting to see the other party show an expression of pain. However, her expectations were destined to fall flat. Jotong was always calm. Only the arc raised at the corner of his mouth became more and more mocking. You're pretending. Yuilan clenched her teeth and continued to increase the strength of her pressure. She didn't believe that Jotong would be able to settle down to the end. In any case, the advantage was hers in the mental power sparring. Really? I wouldn't think that level would be enough to even scratch an itch. But come on, I'll let you enjoy yourself too. Seeing as you've worked so hard to please me. As soon as these words came out, the other party immediately felt bad, as if something terrifying was about to descend. Wait a minute. No wait. Before the words even fell, a spiritual rushing current that could be considered terrifying to Yuilan, destroying the heavens and destroying the earth, and was absolutely unresistible, instantly destroying all of her protections and sweeping through her entire body. She let out a mournful scream like never before, and the torture on her flesh could not be equaled by even 1,000 cuts. In an instant, she was drenched, every muscle in her body twitching and twisting, her white eyes rolling upwards and her mouth salivating in a playful manner. The shock nearly destroyed her sanity and turned her into an idiot. That's not going to work. I haven't even pushed hard enough yet, Jotong said with a smile. A moment later, the other party slowly regained her consciousness. At this time, there was only fear in her eyes. Good. That's the way you should look at me. I like it. Jotong was like a tyrannical monarch. looking down on her from above. Let's just do it a couple more times in order to solidify it again. When these words came out, Yuilan couldn't help but tremble. Spare me, please, don't torture me anymore, make me do anything. She knelt on the ground and grabbed Zhou Tong's pants leg, humbly begging for mercy. I didn't see it wrong, did I? Are you still the same woman who wanted to take me as a dog just now? How did you become like this? Zhou Tong said sarcastically. From now on, I'm your master, there's nothing wrong with that, right? Yes, master. Yuilan was completely scared. What self-respect? What condescension? In front of this person was just too ridiculous. The kind of pain just now could cure all the tough-talking people. Good dog. Zhou Tong's face was satisfied as he directly took the rope off his body and grasped it in his hand, while the other end was wrapped around Yuilan's body. This action caused the three onlookers to look horrified. He took it off. Is he a saint? But immediately afterward, the three of them felt a suffocating terror as Zhou Tong had looked towards them. I was so focused on cleaning up after her. I forgot to clean up after you guys. As the words fell, a spirit talisman floated over, causing the three to die. Rune 89, Dead Line. The spirit talisman exploded with a bang, and the grayish line advanced forward, completely enveloping the three. They were completely desperate and could only stand still and obediently lead their deaths. In fact, if that life and death realm desperately exploded, it might not be impossible to survive this move. This was because this spirit talisman, although it was of an adequate grade, had not been imbued with a matching spiritual power. It counted as a casual strike from Zhou Tong, yet they had long since lost the courage to resist, thinking themselves absolutely incapable of resisting. So much for 10 deaths. However, just in the nick of time, a dazzling light suddenly lit up on Yufeng and Yucheng. Immediately after that, they disappeared into thin air, while a bracelet with flickering lights suddenly appeared and took their place. The life and death realm powerhouses weren't so lucky, and were caught in the waves of the death line and turned into dust. Someone stepped in and saved them. Zhou Tong's expression froze slightly, and he could be certain that it was definitely not a spatial means. With a wave of his hand, the bracelet fell into his hands. It is heavy in the hand, warm and clearing the heart, and has the effect of suppressing heart demons, making it a rare treasure. Equivalent carrying technique. Suddenly, the name of this secret art came to his mind. Apparently the Celestial Master Clan had unleashed this technique and bought away the lives of the two with heavy treasures. The condition for the successful launch of this secret technique is to obtain the consent of the object being bought, which is a very magical trick, and the price to pay is not small. Immediately after that, Yuren's body also lit up. Apparently someone was trying to save her in the same way. Get it straight. I'm her owner now. Are you trying to buy and sell without my consent? Zhou Tong reached out and grabbed. His spiritual power surged out, directly crushing those rays of light. The deal fell through. The luster in Yuelan's eyes instantly dimmed. Arrogant. In the void, an intense spiritual fluctuation rushed straight down. Having reached the top level of a half-saint, Zhou Tong was nonchalant, and directly returned the favor by using his spiritual power to harden himself. Chapter 103, What are you looking at? What are you looking at? What are some of the worst things to do in today's world? Sparring with Zhou Tong in terms of spiritual power was definitely on the top of the list. In the era when great emperors were not present, his spiritual power was an existence that was unrivaled in the world. However, because it was limited by its own strength, the outward spiritual power was also extremely unstable. If he actively used his spiritual power as a means of attack, it would only cause a reincarnation realm like Ren Hanqing to feel pain or trance. But if anyone dares to externalize their spiritual power to spar with him, then, not to mention half-saints, even true saints wouldn't be able to withstand a bit. As expected, there was a miserable scream in the void, and there was no more fluctuation. This time Zhou Tong seized the break and laid down a deadly blow. That half-saint's spirit was stirred to pieces by him, and even if he didn't turn into an idiot, he would have to pay a huge price. Celestial Master I. Meeting Hall. This was an incredibly serious occasion, and all the powerful people in the clan who could speak were gathered here. However, a mournful scream broke the solemnity of the moment. He's wasted. The Celestial Master Clan's alchemist pressed down on that half-saint and after carefully probing, he shook his head with a miserable expression. The result horrified the crowd. It was only a simple sparring match that made a half-saint completely wasted. Even a saint couldn't do that, right? What kind of monster is the other side? There are spirit medicines within our clan that repair spiritual energy. If we can refine them into the 9 turns God recovery pill. Someone tried to make a suggestion. After all, it was a half-saint powerhouse that had an extremely important role for the entire clan. No, it won't work. That pill refiner directly denied it as he said. The tactics of the person who struck was extremely terrifying. Not only did he instantly tear apart his spirit, but he also struck into his sea of consciousness after compressing his spiritual power. These compressed mental powers lead and do not fire. But if someone tries to repair his spirit, it triggers these bombs and rips into it again. Once these words came out, everyone else couldn't remain calm, and some even didn't believe that anyone could do this at all, and even released their spiritual power to personally investigate. Don't! The alchemist tried to stop it, but it was too late. One of them had triggered a mental power bomb and screamed miserably as he curled up on the ground before fainting. Now everyone is honest. Someone please tell me what's going on. The Celestial Master Clan Chief was seated at the first position, exuding an ice-cold aura. His eyes were like electricity as he gazed at Yufeng and Yuchong, who had just been rescued. Father, whispered Yuchong. Work time, call it a job. Yes, matriarch. Phantom Wind held back his fear and told him everything in detail. When the crowd heard that the person who struck was a teenager, they all stared in disbelief. They simultaneously clenched their fists when they heard that the little demoness had been sheltered by that teenager. However, after learning that Zhou Tong had mastered an even more powerful talismanic art, even the family heads could not remain calm and stood up in unison. This can't be right. I knew you guys wouldn't believe me. Yufeng took out a shadow-keeping talisman and rubbed it together in public, playing out the image. In the image, Zhou Tong struck a heavy blow in a row, killing Yuilan 18 times, each time casting a means that was not weaker than a 9th-level talisman art, leaving them completely dumbfounded. Say, what do we do now? The patriarch roused the disoriented crowd and asked the crucial question. What else can we do? Our Celestial Master Clan is never weak. We must immediately send our troops and cut this brat to pieces. That's right. Whoever dares to go against us must pay the price. Not to mention the fact that he dared to hijack our material, which is simply unforgivable. A lot of people are excited. And the heart of the problem is material. That was a matter of life and death for the Heavenly Master Clan, and it was absolutely impossible to gently reveal it. Let the old man go himself. An old man with white hair said slowly, and the entire hall immediately fell into silence. Supreme Elder, you. In the face of this person, the patriarch had to treat him with respect. This was the true pillar of the family, an incomparably powerful saint, Yu Jingfeng. There's no need to say more. Who but the old man can take on this responsibility? At these words, the others lowered their heads. The palace. Yu Yuelan wanted to die. Zhou Tong tethered her to a tree and set up a frying pan right next to her, obviously ready to show off his cooking skills. Hey, you don't really want to eat the punk, do you? She was in a great hurry and struggled violently, but without the slightest effect. I don't call it feeding. I call it your master. Yes, your master. No sooner had the words left her mouth than she was hit with a force pocket. Recall. Master. That's a good boy. Zhou Tong wiped his hands and showed an unprecedented rough side. Against this kind of pretentious, unselfish guy, give them a little bit of a good face and they'll stomp on their noses. Only fists can teach them to behave politely. Oh-hoo! Yu Yuren couldn't help but cry. It was the first time in her memory that she had ever cried, and she had really suffered today. Stop crying. It's like screaming. It's distracting to hear. Without the slightest bit of compassion, Zhou Tong continued to add more firewood and boiled the water to a boil. Can you not eat the mix? No, that's a flood fei. Eating it is absolutely tonic. Upon hearing this, the other cried even harder. I know you want to eat it too. Don't worry. You're my pet at least. I'll give you a share when the time comes. What a little glutton. Yu Yuelan was about to collapse. There was nothing she could do in the face of this oily devil. But a snort of laughter came out of nowhere, causing Yu Yuren to collect her sobs. She saw the little demoness standing next to Zhou Tong, giving her a teasing smile. What a strange shame. A mere fodder. How dare you mock yourself? What are you looking at? What's wrong with looking at you? The little demoness pursued nonchalantly. The incomparable night orchid sister. How come she's chained up like a monkey? We're not a circus here either. These words almost gave Yu Ilan an exasperated burst of lungs. Don't get cocky. As fodder, the Celestial Master Clan won't let you go. Your fate is only to be sacrificed. On what grounds? The little demoness' face sank. This was always a stone weighing on her heart, preventing her from being happy. Just by virtue of the fact that the Celestial Masters gave you life, you must repay it with death. Pop. Zhou Tong rewarded her with another slap. It's amazing that pets can talk too. It's just a shame they can't speak human. Zhou Tong wrapped one hand around the little demoness and looked at Yu Yuelan with an icy gaze. If you were material, would you be willing to die in dedication to the Celestial Masters? That's for sure. Yu Yuren said without hesitation. It wasn't like the matter could come true anyway, so of course she could just answer. Ha, that's what I was waiting for. Zhou Tong laughed happily, and looking at this expression on his face, Yu Ilan had a bad feeling rising again. Chapter 104, Yu Ilan is jealous. What makes her so favored? What do you mean by that? Yu Yuren watched warily, her heart in her throat, feeling that something bad was about to happen. Nothing, just wanting to fulfill your long-cherished wish. Zhou Tong circled around her, his spiritual power and spirit power spewing out at the same time, leaving patterns on the ground. Upon closer inspection, it was actually carving an incomparably complex formation. This made Yu Ilan's chilly hair stand on end, as she felt that the formation looked familiar for a few moments. What are you doing? Can't you see that? I'm going to transfer the material qualifications from her to your body so that you can contribute to the Celestial Master Clan. Don't you feel honored? When these words came out, Yu Ilan was immediately struck by lightning. You're lying. It's impossible. No one can do this. She hastily shook her head, her eyes filled with fear and helplessness. Zhou Tong's move had completely shattered her bottom. The Celestial Master Clan wouldn't hesitate to sacrifice her if she turned into fodder as well. You don't need to believe. You just need to see the facts, Zhou Tong said indifferently. You're being an alarmist. You don't even know what the material is, and you have the nerve to make a big deal out of it. Yu Yuren breathed heavily, desperately trying to make excuses for himself, using them to stabilize his confidence. Isn't it just a sacrifice to be used to cross the tribulation? When these words came out, Yu Ilan's pupils suddenly contracted. The rune Dao was the strongest, and thus was suppressed by the heavenly Dao more strongly. In order to arrive at an even higher realm, one must undergo the even more horrifying triple tribulation and four tribulations. For example, moving up from a level 6 to a level 7 rune master was a huge threshold. The higher the qualification of the talisman master, the stronger the calamity he suffered, and instead, he was more likely to lose his life. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that 100 geniuses who wanted to upgrade to a 7th level talisman master would only end up succeeding in 2 or 3. This mortality rate is simply horrific. To make up for this shortcoming, there was the creation of offerings, or fodder. The chosen material is baptized from an early age and enjoys different treatment depending on its grade. Material of a lower grade is subject to trials and tribulations, to constant suffering, to the experience of silence and loneliness. Higher material will be able to enjoy a superior life and be superior everywhere, but they all end up the same way. That was to be sacrificed to the heavenly Tao, using one's own essence blood to shine upon one's peers and help them reach a higher realm in peace. This method may seem brutal, but the results are remarkable. Along with the sacrifice of the material, the probability of successful promotion of peers will be increased to 30%. That's already a tenfold increase. For the barbaric cultivation world, this kind of thing could not be more normal. Even Zhou Tong had reservations about this ritual, not praising or denying it. But if someone dared to sacrifice the little demoness, then he would preempt them and sacrifice their entire clan. The formation is complete. Zhou Tong clapped his hands, only to see two complicated large formations overlap each other and appear at each other's feet. Yu Yuelan's face paled as she sensed a frightening aura. The grade of this formation was extremely high, definitely not a look-alike. What kind of formation is this? You should have heard of it before. The yin-yang separation formation and the intermingling formation. The combination of these two formations will be able to extract the material physique from the little demoness and transfer it to your body. No, you can't do this. I can't be fodder. Yu Yuren struggled violently, trying to escape this fate. No one wants to be a sacrifice, even if that sacrifice is extremely valuable. It's come to this point. Do you think you still have the qualifications to back out? You clearly agreed before. Zhou Tong showed no mercy and invited the little demoness to enter the formation. Standing at the eye of the formation, which was the separation position of the material, and as for the Yue Night Orchid, it was naturally in the position of fusion. Open! Zhou Tong lightly roared as his brow cracked open and a heavenly eye appeared, followed by a dense spiritual energy rolling into the formation. Boom! The two great formations were running at the same time, and just as expected, everything was going smoothly. As soon as the little demoness trembled, 3 strands of starlight flew out of her chest and fell down towards Yu Ilan. That's exactly what the source material is. However, it was at this final step that the change occurred precipitously. The phantom night orchid suddenly trembled violently, and an extremely dazzling light emanated from its chest, accompanied by a powerful repulsive force. Under the influence of this force, those 3 wisps of starlight were unable to hang down and return to their places smoothly no matter what. I don't believe it yet. Zhou Tong roughly added force to forcefully press it down, which caused Yu Yuelan to scream miserably. It hurts. There's a force that's going to tear me apart. Please spare me. Zhou Tong was indifferent. His eyes were ice cold as he continued to apply pressure. Whether Yu Yuren was dead or alive was not in his consideration. However, right at this moment, the formation underneath his feet was the first to reach the limit of what it could bear. All that was heard was a buzz. The two formations shifted at the same time, collapsing and cracking in the void, turning into pure aura that disappeared into the heavens and earth, and the starlight returned to the little demoness body. Phew! Yu Yuren gasped for air. and was suddenly surprised to find that the shackles all over her body had crumbled away, and she regained her freedom. You failed. Looking at the frothing Zhou Tong, she couldn't help but smile. However, Zhou Tong also only froze for a moment, and after glancing at her, he suddenly burst out laughing. What are you laughing at? Yu Yuren's collected smile only made his heart flutter. I laugh at your pity. Zhou Tong had a look of pity and a hint of teasing in his eyes, which made the other party at a loss. Humph. Without saying a word, Yu Yuren suddenly moved, pouncing straight towards the little demoness. She saw clearly that if she wanted to get out of here, she would have to take hostages. Zhou Tong coldly grunted. This pet seems to want to be on the table. Must be on the chain. Just as he was about to yank on the rope, the little demoness took the lead. Rune 66. 5 Elements Light Prison. The instantaneous spirit talisman suddenly exploded and turned into 5 barriers, hard squeezing the Yuilan, making it unable to move. You know this talisman art as well. She looked at the little demoness and Zhou Tong like she had seen a ghost, disbelief written all over her face. He even passed this heaven-defying technique to you? What on earth are you capable of? This is clearly a supreme treasure. Yu Yuelan was deeply jealous. Zhou Tong's talisman art was unique. The Tianchi clan had to put it on the shelf when they got it. Only the family head was qualified to cultivate it. Even the young master could not. However, Zhou Tong did not hesitate to pass it on to the little demoness. This kind of trust and favor, even to his wife and daughter, was more than enough, right? But soon, something more crucial occurred to her. The little demoness' talismanic Dao cultivation had already crossed over into the 7th level talisman master realm along with the breakthrough of the heaven-shattering realm. And it's a myth that it didn't suffer the 3 plagues and 4 disasters. A sudden light flashed in her mind and a possibility occurred to her. It sent shivers down her spine. The talisman art cultivated by the little demoness can actually ignore the bottleneck of a talisman master. Chapter 105. A pig can do anything when it's cornered. You haven't experienced the 3 plagues and 4 tribulations? She looked at the little demoness with burning eyes, as if she had found a great treasure, and even forgot her fear. So what? No, really. Yu Yuelan was on the verge of jumping up in excitement, a heart beating wildly, completely unable to suppress her feelings at this moment. The talisman art you cultivate is truly a peerless existence. There is neither a bottleneck nor punishment from the heavenly Tao. You've done the family a great service. Hearing this, the little demoness frowned slightly. What does this have to do with you? It's very simple. As long as you are willing to hand over the talisman art, the family will remember your merits and may even spare you the fate of being a sacrifice. I refuse. Before the words were finished, they were directly interrupted by the little demoness. What did you say? Yu Yuelan was a bit incredulous. She couldn't believe that in the face of such a favor the little demoness could still be indifferent. Think it over. It's a chance to live. Don't think about it. My life is here, and whoever is capable will come and take it away. Only that I won't wait with my hands tied is all. Even if I die, I will make the other party unprofitable and even drop a few pieces of meat. You just talked too euphemistically. Zhou Tong wrapped his fingertips around the little demoness' hair and said with a smile, whoever dares to come and harm you, I will destroy his clan. I knew you loved me. The demoness blushed scarlet, and said softly and supplely, the little senseless talisman is a gift from you. How could I possibly give it away? You are simply treasonous. Don't forget that it is the family that gave you life. Even if you are allowed to offer everything as it should be, and you are not only resisting, but also dare to harbor discontent in your heart, the family has really raised a white-eyed wolf. Yu Yuren suddenly had a seizure and uttered extremely abstract statements. When these words came out, Zhou Tong froze. Why is it so familiar? Wasn't this the mantra of that group of people from the Jade Clearance sect? Were their words uniformly trained? Dead bones in the mound, there's no place for you to talk. Zhou Tong was nonchalant and delivered another mental shock, making the other party's eyes clear up a lot. There's no place for you here anymore. As soon as the words fell, Zhou Tong lifted all the shackles from Yu Yuelan's body. Even the symbiosis lock was removed and kept as a souvenir. What do you want? Yu Yuelan was fearful in her heart, thinking that Zhou Tong was going to kill her. Don't be afraid. I'm letting you go. When these words came out, not only did the little demoness and the others freeze, even Yu Yuelan was a bit caught off guard. Has this devil suddenly had a change of heart? It killed her to believe it. Why are you doing this? She asked apprehensively. Because I want to see if you, a moralistic fellow, can be as noble and selfless as you say you are when faced with the judgment of fate? As soon as these words came out, Yu Yuelan's heart felt like it had been stabbed by a needle, sending out an unbearable stabbing pain. After seeing the look of pity on Zhou Tong's face again, she completely panicked. What the hell do you mean? You'll see. That day can't be too far away. As the words fell, Zhou Tong's palm exerted force, and he bounced the disoriented Yu Yuelan out of the room. Judgment of fate. What's that? The little demoness was full of curiosity and asked bluntly. It wouldn't hurt to tell you. Jotong sighed and said, there's more than just one hurdle that a talisman master has to cross if he wants to reach the pinnacle. Since level 6 to level 7 is an ordeal, what about level 7 to level 8, 8 to level 9, or higher? The little demoness was creeped out and changed her face. Is it possible that I'm not the only one with material? Even she. That's right. The reason why it's impossible to transfer the material origin to her is because she herself is a material, and the same polarity repels, so in the end, we can only stop. So it is. The little demoness instantly came to a realization that because she was being cultivated as low-level fodder, she learned of her fate from the very beginning, and as a high-level material, Yurin naturally had to enjoy the highest treatment, so it was impossible for her to know her end. Somewhat pathetic indeed. The little demoness nodded her head and said, she thinks of herself as the proud daughter of heaven, high and mighty, headstrong all her life, and in the end, if she realizes that the greatest meaning of her life is to die, she will definitely break down. The poor man will have to suffer, and I'm looking forward to that day. Jotong said extremely badly. Stop it, apprentice. Master is hungry. On the side, Morongya, several people had already prepared the dishes, with shining stars in their eyes, a look of wanting to open the table. This scene made Jotong unable to help himself. Well then, next, let's invite the sole protagonist of our feast, the noble ingredient, the Shimeji divine pig to shine. Bang! A big 7-colored pig was then dropped onto the tablet, and Jotong, holding a huge sword, was about to end its suffering. Poof! At the last moment, the divine pig displayed a strong desire to survive and struggled frantically. Master, give her a punch. Okay. Morongya moved. A saint's strike was no joke, and just by slightly striking out, he reached the endurance limit of the shimmy divine pig. I don't know if it was a flashback or not, but the pig's breath was suddenly high, and it even got rid of its restraints and lunged at the little demoness. At the same time, a ray of light shot out from its pig's brain and struck the little demoness. Look out! Jotong was the first to react, and was just about to block, but then suddenly stopped with an odd look on his face. That's the secret art of forcibly recognizing a master. It's... The little demoness watched as the light seal landed on the back of her right hand, and suddenly she felt like she had an extra pet. The recognition was successful. The others were all shocked, not realizing that this pig had such a high IQ, and knew how to find a backer for himself in order to survive. Senior sister, I want to eat. Long Lingyun even pulled out her sword, her eyes glowing red. A typical big greedy girl. Piggies are so cute. You can't eat piggies. The little demoness blocked the crowd. As the owner, she had the duty to protect her pet. What then? Our big meal is gone. Jotong was also filled with resentment. Hearing this, the Shimeji divine pig suddenly howled and unexpectedly tore open a spatial crack, taking out a variety of exquisite ingredients from the crack. Snow mountain python dragon meat, wind spirit tiger bone, scalloped fish emperor. Even Jotong couldn't help but suck in cool air and couldn't stop his mouth from watering. This pig is against the heavens. Not only does it know the art of the underworld, but it also knows the laws of space, and it even has its own little warehouse, which is simply a model for the ingredient world. Go cook, at least 3 dishes and 4 soups, Jotong ordered. And under the horrified gaze of the crowd, the pig actually did categorize the ingredients and threw them into the pot in order, cooking them in an orderly manner. People can do anything when they're pushed. So are pigs. Letting the ingredients cook for themselves would make even the most vicious slave owner look at it and weep and feel like a great benefactor. If Yuilan could see the scene, she would definitely be depressed to the point of vomiting blood. This pig had always been high and cold in front of her, and had to be kindly persuaded in order to be invited. But here it was so humble, properly bullying the soft and fearing the hard. Chapter 106, A Glimmer of Light for the Celestial Master Clan. Reporting to the guest minister, the state master has sent a letter. Just when Jotong's few people were drunk and satisfied, a guard from the palace suddenly came to report. Send it in. Jotong sat upright, received the letter, and opened it in front of everyone. What came into view was an invitation. The words are well written, but they are just rampant and may not end well. Jotong laughed and gently read out. Auction event, held tomorrow, admiring the name of the gentleman. Waiting for, I have a good wine and light song and dance to invite you to enjoy. Will you come? Underneath the epistle was an admission ticket with gold-colored lettering printed on its back, showing all the dignity. There are thousands of treasures here. There must be something that you are interested in. Attached is an elegant room. Don't excuse yourself. Room number 1 of the heavenly character. With a crush of Jotong's fingers, the letter turned into flying ash, leaving only the admission ticket behind. A sharp light had brewed in his eyes. When tomorrow comes, it's time to do the same. Yuilan fled outside the imperial capital. his entire body in a trance, as if he were a walking corpse. Jotong's compassionate eyes always lingered in her mind, like a nightmare. Judgment of fate, judgment, what gives fate the right to judge me? I defy it, she cried out in her mind, unaware of the long stream of tears. She's not a cutie. On the contrary, she's very smart. Despite constantly admonishing herself that it was just Jotong's alarmist talk to disintegrate her mind, it still had little effect, like a thorn in her back. What do I have to be afraid of? I'm not afraid, she roared. Since I was born, I have cultivated at the age of 3, built my foundation at the age of 5, and became a talisman master at the age of 7, and now at the age of double 10. I am already in the 7th realm of the heaven-shattering, plus the peak of the 6th level of talisman masters. If this kind of achievement was known by outsiders, they would surely be appalled and worship them as the proud daughter of heaven. And that's exactly what happened. In the entire Celestial Master clan, the clan chief favored her, the Supreme Elder loved her, her parents were proud of her, and people of the same generation, including the young master, had to be afraid of her, treating her as the hope of the entire clan. Before, she'd taken it in good grace, but now, she just found the generous treatment suffocating. If you want to take it first, you must first give it to me. There is absolutely no such thing as a pie falling from the sky. Could it be? Am I really? She dropped to both knees, trembling badly at the thought of that possibility. Who is this crying so sadly? So it's little Night Orchid. Ah, good boy. Grandpa is here. Tell Grandpa if you have any grievances. A kind voice came, instantly warming Yu Elan's heart. Grandpa Scarewind. She broke into tears and looked at the old man with gray hair and beard beside her. All the gloom in her heart swept away. Grandpa, why are you just coming? Your little Night Orchid is going to be bullied to death by others. Filled with aggression, she flung herself into the old man's arms and pampered herself to her heart's content, as if this was the only harbor she could shelter from the storm. Good boy. Don't cry. Whoever dares to bully you, Grandpa will teach him a lesson, the old man said firmly, giving the girl a small measure of comfort. Grandpa, you won't not want me in the future, will you? Yuran asked in a timid voice as she angled her little red face from crying. It was this expression that caused an old sage's spirit to tremble and his heart to break. As the backbone of the family, he naturally knew the fate of being a fodder. It was the thing he hated most in his life. Unconsciously, he remembered his youth. Looking at his brothers and sisters who were tied up on the altar, he roared at the family head at the time. Why do I need to sacrifice the flesh and blood of my hands and feet? Give me time and I will be able to break the limit and lift the Rune Master's curse. He really did that, refusing all sacrifices, playing with death, and breaking through 3 life and death metaphysical barriers one after another. Now he was a saint's body, a 9th level talisman master, and stood at the top of the world. It is a great miracle that inspires worship and admiration. But he never fulfilled his promise. Break the limits and lift the curse. The phrase itself is a curse. No one can define the limits. No one knows what is at the end of the road. Set foot on the road of no return and end up as a broken man. Over the years, he could still only watch as one amazingly talented descendant after another was bound to the altar. Before they died, some of them cursed, some cried, but none of them were able to accept their fate with relief, because the whole point of their living was never to die. Ah, Grandpa will protect you even if he puts his life on the line, he will protect you. The expression on Yu Jingthing's face was indescribably compassionate, but at the same time, it was also filled with determination. It was these words that gave Yuran endless courage. Grandpa, there's one thing I have to tell you. That guy who bullied me seems to have mastered the method that can break the curse Rune Master. What? As soon as these words were uttered, an astonishing light erupted from the old man's eyes. Let's go catch him, shall we? Force him to hand over that talismanic art. Not good, that person is not someone to be messed with. It's not too late to meet with him after the auction. The old man sealed the deal and led Yu Yuelan towards the imperial capital. Fengxiangyin, Mo Liosu gathered her disciples, and for some reason, she looked radiant, her essence reaching a brand new peak, as if she was about to step through the wheel of reincarnation and was about to step into the half-saint realm. Master looks good. Could it be that there's something joyful going on? Although Xia Hongso had a smile on her face, she couldn't wait to gnash her mouthful of silver teeth. Why isn't this dead? Obviously, it was about to be destroyed by the calamity a few days ago, but now it is tenaciously alive. With that thought, she looked at Jotong with fierce eyes. If it wasn't for the timely return of this waste, Mo Liosu was afraid that she would have been ruined, and she would have been able to devour Mo Liosu's chi long ago and become a generation of teenage supremacy. But it's okay, it's a good thing I fought for the great airbender, she said in her mind, her gaze going to Tang Chi. Tomorrow, as long as I help him take out that guest minister, Tang Chi will fulfill his promise and help me clear the way. Her heart was greatly determined. If the great Chi Luck person personally subdued Zhou Tong, she would not be tainted with any karma, and Mo Liushu's Chi Luck would be in her pocket. Red Sleeve is right. Master is about to make a breakthrough. The corner of Mo Liushu's mouth rose, not anxious to look at Zhou Tong. In the past few days, she thought that she had survived the 3 calamities and 4 tribulations, and that if she could break through to Half Saint again, she would usher in complete liberation. At that time, she would no longer need to rely on Zhou Tong. As soon as she thought of Zhou Tong daring to contradict her, a wave of anger built up in Mo Liushu's heart. She had made up her mind that when the dust settled, she would make sure to properly concoct Zhou Tong so that he would always submit to herself and be under her control forever. Tomorrow, you will follow your master to the auction, and I will take you to see the world. Mo Liushu was holding an entrance ticket, on which was clearly printed the location of the heavenly character room number 2. Stupid! Ren Hanqing sneered in her mind as she touched the red rope on her wrist without a trace. Mo Liushu thought she had survived the calamity, but in reality it was nothing more than an illusion bestowed upon her by herself. Chapter 107. Are you done talking? Then go to hell. The morning sun rises, and all things are reborn. The auction is on schedule. In the center of the imperial capital, a luxurious pavilion rose up from the ground, and its degree of luxury and absolute beauty was comparable to that of an imperial palace. It is hard to imagine that such a magnificent building was built in one day. The means of the Tendo mansion are amazing. Before the extravaganza had even begun, the surrounding area was filled with the aura of cultivators. In contrast, there was not a single mortal present within a radius of several dozen miles. It's like they've been evicted, or for some other reason. But in any case, they just don't see the ordinary people. No one would care about those mortals who were not even as good as mole crickets. They only cared about whether they could get their desired treasures in the next auction. At a rough count, there were as many as 60,000 cultivators present. This is an extremely scary number. Most of them came here for the name of Yin-Yang Taoist body. This physique was too special and had a near-fatal attraction for male cultivators. It was rumored that if one could double cultivate with it once, one could shed one's bones and greatly enhance one's enlightenment and qualifications. This was a reward that no cultivator could resist. For this reason, even if there was little hope, there were cultivators with foolish qualifications who came here, wanting to fight for a future. It's just a shame they're destined to be leeks for someone else to harvest. So many people. Haha, it's really God's help. From now on, there should be a place for me at the top of the world. At the highest level of the auction, Zhao Wutian looked down, his body shaking with excitement. It wouldn't be long before all of these people would become his rations, paving the shortcut to the supreme path for him. Then my honor congratulates you in advance. As the words fell, 3 demonic shadows appeared behind him. They were the Tun Lan Commander, Tun Yuan Demon Commander, and Tun Tian Demon Venerable. It's finally here. This time we'll each get what we want. I'll get the origin and you'll get the dragon vein. Zhao Wentian turned his back to the 3 of them and said without changing his face. It should have been. The devil marshal of Swallowing Abyss nodded and said, within the presence, his strength was equal to Zhao Wutian's, and it was just the right thing to use to talk back. Zhao Wenshou wasn't qualified to speak directly with the heaven-swallowing demon lord yet. Has Lord Demon King arrived? Without a powerhouse of this level to suppress the entire scene, I'm worried that there will be accidents. When these words came out, all 3 demon clans fell into silence. Why don't you answer? You guys aren't going to take my words for granted, are you? Zhao Wenshou was enraged and turned around with a sharp gaze at the 3 people behind him. How can that be? The demon lord is ready. This time, the one who spoke was the heaven-swallowing demon lord. That's very good. I can rest assured. Zhao Wenshou's expression eased up, but he didn't know that the other party was already full of contempt for him. What a cowardly human race. The heaven-swallowing demon venerable said secretly in his heart. It's only 60,000 mole crickets, and you still want to invite Lord Demon King to descend. Are you worthy? That's an existence comparable to a saint. When are you going to open the grand formation? After the auction? The devil marshal of the Swallowing Abyss suddenly asked. Hearing this, Zhao Wunan scoffed. It's so pants off and redundant. When they all enter the auction, I'll immediately open the great formation, because the dead have no qualifications to make deals with me. And in the end, their bodies will belong to me. Zhao Wenshou said with bloodlust. He had waited too long for this moment, and he didn't want to wait any longer, even for half an hour. What time is it? Why don't you open the auction for us to enter? Just then, an impatient voice came from the crowd. Many people had been waiting for several hours and were in an irritable mood. That's right. What exactly did the organizers of the auction have in mind? Could it be that they're deliberately tricking us? All of you, be at ease. The waiter stood out and patiently explained. Everyone is unaware that we are waiting for the arrival of the most honored guest, and only when the Lord of the Heavenly Character Room number 1 arrives will the doors of the auction open. When these words came out, it was like setting off a volcano. Which one of the cultivators present was not a high-minded and proud person? And the great ones among them all abounded. So how could they tolerate being ridden on their heads by others? Who is it that has such a big stance and dares to keep us waiting? Back to my lord. It's a guest minister from the Ling Shao Empire. This statement immediately caused countless people to despise it. A guest secretary of a secular empire dares to be so high profile, really looking for death. The guest minister has arrived. Just then, a loud and clear voice resounded through the crowd, and without realizing it, a passageway suddenly opened up, and Jotong passed through with ease, followed by Morongya and the little Demoness. As for the other three, they had other things to do and therefore did not follow. Is this the so-called guest minister? Nothing more than that. I can crush him with one hand. Someone said indifferently. His killing aura raging. There were also some people who had secret intentions and recklessly sized up Morongya and the little Demoness. What a beautiful woman. I've never seen such a superb product in my life. If I can get her. Young master. Chen Linger gazed at Jotong with affection, and was gently patted by Ren Hanqing, forcing her heart to hide her emotions again. Grandpa, that's the guy who bullied me. In the crowd, Yuilan pointed at Jotong and pouted towards the old man beside her. Yu Jingfeng looked over, and with just one glance, his entire body froze. What's wrong with you, Grandpa? Cough cough. Old me is stupid. I can't see the depth of that teenager beside Girlsongyu. Only one thing is certain. That mature woman. A female saint. What? Yu Yuilan was struck by lightning, and her heartbeat stopped for a split second. She couldn't figure out how in the world the little Demoness had gotten her arms around these monsters. On the top floor of the auction, the three devils couldn't help but burst out laughing when they saw Jotong's figure. Is this the person you're afraid of? My father can blow him to death with a single breath. In the face of mockery, Zhao Wutian was indifferent. Just as Jotong was about to step through the doors of the auction, someone suddenly snapped. Stop right there! An arrogant yellow-haired young man yelled, attracting everyone's attention. What's up? Jotong stopped and turned back to look at the other party, and the two women beside him did the same. So beautiful. That youth looked at Morongya and instantly fell, greed bubbling in his eyes, itching to take it for himself. I am the young master of the Qiankuan sect, and I would like to ask on behalf of the heroes of the world, what qualifications do you have to stand in front of us as a mere guest secretary? Aren't you afraid of dying horizontally? As soon as these words came out, voices of agreement immediately came out from the surroundings. They were also not used to seeing Jotong. A weak person did not deserve to be above them. If they dared to force their way, it was a way to take death. What are you going to do? The corners of Jotong's mouth rose, not fearing in the slightest. This demeanor caused the other party to frown. Kneel down, kowtow 100 times in a row, and give thanks towards the heroes of the world. And, Jotong's face didn't change. And, by the way, in order to give you some punishment, you must give those two women beside you to this young man to play around with. You don't deserve this kind of stunning color. The other man was spermatic and mouthed off. This guy is going down. Yu Yuren showed a gloating expression. She knew very well what kind of terrible consequences she would face after violating Jotong's bottom line. Finished? Finished. Hurry up and kowtow. The other party clasped his hands on his chest and condescendingly said, now that we're done, let's go to hell. Chapter 108, Change of Plans. Quickly go and invite Lord Demon King. Hearing this, all the people around them froze, and then couldn't help but burst out laughing. They thought Chao was out of his depth. Did I hear you right? A secular empire's guest secretary dares to threaten the Qiankuan sect's young master. I'm afraid he doesn't know how to write the word death. That's normal. What's that saying? A frog in the bottom of a well doesn't know the size of a river in the sky. Humph, in the secular empire he might be able to reign supreme, but in the eyes of the cultivators, he's not even an ant. The crowd was holding their arms and putting on a show. I believe that very soon, the yellow-haired young master of the Qiankuan sect would be able to let this guy who didn't know the sky and the earth know what it meant to be cruel. Among the crowd, only Yuilan shook her head, a look of pity on her face. She had heard of the Qiankuan sect's name, and it was considered a first-class sect. Its sect master had even reached the level of the peak of the reincarnation realm, just one step away from stepping into the realm of the half-saint, leading the entire sect towards the top level. And this yellow-haired young master is the old-coming son of that master, usually highly favored, can be said to have the wind and the rain. The guards around him were all at the level of the life and death realm, and they were also the best in this realm. As a result, the man is spoiled beyond belief and usually doesn't take anyone seriously. But today, he really kicked the iron plate, and it was an iron plate with steel nails. Even if he knelt down and begged for forgiveness, I'm afraid that he would still die 9 deaths. Even if his old man came in person to plead for mercy, he would have to kneel on the spot. You want to kill me? The other party's features twisted in a wry smile before he burst into an exaggerated belly laugh, as if he had heard the funniest joke. Ha ha ha, this young master didn't hear it wrong. Calling you a guest minister really treats you as a character. It seems that there is really a shortage of everything in this world, just not a shortage of trash looking for death. With a clap of his hands, the 5 guards behind him stepped forward, simultaneously blooming their aura. All clear life and death realm experts with extraordinary power. Rubbish, say what you just said again if you can. Yellow Hair put his hand to his ear and made a listening gesture. The whole person was lightly provocative, obviously wanting to humiliate Zhou Tong even more thoroughly. The teasing colors on the faces of the crowd intensified. Some even predicted that within 10 breaths, Zhou Tong would be on his knees begging for mercy. Ugh, Zhou Tong sighed and closed his eyes. What? Scared? Afraid to look the world in the eye? The other party came even more energized and arrogantly said, in front of me, you'd better keep your tail between your legs. While saying that, he also wanted to reach out and slap Zhou Tong's face. Suddenly, Zhou Tong opened his eyes. His eyes seemed to contain the universe. The stars and rivers were brilliant and bright. Their breadth was boundless and their depth was invisible. For a moment, everyone around them was in a trance, caught up in the illusion, and surprisingly unable to extricate themselves. As the wind blew, some of them came to their senses, only to feel drenched in cold sweat. This is spirit fluctuation. Those who had insight into the truth were creeped out. What realm was it that could make so many people lose their minds at the same time? Ah! Immediately after, a mournful to the extreme voice came. The crowd looked for the voice, only to see that the yellow-haired young master was already lying on the ground, holding his head and rolling and tossing. Asterisk 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 asterisk, what have you done? I order you to stop this quickly, Before he could finish his words, a look of fear appeared on his face, as he had clearly sensed his own limits and death ensued. Mercy! The words begging for mercy had just been uttered when only a thud was heard, and his head blossomed into a brilliant red flower, which was interspersed with brain matter bursting out, announcing the withering away of life. Dead! The young master of the Qiankuan sect, with an honorable status that no one dared to mess with, had died in such a shameful manner. Yu Yuan was trembling on the side as Zhou Tong killed a heaven-shattering realm directly with pure spiritual power. Thinking of his previous encounter, it seemed that Zhou Tong had been merciful at that time. The surrounding area was deathly silent, and the people who had spoken out sarcastically before all turned pale, wanting to flee into the crowd and never show their faces again. They have seen those who kill in public, and they have seen those who are cruel, and some of them are even born executioners, and a human life is just a human life, which is not even as good as a weed in their eyes. However, after seeing Zhou Tong's tactics, they were all emboldened, the eyes close and open, and they judged the life and death of the other. This was no longer a man-to-man crushing, but rather a slaughter of ants by a god. That indifferent, unconcerned demeanor was like a nightmare, engraved on the tip of everyone's heart. Dare to kill our young lord. You're looking for death. The 5 life and death realms reacted and all of them were jealous, their hatred burning down the heavens and earth. Without protecting the young master, they would surely die when they returned. Without saying a word, they rushed towards Zhou Tong in a frenzy, about to fight. Noisy! Zhou Tong unleashed an even more terrifying spiritual power, not just targeting the 5 people in front of him, but enveloping all the cultivators present. Boom! Everyone trembled, revealing a look of extreme shock. This spiritual power was at least at the saint level. It was an indiscriminate spiritual deterrent, and luckily, this onslaught only emphasized majesty, not killing. Otherwise most of the people present would not have been able to retreat in one piece. However, they did not realize that with Zhou Tong's current mental power output, it was far from enough to kill so many people at the same time, and this shock looked terrifying, but it was actually nothing more than a pretense. Those 5 life and death realms stood in place like statues. What did they just do? Surprisingly, they wanted to strike out at the saints. They were really tired of living. Kill them. These enablers have no need to live. Zhou Tong turned around and stepped into the door of the auction. And this time, no one dared to stop him anymore. Moronia nodded and with a wave of her hand, 5 people were killed at the same time. A true saint strikes so cleanly. How terrifying. Is this woman his consort? And her means are so powerful. At least she has the cultivation of a half-saint. I really didn't expect the Ling Shao Empire to be such a crouching tiger and hiding dragon. Humph. Listening to the crowd's comments, Moronia arrogantly snorted. People aren't his maidservants. They're clearly his masters alright. If it weren't for this important occasion, she would have rushed up to teach the person who spoke a lesson. Above the high platform, the 3 devils trembled openly, their breath becoming extremely unstable. What's wrong? It's time to believe what I say. Zhao Wenshi looked back, but found the 3 of them with twitching faces, as if they had something difficult to say. There's a change in plans. The auction must be held normally. We can't activate the formation right now. A moment later, the heaven-devouring demon lord said in a difficult tone. You guys, Zhao Lawless completely broke the defense. Obviously 1,000 instructions. I did not expect that these guys are still shady and disobedient. This is not going to spoil his big event. Don't worry. It's not too late to ask the demon lord. Chapter 109, intercepted in the middle of the road. Opening of the show. Damn you all. Zhao Wenshou was in a rage. Almost frantic. 1,000 plans and calculations have been made. But in the end, there was a mistake in a crucial place. It's the backstabbing of allies that is often the hardest. He was a man of extreme caution and had to have things go exactly as he expected in order to feel at ease. The fact that the day had started off with such a big slip-up was distracting. It's as if there will be a great catastrophe. Things have changed. I think we should cancel our plans for today, he said with a frown. Don't you dare. The devil marshal of the swallowing abyss jumped out and pointed at Zhao Wunan's nose as he loudly chided. How dare you back down when it comes down to it? Believe it or not, I'll shoot you on the spot. Humph. Who is to blame for this? If you hadn't acted recklessly, how could it have come to this? It's just a small oversight, and you dare to be so uptight. I think you sincerely don't want to cooperate. The devil swallowing abyss marshal said sarcastically. These words also tickled Zhao Wutian's fire. Rubbish like you indeed have no qualifications to work with me. What did you say? Looking for death. Seeing that it was about to be a big fight, the heaven-swallowing demon lord finally stepped in. Stop it all or don't blame me. A powerful aura covered out, calming the two. The auction will be held as usual. Tun Lun, you immediately go and invite Lord Demon King. Just say that there are big fish here. As you wish. The Tun Lun commander thundered and immediately rushed out. Don't worry. In 2 hours at most, Lord Demon King will descend here. Our plan is foolproof. Devil-swallowing demon venerable whispered in a low voice to comfort Zhao Wunan's emotions. I hope so. Zhao Wenshou took a deep breath and stabilized his agitated emotions. First invite those leaks in and stabilize them with songs and dances and good wine, while I go and prepare for the auction. He originally didn't want to have an auction, so a lot of the process wasn't prepared. It was more or less hasty to get it now, but he was confident in his treasures, enough to stall these turds. Above the celestial dome, the Tunlan commander was winded, his heart filled with trepidation. Never in a million years would I have thought that there was actually a saint-level existence among that group of humans. He couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat just thinking about it. If the other party discovered their trail, even the heaven-swallowing demon lord would be in for a rude awakening. No, I'm still too slow now. I must speed up again. With that in mind, he was ready to burn his essence blood and squeeze out the maximum potential. Right at this moment, the void was suddenly flooded with strong fluctuations, only to see a sword chi crossing the sky and chopping at his head, forcing him to stop. Who dares to strike at me? He yelled, reaching out to rip through the sword energy. Demon scum, we've been waiting for you here for a long time. Before the words fell, 3 silhouettes appeared one after another, surrounding him and closing off all paths of retreat. The people who struck out were clearly Zhang Chuqiao, Long Lingyun, and the Sacred Heart Demon Sovereign. 3 little bugs dare to block the seat's path. How self-indulgent. Count yourselves lucky. This seat has urgent matters today and has no time to take care of you. Get lost. The Tun Lun commander said with a hideous expression. Zhang Chuqiao just smiled faintly, and 10,000 feet of red dust swept out from her, forming a vast sea that covered the long sky and dragged the other party into the realm. You want to fight me in blood? The Tun Lun commander's pupils turned into pinpricks as he looked at Zhang Chuqiao and only felt some familiarity. You, weren't you captured? You should be Zhao Wutian's auction item by now. How did you appear here? These words caused Zhang Chuqiao to reveal a morose smile. I remember too. There was the scent of a heavenly demon among the people who surrounded me back then, and that disgusting smell was the same as the one on you. Ha, since you recognize the seat, why don't you get lost? If I can catch you once, I can catch you a second time. Before the words fell, the red dust sea shook as Zhang Chuqiao directly struck out, setting off 10,000 huge waves. Sculpture. The Tun Lun commander didn't carry any fear at all. These 3 people in front of him, one had just broken through to the life and death realm, while the other 2 were at the heaven-shattering realm, and they were not worth mentioning in front of him. He believed that with his cultivation near the peak of the life and death realm, he would be able to take care of all of these people in less than half a moment. With just a wave of his hand, he transformed into a Mori demonic chi and smashed it against the giant wave. With a loud boom, the waves lapped and shattered, seemingly unable to withstand the immense force. Humph, Tun Lun couldn't help but sneer. This was even more fragile and vulnerable than he had imagined. But immediately afterward, those broken waves not only didn't fall, but instead morphed in the air and turned into a huge swarm of butterflies. Countless gorgeous butterflies incited their wings like a colorful hurricane, enveloping the demon clan commander. What's this new trick? You humans are really good at this fancy stuff. The opponent disdained it, trying to break it with force, only to see him make a series of heavy strikes, manipulating his demonic chi into chi blades to slice at the hurricane. Large swaths of butterflies were chopped up and then recoalesced, landing on each other's bodies in droves. What's this, ayaha? Tunlan suddenly screamed miserably. Those butterflies were eroding his flesh and blood, and with the powerful recovery power of the demon race, he was unable to finish recovering in a short period of time. Tai Chi force, never seen it before? Zhang Chu said with a coquettish smile, causing the other party's heart to shake wildly. He remembered that the woman in front of him was a yin-yang Dao body, and could definitely not be viewed in an unusual light. Count on you. But you can't kill me like that. Tunlan's eyes glowed fiercely, about to burn all his potential and let go. Enough. In his horrified eyes, Zhang Chuxiao's hair turned snow-white before he snapped his fingers, only to see those butterflies go crazy, all rushing up while detonating the power of Tai. Boom, 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 boom. The range of each explosion was not large, but the power contained in it was frightening. It was a breath that could return everything to nothingness. After the smoke and dust, Tunlan was still alive. Only his body was tattered and torn, no longer able to resist. Damn it, you guys are no better. Demonic waves converged on his body, followed by a frantic diffusion, obviously trying to send a message to the outside world. At this time, the Sacred Heart also moved, waving his hand to erase these fluctuations, causing the other party to lose their efforts. How can that be? Tunlan collapsed and suddenly a monolith crashed down from above, pressing down on him. A strange fluctuation emanated from the stone tablet, and in less than a blink of an eye, the demon race was turned into mist, not even a single crumb left behind. Elder brother was right. This thing has miraculous effects in suppressing demons. Long Lingyun hugged the sword Dao heavenly ranking and said excitedly, that's for sure. It's a holy relic of the human race. At the auction, in the Heavenly Character Pavilion number 1, Jotun's ears heard Zhang Chuqiao's happy voice. I've finally gotten my revenge for that year. Congratulations. The corners of Jotun's mouth rose. Everything was ready. The good show was about to open. Chapter 110 So powerful. Why don't you call yourself Zhao Ritian? I've kept you all waiting. Zhao Wutian's voice came out liltingly, echoing throughout the auction and suppressing a lot of annoyed voices. I didn't come here to watch songs and dances. If you have anything good, serve it up quickly. I'm not short of money. Ha ha, that's right. Otherwise let's go straight into the main course, and bring out that yin-yang Dao body for us to enjoy. Someone said lewdly, provoking a large chorus of agreement. Hearing this, Jotun's pupils contracted and condensed into two radiant dots. Thunderbolt shockers shot out from it, passing through the heavy barriers and landing on the man's body. Immediately afterward, spiritual power burst forth. Put! The opponent was like a heavy blow, bleeding from his 7 orifices, and fear was suddenly written all over his face. What's wrong? His companion next to him asked, looking incredibly nervous. Nothing. I've had internal injuries before and it just happened to flare up. It doesn't matter. He stammered a reply and muddled through, already realizing he'd said the wrong thing. Luckily, the person who struck had no killing intent, otherwise he would have died horizontally on the spot. This was nothing more than a hiccup, and no matter how much the crowd got up in arms, it didn't change the program of how the auction was run. So much for jokes. Zhao Wutian said, at the auction, the highest bidder wins. If you all come across something you desire, please don't hesitate, simply because the opportunity is not to be missed and the time will not come again. Immediately afterward, an attendant read out the rules of the auction. 4-1. Each increase in price shall not be less than 50,000 spirit stones. Secondly, fighting is strictly forbidden within the venue, or you will be expelled and have all your property confiscated. Thirdly, if you don't have enough spirit stones, you can sell the treasures on your body on the spot. There are the most authoritative appraisers here, and there will definitely be no malicious price suppression. Such a simple rule. I'm sure everyone understands it. So let's get to the point. On to the treasure. With the fall of the words, the lights of the entire auction dimmed. All the light converged on the high platform in the center, which was also the focus of all the people. The first auction item, the Lianli Flying Phoenix Bracelet. As soon as the words fell, a female cultivator with a beautiful figure dragged a jade tray up. Above the jade plate, a pair of crimson phoenix bracelets were conspicuous and eye-catching, and just by standing still there was a warm energy flowing out, to the point of being peaceful. Jotong was instantly energized. He had not forgotten the queen's request for a pair of such bracelets. It was natural for him to do such a small thing. There is no need to introduce this object to the old man. The attendant said, this bracelet is carved from Tianshan Mountain warm jade, which is already a valuable treasure. Not to mention that it also has the meaning of Lianli double flight. so if it is gifted to a Taoist couple, you will be able to grow old with them. Jotong was like a thorn in his back. He only felt 2 lines of sight sharp as swords behind him, making him feel like he was on pins and needles. Little one, are you really going to buy this and give it to that queen? Morongya said carelessly. The sourness in her words almost toppled Jotong. Ahem, it's just a promise. If you like it, I'll send you something better. It's a deal, the two said cheerfully. Feeling the sudden decrease in pressure, Jotong let out a long sigh of relief. For such a treasure, the starting price is 500,000 spirit stones, the attendant said flatly, nearly blowing up the entire auction room. My goodness, this is too expensive. Why don't you go grab it? A pair of broken bracelets is just a pair of broken bracelets. It's going to cost me most of my fortune. You guys can't be a black store. Many people had been crusading, and the price was indeed insignificant to those big clans. But for casuals it's a huge number. Not to mention that buying a pair of bracelets at such a sky-high price is a bit of a waste. Where exactly is it expensive? Just then, a strong aura suppressed and deterred those who were full of complaints. You guys don't talk nonsense, okay? Our auction is also very difficult. This bracelet has always been this price there? Zhao Wutian's sarcastic voice came from above, exasperating people. Those who think it's expensive should reflect on themselves. Have they worked hard over the years? Have they bothered to earn spirit stones? If you don't have it, don't open your eyes. I'm going crazy. Hearing this, Jotong grinned, revealing a playful smile. What kind of age is this? You think everyone else is a cutie pie? You think everyone's a cutie? As expected, Zhao Wutian's words drew a huge counterattack. Zhao Wutian, all your ancestors. Who do you think you are? How dare you tell us what to do? If you can sell or not, you can't sell. Get out of here, without us to hold you up. You're just a stinking beggar, and you dare to boing and bark. I've never seen anyone with such chutzpah. If you're so powerful, why don't you call yourself Zhao Ritian? The dirty words were continuous, directly spraying Zhao Wanwu autistic, and simply became a shrunken head turtle. Ahem, all of you, calm down. Let's continue. The old waiter pulled the conversation back. Those who don't like it can leave it. 600,000 spirit stones. Jotong struck directly, thinking that he could take it down easily. But there was a turnaround. 1 million spirit stones. The one who called the price was the Yuqing sect in the next room. And listening to the voice, it was undoubtedly Mo Lu Shu. Is this woman sick? Jotong frowned and spat in his mind. He was right. Mo Liu Su did have a disease. A disease that had a morbid obsession with Jotong. The one thing she would never allow to happen was for Jotong to show affection to another woman. Not even a guest secretary who looked exactly like Jotong. Still want to give the bracelet to Morongya that has asked my opinion? She said in her heart, thinking that the guest minister was trying to show favor to Morongya. She couldn't help but feel the fire in her heart at that time, and decisively struck out. 1,200,000. Jotong continued to raise the price. $1.5 million. Mo Liu Su followed up again, with a look of vowing not to stop. The crowd exclaimed in shock, having never seen such a tycoon, simply not treating money as money. That waiter also laughed openly. Today can be considered to run into the wrong kind of seed. $1.5 million once, twice. Is there a higher bid? Jotong no longer made a sound, but dipped his hand into the wine and started outlining the formation on the table. What are you doing? The little demoness came over, feeling only a little familiar. I just learned a little trick yesterday, just in time to try it out. Huh, isn't this the equivalent transportation technique? You're trying to steal with that? As a member of the Celestial Master Clan, the little demoness had naturally seen this kind of formation. It was someone who used this trick to save Yufeng and Yuchong from Jotong in the beginning. What equivalent are you going to use? The little demoness asked. Jotong smiled faintly as his spiritual energy converged and condensed into a spiritual talisman in front of him. Rune 67. Explosive Wave. The little demoness was taken aback, for the talisman had been activated. Take it easy. Jotong pressed the spirit talisman onto the formation and waited for the right moment. 1,500,000 3 times. Congratulations to the honorable guest in room 2 of the heavenly character for coming out on top. The waiter announced the bracelet with a bang. Immediately after, he ordered the female cultivator to send the jade bracelet to Mo Liu Su. Chapter 111, Mo Liu Su, Lamian, I'll explode with you. Humph, how can you escape from the palm of your hand? Mo Liu Su took the bracelet and said with incomparable complacency. At the same time, she did not forget to use the rest of her eyes to glance at the Jotong next to her. That's clearly something in the words. It was implied that Jotong could never escape her. But immediately afterward, a sudden change occurred. The bracelet on her hand blazed with light and disappeared in the blink of an eye, replaced by a spirit talisman. What is it? Mo Liu Su was startled. From that spirit talisman she felt an amazing energy. Ren Hansing was quick to see and pulled Chen Linger into his arms. Ah! Chen Linger exclaimed in shock. Her pretty face flushed red as she wrapped her arms around the other party in death. Boom! Deafening explosions erupted and fire erupted from the windows of the room. What happened? Everyone was shocked and looked in that direction. Ahem! The smoke and dust dispersed. Emoliosu took the brunt of the blast and was blown up. Although she was not injured, the anger in her heart had long been contained. Zhao Wutian! You bastard dare to trick me! She roared. How dare you use a bomb instead of a treasure? Do you want to die? Xia Hongso and Tang Qi were also blaring angrily. The two of them were the closest apart, and thus they were also affected. Originally, they weren't that angry, but after seeing Zhou Tong and Chen Linger safe and sound, they couldn't tense up, especially Xia Hongso. No matter how much she had counted, it was impossible for her to calculate that there would be such an unwarranted disaster. Hearing this, the crowd once again murmured, pointing the finger at Zhao Wunan. It is really outrageous. The store is so big that it deceives the customers. Is there any king's law here? Is there any law at all? Put your mother ******** ing ass on the line. Zhao Wutian also cursed. Bitch still dares to catch a thief. I haven't held you responsible for carrying explosives. You want to bite me back? Believe it or not, I'll kill you. This sentence almost made Emoliosu's undesirable robbery angry. Only to see her plump chest rising and falling violently, she could not wait to rush up and fight for her life. But in the way of this being the territory of the heavenly Dao mansion, she had no choice but to stop for the time being. Very well, just you wait. This is not over. Hoof, I hope you live to see the day you come after me. Zhao Wenshi said contemptuously, adding another slash at Emoliosu. Inside room number 1 of the heavenly character, Zhou Tong was holding the flying phoenix bracelet and playing with it carefully. What is in the palm of your hand cannot escape. He laughed, and suddenly his face stared slightly as he let out a soft doubt. Upon his probing, there was clearly a hidden energy flowing among the bracelet, and although it was hidden, it was actually strong. Hiss, there's actually a trace of real phoenix blood in here. He rarely showed a surprised look. Between heaven and earth, the dragon and phoenix for the recognized divine beasts, dragon scale phoenix blood is even more difficult to find in the world. To get a strand of perhaps can be against the heavens to change their fate. But soon he calmed down. Since it was something that was promised to the Empress, she couldn't go back on her word, and both the bracelet and the phoenix blood should go to thousand myriads. This is her chance. The second treasure will be auctioned next. The old man's voice pulled the crowd back, and he sold the story. This is something great. I believe everyone will be interested, especially the women and the elderly. When these words came out, the cultivators widened their eyes and speculated on what it was. When the female cultivator twisted her enchanting buttocks and walked onto the stage, many people instantly brightened up, shrugged their noses vigorously, and began to inhale furiously and violently in a storm. Ah, what an absolutely beautiful flavor. It's intoxicating, with an endless sweet aftertaste. It's like I'm 10 years younger. The flavor is strong and powerful. With the curtain on the jade disc being opened, the mystery was revealed, and what met everyone's eyes was clearly a section of green-colored vines, the evergreen vine of the ancients. Without the need for an introduction, everyone came into the spirit. Even Zhou Tong stumped up. This is a holy thing full of vitality. Women can use it for youthfulness and agelessness, and the elderly can take it for longevity. The ultimate goal of the people's cultivation was to live as long as the heavens and live forever. And now that they had met a treasure that could increase their life, no one could hold on to it at all. Starting bid, $1 million. As soon as the words were spoken, people went crazy. I'll give you $1,200,000. $1,600,000. $3 million. After a round of frantic price increases, the price of the Vanguard Evergreen Vine had already approached 10 million spirit stones, and for that there was no intention of stopping. $15 million. As soon as the words fell, the auction all fell silent for a split second as Zhou Tong finally made his move. When the Sacred Heart Demon Sovereign had used up a lot of her life to save elder sister, Zhou Tong had promised to make it up to her, so he was also determined to get this 10,000 ancient evergreen vine. Once that price was offered, everyone else gave up. Although the 10,000 ancient evergreen vine was precious, it would be too unprofitable to offend a saint because of it. $20 million. Emoliosu's voice came out again, causing Zhou Tong to raise his eyebrows. This woman really has money to burn. In fact, it wasn't just the Jade Clearance sect. There were even more rich and powerful sects at this auction. They all came for the Yin Yang Dao body, and some of them even brought their entire fortune with them in order to achieve their goal. Not powering up now is just a way to preserve capital to use to pick the most precious fruit. For example, the Jade Clearance sect had brought at least 1 billion spirit stones with them on this trip. Yet even so, I'm afraid that there were no less than 10 families present that could compete with them. $20 million at a time. The old man began to report the number. 20 million twice. The crowd was silent. while Emoliosu had a winning expression on her face as she felt she had won again. Still want Moronya that looks ageless? That's really delusional. Jotong didn't make a sound as he had already started drawing the formation. 20 million 3 times. With the fall of the hammer, the ancient evergreen vine finally fell to the Jade Clearance sect. In order to prevent accidents from happening again, Emoliosu concentrated on everything around him this time, not believing that there was still someone who could make trouble out of it, only to see her take the initiative to walk out of the room and reach out to receive the ancient evergreen vine in full view of everyone. Can't go wrong this time. After careful probing, she finally breathed a sigh of relief, but immediately afterward, the thing in her hand turned back into a spirit talisman. Seeing this scene, both Yu Ilan and Yu Jingfeng were shaken. It's the equivalent carrying technique. Yu Yurin said. Silly girl, you're looking at the wrong focus. That spirit talisman is the top priority. Before the words left his mouth, the spirit talisman burned. In order to counter the higher value of the Vanguard Evergreen Vine, Jotong exchanged the equivalent for a more powerful being this time. Talisman 83, Cloud Chasing Swing. Amazing ripples surged out from the spirit talisman, this time only targeting Emoliosu, instantly detonating. Boom! The auction shook violently, and many people were unsteady on their feet and fell to the ground. A few breaths later, Emoliosu with blood at the corner of her mouth appeared in front of the crowd, only to see that her expression was first stupefied and then transformed into anger. Bullying people too much. I'll explode with you, old lady. She looked as if she was crazy and was about to rush up and fight Zhao Wunan. Chapter 112, Small deer are pleasing to the eye. Big deer hurt the body, and strong deer goes up in smoke. Emoliosu was really furious, being teased twice in a row. Anyone else wouldn't be able to endure it. Her sanity and patience were all disconnected at this moment. Don't you dare make me uncomfortable. The aura of a near half-saint violently erupted and raged through the auction, causing many people to turn pale with vigor. Wait! Zhao Wenshi's voice was laced with a bit of anxiety. An accident happened in full view of the crowd, and no matter who did it, the auction couldn't get off the hook. He does have the wrong end of the stick on this one. More importantly, if Emoliosu made a scene here, it would likely disrupt his plans. The first order of business is to put things to rest. This is indeed due to our poor caretaking. I'm willing to compensate you for all your losses and promise to give you a 10% discount on all the items you auction afterward. Hearing this, Emoliosu finally subsided. That's more like it, she said contentedly, returning to her room. I don't know that Zhao Wanwa was smiling coldly at that moment. What's the harm in a 10% discount? Not to mention a 10% discount? After all these people were exterminated, all the treasures and spirit stones would return to him. This concession is nothing more than putting money from the left pocket into the right pocket. Next, please welcome the third auction item. The old man trailed off, causing the crowd to cross their fingers. This time, the ones who sent the treasure up were not the lovable beauties, but 8 strong men with swollen muscles, only to see them bursting with veins, carrying a huge cabinet up to the high platform. Looking incomparably strained, Jotong narrowed his eyes. That cabinet was pitch black and the whole body was made of underworld gold. Regardless of anything else, the cabinet itself was a rare treasure. Stygian gold was extremely special. Not only was it incredibly hard, but it could also isolate all killing chi, so it was perfect for use as a shield and armor. Even so, Jotong was able to detect an extremely powerful pressure from the cabinet, and what was held inside was definitely something extremely terrifying. Everyone be careful. This treasure is a bit dangerous. Those who don't have confidence in their own strength had better not watch it. It's for your own good, the old man said with a smile, but his tone was full of provocation. What's wrong with that? Cultivators, which is not a tenacious donkey, and the tenacious donkey, in public to admit that they are weak that still cultivate the fart. So everyone stared at the cabinet with wide eyes and concentrated attention. When the cabinet door slowly opened, a ray of colored light slowly shot out, reflecting into everyone's eyes. In an instant, the screams were endless, and many people's eyes were oozing blood. Ah, damn it, my eyes are going to burn out. My head hurts. What the hell is this thing? It's able to sear the soul and it's impossible to get out of sight. In only a moment's time, the screams were filled with fear, and a number of people were racked with ghosts. Jotong stepped in just in the nick of time, only to see him gently stomping his foot, and vast spiritual power rushed out, isolating those people's line of sight. Phew! Thick gasps rose and fell, and many of them were deflated, drenched in cold sweat and in a state of disarray. Many thanks to Lord Hakai for coming to the rescue. The hijacked man arched his hand at the heavenly room, but received no response. In the middle of the room, Jotong's entire body stood up, looking at the contents of the cabinet with unblinking eyes. Zhao Wutian, this scumbag, where exactly did he get these rare treasures from? Jotong was numb, simply because this auction item was even more heavyweight. After the light dissipated, the treasures in the cabinet had finally collected some. Looking around, he saw a colored ball the size of a dragon's eye lying in the cabinet, emitting an indescribable aroma. "Don't go sniffing," someone shouted out in vigilance. But someone was still struck, and could not help but fall to the ground in a trance and faint. "What the hell is this?" The eyes of some powerful people glowed. This was definitely not a mortal item. "I wonder if you have heard of the glazed divine deer." The old man twirled his beard and said with a smile. When these words came out, there was actually a sound of cool air being sucked in from the surroundings. That was a divine beast that only existed in legends and was rarer than the dragon and phoenix. "This colored ball, shouldn't it be?" someone asked with trembling fingers, pointing to the items in the cabinet. "That's right, this is the scented pouch of the glazed divine deer, and it's also the scented pouch of a baby deer." Upon hearing this news, people were shocked beyond words. The scent pouch was the essence of the entirety of the lily divine deer, and its function was simple and crude. In a nutshell, it's two words: sanctification. Let the reincarnation realm break through to half-saints, and let half-saints break through to saints. This efficacy was unbelievable and was enough to make everyone go crazy. Yet with such a treasure, there were limits to its use. This glazed divine deer's life is divided into 4 stages, and when it is just born, its body surface is only 3 colors, and it is called a young deer, and it has not yet grown out of its scent sac. When it grows to the next stage, it develops 5 colors on its body, as well as a scent sac, and is called a fawn. This time of the year, the scented pouch was the most valuable. Not only was it complete in its efficacy, but it was also gentle and pro-soft, and it would not have any side effects when used to break through the holy realm. Growing further, the divine deer would become a large deer, with its body divided into 7 colors, and the medicinal properties of the scented pouch would become incomparably fierce. And although it could also help one become a saint, it was accompanied by great risks. In the last stage, the glazed divine deer would become a 9-colored divine deer, and it would also awaken the natural aptitude, 9-colored glazed light, which could ignore all defenses and was extremely terrifying. Thus it was also known as a strong deer. By this time, the medicinal properties of its scent capsules would become extremely horrifying, comparable to a severe poison. Under the saints, if they took it, they would absolutely explode and die. So in the eyes of the crowd, strong deer's scented capsule was worthless. As the saying goes, small deer are pleasant, big deer hurt, and strong deer go up in smoke. But in Zhou Tong's opinion, the scented pouch up for auction was not a fawn-scented pouch at all, but came from a strong deer. Yet because of this, he was extraordinarily excited. For the people did not know that the strong deer's bomb was poison to the saint below, but to the saint above it was a great tonic that could be found but not sought. Zhou Tong looked at Morongya by his side, and had a decision in his heart. Master has just broken through the sage realm. It's time to strengthen the wave. If one was lucky, one could even learn the natural aptitude of the glazed divine deer. "I'll take this thing," Zhou Tong said decisively. Emilio Su had the same idea as him. If he wanted to become a saint, he had to auction this item. Right at this moment, the old man of the auction suddenly spoke. "This item does not accept spirit stones for auction." This statement confused everyone. If you don't use spirit stones, what do you use? Of course it's settled with treasures. Pills or not, magic treasures or not, weapons or not. In short, those who can come up with high-priced treasures in exchange can get this scented bag. Chapter 113, Your ancestor, play money. Upon hearing this, the crowd was in an uproar. Just what kind of treasure can stand up to the scented pouch of the glazed divine deer? That's a chance to become a saint. Aren't you guys afraid of losing money? Someone asked, full of disbelief. Immediately afterward, Zhao Wencher's moralistic voice came from above. Such a treasure should go to the virtuous. I ask myself if I am not blessed to consume it, and I will also auction off the treasures I exchanged, and I will not take a single cent of the proceeds from the spirit stones, all of which will be used to support the suffering commoners all over the empire. Many people frowned when they heard this statement. This doesn't fit Zhao Wutian's persona at all, and yet there are still people who mindlessly follow and worship them. Sir is truly exemplary as well. I was wrong about you before. Such high-mindedness is admirable, and I would like to publicize Mr.'s great righteousness to the world. In the room of Tianzi number 1, Morongya and the little demoness couldn't help but gag. Zhou Tong couldn't hold back his laughter either. A guy who wanted to sacrifice all the people, but his mouth was full of benevolence and morality. It was really ridiculous to the extreme. Without further ado, I'll open the door, a burly man said with bravado, only to see the rugged hand slightly raised, holding a demon sinking pestle in his palm. This demon sinking pestle can be used 3 times, and each strike has the power of the peak of the reincarnation realm. The other said succinctly, drawing attention from the crowd. It was indeed a good treasure. Whether it was used to save one's life or to kill the enemy, It was enough to make one's heart flutter. It's just a shame that the portions aren't even close. Look at me. People were not willing to show weakness and offered up their treasures one after another. For a while, what 1,000 realms pagoda, 10,000 pawns drum, Shura umbrella, Jade Emperor bell, and so on came out in an endless stream, dazzling the crowd. Well, they're all good treasures. This is a bumper crop for me. On top of the high floor, Zhao Wuji was watching with feverish eyes. He was taking detailed notes on everything, ready to be used for precision harvesting in the near future. After all, there were 60,000 people here. He didn't have the time to count everyone's space rings. He could only come up with a way to lure the snakes out of their holes, letting these people take the initiative to leak their money. Worthy of the State Master. It is an eye-opening experience for us, the Devil Marshal of the Swallowing Abyss said mockingly, using a wasteful scented capsule to achieve a goal. In terms of plotting and scheming, it's still you humans who are good enough at it. Hearing these words, a cold glint flashed across Zhao Wutian's eyes. He had already made up his mind that no matter what, he would shatter this demon marshal into pieces. It's all worthless. A kind laugh came and interrupted the argument. The one who spoke was a thin middle-aged man, not quite handsome, but extremely competent, with a sharp and peerless sword eyebrow and heart, which can be described as an extraordinary temperament. I don't know what heavy treasures you have. Bring them out for us to see. Many people were annoyed in their hearts and looked over with unkind gazes, only to see the other party look cold and pull off a black hair in full view of everyone. How about just this hair of mine in exchange? The crowd was stunned at first, and then a huge roar of laughter erupted immediately afterward. Claptrap is for clowns. I'm afraid this person isn't crazy. Everyone ignore it. Don't talk to a cutie. General knowledge. Most people were laughing, but a few couldn't. Morongya, Yu Jingfeng and Zhou Tong all looked grave. They could see clearly that this middle-aged man was also a saint. And it's still a sword saint. Zhou Tong had fought with this person in his previous life, and when he had fought with him at his peak, the other party had actually lasted for 3 moves. Moreover, this person was also a wordless wise man, and it was from him that Long Lingyun's inheritance came. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that at this point, a single hair of his could easily decapitate a half-saint. Zhao Wutian still didn't know what he was missing. Since everyone is unwilling to take out decent treasures, then I, the Jade Clearance sect, will make an offering. Imolyosu reappeared in front of the crowd, only to see her hands raised, with a blazing light flowing from her palms, like she was holding up a sun. The true fire of the sun. Someone shouted out in shock at the origin of this thing. It was a firstborn sun. Its value was incalculable. If a strong person who cultivated the flame avenue could refine it, becoming a saint would be the nail in the coffin later. Unsurprisingly, this is the final bargain. Yuyurin said softly, her gaze going to the old man next to her. Grandpa, you cultivate the flame avenue, right? I'll buy it for you when the sun true flame is auctioned off later. Ha, you girl. The old man smiled dotingly. Why do you need to break the bank for what the old man wants? While saying that, the old man opened the space ring, only to find that there wasn't even a single hair inside. Ahem, don't pretend. Grandpa, my father told me a long time ago that you never carry money when you go out. That big mouth. Sooner or later, I'll tear out his tongue, the old man said hatefully, but waved his hand at Yu Ilan. At old man's age, money is nothing but something outside of my body, and the true fire of the sun can't move me. So let's leave it at that. Yu Ilan still wanted to insist, but was stopped once again by Yu Jingfeng. One time for the sun's true flame. Does anyone else want to exchange treasures? The waiter asked in a loud voice with a small hammer in his hand. Sun true flame twice, sun true flame 3. Just then, a voice came out from the heavenly character room number 1. A 9th grade spirit talisman. The voice was soft, but it was like a thunderclap, causing everyone to tense their bodies. Many people had never seen a grade 9 treasure in their entire lives, and it was said that it was an existence that could injure a saint. Yu Ilan keenly noticed that the old man next to him was staring with wide eyes. Where was there any semblance of a desireless look? The saint was like this, and the old man in charge of the auction was even worse, his voice trembling. May I inspect the goods? Rune 91. 1,000 hands of Kayak Tiente Cannon. After Zhou Tong created the talisman, he directly borrowed Morongya's spiritual power to infuse it with divine essence. The stable saint's spiritual power was much more convenient than his raging spiritual power, and the two of them worked together to create a true grade 9 spirit talisman. When this talisman came out, the crowd was silent. This pressure, this aura can never be wrong. Many people do not even have the courage to look directly at it. It must be a 9th level spirit talisman undoubtedly. Humph. It's just a grade 9 spirit talisman. Its value may not be higher than the true fire of the sun. Amo Lushu said unconvincingly. 3 courses would be good then. With a wave of Zhou Tong's hand, 2 more spirit talismans flew out, causing countless gasps. Deal. The old man didn't hesitate in the slightest and directly sealed the deal. He didn't think there was anyone else who could take out a higher treasure. Damn it! Emoliosu's face turned blue. The duck in his mouth was completely gone. Zhou Tong, on the other hand, smiled and pocketed the scented capsule along with the plutonic gold arc. Next, according to the Patriarch's regulations, we're going to auction off these 3 spirit talismans. The waiter continued, causing Yu Shocked Win's entire body to nearly jump up. The spirit talisman was imperative to him. It was a matter of the fate of the family. Girl, hand over all the spirit stones you have on you. The kindly old grandpa instantly turned into a bandit, his gaze sharpening as he looked at the girl beside him. Grandpa, I have 100 million spirit stones here, Yu Yuelan said with a trembling voice. Not enough. Contact the family quickly. Yu Yuran hurriedly did as he was told. Along with the activation of the voice transmission jade pendant, the two of them soon heard the voice of Phantom Wind. Who are you? Me, your ancestor. Hit the money. Chapter 114. One sword presses the sword saint. Who are you, the ancestor? I'm your ancestor. Phantom Wind stormed out. It was bad enough luck these days, but he didn't expect to meet an old liar. What kind of person comes up as someone's ancestor and asks for money? Without saying a word, he directly cursed and then cut off the voice transmission jade pendant. That's not right. After the outrage, he couldn't help but start to reminisce. There's something about that old crook's voice that seems familiar. What's more, outsiders wouldn't be able to get through to their voice transmission jade pendants. Before he knew it, he was starting to sweat. A few moments later, Yu Feng was hoisted up, and his old father, who was also the patriarch of the Celestial Master clan, was full of smiles and nodding his head with the voice transmission jade pendant. Cut the crap. Hurry up and hit the money. At least 1 billion spirit stones. Yu Jingfeng's urgent voice came over, looking very grumpy. Hearing this, a look of difficulty appeared on the patriarch's face. Ah, old ancestor, 1 billion spirit stones is nothing. It's just that it's too far apart and I'm afraid I won't be able to make it in time. This is simple. That girl Night Orchid is in my hands. I'll price her at $1 billion. You launch the equivalent moving technique right now and bring the girl back. At these words, the patriarch froze. There was even such an operation. Grandpa, you're going to sell me? Yu Yuelan was struck by lightning, her eyes tearing up as she put on a hurt expression. Silly girl, how can you call this selling? Old me is protecting you. There's going to be a big battle here next. Hearing this, Yu Elan's face immediately became incredibly serious. I'm sorry, Grandpa. I was wrong about you. It's okay, girl. Hand over the money you have on you as well. You have no use for it anyway. At these words, the touching of the Yu Elan vanished. With just a flash of white light, the transaction was completed. And while Yu Elan disappeared, Yu Jingfeng's hand had an extra 1.1 billion spirit stones. Tiny spirit talisman. Take that. The old man was confident and waited for the auction to begin. Things were as expected. 3 grade 9 spirit talismans. The auction kept one for itself. The old man spent 300 million spirit stones to get one, and the last one was won by the force called the Ancestral God Sect. Yu Jingfeng was holding the spirit talisman. His eyes were as brilliant as stars, and he was so excited that he could hardly contain himself. From that he felt an unimaginable greatness, its mystery and subtlety surpassing all the rune paths he had mastered. Night Orchid Girl is right. This talisman art can really circumvent the heavenly tribulation, if the family can obtain it. At that thought, his eyes became incredibly complicated. Such an extraordinary treasure art cannot be granted at will. Think about it. If someone dares to ask the Tianchi clan for the secret art, its fate must be incomparably miserable. At this moment in the Heavenly Sun's rune number 1, there were incomparably stunning sword shadows that flashed by. The weight of their might was comparable to the fall of the 9 heavens, and their lifting was as if they were waving a chunk of hair. The person who struck was the Sword Saint, who circumvented everyone's ears and broke in. The opponent aimed at Zhou Tong from the start, wanting to subdue him. Rune 19, Heaven and Earth Cage. The little demoness was quick on her feet, blocking off space and stopping the breath from being exposed. Unbridled, Moronya immediately moved, holding a long sword and stood up. As the two swords clashed, the might of a saint quietly filled the air, causing one's heart to palpitate, thanks to the fact that both of them had restrained their force. Otherwise the unbridled collision between saints would have been enough to level dozens of miles in a radius. Rune 90, Black Coffin. Zhou Tong struck out in between, precisely separating the two. Good tactics. The sword saint's eyes flickered as he could not help but praise, and immediately afterward, he aimed his sword blade at Zhou Tong. I won't say more nonsense. Hand over the glazed divine deer's scented capsule and I'll owe you guys a favor. Your favors are worthless in my eyes. Zhou Tong shook his head, causing the other party's face to sink instantly. Kid, I'm afraid the female saint beside you just broke through. She's no match for me. So what? The corners of Jotong's mouth rose, not fearing in the slightest. Humph, in the end, you are young and exuberant. It seems that you have a lot of confidence in your own protector. Then I'm going to tackle you next so that you can recognize the gap. As the words fell, he unexpectedly collected his aura and became like an ordinary person. Don't be nervous, I won't hurt you. I'll just capture you alive with my kendo. And I hope you don't get mouthy when I put my sword on your neck later. Moronya was like an enemy. What the other party said was not wrong. If they fought head-on, she was no match for the Sword Saint. I'm coming. As the words fell, the Sword Saint's entire body turned into a white light and charged across the room at Jotong. Don't you dare! Moronya decisively made a move to intercept, but she felt as if she was stuck in a quagmire. Her entire body was wrapped in an ocean of sword intent, and her movements were extremely inconvenient. It's over. The Sword Saint smiled dashingly and arrived in front of Jotong, his power plummeting as his sword blade pressed down. Separating Moronya required the use of a saint's power, and dealing with Jotong naturally required a light touch. He had long since reached the level of Sword Dao, and there was no doubt that he would capture Jotong alive. Under the heavens, he had yet to run into an existence that could lead him in the Dao of the sword. Yet fate always likes to play jokes. Even if you are winning, there is still the possibility of a gutter. If Jotong had not come back to life, the Sword Saint would indeed be the #1 person in the Sword Dao at this time. But facing Jotong, who possessed the sensibility of a near-complete Dao Lord, in terms of Sword Dao alone, it was the future peak Sword Saint who would have to get down. A cold light appeared and a shocking aura flashed. Jotong had a black sword in his hand at some point and knocked against the Sword Saint's long sword. Snort! Sparks erupted. Extremely dazzling. It was a battle between sword paths, but it showed a trend of one side overwhelming the other. How is that possible? The Sword Saint's pupils trembled, and the moment the two sides came into contact he had a huge doubt. That feeling of imbalance was like an ordinary person preparing to lift his foot to stomp on an ant, only to end up stepping on a giant dragon. Go you! Jotong grinned and shocked away his opponent's long sword. If it wasn't for the Sword Saint's cultivation enhancement, his sword would have already come out of his hand at this point. This is the real end. Jotong laughed lightly, and when the Sword Saint reacted, his sword was already on his neck. At this moment, the Saint's composure had long been thrown to the winds as he looked at Jotong with a look of a monster. Wordless wisdom root still doesn't work, although it can take you to the top the fastest. It ultimately limits your height. When these words came out, the Sword Saint was even more struck by lightning. The other parties seemed to know everything about him. Little brother, no matter who you are, I'm going to use that scented capsule to save my life. I'm offended. The Sword Saint's designation had changed, yet he was still prepared to make a move for a hard grab. Saving lives with a strong deer's scented pouch. Aren't you afraid of saving people from death? Jotong laughed and casually tossed the scented capsule to the other party. What? The Sword Saint was struck by lightning, and after carefully probing, anger was written all over his entire face. The scum of the Heavenly Dao Palace dares to trick me. Don't worry, the people this scented bag can't save. Maybe I can. Jotong patted the other party's shoulder, his tone filled with confidence. If you can save my beloved, I'll make you my 8 sworn friends, and if there are any future dispatches, my brother will never postpone them. The Sword Saint caught Jotong's hand and said with incomparable excitement, Chapter 115 Master, are you willing to be bullied by me? In his previous life, Jotong and the Sword Saint had a personal relationship that was considered good, and he also knew that the other party always had a piece of his heart. It is said that his beloved woman suffered a perishing calamity while crossing the Saint's calamity and eventually perished, and the scented pouch of the glazed sacred deer can just defuse this disaster, except that it must be the scented pouch of a small deer. After inquiring, Jotong really affirmed his guess. The Sword Saint's woman is in critical condition, and her soul could fall apart at any moment. Little brother, if you really have the skill to return to heaven, please don't be stingy, the Sword Saint anxiously urged, a rare look of sorrow appearing between his brows. I do have a way. If I want to relieve the danger, I must carve a talisman. These words caused the little demoness' expression to change slightly. You're talking about Talisman 95, the mighty spirit moral life protection spell? Exactly. Jotong nodded. This is impossible to accomplish, the little demoness said in a hurry. What the hell is it? A 9th grade talisman? I've never heard of it before, the Sword Saint said doubtfully. Not the 9th level, but a mysterious talisman above the 9th level. The little demoness looked grave. The talisman above the 95th number had already transcended the realm of 9th grade talismans and reached a higher and deeper level. 9 levels up. Even the Sword Saint revealed a shocked expression at this moment. It's too hard. More so than hunting a fawn. His brows lowered in a grimace. Not necessarily. As long as one can gather all 3 conditions, there is a possibility of success. Which 3 conditions? First, Use the heart blood of a saint. Jotong raised a finger and said, I'll provide. The sword saint didn't even bring an eyelid to blink. Although his heart's blood was vital, it was nothing compared to the woman he loved. The second condition is to have 3 strong people whose spiritual power has reached the sage realm to cooperate and make talismans together. It's not that hard. The sword saint breathed a sigh of relief. He himself plus Morongya already had 2. With his connections, finding another saint wasn't even a concern. In the end, the little demoness couldn't help but sigh as she said, in addition to the above, we also need to find a strong person who has arrived at the realm of the undifferentiated. When these words came out, the sword saint's pupils suddenly contracted and he was petrified on the spot, frozen in place. By the realm of no phase, do you mean the realm of no phase? One of the 6 realms of becoming an emperor? I don't understand the 6 realms of emperor formation. I only know that's how it's written in the secret book. It's that realm, Jotong added, causing the sword saint to completely die. Then what hope is there? In today's world, I'm afraid no one can reach that realm. The sword saint became irritable to the naked eye, and even a bit self-absorbed. From finding a small deer, to making a mysterious talisman, to searching for a strong person who had arrived at the realm of the undifferentiated. How come the difficulty had even increased step by step? Not now, maybe soon, Jotong said in a light tone, causing the sword saint to come to his senses once again. What makes you say that? Could it be that your elder is about to break through? Jotong shook his head. Unspeakable. So tell me, how long do I have to wait? Less than a day. More than 7 days. Jotong deliberated on the words. He now only needed to get one more trace of demented thoughts to try to break through to the unmasked realm. 7 days was already very conservative. I can afford to wait these days. The sword saint let out a long sigh of relief and gave a jade talisman to Jotong. Crush it if you want to see me. I'm at your beck and call. As soon as the words left his mouth, the other disappeared into the room. Worthy of being a sword saint, it really does come and go without a trace. What are you lamenting for? Can you find a strong man like that in 7 days? The little demoness asked worriedly. Lest things don't work out and the sword saint ends up getting annoyed and rising up to hurt people. Don't be afraid. If he dares to look for trouble, let the master beat him up. Jotong said jokingly, but it seems like master can't stop him. That's only temporary. But after today it's hard to tell. Jotong pinched the glazed divine deer's scented pouch and came in front of Morongya. Master, eat this. Under the other party's slightly reddened face, Jotong gently set aside the pink and delicate red lips with his index finger, and then gently pressed the scent bag in. Well, Morongya couldn't help but let out a soft hum as the thing melted in her mouth, and in an instant, she felt a powerful warm current converge at her chest, and then scatter along her meridians towards all corners of her body. Little one, the potency of this stuff is so strong, I feel a bit uncomfortable. A few moments later, Morongya sat in the void with her hands folded, but her expression looked a little difficult. Bear with it a little longer. It will indeed be a little hard at first, and you'll feel better once you start absorbing the medicine. Jotong had no worries as the body of a saint was fully capable of withstanding this kind of impact, but things went beyond his expectations. Half a quarter of an hour later, Morongya's symptoms, instead of easing, had a tendency to intensify. How come? Jotong finally noticed that something was wrong. He immediately went forward and hugged the other party, and after probing, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air, only to see that there was a huge amount of medicinal energy accumulated in Morongya's meridians. This energy neither flowed nor could be absorbed. It was just like that, more and more saved up. Even the meridians were blocked. If it went on like this it would be dangerous. Is this? Jotong's heart shook as he thought of a possibility that Morongya had taken too many spirit pills in order to suppress her heart demons, and had already developed resistance to the pills. Because of this, her ability to absorb the medicinal power had become incredibly sluggish, leading to the current situation. Little man, I'm so hard. Morongya backhandedly hugged Jotong tightly, her voice trembling as she whispered in his ear. You're not purposely teasing me to see me in this soft and weak state, are you? Morongya wasn't complaining. It was more like a helpless woman pouting to someone close to her. However, once these words came out, Jotong still couldn't help but feel his heart shake wildly. God knows how charming this big beauty in his arms posing like this with a pearly, delicate and pitiful look really is. The achievement of making this high and mighty female saint cry would surely make countless perverts feel satisfied. How can I give it up? Jotong said with a trembling voice. Hearing this, Morongya smiled happily. I knew you wouldn't want to give it up. If you want I can, Jotong covered the other party's mouth and looked at the little demoness next to him. The situation is urgent. I must now help my master guide the medicinal power in my body. The commotion will be so great that it absolutely cannot be leaked to the outside world. I'll block the space. The little demoness is about to use her talisman. That's not enough. Jotong looked at the plutonic gold cabinet next to him and instantly had an idea. Without a moment's delay, he jumped in with Moronya in his arms, locking the cabinet door at the same time. In the darkness, in this small space, the two bodies were pressed together. Jotong could clearly feel that Moronya's body was gradually becoming hot. Little fellow, are you going to bully Master again? Jotong took a deep breath and forcibly stabilized his mind. Then, Master, are you willing to be bullied by me? For a long time, along with heavy breathing, Moronya timidly gave an answer. Well, I like it. Chapter 116, Little Guy. You badass. In the dark confined space, the sound of breathing gradually increased, and the temperature around them gradually rose. Rune 6. Xianguang. Jotong flexed his fingers and ignited the light. At that moment, the two were embracing each other, their faces facing each other, less than half a foot apart, and both could clearly feel each other's breath. Little one, when are you going to see this? Moronya said in a delicate voice. Her face was red and even more endearing. Jotong felt the unbridled softness in his arms and couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. Who could hold this? Master, there is an excessive buildup of medicinal power in your body, and you must intervene artificially to forcefully channel it away. Well, what are you going to do? Moronya hung her head and knelt between Jotong's legs, her forehead resting against his collarbone, her voice soft as she asked. With mental energy, then guided by hand, Jotong dryly coughed twice in an attempt to hide the embarrassment. Silence fell around them, and Jotong could clearly hear his own heartbeat. There's just something about atmosphere that's so subtle that even in a silent environment, it can still set the mood on fire completely. Jotong only felt his blood boiling. Just as he was about to open his mouth, Moronya hugged him tightly. The two of them stuck closer together, making Jotong unable to resist his heart. What are you waiting for? A soft whisper came from her ear, and Moronya had rested her chin on Jotong's shoulder. Then I'm going to start, Jotong said in a low voice, one hand encircling Moronya's waist, the other stroking the top of the other party's head and inputting his spiritual energy into it. Boing! The other party's body trembled, and she couldn't help but let out a chortle, backhanding Jotong and holding him even tighter. Hang on! Before the words fell, the powerful spiritual force displayed a domineering stance, as well as its brutal way of rushing through the localized medicinal power, before extending down Jotong's hand towards the bottom. 5 fingers like a breeze brushed along the hair, stroked through the neck, climbed up the smooth spine, straight to the slender willow waist, and Moronya was squinting her eyes, like a kitten, well-behaved and uncharacteristic, apparently holding back from making a sound. Go on, she said in a trembling voice, then gently bit Jotong's shoulder. Dare to make bad, I'll bite you to death. How dare I? Jotong pretended to smile easily as his palm continued to stroke downward. As soon as his hand climbed up the slender calf to the heel, there was an immediate stab of pain in his shoulder. Jotong's heart was hardened, and his spiritual power erupted once again, passing through the soles of his feet and going straight to his toes. Moronya was instantly struck by lightning and loosened her mouth, falling softly and bonelessly into Jotong's arms. Little guy, big bad, she accused, constantly pounding Jotong's chest gently with her fists, and a misty fog had brewed in her seductive eyes. Master, you wait a bit before lecturing me. I've already completed half of the great circulation. Next we need to combine our efforts to completely open up your meridians. Jotong's quick eyes and hands caught 2 soft pink fists. Moronya froze and revealed a playful smile. Don't you need to use your hands to guide it on the front, little one? Ahem. Jotong coughed loudly and said in annoyance. If you're not afraid that I'll be mentally deranged and cause your meridians to flow backwards, I can also do what you want. Haha, that's cute. Whatever you want to do, I'll listen to you. Moronya only felt a lot of relief in her body, and her 2 palms were raised, facing Jotong on all fours. Immediately afterward, red thunder spread out from Jotong's body, entwining the two of them tightly together. Moronya's willow eyebrows raised, only to feel a sharp pain coming from her meridians. Yet immediately after the sharp pain, an unprecedented warmth surged out. Her meridians were gradually growing, widening by a full circle from their usual size. One could only see the red thunder following the great circulation behind his back, then running down from the top of his head, passing through Moronya's collarbone, running through his chest, then rushing through his flat belly, and finally arriving at the 3 inches below his navel. At this moment, the entire great circulation before and after was completely flushed open, and the majestic chi began to run independently in Moronya's body, and flushed open the rest of the slender meridians together. Only a boom was heard. The medicinal power passed through in an instant, seeping into Moronya's meridians with lightning speed. Steeply, the aura of the saint level rose high once again and had reached an extremely terrifying level. Compress quickly, Jotong roared. Moronya had just broken through to the sage realm. Her foundation was unstable. Now was the time to build a firm foundation. If he coveted his cultivation at this time and indulged in its growth, the consequences would be unimaginable. I'm not going to make that kind of cheap mistake, little man. Morongya smiled faintly and ruthlessly compressed her own breath. When it bottomed out and then rebounded again, Morongya persevered and compressed again. After a full 9 cycles, her breath finally stabilized. It was thick and unshakable. Until now, she was a true saint. Not only that, Morongya's body also emitted a 9-colored haze, making Jotong overjoyed. As expected, Morongya had really awakened the natural aptitude of the glazed divine deer. Before he could cheer, Muranga tackled one of his arms. Little fellow, you big bad egg, let's see master punish you properly. As soon as the words fell, Morongya bit Jotong's bad hand. Jotong couldn't help but suck in cool air, startling Morongya. I didn't push. Her eyes were wide with panic, and Jotong's hand was already bloody, leaving clear teeth marks. You are not exerting yourself, Jotong said both helplessly and dotingly, but you used the 9-colored divine light. That thing ignores all defenses and packs a defense-breaking one. Chapter 117, The Little Demon Girl, only I am qualified to take the initiative. This light is surprisingly so powerful. Morongya's face was full of shock. She really just took a gentle bite in a petulant manner, but she didn't expect it to cause so much damage. Good boy. For master to help you touch the wound. Touch it and it won't hurt anymore, Morongya said guiltily, heartache written all over her face. You treat me like a child. Jotong became angry at this and jerked his hand back. He had traveled the mountains of daggers and the seas of fire many times. How could he place a small wound in his eyes? But in front of master, you're just a child, Morongya said with a bad smile, making Jotong feel helpless. The woman was definitely getting back at him for calling her a child before. Just then, 9-colored haze light intertwined on Morongya's body, forming a light cocoon that enveloped her. Master, you've just obtained this gifted aptitude. You can't fully master it yet. You must harness this power in the shortest possible time, Jotong said with a grave expression on his face. It's no problem, trust me. Through the transparent light cocoon, Morongya looked certain. Well then, until you fully master the glazed divine light, stay in this cabinet made of plutonic gold, and no one will be able to disturb you. As the words fell, Jotong stepped out of the locker and met the little demoness at eye level. Like a curious baby, the little demoness swept her gaze from top to bottom, refusing to let go of any detail. When she discovered the teeth marks on Jotong's hands, she immediately revealed a look of contempt. If I say that this is also a part of the treatment, do you believe me? Jotong blushed in embarrassment. Without saying a word, the little demoness grabbed the hand and bit down hard. I believe it, that's why I'm going to treat you too. For being a womanizer. The girl gritted her teeth, causing Jotong to be filled with helplessness. There you go, another mark on the hand. How did the auction go? Jotong suddenly asked with a serious expression. It's nearing the end, and the main event will be on soon, the little demoness said. I hope it doesn't disappoint. Jotong took his seat and his spiritual power radiated out, monitoring every corner. According to the publicity of the Heavenly Dao Mansion, the final auction item to press the stage was the Yin Yang Dao body. However, Zheng Chu Qiao had already been rescued, and after losing the gimmick, I wondered how Zhao Wenshi should explain to the crowd. Just then, suddenly came the waiter's 10,000 excited voice. Gentlemen, this moment of all people's attention has finally arrived. Let's welcome the final treasure together. The crowd was the first to boil over before the words left their lips. Even those who were usually high and mighty, standing at the pinnacle of the world couldn't hold back and glared with their fists clenched. Cut the crap. This is the time we've been waiting for. Quickly present the Yin Yang Dao body. Someone roared with impatience, as if they were about to make a move at the drop of a hat. Then, I won't sell out. So please enjoy. Suddenly, a loud bang came out, like a door somewhere had been opened, followed by a monstrous cold air surging out. Those who were close couldn't help but shiver, only to see 4 strong men carrying a pile of ice crystals, in which a young girl was clearly sealed. Boom! The ice crystals were carried to the high platform, and as soon as they landed, they transmitted an extremely strong fluctuation, the yin and yang of yin and yang. Jotong was abruptly startled and bounced straight up from his seat. This aura was almost identical to Zhang Chuxiao's aura, just as if it was carved from the same mold. Could it be that this is another Yin Yang Dao body? Jotong muttered to himself before shaking his head in the negative. That was impossible. Such a heaven-defying physique the entire heavenly Dao system couldn't accommodate too, unless one withered away. And only after millions of years would another one be born. What a beautiful woman. Is this the legendary Yin Yang Dao body? It's considered a gain to be able to catch a glimpse of her face today. Looking at the frozen girl, someone said with a demented look, as if he had been seduced. More people had greedy faces, staring at the high platform with unblinking eyes. It's a step up. If you can get the yin-yang Dao body and dual cultivate with it, you will become a peak powerhouse in the future. Zhou Tong abruptly raised an eyebrow as his spiritual power passed through the obstruction and touched the girl in the ice. In a flash, he only felt a pain in the center of his brow, and immediately withdrew his spiritual energy. So that's it, he said with a sudden realization. The girl wasn't human at all, not even a life form, but a primordial yin and yang qi. When Hongmeng first opened, chaos ruptured into all things, and this wisp of yin and yang gas is the product born at the opening of the sky and earth, which can be called a priceless treasure. It was a pity that there was still a layer of chaotic bane on it, and anyone who dared to touch it would be revolted and in turn turned into a dry corpse. Zhao Wutian had put it up for auction, clearly wanting to borrow the lives of others to exhaust the chaotic severing qi while he himself sat back and enjoyed the benefits. No wonder he didn't feel the slightest bit of heartache when he first returned Zhang Chuqiao to Zhou Tong. So it turned out that he had already found a replacement. If he could completely absorb this strand of primordial yin and yang qi, he might not be unable to break through the limit and allow himself to become a yin and yang Dao body. With a thought, Zhou Tong was instantly energized. If eldest sister can refine this qi, wouldn't she be able to take off in place, going to auction it off? The little demoness read his mind and said with a smile, anyway, we have the river and mountain ding ding seal. We can mobilize hundreds of billions of spirit stones, so I believe no one can compete with us. There's no need for that. Zhou Tong directly vetoed. No one can hold this piece of ice. In the end it will return to Zhao Wulian's hands. When the time comes, we can just grab it directly from him. Oomph, that Empress is really shrewd, finding you as a heart-saving ally. She's afraid she'll wake up laughing in her dreams. You, when you're happy, you know how to undermine me a few times. You're so unreasonable. A smile appeared on Zhou Tong's face. What? You're not convinced? The little demoness said with a haughty face, her lips pouting in a come and coax me look. Of course Zhou Tong wouldn't be polite, walking forward and planting a kiss on the other party's cheek. Yikes! The little demoness let out a blistering cry, like a frightened rabbit, and jumped away in panic. You, how dare you? This is just a warning. In the future, if you ever assume that stance in front of me again, I will always consider it an invitation. After ruthlessly threatening the other party, Zhou Tong only felt relieved. Little man, can't I cure you? Outrageous? Obviously I'm the only one who can initiate. The little demoness was enraged, and just as she was about to return the favor, the old man on the high platform spoke again. This final treasure is priceless, so it cannot be auctioned with spirit stones. Don't be a sellout. What exactly do you need to use, you quickly say? Do you still need to exchange treasures? Of course not. A sinister light flashed in the old man's eyes, only to hear him say, for this treasure, we don't charge any fees for the auction, and it will go to whoever can grab it. When these words came out, the auction was silent. What do you mean? Someone asked as they sucked in a cool breath of uncertainty. Still don't understand? What a retard, such a heavy treasure is only deserved by the strong. The weak don't deserve to get their hands on it at all. Boom! As soon as the words fell, countless terrifying auras rose up to the sky, and if there was no large formation suppressing the place, the entire auction would have long since been lifted off the ground. Among these auras, there were nearly 10 half-saint level powerhouses alone, not to mention the reincarnation realm powerhouses, as many as 100 of them, all of whom were blinded. The yin-yang Dao body is mine. A reincarnation realm powerhouse abruptly went berserk and rushed up towards the high platform, and before he could get close, he was beaten to pieces by the crowd's joint efforts. Zhou Tong's pupils shrunk slightly as he gained insight into Zhao Wunan's intentions. If the great formation of the living dead was to be activated, sufficient sacrifices must be offered. The fact that he was encouraging the crowd to fight was a precursor to the imminent opening of the great formation. Chapter 118 Bloody Strike. Shocking the whole scene. The entire auction house was in chaos. Breath rushed horizontally, killing aura flew, and in the blink of an eye, hundreds of people were bloodied, falling into the Holy Spirit Deadly Silence Formation sacrifices. In this great battle, only the strong could protect themselves, just like the phantom scare wind. He forced the approaching half-saint powerhouse back with just one look, and the crowd guessed that the old man had definitely reached the peak half-saint level. Coupled with the fact that he had no intention of making a move to grab it, the others stopped paying attention to him. Soon the fight evolved into an unstoppable melee. Some even forgot the purpose of the battle and were infected by the killing auras, striking out madly towards those around them. Fighting for war, fighting for revenge, fighting to rob and killing. For a time, blood qi rushed to the sky, interspersed with aura gathering in the void, the kind of richness that almost ignites space. Ha! Kill to your heart's content. None of you can escape death in the end. Zhao Wenshou looked down and trembled with excitement. You don't think you can successfully activate the grand formation with the blood of these people, do you? The mocking voice of the devil swallowing abyss marshal came out, causing Zhao Wutian to stop laughing. You know very well that to activate it, you must sacrifice someone close, and your Tendo mansion will eventually be reduced to a sacrifice. So what? The corners of Zhao Wenshi's mouth rose, and he was similarly filled with contempt. Do you think I would be heartbroken? It would be an honor for all of them to help me ascend the avenue. Hearing these words, Tun Yuan couldn't help but feel a shock in his heart as well. This guy is meaner than the demons. Demon Lord. This person cannot be retained. He sent a message towards the heaven-swallowing Demon Lord. Don't worry, I'll have my own plan when it's done. Heaven-swallowing Demon Lord stood up and looked at Zhao Wunan again. There is one more thing that must be reconfirmed. That kid, does he really have the strength of a saint level? What do you mean? Zhao Wenshi couldn't help but frown. Just being cautious. If you care, forget I said anything. Agitation? Then I'll just pretend to be fooled for once. Zhao Wenshi coldly snorted. And he also felt the need to test Zhou Tong one more time. Soon he pulled out a voice transmission jade pendant and gave instructions to the people below. After receiving the message, that old man of the waiter nodded his head repeatedly, an evil smile appearing on his face. Everyone, don't you want to get the Yin Yang Dao body? As soon as the words fell, he kicked out, sending Xin Bing in the direction of the Sky Character Room 1. This move instantly attracted everyone. A few eye-killing reincarnation realms didn't care and directly struck a shocking blow in that direction. Boom! Xin Bing was flicked out by the Qi energy, and several people's attacks were without deviation, directly disliking the Heavenly Character Room 1. Only to see that elegant pavilion instantly collapsing, Zhou Tong flew out with the little demoness, allowing the plutonic gold cabinet to be crushed under the rubble. As long as they stayed in there, no one could disturb Moronya. Seeing Zhou Tong appear, many people's spirits were shaken as they came over with attention at the same time. The might of a saint could not be offended. And if Zhou Tong had truly reached that level, he shouldn't have spared the ones who had just struck out. At this moment, it was a crisis. If Zhou Tong could not prove his strength, he would be greeted with an incomparably miserable end. As expected, he didn't disappoint the crowd as he directly struck out, sending a spirit talisman out. This was also a spirit talisman infused with Moronya's spiritual energy, a true grade 9 spirit talisman. Although Zhou Tong's own spiritual power was unique, it was extremely unstable, and the power would be rapidly lost after making a grade 9 spiritual symbol, making it difficult to play a real role. In contrast, a saint level of stabilized spiritual power could instead be more satisfying for refining a 9th level spirit talisman. Rune 90, Black Coffin. Under the terrified eyes of those few reincarnation realms, a black coffin was abruptly created, enveloping them all. Miserable screams penetrated the clouds, and when the black coffin exploded, only a ground of broken flesh was left behind, but no human form. Hiss! The crowd sucked in a breath of cool air, only feeling chills down their spines. In just one move, 5 reincarnation realms were secured. This was definitely the means of a saint. Not yet finished, Zhou Tong swept his gaze and locked onto the waiter who had just picked a fight. What do you want? The old man's face was pale and his teeth were chattering madly. This is an auction. You can't take shots at the staff. Zhou Tong didn't bother to talk nonsense with him and sucked him over with one-handed force, pinching his neck with precision. Spare my life, I didn't mean it. Don't speak. Your soul will tell me everything by itself. Zhou Tong's other hand stroked towards the other party's heavenly soul cover, utilizing the soul-searching technique. Aha! The old man's body twisted and made a sound like a ghostly scream. This kind of pain originating from the soul is not something that flesh and blood can withstand. A moment later, the corners of Zhou Tong's mouth rose, revealing an astonishingly heartfelt cold smile. I already know, you deserve to die. In full view of the public, he began to slaughter people. The hand that pressed on the ceiling of the heavenly body exerted a steep force, causing the waiter to let out a short, miserable scream. Under the fearful gaze of the crowd, the other's body was gradually shrinking. It turned from 7 feet to 4 feet, then to less than a foot, and finally became as light and thin as paper, and was clutched in Zhou Tong's hand. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Bright red blood dripped down from Zhou Tong's fingers like a booming thunderclap that struck everyone's heart. When Zhou Tong spread his palms, the old man was already left with no crumbs left, completely and utterly vaporized from the earth. Anyone want to try? The teenager's gaze swept out, and no one dared to meet him on all fours. A half-saint powerhouse was just 1 beat slower and received a mental shock, only to feel a splitting headache. It's certain. He's the real deal. A saint. What else do you have to say? Witnessing everything, Zhao Wenshi coldly said to the heaven-swallowing demon goddess. The demonic father was silent and speechless. Hasn't your demon king arrived yet? The grand formation is about to open. If he's not here, our plans will all go down the drain. Don't worry, I still have cards that can handle everything. The demon father gritted his teeth and pulled out a crystal skull from his arms. It's... Zhao Wutian was shocked. From that he felt an incomparably powerful taboo force. Don't be afraid. This won't work on you. The devil sovereign said. This is the 10,000 devil locking sacred skull. It can only be used against saint-level powerhouses, and once it is unleashed, it can cause a saint's cultivation to fall within half an hour. Well. Zhao Wenshi was overjoyed. Having this was foolproof. Half an hour was completely enough for him. Right at this moment, a silhouette suddenly sprang out of room 2 of the heavenly character and charged at the Yin Yang Dao body in the Xian ice. Don't even think about it. The crowd was furious, and several half-saint level powerhouses were directly striking out at Emoliosu. Humph. Only to see Emoliosu not panicking. An extra scepter appeared in his hand, and with a flick of his hand, he disintegrated the crowd's attacks into nothing. Yin Yang Dao body. This seed accepts it, she said condescendingly, storing the Xian Bing into her space ring. Seeing this scene, Zhao Wenshi licked his lips and displayed a bloodthirsty expression. The foreplay is down and the main event is about to take place. Chapter 119. Everyone here is trash. Holy weapons. When that scepter first appeared, all the people present all changed their faces. Even Zhou Tong froze for a split second. Never did he expect that Emoliosu would take the Jade Clearance Sect's treasure. The scepter of the beginning. This was a genuine saint artifact, harboring the might of a saint. It was a pity that Emoliosu wasn't strong enough to use its full power, but it was enough for defense. With this scepter in her hand, she is invincible under the saints. There's no need for you all to argue anymore. The big picture of this matter has been decided. The Yin Yang Dao body has been returned to my Jade Clearance Sect, Emoliosu said condescendingly, looking down on the crowd below. Outrageous. Someone who was furious couldn't stand it and tried to argue a little more, and immediately after that, a stream of light flashed and vaporized them into nothingness. The scene sent chills down people's spines. It seemed that unless a saint made a move, there was really no one who could help Emoliosu. Do any of you have any more comments? Emoliosu glanced at Zhou Tong, and seeing that the other party had no intention of making a move, his entire body relaxed. Me. Just then, Zhao Wutian's voice came from above. The Yin Yang Dao body is a treasure of the world, not something that any trashy goods can get their hands on. Emoliosu's face instantly became gloomy. Zhao Wutian, how dare you call me trash? Don't get me wrong. I'm not taking it personally. I mean everyone here is trash. This statement immediately drew all the fire. Zhao Wutian, you seek death. A small heavenly Dao mansion dares to be so arrogant. Believe it or not, we'll step on you in minutes. Get off your knees and apologize. You still have a chance of survival. The crowd was magnificent, forming a majestic force. Ha, you trash are really whimsical. Let me repurpose you. As soon as the words fell, a red light descended from the sky, directly piercing through the roof of the auction and blasting straight down. A huge sound shook and the entire imperial capital trembled. Who dares to sneak up on us? People looked up, only to see the sky blackened with cultivators, all of them, bearing the banner of the heavenly Dao mansion. So it is the cubs of the heavenly Dao house. This is afraid that it is not a nest. Think that this can fight against us? The cultivators sneered. There were 60,000 of them, while the members of the heavenly Dao mansion were only a few thousand. And if they were to talk about the quality of the strongest, the two were even more like clouds and mud. This behavior of the heavenly Dao mansion was simply like eggs touching stones. Whoever rushes up to the clouds with me will cut them all down. A half-saint said with a fighting spirit. I think it will be enough for me to join forces with fellow Taoist. The other half-saint responded at the same time, and the breath of the two of them was like a vast ocean, about to make all the people above their heads blot out. But immediately afterward, a scene that made the crowd's scalps go numb appeared. Before the half-saint powerhouse could make a move, the leader of the Heaven's Path House was the first to explode himself in the void. Someone started it, and the rest followed suit, blowing themselves up one after the other. Explosions boomed, shaking the void and shaking hearts. What are they doing? The people below were unsure of what was going on. They just felt their hands and feet go cold and had a premonition that something horrible was about to happen. In a few blinks of an eye, those blood chi from the self-destruction gathered together to form a pool of blood. Soldiers of the Tendo House, the time has come for you to sacrifice your lives for the clan. Long live the Tendo House, and the house master will live forever. One of them shouted and jumped into the blood pool with a big stride, and immediately afterward, he was melted down to the bones. His flesh and blood were absorbed, causing the entire pool of blood to boil. For the sake of the mansion master, for the sake of the Tendo mansion, hurrah for eternity. The rest of the group went almost berserk, jumping in one after the other with a brainwashed look. No, I don't want to die yet. I have a family. I want to go back to see my parents and elders, and my wife. There were also some disciples of the heavenly Dao mansion who temporarily retreated and cried out in pain. wanting to escape from this hell. Assholes, do you want to be deserters? You won't die. You'll only be part of the Tendo mansion and thus gain eternal life. Not good. Suddenly, an older half-saint's face changed wildly as he finally saw the end. Quickly stop them. This is an offering to the Great Formation. If I'm not mistaken, the Great Formation of living death and silence has been set up under our feet. The words gave almost everyone the creeps. Doggone Zhao Wutian. How dare you scheme against me? I won't stop with you. The crowd combined their efforts and struck the strongest blow towards the sky. Ha ha ha. Zhao Wenshi laughed maniacally. These people's moves had become futile. Only the remaining disciples of the Heavenly Tao Mansion looked different. Some were laughing wildly, some were cursing bitterly, and some were crying, but they all knew that they were completely finished, and the only way to go was to die. Thus, both the fanatical and the desperate all jumped into the pool of blood and offered sufficient sacrifices. At this moment, the Great Formation of the living dead was completely activated. Boom! Terrifying pressure arose from the void, thick as a mountain, pressing down on everyone's shoulders. Even the half-saint powerhouses were obviously suppressed, and those weaklings, not to mention, directly spat out blood, and their blood chi was captured by the Grand Formation and converged into Zhao Wunan's body. That's what it feels like. It's really great. His eyes were bloodshot and his aura was soaring, directly stepping through the barrier of the reincarnation realm and crossing into the half-saint realm. I'm invincible. You all have to die today. Idiot. The strongest who could still act struck out at the same time, a blow that shook the sky, but was disintegrated by the Grand Formation's aura. No one but a saint can hurt him. The moment these words came out, all eyes fell on Zhou Tong. Please, sage, help us out of this crisis. The crowd worshipped and prayed to Zhou Tong. Junior. Just then, Yu Shocking Wind stepped into the air and leaned next to Zhou Tong. If the two of us join forces, it might be possible to break this formation, the old man whispered. However, Zhou Tong shook his head and transmitted, don't expose your cultivation at this time. They still have a backhand. And what can an old man do? The pupils of Yu Shocked Wind shrunk slightly and asked decisively, take care of her for me. Zhou Tong pushed the little demoness to the other party's side, and Yu Shocked Wind revealed a look of surprise after just sweeping a glance. Sangyu girl was actually able to remain unaffected by the Grand Formation. Hiss. He saw that the little demoness had a jade tablet hanging on her body, which was the amulet gifted by Zhou Tong that contained supreme spiritual power. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Tong rushed up into the clouds, facing Zhao Wunan head-on. I'll meet you, he said calmly. Humph, don't think that saints are something great. I've prepared a great gift for you. Zhao Wentian looked teasing, and as soon as his words fell, a skull descended from the sky and exploded above Zhou Tong's head, all of its light spilling onto Zhou Tong's body. Ha 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 ha, you've been hit. You won't be able to utilize the strength of a saint for the next half an hour. You can only obediently wait for death. Before the words fell, Zhao Wenshi saw Zhou Tong reveal an extremely nasty smile. It's just as I thought. Zhou Tong laughed lightly. Chapter 121. A traitor. Always a traitor. What? The guest minister's strength is sealed. When the people below heard Zhao Wuan's words, their faces changed wildly, and once again, their hearts despaired. Ha, you heard right. Your last hope has been cut off. Only to see a ripple in the void, two pitch-black silhouettes suddenly appeared, causing the crowd to catch their breath. The demon race. It's the sky demon race. Someone yelled out, like they had seen a ghost. The Heaven's Pathhouse has actually colluded with the demon race. This is betrayal of the ancestors. It's simply a traitor amongst men. Hearing these words, Zhao Wenshi's face instantly turned gloomy, and with a wave of his hand, he chopped that person to death on the ground. Why did you guys show up early? He looked back at the Devil Sovereign and the Devil Marshal with dissatisfaction written all over his face. So what? The jig is up. They're done for. The Devil Marshal of the Swallowing Abyss said with a big smile. It's not possible that it's only now that you've realized that you want face and skin, right? Once a traitor, always a traitor for life. Even if you kill all these people, you won't be able to wash it off. Ha ha ha, Junior. Things have changed. I'm here to help. The old sage's voice came from below again. He didn't expect a demon race to intervene. It was fortunate that he didn't make a move just now, or else he would have been the one whose cultivation was sealed. However, the situation was still not optimistic. Zhou Tong was restricted and feared that he would be unable to cope with the situation at hand. Continue to hide your cultivation. Now is not the time for you to make a move. I will rip out all the hidden things behind them, and then it will be your turn. Hearing these words, Yu Jingfeng's heart shook wildly. Listening to Zhou Tong, could it be that a demon king would intervene? With that thought, he quickly stabilized his mind and waited for an opportunity. Heaven moves the elements. Zhou Tong struck, and a huge meteorite smashed down, landing on top of Zhao Wentian's head. Boom! Smoke and dust rose in all directions. The shockwave was vast, and when the golden light dispersed, the other party was not only unharmed, but also revealed an even more arrogant smile. Ha, you're really pretending to do something colorful. Your saintly cultivation is no longer useful. That's natural. The devil marshal of the devil swallowing abyss on the side said smugly. The power of the demon-locking godskull of all demons was absolute. Not only is his cultivation blocked, even his spiritual power is bound to be restricted. Don't believe me? Go and try. As soon as he heard this, Zhao Wenshi immediately came into the spirit and looked at Jotong with a teasing expression on his face. If I use my spiritual power to crush a saint into an idiot, do you think I'll go down in history? He leaped forward, his spiritual energy raging against Jotong. This kind of aura already surpassed most half-saints. It's just a shame he picked the wrong opponent. Jotong was not polite, and his spiritual energy was extremely condensed as he furiously blasted over. The arrogance of this one is your greatest failure. Boom! When the two touched, Zhao Wenshi's face changed wildly, as if he was having a seizure, foaming at the mouth and convulsing all over his body. Good chance. Everyone strike together. I don't know who shouted in the crowd, but the 9 half-saint powerhouses saw the right moment to strike a shocking blow at the defenseless Zhao Wenshi. This short gap in which the grand formation was unmanned was when Zhao Wunan was at his weakest and most likely to kill him. He had indeed suffered a fatal blow and was shattered all over, but came to his senses at the last moment. You will not kill me, he roared angrily, his body's red light spreading out as he once again operated the grand formation. Countless blood chi converged from all directions, and the low-level cultivators were unable to resist, becoming his mobile blood bank, almost visible to the naked eye. His injuries were immediately remedied, and within a few breaths, he had recovered to his peak state, and was even a step stronger. I'm tired of playing around, so you might as well all go to hell. Zhao Wenshi fumed and said with a palpitating heart, having just been literally an inch away from death. Heavenly demon blood sacrifice. As soon as he reached out, countless blood-colored hurricanes emerged out of thin air, enveloping everyone below. Under the great formation, even half-saints will have to bleed and become my sustenance. He looked down on the heavens and defied everything, with an exuberant ambition to swallow the whole world. There were a total of 9 half-saints plus nearly 100 reincarnation realms among the powerhouses below. If they were all refined, Zhao Wutian wouldn't even dare to imagine how strong he could be. However, just at that moment, a strange change suddenly occurred. Boom, boom, boom. Several explosions came one after another, and several blood-colored hurricanes suddenly exploded, unable to refine their targets. How is that possible? Zhao Wentian looked over and realized that those who were unaffected were all strong people at the reincarnation realm and above. This isn't right. Clearly even half-saints can't resist the living death silence formation. Why? He was creeped out, and his gaze was sinister as he looked at Jotong. You're the one who screwed up, aren't you? He vaguely remembered that the method of inscribing the last 10% of the formation was taught to him by Jotong himself. In the spirit of caution, after completing the formation, he checked countless times without detecting any problems. Yet, he never expected to have problems with the limits of refining. If you want to compare formations with me, you're still 100,000 years behind, Jotong said mockingly. Fine, fine, count yourself ruthless, but there are hundreds of millions of people in the entire imperial capital. If I devour them all, how will you cope? Zhao Wutian said smugly, but immediately afterward, he changed his face. He was shocked to find that more than 90% of the civilians in the imperial capital had been relocated, and the entire imperial capital had turned into an empty shell. When I was strolling around yesterday morning, I instructed the commander of the guards to do it, and told them to move the population as soon as the auction started. It's just a pity that you and the people of the Heavenly Dao Mansion only want to open the grand formation smoothly. Otherwise, this instruction wouldn't have been carried out so easily. Worthy of being a guest minister. What a good calculation. It convinces me, but there are still 60,000 cultivators here. In the end, I'm still the one who won the game. You're delusional. The half-saints around Jotong were furious, and the 9 of them struck out toward the front at the same time. Sculpture. Zhao Wentian's face was full of disdain, and with a single thought, the large formation easily wore down this force. Immediately after he waved his hand, the color of blood converged into a tsunami that roared forth. The 9 half-saints were traumatized at the same time and were sent flying, shock written all over their faces. Damn, how can this even be a fight? A middle-aged half-saint spat out blood and said, annoyance written all over his face. Now this situation was too dangerous. They were afraid that it would be difficult for them to retreat in one piece. Don't be in a hurry. The turnaround is coming soon, Jotong said calmly, and when these words came out, the crowd immediately came into the spirit. A turnaround? I think you guys are dreaming. As soon as the words fell, There was immediately a ray of brilliant golden light raging from the end of the sky. That golden light was too huge, and when it came close, it even converged into a 5-clawed golden dragon, to the point of prestige. It's the dragon vein. Chapter 121. I want to watch my beloved become a top hero. It's the dragon vein. Looking at that ray of golden light, countless people lifted their spirits. The kingdom will be declining. The demon will appear. There will certainly be a dragon vein on the scene, to save the waves from falling, to help the building will fall. Roar! The golden dragon hissed and shook the world, only to see it twisting its sinuous body of 1,000 feet. A mouthful of dragon's breath sprayed on the great formation. Boom! The great formation trembled, and for a moment it was actually contained. Although Zhao Wutian could still devour blood qi, the protection of the grand formation against him had been completely lifted. How is that possible? Zhao Wutian was shocked. Strike together! Just then, Zhou Tong gave the order to launch a general attack. In an instant, the sky was filled with light, the wind and thunder roared, and the strongest people who had preserved their complete battle power all had no reservations, wanting to completely obliterate this human adulterer. Help me! Zhao Wenshi's face changed wildly as he called out for help towards the 2 demon race members beside him. However, the other party was simply indifferent, staring at the dragon vein with unblinking eyes, which was their ultimate goal. As long as they were able to obtain the dragon vein, the demon race would be able to establish a base in the territory of the human race. With this as a foundation, the heavenly demon race would be able to eat away at the human race bit by bit. Now that the target had shown up, the death or life of Zhao Wenshi was no longer in their consideration. But, even if Zhao Wentian was stronger, he had only reached the half-saint level now. Facing the siege of so many people, he didn't even have a chance to resist, and in a moment, his blood spilled into the sky. Finally, the scourge has been eradicated. People celebrated. No, it's not over. Right at this moment, the void churned, and the fragments of Zhao Wutian unexpectedly coalesced together, forming a complete him again. It's the golden cicada shell charm. He still has this means of preserving his life. Damn it! People cursed and gnashed their teeth, wanting to eat their flesh alive. Damn demonic bastards! Killing intent flashed in Zhao Wenshi's eyes. He was now exposed to the wrath of the crowd. It was a critical situation. If you can kill him once, you can kill him twice. So don't slack off. Someone in the crowd roared, ignoring the demon race and specifically targeting Zhao Wunan. Right at this moment, the sky suddenly darkened, and a large, pitch-black net shrouded down, containing a rolling demonic aura that caused the color to change. This is another holy artifact, and it's a holy artifact of the demon race. The crowd gasped in shock, and many of their faces turned incomparably pale. Under the heavenly demon net, you can only bind your hands. The heaven-swallowing demon laughed as he finally struck, throwing out a giant net that covered the sky, about to capture the dragon vein, only to see that the golden dragon was covered by the heavenly Luo demon net, and it immediately violently tossed and turned, and within moments, the dragon's eyes became blood red, and a violent aura was permeating. Ha ha ha, give up struggling. This is the holy relic of my demon race. You, a small dragon vein, has no ability to resist. Obediently submit, to ensure you are safe and sound. Boom! There was another loud, haunting noise, only to see the loss of the dragon vein's containment. The grand formation had a tendency to operate once again, and countless bloodlights drooped down, forming a light shield around Zhao Wentian, making him invulnerable to all laws. Is it about to be a lost cause? In the face of such a scenario, even a half-saint powerhouse gave birth to a sense of decadence. Just then, the pale but a melodious female voice suddenly came. If you want to die the dragon vein, I won't agree. Only golden light flowed and came across the sky. Wrapped in it was a stunning woman, none other than Imperial Empress Qian Miaoyu. Due to the dragon vein, she wasn't affected by the great formation, and even so, her current situation was extremely bleak, because she and the dragon vein were connected to each other. One loss for all. The dragon vein was traumatized and she was extremely weak. Your Majesty, Zhou Tong reached out and caught the other party, and just as soon as he made contact, Qian Miaoyu lost her strength, and her entire body was pressed against Zhou Tong's body. Her body was cold and incomparably cold, and her vitality was rapidly draining away. Like an old man on the verge of dying, she could do nothing in the face of a national tragedy, but as an emperor, she would never run away from the battle. She had a hunch that as long as she lived, as long as she ran into battle, she would always be able to be of some use. There must be something that only she can do. What are you doing here? Zhou Tong's eyes glowed and the corners of his mouth rose slightly, as if he had anticipated the other party's move. Could it be that you've come to live and die with us? He joked. No. The Empress shook her head, her gaze firm and pure as she met Zhou Tong's 4 eyes. I'm going to watch my beloved become a top hero. These words caused Zhou Tong's heart to tremble slightly. Humph! How dare you get distracted even at the end of your life? Then I'll fulfill both of you, the heaven-swallowing demon lord scornfully said, harnessing the demonic net and shrouding it over the two men's heads. Run! The human powerhouses immediately scattered, and even half-saints didn't dare to contend with the holy weapons. Guest minister, we also. Xian Miaoyu wanted to dodge, but Zhou Tong pulled her arm, while her wrists were warmed, and a pair of phoenix bracelets were added to both wrists. I promised to give you something, and I kept my word. As they spoke, the sky above the two became even dimmer, the thick darkness almost swallowing them whole. Don't run away. It's useless to run away. Zhou Tong pressed down on Xian Miaoyu, and that calm gaze made the other party feel all at ease as well. I have a way to dissolve the immediate danger and also allow you to no longer be subject to the dragon vein in the future. Only the risk is extremely high. If it fails, I agree, the queen said without thinking, without hesitation. Then, let's get started. The corners of Zhou Tong's mouth rose as his fingertips pointed to the other party's brow, and vast spiritual energy surged in wildly, cloaking the other party in a light veil of haze color, which was the only guarantee he could bestow on the Empress. Just at this moment, the heaven's low demon net had completely dropped down, and it was only half a zhang away from the top of their heads, so it was too late to escape now. Go to hell! The devil-swallowing abyss was filled with excitement. He was going to get a lot of credit for this operation. Not only had he captured the dragon vein, but he had also killed a human saint. With this credit under his belt, becoming a demon king was just around the corner. Suddenly, Zhou Tong's soft laughter came out, breaking his beautiful dream. Not even close. Only to see that teenager flipping his wrist, a stone tablet appeared, growing against the wind, seemingly to hold up heaven and earth. This stone tablet was none other than the nameless stone that Long Lingyun and the Sacred Heart Demon Sovereign had brought back. Decades ago, the Heavenly Tao descended 18 stone monuments, 9 of which were various types of heavenly lists, and the other 9 were claimed to be nameless, without knowing what they were used for. But after Zhou Tong's drilling in this life, he finally found the end. It turned out that each of the 9 nameless stone tablets sealed a heaven-defying physique. In order to activate it, not only do you have to find the person with the right destiny, but you also have to fulfill extremely harsh conditions. Sensing something, Thousand Myriads placed her hand on the stone monument, which instantly gave off a holy light. As expected, Zhou Tong smiled and looked at the other party's eyes. You must remember that from now on, you are the dragon marrow phoenix body. As the words fell, Xian Miaoyu only felt her body burning, and the stone tablet unexpectedly became one with her. At the same time, the phoenix blood in the bracelet condensed, and the dragon vein next to it transformed into emptiness and poured into her body at the same time. Ah-ha-ha! The Empress whistled long, and vast ripples swept across the land, only to hear a bared sound. The demonic nets were all washed away, and the light dimmed a lot. It's not true! The heaven-swallowing demon lord's face was livid and his body was shaking. Chapter 122 Devil Juice. Lao Zi loves to drink devil juice. The heaven-swallowing demon venerable withdrew the demon race's holy weapon, and his heart burned with rage, almost burning the heavens. Obviously, he had already forced out the dragon vein, and everything was going smoothly, but he didn't expect the damned Empress to come out of nowhere. In the blink of an eye, the situation took a sharp turn for the worse. Not only did the Empress merge with the dragon vein, but she also heavily damaged the demon race's sacred artifact, causing him to lose his means of self-preservation. The current demon Zun was nothing more than an ordinary half-saint level powerhouse. There was no need to say that the demon marshal was even more so. A reincarnation realm powerhouse could walk sideways in normal times, but placed here it was in existence at the bottom of the heap. The aura of the heavens and the earth roared, and only the sounds of dragons and phoenixes could be heard intertwining continuously, with Her Majesty becoming the sole focus of attention. Under the gazes of the crowd, Thousand Myriads' aura rose violently high, and the ferocity of its rise had reached an appalling level. The heaven-sundering realm, the life and death realm, the reincarnation realm, the peak of the reincarnation realm. In just a few breaths of time, several great realms had been crossed consecutively, while the others were only shocked by this. Zhou Tong felt it was rare. Dragon vein plus phoenix blood, plus the heaven's Tao holy item nameless tablet. It would be a waste if this was the only progress. As expected, Thousand Myriads' aura rose high once again, about to break through to half-saint. Crazy. This world is crazy. Old man must be dreaming. A half-saint old man muttered, a trance-like color permeating his face. It took the old man a whole 100 years to break through to half-saint, and this girl is less than 100 breaths. Quickly run the grand formation and stop her from completing her metamorphosis. The devil marshal of the swallowing abyss was jealous as he roared furiously at Zhao Wenshi. However, Zhao Wolu directly ignored it. still continuously mobilizing the power of the Grand Formation and constructing barriers around himself to make himself invincible. Damn human! How dare you disobey my orders? After this matter, I will break you into pieces. The Devil Marshal of Swallowing Abyss stormed out, only feeling humiliated. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang, the living deadly silence formation was once again in operation, and Zhao Wutian once again took the initiative. It can be over. He stood tall and slapped his palm over, his blood-colored hand covering the sky, about to kill 1,000 myriads on the spot. The 9 half-saints moved at the same time, their divine might erupting as they struggled to hold up the large hand. Still dare to resist? Let me deliver you from this. Zhao Wenshi once again increased his strength, causing several people to enter a state of limbo. Zhou Tong looked at Qian Miaoyu next to him with a calm demeanor. The other party was at the critical moment of her final breakthrough and had encountered no small obstacle. Just let me help you one more time. As he spoke, he flipped his wrist and the mountain river Ding Ding seal appeared. Steep spiritual power erupted, crushing and grinding the great seal. And immediately afterward, a dense power of Qi fortune burst out. It's time for the Lingxiao Empire's 10,000-year-old inheritance to come into play at this time. Zhou Tong harnessed this power, causing it to fuse with the Empress. In an instant, 1,000 myriads bottleneck was gone, and the breakthrough was actually a snap. Demon, get out of my way, she droned loudly, her entire aura changing, mixed with an unparalleled domineering aura, and with one hand tearing through the haze, she pushed horizontally at the large, blood-colored hand. The only thing that could be seen was that the bloody handprint was cut off horizontally with a brilliant golden light, pushing the blood chi to roll backward and heavily bombard Zhao Wutian's side. The veteran half-saint was dumbfounded. This power had actually approached the half-saint limit, overriding all of them. Hakim, I did it! Qian Miaoyu's face swelled red with excitement. At this moment, the curse of the imperial royal family's bloodline was completely lifted, and not only that, she had also traveled to heights that her ancestors of all generations had never reached. Half-saint power, dragon marrow and phoenix body. Within a day, the Empress had leapt from a moderately talented cultivator to a supreme celestial pride with the qualifications to ask for the pinnacle. With her head in the clouds, the Queen's ambition was born. She looked down on the vast land and focused her gaze on Zhou Tong again. Him and the world. I want both. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Don't think you can do anything just because you've broken through to half-saint. The haze dispersed, and Zhao Wenshi appeared under the protection of the blood-colored barrier, and after receiving that heavy blow, he was still unharmed. I am invincible. You can never hurt me. No one can. Yes? The Empress smiled confidently, her 2 slender jade hands slightly raised, and immediately afterward, a huge roar came from the imperial capital below. The crowd was dumbfounded, only to see that the houses and palaces of the imperial capital were flowing and moving, and the Empress was relying on the power of the dragon vein to try to change the layout of the imperial capital. You? Zhao Wutian's face changed slightly. This woman actually wanted to reverse the foundation of the Grand Formation and use it to destroy it. I think you'd better stop being whimsical. The Grand Formation has been established. It has long become as solid as gold. Even if you are burdened with the power of the dragon vein, you will never be able to change the pattern of the Grand Formation. Zhao Lawless confidently said. There was nothing wrong with what he said. The living spirit deadly silence array landed on the ground and fixed the foundation firmly. Even with the power of the dragon vein, it could only pry a corner with difficulty. However, it was enough. Herculeanly, the sound of dragons and phoenixes resounded through the universe, and 1,000 myriads of words pinched her hand seals, her dharma following her, forming a huge dragon and phoenix silhouette behind her. The silhouette was interspersed with the Empire's chi, as well as the power of supreme faith, capable of restraining all obstacles. Go! With a wave of her hand, the dragon and phoenix intertwined and transformed into a heaven-breaking arrow that shot at the blood-colored barrier. Under Zhao Wuan's horrified eyes, the barrier rippled violently before a tiny crack appeared. No, it can't be. No matter how much he denied it, he couldn't salvage the situation at hand. Only a crunching sound was heard as the blood-colored barrier was completely shattered, and the arrow brushed against his ear and shot into the endless distance. His face was incomparably ugly. From now on, he completely lost his means of protection. Kill. The people were quick on their feet and offered up killing moves, aiming them at Zhao Wunan and the 2 devils. In a single glance, the 3 were heavily injured, spitting out blood, almost dying. Damn it, hasn't the Demon King arrived yet? Zhao Wenlian roared at the demon dignitary. Griffin, watch your attitude. You're nothing but a dog of our demon race, Tun Yuan said loftily, pointing at Zhao Wuan's nose and cursing bitterly. That's right, you're not qualified to ask about the demon lord's whereabouts. The heaven-swallowing demon Exalt also had a cold look on his face as he chided in a low voice. So you guys don't know either. In that case, then, A hint of ruthlessness flashed in Zhao Wentian's eyes as he suddenly stormed up and his blood-colored hand pinched the two of them, crushing them into serious injuries. Aha, what are you doing? The two demons screamed loudly and miserably. You bunch of fartless losers who only know how to put on airs. Use your lives to serve me for once. The crowd saw an extremely frightening scene. Zhao Wenshi was in a state of madness, twisting the two demons around several times like wringing out a rag, squeezing out a puddle of black liquid which he then drank furiously into his stomach. Those liquids, all of them were the origin of the demon race. Ha, it hurts. Demon juice. Old me loves demon juice. Chapter 123, I'm not going to be a human being. Hakim. This scene was extremely frightening. The crowd just watched. None of them dared to step forward to stop it. Even Zhou Tong stood on the sidelines with his arms folded, watching from the wall. Damn human. How dare you devour our origin? Do you know the consequences of doing so? The abyss-swallowing demon commander was shocked and furious. In the past, he was the one who devoured humans, but he never imagined that he would one day become the ration of the human race. Noisy thing, you're the most damned of all. Zhao Wunyan became furious and bit down on the other party's neck, sucking it out instantly. Aha! The hallowed demon marshal only let out a miserable scream before he was completely devoured. Wait, we can still talk. The heaven-devouring demon lord was terrified and begged for forgiveness. There's nothing to talk about. Give up your power. Asterisk. Resentment and anger welled up in the eyes of the devil sovereign and he directly threw out the heavenly Luo devil net, wanting to use the holy weapon to suppress Zhao Wunan. Ha, a damaged Sade artifact isn't enough to worry about at all. I'll take it nonchalantly. Zhao Wutian shouted loudly and mobilized another monstrous blood chi, crushing it against the demonic net. Only a click was heard, and the large net was torn into pieces while being swallowed into his stomach. How dare you? The demon Zun's eyes widened, not expecting the other party to be so crazy. Zhao Wenshi immediately spat out blood in a large mouth. As expected, the holy might ran loose and rampant within his body, as if it was going to burst him directly. Go to hell! The crowd and the demon lord reached a rare agreement and prayed silently in their hearts. However, things didn't go against his wishes, and after a few moments, Zhao Wolu actually completely refined the holy might, and his demonic aura rushed to the sky like a tsunami, directly stepping into the peak of the half-saint. You go to hell too. With the force of his hands, he tore the demon lord in half. How dare you? My great demon clan will not let you go. Just wait. You'll be in hell with me soon. The heaven-swallowing demon struggled, and a brilliant light emanated from his brow. Immediately after that, a small person exactly like him jumped out from his divine platform, and that was none other than his Yuan Shen. As long as one's cultivation arrived at the half-saint realm, one would be able to condense the power of the Yuan Shen, and if the Yuan Shen did not die, the cultivator would have the possibility of resurrection. Want to escape? It's not that easy. Zhao Wenshi sneered as his blood chi transformed into a cage and was about to capture that wisp of Yuan Shen. However, the Demon Father's Yuan Shen didn't struggle. Instead it rapidly expanded. Genjutsu, Kaijutsu. Only a black light exploded and a powerful information ripple spread at great speed, disappearing at the end of the sky in an instant. With my Yuan soul, call me king, the devil's might descends into the world, shedding blood into a river. The devil sovereign's voice echoed in the void, causing the corners of Zhou Tong's mouth to rise slightly. The really big fish are finally taking the bait. As expected, beyond the 9 heavens, in the middle of the obscure and turbid chaotic world, 3 terrifying figures were waiting. 9 heavenly kings. Are those 3 men of yours reliable? You old 8. You just know how to be suspicious all day long. A small secular empire is just a small secular empire. The 3 heaven swallowers are still not easy to take. Don't you think so, 7th brother? Let's hope so. The only seated 7 heavenly kings among the 3 said in a deep voice. If we can capture the dragon vein of the heavenly Dao domain, our demon race won't have to settle in this hellish place. And at that time, using this as a base, it's only a matter of time before we occupy all of the human race. If that's the case, why is 7th brother looking so sad? The 8 heavenly kings laughed and joked. There are also supreme powerhouses amongst the human race. I'm just worried that they'll make too much noise and startle the saints of the human race. Ha ha, impossible. Absolutely impossible. 7th brother, you're being overly cautious. How could there be a remote place like the heavenly Dao domain? Before the words left his mouth, the 9 heavenly kings froze in place, an expression of disbelief written all over their faces. What's wrong? Swallowing heaven was actually killed, and the death was extremely tragic. His Yuan Shen couldn't even transmit more information. The 9 heavenly kings' eyes were colored with blood. If you dare to kill my men, no matter who it is, I will make them into meat paste. As soon as the words fell, the 9 heavenly kings tore through space and disappeared. Old 9 is really always so impatient. The 8 heavenly kings didn't care. It was just a demon elder. It wasn't worth his trouble. You should go too. Old 9 may not be safe alone, the 7 heavenly kings said with a frown. No way, to have 2 demon kings out there. Isn't that a bit? Before he got halfway through his sentence, the 8 heavenly kings shut up because he saw old 7's icy gaze. Fine, I'll just go. And within an hour, I promised to return victorious. After watching old 8 leave, and after another half a quarter of an hour, the 7 heavenly kings finally stood up from their seats. The whole demon king was pacing back and forth at the moment, his brows furrowed into a chuan shape. Something's not right. This king has a bad feeling. It's as if there's going to be a great disaster. No, those 2 guys are still unstable. This king will go along to take a look to make sure. In the sky above the imperial capital, there was only one enemy of the human race left, and that was the half-human, half-demon Zhao Wulian in front of him. What a terrifying aura. Is this still a half-saint? I feel like he could break through to a saint at any time. Some human powerhouses shivered and said, everyone, don't be afraid. Even if he's stronger, he's only a half-saint. I'm willing to be the vanguard and kill the demonic barrier. Qian Miaoyu was like a true queen, thunderous and domineering, and when she struck out, it was a dragon and a phoenix, with the might of a king spreading. The others weren't willing to lag behind as their breath rose high and they killed towards Zhao Wunan. The result was obvious. 2 fists could not defeat 4 hands, and Zhao Wenshi was once again hit so hard that his body was torn apart. It's no big deal. We'll win at this rate. Someone perked up. Yes? Zhao Wentian's teasing voice came out, and in full view of everyone, his remnants of his body instantly recovered. How is this possible? Worthy of being the origin of the demon race, this recovery power is really unrivaled. As he spoke, his gaze went to Zhou Tong. Hakim, you are the only person present that I can afford to see. Now that you have gotten to see me in this perfect posture, how do you feel? How pathetic. Zhou Tong, you've fallen so far that you've willingly become something inhuman. You don't know. This seed has learned a truth from its long life. The more this human thing manipulates power and calculates carefully, the more likely it is to fail due to accidents. So humans have limits, and to become stronger, you have to break them. What exactly are you trying to say? Zhou Tong frowned. I don't do people anymore. Hakai. Zhao Wenshi was completely insane, only to see his back tear apart and split into 10 blood clusters in turn, each of which exuded an aura that was comparable to that of a half-saint. Let my blood slaves play with you. Seeing this scene, the faces of all the half-saints turned a few shades of pale. At the bottom, Yushaqing Win's face was grave, forcibly pressing down the instinct to strike. Suddenly, he saw Mo Liusu next to him. Girl, as a strong human, why don't you go up and contribute since you hold a holy weapon in your hand? Hearing these words, Mo Liusu looked over, and when she saw the little demoness, her face instantly grimaced. My business is not your turn to meddle, but you, immediately hand over that little beside you. Or don't blame me for not being polite. Chapter 124, Phantom Frightening Wind, you're the real baby doll. The old man narrowed his eyes, a rare surge of anger in his heart. Looking up, the 10 pieces of blood clusters had already taken human form, each possessing the cultivation of a half-saint, and each of them took on the strongest members of the human race, launching a ferocious attack. Each of these blood slaves were desperate and had full attack power, coupled with the fact that the strongest of the human race were overly consumed. They were actually suppressed in a single glance and resisted with great difficulty. The queen was the only one who showed enough prowess to keep the situation from collapsing. As she pressed her opponent with one hand, and with the other, she struck out repeatedly to help those around her out of danger. On the contrary, Mo Liusu, who held a holy weapon, not only had the ability to defend herself, but she could also contribute to the human race. But instead of doing that, she turns around and hooks up in a pattern so small it's despicable. I'm not interested in playing house with you. If you can't go up and help, then back off and stay to the side. Hearing this, instead of retreating, Mo Liusu revealed a scornful expression. Old man, don't lean there. She waved the origin scepter in her hand, thinking that she had an absolute advantage in terms of power, and that other than saints, she was an invincible existence. I know you're a character and have reached the peak level of half-saint, but you don't have the qualifications to be arrogant in front of me. I'll warn you for the last time. Hand over that little or suffer the consequences. The holy might filled the room. Mo Liusu raised her scepter, as if she would strike as soon as she heard the word no. Master is right. These old things are really used to being self-righteous, so we should give him a bit of a show so that he knows how to behave. Tang Chi loudly chimed in from the sidelines. Since learning the heaven-swallowing demonic energy and the 10,000 transformations grand technique, he had already disregarded everyone in his eyes. Before the auction began, he had used the heaven-swallowing demon technique to refine hundreds of powerful people and seize their cultivation. allowing himself to break through to the life and death realm. Nowadays, he possessed near absolute dominance among his peers, and he thought he had the qualifications to be arrogant. Master, I think it's better to forget about it. Don't go too far. Chen Linger opened her mouth, and as she and the little demoness exchanged glances, a trace of imperceptible jealousy flickered in the bottom of her eyes. Even so, she couldn't help but plead for the little demoness. It's not because of anything else, but because this demon girl is someone that senior brother cares about. You're teaching me things? Emoliosu gazed out of the corner of her eye, squinting at Chen Linger. This great disciple had recently made her very dissatisfied. I don't dare. I just feel that it's really too degrading for a master teacher to bother with her. Not to mention, she was once Zhou Tong's senior sister. Before the words were finished, Chen Linger received a slap on her face. Shut the hell up, you wimp. Zhou Tong that was just tricked. It has nothing to do with them. Emoliosu looked agitated. She regarded Zhou Tong's joining the Acacia sect as her shame, and would definitely not allow others to mention it. Ran Hanqing coldly glanced at Emoliosu and reached out to stroke up Chen Linger's swollen cheeks. Shidoshi. Chen Linger was aggravated, her eyes tearful, and she backhandedly hugged Ran Hanqing. She knew full well that this person she was clinging to was not the one she was pining for, but just looking at that familiar face reassured her, and that was a comfort of a different sort. It's disgusting, Emoliosu scornfully said, his gaze looking towards Ran Hanqing. Zhou Tong, do you also think I went overboard? Then what's the point? Don't you have any idea in your heart? Ran Hanqing nonchalantly locked eyes with it, a mocking color hanging at the corner of his mouth. You are very good, really forgetting the pain after a good wound. Thinking that I wouldn't dare to touch you now? Emoliosu was seething with anger. She didn't expect Zhou Tong to be so illiterate by now. If she wasn't afraid of the calamity striking, she would definitely give Zhou Tong a lesson on the spot. Her gaze then fell back to the little demoness and she couldn't help but reveal an evil smile. Can't deal with Zhou Tong. Can't you deal with this little guy? Old man, I've already given you the chance to hand her over at once, and you'd better not make me repeat myself. What if I say no? Yu Jingfeng sneered. He wanted to see what the other party could actually do. Toast to toast. It seems like you're giving your face away. Since it's like this, Emoliosu sneered and raised the scepter in his hand, and a dense divine might quietly filled the air. With her strength it was originally not enough to utilize the power of this scepter, but just now she had gone so far as to unleash a special secret method even at the expense of her heart and soul, making this strike enough to be comparable to that of a saint, and could injure a peak half-saint. However, beating her to death, she would never have imagined that the one standing in front of her was a genuine saint, and a strong one among saints. The Phantom Stunner took the lead and struck first, after the fact, incredibly fast. Die! The old man roared, slapping the other woman's white face, instantly knocking the breath out of her. Ah! Emoliosu couldn't help but scream miserably. This was a strike that contained holy might. If it wasn't for the scepter's reinforcement that protected her heart and veins, this slap would have been enough to slap her to death. You old thing. She was still about to yell, when Yu Jingfeng pulled her hair. Old me originally didn't want to bother with you little sinful beast today, but how come you don't know the depths and bully people too much? Then well, I'll teach you a good lesson instead of your elders. As the words fell, Yu Shocking Wind opened his bow left and right, only to hear snapping and snapping and snapping. The slaps fell like rain, hitting Emoliosu shaking his head without the slightest strength to resist. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You're the real. This scene watched the little demoness dumbfounded. In her impression, this grandfather had always been a kind and amiable appearance. Never thought that the other party also had such a violent side. Thinking about it, the little demoness is also a member of the Heavenly Master clan. But Emoliosu pointed his nose at her and scolded her. And what elder can stand by and watch their juniors being humiliated like this? Old thing, you bully people too much. Cloaked and bleeding from the corners of his mouth, Emoliosu seized a moment's opening and swung his scepter over. Yet the old man, unconcerned, reached out to block it, snatched it up while sticking it in the ground, and backhanded the other man and slapped him again. Ah! This time there was no scepter to protect her, and Emoliosu felt the real pain as the holy might rolled over her, almost making her faint and become incontinent on the spot. No, you're a true saint. It took her a moment to respond, and before the words could come out of her mouth, she was slapped across the mouth again and spat out blood in a large gulp. Sacred chi swept through her entire body, only to hear a crisp cracking sound coming from her. It was actually Emoliosu's spatial ring that shattered open. Wow! Mountains of crystals spread out, and the most dazzling of them all was the mass of Xian ice wrapped in the primordial chi of yin and yang. This scene immediately attracted the attention of the crowd in the sky. Waste! Zhao Wutian sneered. Treasures can only be owned by the strong. You no longer deserve to hold this. With a wave of his hand, he sucked up the arcane ice, Hakim, how about this great gift for you? He looked at Jotong and asked with an impish smile. Chapter 125 To the Brilliant. When they heard this, the people around them couldn't believe their ears. Zhao Wenshi, this scum, was even willing to hand over the Yin Yang Dao body to the guest secretary. No matter how you think about it, it's all too incongruous, and I mean that sincerely, he said falsely. Of all those present, you are the only one worthy of being my opponent, and when I become the most perfect of creatures, I will also need a powerful witness, and I want that person to be you. He wore a despondent expression, like a sentimental poet. However, Jotong sneered in his heart. That piece of arcane ice was already showing signs of melting, and once it was exposed to the air, whoever dared to be the first to come into contact with it would be eroded by the chaotic bane. This is nothing less than a ticking time bomb. The other party sang well, but in reality, they wanted to lay a mine for Jotong and eliminate him as a big problem. Although the abacus was quite good, it was a pity that even if it was chaotic bane, Jotong was not afraid in the slightest. There were at least 9 ways he could have silenced it. 9 kinds. Guest minister, be careful. This guy has always been treacherous. Maybe he'll have some kind of plot? The queen said worriedly, still having a considerable degree of knowledge about this state master. What? Would a strong person like Hakai also fear me? Zhao Wenshi narrowed his eyes and couldn't help but agitate, simply because Jotong was pretending to be too much like him. Until now, he thought that the other party was an overwhelmingly strong person. Zhao Wenshi stubbornly decided that Jotong was at least a saint, and possibly even above a saint. So even though he knows that Jotong has been sealed, but still do not dare to act rashly, can only play dirty tricks behind the scenes. Oof, you think too highly of yourself. Jotong mocked. Bring it over. There's no great gift in this world that I can't bear, worthy of being a guest minister. It's really bold, much better than some pussies. Zhao Wutian glanced at the empress and casually threw Xian ice over. Jotong finished storing it with a wave of his long sleeve. The two men looked at each other across the room, both seeing triumphant glee in the other's eyes. Ha 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 ha. Zhao Wenshi's shoulders shrugged, and his heart was filled with a sense of teasing. Ha 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 ha. Jotong laughed up to the sky, and his voice was also stored with mockery. Since you've laughed enough, this seat will send you on your way. Zhao Wutian stopped pretending, and with a wave of his hand, the grand formation was once again in operation, crazily drawing origin from the bodies of the low-level cultivators and sinking it into the bodies of the 10 blood slaves that made it. Steeply, the aura of those blood slaves skyrocketed and boiled to the heavens, completely suppressing the aura of the human half-saint. Roar! The blood slaves roared, unlike human voices, and climbed through the air in strange postures, finding their mark and beginning the bloodbath. In just a single glance, the human half-saint was knocked out of blood, showing a lopsided trend. The opponent was too strong. Sometimes 2 half-saints advancing and retreating together couldn't fend off a single blood slave, and the most powerful 1,000 myriads was surrounded by 3 blood slaves, and although she wasn't in a crisis of toppling over, she couldn't afford to support the others anymore. Seeing the situation, even Jotong frowned, like he felt it was a bit tricky. You'd better give up, guest minister. There are still 2/4 of an hour left before the half hour. You can't wait for the moment to recover your strength. Zhao Wenshi spoke in a relaxed tone, as if he had already locked up the victory. Really, you think I wouldn't have predicted this? As soon as the words fell, a spirit talisman appeared on Jotong's fingertips. The might contained within it was even more intense than the 91. It's... Zhao Wenshi's eyes widened as a bad feeling rose in his heart. The Yui shocking wind below was also paying full attention, his face full of surprise. There's even a more powerful talisman. He sucked in a cool breath, unable to contain the longing in his heart. Rune 92. To the man of splendor. Jotong threw out the spirit talisman, which made Zhao Wendian 10,000 times more vigilant and made a full defense stance. However, immediately afterward, the spirit talisman unexpectedly retreated backwards and stuck onto Jotong's body. In an instant, he radiated a soft arcane light, which spread out over the heavens and earth, filling the Qianquan, and falling on everyone's bodies. Enveloped in this light, even low-level martial artists were sheltered and no longer suffered from the effects of the Great Formation. Gentlemen, please raise your hands and lend me some of your power. Jotong's voice rang out, warm and soft, causing most of the people to remove their defenses. Since this is what the saint is asking for, then we will take it upon ourselves to do our part just so that we can eradicate the devil's way. Without hesitation, tens of thousands of low-level cultivators raised their hands, and spots of light detached from their palms and converged into Jotong's body. Immediately afterward, other powerful people also followed, raising their hands and contributing. In the end, even the half-saint powerhouses joined the group, only to see Jotong's body shining, brilliant but not blinding, his aura instantly rising to a terrifying level. ********. Tang Chi watched from below, going crazy with jealousy. Clearly he should be the one to get the most attention. Everyone, don't fall for it. What's the difference between him taking cultivation like this and that devil? We absolutely cannot let him succeed. Under the dominance of his twisted emotions, Tang Chi roared out loudly, immediately provoking a large swath of idiot-like gazes. Shao Chi is right. We know what we know. We still don't know what he is trying to do by converging his cultivation. Emoliosu struggled to get up and barked orders at a few more disciples around him, ordering them not to be allowed to contribute to the guest minister. However, Chen Linger and Ren Hanqing treated her words as if they had fallen on deaf ears and raised their hands. Adversaries, do you want to die? Emoliosu was furious and was about to strike at the two. Off. A furious rebuke from Yu Jingfeng was like a shocking thunderbolt hitting the other party's body. Emoliosu could only let out a miserable shriek as his entire body was sent flying, his breath becoming extremely weak. What a subtle to the extreme talismanic art. The old man looked at the sky with envy written in his eyes. Suddenly he seemed to think of something and looked at the little demoness beside him. Song Yu girl, I heard Little Night Orchid say that you have also mastered this talismanic art. Is this true? That's right, it was Zhou Tong who personally imparted it to me. The little demoness stared at the other with wide, unblinking eyes. Not lying. Hearing this, the old man rubbed his hands together in excitement. Where was he still in the mold of a sage expert? Girl look, could you? Before the words were finished, the little demoness jumped the gun and replied, I'm a little girl who doesn't know anything. If there's any problem you go directly to Zhou Tong to talk about it. His position is my position. Ugh, the old man let out a long sigh. This girl was still as smart as before, and the means of entrapment had completely failed. Boom! Just then, thousands of rays of light converged at a single point, pushing Zhou Tong's aura to the very top. This power. Zhou Tong looked at his palm and revealed a knowing smile. A millionth of what I was at my peak. His eyes opened and closed, piercing ahead like sharp swords. Chapter 126 Absolute Power. Destroying Zhao Wutian. The golden light that filled the sky all converged on Zhou Tong's body. The crowd only saw his aura skyrocket for a moment, and after arriving at a certain limit, it began to become collected again, returning to nothing. The current Zhou Tong looked like an ordinary person. However, only the keenest of the strongest could detect that there was a power hidden within him that was enough to collapse the Qiankuan. Thank you all. I'll take it from here. With a wave of his hand, the blood aura around him was easily dispersed, and people breathed a sigh of relief. We're also powerless to fight anymore. So next, we'll have to rely on Lord Hakai. The several half-saints smiled bitterly and slowly fell from mid-air. With the exception of the Empress, they had already exhausted themselves and it was time for them to retire. But so, Zhao Wenshi gazed at Zhou Tong with a relaxed and at ease expression. Although Zhou Tong had indeed become stronger by gathering the strength of all the people, he had definitely not returned to the level of a saint. In that case, one is invincible. Nothing more than a futile struggle. You can't possibly be my opponent, he said condescendingly, his right hand clenched into a fist, his thumb rushing to himself in a stance of overlooking. Roar! The 10 blood slaves sensed their master's confidence and became exceptionally arrogant. One of them flickered and arrived in front of Zhou Tong, transforming its palm into a claw and slapping down fiercely at his heavenly aureole. Boom! Boom! Only 2 explosions could be heard shaking the void. It turned out to be Zhou Tong who had thrown a punch, hitting the target squarely. That blood slave didn't even have a chance to resist as its body swelled violently and directly exploded. The crowd was terrified, staring blankly at the sky. One strike killed the half-saint. What a terrifying power this was. Fearing that it hadn't already returned to the ranks of the saints. Go! Zhao Wenshi's face instantly turned ugly, and with a command, the other blood slaves struck out. Just then Zhou Tong moved, as if he was a speeding wind crossing over and sweeping forward, whipping up a golden hurricane. The blood slave who bore the brunt of the attack was lifted off, his body twisting and spitting out blood, obviously suffering a heavy blow. Zhou Tong arrived in front of 2 of them and struck out a heavy hand in succession. Only 2 poofs could be heard. One of the heads exploded, and the other one was also penetrated through the body and exploded to death. In between, he kicked again in the air, breaking the previously traumatized blood slave into 2 pieces. At the same time the hand knife fell, lording it over the nearest one on the spot again. In an instant, 5 blood slaves had already died. That was an existence comparable to a half-saint, and it was still a powerhouse among half-saints. However, in front of Zhou Tong it was like papier-mâché, turning into fragments at the slightest touch. It was really fragile. Ho ho ho! The remaining 5 didn't dare to move forward anymore, keeping a sufficient distance from Zhou Tong. Immediately after, they struck out at the same time, their blood colors intertwining as they struck a terrifying blow. Zhou Tong stood still, unmoving as he was struck head-on, and the void where he was cracking by inches and sections. raising a monstrous mist. An aura of absolute destruction emanated from that hazy chaos that one dared not look directly at. Ha, this is too much to ask, isn't it? Even if it's you, there's no way you'll be able to go all the way. Before the words were even finished, an extreme fiery fluctuation arose, instantly vaporizing the blood aura. Hexagram breaking sword. South. Crippling fire elements. The fire dragon scrolls swept across the void, and the heat waves raced, searing the remaining blood slaves and causing them to let out mournful cries. Sword of the West. Sugar of gold. Jotong stepped out from the haze and made the most main-killing sword. Under this absolute killing move, the blood slaves were powerless to resist, and 4 of them were destroyed in a single chop. The last remaining one was so shocked that it actually ignored Zhao Wutian's order and fled on its own accord. And where can you escape to? Jotong took one step, as if he had reversed time and space, and crossed in front of his opponent. The breath erupted, and the blood slave was shaken down as if it were a meteorite falling towards the bottom. Again, the light bulged, and Jotong once again instantly moved, intercepting its path. Go to hell. At this moment, a look of fear appeared on the blood slave's stiff face before he was kicked out. In less than 50 breaths, all 10 slaves fell. Jotong's face was frank, showing the world pure violence. After watching the show for so long, next, it's your turn. Jotong locked onto Zhao Wentian and prepared for the big kill. Just you? Zhao Wutian sneered. Those little things are just a part of my power. Don't think you're so great. He gazed at the teenager in front of him, still full of confidence. Your strength has indeed skyrocketed, yet it's not enough to be my pair. Before the words left his mouth, Jotong disappeared in front of him, trying to make a sneak attack? What a fool's errand! Zhao Wentian slapped his palm out in front of him, and his bloody handprints covered the sky, but only shattered one of Jotong's shadows. This can't be right. Before the shock could surface on his face, he suffered a heavy blow as Jotong's fist penetrated his abdomen. Aha! Zhao Wenshi screamed loudly in misery as he fiercely got rid of Jotong and retreated towards the back at a gallop. This monster! He cursed, finally recognizing the gap in strength. You can only be complacent for a moment, he said viciously. I have a demonic origin and a great formation to protect my body, so I can absorb blood chi to replenish myself, and I'm still getting stronger. And this borrowed power of yours won't last long, and when it does, it will be your death. In that case, wouldn't it be better to directly crush you? Jotong laughed lightly. Hexagram breaking sword. Without a care in the world, he condensed a black sword in his palm. Earth sword. Spectral furnace. The black sword was inserted into the void, and for a moment, it was like opening the gates of hell. Only countless skeletons emerged from the spatial cracks, their bodies wrapped in black flames, and they surrounded Zhao Wunan. What is this? Zhao Wenshi's pupils vibrated and he was soon wrapped up in the skeleton, the black flames causing him great damage. He hissed as large swathes of his skin fell off, followed by the collapse of his flesh and blood, injuring his origin. This black flame was pure underworld chi, specializing in the destruction of vitality, and even the life force of the demon race could not resist it. Death to all of you. His breath erupted and he was about to decimate these skeletons. However, immediately afterward, flesh and blood was born on the skeleton's body, and that familiar appearance was reflected in Zhao Wuan's pupils, causing him to be struck by lightning. These people were clearly members of the Tendo Mansion. Prefect, save us, please. As he froze, the skeleton tore through him easily, blood flowing in long streams. Ah! Zhao Wenshi's face grimaced as he let out a roar that he didn't know whether it was pain or anger. Heavenly sword! 2 breaks! Right at this moment, a terrifying sword power erupted as Jotong chopped out the strongest strike, swatting away everything in front of him. Wipe the slate clean. Chapter 127, If I don't temper her into a dog, I'll write my name backwards. The long wind was sluggish, the blood aura filled the air, and the only thing that was missing was Zhao Wenshi's figure. It was like he had been completely exterminated, and even Jotong couldn't find any trace of him. Something's wrong. Jotong frowned. Not only was there a demonic origin in the opponent's body, but there was also a large formation protecting his body, so it was absolutely impossible for him to pass away with a single blow. More importantly, as the formation master, if he died the formation would immediately collapse. But now the great formation of living deadly silence was still in operation, turning the imperial capital into a cage where only those outside could enter and those inside could not leave. Be careful everyone. It's not over yet. Please be very alert to your surroundings and never leave your sidekick. Thousand myriads of words saw Jotong's gravity and called out to the people below. Hearing these words, the joy on many people's faces didn't even have time to linger before it was replaced by a strong sense of worry. What a load of crap! Just then, discordant voices came out. The person who spoke was none other than Emoliosu. She had been taught a terrible lesson by Yu Shocking Wind before. Her nose was bruised and swollen. She was in a sorry state. Even her spatial ring had burst open, spilling spirit stones all over the place. But in a moment's time, she recovered by taking the elixir. At this time, holding a scepter in his hand, he was a bit of a man. Let's not be gullible enough to believe someone's alarmist talk. We've all seen clearly that the thief's leader has already been put to death. And where did the crisis come from? Looking at Zhou Tong above the celestial dome, a cold smile hung at the corner of Emoliosu's mouth. Somehow, she had long ago gotten used to that familiar face falling into the dust, struggling and tormenting for survival. It was extremely unpleasant for her now to see the other party towering over all the others. It was as if something was about to get out of control and would never be hers alone again. Even if the other party just looked similar to Zhou Tong, she would not allow that to happen. What do you mean by that? Could it be that Your Excellency Hakim, a hallowed saint, would lie to us? Immediately, some people were disgruntled and directly disliked them. That's hard to say, knowing people. In the world of cultivators, the only one you can trust is yourself. Emoliosu was unforgiving and reasoned. The big formation is still functioning today. So maybe it's someone who took over and wants to continue refining us. When these words came out, the sound of sucking in cool air rose and fell, and some even raised their heads in direct horror. Looking at Zhou Tong with uncertainty, by Emoliosu's words, some people immediately faltered and couldn't help but feel their hearts grow fuzzy. That was a chance to achieve the great Tao, even if it was a saint. Would they dare to pack their bags and say that they would definitely not be moved? What a load of crap. More people were furious, pointing at Emoliosu's nose and cursing. His Excellency, the guest minister, just now fought in a bloody battle to save us, but you only dared to hide and shiver below. So what qualifications do you have to presume to talk about him? That's right, you don't even have the qualifications to be compared to the Hakai secretary. You can't even compare to a single hair of the Hakai secretary's head. Hearing this, killing intent immediately surged in Emoliosu's eyes. To say that she was no better than the owner of that face was a great insult. Soon she squeezed out another cold smile and said indifferently, maybe this was a setup he saved up from the very beginning, letting Zhao Wutian top it, then replacing the other party through acting, and finally reaching his goal. If that's not the case, who can explain why the grand formation is still functioning? And amongst the scene, the one with the deepest attainments in formations is this guest minister, isn't it? Once these words came out, no one else was able to refute them. This woman's technique of splashing dirty water was masterful, and the guest minister was simply unable to prove herself. As expected, there were really people who believed in her argument and glared angrily at Zhou Tong, skepticism written all over their faces. Hakim, do you have proof of your innocence? Hearing this, Zhou Tong smiled and shook his head. You really can't prove it, so that means you weren't clean in the first place. At the bottom, Tang Qi also stood out and verbally attacked Zhou Tong. He shivered with excitement at the thought of having this man besieged by the crowd and caught in a vortex of self-incrimination. Since he couldn't compare to his opponent, he would completely destroy him. Everyone, I only set out to eradicate Zhao Wulian in order to kill the demon race, and as for protecting you guys, that was just in passing. Zhou Tong said carelessly, if you are willing to believe me, don't stray too far away from me, or else you will suffer the consequences. Immediately after this statement, some idiots stood up. Still dare to talk big here. We don't believe it anymore. Could it be that we can't live without you? As soon as the words fell, the group of monkeys at the top began to jump up and down, leaving their companions around them and speeding towards the outside of the imperial capital. It wasn't long before they hit the barrier with just a thud. What was even more terrifying was that a blood-colored whirlwind immediately appeared in the void, enveloping them. No! Before dying, several people let out desperate hisses, and immediately afterward, they turned into a cloud of blood mist, floating in space. The crowd shivered at this scene. Even Emoliosu couldn't help but have his pupils shrink. She knew that the guest minister wasn't lying, and the person who slandered someone else knew better than the person who was wronged how wrong they were. Even so, she's going one way or the other. You have a cruel heart. These people only questioned you and you used a large formation to kill them. Do you still have a bit of conscience? Enough, Master. Chenlinger looked at Emoliosu with disappointment in her eyes. Master, you've changed. I'm so disappointed in you. She had used this phrase countless times to Zhou Tong, and now she had used it on Emoliosu. You're questioning me. Emoliosu stared wide-eyed, never expecting that Chenlinger would also dare to backstab her. Get out of here, and take that loser beside you with you. Since you don't know how to honor your teacher, then I have no need to shelter you. She looked down at Ren Hanqing and Chenlinger. Under these circumstances, if the two left her side, they would definitely die under that blood light. This was an old trick of hers, using death to threaten the disciples under her to force their hand, only that it never worked. Let's go! With Ren Hanqing holding Chenlinger, she leaned towards Zhou Tong in the sky. Instead of feeling sad, Chen Linger even rejoiced a little as she looked at Zhou Tong's original body that was getting closer and closer. Get lost. You'll be sorry soon. Mo Liusu was calm and collected. She thought that she had already survived the 3 calamities and 4 tribulations and no longer needed to rely on Zhou Tong. So she acted somewhat recklessly. As expected, just as the two were about to leave, a bloody light came to kill them, to make them bleed. Scatter! Zhou Tong was quick on his feet and raised his hand to disperse it, allowing the two to make their way over smoothly. Everyone saw it, didn't they? Everything is manipulated by him, and only those who obey him are entitled to live. Mo Lushu was still outputting. Stubborn, she must be taught enough lessons. Run Hunching also developed a fire, and her gaze went to Zhou Tong, seeking his opinion. Upon seeing Zhou Tong's slight nod, Ren Hanqing finally smiled and reached out to touch the red rope on her wrist. If she didn't temper Mo Liusu into a dog this time, she would write her name backwards. Chapter 128 Mo Liusu. Take 2 steps if you're not sick. Why don't you explain yet? Are you so dumbfounded by my questions that you can only be silent in response? Mo Liusu pointed at Zhou Tong's original body and relentlessly pursued. That's enough out of you. The surrounding powerhouses couldn't stand it anymore. I only see that the guest minister is always protecting the crowd. If you dare to slander him without evidence, don't blame us for being impolite. Protecting the crowd? That's ridiculous. He's clearly utilizing the power of all. It's us who protect ourselves. Mo Liusu shamelessly said. He is clearly a saint. Even if he is sealed, he should still have the ability to break free. But he didn't do that. Instead he borrowed from us, not daring to take any risks himself. Where is there any trace of a saint's bearing? What's more, if he was truly impartial, he shouldn't have taken away my yin-yang Dao body. And if he wants to prove his innocence, he must first return what's mine. The figure was poor. Mo Liusu finally exposed her true purpose, drawing a large chorus of snickers. Jumper! Someone scolded nonchalantly, but she ignored it and continued to stare at Zhou Tong with a deadly stare. This is the chance I'm giving you. You'd better firmly grasp it. She didn't have the slightest respect for Zhou Tong, simply because she was holding the holy battle, and there was absolutely no reason for her to be afraid in the face of a sealed saint. Enjoy! A cold light flickered in Ren Hanqing's eyes as he gently stroked the red rope on his wrist, his spiritual power surging out. This red rope was gifted by Zhou Tong to suppress the token worn by Mo Lushu, and that token, in turn, just happened to be able to restrain Mo Liusu's 3 calamities and 4 tribulations. Now that the token was suppressed, Mo Liusu was about to suffer. Buzz! Just as she was still pointing, the wooden ball on her chest suddenly flickered sharply, as if it was about to go out. No good. Her face changed drastically, and immediately afterward, an unprecedented pain hit her entire body. Ah! Under the astonished gaze of the crowd, Mo Liusu's footsteps lurched and he fell straight to the ground, followed by an incomparably miserable cry. In just the blink of an eye, she was drenched in sweat, a look of fear on her face, her long hair loose and her breathing heavy. What's wrong with her? People wondered, but didn't care in the slightest. Who knows? I'm afraid that he's done too many bad things and had a sudden bout of malady? The crowd looked as if they were watching a good show. You don't say. It's really possible. Looking at her appearance, it seems as if she's been struck by a calamity, with such agonizing pain. It should be a delusionless calamity. It's more than that. The cultivation is unstable, perhaps even superimposed with the fates in tribulation. Spiritual collapse, mass defection. There is clearly also the solitude and abandonment tribulation. The people were all dumbfounded when they put it all together. How many things had this done to lose her conscience? That the 4 robberies had come together. This was God's way of reaping her. At this moment, Mo Liusu's entire body was lying on its back on the ground. Her body was taut and straight. Her toes were unconsciously pressing down. The muscles in her body were twitching and spasming. And the immense pain hit her instantly, almost destroying her sanity. And now she didn't even have the strength to scream. However, this wasn't the most frightening thing. Mo Liusu retained her conscious will throughout. High and proud as she was, she could only watch as the crowd pointed at her with contempt and scorn. Even a beggar was now qualified to mock and despise her. Falling into this situation was the worst nightmare for her. Don't, you ants! Don't look at me with that gaze! Don't look down on me! She wanted to yell out, but there was nothing she could do but roll her eyes, unable to stop the tears from streaming down her face. Yo, why are you still crying? It's really a heavenly novelty. Where is the essence of the saint that you just slandered? You are not quite able to jump and talk? Come on, no sick, walk a couple steps, roar a few times, let everyone grow up, ha ha ha. People laughed, and the surrounding was filled with a fast atmosphere, but the laughter was like a steel knife, cutting Mo Liusu's dignity bit by bit, stimulating her sense of shame. Now she had a strong thought that she might as well just die, but it didn't matter. Soon she couldn't care less about shame. The Ren Hanqing on top didn't know how to be compassionate, and this time he was furious, wanting to make Mo Liusu understand what it meant to be in real pain. Who knew that she was overexcited? A confiscation, too much spiritual power output, and directly collapsed the red rope. Under mutual induction, the wooden ball in front of Mo Liusu's chest also shattered at the same time. Time seemed to have fallen into a freeze at this moment. Hiss. Zhou Tong couldn't help but suck in cool air when he saw it. You did that on purpose, didn't you? He looked at Ren Hanqing, but there was no look of blame in his eyes. This is where the big one is going to come in. Having lost the suppression of the wooden ball, what ensued was not a minor calamity, but a triple calamity. As expected, a vast robotic wave suddenly surged out from Mo Liusu's body, causing the surrounding people's faces to change wildly, and they avoided it like a tiger. Ah! She was able to vocalize again, and the overdose of pain raged on, pushing her to the brink of collapse several times. One of the most terrifying aspects of the 3 plagues and 4 tribulations is that they can constantly expand the sufferer's endurance and keep him or her capable of feeling accurately all the time. In this way, the other party would not fall into a state of numbness and could only passively endure the infinite stacks of pain until they were completely destroyed. Help me, someone help me. I'll grant him anything he wants. Mo Liusu climbed up, but this was not a sign of improvement, but a state of return, a final burst of potential. No one dared to get close to her. With the previous 4 calamities, now superimposed with the perishing body calamity, the broken Tao calamity, and the disordered God calamity, she was a moving source of woe, and aside from saints, whoever touched her would die. She seems to be in danger now. Not going to save her? Ren Hanqing gave Zhou Tong a tentative look. Let's die. Who's afraid? Zhou Tong laughed, unconcerned, and these words caused Chen Linger to resist trembling, creating the emotion of a rabbit dying. It seemed that Zhou Tong had truly put aside his past friendships and hated each and every one of them equally. Senior brother, this is not right. She finally mustered up the courage to say as thin as a mosquito fly, but instantly wimped out after meeting Tong's knife-like gaze last week and hid at Ren Hanqing's side. Mo Liusu was in danger. Perhaps the heavens did not fail her. In the noisy crowd, she saw the little demoness at a glance. The little demoness was carrying a jade pendant gifted by Zhou Tong, which contained an emperor-level spirit, just enough to restrain the calamity. Give me that thing. Chapter 129 Mo Liusu who redeemed himself in installments. Mo Liusu was in a hurry. She saw a ray of hope, and rushed towards the little demoness without hesitation. Seeing this scene, Xia Hongso was also anxious. Originally, she was enjoying herself, listening to Mo Liusu's screams. She only felt that it was the most beautiful melody in the world. Now the other party is trying to save themselves, which is just too greedy. It's a rotten thing to do anyway. Isn't it good to die a good man? With that thought, she raised the powder in her hand as her wickedness took over. That was the essence of the invocation incense, which she had carried with her everywhere, and now it would finally come in handy. This is the last straw that crushes the camel. Mo Liusu was struck by lightning, and the last trace of strength he had accumulated was completely dispersed. Originally, Yu Jingfeng had already prepared for a heavy punch, but he didn't expect this woman to flop down and kneel in front of the little demoness. Please, help me once. Just once. Lend me that jade tablet. She tilted her cheeks, her eyes pleading, and reached out to the little demoness for it. This humble appearance makes people cannot help but laugh, and constantly issued a tisk sound. Look at that woman. She looks like a dog. The piercing sound came over, and Mo Liusu could only pretend that she couldn't hear it. Right now she just wanted to be alive, and being alive was more important than anything else, including dignity. No! The little demoness refused outright and turned away. No! Mo Liusu let out a desperate cry of misery. At this moment, it was as if her sky had collapsed. Qian Miaoyu watched the scene with interest and poked Zhou Tong, who was close at hand, and this action immediately caused Chen Linger's vigilance. Could it be that this queen also has eyes for senior brother? Qian Miaoyu didn't care about her and smiled at Zhou Tao. How does it feel in your heart to see this person in such a miserable state? No ripples. I even wanted to laugh. Zhou Tong despised. This person is originally gifted, but he never dares to face the calamity. He only keeps looking for people to block the calamity. This kind of cowardly generation has no qualification to ask for the great Tao at all. It's because she's never suffered before. That's why her resistance to calamities is far lower than normal people. Now that the strongest calamities have appeared in a single stream, even saints can't carry them, she's bound to die this time. Zhou Tong was full of rationality, as if he was discussing the life and death of an ant. As for Mo Liusu, who would care about her? Yet it was then that the accident happened. Only to see the little demoness jade card suddenly light up with a shimmering light, and even though it was only for a moment, it still shone on Mo Liusu. Just this one moment gave her a moment's respite, and caused the nearby Yui Jingfeng to let out a soft eep. Strange, there's even a turnaround. Hearing this, Emoliosu directly made a big bow to the old man. Senior, my little daughter is young and uninformed. I offended you just now. Please be merciful and show me a clear path. Arrogance in the front and respect in the back, it's funny to think about. Yu Jingfeng said disdainfully, but still recounted the method of cracking. The so-called calamity originates from the heart and begins with the heavenly Tao. The more delusional you are, the heavenly Tao will sense it and send down a calamity corresponding to it. You can be reduced to such a state because of your special physique and because you've done too many wrong things. If you want to dissolve it, you have to pray devoutly to the heavenly Tao and confess your past transgressions. And perhaps there is still a chance of survival. I repent. I will repent. Emoliosu was busy saying, forcibly enduring the severe pain, kneeling on both knees, facing the east. A sentence a kowtow. I only listened to her counting all the faults of the past 10 years as if she were a family member, telling them all in detail. At first, the people around them were able to keep their faces as normal. All of them were the same cultivators, and they were clear about how cruel the laws of this world were, and there were really not many people who were truly clean. Emoliosu just made the same mistake most people make, but soon it became clear that something was wrong. As time goes by, the name Jotong appears more and more frequently. It wasn't hard to hear that this was Emoliosu's once great disciple, and an extremely excellent, incomparably filial disciple. Such a disciple could be called a supreme treasure in the eyes of other powerhouses, an existence that could be encountered but not sought. But what did Emoliosu do to him? Not only was he used to block disasters, but he was even isolated, suppressed and even denigrated in order to control him. How in heaven's name could there be such a cruel master teacher? When Emoliosu kowtowed 500 times in a row, everyone around him went numb. Taking one of these transgressions in isolation, although excessive, they do not reach the level of abomination. But when gathered together and then inflicted on one person, to that person, Emoliosu was an unforgivable evil. What's even more horrifying is that this pile of past events Emoliosu remembers clearly. She does know that she is wrong, yet she is still bent on being unrepentant. It is simply a professional who crosses the river, the dregs of mankind, and the king's division among the beasts. Only pain could truly crush her arrogance. Boom! Right at this moment, the Tao surged above the sky, and a huge one eye suddenly opened. The crowd gasped as Emoliosu's prayers actually drew the gaze of the heavenly Tao. Do you know repentance? The majestic voice rang out. Disciple knows regret. Emoliosu trembled. Then will you atone for your sins? Emoliosu immediately froze. Is not confession on the line, but also atonement? Seemingly seeing through her thoughts, Yu Shocking Wind let out a cold laugh. You don't think that if you've made a mistake, you just need to apologize and that's the end of it, right? The heavenly Tao isn't qualified to forgive you in place of someone else. If you're guilty, there must be a punishment. I am willing to atone for my sins. Emoliosu finally accepted the reality and cried. Immediately following the flow of light from the sky, countless rays of light gathered and formed a projected pact. The contract of atonement says, Emoliosu is willing to accept the punishment for everything in the past, and within the next 10 years, he will be subjected to the 5 punishments alternately for at least 2 hours every day. The so-called 5 punishments refer to 5 kinds of torture, namely, bathing in boiling water, extracting tendons and washing marrow, piercing the heart with 10,000 arrows, plucking out flesh from the bones, and destroying the soul and refining the spirit. Emoliosu's face was pale as she looked at the contract, almost fainting. 10 years, 10 years, 10 years. To a cultivator, this is a short period of time, but to someone who has been tortured, this is longer than 10,000 years. What's even more horrifying is that there is an additional treaty to this contract. Even if she wants to die, she must atone for her sins before she can die. Otherwise her soul will go to endless purgatory and suffer eternal torture. True sinners do not just die, but are nailed to a pillar of shame and suffer endless torment. Are you willing to be punished? The majestic voice sounded again, as if urging and intimidating. Disciple, disciple. Emoliosu trembled, but still bit his finger and dripped blood on it. Disciple willing, she said sadly, like she had become a walking corpse. Chapter 130, Heaven forgives her. I don't. The deed is done. Only a magnificent voice could be heard resounding through the world, accompanied by the disappearance of the one-eyed man, equally faded away. Emoliosu, on the other hand, was like a statue, kneeling frozen in place as if frozen. At this moment, her thoughts went back to several months ago, the day Joton was expelled from the division. How high and mighty she was at that time, falsely accusing Joton, seeing that he had a mouth to feed, and forcing him to sign a contract to sever his relationship, and also having to cripple her own cultivation. Now the boomerang hits back. She is threatened by the plague. A contract of atonement signed under the coercion of heaven. At this moment, she was even more helpless than Joton at that time. but not innocent. She was to blame for everything. Oh, immediately afterward, Emoliosu couldn't contain her trembling. Today's atonement begins. The 5 punishments alternated and intertwined in her body. And even though it was not as painful as the pain caused by the 3 plagues and 4 calamities, it still caused her pain. What was even more horrifying was that this pain was something she had to endure for 2 hours every day, and it would not be lifted until 10 years later. Apprentice, my Tonger. In the midst of extreme pain, she looked up to the sky with penitence, only to see the 2 Jotongs looking down at her, their eyes full of ruthlessness. Facing this sharp gaze, she finally realized what true regret was. Therefore she made up her mind that this time, no matter what, she would win back Jotong. She could assure you that this time she definitely meant it. Under the contemptuous gazes of the crowd, she limped onto the void and arrived in front of Jotong. But soon she froze. The 2 Jotongs stood together. At first glance there is no difference. It is impossible to recognize who is the original, who is the guest secretary. From the start, however, her thoughts fell into the gutter. To her death, she would never have imagined that the guest minister was Jotong's original self. Which one of you is my disciple? He is, the 2 said in unison, each pointing at the other. This action caused Emoliosu to be extremely hurt. Disciple, Master really knows he's wrong. Why can't you give me a chance? You don't know you're wrong. You just know you're going to die. On the side, Qian Miaoyu sneered coldly, provoking Emoliosu's angry glare. What? You're not convinced and want to fight me? Qian Miaoyu did not spoil her. What stinky potatoes and rotten eggs? Also dare to harass her heavenly-like guest secretary. I just want to retrieve my disciple. You outsiders had better stay out of it. Hearing this, Qian Miaoyu couldn't help but laugh. This can be the most hilarious joke in the last 100 years. You don't have a mirror should always have urine. Quick look at your shabby appearance. It's really ugly. What qualifications do you have to be a teacher when you look like this? As soon as these words came out, a panicked look immediately appeared on Emoliosu's face. Her stunning beauty had always been the capital of her pride, but at this moment, she only felt inferior. It was an emotion that had never been felt before. Perhaps it was because Qian Miaoyu was too bright and beautiful, or perhaps it was because she didn't want Jotong to see her in this sorry state, only to see her waving up her sleeves and wiping her dusty face haphazardly, then squeezing out a hard smile, full of humility. Tonger, stop it. Go back with Master. Master will definitely make it up to you. She came in front of Ren Hanqing and grabbed the other party's hands, saying with affection, off. Snap. Ren Hanqing unceremoniously rewarded her with a slap. This strike was made with full force, and did not restrain the force. It was a genuine reincarnation realm strike. Emoliosu's body shook from the beating, and he couldn't help but cry out in pain as tears filled his eyes. I'm sorry, Hakim. It was as if she had been worn down, and in normal times, she would never have let it go. Through the process of elimination, this Jotong was at least a reincarnation realm-level powerhouse, so it couldn't be the original. After all, in her knowledge, Jotong had just been scrapped not long ago. Let's just say the results were right and the thinking was all wrong. This was because at this moment, Jotong's original self was grasping the power of a half-saint level. Emoliosu looked over with anticipation, his eyes unexpectedly containing dark tenderness. I made a wish to the heavenly Tao to pay back the sins of that year. So you can forgive Master this time, and I will prove my sincerity to you with my actions. Jotong sneered and slapped with a heavier slap as he did. Under this strike, Emoliosu directly rolled his eyes and fainted on the spot, falling straight to the ground. Master! Chen Linger shouted and rushed down without thinking. She couldn't just stand by and watch. After all, Emoliosu had nurtured her and should not be lightly abandoned. How decisive. I see she does have a penance, Ren Hanqing said with a bad smile. If you forgive her just now, she might actually be obedient to you in the future. And coupled with the tribulation punishment, it might not be impossible to turn her into your slave girl. Before the words were even finished, Ren Hanqing met Jotong's icy gaze. Don't say such disgusting things with that face. I didn't realize you were a decent man, never wanting to take advantage of someone, Ren Hanqing said with some surprise. You're thinking wrong. I don't really think taking advantage of someone is a disgusting move, Jotong added. Forgetting her is what's really disgusting. Ren Hanqing was instantly dumbfounded, but even the heavenly Tao gave her a chance to reform. Tendo forgives her. I don't, Jotong said decisively. Right at this moment, a violent vibration suddenly came from the void. An endless blood chi raged and boiled, converging from all directions and eventually coalescing at one point. This scene caused the people below to explode, once again raising their hearts to their throats. It was not difficult for those with a discerning eye to see that the critical situation of the living deadly silence great formation had not yet been lifted. It's coming. Jotong took a deep breath, his gaze sullen. He had long predicted that Zhao Wendian was still alive. As expected, a mutilated person had gradually taken shape in the murky blood mist. At this moment, Zhao Wolu's limbs were mutilated. His chest and abdomen were split, and his organs were incomplete. Both eyes were green as if they were lanterns in hell. This was just like an evil ghost crawling out of the netherworld. I didn't expect it. It's back. He smiled grimly. Fate is ultimately on my side, and what doesn't kill me will ultimately make me stronger. Hearing this, even Zhou Tong had to marvel at his tenacity and caution, revealing a look of gravity. When he was on the verge of death, Zhao Wendian unexpectedly took the initiative to blow himself up, integrating his Yuan Shen into the Grand Formation, and then living through the blood chi of the formation. So it was no wonder that Zhou Tong was unable to search for him with his spiritual power. That's a real means of putting a death wish on the table. Ha, your face has finally changed. So you must have recognized the status quo, Zhao Wutian said openly. I'm invincible now, with an incorruptible body, immortality, and the power of the Great Formation. Who can compete with me? Daydreaming. Suddenly, a ball of light struck horizontally from afar, destroying most of Zhao Wutian's stump. This is the power of Tai Chi. Big sister Zhang Chuqiao made her debut. Chapter 131, Transforming Formation with the Body. Deadly Silence Triptych. I'm coming. Accompanied by a clear cry, the crowd saw three extremely beautiful young girls floating in from the distance, especially the girl at the very front, with an ethereal temperament, inexplicable as the Tao, giving people an incomparable feeling of holiness. Sister. Zhou Tong smiled and reached out to catch Zhang Chuqiao's waist, and the two naturally embraced. Don't be afraid. Senior brother. It's sister's turn to protect you this time, Zhang Chuqiao softly said, filled with firm determination. Well, I'll be waiting. As soon as the words fell, eldest senior sister looked across the room at Zhao Wenshi, and her stunningly beautiful expression instantly went cold. Enemies are not as good as each other. I can't believe you're still alive. Zhao Wanwu also looked like he had seen a ghost in life. According to his speculation, Zhang Chuqiao should have been cut off a long time ago. Even if he had renewed his life with a secret method, it would be impossible for him to be standing in front of him alive like this and have broken through his cultivation level, worthy of being a guest minister. To be able to bring this person back from the dead, this tactic is really admirable. Zhou Tong didn't reply and instead pulled out the ancient evergreen vine. Sacred Heart. I promise to help you replenish your vitality. Using this is just right. With a throw of his hand, the ivy flew into the Sacred Heart demon's hand. Thanks, big brother. The little girl was incredibly happy and smiled sweetly. Seeing this scene, Zhang Chuqiao smiled gently and murmured softly in Zhou Tong's ear. Even the little one got a present. I'm not going to be left unattended, am I? Don't worry. I've got the most expensive gift for you. You'll be super happy. When these words came out, eldest sister's eyes lit up. I don't suppose the gift you're talking about is yourself? If that's the case, I'd be most happy. Ahem. Enough. Daring to gabble in front of me. It seems that you really don't know how to die. Zhao Wutian roared. He was thoroughly annoyed. The advantage was clearly in his favor now. Great Formation. Activate. With a bellowing command, the living deadly silence formation then teleported more blood chi to help him mend his broken body. Not only that, Zhao Wolu's aura was even stronger than just now, and there was a hidden tendency that he was about to override the half-saints. You guys will just stay on the sidelines and obediently watch me break through to sainthood. At that time it will be your time to die. I think you're dreaming. Zhang Chuqiao revealed a mocking expression, only to see her snap her fingers, and a deafening popping sound came out from the large formation. Immediately afterward, the monstrous blood chi collapsed, completely out of control. No way. What the hell did you do? A rare look of panic appeared on Zhao Wutian's face. Your formation base has already been destroyed by me, so just die. When these words came out, Zhao Wutian was first disbelieving. That formation base was indestructible. How could it be shaken by a few tiny ants? He was just about to taunt, when it was as if he thought of something, and his face instantly turned livid. Under the heavens, in addition to absolute strength that can be invulnerable, there are some special means that can overcome the top from below, and overcome the hard with the soft, just like the glazed divine light, for example, which naturally ignored defenses and disintegrated everything. In addition to that, there was also the power of Tai that possessed similar effects. Given enough time, even the hardest divine gold could be cut in two. He had fallen into the hands of Zhang Chuqiao, a yin-yang Dao body. Now that you're at your wit's end, be a good boy and stand trial, Zhang Chuqiao said icily. Running out of steam, me? Ha 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 ha. Zhao Wutian laughed maniacally as if he had heard a heavenly joke. A strong madness flashed in his eyes, and his hands were like knives as he plunged them into his chest. Put! In a wild spray of blood, he broke open his body of his own accord. The crowd only felt sweat pouring down their backs as they saw that complex paths of light were flickering within Zhao Wolu's body, like an array formation, and he was using himself as the base of the formation. At that thought, many people's hairs stood on end. No way! He's actually this crazy. Watch this, it's my last card. Zhao Wutian spat out his tongue, and a scaled-down version of the living deadly silence formation surfaced above it, echoing the broken grand formation below. He had refined himself into a part of the great formation as well, and this kind of epileptic tactic was astonishing. So what if you destroyed the formation base? It's not enough for me to become the formation base. As the words fell, the void roared. The living deadly silence formation was supplemented and exerted an even greater power. I really underestimated you. Zhou Tong gazed at this person in front of him and let out a heartfelt sigh. In his previous life, he was the one who personally beheaded Zhao Wulian, and at that time, the other party's strength was almost uncontrollable. But in the end, he still ran into a strong person who had nearly become a Dao, and he could only drink his hatred in sorrow. In comparison, the current Zhao Wutian was vicious and crafty, strategizing and planning. A lord of boundless terror who could barely find a weakness. Or are you stronger now? Zhou Tong sighed in a small voice. Thanks for the compliment. As a token of my appreciation, I'll treat the guest minister to a 3-tone song. He bowed politely to Zhou Tong with extreme grace, like a pure musician. Only his score was written with the flesh and blood of countless living beings. Hear me through the song, and all blood will be returned to the sacrifice. He swung his arms, causing the blood color to transform into a musical note that smashed against the beings below. This time, even the half-saints were affected and had their essence blood taken away hard. Zhao Wutian's aura rose another step and his expression was like a maniac as he continued to play. Listen to my 2 passages of song, and all beings will offer their fugitive spirits. The tone turned sharply and played the song of deprivation, only to see countless white lights flying out of people's bodies, causing many people's faces to lose their spiritual color. What's happening to me? Why did I forget the family's mastery? I can't use my sword. How is this possible? I'm a sword Dao heavenly pride. Similar wails followed as these people had their talents taken away. There is no need to grieve. Those things have no effect on those who are about to die, so you can rest in peace for a long time. Zhao Wenshi's voice was compassionate as he offered the killer. Hear my final song. The soul returns. As the words fell, powerful ripples instantly swept through the imperial capital, and some civilians and low-level cultivators who hadn't had the time to retreat directly collapsed to the ground. Their souls easily drained away. Only countless souls were seen crying in the air, and instead of their souls flying away, they were sucked into Zhao Wunan's body. Stop! Qian Miaoyu couldn't stand to watch, and just as she was about to make a move, she was pressed down by Zhou Tong. Now you're going up there to die for sure. As soon as the words left his mouth, only a boom could be heard, and Zhao Wutian completely stepped through the shackles and entered the ranks of the saints. Aha, I've finally made it. His eyes gazed morosely at Zhou Tong and the others as if he was looking at a group of ants. However, Zhou Tong was pleasantly unafraid. After absorbing so much energy in one breath, your body will soon collapse. Then there's no need for the guest minister to bother. I've completely abandoned my weak human body and obtained a perfect body. Only Zhao Wenshou opened his arms and displayed his burly torso, and there was indeed an indestructible aura flowing through him. Unlike his previous half-human, half-demon self, the current one had completely transformed into a demon. Seeing this, Zhou Tong finally burst out laughing. What are you laughing at? Hee, you think that the human body is your weakness, but you don't realize that abandoning it is your biggest break. Now the counterattack will begin. Chapter 132, the Emperor calls for a heavenly policy, such as Dano and Lang, and seizes the power and authority, when it returns to my hometown. Since you've abandoned the human race, prepare for the human race's counterattack. Zhou Tong's gaze was like electricity, and his brow was radiantly bright, with an incomparable arcane aura flowing around him. This scene shook Zhao Wutian's heart. After becoming a saint, his perception became dozens of times stronger, and he could even dimly sense the trajectory of the future. Why would I feel uneasy? I've already become a saint. I have no fear of any strong person in the world. Could it be that he still has a card? As soon as he thought about it, this thought lingered in Zhao Wutian's mind, causing him to be extremely irritated. You faltered? Zhou Tong's eyes flickered, seeing the break in the other party's heart. In the end, it's a saint who has been forcefully catalyzed, and a mind that hasn't been sharpened can't harness this power. You can only be considered a pseudo-saint at best. Shut up! A light sentence made Zhao Wenshou burn with rage. He's organized and exhausted himself, just waiting for this moment to come. How could he bear it when the power he had gained with such painstaking efforts was outright denied? Are you in a hurry? The corners of Zhou Tong's mouth rose, filled with scorn and teasing. I'm gonna let you die. Zhao Wutian was really affected and easily became furious, only to see him hold up the sky with one hand. A round of incomparably hot light clusters suddenly appeared, scorching everything below. Aha! Many people cried out miserably, only to feel that their flesh and blood were going to be vaporized dry, and they could only prostrate and tremble under this absolute power. This was the power of a genuine saint, and not just any saint. Want to see the sun explode? Zhao Wenshi was complacent, and the lives of everyone present were crushed in his hands. Right now, only a boom was heard. The Zhongyu shook as endless spiritual power spread out. Its vastness is boundless. It's heavy as chaos. Its source is none other than Zhou Tong. The people below revealed shocked expressions. They only knew that this spiritual power was extremely strong, not weaker than a saint, but only a true saint would be horrified. When you are not yet a saint, when you see this spiritual power, it is like a mayfly seeing a big tree. To look at it after becoming a saint is more like a mole cricket looking at the blue sky. Your spiritual power, how can it be this strong? Zhao Wutian's face completely changed, losing his original composure. What's the point of asking so many questions when you're about to die? Hearing this, his face twitched, followed by a cold smile. Less bluffing there. Although your spiritual power is strong, it's extremely unstable. As long as I don't take the initiative, you won't be able to injure a saint. He breathed deeply, constantly giving himself a bottom line. Now that I've become one with the formation, as long as I don't die the formation won't break, and as long as the formation doesn't break I won't die. Before the words left his mouth, however, he frowned. Zhao Wutian held up the sun with one hand, but he felt that the formation had become incomparably obscure, and the presence that he could clearly use like a finger. At this moment, it was as if a barrier had been inserted. What did you do? He looked at Zhou Tong and asked, his voice already trembling a little. Those who are gods are under the control of gods. Those who are demons are under the control of demons. And those who are human beings must of course be under the control of human beings. When these words came out, Zhao Wutian was first stunned, and after thinking for a moment, he only felt as if he had been struck by lightning, for big words floated through his mind. Vesting of authority. The great formation of living deadness was created by the ancestors of the human race, and in the division of the heavenly Tao, its highest control belonged to the human race. Once the vesting of authority was triggered, the control of the great formation would fall into the hands of the human race. And now that he was no longer human, losing the authority of the great array, he had lost the foundation of invincibility. Impossible, you're being alarmist, if you want to trigger the vesting of power. Unless you're an achiever of this clan, you have to let the spiritual power arrive. He stopped in the middle of his words. His breathing became incredibly obscure, and his face was filled with horror. Arrived at what? Zhou Tong laughed. Arriving at the Emperor realm. As soon as the words fell, the wind and thunder changed drastically, and countless rays of light were stripped from the formation, eventually converging into a strange rune, which was pinched in Zhou Tong's hand. He only saw Zhou Tong's dignified appearance and his mouth chanting the true scriptures. The foreigners cross the sky. The murderous dominion is infamous. The flood waves tread on the sea. The deathly woe. The emperor calls for a heavenly policy, such as Dano, such as Luang, seizes the fallen authority, when it returns to my hometown. Zhao Wentian's body shook wildly as he clearly felt that the control of the formation was shifting and was about to be out of his control. No! He roared, throwing the sun in his hand in an attempt to stop Zhou Tong. However, it was already too late. The great array operated with a roar, and an invisible force locked the sun and cut and obliterated it into nothingness. At the same time, another strange fluctuation came into being, blocking Zhao Wunan. Get off me! Zhao Wenshi's face was pale. Even as a saint, he sensed that the tide had turned. As I said, you can't grasp this power taken through evil ways. It's time to return it to its rightful owner. In terms of control over formations, Zhou Tong was countless times superior to Zhao Wuan. Under his manipulation, the souls of the people were ripped out and escaped from the cage named Zhao Wunan. No! My power! It all belongs to me. Give it back! He yelled out in desperation, tears of blood streaming down his face. Decades of hard work, decades of calculations were undone in this moment. He was defeated. Completely and utterly defeated. His bottom card had been emptied, and there was no way back. Soul to soul, Zhou Tong snapped his fingers, and the countless souls automatically returned to their original shells. Whoa whoa whoa. After a short silence, a baby's cry rang out loud and clear, energizing the imperial capital. The crowd cheered. The guards have won. They have won. I can't accept it. Even if I die, I will fight to the end in blood. Zhao Wentian roared, burning with the last of his madness, only to see his body covered in demonic aura like fire, exploding all of his potential in an attempt to reclaim the power. In the face of the counterattack, Zhou Tong's face also turned a little pale, and a sharp pain emanated from his mind. With such an all-out output of spiritual energy, he wouldn't be able to last much longer. Ah, looks like you're not infallible either. Zhao Wenshi only felt that he saw hope again. If he could retake the authority he would have won completely. It was impossible for Zhou Tong to trigger the attribution of the authority again. While he was being complacent, he suddenly saw Zhou Tong giving him a thumbs up. What do you mean? Remember the scene at the beginning when you and I had a mental clash? Like I said, that's your biggest failing. Hearing this, Zhao Wunan shuddered lightly and immediately checked his sea of consciousness. The result made him tingle. And there was a large, extremely concentrated and imperceptible fragment of mental energy in his mind that did not belong to himself. These are all terrifying spiritual power bombs. In that one and only spiritual power sparring match, Zhou Tong had buried his dark hand. Chapter 133, Sage enters the game. Who is the fishing master? Under Zhao Wentian's panicked gaze, Zhou Tong slowly lowered his thumb and finally pressed it on the knuckle of his index finger. That movement was like pressing an invisible button. The first bomb of spiritual power. Boom, destroy prana. Zhou Tong smiled. This was a small trick he had developed with the realm of no sense. There were a total of 3 types of bombs, which, when combined with god-level spiritual power, often had unexpected effects. Zhao Wenshi's eyes widened. He only felt that something in his mind was expanding at an extremely high speed and was going to burst his consciousness alive. Never! He mobilized all of his mental energy to try to stop this from happening. Yet how could an emperor-level spirit be something he could resist? With just a boom, a shocking tsunami erupted in his sea of consciousness. Humph! Zhao Wentian let out a muffled grunt, only to see his eyeballs protrude outwards and his 7 orifices bleed. Yet his appearance showed no obvious injuries. Only those who knew what they were doing knew that his soul had been heavily damaged, which was dozens of times worse than the damage to his physical body. Immediately after that, Zhao Wutian struggled violently, and a moment later, he was suspended in midair like a dead fish, falling into a trance. At this time, he was the most vulnerable, completely losing control of the formation, and any random cultivator of the life and death realm could cut him down on the spot. Zhou Tong didn't rush to do anything, but took over the authority of the grand formation in the first place, sitting with both knees in the void, about to refine it completely. He knew that the real vicious battle was still to come. If he could fully control the great formation of living deadly silence, even if the Demon King descended, it would be enough for the other side to eat a pot. Just because he doesn't do it doesn't mean others won't. Only Zhang Chuxiao and Xian Miaoyu killed over at the same time, about to thwart Zhao Wentian. Look out! Just at this moment, Zhou Tong violently opened his eyes. The void suddenly cracked open, and rolling demonic chi surged out, transforming into a giant hand that covered the sky, covering towards the two. The scent. The 2 men's faces changed greatly, not daring to oppose them in the slightest, and they retreated rapidly. The clear and bright sky instantly became dim, and the people below all wore fearful faces, feeling a suffocating sense of oppression. The Devil's King descends. Only a pitch-black figure squeezed out of the crack, as if a tyrannical monarch was looking down on a group of lambs to be slaughtered. Seeing this scene, some people with a weak ability to withstand it directly drew cold and passed, crushed by a great sense of despair. Just out of the wolf's mouth, into the tiger's den again. Is it really the heavens that are going to kill us? The sober ones had bitter faces. Facing the Demon King, they didn't even have the courage to resist. Oh humble human, just prostrate yourself at the soles of this king's feet. The 9 heavenly kings spat out demonic chi and suddenly saw Zhao Wanwo next to them, revealing a disdainful expression. With a wave of his hand, it was like a wave of power hit him, causing the other to instantly wake up. 9 heavenly kings. Just after opening his eyes, Zhao Wenshi's face became extremely ugly, and before he had the chance to speak, he was strangled by a large hand. Griffin, you have the aura of the devil origin on you. You're the one who killed my subordinates. The king of the 9 heavens exuded a terrifying aura. The might of a saint could crumble the heavens and split the earth. Even if Zhao Wenshi had already arrived at half-saint, he felt the taste of death at this moment. Please let me explain, I had no choice. Zhao Wentian's face turned pale as he pointed at Zhou Dao. It's all because he forced us into a desperate situation. The heaven-swallowing demon venerable was beaten to the point where he only had 1 breath left. In order to survive, I devoured the demon venerable's origin. Otherwise we'd all die. No way. The 9 heavenly kings immediately opened their heavenly eyes and scanned Zhou Tong with a grave expression. A moment later, his face went cold. You're lying. There's no overpowering aura on this brat. It's true. He's a saint like a fake. But his cultivation was sealed by the crowd demon locking God's skull. As soon as these words came out, the 9 heavenly kings could no longer remain calm. Then kill him first. Only to see his decisiveness was incomparable. His body's demonic chi gathered and transformed into a black demonic dragon that sped towards Zhou Tong. Seeing this scene, the people below let out screams of horror. At this moment, Zhou Tong was refining the grand formation. and if he was struck by this level of power in his full concentration, he would most likely perish on the spot. Seeing this, Jian Miaoyu and Zhang Chuqiao immediately burst with potential, desperately trying to stop the black dragon. It was a pity that the gap between the strengths of the two parties in the confrontation was too great, and even with their best efforts, they were unable to block the serious strike of the saint, and even suffered a considerable amount of internal injuries. Blot out. The 9 heavenly kings laughed cruelly, as if they had seen the fall of a human saint. The people below also closed their eyes, not daring to look at the scenes that were about to follow. Right at this moment, an old voice suddenly rang out, cutting across the battlefield. This scene was extremely abrupt, as if time had been misplaced, giving people an extremely incongruous feeling. It's that old man, he has such a strong aura. Could it be? Bearing the expectations of the crowd, Yu Jingfeng finally made his move. 5 dragon divine symbol, see the dragon in the field. When a saint makes a move, he knows if it's there or not, only to see the old man cross in front of Zhou Tong, holding the spirit talisman in his hand. He slammed his fist on the demonic dragon's head. The demonic dragon abruptly solidified. The original monstrous flow of demonic chi unexpectedly transformed into reality in an instant, just like a craft carved out of glass, immediately shattering into a roiling powder. People were dumbfounded. It was a miraculous divine art. This was the Heavenly Master Clan's supreme mastery, the 5 dragon divine symbol, and the only remaining copy of the Heavenly Master Clan's 9th level talisman secret method. The technique of this talisman is divided into 5 strokes, among which seeing the dragon in the field is the technique of transforming the invisible into the visible. This move specializes in restraining, attacking and killing techniques based on various auras. Great! This old man is actually a saint as well, and the second saint present from our human race. The crowd cheered, feeling nothing but a sense of having been robbed of their lives. The old man is just too good at hiding. However, immediately afterward, new doubts arose. Why didn't Yu Jingfeng rush to make his move, causing their moods to rise and fall? Only Zhao Wenshi's face was pale as he felt a pang of fear. If Yu Jingfeng had struck out at him in the first place, he definitely wouldn't have been able to hold out until now. But soon, a horrible possibility occurred to him. This old sage was slow to make his move. Could it be that he was casting a long line to catch a big fish, specifically waiting for the Devil King to descend and then catch him in a net? Not only him, even the 9 heavenly kings thought so. Only the Demon King was sitting steadily with a teasing smile on his face. There were 2 other Demon Kings behind him who were waiting on their pillows, and if they wanted to leave them behind, the human race would have to send out at least 3 saints. However, that's not going to happen. At this moment, he thought of a brilliant idea and prepared to use it as a trick, and simply do a long line to catch a big fish himself, and by gradually increasing his chips, he would fish out all the saints of the human race, and then destroy them in one battle. Chapter 134, Crushing the 9 Heavenly Kings. What are the saints of the human race? They are all ants in my eyes. Watch me thwart you. The 9 heavenly kings were born with great bravado, and their demonic might was like a landslide and a tsunami, raging towards the front. Put, a ray of light, like a pearl of rice, but it crossed the sea of demonic energy and landed on the opponent's chest. 5 dragon divine symbol, hyper dragon. The old sage's eyes exploded with essence, as if there were countless worlds dying and countless heavens and earths being reborn, containing endless power of creation. With a loud boom, divine might erupted, opening a large hole in the opponent's chest. The 9 heavens king's face changed wildly as he staggered backwards, his aura shriveling up extremely fast. Even the sea of demonic aura withered and turned into clouds of smoke. There is also a gap between the saints. With only one glance, the 9 heavenly kings had figured out the other party's bottom line, and they feared that they would have difficulty killing this old fellow alone, if he hadn't reached a realm like his, where the vitality in his body was incomparably strong, and he could be reborn with a broken arm and transformed into a form by dripping blood. That moment just now would have already separated the winner from the loser. Saints are invincible. The crowd of people cheered loudly and raised their arms, and it seemed that the Demon King was no big deal, appearing vulnerable in front of his own saints. Old thing, I advise you to be less complacent. The real battle has just begun. Don't run away if you can. Whoever runs is a grandson. Even though Yu Jingfeng was old, the hot blood in his chest had not dried up yet. Now that he had met the king of the demon race, how could he not be excited? And how could he hold back from going on a big fight? Old bastard. I'll break you into pieces and enshrine your soul in the demon clan, so that you'll never be able to live forever. The demon heavenly king was enraged. He could clearly feel the old man's contempt. No one had ever dared to underestimate him like this. Thus his aura became even more ferocious. Little devil cub, I advise you to better not bluff. That will make you look weak. Shut up. 9 dragon demon heavenly slaughter. In a trance, a haunting dragon's roar resounded through the sky, followed by 9 black dragons piercing through the clouds. Those black dragons were all claws and teeth, hideous, as if they wanted to tear open the vast sky, along with the silhouettes below them, crushing them together. 9 dragons? I think it's 9 worms. The old man smiled openly. White eyebrows and snowbeard fly. The spirit of the dance with the flesh and blood. The splendor is not reduced, as was once the appearance of the young man. Dare to be the first in the world to underestimate the heroes of the world. Against 9 little bugs, there was no need for a true dragon. Just a submerged dragon would suffice. As the words fell, only the old man's hand bloomed with light and he struck out with a palm. 5 dragon divine symbol, submerged dragon do not use. An invisible fluctuation spread out, and immediately afterward, it merged into the void without knowing where it was going. As the crowd watched, the 9-headed demonic dragon broke in two in unison, as if it had been cut down by an invisible heavenly blade. The 9 heavenly kings immediately changed his face and retreated back and forth. He was unable to observe the trajectory of his opponent's attack, and for a moment, alarm bells rang in his heart. Heavenly demon umbrella. He had no choice but to summon a magic treasure and use it to protect his body. How ridiculous. Thinking that I can't do anything about you just because you're hiding in a king's shell? The old man snorted, his means overwhelming, and struck another light talisman out. 5 dragon divine symbol. Flying dragon in the sky. The light spilled out, enveloping the sky like rain, and fell onto the heavenly demon umbrella in a soft gesture. The aura of this move was similar to that of seeing the dragon in the field, but the effect was completely opposite. The former was transforming intangible into tangible, while the flying dragon in the sky was transforming tangible into intangible, specializing in disintegrating all physical defenses. The moment that umbrella was struck, it became a pure and simple decoration, no better than a piece of paper. The fluctuations of the subterranean dragon do not use came out in a flash, easily passing through the heavenly demon umbrella and striking the 9 heavenly kings head-on, sending them spitting blood and flying backwards. Damn it! He cursed, blood erupting from his eyes. Even the demon king was a bit overwhelmed by this kind of blow. After all, they don't have unlimited recovery. It's disappointing that you're going down before I even start to power up. The old man taunted, sighing contently with emotion. You devil cubs are really not as good as your generation. Hearing this, Jotong couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. This old man really did have 2 tricks up his sleeve, and if the 9 heavenly kings didn't call in outside help, they would likely be singled out. With that thought, Jotong's eyes looked toward the sky. Under an emperor-level spirit, even a demon king couldn't escape his watchful eye. Right in his line of sight, 2 powerful figures were concealing themselves. Obviously the other 2 demon kings had also arrived. Looking at that appearance, the other party also seemed to want to cast a long line to catch a big fish, calculating to lure out all the high-end combatants of the human race before going down to reap the rewards. This was a heavenly layout, with saints entering as bargaining chips, and if they lost, they would become fish bait to be devoured by the other side. Whichever side throws more chips first in this situation will be the first to be passive. Therefore, the 2 demon kings were still watching from the wall and had no intention of making a move. Old Buster, I see something wrong with that brat-like fellow. He seems to have discovered us. Jotong, who was watched by the 7 heavenly kings, said to the 8 heavenly kings with a grave expression on his face. 7th brother, you're good at everything, but you just like to be suspicious. Old 8 said unconcernedly, we're in the dark and he's in the light. In order to discover us, unless his spiritual power exceeds the sage realm. Do you think that's possible? Fair enough, looks like I was overthinking it. Let's keep pressing on. Hearing this, Jotong instantly wanted to laugh a little. The 2 shrinking bastards are thinking of pressing on with their minions about to be killed by now. If you can tolerate it so well, let me add more wood to your fire. As soon as the thought was raised, a terrifying roar emanated from the great formation of living deadly silence, and the light on Jotong's body shone even brighter, which was the precursor to fully mastering the great formation. Demon King Sama, hurry up and stop that guy. Zhao Wenshi's face turned pale and he couldn't calm down at all. Humph, it's just a broken formation. This is not a broken formation. If he succeeds, even if there are 2 demon kings, they will die here. Zhao Wenshi roared hysterically, and his voice traveled extremely far, allowing the 7 heavenly kings and 8 heavenly kings to hear him clearly. Looks like it's really a bit tricky. It's my turn to make my entrance, the 8 heavenly kings said with a grim expression. However, they weren't the only ones who heard this. Even Tang Chi trembled, revealing an expression of hatred and envy. This bastard is about to become a saint. I will never allow him to be so much stronger than me. Tang Chi bared his teeth. Senior brother, if you want to erase this person, now is the best time. Once we miss it, we will have no chance at all. Xia Hongsu's voice came out, full of compulsion. That's what I thought. And this time I'm going to make him fall into the middle of hell when he's most pleased with himself. only to see his palms spread out. There was a jade bead and a jade talisman lying in front of him. The Tiani Pearl, the talisman of chaotic life, sends the guest to the path of the Yellow Springs. Chapter 135, Tang Chi's Dreaming Love Pig. I'll kill you. Just when the crowd was fully concentrated and tense, an abrupt voice resounded through the sky. Only Tang Chi rose up into the air, his speed extremely fast, and sped towards the battlefield in the sky. Junior, stop. That's no place for you to stick your nose in. Some kind-hearted people shouted loudly, lest Tang Chi be affected and die. What does he want? Seeing this scene, the few people in the battlefield also froze, completely unable to guess his intentions. Even if you want to seek death, you don't have to be so spirited, do you? Stop right there. Zhang Chuqiao was the first to move. The Yin Yang Dao body was extremely sensitive and felt a strong sense of malice from Tang Chi. Tang Chi only felt his scalp tighten, and it turned out to be Zhang Chuqiao running the power of Tai, swinging down at him head-on. Asterisk. He cursed in his heart, but he didn't dare to fight hard and directly used his bottom card, Heaven-Swallowing Demon Technique, 10,000 transformations. With just a boom, his body changed, as if it had turned into a round of black holes, greedily devouring the blood chi that remained in the air. At the same time, his lifespan was burning violently, and in the blink of an eye, 20 years of light was missing. Such a cost made it easy to cross over the realm of life and death and step into the realm of reincarnation, only to see Tang Chi's speed steeply surge, bypassing the Tai force and charging straight toward Jotong. What kind of move is this? It's so terrifying. It seems like he's gotten into the devil. Quite a few people froze and said that they were filled with hostility towards Tang Chi. Almost see no hair. Qian Miaoyu also struck out at the same time. Half-saint power across the void. Saints do not come out who compete, only to see it slap down with one hand. About to kill Tang Chi on the spot. Old thing, help me. Terrified, Tang Chi called out towards his heart, only to hear a soft sigh, followed by a thick soul force injected into his body, making him another notch stronger. Out of your depth. Qian Miaoyu sneered as the dragon and phoenix harmonized and slapped his body with a palm. Aha! Tang Chi only felt as if he had been hit by a meteorite. His bones were twisting madly, as if his soul was about to be scattered in the next moment. Stop! You can't kill my senior brother. Xia Hongsu's voice came out. He's just being controlled by the demons. He's innocent. Hearing this, the 9 heavenly kings were instantly confused. What reason did he have to control a loser? But on second thought, he soon understood everything. This Tang Chi was definitely a rebel of the human race, and because he was worried about being liquidated afterward, he had found a good reason in advance just to leave himself a way out. This is awesome. More rebels like this. More is better. The 9 heavenly kings muttered to themselves. That's right. He is being controlled by this king. As long as you willingly submit, you can also obtain such a powerful force. Ha ha ha. One could only say that it was worthy of being a demon king. Not only was the thought process a thief, but he also used it to advertise, making some lower cultivators really heartened. So it was controlled. So it's okay. Go to hell. Thousand myriads of words showed no mercy. The emperor's mind was on full display, preferring to kill the wrong person rather than letting him go. Damn! Tang Chi cursed in his heart, decisively crushing the Tiani bead in his hand, causing his own aura to rise dramatically once more. Get thee outta here! He exploded with all his might. And surprisingly, he briefly broke free of Thousand Myriad's aura. You don't stand a chance. Thousand Myriads of words killed decisively, and without hesitation. They used their full strength, the might of the half-saint shattering the sky and enveloping the other party once again. No! Tang Chi despaired, sensing the huge gap in strength. Even if he was now at the peak of the reincarnation realm, he was still like an ant in front of the half-saint. I'm a great Chi master. Any of you can't kill me. You can't kill me. He cried out maniacally in his heart. Perhaps it was really an arrangement in the underworld, and there was a turnaround when he was about to die, only to see a bloodlight rushing in to help him withstand the pressure. Your Majesty, the old minister is not dead yet, Zhao Wenshou said with bloodshot eyes. His years of calculations had been undone, and now he only wanted to pull the human race to destruction. It was during this interval of respite that Tang Chi finally rushed to Zhou Tong's side. There's a break. He was so excited that he threw the chaotic fate talisman in his hand. At this time, Zhou Tong was refining the grand formation and was unable to dodge or block it, and was directly struck by the jade talisman. With a bang, the jade talisman exploded, and an unfamiliar wave swept through Zhou Tong. It's hiss. Zhou Tong's expression immediately changed. The power within his body appeared to violently ripple, and the gathered power of the crowd was frantically collapsing. Not only that, but his spiritual power was also confused, and along with a mouthful of blood spewing out, the great formation of living deadly silence all dimmed. The refining failed. Senior Hakim, The two women's faces changed drastically, but Zhou Tong made out a reassuring gesture to them. So it's the reverse Chaos Bane. Zhou Tong quickly figured out the ins and outs of that bead. The so-called reverse Chaos Bane was the discordant sound of the beginning of the heavens and the earth. A great evil equal to the Chaos Bane. This baneful chi is capable of disintegrating the laws and Tao rhythms, shaking the cultivator's foundation, and is the nemesis of all cultivators. Ah, you're done. I can feel that you're very weak right now, Tang Chi said excitedly. When you dared to humiliate me in the Great Hall, you should have expected to end up where you are now. You're quite bold, Zhou Tong said with a calm face, using his spiritual power to suppress the reverse Chaos Bane from spreading. I'm a little impressed that you can still pretend by now. Tang Chi laughed out loud and looked to the side of Zhao Wendian again. This person was really crazy. He even blocked Chen Niaoyu and Zhang Chuqiao by dragging them 2 by 2. Buying time for him. No one can save you this time. Yeah? You really dare to make a move on me? Aren't you afraid of being torn to pieces by the human race? Ha! Killing you is not my intention. I'm just being controlled by the demons. Someone will intercede for me. Tang Chi was reckless, running the heaven-swallowing devil technique, which was surprisingly similar to real devil chi. Next I'll kill you and take all your power, he said as he closed in, to make Zhou Tong slowly experience despair. Ugh! Surprisingly, you've disrupted my plans. I originally didn't want to break through so quickly. Zhou Tong sighed, his face full of helplessness. He had just tried it, and if he wanted to quickly remove the reverse Chaos Bane, he had to make his cultivation further. Therefore, it was time to refine the phaseless Linglong bead and cross the transcendent partition. Everything is ready, but only a wisp of infatuation is needed. Under Tang Chi's gaze, Zhou Tong took out a bell. What is this thing? Tang Chi frowned, instinctively feeling bad. Infatuation compulsion. You should recognize it. As soon as these words came out, Tang Chi's pupils suddenly shrunk. Just let me borrow you for a while, and as compensation, I'll introduce you to my animal friends. Zhou Tong smiled evilly and snapped his fingers, followed by a colorful pig walking out as space cracked open. Tang Chi's eyes went straight, only feeling heavy breathing, rising body temperature, and an incredibly fast heartbeat. This pig was so beautiful, it was his dream girl. Chapter 136, Crying? Crying also counts as time. Oh. Aha! Tang Chi's eyes instantly turned red, his mind trembling as he fell into a violent struggle. What have you done to me? I'm going to lose control of myself, he hissed in a frenzied manner, staring at the Shimeji divine pig, an intense beastliness surging out, almost devouring his sanity. When Tang Chi abused the infatuation compulsion, he wanted to use it to manipulate the little demoness. As a result, he was countered by Morongya, who associated him with the wild boar, thus leaving a handle on him. Now is the time for him to pay the price. Ding dong ding dong. Zhou Tong gently shook the bell, and within the bell was a mother compulsion of infatuation compulsion, emitting a strange fluctuation that made the compulsion inside Tang Chi's body want to stop. Tang Chi instantly jealoused himself, and could only keep pounding himself with his fists, wanting to use the pain to stay awake. Absolutely not to have a seizure here, or I'll become the laughingstock of the world, he admonished himself, a look of fear coming over his face, mixed with that uncontrollable desire inside him that just felt like it was going crazy. Stop holding on, release the obsession in your heart, and I'll help you. Zhou Tong revealed a cruel smile, and the harmonious heavenly skill worked with full force, surging into the bell. Aha! Tang Chi's sanity immediately collapsed as he looked at the Shimeji divine pig and revealed an extremely lewd smile. Beauty, I'm coming. With a loud cry, he pounced up and hugged the Shimeji divine pig, about to frantically kiss each other. This scene directly shook thousands of living beings. Even the demon king froze, as if struck by lightning, unable to believe what was in front of him, even though he was fully aware of the diversity of the human race. Witnessing something like this challenged his worldview. Is this something you manipulated too? Yu Jingfeng pointed at Tang Chi and said with a contemptuous face, Nonsense! How could this king do such a nasty thing? Don't tarnish this king's honor. There was also a count of people below, all of whom were dumbstruck and turned into a pile of clay molds. Just now, they hadn't believed that Tang Chi was controlled by the demon king, but now they were completely convinced. After all, while hobbies are free, it's a little less than polite to be free to this extent, so this must be the work of the demons. I'm going to get you, and I'm going to get you. Now obey me at once, and I will take you to ultimate bliss. Tang Chi became even more reckless, ripping his top to shreds and riding his entire body on top of the pig. Hoof, roar. If it was an ordinary boar, I'm afraid he would have to get his way. But what kind of existence was the Shimeji divine pig? That was a divine beast that was proficient in the power of the underworld and the power of space. And even Zhou Tong couldn't have helped it if he hadn't utilized the 90 spirit talisman. Only to see the divine pig emit a violent light, violently chopping its hooves. Its body became like a bomb, erupting into a violent shockwave. Ah! Tang Chi screamed miserably as he was blown away, his crotch taking the brunt of the blast. Does it feel fun to blow up eggs? Zhou Tong teasingly asked. But the other party didn't care and had already gotten horny, only to see it ignoring the pain on his body. He once again ran wildly towards the divine pig. Beauty, just obey me. Today I will get you and put you in your place. Tang Chi exhibits an abstracted stance, running out of shape and chasing as hard as he can while the obscenities continue. Ah, it's hot in my eyes. The female cultivator below covered her eyes and cried out in pain, only feeling that her Tao heart was about to crumble. This monster must be an existence sent down from the heavens to specifically punish them. Zhou Tong just felt incomparably relieved as he watched this scene. Obsessive thoughts of the highest quality converged, and in a few breaths of effort, they filled his three poisonous hearts. Greed and anger are ready for the official breakthrough. Snap! Zhou Tong crushed the bell, causing Tang Chi to wake up. At this moment, he was holding the Shimeji divine pig, and his entire body froze in the void. What did I just do? He looked around, only to see countless mocking gazes cast over him, and instantly turned ashen. You haven't had a chance to do it yet, Zhou Tong said mockingly, causing his body to tremble violently, and the Shimeji divine pig took the opportunity to break free and return to Zhou Tong's side. You counted on me. Tang Chi was in a rage, and there were tears of blood flowing from his eyes, knowing that he was completely ruined. This move to kill and kill the heart is really so poisonous. From now on, people will not remember that he is the #1 heavenly pride of the young generation, and will only remember that he wanted to do something untoward to the boar in broad daylight. What an eye-opener. Zhou Tong gave him a thumbs up. I've long heard that Mr. Tang's rate is pure and spontaneous, and today I've seen that it's true. As he spoke, he carved the formation. In the blink of an eye, countless shadow-retaining sound storage arrays were born out of thin air, brilliant as stars, constantly playing the scene of Tang Chi chasing the pig. What are you doing? Help you make a name for yourself only. Tang Chi Gongzi is so flamboyant and dares to do things that people in the world dare not do. It's really a model existence. I want to spread your gallantry all over the world, so that people will worship you. What do you think? Stop. Tang Chi's liver and guts were splitting. There was no time to stop them. And those shadow-retaining formations were like heavenly maidens scattering flowers between heaven and earth. No. Seeing this scene, Tang Chi hissed feebly as if his essence had been drained. Look at how happy you are. From now on, everyone will proclaim your legend. Even if you become an emperor in the future, you can just be designated as the Love Pig Emperor. These words easily crushed Tang Chi's Tao heart. Becoming an emperor was originally his ultimate goal, but now he only felt tasteless. How can there be a great emperor who loves pigs like a madman? It's impossible for a great emperor to be such a wimp. But, he spat out blood furiously and couldn't help but cry, not even having the heart to seek revenge on Zhou Tong. This time it hit him so hard that it made him want to die. Crying? Crying counts as time. Zhou Tong's face was full of teasing and he was still carving the formation, preparing to record all of his ugly behavior. Damn you! I'm going to die with you today. Tang Chi went completely crazy and charged at Zhou Tong. Off. Right at this moment, Zhang Chuqiao broke away from Zhao Wentian's battlefield and rushed in with incredible speed, kicking Tang Chi in the crotch again. Tai Chi egg-crushing kick. Eldest senior sister was furious, and actually used the destructive Tai divine power to completely wear out that thing. Seeing this scene, all the men present subconsciously clenched their legs, their faces turned pale, and even Zhou Tong couldn't help but feel a tremor in his heart. On the contrary, Tang Chi directly rolled his eyes and fainted. He is considered to be completely wasted. If he wants to revitalize in the future, I am afraid that he will have to change his fate against the heavens. Chapter 137 Lao Tzu's Wudu. Do you dare to touch it? Junior brother, how are you doing? Zhang Chuqiao came to Zhou Tong's side and looked at him with a worried face. I'm fine. Zhou Tong's voice was a bit obscure, and his body was already drenched in cold sweat. The reverse Chaos Bane was really not a good match. Not only did it disrupt his breath, but it also blocked his meridians, making it difficult for him to break through. If he had enough time to deal with it, these furies were not enough to worry about, but being in this situation, even one more second of this state would increase his danger by 1 point. There is an unholy power in you. Eldest sister's eyes were black and white, and she immediately spotted the culprit. Let me help you. As soon as the words fell, she reached out and grabbed the reverse Chaos Bane that was straying around Zhou Tong. Don't touch it. It's dangerous. As if he hadn't heard it, Zhang Chuqiao grabbed that baleful chi and refined it in a moment. You're okay? Zhou Tong stared wide-eyed and was speechless for a moment. Do I look like I'm up to something? This stuff is still a great tonic for me. For the first time, Zhou Tong recognized his insularity. Who would have thought that the Yin Yang Dao body would be the nemesis of these primordial fury? All things, end up in the void too, eldest sister said smugly, her eyes flowing, looking at Zhou Tong mesmerized. Senior sister, you, junior brother, I can finally protect you. As the words fell, she pounced on Zhou Tong and kissed him deeply. Seeing this scene, Chen Linger below couldn't hold herself together and cried out with a wow. That's clearly my senior brother. Don't rob my senior brother. She wanted to cry out and reprimand her opponent for his impudence, but she couldn't open her mouth no matter what. Compared to her, the Shimeji divine pig was much smoother. If there were a list of excellent pets in the world, this pig would definitely be at the top of the list. Only to see it operate its spatial power, easily tearing open a spatial crack before it toppled the two Zhou Tongs inside. That's a lot more eye candy than some. As he was about to enter the rift, Zhou Tong held his senior sister's slender waist with one hand, while his other hand was free to throw a jade pendant towards the Yui shocking wind. Old man, if the situation is urgent, crush this piece of jade, Zhou General said in a voice transmission, and immediately afterward, the two men and the pig disappeared under the eyes of the crowd. Young people are great. The old man caught the sword saint's jade pendant and said enviously, and right after that, he suddenly stormed up and launched a terrifying attack on the 9 heavenly kings. Old thing, how dare you engage in a sneak attack? You can't afford to play. The 9 heavenly kings' faces changed drastically, and they didn't have time to react before they were torn apart by the power of the saints, dismantling them in large pieces and injuring their origin. When dealing with you demonic species, old me has always had no bottom line. Yu Jingfeng's whiskers and hair were fluttering, immortal style, but with a mouthful of Lao Zi. It was obvious that he came to feel that he wanted to destroy the demon king with a single blow. Less complacent. Think that this king doesn't have a bottom card? The 9 heavenly kings were enraged. Their demonic aura erupted from their bodies, burning their essence blood and displaying incredible speed. Just like a shooting star chasing the moon and a long wing chasing clouds. In the blink of an eye he crossed the void and killed the old man. Ah, you're screwed. The 9 heavenly kings were filled with excitement. According to his understanding, since Yu Jingfeng was proficient in the Rung Dao, his physical body was bound to be incomparably weak. Just by looking at his skinny, hunched-over figure, he knew that he only needed one punch to take half of his old life. Humans can be really small, unlike us demons who are fully developed and have no dead ends. He proudly threw a punch and attacked the old man's vitals. Close combat is in his favor. Only a thud was heard. The fist slammed into the chest, but no sound of cracking bones came out. Instead, it looked like a wild boar had smothered the walls and banged its head against them. Humph! Scum! The old man's voice changed, no longer kind and soft, but instead contained the clanging sound of gold and iron. The 9 heavenly kings' eyes were as white as eggs, only to see the shadow of the person in front of him expanding and enveloping him. It's not that his form has shrunk, but the old man has swelled. Prickly prickly. Accompanied by the sound of his shirt ripping, the old man's muscles surged, directly turning into a Vajra-like giant. Hiss. The 9 heavenly kings were filled with shock and couldn't help but suck in cool air. Just as he was about to withdraw, Yu Jingfeng executed a hungry tiger pounce, his arms coming out in unison and locking him in a firm hold. Spiritual and physical. Boy! Only its strength was seen to explode and said while saying, "How dare you bully me, a defenseless old man? You must be punished." Aha! The demon king was strangled and screamed miserably, and the crowd saw what was called pure violence. The old man actually used his arm to cut the demon king's waist and strangled him into 2 pieces. Old thing, you don't speak of martial virtues. The 2 halves of the 9 heavenly kings' bodies were suspended in the air, cursing with palpitating hearts. He completely broke his defense and had to admit that he was no match for this old thing. Wunderkind, isn't that right behind me? As the words fell from his lips, the old man turned around, his grimy muscles twisting into a D that made the crowd's collective livers quiver. This scene caused the king of the 9 heavens to be struck by lightning. The human saint in front of him was good in every way, just not quite human. What kind of expression do you have? Don't agree with my old man's theories? Then don't blame me for convincing people with virtue. There was a horrible roar in the void. It wasn't thunder. It was the old man striking. Great mighty double dragon halberd, only to see both of his fists come out in unison, gushing out terrifying punching winds that were aimed at both halves of the 9 heavenly kings' bodies. At this moment the other party finally smelled the flavor of death and couldn't help but feel fear. "Buster, help me!" he roared. And suddenly there was a demonic chi that cut through the void and evolved into a lance, blocking the deadly twin fists. Boom! With the impact blast, the 9 heavenly kings were still affected and shaken to their foundations. Just then, the true form of the 8 heavenly kings descended and probed his great hand to drag the 9 heavenly kings away from the old man's side. The second demon king finally went down. Sure enough, it's here. The old man smiled and crushed the jade pendant in his hand. "Buster, this old man is fierce." The 9 heavenly kings had palpitations in their hearts, and they couldn't stop trembling as they were scared by the old man. I saw that, but as long as our twin kings join forces, we can easily decimate him, the 8 heavenly kings said with conviction. Hearing this, Lao Jiao finally regained some confidence. Too naive. Who told you that there is only one human saint here? Old man? Bluffing? Thinking that's going to scare us, the 8 heavenly kings disdainfully said. And before the words fell, terrifying sword chi swept in from afar like a mountain of mountains. Kensei makes an appearance. How is that possible? The expressions of the 2 demon kings changed drastically. In the void of space, Zhou Tong and his senior sister sat embracing each other, both with a subtle blush on their faces. Many thanks, senior sister. The bane has been removed. I can break through in peace. And how would you like to thank me? Senior sister's demeanor was flirtatious. A pretty face came over and curled her soft and warm red lips as she asked. Zhou Tong was just about to speak when a finger pressed down on his lips. I enjoyed the kiss earlier and would like to do it again. Will you give it to me? Chapter 138. I'm not a dainty master teacher with means and strength. Looking at the incomparably charming senior sister, Zhou Tong's heartbeat missed a beat. Among the several women around, the master's feelings are subtle and long, like a trickle of water, without making a break. The little demoness, on the other hand, was a bit arrogant, like a continuous spring rain, although occasionally spring thunder rattled, but more often than not, it was silent. And the sister in front of me, her love is the most outspoken of all. From the first moment of meeting, Zhang Chuqiao was straightforward and did not hide her feelings, like a blazing fire, like a wave. It was out of control and hardened into Zhou Tong's heart, facing such a beautiful woman, who could not be moved. Humph. Still not answering. I take it you're comparing me to someone else? When these words came out, Zhou Tong only felt his back tighten and collected the smirk on his face. You've got a weak heart. It looks like I've got you. Sifu smiled wickedly, her face flushed red as she approached. What a silly brother who understands so well. And since you won't give it, don't blame me for grabbing it the hard way. Senior sister. Wait a moment, Zhou Tong suddenly exclaimed. I'm not waiting for you. I'm not our dainty master. I have plenty of strength and means. At this moment, senior sister looked like she had transformed into a queen, enchanting and domineering, condescending and wanting to control everything. For a long time, the lips parted, the 2 men's faces became even redder, and Zhou Tong somewhat helplessly wiped his lips, a blood red bright and piercing. The woman definitely did it on purpose, biting his lip. You must be craving meat. Wrong again. It's you I'm craving. Sister licked her lips with a look of intent. However, right at this moment, a strong fluctuation suddenly surged out from Zhou Tong's body. The phaseless Linglong heart combined with the 3 poisonous hearts was going to start being effective. What a spoiler. You should hurry up and break through. Zhang Chuqiao instantly calmed down, his body's aura flowing up as he stood by Zhou Tong's side. I'll guard you. Thank you, senior sister. Zhou Tong didn't delay for a moment, sitting cross-legged in the void of space, holding onto his essence and entering the realm of oblivion, only to see his aura climb, crossing several realms in succession, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived at the peak of the harmonious heart realm. The transcendental gap is close. It's coming. Zhang Chuqiao held his breath. This was a hurdle for cultivators. Extremely treacherous. Never be careless. Boo. A slight rattle came, like a bubble bursting, almost imperceptible. Zhou Tong, however, stepped into the heaven-shattering realm, and the entire process was smooth and unhindered, not any different from an ordinary breakthrough. No. Zhang Chuqiao breathed a sigh of relief, but then he saw a dazzling light suddenly blossom within Zhou Tong's body. A bead was as brilliant as a star, and then it exploded and dispersed into all corners of his body. Boom! The harmonious heavenly gong was running spontaneously. This was Zhou Tong's only body protection Xian Yuan, to use it as a foundation to break through to the realm of the undifferentiated, the 6th layer of the harmonious heavenly skill, Dharma heaven and earth. Zhang Chuqiao looked at Zhou Tong in shock as behind him, an endlessly magnificent shadow was born out of thin air, with no end in sight up and down. This is senior brother's Dharma phase, she muttered in disbelief. This was the Dharma heaven and earth, which was claimed to be the strongest Dharma phase, and the most difficult realm to arrive at in the harmonious heavenly skill. It's really going against the grain, even as a yin-yang Dao body, favored by the heavens. She hadn't gone this far. If you keep being so good, the bad women will get worse. Zhang Chuqiao gazed at the handsome face of the teenager and revealed a proud smile. Suddenly an accident occurred. Zhou Tong's breath stagnated, the phantom behind him dissipated, and a chaotic aura enveloped his entire body. This scene caused Zhang Chuqiao to be slightly startled and immediately opened his yin-yang heavenly eyes to investigate. A few breaths later, her face became somber. Senior brother is impacting some supreme realm. This is the heavenly Tao rules descending to block it. This kind of blockade was extremely rare, and although it wasn't the power of calamity, it was just as tricky. The heavenly Tao blockade would be triggered when the cultivator had improved too much and his cultivation was about to take a qualitative leap, and there was no doubt that this was a terrifying trial. As she expected, Jotong suffered a big trouble. A wound on his body cracked and blood gushed out, coloring him into a ruddy man. He himself, however, seemed to be unaware of it, and his brow lit up so brightly that he was evidently in a spiritual quandary. This situation was extremely dangerous, not to mention being in the middle of a spatial rift, and the slightest mishap would have irreversible consequences. I must help him share the burden and break through the heavenly Tao blockade together. Zhang Chuqiao operated Tai and held yin and yang, and was about to try to get closer to Zhou Tong. Suddenly, a powerful repulsive force erupted, violently catapulting her out of the room, and a wisp of blood seeped out of the corner of her mouth at the same time. What a strong aura! I can't even get close with my current strength. Eldest sister's face was a bit ugly. When her beloved was in need of help, she could only do nothing but watch, which made her heart burn with anxiety. Just then, the Shimeji god pig fired again, with just a gentle bounce. It toppled a piece of arcane ice. This was what Zhou Tong had given it for safekeeping, and according to its judgment, now was the time to use it. It is? The yin and yang qi within Zhang Chuqiao's body instantly surged wildly and reacted with it. Primordial yin and yang qi, and a chaotic fury qi. I see. Is this the gift that senior brother is planning to give me? The girl's eyes glowed, and without hesitation, she slapped her palm to shatter the arcane ice and grabbed those two breaths before immediately refining them. In the blink of an eye her aura skyrocketed as well. Yet that was only secondary. That primordial yin and yang qi, chaotic baleful qi and reverse chaos baleful qi fused together to produce a new change. Zhang Chuqiao reached out and waved her hand, and a black ball of light sprang out of thin air, and from there, she sensed power that could be described as terrifying. Breath of annihilation. She gazed at the black light, a power similar to Tai, but representing absolute chaos and destruction. Almost lawful. Nothing in the world could be a match for this. What's even more terrifying is that the breath of annihilation also has the effect of additional burns. Once stained it will be like a maggot attached to the bone, so that the victim will have to shed a layer of skin even if they don't die. Hiss. Suddenly, Zhang Chuqiao only felt a sharp pain on her brow, causing her to suck in cool air. After a few moments of self-examination, she gave a bitter smile. It seems that I have also encountered the heavenly Tao blockade, so there's no time to lose. She forced herself to endure the severe pain and moved closer towards Zhou Tong, splitting the aura blockade in front of her with a palm and embracing the teenager. At the same time, the two eyebrows touched each other, and the light trembled and jumped, completing the connection between each other. Boom! The power of both sides spread wildly towards each other's bodies, and instead of being rejected, they harmoniously fused together. The two are like lovers embracing each other. Yet in the world of the spirit they are presented with a true test. Chapter 139, It's just a bit of wind and frost. Where is this place? Zhang Chuqiao opened his eyes and realized that he was in a strange world. The whole world was a sea, with no end in sight, and just enough water underfoot to submerge the backs of the feet. Looking down, a stunningly beautiful face was reflected, but it gradually became blurred along with the rippling fluctuations. I remember. This is the spirit world, and I'm breaking through the heavenly Tao blockade. Her eyes became clear and she said to herself, I must leave this place quickly and go help senior brother. As the words fell from her lips, she was about to run in a certain direction, and as long as she didn't stop, she would always find the end of the world. But just then, the sea gave birth to a wave, and a wave suddenly came from afar. The wave was less than 3 feet high and slow, yet it stretched extremely far and was impossible to avoid. But so, Zhang Chuqiao didn't care and swung out with a palm. The amazing fluctuation was about to tear through the water. Instead, it turned out to be like a punch in the cotton. Her breath exploded in the distance, and the wave lapped at her as expected. With her cultivation, even a 1,000-foot tsunami wouldn't be in her eyes, but at this moment, she let out a cry of shock, unexpectedly unable to stand still and fell into the water. The water suddenly became deeper, and Zhang Chuqiao struggled to stand up, only to feel weak and exhausted like never before. I see, it really isn't that simple. She looked pained and had a splitting headache. These tides turned out to be from spiritual pain, harboring her painful memories. Everyone has a past, a painful experience that is difficult to face. When the waves lapped in, those experiences overlapped and coalesced, hundreds of times thicker. This was the test of the heavenly Tao, and only by overcoming the past would one be qualified to carry a heavenly chance to the future. Even Zhang Chuqiao was nearly unable to withstand it. It was me who was careless and underestimated the power of the heavenly Tao blockade, she said with a grave expression on her face, and suddenly the waves rose again. This time it was not as gentle as just now, only to see 10 layers of stacked waves coming one after another, one wave higher than the other, with exponentially more power stacked on top of each other. Hiss! The young girl couldn't help but suck in her breath. Even she felt a twinge of fear. How did you get here? Suddenly, a voice came from the side, delighting her. Shidoshi, I am. Jotong responded with a smile, his eyes full of favor. His breath moved slightly, directly shattering the waves while vaporizing all of the sea. What a powerful spiritual power. The senior sister was dumbfounded, but she saw Jotong strike again, tearing open the space and striking a pathway. Go back. Follow this place and you will be able to escape the heavenly blockade and return to reality. What about you? Won't you come with me? Zheng Chuxiao's heart was slightly moved, and she hurriedly asked. Me? Ha, I have my own tests to complete. Jotong pointed behind him, only to see space shatter open there, reflecting a very different world. Senior sister, take care. The teenager glanced back and left a backdrop before stepping into that world. Wait for me. Without the slightest hesitation, Zheng Chuxiao directly chased after him. Just as he stepped into the new world, there was a deafening explosion behind him, and the old world was instantly destroyed. Before she could be surprised, an aura that made heaven and earth tremble swept across her body. Zheng Chuxiao only felt his soul stirring, but he did not suffer any actual damage. This was Jotong's spiritual world, and she was just an outsider, so she was not targeted. It was only now that she had the chance to take a closer look at the world. Just by looking at it, she tasted suffocation. This was a world of blood and fire, the sky burning with flames, the pool of blood churning underfoot, countless skeletons struggling and wailing, ghosts and monsters filling the world, cruel to the extreme. Compared to this, her ordeal was like a gentle breeze and cozy. What exactly did senior brother go through? Zheng Chuxiao's beautiful eyes were hazy. Her heart was about to tear apart from the pain, and she gritted her teeth and chased after him. Senior brother, wait for me. The girl wanted to hug the figure, to comfort him properly, to help heal all the hurt in his heart. But the result is cruel. The two are like in two worlds, always separated by a short distance, but cannot get close. I don't know how long I've been walking, but the world suddenly changed. Blood and fire dissipated into thin air, and was replaced by killing winds and biting cold snow. It's cold. Zheng Chuxiao winced. Even as an outsider, she was affected. The snow was getting deeper and the wind was getting heavier, making every step harder. Suddenly, Zheng Chuxiao's feet slipped, and when she was about to fall to the ground, she fell into a warm embrace. I got you. Jotong smiled, but his face and hair were covered with ice crystals. I'm the one who caught you, right? You finally found me. Zheng Chuxiao is full of love and compassion. Whether it is blood and fire, or wind and snow are just appearances. What was truly terrifying was the intrusion of the past, and she was unable to know exactly what ordeal Jotong had gone through. Senior brother, she called out fondly, stroking the ice crystals on Jotong's face. Don't worry, it's just some frost, Jotong said superbly, but it made the other party feel even more distressed. Don't bear it alone. 1,000 hills. Will you take me with you to see them? What if there is a morrow hell ahead? Jotong asked. Then I want to be with you too. The girl's conviction was sure, and as the words fell, her body unexpectedly emitted a warm temperature, dissolving the frost on the teenager's face. In that case, come along and don't fall behind. The two of them continued to walk forward. This time they were close to each other, only to see Zheng Chuxiao's hands against Jotong's back, supporting his body and firmly walking on. During this time, the world changed several more times. There were suns scorching the earth, heavenly devils rampaging across the world, and there were also cultivator evil ghosts whistling and roaring furiously, showing endless calamities. But both of them were fearless and crossed these, and after an unknown time, they finally found a bright pathway. We can go back. Zheng Chuxiao cheered, but Jotong directly shot out and blasted the path to smithereens. What are you doing, senior brother? How are we going to get out without a road? It's simple. Jotong turned around, his brilliant star-like eyes meeting the girl on all fours. I'll clear the way, won't I? As the words fell, his aura was no longer hidden and shone brightly, illuminating the 10 worlds. The girl looked at her beloved with fascination, only to hear the other party hit the rhythm and sing, in the sprightliness of the endless vicissitudes of life. A visitor to the sea, but I have met the merciless and cut down the sentient. I have stepped on the 9 ghosts of the temple of Sinluo, and I wish that the sword and halberd are all at peace. Spirits and demons are transformed in the city of wrongful death, and ghosts are reborn under the bridge of Neho, so that the filth of the Qianquan and the frost are swept away and the spirits of the afterlife are sacrificed. As the words fell, the heavens and earth trembled and boomed. God said, let there be a way. And so there was the road. Chapter 140, Eldest Sister, the main mother. In a blaze of light, the two held hands and walked away, the spiritual world collapsing as if it had never existed. In reality, Jotong was the first to wake up and realized that his senior sister was curled up in his arms, languid like a cat, unwilling to open her eyes. Get up, Jotong called out softly, patting the other party's back. I'm exhausted. After tossing me around in my dreams for so long, just let me sleep a little longer. She gently rubbed herself twice in Jotong's arms, like she was in a beautiful dream, with a satisfied smile at the corner of her mouth. If this scene is seen by others, I'm afraid that eldest sister's majesty will be gone. Should we record it and show it to Master and the others? Jotong said to himself. Don't you dare. Zhang Chuxiao woke up in a second, his eyes shining brightly. Where was there a trace of sleepiness? Knew you were faking it. How dare you tear me down knowing that? Let's see if I don't teach you a lesson. Annoyed, senior sister pulled over Jotong's arm and bit down with a vicious bite. Jotong was all helpless, his face slightly twitching. This is good. There are already 3 teeth marks on his hand. You guys are swiping achievements on me. Wrong. I'm here to pledge my sovereignty, the eldest sister said with unmistakable bluntness, admiring her work with satisfaction. Put aside the oath of sovereignty first. Zhao Wunyan is still outside. Don't you want to have a good exchange with him? Hearing these words, Zhang Chuqiao's face instantly turned cold. That's right. It's not too late to slaughter that scumbag before talking about anything else. Her aura quietly emanated and she had already stepped into the reincarnation realm. With the Yin-Yang Dao body's invincible stance in the same realm, Mo Liusu was afraid that she was no longer a match for her. Congratulations to senior sister for gaining such a great promotion, Jotong said with incomparable happiness. Shouldn't be any better than you, should it? Maybe. Jotong stood up, his aura no longer hidden. He had already arrived at the 9th realm of heavenly zenith. Having just stepped through the transcendent separation, he had risen another 9 minor realms in a row. The extent of this breakthrough could only be described as astonishing. Yet this was merely the most insignificant of his breakthroughs this time. Zhang Chuqiao looked Jotong up and down and softly said, You have my annihilation force in your body. Not only that, but there is also an even more powerful aura. That's right. Jotong opened his hand and a small person jumped out of his palm. Seeing this scene, Zhang Chuxiao's eyes widened. It's phallic? She was incredulous, having never seen such a phantom before. Not only did it exist as a solid entity, but it also had a soulful gaze, clearly possessing an extremely high level of spiritual intelligence. What made her feel even happier was that this phantom also contained her aura, and its appearance was also 70% similar to Jotong. It was like a child of the two. At the thought of this, the magnificent senior sister's face turned red. Does that count as a win? She muttered to herself, surprisingly too shy to look up. To be precise, this should be the phase of no phase. Jotong gave the most authoritative answer. As his Dharma phase fused the realm of no phase, the power of Tai, and the breath of annihilation, producing unprecedented changes. It is capable of embracing all types and evolving all the dharmas of the world, and it can go even further. It can be called the strongest phallic phase in all ages. Will the power work with such a little guy? Zhang Chuqiao couldn't help but question. Hearing this, the phase of the unseen couldn't sit still, as if he had been insulted, only to see it jump up and throw a punch in front of it. Hala! At the same time as he threw his punch, he let out a thunderous whistling sound, which was surprisingly mixed with a spiritual impact that shook people's hearts. What was even more shocking was the power of this punch. Just the wind of the punch alone rushed the spacecraft shaking, scaring the god pig and hastily reinforcing the space. It is a force to be reckoned with. Hiss. Jotong couldn't help but suck in cool air. The power of this phaseless phase was feared to be above that of his own self. If he were to fight against it, he would most likely not be able to take advantage of it. Hooray! Seeing Jotong and Zhang Chuxiao's unexpected looks, the phaseless phase actually raised its chin and acted quite proudly. Senior brother, wait for me for a moment. I have something to say to this little bitty man. Zhang Chuxiao's eyes revealed a cunning color. Both hands grabbed and caught the phase of the unmistakable phase, and with a single step, he flashed out an extremely long distance. Hooray! Hooray! The phase of the unseen immediately struggled, attempting to escape the woman's grasp. Listen to me, little bit, if you dare to hurt me, senior brother will be angry. Hooray! The phase of the unseen did stop moving and let out a disgruntled war cry. Apparently he also knew that this woman was really above him. That's right, I'm your main mother. I'm also considered your mother. You can't be rude to me even if you're powerful. Eldest sister laughed softly, like a bad woman abducting a small child. Hala, unwilling to look at her, the phase of the unseen simply inclined his head, but his voice was much lower. Still not convinced? Look at this. With a flip of Zhang Chuxiao's palm, A ball of breath of annihilation appeared out of thin air. The eyes of the phase of the phaseless instantly lit up, revealing a look of longing. This was a great tonic for him. Want? Without hesitation, the phase of the unseen immediately nodded his head. What about this? There's no reward for disobedient children. Mom! The phase of no phase spat out the words clearly, causing Zhang Chuxiao to tremble. It's amazing that this little nub can talk. And the title, it's so cool. Fine, it's all yours. Immediately, Zhang Chuxiao turned into a big, motherly beauty and handed over the breath of annihilation. That was not polite and just wolfed it down, looking like she was enjoying herself immensely. Watching the scene, senior sister only felt her heart melting, and without a trace, she glanced at Zhou Tong, surging with uncontrollable strange emotions. Is this perhaps what home feels like? A moment later, she returned to Zhou Tong's side, holding the phaseless phase in her hand and said, should have given little bit a name. Looks like you guys are getting along. Zhou Tong seemed to smile. Does senior sister have an idea? Hearing this question, the senior sister laughed even more, the corners of her mouth harder to suppress than a New Year's pig. Isn't it the right of the mother in charge to name her child? Since he likes to growl, why don't we just call him Little La? Hala. Upon hearing the name, the phase of the unseen immediately protested. Let's call you Xiaobai then. No phase, no appearance, just like a blank sheet of paper that can show infinite possibilities. Dot always smiled and looked like she liked it. Okay, White, it's time for us to get out of here. Hooray! Only to see Xiaobai's great power. A punch shattered the barrier of space and opened the pathway. The two smirked at each other and stepped out side by side. Chapter 141, Our weakest is your strongest. Above the imperial capital, holy might filled the air and roared. People saw a scene that was hard to find in the world. The four saints were in the air, engaged in a life and death battle, fighting to the death. Hyperion, Yu Jingfeng's aura was like a rainbow, and a spirit talisman penetrated the void, blossoming with endless light. Dewei Tian Longfist, immediately afterward, his muscles exploded again, as if a savage dragon had come out of the world. His fists pressed against the 10,000 paths, resplendent with splendor. The two demon kings' faces were grave as they each offered up their cards to defuse the old man's attack. Just then, two strands of hair floated down from the air and landed on their bodies. Put! The heavenly demon's head was easily chopped off and suspended in midair. The sword saint had struck. Everything and anything could be a sword, and had reached the realm where no sword was better than a sword. Roar! In a moment of raging demonic energy, the two demon kings picked their heads back up and became intact. Young man, why are you vain? Yu Shocked Wind looked at the sword saint and let out a tsk exclamation. The old man had heard of his name long ago, and had long marveled at him in his heart. However, upon seeing him today, he found that the sword saint was very much out of shape, and the combat power he displayed was only 60% of what was rumored. Moreover, looking at his face, he was actually in a depressed state of mind, which was very unusual for a saint. Don't mention it, old-timer. It's not because of my lover. The sword saint blurted out that he had been worrying too much about his Dao couple's well-being, which was why he had been worrying all night and day, causing his state to slip. But that reasoning went straight out the window when it fell on the old guy's ears. God, you are a saint, but you have done that kind of thing to the point of weakness. It is really the evil spirit in the color. Young people must learn moderation. Won't talk, you could have left it out. The sword saint huffed backward, and it took a great deal of patience to hold back from cutting the old man. That's enough, you two. The angry voices of the 8 heavenly kings and the 9 heavenly kings came, interrupting their friendly exchange. For the high-minded demon king, today's experience was not so wonderful. In the exchange just now, they had been fully suppressed, and if the sword saint hadn't been out of shape, it was likely that something would have gone terribly wrong. It's clearly different from what the human studies have documented. Isn't it true that the human body is so fragile that it dies at the slightest pickle? Didn't they say that their shortcomings were so obvious that they simply couldn't fight a protracted battle and would surely reveal their weaknesses over time? Why were these two people in front of them strong as monsters, beating them all out of temper? Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. All bull asterisk 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 asterisk. The 9 heavenly kings couldn't help but curse. That lowly traitor Sacred Heart. How dare she leave behind false information? It's true that she should have been killed a long time ago. Hearing this, the Sacred Heart on the side was speechless. She was truly wronged, and before she came into contact with Zhou Tong, she didn't believe in those legends of the human race once, either, but now she had to believe it too. This race was too unfathomable, even if it seemed to have weakened. If anyone dared to come and carry out oppression, they had to be prepared to be knocked to pieces. Surprised? Let the old man tell you why. Yu Jingfeng said mercilessly. The reason why you guys feel that the human race is weak is because you bumped into the weakest human race when you were at your strongest. When these words came out, The two devils trembled tremendously, and after careful consideration, they only felt sweaty. The old man seems to be right. Among the rumors, when the human race was at its peak millions of years ago, there were several great emperors side by side, and even the invincible divine race was annihilated by the human race's regiment. At that time, the demon race could only bow their heads and be small, prostrating themselves under the majesty of the human race. Shengji will decline. Millions of years of time pass. The human race is also inevitably heading downhill, and coincided with the rise of the demon race, only to suppress the present human race. Even so, the demon race was still unable to crush the human race, and there was even a tendency to resist each other. This really makes the devil think carefully. Eighth brother, not a single one of these high-end human combatants can be left behind, the 9 heavenly kings said sinisterly, making up their minds. You're right, this time we're going to break their legacy. We definitely can't give them a chance to rise again. Shake the man. The two demons glanced at each other and emitted a shocking demonic aura at the same time. Immediately afterward, the void churned, and an even stronger demonic might descended, shattering space and arriving here. The third demon king. People are numb, sitting on the ground, frozen out of their minds. This was like dreaming. No, even if they were dreaming, it was impossible for them to dream of the 5 saints exchanging blows. Therefore they all chose to put their minds at ease, fearless and looking up at the scene in the sky. There was even someone who let go of his chest and spoke from a high platform. I bet this is definitely not the end. There will be new saints entering. The comment drew a wild spray. Nonsense. Do you think saints are cabbages? While they were talking, another horrible duel unfolded in the sky. This time, the human saints felt a tremendous amount of pressure. The 7 heavenly kings were not on the same level as the other 2 heavenly kings at all, and the 3 devils joined forces, forcing them to only take a defensive position. This devil is not ordinary, the sword saint said with a grave expression on his face, and the wordless wisdom roots insight everything and discovered that there was another shadow floating behind the 7 heavenly kings. That was his special phantom, as if it was a strong detachment, not weaker than the 7 heavenly kings' main body. Suddenly that phantom struck out, extremely insidious and tricky, killing towards Yu Jingfeng's vitals. Look out! The sword saint dragged the psy-shocked wind to the back and stormed back, but revealed a huge break. Go to hell! The 3 devils combined their efforts and were about to strike a terrifying blow. Don't even think about it. Yu Jingfeng made an instant decision, and with a flick of his wrist, a spirit talisman flew out. This spirit talisman was completely different from the previous one, shining brilliantly, and the divine might it contained already exceeded that of an ordinary grade 9 spirit talisman. This was clearly a complete version of the Talisman 91 that had been auctioned off from Jotong's hands. 1000-hand Kayakuten Taito Cannon. The talisman was the first to go, activating so quickly that the 3 demons were the first to detonate before they could make a move, blasting at their bodies. The terrifying explosion resounded through the void, but there was no shockwave generated, simply because its destructive power was all released inwardly, half of which was not wasted. Aha! As the smoke cleared, the miserable screams of the 3 devils came out. The strike seemed to contain a power that specifically restrained the devils, causing them to suffer real injuries. Surprisingly powerful. Zhao Wenshi was dumbfounded by this scene. He also had a talisman like this in his hand. It was considered a base card and could be used to defend himself. Humans, I will break you into pieces. The 3 devils looked hideous, and although they were hurt, their auras became even more explosive. You guys don't have that kind of spirit talisman anymore, do you? In that case, suffer death. As soon as the words fell they ran their full strength and desperately killed. However, just at that moment, the space behind them also cracked open, only to see a teenager jump out, emitting an endless arcane aura. Dharma heaven and earth, he called out, his voice shaking the universe. Chapter 142, there is absolutely no enemy ahead of us. The youngster's voice shook the universe, and in less than even a blink of an eye, the silent deadly silence grand formation was once again in operation, bursting forth with the strongest power. The power is vested. In an instant, the blood chi that filled the void was swept away and collected into Jotong's body. Even the great formation was burning at its limit and thus sacrificed, breaking down into energy essences that were laughed at by Jotong. The great formation of living deadly silence completely collapsed, helping Jotong ascend and step into a certain terrifying realm. Hala! Xiao Bai's roar was like thunder, and in the blink of an eye, his body grew against the wind, turning into a 10,000-foot tall, green-faced and fanged giant. Amidst the fearful looks of the crowd, he was seen with his head in the 9 heavens and his feet on the 9 ghosts, the wind and thunder converging to become the lance in his hand before he swung down with a single strike. I've seen this scene before, the Empress murmured. In her dream Jotong had used this move to help her suppress the dragon vein, not realizing that it was real. the law of heaven and the brilliant spirit of might at my command. Behead without pardon. The giant spear tore through everything and landed precisely on the bodies of the three demons, only to see endless light burst out, followed by a cloud of black gas emerging from the center, which in turn engulfed the light. That black gas was not demonic gas, but the chaotic gas that surged out when the laws reopened the heavens and the earth. In a haze, the bodies of the three devils were simultaneously torn apart and turned into scattered dust. Is this guy that strong? The sword saint was dumbfounded. He had exchanged sword Dao with Zhou Tong, and although he had lost miserably, he could ascertain that Zhou Tong had not yet reached the realm of a saint. Yu Jingfeng mused. Regardless of his cultivation realm, you can't underestimate him, otherwise you are going to suffer a great loss. What else do you need to say? Sword Saint rolled his eyes. He had already learned firsthand. The haze dispersed, the sky and earth were clear, and the three devils seemed to have been literally decimated, with no trace of them to be found in the air. This can't be. Zhao Wendian looked pale and trembled as he looked at the Zhou Tong trio. He had never been as desperate as he was right now. The ones standing in front of him were three saint-level warriors. Killing him was like pinching an ant. I got this. The sword saint glared at him with a glance that was like thunder, about to grind out all of his soul and flesh and blood. Aha! Zhao Wendian screamed miserably, almost soulfully, and his realm fell violently, returning to the peak of the reincarnation realm. Elder, don't hesitate to do it. Leave this person to me. Zhang Chuqiao stepped out of the space and arrived in front of Zhao Wuan. Decades apart, the identity of hunter and prey has finally switched. Senior sister, this scumbag has made you suffer so much. Now you can finally get it back. Aha! Zhang Chuqiao nodded slightly, his expression cold to the core. The conspiracy decades ago not only almost destroyed her, but also involved countless siblings who lost their lives, and even the flourishing Acacia sect fell, nearly breaking its legacy. Now that she was facing the man who started it all, she didn't need to hold anything back. There is also only one thing that can be done, and that is to make the other person go to hell in an extremely miserable way. Even with you. You want to kill me? What a whimsical thought. Zhao Wenshi saw another glimmer of hope, and he was ready to hijack Zhang Chuqiao to gain all the life for himself. Before the words fell, a monstrous murderous aura pounced on his face and shook him out, only to see two figures quickly break away from this side of the battlefield and start a fight in the distance. Go protect her, and don't make a move unless you have to. Zhou Tong looked at the empress beside him and directly ordered. I know. Xian Miaoyu was subdued by Zhou Tong's dominance at the moment and bypassed the three, running towards the distance. There was some sourness in her heart. As a powerful empress, coupled with the cultivation of a peak half-saint, could it be that she was still no better than a little girl in Zhou Tong's heart? Humph. Just wait, Hakai. One day you'll discover the charms of this emperor. Is it over? In the main battlefield, Sword Saint asked. In his impression, the Demon King would not be destroyed so easily. Well, what's the point of asking? Of course not. Zhou Tong replied blandly, but this is the last time. They have no way back. As the words fell, dark hurricanes surged in the void, all of which were the origin of the demon race, thick to the extreme and filled with a violent aura. Seeing this scene, Sacred Heart's expression abruptly changed. Be careful, they're fusing. This is the Demon King's final card. The moment these words came out, the expressions of both the Sword Saint and Yushocking Wind became incomparably grave. From within that hurricane, they felt a palpitating power. The saints were like this, not to mention the people below, who could barely withstand the pressure and fell into despair. There is no need for fear. Just then, Zhou Tong spoke. His voice was calm and resonant, harboring an incomparable certainty of will, helping the crowd to alleviate all the negative emotions. There is absolutely no enemy ahead of us. The words came out like a predetermined declaration of victory, overbearing and unquestionable. Human mole, you're just daydreaming. The hurricane converged as he spoke, turning into a terrifying figure carrying the aura of each of the three heavenly kings. The three demon kings actually merged into one. Only when he took one step, the void trembled and pitch-black ripples surged forward, as if he had sent down a heavenly punishment. The Sword Saint and the pixie frightened wind struck out at the same time, and the two of them blocked the fluctuations of the demonic aura with a sword and a palm. Just then, the combined demon king revealed an evil smile. There's a break. One could only see a phallic image emerge behind him, resembling his image by 9 points, and then made a swinging motion towards the front. Look out! The pupils of the two Sword Saints suddenly shrunk and prepared their defense in advance, yet they were still sent flying, holy blood flowing from the corners of their mouths. How can that be? I've clearly blocked it. Sword Saint said incredulously. That punch wasn't simple. It contained strange energies. Perhaps it was his Dharma phase at work. Yu Jingfeng saw the essence. Ha ha, Ginger is really old and hot. It's just a pity that you guys can't crack it and only have a way to die. The combined Demon King let loose a cold laugh, and in the next moment, he disappeared in place and came behind Zhou Tong. Got it, take out one first. Suffer. Without any reservation, he punched Zhou Tong in the back of the head. At this moment, both the Sword Saint and the Phantom Frightened Wind were at their sides, but it was as if they had been immobilized and did not react in any way. Effortless. It was as if the Demon King saw the scene of Zhou Tong's brain blowing up. Yet right at that moment, Zhou Tong turned around violently and met his four eyes. Hooray! Little White appeared and became similar in size to Zhou Tong, receiving the fatal blow. How is that possible? The combined Demon King's face changed wildly. In his anticipation, this should never have happened. Surprised? Zhou Tong smiled and said, "Time pause. It looks like we're the same type of phantasm." Chapter 143 didn't expect it. This is my escape route. How is that possible? Disbelief was written all over the merged demon's face. There was no way this human's phantasm could compare to their fused phantasm. Unless they were up against the legendary realm of the unseen, their Dharma phases were invincible. 1 second passed. 2, 3, Zhou Tong started counting. 5 seconds have passed, time is starting to flow. Hooray! Go to hell! The two Dharma phantoms were punching each other in the air, and between the lightning and flames, there was an explosive roar, and Zhou Tong was directly knocked out of the air. The strength of the combined devil was too strong, overriding that of a single saint, and dominating the sparring. 5 seconds? Zhou Tong touched his reddened arm, an inexplicable smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. What's going on? The Sword Saint frowned and asked, and with his sage-level cultivation, he did find a hint of clues. His phantasm can stop time. When these words came out, the two human saints froze. This ability was really a bit insurmountable. Unless it was a saint who had participated in the mysteries of time, he really couldn't beat him. Junior, think of something with your invincible means. The old man looked at Zhou Tong and said succinctly. He didn't think he'd live to be this old and have a day when he'd be leaning on the young. Humph. Your struggles are all in vain. Destruction is your only end. The merged devil said confidently, although Zhou Tong can barely move in his time suspension, but is not his opponent. As for the other two are even more dead bones in the mound. Sooner or later must be captured. He felt invincible. Lend me the power. Zhou Tong was also nonchalant, and a spirit talisman was flung out. Rune 92. To the man of splendor. Light enveloped and spilled out into the sky. With the previous experience, those who still had the energy left raised their hands and contributed. Hands up, Yu Jingfeng said to the Sword Saint, and this time, along with the addition of the saint, it allowed Zhou Tong's strength to temporarily step into the ranks of the saints, and it's still the strongest of the saints. He took a long breath, feeling no discomfort. Since breaking through to the 9 realms of the heaven-shattering realm, this body's ability to endure had become dozens of times greater, and there was no need to worry about being burst by this force. Leave it to me next. Zhou Tong's breath was internalized, locking all of his power into his body as he pressed toward the front with large strides. Gah, it seems like you haven't learned your lesson yet. How dare you approach me of your own accord? The merged demon laughed maniacally and made a piercing sound. How can I kill you if I don't? Then lean in a little closer. The two sides moved towards each other and suddenly struck out at the same time. Too weak. Howdy do. The phallic phases on both sides let out war cries, and in a flash of lightning, the two heavy fists clashed together. Only the atmosphere roared. Sparks shot out, and the space around them cracked. This time it was actually an even split. Oomph, want to compete with me on the speed of my punches? The combined demon's expression was slightly austere, becoming a bit more grave. To the end, as the words fell, both sides' fists moved like thunder, facing each other tit for tat, without the slightest intention of backing down. The battle roar pressed across heaven and earth, shaking the sound for 300 miles and penetrating the clouds. Too weak, too weak, too weak. Hooray! Holla, holla. After sparring hundreds of moves in a row, Zhou Tong's eyes flashed as his spiritual power crushed his opponent, and he was the first to find a break. Bang, bang, bang. Accompanied by 3 explosions, the conjugal demon was struck in the heart, throat, and forehead, and flew backwards, its demonic blood soaring wildly. But that's just it. It's not even close, he said with a stiff upper lip, the killing intent in his eyes increasing instead of decreasing. It looks like I'll have to use my phallic power to finish you off. As the words fell, he was seen opening his arms, the phantom behind him pointing forward. Fusion phantasm, time out. A ripple spread and quickly enveloped the entire world. Everything was frozen, blocked in the ice of time, and even Zhou Tong was frozen in midair. 1 second passes. 2 seconds pass. The combined demon counted down and approached Zhou Tong before striking decisively. Both of them moved at the same time, and in the next 2 seconds, Zhou Tong crushed his opponent, blasting his arms to smithereens. At the 5th second, Jotong once again fell into a freeze and did not continue to pursue. Time begins to flow. I guessed it. You can only move in my time pause for 2 seconds. In that case, it's much easier to kill you. Jotong stayed silent and posted up with great speed. And trying to close the distance is a fool's errand. The combined demon unfolded its extreme speed and retreated towards the back. Time out. Heavenly demon greatization. He made continuous moves to consume Jotong's activity time with long-range attacks. Hooray! Hooray! Xiaobai decisively surfaced and tore through the demonic aura. 2 seconds have elapsed to finish you off. And the remaining 3 seconds will be enough. A bloodthirsty look flickered in the eyes of the combined devil as it sped forward, aiming for Jotong's brow. Just then, Xiaobai once again turned into a giant and blasted down with his fist. Dharma heaven and earth. What? The combined demon was careless, and there was no way to dodge this strike, only to see that he was blown to pieces. His demonic blood spilled, and his origin was heavily damaged. Time begins to flow. Damned brat! You dare to count on me! He roared, finally realizing that Jotong was able to move around for more than just 2 seconds, and that he was merely baiting him into revealing a crack just now. It's too late to realize that. Jotong closed in and beat the dog in pain, crushing his opponent's body several more times in succession, accumulating a winning position. Fugur! The ensouled demon was nearly crushed, falling through the air and onto the ground. It's not over yet. If only I can get to that place. If only I can get to that place. He was crawling on the ground like a bug when a pair of feet blocked his way. Your demonic life is coming to an end. Jotong condescended to judge him. Want to kill me? You can't do it yet. Time for now. Stop your mom. Jotong interrupted the spellcasting, and Xiaobai struck out with another series of heavy punches, penetrating his opponent's body several times. This time, the conjugal demon was finally pushed to his limit. His origin had been pretty much worn down, and his recovery power had greatly weakened. He screamed and laughed maniacally, touched the fist of his own accord, and used the force to fly backwards, and with great speed. Didn't think so, kid, that's my escape route. A yellow mouth like you is not even close to trying to match wits with my old man. The ultimate victory still belongs to me. Do you know what I have stored here? Accompanied by successive booms, the combined demon crashed through several houses before finally coming to a stop. Boom! Suddenly, an incomparably dense demonic aura was born out of thin air, which made even Jotong couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. This guy really does have a backhand. Chapter 144. It won't take even a second to finish you off. Jotong took a step and arrived in front of the Demon King, only to see the other party's face grimacing, holding a ball of rich demonic chi in his hand as if it was a treasure. Jotong's pupils shrank, sensing an extremely evil fluctuation from that origin demonic chi. Counting on your knowledge. I'm sure you must know what this thing does, right? The conjugated Demon King looked at Jotong mockingly. Your human race's territory has been buried with uncountable amounts of origin demonic chi, and this is the material we use to attack you. When the real army of the demon race descends, it will be the day when your human race turns into dust. Hearing this, Jotong's face was expressionless. There had indeed been huge outbreaks of demonic plagues throughout the previous world's human race, triggering horrific catastrophes. But in the end, he swung it around and didn't set off a destructive storm. You don't believe me? Seeing that Jotong's face did not change, the conjugated Demon King only felt anger burning in his heart. Whether it's true or not, you won't see it. As the words fell, Jotong disappeared into thin air. I'd advise you to keep your mouth shut. The Demon King laughed, and in the blink of an eye, he refined all of the origin demon chi. Boom! He achieved remarkable results. The power expended in the previous battle was instantly replenished and taken to the next level. This power is just so right. I'm really high as a kite, he said in a maniacal, all-consuming manner, even poking his index finger into his temple and then spinning it around wildly. That scene of demonic blood flying across the sky was too bizarre and horrifying, and an ordinary person's courage would be worn out just by looking at it. However, this was child's play in front of Jotong, only to see his figure flashing as he unleashed his strongest attack. Hooray! Too weak. The two fought together again, and in a single glance, the combined Demon King was thwarted again, consistently crushed in the realm of close combat. However, he didn't get attached to the battle, and with a confident smile on his face, he wanted to distance himself from Jotong. Rune 89, Deadline. In this state, Jotong was finally able to maximize the effects of the Spirit Talisman, and the moment he struck was a killing move that represented death. Heavenly Demon Great Transformation. The two of them docked in the air, and the terrifying ripples both obliterated. Immediately afterward, the blood-red harmony lock spread out from Jotong's body, and wherever it passed, everything around him was tied up and used for him. Boom! The earth shook. and the ground of the imperial capital was uncovered by Zhou Tong for 5 or 6 feet, tumbling into a giant peak and casting it at the Demon King. Humph! The Devil King's eyes trembled slightly, and surprisingly, he didn't receive it hard, but dodged it lightly. Rune 90, Black Coffin. Rune 91, Thousand Hands Kayakuten Tide Cannon. The two moves were fired in unison, one for blocking and the other for attacking and killing, articulated in a seamless manner, catching the opponent's breaks. It was difficult for the combined Demon King to dodge, and it seemed that he could only be obediently hit. Just then, time out. His Dharma phase was unleashed, stopping the talisman's outburst and counterattacking at an extremely fast speed. Out of your depth. Zhou Tong's face was cold and stern as he struck out with all his might, wanting to completely blow up his opponent. He did, tearing the Demon King to shreds in 5 seconds, and then riding the wave of victory. Yet his movement stopped abruptly, not as an act this time, but for real. This abnormality caused Zhou Tong's pupils to suddenly contract. 6 seconds passed, 7 seconds passed. The combined Demon King's tattered body is recovering. I didn't expect it, but I also have to thank you for you helping me break and build up my phantasm, making my phantasm stronger and allowing me to pause for a longer period of time. Before the words left his mouth he threw heavy punches, raining them all down on Zhou Tong's body. 8 seconds gone. 9 seconds gone. Time begins to flow. 9 seconds. 9 whole seconds. Ha ha ha, ha. Zhou Tong spat blood from the corner of his mouth and flew backwards at an extremely fast speed. The place where he was hit just now burned with flames, and no serious injuries appeared on his body. On the contrary, the Demon King's fists had been melted, as if what he was pounding was not a human body, but the scorching sun, crippling fire all phases. Devil! Zhou Tong scoffed. The moment he realized the anomaly he used the hexagonal breaking sword, and it really made the other party get hit. Damned humans! After the next time out, I'll make the battle completely over. The Demon King killed his eyes red, like a falcon chasing a rabbit, and swooped down at extreme speed. Time out. Buzz. With a strange fluctuation, the world returned to stillness once more. This time, Zhou Tong also stopped in place with a grave expression on his face, as he couldn't act rashly since he couldn't outpace his opponent in terms of activity. Heavenly Demon Blood in Mountain. The aura of extreme destruction erupted from the Demon King's body. It is not difficult to see that this is the other party's strongest killing move, is to draw the whole body strength to play the final blow. It is no exaggeration to say that this move can be slaughtered saint. 2 seconds passed. 3 seconds passed. The Demon King was frantically gathering his strength, and eventually lifted the pitch-black giant mountain with both hands, ready to go on a killing spree. 4 seconds are up. Go to hell. A huge shadow was cast down, and Zhou Tong's heart and mind were moved, and he bore the brunt of it, being smashed to the ground. Immediately after that, the Devil Mountain tumbled down and suppressed him, to crush him into powder. Hala! Xiaobai unfolded his Dharma phase and held up the sky with one hand, while his other hand continuously threw punches, about to shake the Devil Mountain out. Useless! 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 You can't escape anymore. Ha ha ha! The Demon King stood at the top of the Demon Mountain, pouring out violence like crazy, and the two together actually overpowered Zhou Tong, tipping the scales of victory and defeat. 9 seconds have passed. Say goodbye. The Devil King's chi and blood boiled, and his last punch even burned his origin, completely breaking the balance. Time begins to flow. Boom! The Devil Mountain exploded, and the entire imperial capital shook violently, with 100 miles in every direction being flattened. If the two hadn't changed the battlefield by chasing each other, more than 90% of the human race in the imperial capital would have been affected and died. 10,000 feet of smoke and dust were raised up into the sky, covering the clouds and floating and flowing, but at a certain moment they fell into a fixed frame. However, the Demon King didn't care. At this moment, he was immersed in great joy. Finally, he had finished off this great enemy of the human race, only to see him fly to the ground to check, and when he realized that there was only a puddle of blood in the same spot, he finally couldn't help but laugh out loud. Indeed dead, the strongest of the human race has lost to me. Humans who are as humble as ants, just wait obediently to be harvested by me. When the words fell, he was ready to make a big kill, but suddenly his expression changed. What's going on? I can't move. Cold sweat oozed from the Demon King's body, a feeling like he had seen it somewhere before. Devil! 14 seconds have passed. Suddenly, a hand pressed his shoulder from behind. Who was it if not Zhou Tong? It's you! How could it be? The Demon King yelled. I told you we're the same type of phantasm, and at the end of your time pause, I also paused time, also for 9 seconds. Hearing this, the Demon King felt fear for the first time. Unfortunately, you won't be able to move for the next 4 seconds. And, Zhou Tong slowly said, it won't take even a second to finish you off. Chapter 145, Saint Slayer, Dharma Heaven and Earth. Without saying a word, Jotong directly unleashed his strongest means. Hooray! A huge fist descended from the sky. Extremely powerful and right on target. Jotong smashed the Demon King flat. Time begins to flow. Ah! The Demon King let out a truly miserable scream as his body's origin was once again depleted. How is it possible? I've actually been pushed to this extent, the combined Demon King said incredulously. Obviously, after all the preparation, there shouldn't be any mistakes, but fate often just makes things happen. Who would have thought that not only had the imperial capital attracted 3 human saints in one breath, but there was also this heaven-defying monster, Jotong, who came out of nowhere, causing them to lose their efforts. You will fail only because you made a very simple mistake. Jotong condescended. That's when you piss me off. With these words, the conjugated Demon King twisted and resumed his original form, completely losing his mind and beginning to launch a frantic counterattack. How dare you speak out of turn, you little yellow mouth. However, in front of Jotong, this was nothing more than a futile struggle. Hooray! Xiaobai's heavy fist blasted, bypassing the main body and hitting his opponent's phantom. This strike devastated the world, and with a crisp cracking sound, several cracks appeared on the body of the fusion phantasm, and they spread and expanded rapidly. Impossible! I'm the titular Demon King, the titular Demon King. Boom! The Dharma phase exploded, and the bodies of the merged Demon Kings also exploded at the same time, once again turning into the 3 heavenly kings, only to see them dragging their remnants of their bodies like bereaved dogs, desperately trying to escape from this place. We can't let them escape. Seeing this scene, the crowd was furious and cried out with incomparable expectation. The Sword Saint and the Phantom Frightened Wind were also ready to strike. After paying such a great price, these 3 heavenly kings must be left behind no matter what. There's no need to worry. They won't get away. Jotong came to the side of the 2 men, the corners of his mouth rising as he sat steadily. Right at this moment, the ruins below suddenly exploded, and an unparalleled aura erupted out, interspersed with 9-colored divine light, blocking off this area of heaven and earth. The crowd froze, unable to believe their eyes. The 4th human saint. Finally, I've caught up. It's better to be early than never, Jotong said with a smile, only to see a stunningly beautiful female immortal stepping out from the ruins, her hands dancing with colorful splendor, covering the sky and forming an absolute domain. In this realm, she could dominate the life and death of all living beings, including saints. I can't believe it's her. The Sword Saint and the Phantom Stunner were startled at the same time. Moronia was clearly just a powerhouse at the beginning of the Saint realm before, and although she was very strong, she was no match for them. But how is it that after less than half a day, the other party's strength seems to have surpassed theirs? At this moment, the 3 heavenly kings are in deep water, only to see that the glazed divine light closed off all paths of retreat, and it was still shrinking, squeezing their space. They tried to forcefully break through, but as soon as they came into contact with the layer of light, their bodies would disintegrate at a rapid pace without a single ounce of resistance. As the crowd watched in horror, the 3 heavenly kings were then blocked in a ball of colored light. The ball of light was also compressed to its limit, eventually becoming only the size of a palm, and was held in Moronya's hands. Single-handedly tackle the 3 kings. Although it was only 3 strong demon kings, this feat was too appalling. Wait, we have something to say. The 7 heavenly kings opened their mouths, wanting to negotiate. As long as you are willing to release us, the demon clan will give you great benefits. Hearing this, several saints simultaneously let out a snort. And what benefit could compare to the lives of the 3 saints? What's more, they couldn't look at the demon race's stuff either. You'd better think it over. We have an extraordinary position amongst the demon race. If anything happens to us, you'll be waiting to meet a horrible retaliation. The 8 heavenly kings looked fierce and tried to threaten the crowd. There's no need for more nonsense. Let me wrap this up and invite them to my sword. Jotong was concise and summoned the black sword. Hexagram breaking sword. Earth sword. Underworld furnace. With the long sword of the underworld stabbing into the colorful ball, all the crowd could hear was a miserable scream. And the 3 demon kings perished at the same time, and their dead souls were also incorporated into the earth sword. Saints are mighty. The human race is immortal for billions of years. The crowd was outraged and raised their arms and shouted, "The demon king has been slaughtered, and this is a great feat in the world." These guys, Jotong looked down at the crowd below. Originally he wanted to teach these people a lesson. It was only because most of their intentions were impure, and they all wanted to dominate senior sister, which made Jotong a bit annoyed. But for the sake of the merits of their demon slaying, let's just write it off. Boom! Suddenly heaven and earth roared, and the eye of the great Tao opened and reappeared. Seeing this scene, the crowd below immediately became serious. Even Jotong raised his eyebrows slightly. revealing a hint of a smile. Saints were the true powerhouses of heaven and earth, and each one of them contained heaven and earth's chi within their bodies. If a saint was killed, the chi would shift and fall into the hands of those who participated in the slaughter of the saints. Not only that, but the heavenly Tao will also send down baptisms and publish the information of the saint slayer to the world. Just then, a grand sound of the great Tao resounded from heaven and earth. After 264 years, there are once again saint slayers in the world. 4 in total, and they are. The voice of the great Tao began to sing the name. The sword saint of the Middle Kingdom, Sage Yu Shocking Wind of the Tianshi clan of the Central State, Oriental World Sanqing Domain Red Dust Mountain Acacia Sect Patriarch Morongya, as well as the most powerful saint slayer, the guest secretary of the Ling Shao Empire of the Heavenly Tao Domain of the Eastern World, Mr. Nameless. Immediately after that, the portraits of the 4 were presented in the void, and no matter how far apart they were, as long as one viewed in that direction, one could see everything clearly. This kid really is the strongest exporter. The sword saint looked at Zhou Tong and said without surprise. Zhou Tong, however, was a little surprised that the Heavenly Tao had released his disguised identity to the public. It was simply full of humanity. In the end, the rewards for the 4 were the most generous, each receiving a strand of holy rhyme, which was extremely precious and could be used to perceive the saint realm, as well as help saints become stronger. Other than the 4, the 10 half-saint powerhouses had contributed the most and were also rewarded tremendously, with 1,000 myriads being the happiest, as she had almost touched the threshold of sainthood. Further down were the bottom cultivators who had provided Zhou Tong with power, and they were also blessed, breaking through 2 or 3 minor realms in one breath. Some people are happy and some people are sad. In the distant 3 Qing domain, Xian Huang Mountain, on the Jade Clearance sect, the expressions of the power elders were hard to see as they saw Morongya's figure. Isn't this woman going off the rails and about to be wasted? How did she suddenly become a saint slayer? Could it be that she broke through to a saint? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. She must just be a punching bag. Not enough to worry about, someone said with certainty, and suddenly the words turned and became a bit heavier. It's that John Doe. How does he look so much like? Chapter 146 Central State Acacia Sect. Morongya's master ancestor. Are you trying to say that this guest minister looks similar to Zhou Tong? That's right. This nameless man, could he be Zhou Tong himself? Does that sound like it to you? The words were met with skepticism. What kind of character was the nameless one in that heavenly Tao proclamation? Powerfully suppressing the 3 devils and ultimately slaughtering the saints. He was incredibly powerful. Zhou Tong, on the other hand, was nothing more than an outcast of the Jade Clearance sect, so how could he be compared to him in terms of virtue? Fair enough, but these two look so much alike that they might be related. These words immediately attracted the attention of many people. As far as the old man can tell, these are most likely 2 flowers that are similar. The hallmaster of the Tianji Hall spoke up, causing the other elders to stare in disbelief. 2 similar flowers, one fading and the other blooming, one strong coming and the other weak. Since the flower that was nameless was so strong, Zhou Tong was bound to go downhill. The moment this thought came out, many elders' faces changed. Ever since Zhou Tong's departure, the upper echelons of the Jade Clearance sect had split into 2 factions. One of the factions advocated for the recovery of Zhou Tong, and these people were led by the White Crane Fairy, who had once treated Zhou Tong quite well. The other faction was adamantly opposed to it, and not only that, but also advocated that Zhou Tong should be liquidated to the end and completely stifled. There was no other reason. Because of Zhou Tong, the Jade Clearance sect had suffered heavy losses. Not only did they lose a small half of their heritage, even the Law Hall Master and Vice Patriarch were beheaded by the enforcers. They didn't dare to go to the enforcers to seek revenge, so they could only settle all the scores on Zhou Tong's head. Now it seems that Zhou Tong is completely finished. The similar flowers are so strong. Under this and the other, he can only become more and more wasted, and ultimately fall flat on his face. An elder said, gaining the approval of most people. In that case, we can drop our argument. One of the supreme elders clapped his hands and said, I declare that from now on, the matter of welcoming back Zhou Tong is no longer allowed to be mentioned, and whoever dares to go against it, don't blame me for punishing them severely. Hearing this, the White Crane Fairy and the others lowered their heads, revealing expressions of powerlessness. Hee, that would be too cheap for that loser. Why don't we just kill him? And maybe we can even win the friendship of that guest minister. The other supreme elder's gaze flickered, sinister and viciousness written all over his face. Hiss, voices sucking in cool air rang out one after another, and there were also people whose eyes lit up after careful consideration. Don't tell me, that's not a bad idea. The supreme elder who had initially spoken said, that guest minister definitely wants to kill Zhou Tong, but due to the karmic taboo, he won't do it himself, so if we are allowed to do it for him. Many people were heartened to hear this. and there was even a radical faction that directly stated, if we can befriend this guest minister, we won't have to be afraid of that old man cold night anymore. After that, we'll be able to dominate as a family, even if it means having the 3 clear domains renamed as the Jade Clear Domains. The speech was so compelling that it was instantly and overwhelmingly supported. Since that's the case, it's decided. When the Acacia sect returns, the blood light in the eyes of the Supreme Elder rolled over, emitting an extremely sharp killing aura. At the same time, the center of the entire world, the Central State continent, was also very lively. It had been nearly 300 years, and the news of a saint being killed again had undoubtedly shaken the major sects here. There was also a Harmony sect in the Central State continent, which was claimed to be the general sect of the Harmony sect. Compared to the Red Dust Mountains subsect, this Acacia sect was truly lofty and domineering, and even in the Central State, it was one of the top sects. The person in charge here is a white-haired beauty, and while H has failed to leave its mark on her face, her eyes are full of vicissitudes. This man's gray hair is not congenital, nor is it the result of aging. Rather, it was because she had already cultivated the harmonious heavenly skill to an extremely high level, maintaining the jade demon body as the norm and maintaining the peak of her battle power at all times. Sure fu. Just then, a little Taoist boy pushed the door and ran in a panic. Something big has happened in the Eastern continent, for Saint Slayers were born, and they joined forces to slaughter 3 demon kings. Hearing this, Master Ancestor opened his eyes, some surprise in his gaze. I didn't expect that barren land to be able to give birth to such a character. You guessed wrong on that one, the little Taoist boy said with a smile, surprisingly unafraid of the old ancestor's majesty. There are still people you still know among these Saint Slayers. Itchy skin, isn't it? Don't sell out. The ancestor sat up straight and urged the other to speak quickly. It's the Sword Saint and the Heavenly Master Clan's Supreme Elder. They are also in the Eastern continent at this time and are being baptized. So it's the little prick and that old thing. It's not so strange to have the 2 of them around. As if he had lost interest, the old ancestor asked casually with disinterest, I suppose the other 2 aren't mortal either? You're right, Master Ancestor. The 3rd person is the disciple that Grandmaster Uncle took in 100 years ago. Where's the 4th? This last one is even more remarkable, earning the title of Supreme Saint Slayer, with the Heavenly Tao proclaiming that it shows he's a guest minister of the Ling Shao Empire, known as the Nameless One. Hearing this, Master Ancestor also revealed a look of surprise. There are also heroes in the Bullet Land? Wait. The always steady senior ancestor jumped violently, as if he had been greatly frightened. What did you just say? The guest secretary of the Ling Shao Empire. Not this one. Another one. The disciple that Grandmaster Uncle took in 100 years ago. The little Taoist boy said nervously. Could you be talking about my rebellious disciple's disciple? My disciple's grandson who became a Saint Slayer? Before the words fell, the Master Ancestor had long since disappeared, and she herself had already rushed out of the Great Hall, wanting to confirm it herself. As expected, when her gaze probed to the east, 4 heavenly Tao portraits were immediately reflected in her mind. Moronga's image overlapped with the little girl she remembered, and although it had been 100 years and her temperament and appearance had changed drastically, she definitely wouldn't recognize her wrongly. Indeed, it is my disciple's grandson, and it bears some resemblance to my seat when I was young. The more Master Ancestor looked at it, the more satisfied he became, and immediately afterward, a strong resentment rose. That bold and rebellious disciple who had to go to the Eastern continent to find the so-called legendary seeds, and said that after planting them, she would be able to grow 7 heavenly pride. I think she's bewitched. If such an excellent disciple grandson had been given to the seat to personally teach at that time, I'm afraid he would have already broken through to the reincarnation realm, the master said angrily, and immediately afterward, he opened his heavenly eyes, and let this seat take a look at this disciple grandson's cultivation. If it's below the 7th level of the reincarnation realm, this seed is going to be furious. In a moment of negligence, 2 divine lights shot out from the eyes of the Master Ancestor and aimed at Moronga's portrait. After a few moments, the Master Ancestor withdrew his gaze, then rubbed his eyes. Must have opened it the wrong way. Let the seat look at it again. She took another look, and immediately afterward, she pulled out a demon-suppressing pill and took it on the spot. Come on people, this seat has gone off the deep end and is hallucinating. Chapter 147, Grandmaster Loves Children. You're not sick. The Central State's alchemist looked at the Harmony sect's Master Ancestor and said with incomparable certainty, no way. This seed is sick. Really not sick. Nonsense. This seed is definitely sick. Hearing this, the alchemist was helpless. Why was this old cutie so stubborn? Are the people of the Acacia sect all one-dimensional? So tell me, what's wrong with you? The Master Ancestor suddenly hesitated a bit, and eventually wriggled out of it. This seat's disciple grandson has become a saint. Hearing this, The alchemist violently sucked in a breath of cool air. This is a happy event. Congratulations on adding another heavenly pride to your sect. But my apprentice grandson is only in his early 100 years. In an instant, the alchemist's eyes became serious. You couldn't have been struck by the unforgotten robbery and gone hysterical, could you? 100-year-old saint. Are you kidding me? Even in the central state, one would not be able to find such a heaven-defying genius. This seed is not joking. The master ancestor looked left and right, and came up and said quietly, I suspect that this disciple grandson of mine is not a human being, but rather one that my disciple planted with his gods. The alchemist's expression instantly became strange. You mean that legendary seed that can grow 7 heavenly prides just by planting it? That's right. This seed would like to know, where have my other 6 disciples gone? Hearing these words, the alchemist took a deep breath and his expression returned to a bemused one, only to see him slowly stand up and instruct the apprentice beside him. Increase the dosage of medicine for her. Yes. Immediately after that, the alchemist raised his head and left, cursing as he went. This old bastard is really sick. After he left, Master Joe was alone in his contemplation and was muttering to himself, why don't we just invite Yara girl over, so that this seat can ask for an understanding? The idea was dismissed by herself as soon as it came to her. This can't be rushed. Anyway, the 100 Sect Congress is about to be held in the central state. Sooner or later, the girl will come over. It's not too late to ask then. Master Ancestor, it's time to take your medicine. The little medicine boy came up timidly, holding a medicine bowl. Ugh, quack. Master Ancestor spat in a mouthful of water, crumbling the medicine bowl, and was about to leave without looking back. The little medicine boy, who had never seen this scene before, shrugged his shoulders slightly and was about to start sobbing. Good girl, don't cry. Master Ancestor went and returned, shoving a bunch of spirit stones to the little medicine boy. This is the consultation fee. Your master is a scoundrel. Don't let him go around proclaiming that this seed is hard to see the bully's disease and tarnish my reputation. After that she pulled out a candy and stuffed it into the little medicine boy's mouth, not relieved until the other broke into a smile. Who would have thought that the mighty master ancestor of the Acacia sect would carry this kind of coaxing stuff for children with him? As he watched the little medicine boy leave with a bounce in his step, Master Ancestor's face immediately turned gloomy. She thought of the 81 personal disciples under her seat who hadn't given her an apprentice grandchild in all these years, and she couldn't help but feel her heart on fire. A bunch of waste snacks. This seat will go back to practicing them. Above the imperial capital of the Ling Shao Empire, the heavenly Tao baptism was nearing its end. Many thanks to all the saints. Many thanks to the guest ministers. The powerhouses below respectfully saluted, their eyes filled with admiration and respect. For most people, today is without a doubt the most turbulent day of their lives. The 7 saints came out together and the 3 devils perished. This was definitely the most shocking event in the last 1,000 years, and they were fortunate enough to witness and live through it, which was indeed a great event in their lives. No need to be polite. As an elder and honored one, Yu Jingfeng admonished the people below. You need to cultivate cautiously from now on, one step at a time, and never take risks. This is the way to take trouble. Hearing this, many people's faces turned red. They had come this time because they wanted to obtain the Yin Yang Dao body so that they could ascend to heaven in one step. However, after experiencing several life and death ordeals, they also understood that the sky would not fall out of the sky, and they bowed their heads to be taught. Now that you understand, leave, and don't linger much to avoid changes. As the words fell, 60,000 cultivators answered at the same time and left the imperial capital one after another. Where's sister? Zhou Tong breathed a sigh of relief as the borrowed power faded away after the curtain fell on the great battle, and he only felt exhausted. I'm back. Zhang Chuqiao and Qian Miaoyu returned in company, still holding a strand of soul in their hands, which was the remnant of Zhao Wentian's soul. Under the compulsion of these 2 people, Zhao Wenshi had no chance of escaping, and he couldn't even think of dying. At this time, his Yuan Shen had already been eroded by the breath of annihilation, and he was constantly letting out wails that were worse than death. Master, I've finally gotten my revenge. Eldest sister was radiant. The gloom between her brows was swept away, as if she had let go of a knot in her heart. Well done. In terms of hatred towards Zhao Wuan, Moronya didn't lose to anyone. We can't let him die like that, or it would be too cheap. That's exactly what I'm saying. Eldest senior sister took out a jade bottle and was about to lock the other party's soul inside. Spare me, give me a pain in the ass. Ah! Zhao Wenshin's Yuan Shen twisted and convulsed, regret and fear written all over his face. A bereaved dog has no right to beg for mercy, so enjoy yourself. Zhang Chuxiao was cold to the core, so he locked the other party into the jade bottle. No! With a miserable cry, Zhao Wutian's movements fell completely silent. Phew, it's finally over, Zhou Tong said breathlessly, his eyelids half closed, his body sore and limp as he stood in midair. before being framed by Moronya and held in his arms. "What's wrong with you, senior?" Zhang Chuchao immediately became incredibly nervous and came up to ask. "Don't worry, little brother just consumed too much mental energy and fell into a meditative state. He will recover tomorrow at the latest." The Sword Saint and the Phantom Frightened Wind came forward. Each of them had their own preoccupations, and both of them wanted to engage in conversation with Zhou Tong. "The two of you are not in a hurry. Tomorrow you come to the palace. The boy will certainly give you a satisfactory explanation," Zhou Tong said with a forced smile, then fell asleep at ease. "In that case, we'll take our leave." The two saints glanced at each other, both seeing the joy in each other's eyes. Up until this point, people had pretty much left, but left a field of misery all over the crowd of the Jade Clearance sect. Everyone alive in this great battle won, with the exception of the Jade Clearance sect. Emolyosu suffered heavenly punishment, Tang Chi was wasted, and both of them fainted. "Sister, are you leaving too?" In a corner where others couldn't see, Chen Linger asked to Ren Hanqing, who had changed back to her original form, somewhat reluctant to part with her. "I won't continue to be someone else's double when my mission is complete." "But girl, if you can't stay in the Jade Clearance sect anymore, go to the Indulgence sect. You'll still be a big sister there." As the words fell, Ren Hanqing left the group and flew towards the palace. Chapter 148. The sweetheart ran away with her sister and the child is also theirs. The night is late. Zhou Tong lay on the bed of the palace and slept soundly. This time he had no worries, much less nightmares, and was the most rested he had been since his rebirth. Although he was at ease, the outside world was not at all calm. Long Lingyun was literate and Sacred Heart was revising the human research report. These two have been the quietest in comparison. A few other women stood neatly by Zhou Tong's bedside, like awake. "Master, the night is already late. You should take good care of your body at this age. You should rest more," the little demoness said with a smile as her eyes rolled back. "Where are the words? For the master has just broken through the realm. The spirit is unbelievable, but it's you little ones who are growing your bodies. You can't always stay up late." Moronya looked at a few beloved disciples and said without budging, "I understand the reasoning." Ren Hanqing also joined the fray, her gaze drifting and selecting thousand myriads on the side. "This is clearly a gathering of masters and disciples. So why is Her Majesty crossing the line?" The words shifted the fire. The gazes of several women all focused on the queen. "This woman is overly hateful. For little to no cost, you get unparalleled benefits. Dragon marrow and phoenix body. The curse of life is lifted. Peak half-saint cultivation. And only one step away from a saint. Any kind of benefit taken out individually is a heavenly chance. And now all of them have been wrapped up for her. It can be said that in addition to Moronya, she is the person who made the biggest profit this time, perfectly explaining what is called choice over effort." A few of the girls were jealous at the thought. Ahem. The queen looked embarrassed and involuntarily averted her eyes. But on second thought, she suddenly branched out again. "It's not right. He is now a 9-to-5, half-saint level superpower. There is no reason to be afraid of those little girls anymore. Under the sky, there is no place that is not the king's land. What I see is mine." As the crowd watched, the queen proudly puffed out her chest. "I am here today to swear my sovereignty." When these words came out, it was like holding a southern mountain hostage and casting it into the northern sea, or like a meteorite falling into the crater of a volcano, setting off shocking waves. She alarmed Muranga, only to see Master Teacher Sama turn around, and the gleam in his eyes made the Empress shiver. "Really? Just after breaking through to Saint, I've developed hallucinations. What did you just say? Can you repeat it again?" The Empress was suddenly speechless, and secretly screamed in her heart that she had just gotten carried away with her complacency and had forgotten about this most fearsome opponent. I didn't say." "Master, I heard you. She's here to rob Zhou Tong. Bite her." The little demon girl was fanning the flames. "That's exactly what the master wants." As he spoke, the 9-colored glazed light tumbled and swirled, and it turned into a thin rope. "Don't be nervous, Your Majesty. It's normal to have trouble breathing. I'm going to help you remember the wonderful experience we had when we first met. Master, use mine. This is strong." Zhang Shuxiao was also smiling badly, and the Tai force fused with the breath of annihilation also turned into a rope. With this two-pronged attack, even a half-saint would have to become honest. As expected, Thousand Myriads was once again hoisted up, chagrin written all over her face. This emperor will never dare to be hot-headed and high-mouthed again. Ren Hanqing as an onlooker could not help but look at Zhou Tong, who was close at hand, but could not help but want to reach out and touch the other party's cheek. Just then, a little man suddenly jumped out and threw a punch at her. Hala! Xiao Bai was frighteningly strong. The Wanxiang returned to 1, and his combat power far exceeded his surface realm, and caught off guard. The reincarnation mirrors Ren Hanqing was all lifted off the ground. Several women looked over at the same time, and all of them, except for Zhang Chuqiao, revealed expressions of surprise. It was the first time that they had seen the phase of no phase in a tiny state, and after being surprised, they all showed expressions of love. This little man looked too much like Jotong. This is a Dharma phase, and it's still some kind of supreme Dharma phase, Morongya said incredulously. Not only does his body contain the divine rhythm of the law of heaven and earth, but it also blends with some kind of supreme realm. It's heaven-defying. Hooray! White whistled softly, his chin rising in a smug expression. The move was even more surprising. It was unheard of for this Dharma phase to even have wisdom, and it seemed to be very high. Suddenly, Zhang Chuxiao's eyes turned slightly, revealing a wry smile. Let me introduce you to this little guy. This little guy is called White, a name I gave him. Ha! By what right can you name him? The little demoness raised her eyebrows lightly. It's simple, because the little one is my child with master. A stone stirs up 1,000 waves, and one wave is even higher than the other. It's no good. Eldest sister is also having hysteria. Quickly hang her up. The little demoness screamed. Don't believe me, do you? I'll show you a good time. As she spoke, a ball of breath of annihilation appeared in her palm. Mommy, I want to eat. Little White's eyes instantly glowed as he jumped towards eldest sister. This scene caused the little demoness to be struck by lightning and burst into tears on the spot. Ah, I don't live. My sweetheart has run away with someone. That silly girl. Morongya smiled favorably. A wisp of breath emanated out and tugged on the little demoness. Run for what? You still have your sisters and master. My sweetheart is the one who ran away with my sisters, and my master is watching intently. Ahem, think about it. At least there's a baby. Morongya pointed at Xiaobai. The baby is theirs. Hooray! Right at this moment, little White landed on the little demoness' shoulder as if it were an instant. Under the shocked gaze of the crowd, he actually gently wiped away the little demoness' tears. This action directly petrified the crowd. This Dharma phase has become refined. It can also coax girls. It's even more powerful than its original body. Morongya sighed. However, that wasn't all. Only to see Xiaobai's hands come together, and suddenly a 7-colored flower was transformed, emitting a fragrant scent. For me? The little demoness' mood instantly became better, and after seeing Xiaobai nod, she happily accepted the flowers. This connection does not matter. In an instant the earth flowers, spread throughout the room, will be reflected in this place like a dream, like a picture. This is the one-thought blossom Dharma. The crowd froze speechless. That flower was obviously a separate and complete phantom. Xiaobai was able to create it out of thin air and transfer it to others. It was simply a god. I want it too. Me too. In the face of this kind of thing, which girl could hold it? Even Long Lingyun and Sacred Heart came up to the table with shining little stars in their eyes. Not bad for a good big boy. Really good at creating opportunities for his mother. Zhang Chuqiao smiled with satisfaction, lightly burrowed into the quilt, embraced Zhou Tong and went into dreamland. Stealing a home is successful and stress-free. Today's victor, senior sister of the Acacia sect, Yin Yang Taoist body Zhang Chuqiao. Chapter 149, Celestial Master Clan's Deal. Little Demoness chants. There is something unclean in this palace. Early in the morning of the second day, Zhou Tong slowly woke up and opened his mouth to speak straight. What is the meaning of this? Morongya was the first to come up and asked with a concerned look. Well, I think I had a ghostly encounter last night. I'm all over the place and I have a bit of chest tightness. Zhou Tong touched his chest and took a deep breath, which relieved him. In an instant, the women's eyes were like torches, full of criticism as they stared at Zhang Chuqiao. I didn't do it. It was Little White. Yes, Little White can be naughty at night. Holler? Xiaobai lowered his head, his voice filled with doubt and a little bit of aggression. This appearance instantly filled the heart of the eldest senior sister with guilt. I'm sorry, White. This is the last time, eldest sister said in her heart, and immediately afterward, she sent a ball of breath of annihilation over. Hooray! White suddenly turned cloudy and feasted. An honored guest is coming to the door. Zhou Tong stretched his waist and said with some grumbling, Really? You don't know to let others rest a little longer. As soon as the words fell, 2 auras of saints descended steeply. Relax. It's a friend. Zhou Tong calmed the wary Morongya and stepped out of the palace with a single step. Friends? So it's them. Morongya also reacted and led a group of disciples out, only to see that 2 magnificent figures had been waiting for a long time. A middle-aged man and an old man. Although they were no longer young, they exuded an incomparably magnificent aura within them. The holy way is vast and deep. Did little brother rest well last night? After a few pleasantries, Sword Saint went in single-handedly and tried to get to the point. Thanks to the 2 of you, I'm in the clear. Zhou Tong scanned the 2 of them and revealed a gentle smile. I know that both of you have something to ask for. And don't worry, I won't let you return empty-handed. Hearing these words, the 2 saints both revealed joy. Elders first. You first. The Sword Saint was courteous and polite, and said to Yui's shocking wind. Then the old man would be honored. Seeing the old man take a step forward, his gaze swept over Joe Tong and the little demoness faces, becoming incomparably solemn. Girl, grandfather ancestor, you were the one who loved me the most when I was little. If you have anything to say, just say it. My senior brother is here. He will make the most accurate decision. The little demoness was the first to break the ice, even though she already knew where the other was coming from. Don't blame me for being brazen. I only have one request. Can you teach the talisman art you learned to the disciples of the Heavenly Master Clan to help them get through their destiny? When these words came out, the faces of those present changed, especially the Sword Saint. He knew very well how terrifying that talismanic art was. Powerful talisman masters could even create a top clan if they used this as a foundation, and their potential was even higher than that of the Heavenly Master Clan. Such a treasure can be said to be priceless. Even parents and wives cannot be lightly transmitted. This old man dared to open his mouth to ask for. Really do not know what to say. The little demoness did not reply, but gently leaned on Joe Tong's body. As she once said, Joe Tong's position was her position. Old sir, there are gains to be made and losses to be incurred. If you want to get something you have to pay the price accordingly, Joe Tong said slowly, causing the heart of Yu Jingfeng to sink. It wasn't that he was being presumptuous. Even if he sold the Heavenly Master Clan, I'm afraid that he wouldn't be able to get a treasure that could match it. I'm ashamed. This is a priceless treasure. I'm really. Before he could finish his words, he was directly interrupted by Joe Tong. Old sir, although treasures are priceless, so is affection. If you don't have either, for the sake of your great help yesterday, I will also pay you enough. As for the little senseless talisman, let's dispense with it in the future. As he spoke, Joe Tong reached out and wrapped his hand around the little demoness' shoulders, and the two of them naturally leaned together, looking intimate. This scene made Yu Jingfeng's eyes light up and find a breakthrough. Junior, I can guarantee that as long as we can reach a cooperation, girl-san, you will become the most honorable being of the Heavenly Master Clan. You don't know, the girl being immaterial, her own qualifications are flawed, and her cultivation speed will become extremely slow after crossing the heaven-shattering realm. But as long as she is baptized by the secret method of the Celestial Master Clan, she will be able to make up for this flaw, and will also be able to transform her qualifications to near perfection, so that she will be able to catch up with you in the future. Ginger was indeed old and hot, and although he was speaking to Joe Tong, his gaze rang the little demoness. As expected, the little demon girl's fists were clenched, obviously very moved. These words completely poked at her soft underbelly. Joe Tong was getting better and better, and her master's sister was as powerful as a demon. Although she was also a top genius, there was still a huge gap compared to these people. She was also afraid that there would come a day when she would be left far behind by Joe Tong and the others, never to see his back again. Such a deal, very good. Seemingly seeing through the little demoness' thoughts, Joe Tong gave a direct response. When these words came out, even Yu Jingfeng's eyes widened in disbelief that things would go so smoothly. To the Celestial Master Clan, this was like pie in the sky. At the same time, his complexion began to become serious. This was a completely unequal deal, yet Joe Tong easily agreed to it. One could see the little demoness' position in his heart. I swear to the heavens that I will never let girl Tsangyu suffer half a bit of harm in the Celestial Master Clan, and if there is any violation, let the old man cross the threshold and die, never to be born again. This move made Joe Tong extremely satisfied. The old man was indeed a human being. He could rest assured. Immediately afterward, he looked at the little demoness and instructed, "You can rest assured in all things on this trip, and in addition to the old man, I will find you a more reliable guardian to keep you safe. In addition, you only need to teach the talismans below number 70 to the Celestial Master Clan, which is enough for them to survive a calamity. After that, if the Celestial Masters still want to learn a higher serial number, it's up to them. I'll take notes." The little demoness was moved to tears and tightly embraced Joe Tong. "Little devil, I don't know how long it will be before I go back this time. You won't forget me, will you? You're a little cutie, right? I've got you wrapped up in the acacia lock, and I won't let you escape even if you want to." Hearing this, the demoness laughed extremely happily. All her worries swept away. "It's your turn next." Joe Tong put down the girl in his arms and looked at the Sword Saint and said, "Today, I will fulfill the promise I made to you before." The moment these words came out, the Sword Saint couldn't help but be overjoyed. "Little brother, you found that phase less." Before the words were finished being asked, they were stopped by Joe Tong. "Two saints. Next, please swear to the heavenly Tao with the most important thing you have, and just say that you will never divulge what you see next to others." When these words came out, the two saints were greatly shocked. Chapter 150. So, what's the price? The hearts of the two saints were secretly frightened. Joe Tong was so solemn, forcing them to make the most solemn oath. It was evident how extraordinary what was about to happen was. Without hesitation, the two men immediately did as they were told. After the oath was completed, only Jotun's brow glowed. An unparalleled spiritual power then emanated out, transforming into a blank spiritual talisman. It's... Yu Jingfeng's eyes widened as he sensed an extremely strong fluctuation that had not yet been inscribed, and had already surpassed an ordinary grade 9 spirit talisman. It's hard to imagine just how heaven-defying an existence this is. Could it be a peak 9th grade spirit talisman? His heart shook wildly. A spirit talisman of this level was unseen and unheard of. Is he going to witness history today? Could it be? The Sword Saint also froze. Looking at this situation, Jotong was clearly trying to refine the mighty spirit moral life protection spell on the spot. At that thought, he couldn't help but look around for a strong figure. But in the end, he came up empty-handed. That legendary powerhouse who had arrived at the realm of the invisible had never shown up. Was he still hiding in the shadows? Before he could ask, Jotong waved his palm and sent 3 rays of light into the minds of each of the 3 saints. That was exactly the steps and methods of refining spirit talismans. With everything ready, Jotong looked at the Sword Saint. The first step of what is needed is none other than the heart blood of a saint. Bang! Without hesitation, the Sword Saint slapped his palm on his chest and couldn't help but spray out a touch of red. One could only see that the holy blood was radiant, perfectly blending with the talisman paper and immediately creating a heavenly change. Catalyze all of your spiritual power, and leave everything after that to me, Jotong said decisively, and as soon as his words fell, 3 strands of sage-level spiritual energy converged in his palm like a long river. Boom! Immediately after that, Little White manifested and turned into another Jotong, and there was no difference between the two of them standing together. This scene caused the Sword Saint's entire body to freeze and almost stop thinking. It was as if he had been blasted hard on his soul with a heavy hammer and fell into a trance. The phase of no phase. He shuddered. There was absolutely no mistaking this. For a saint who wanted to chase after the Emperor realm, the 6 realms of becoming an emperor were not unfamiliar. It was because of this that he felt a million shocks. Jotong did say that there would be a strong person from the realm of the unfazed descending here, but he didn't say that the strong person would be himself. Ah, what are you doing? Converging spirits for me. A roar came, interrupting the Sword Saint's thoughts. I know. He looked like a child who had made a mistake and immediately became much more cautious. Unfazed unity. Mysterious rune engraving, accompanied by the chanting of the true words. Xiao Bai directly merged into one with Jotong, then pressed a finger down on the talisman. In an instant, the divine fire burned and dragons flew, leaving outline traces on it. This process was extremely horrifying in terms of the consumption of spiritual energy, and after half an hour, the 3 saints were about to be unable to support themselves, but only Jotong was glowing, not seeing the limit in the slightest. Final stroke. Done. Along with the fall of the teenager's voice, the sky turned dark and cloudy in an instant. This was an extremely terrifying imagery. Not only did thunder roll and torrential rain pour down, but there was also the underworld opening its portals wide and sending out bursts of ghostly cries. There was no other reason than that the thing being inscribed was too heavenly and was strongly rejected by the laws. The stroke of a pen startles the wind and rain, and the charm is made to weep the ghosts and gods. Charm 95. Mighty Spirit Moral Life Protection Spell. As soon as the words came out, there was 1,000 rays of light tearing through the layers of mist and illuminating through the underworld, bringing everything back to peacefulness. It's done! The Sword Saint was overjoyed, hissing almost maniacally as he received the spirit talisman with a tear-filled face. Yu Jingfeng was even more unbearable. According to his judgment, this spirit talisman had clearly exceeded the ranks of the 9th level and reached the level of a mystical talisman. What about 95 yet? What about 96? Or even 100? He desperately shook his head, not daring to think any further, lest his Tao heart be invaded. No wonder Jotong wanted them to make a heavenly Tao oath to never spread today's events. Phaseless realm plus mysterious spirit symbol. If these 2 secrets were to be spread out, they would definitely trigger a bloody storm capable of collapsing heaven and earth. The deed is done, and give thee what thou shalt be promised. Ignoring the surprise of the 2, Jotong reached out and said. The next moment, the Sword Saint came up with an agitated look and grabbed his arm. Hey, little brother. According to the original agreement, I'm going to tie the knot with you, so let's choose the day. When these words came out, they froze and made Yu shocked wind roll his eyes. With just a fluttering sound, the Sword Saint knelt on the ground, his face turning extremely pious. The Emperor's heaven and the earth, the mountains and the sea are my oath. Today I am going to be a brother of different surnames with Jotong, not seeking to be born in the same year, the same month, and the same day, but seeking to. Before he could finish begging, he was pressed to the ground and kicked a dozen times by a group of people. Shameless thing, still wanting to live and die with other teenagers. Are you making a wish or cursing others? the two bad seeds woke up in the Phoenix Inn, only to see that Emoliosu's punishment had just kicked in, and was being tossed about as if she was worse than dead. Every scream made Xia Hongsli feel as if she were listening to heavenly music. As for Tang Chi, he just woke up and went crazy, incomparably demented, and ran out. Even Chan Linger couldn't catch up with him. Like a mad bull, he ran across the room into no man's land, trembling and checking himself. A moment later, he was struck by lightning, as if the sky had fallen. My spirit root is gone. How come my spirit root is gone? For a moment he wept tears of blood, only feeling incomplete. Even if he achieved greatness in the future, he could only be a eunuch greatness. That doesn't even come close to the title of the great pig-loving emperor. Old thing, get your ass out here. You have to heal my injuries. In desperation, he roared at the remnants of his soul in the ring. If that thing is gone, it's gone. Just enough to make you quit being arrogant and more likely to sense the traces of the great Tao. Fart. He broke into a threat. If you can't do it, don't blame me for being merciless. The words fell, but they didn't get a response for a long time. Apparently the residual soul had chosen to lock itself, pulling Tang Chi into the blacklist. Asterisk. Damn it! I won't spare you, old bastard! He roared in anger, and suddenly it became incredibly dark around him, creating a separate world that enveloped him. Where is this? He was shocked and angry when suddenly a ghostly figure appeared in front of him. You're a demon. That's right. I can sense that you have cultivated the heaven-swallowing demon technique, and that is precisely the mastery created by this king. Tang Chi couldn't help but tremble furiously. This was actually a demon king. Don't be afraid. Seeing as you're a good seedling that's hard to come by in 1,000 years, this king can help you recast your flesh, and also make you stronger, gaining the power that can overcome everything. Hearing these words, a mere hint of hesitation flashed in Tang Chi's eyes, followed by endless madness. So, what's the price? Chapter 151, A true warrior's heart is born between heaven and earth. How can it be depressed and live under people for a long time? So what's the cost? Tang Chi looked at the black shadow in front of him, his expression becoming much more grave. He didn't think the Dar fellow would serve himself unconditionally. GGG. The dark figure let out an evil laugh. There are 5 benefits and 3 costs. As long as you are willing to submit to me, I will be able to help you upgrade your techniques, remodel your bloodline, perfect your body, enhance your cultivation as well as sweep away strong enemies. Hearing this, Tang Chi frowned. He didn't care about the rest. He only cared about being able to perfect his body and regain his manhood. According to common sense, after a cultivator arrived at the realm of life and death, there would be a constant flow of anger, enough to revive a broken arm. However, his spiritual root was destroyed by the power of Tai, which was equivalent to returning to nothingness, never having existed. Even with heaven-defying means, it is impossible to restore something that never existed. If you really can do it, I'll pay any price. Yeah, this king is waiting for your words. The dark shadow's eyes flickered with divine light, only to hear him say, 4-1. You have to let this king board inside your body. Tang Chi narrowed his eyes and after a moment of thought, he still chose to agree. It wasn't hard to see that although this black shadow in front of him was strong, it was only a wandering soul. It must be that the former demon king has fallen, and the remnant soul sleeps here for a long time, and wakes up with the residual demonic essence from yesterday's great battle. Even so, he didn't dare to be too careless. This demon king's residual soul was not ordinary. Although the opponent had lost his physical body, he could still exert strong strength on his own. Unlike the wretch in the ring, who was pure trash if he couldn't draw on flesh and blood. I promise. He gritted his teeth. Desperate for dignity was nothing. The second price is that you must worship me. Yes, Tang Chi replied without hesitation. Since he had already made a concession, he might as well retreat once and for all. What's more, it's also just worshipping the master. It's not like recognizing the demon king as his master. It's still within the acceptable range. The third price. With a sudden lurch, the demon king's voice became eerie, only to hear him say, in order to show your loyalty, you must sacrifice the souls of those closest to you to this king. Tang Chi was struck by lightning, subconsciously about to veto it, but on second thought, a bright light flashed in his eyes again. He is an orphan, no father, no mother, no siblings, living to this day, can be counted as close to very few people. Although Emoliosu and the others were suitable, they had long been internalized by him as future playthings, so how could they possibly be willing to sacrifice to the devil? Other than that, there's only one option. Tang Chi's eyes suddenly became ferocious, exuding a violent aura. Please wait a moment. I'll offer you a delicious soul. Almost without hesitation, he took off the ring on his hand, followed by a strong burst of spiritual energy to force out the contents. Ah! Accompanied by a pale and miserable scream, the soul power suddenly flickered. and a white-haired old man surfaced in a hasty manner. 7. What are you doing? Shut your stinking mouth. Old man. Just now. Haven't you been pretending to be a shrinking turtle? You instead continue to pretend. These words caused the old man to be dumbfounded, and a look of sadness and indignation immediately appeared on his face. I'm your master. Your great benefactor. It's all because of me that you've come this far. I didn't think you'd dare to talk to me like this. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. This is all due to my own efforts. Tang Chi cursed. Rather, you're a parasite. If it weren't for the habitat I provided you with, you would have already had your soul dispersed, and now you dare to lean on me. You really don't know what you're doing. It was as if he had gone mad. The layers of resentment in his body stacked up and a brain was about to be vented. Old thing. No wonder I'm always unable to defeat that trash Jotong. You must be the one stealing and sucking in my nutrients. Today I'm going to eliminate you as a weakness. As the words fell, he directly made a great effort to grab the old man's remnant soul, and with his other hand he refined flames and was about to obliterate it. Beloved disciple, why the change of heart? The old man hissed angrily, attempting to rouse Tang Chi's conscience. Let's just say it's a margin call, and Tang Chi doesn't have that at all. A great man is born to live between heaven and earth. How can he be depressed and live under others for a long time? As soon as these words came out, Tang Chi's face became even more hideous, his cultivation at the life and death realm level exploding out in a single burst without hiding. Only a miserable scream could be heard echoing between heaven and earth, and a moment later, only a handful of pure light clusters remained in Tang Chi's palm, which was none other than the origin of the remnant soul. You've done a great job, ruthless and despicable. Our demon race needs talents like you. The dark shadow smiled even more eerily, but he couldn't hide the satisfaction in his heart. Flutter. Only Tang Chi knelt down on one knee, cupping his hands around the soul essence with a pious look. Everything is dedicated to the archdemon. Ha ha ha, good, good, good. The demon king's residual soul laughed even louder, only to see a pitch-black throne emerge behind him, and he slowly sat on it. Tang Chi, are you willing to keep your promise and worship me? Once these words came out, Tang Chi even kneeled down on both knees and kowtowed 3 times in a row. Tang Chi has been drifting for half a lifetime without a famous teacher. If Gong does not abandon him, I would like to worship him as a righteous father and master. Buzz. As soon as the words left his mouth, the demonic chi between heaven and earth mixed with the spiritual chi, eventually turning into countless complex gray lines that merged into his body. In an instant, it was as if his body had been electrified. Not only did he recover from all of his internal injuries, even his strength had become a few points stronger. What surprised him even more was that the heaven-swallowing devil technique had also undergone a qualitative change, becoming terrifying. Before that, incomplete magic power could only deprive others of their cultivation. Now that the magic power has become a great success, not to mention cultivation, even if it is someone else's bloodline, it is also difficult to escape from the palm of his hand. That's not even the most dramatic. He can even graft the target's body onto his own. Strong arm on the other side, bring it on you. The other side has a strong heart, bring it on you too. The opponent's spiritual roots. In short, whatever he was crippled by, he could snatch from others. It's even possible to extract and fuse the same parts of most people into stronger body parts, which is a foul mastery. From now on, he completely broke the shackles of the human body, and did not need to stick to the form. If he was willing, even if he wanted to have 3 heads and 6 arms, it was not a problem. Ha 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 ha, I'm completely developed. Stupid ants, offer your bodies to the great king, Tang Chi said maniacally, grimly crawling out, looking at the people coming and going on the street. He only felt delicious. What exactly is next for this delightful torture? Chapter 152, Curtain Call. The Mystery of Zhou Tong's Origin. Lingxiao Empire. In the palace. Little devil, I couldn't leave you. The little demoness looked at Zhou Tong with affection and said reluctantly, it was time for the 2 saints to go back to the central state. Yu Jingfeng wanted to take away the little demoness, and the sword saint also wanted to take away Long Lingyun. After all, Long Lingyun had obtained the inheritance of the sword saint, and this trip was also to complete the inheritance. So there was no room for sloppiness. Senior brother, I can't leave you guys either. Long Lingyun pretended to cry, but in his heart, he was happy. Finally he didn't have to learn those damn words daily. I'll have the sword saint supervise your studies, and the daily homework assigned to you must be completed in excess, or the next time we meet, I'll let you know what terror means. Zhou Tong sneered, causing Long Lingyun to reveal a bitter face. Okay, you 2 stinky girls. Morongya smiled and said, in a month or so, the 100 sect assembly will also be held in the central state, so we'll meet again soon. As soon as these words came out, the little demoness' eyes lit up as she looked straight at Zhou Tong. I promised you that I would achieve the championship of the 100 Clans Conference, so I will definitely not go back on my word, Zhou Tong said with certainty. When these words came out, the little demoness had not yet reacted, but Yu Jingfeng jumped up violently as if he had been struck by lightning. You're going to participate in the 100 sect assembly? His fingers trembled as he pointed at Zhou Tong, unable to believe his ears. That's natural. Not only me, even Senior Sister and Sacred Heart are going to participate. What's wrong with that? Zhou Tong shrugged his shoulders and asked. Of course there's a problem. The old man practically growled and shouted. Old me remembers that the age limit for participating in the 100 sect assembly is 25 years old. May I ask the three of you what your age is? Just turned 18. Why? Zhou Tong clouded his mind and added in his mind, counting his previous life. 800 years old. What about you? The old man's eyes were bloodshot as he looked towards Zhang Chuqiao. 20 years old, plus 360 months. But my bone age is 20 because I was frozen for 30 years. Yu Jingfeng took a deep breath and forcefully resisted the urge to spit out blood. Before he could ask again, Sacred Heart jumped in first. You may not believe it, but I'm only a year old. Put. Zhou Tong couldn't help but laugh. I'm afraid that the Sacred Heart Demon Sovereign wouldn't be yin to be 2,000 years old if he counted his previous life. Looking at these three monsters in front of him, Yu Jingfeng was completely frantic. A Supreme Saint Slayer, a yin-yang Dao body plus a little girl who was hard to see through. Such a lineup to attend the 100 Clans conference. This is not bullying honest people. Originally, their Celestial Master Clan had a great advantage, and they had obtained that heaven-defying talisman art, so they were the favorites to win the championship. It's all over now, fighting against these three monsters. Isn't that an egg against a stone? At that thought, he couldn't help but feel sad for the disciples of the other sects. How can we see the rainbow without experiencing the storm? It's okay for young people to suffer a little setback. In desperation, the old man could only console himself. Zhou Tong ignored his strange words and looked at the little demoness with incomparable tenderness. Master and I are not by your side. You must protect yourself. Take this. As he said that, he pulled out 36 talismans and stuffed them in his head to the little demoness. Yu Jingfeng's breath stopped, staring at those talismans with unblinking eyes, only to feel his hands and feet go numb. These were all clear grade 9 talismans, and there were also a few that made him feel alarmed. Most likely a 94th talisman, second only to the mysterious talisman. That wasn't all. Morongya and Zhang Chuqiao also came forward, and their parting gifts were some colorful orbs. This was the product of Morongya's use of great mana to fuse the 9-colored glazed light and the breath of annihilation together, which then coalesced into shape. I'm afraid that the power of any one of them fully erupted would be no weaker than a grade 9 talisman. The same gift, Long Lingyun also received one. This made the two saints a little dizzy. Carrying these things, the two girls were simply walking arsenals. Half saints would have to go around when they saw them. If they were to be completely powerful, the saints would all have a headache. It's good enough that they don't go bullying others. It's really going this time. The little demoness blushed, and suddenly bent down and removed a piece of red rope tied around her ankle, which still had a bell hanging from one end. It's a gift for you to keep. Her face turned redder. It is? 1,000-mile linking compulsion. The little demoness lifted her other foot, which also had a bell hanging from it. These parasites come in pairs, and no matter how far apart they are, when one of them jumps the other will follow. Ring the bell if you miss me and I'll feel your thoughts. Receiving the bell, the corners of Zhou Tong's mouth rose as he looked at the pair of white jade feet with a smile. What are you looking at, little devil? Annoyed, the demoness gave Zhou Tong 2 thumps. I have to soak my feet in heavenly fragrance petals every day, and there's nothing on there but the fragrant smell. Well, if you don't go, you won't be able to leave. The sword saint interjected, gazing solemnly at Zhou Tong. I will accompany them all the way on their journey, and after making a detour to rescue my lady, we will head to the Heavenly Master Clan together, with me guarding the path for these two girls. You can put your heart at ease, then I'll be grateful to you, big brother. Zhou Tong arched his hand in thanks. The sword saint was the protector he had found specifically for the two women. I'll see you again. I'll see you in the central state. 2 streams of light crossed the sky, leaving behind only a little melancholy. In midair, Zhou Tong stood against the wind, and by his side stood Morongya, Zhang Chuqiao and Sacred Heart, as well as a Ren Hanqing. It's time for us to return to the 3 pristine realms. The 100 sect assembly is imminent. We still need to make some preparations. Morongya broke the silence and said with one hand stroking Zhou Tong's hair. Yes, it always feels like a long time has passed since we left Red Dust Mountain, so after we say goodbye to the queen, we'll... Before the words fell, the sound of wind whistling came from the distance, and a sage's chi went and returned. Did you leave anything behind, old man? Looking at the serious-faced Yu Jingfeng, Zhou Tong asked with some curiosity. Something very important indeed. Let me ask you, do you have parents? The other man asked as he opened the door. I've been alone for as long as I can remember, and I have no way of knowing if they're still alive. Are you really only 18? There can be no mistake? The old man's face was grave for another minute. Bone age doesn't lie, so if you don't believe me, measure it yourself. No need. I rushed back just to tell you one thing. He adjusted his breath and then said, this is not a secret in the Central State. 14 years ago, the Li family was precisely a household name in the Central State as an artifact refining family. But at that time, there was an accident. The family head couple was attacked in the eastern continent, and was forced to leave behind their 4-year-old child, and when they came back to look for him afterward, there was no trace of the child. What do you mean by that? Zhou Tong's brows were locked, but his heart was all agitated. I would say that you and that Li family head are 7% similar. Chapter 153, To Seek the Selfless Realm. Tread on the Jade Clearance Sect. Look 7 times like me? Zhou Tong frowned, his voice filled with obscurity. He knew what this meant. This Li family was most likely his home family. Parents, siblings, blood relatives. One unfamiliar word flashed through his mind, radiating a thunderous roar. Little guy. Morongya's voice sounded next to him, calling him back. I am. Zhou Tong subconsciously said. His spiritual power was like a heavy tripod vibrating down, smoothing out all thoughts. That Li family, I'll be there, he said faintly. There was no expectation, no cowardice, and all that sustained him was a faint hint of responsibility. He has survived many more trials and tribulations in both his past and present lives. Even without his parents by his side, without the blessing of his elders, he was able to forge ahead. But now that we know the whereabouts of our family members, it is necessary to go forward and confirm them. Boy, you're something. When Yu Jingfeng saw that Zhou Tong had calmed down instantly, he couldn't help but marvel at it in his heart. There's one more thing I'd like to remind you of. Since losing their child, the head couple of the Li family has recognized another righteous son in order to make up for their grief, and has treated him with the utmost favor, treating him as if he were their own. That righteous son is also very competitive, can be described as having outstanding natural talent. His cultivation progress is even more rapid by the day, and he has already won a lot of fame for the Li family. You know, what these big families value most is still profit. The old man's desire to say something was obvious enough. Even if the Li family couple was really Zhou Tong's real parents, when they met Zhou Tong, they might not place him above that righteous son. The survival of the fittest, the survival of the strongest and the defeat of the weakest are unchanging iron rules wherever they are. I see. Zhou Tong smiled brightly, not taking it to heart in the slightest. He has made up his mind since he was reborn. Those who love me, I will return the favor. He who abandons me and insults me will be struck with thunder and returned 1,000-fold. Then old me will really take my leave this time. Dropping his last words, the phantom frightened wind completely disappeared into the wind. Say goodbye to the queen. It's time for us to go back. Zhou Tong turned around and said, followed by 2 concerned gazes crashing into his eyes. Little guy. Young master. Morongya and Zhang Chuqiao were extremely gentle, gazing at him like waves. We will always stand by your side. I understand. The 3 of them smiled at each other and it was all in the air. Just at that moment, the aura of a half-saint crossed the sky, and it was the Empress who flew over. Hakai, do you really want to go? She said imploringly, ignoring anyone other than Zhou Tong. There will be a goodbye. Zhou Tong nodded slightly. If you stay, I would like to share the kingdom with you. Wouldn't that be nice? The queen said with a sincere look, as if she had been moved by true feelings. In the face of this flowery beauty, anyone would feel pity and couldn't help but be swayed. But Zhou Tong still shook his head. It's just a heavenly Dao domain. It's still too small. When these words came out, Qian Niaoyu trembled, and her eyes instantly turned red. She understands. In front of this young man is like the 9 sky rock. Only the endless sky is his shelter. The king's power and wealth in front of him is just a cloud of smoke. It is not worth mentioning. Well then, the queen turned away, seemingly sobbing uncontrollably. You go. We will meet again in the future, and when we meet at the peak, I hope you won't regret it. Ugh, see you later. Zhou Tong's voice came out, making the Empress even more furious as she violently turned around and yanked on his arm before biting down. For handprints up. Zhou Tong was helpless, but he could only let it vent. Unbridled. Morongya was not going to do it, and was about to bring up the holy might to teach this usurping Empress a lesson. I didn't expect the other party to be prepared, anticipating her movements and dodging out in advance, watching from afar. Boom boom. A loud roar sounded as Zhou Tong, Morongya, Zhang Chuqiao, Sacred Heart and Rin Hanqing stepped onto the red dust ship, and along with the ship starting up, it instantly disappeared into the sky. What I see is mine, the queen said with certainty, clenching her palms at the sky. All the way north. Windy. I came here with a lot of energy. and I'm going back with a lot of ambition. Zhou Tong stood on the bow of the ship and unlocked his energy shield, breaking through the gale with his body, while his real body remained still. What's wrong with him? Why does he give off a sad vibe? Ran Hanqing asked quietly, not daring to speak up. That's where you're looking at it wrong. Zhang Chu coquettishly smiled and said, my intended will not indulge in that kind of boring mental internal conflict. He is meditating for a breakthrough. When these words came out, Ran Hanqing was dumbstruck and couldn't believe her ears. How far has Zhou Tong gone against the heavens? Is he still not satisfied? As if remembering the first time they met, Zhou Tong was nearly at the transmutation realm. After subduing her, he crossed a large realm in front of her and stepped into the harmonized heart realm. Yet this is only the beginning. In the line of heavenly Tao domain, Zhou Tong broke limits one after another, creating one miracle after another, crossing the transcendent separation again in the holy slaughter battle, and still ascending 9 levels in a row. He reached the peak of this realm. Only one more step was needed to cross over to the realm of life and death. This rate of improvement was enough to make those wretches in the central state who called themselves geniuses die of shame. And Zhou Tong was surprisingly still unsatisfied. It's greedy to the core. As Zhang Chuqiao had said, Zhou Tong was seeking a breakthrough opportunity at this time. Although his cultivation level had risen extremely quickly, with his spiritual power holding him down, every step was rammed solidly, without the slightest possibility of faltering. In the end, he had long since stopped being attached to cultivation breakthroughs. From now until the realm of the near-competent Taoist, he would not encounter the hindrance of a great bottleneck. It was now imperative to further explore one's potential and then step into the next 6th noble emperor realm, the realm of no self. This realm is so esoteric that it says there is no self, but in fact there is no self anywhere. I am heaven and earth. I am yin and yang. I am mountains, rivers, grass and trees. I am the river of time. I am you. I am me. A near-completion Taoist could be called a half-emperor once he crossed into this realm, and if nothing unexpected happened, promotion to great emperor would be a nail in the coffin. Yet the difficulty of trying to step into the realm of no self is even more unimaginable. In order to become selfless, he must know me first, he must find out where he came from. Therefore, the Li family in central China was a must to go back, and the Jade Clearance sect was also a must to go on. There is also the most crucial point. Yu Jingfeng said that the Li family's child was lost when he was 4 years old, but he was already 8 years old when he was picked up by Mo Liusu, and he didn't have any memories in his mind from before he was 8 years old. If the two are really the same person, what happened to the blank 4 years? Without understanding this, he cannot step into the realm of the selfless. Without realizing it, the airship had already sailed into the Sanqing domain. Suddenly, the aura of heaven and earth abruptly rioted. The 4 directions lit up together, and killing might fill the air. Sweeping towards the red dust, Zhou Tong Xiao, today is your death. A familiar voice, a familiar face broke Zhou Tong's meditation. The Jade Clearance sect had actually taken the initiative to come to the door. Chapter 154, I am the Hakim. I am the Supreme Saint Slayer. The airships arrayed, flags flying, surrounded the place. Zhou Tong couldn't help but laugh out loud as his spiritual power swept over. This time, the Jade Clearance sect was really going to be hurt. What came to surround them this time was a truly massive force. There were 50 life and death realm powerhouses, 16 reincarnation realm powerhouses, plus a half-saint level supreme elder. On top of that, there were terrifying killing formations gathering strength in the distance. Coupled with the sky-covering formation that enveloped everything, it surrounded the place impermeably, eliminating any possibility of reinforcements arriving. Obviously for this siege of Zhou Tong, the Jade Clearance sect was fully prepared. Even the Supreme Elder had been mobilized in order to deal with Morongya, and that was the true heritage of a clan. It could be seen how strong the Yuqing sect's determination was. It's just a shame they're destined to be buried here. Little Zhou Tong, why doesn't he hurry up and roll out to die? Supreme Elder Xian Yu roared in a deep voice as his holy might filled the air, sending terrifying ripples through the air. Click, click, click. Before those ripples could even get close to the red dust ship, they were crushed by an invisible force that didn't cause the slightest ripple. This scene caused Xian Yu's complexion to slightly condense, and he couldn't help but frown. In the next moment, only one figure flashed out from the red dust. That Zhou Tong stood in the void, blocking 1,000,000 armies alone. Old bastard. I'm still in a good mood today. Take your minions and get the hell out of here, or this is where you'll be buried. Facing this person in front of him, Zhou Tong did not have the slightest bit of respect. The words nearly blew the other's lungs out. What kind of person is the Supreme Elder? In addition to the chief law enforcement officer in the 3 pristine realms, when a half-saint comes out, who can compete with him? But on second thought he relented. Why should he bother with a dying man? Ha, little. It's useless for you to scream fiercely. No matter how to say that the Jade Clearance sect has nurtured you, Now it's time for you to repay the favor, he said sorrowfully. Just use your head to gain the friendship of that saint slaughtering guest minister for us, so that you can be considered to have died a worthy death. Hakim. Hearing this, Jotong revealed a playful smile, and immediately afterward, he stopped hiding his aura. Boom! The aura of the 9 realms of heavenly slaying swept across the void, traveling hundreds and thousands of miles and enduring for a long time. What? How is this possible? The people of the Jade Clearance sect all stared in disbelief at the facts in front of them. Wasn't Jotong invalidated? How could he have crossed the transcendent separation and reached this level? What's more, he and that Hakai were similar flowers to each other. The stronger the Hakai was, the weaker he should be. It was definitely not possible for him to look like this. Unless, that guest minister and Jotong were the same person. Jotong is the Saint Slayer. Who knew that after the crowd was shocked? Xianyu laughed first. Is this your blindfold technique? The Acacia sect is really good at this. But it's just a pity that even if it's a blindfold, it can only disguise you to this extent. There is no need for disguise, for I am the one you call the Hakim. Jotong plainly told the truth, only for no one to believe it. Okay, I'll take you as you are. Go to hell. As the words fell, 10 life and death realm powerhouses came out at the same time, exuding a horrifying killing aura as they killed Jotong without a second thought. Think it over. Once you do it you'll never look back. Jotong did not change his voice and said to the front, who knew that Yu Xian directly did not bother to talk. His arms were clasped in front of his chest, and the way he looked at Jotong was as if he was looking at a dead person. Then I'll just have to go on a killing spree. As the words fell, Little White appeared on his shoulder. Hooray! Time out. There was a buzz, and everything around them fell into stasis. Dharma, heaven and earth. A terrifying phallic phase connected heaven and earth, only to see Xiao Bai holding a thunder spear, sweeping at the 10 people in front of him, completing the attack in an instant. Time began to flow. After returning to normal, the others felt nothing, only that the 10 Sungda realm powerhouses looked like they had turned into statues, with only endless fear in their eyes. Move! Why don't you guys move? Xianyu roared angrily, and immediately after that, they moved, the upper and lower halves of their bodies directly separating, and immediately after that, each exploded, turning into a mixture of 20 masses of blood mist that dyed the firmament red. Aha! Seeing this scene, some of the Jade Clearance sect's elders couldn't help but scream. They had never seen such a sight, not even in their dreams. A teenager of the heaven-stopping realm had slaughtered 10 life and death realms in less than the blink of an eye. How did he do it? No, maybe it's time to ask if he's still human. It's only the realm of life and death. I've even killed saints. What is this? These words caused the pupils of the crowd to contract. This hegemony, this cold majesty of looking down on the heroes of the world, was truly the same as the Hakai in that heavenly Tao baptism. Could it be that we've met the right person? Many people felt that they were really in danger this time. Supreme Elder, I see that things have changed. Should we retreat first? Someone proposed. Withdraw a fart. Just now is definitely Moromya that is messing up. With the old man here to calm down, she will not get her way again. Give me to kill. The words were useful, and gave renewed courage to those who had faltered. With the half-saint here, as long as the saint didn't come out, they really didn't need to fear anything. I almost fell for this little thief's trick. This time, the remaining life and death realms struck out at the same time, with a magnificent momentum and a tacit heavenly understanding, striking a devastating blow. The other powerhouses all stared intently at Jotong's movements as he struck out, not intending to spare any details. Is that how you want to see what I look like when I do it? Then you'll see. Jotong laughed coldly. Dharma, heaven and earth. Break all laws. As the words fell, he only saw a 10,000-foot giant rise up from the ground behind him, pinching hand seals under the shocked looks of the crowd. What the hell is this? With one seal, all laws are broken. The Dharma, as the original, after a long time, used the forbidden moves of his previous life, only to see that the light seal easily shattered the 40 people's joint strike. The majority of them bore the brunt of the attack and were completely crushed. Even their souls were killed, not a single strand escaping. Run! The remaining people were scared out of their wits and exposed their backs to Jotong. Like I said, since I did it, I'll stay. Little stop! The Supreme Elder exclaimed, jealously. Rune 89, deadline. The grayish line was so fast that it caught up with the survivors and reaped them in a moment. The slaughter was done in a flash. Here there is no longer a realm of life and death, but only silence and eternity. The people of the Jade Clearance sect were like falling into an ice cellar, so scared that their bodies went limp. Old thing, is this also a barrier? Jotong smiled, and in front of his chest, a ray of light shone eye-catching, filled with holy might. That's, Xianyu only felt his mouth and tongue dry up. His throat was in pain, and bitterness was written all over his face. This is a saint's Tao, which can only be obtained by a saint slayer, and it cannot be transferred. Jotong really didn't lie. He was the guest minister. He was the supreme strength saint slayer. At that thought, his face became incomparably fierce. Since he has been offended to the end, this son must not be retained. Listen to the old man's order. All killing moves operate at the same time. All of you attack with me. For the sake of the clan, this thief will be cut down. Jotong laughed. You're the ones who started it, so don't blame me for using a saint. Master, work. Chapter 155. It's not that I can't afford to let you go, but the soul-searching technique is more cost-effective. The sky is long, and the 10 directions shine together. The endless killing aura piled up and reached its limit, enough to shatter a person. Jotong, however, was light-hearted and gazed at Xianyu, the mockery at the corner of his mouth undisguised. Little, no matter how great your means are, you will die here today, old bastard. Since you can scream so well, I'll let you be the last one to go to hell. As soon as these words came out, the other party's pupils suddenly contracted, and an unpleasant feeling welled up in their hearts. Impossible. No matter what, he's just a brat. The old man has already set up the 9 heavens and 10 earths killing formation here. What's more, there are so many experts. As long as the saints don't come out, killing him should be as easy as a slap in the face. He kept listing his advantages in his mind, as if this would give him infinite courage to finally make up his mind. Humph, bluffing is useless. Do it for me. A command issued is like crashing through the gates of hell. The killing array operated. The airship gathered momentum, and a group of experts struck out at the same time, with a tacit understanding to the point of natural perfection. It was like the sun had fallen. The light was great, and Xianyu also struck out at the same time, and this might was enough to kill a half-saint powerhouse. Just then, a slender and graceful figure flashed by and blocked Jotong's face. The wind and splendor of the world is enchanting. Even the light was much slower, stopping for that stunning face. Muranga! Xianyu's heart beat wildly, and immediately afterward, his complexion became more and more hideous. What can you do if you show up? After all, you are not a saint. You can't change the situation. You can only accompany him to his death. Not a saint? Morongya revealed a meaningful smile before her expression became incomparably cold. The Jade Clearance sect's desire to behead Jotong had completely touched her scales. She will show no mercy. With just a sweep of his long sleeve, the 9-colored glazed divine light spread out, enveloping everything in a 100-mile radius. All the killing formations, the airships all had nowhere to hide, and in the moment of collapse, endless cries of despair came out. Ah, what is this? Short and intense. The screams and explosions were interspersed with a horrific impact. Bang, 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 bang. Spaceships blow up, kill arrays, people die. Everything was done in a matter of moments. The void was hazy with blood and mist, floating with limbs and broken arms, presenting a hellish scene. It seemed to confirm Jotong's prophetic words just now. Xianyu really did survive, and he was the only one from the Jade Clearance sect who survived. Is it still a barricade? Jotong condescendingly asked. At this moment, the other party had already collapsed, only feeling that his blood was frozen, and his entire body was filled with fear. He saw the saints. No, even a saint couldn't do this step, but Morongya did. What kind of groundbreaking stupidity has he done? Surrounding a saint, and the best of saints at that, he had invited big trouble for the Jade Clearance sect. No, now he could no longer care about the matter of the clan. The priority was that he had to survive. Spare my life, I know I'm wrong. He was kneeling in the void, trembling unceasingly, his face as pale as snow. What to do with it? Morongya looked at Jotong, leaving the other party's life and death to him to decide. You can't kill the old man. The old man is at least your former elder. To make a move against me you are committing treason and will be spurned by the whole world. Slaughter him, Jotong said without hesitation. Not knowing when, he had become extremely disgusted with the means of moral abduction. Morongya nodded slightly, and a 9-colored stream of light struck out, rushing towards Xianyu. You guys are forcing my hand. He looked hideous and hissed in a jealous rage. We're not trying to force you. We're trying to kill you. As the words fell, the 9-colored glazed light struck his body. At this moment, no matter how many thousands of means he had, he could not block the strike, and was directly penetrated through the defense, stirring up his organs and bowels. Aha! He screamed loudly, blood spurting from his 7 orifices, his half-saint strength gone, and was pinched by Jotong's neck and directly captured on the spot. Little you let go of me. In desperation, he couldn't help but curse angrily, his face filled with shame and anger. Old thing, as you are the Jade Clearance sect's governing supreme elder, every personal disciple has to report to you in detail about themselves when they are initiated. Jotong said in a deep tone. You come and tell me. When I was picked up and returned to the Jade Clearance sect, did I have any tokens on me that could prove my identity? When these words came out, the other party's expression changed steeply before he left the site. I already know the answer. Little. So what if you know? I order you to let go of me quickly, or you'll never know the whereabouts of those things. Xian Yu looked like he had grabbed a life preserver, sticking his neck out in a threatening manner. There's no need to go through all that trouble. It's not that you can't afford to release you, but the soul-searching technique is more cost-effective. Soul-searching technique? With just you? Ha ha ha, I'm a half-sane powerhouse. My spiritual power is immense. How do you... Before the words left his mouth, his body convulsed, as if he had suffered extreme torture. A few moments later, Jotong's face sank into the water and he got the information he wanted. On the contrary, Xian Yu, a hallowed half-sane powerhouse, had already been tortured and cried out in pain. Where was there any semblance of a high-ranking person? Please let me go. From today onwards I'll be your lackey. As long as I can live. Just you deserve to be a dog? It's better to finally play a little bit for me. Jotong laughed coldly as he raised his left hand, and a miniature formation popped out, enveloping the opponent's body. The living deadly silence formation. That's right, the sub-formation that Zhao Wutian had carved didn't disappear, but rather, it was commandeered by him. Ah, no. My body, my power, my soul. Xian Yu's fear accumulated to an extreme point, eventually breaking through the boundaries and transforming into thick resentment. Demon seed, evil devil, how dare you use such tactics against Lao Fu? You really are a scum that everyone should kill. Hearing this, Jotong just smiled gently. You're really old and confused. This is a proper and decent human tactic. It's just perfect to use against a moralistic old bastard like you. Just a poof was heard, and a wisp of robbed ash was added to the sky and earth. Jotong looked at the amber-colored half-sane origin and, without hesitation, turned himself into a furnace and refined it directly. The process wasn't too long, not even half an hour, and strong fluctuations surged out from his body, stepping on the broken chopping sky, alternating life and death. Everything was so watertight, only to see his gaze like electricity, sweeping over the mountains. Everything withered. With another snap of the fingers, the earth springs to life, the grass sprouts, and is full of life again. This kind of tactic made Run Hanqing feel shocked. This was not like a cultivator who was new to the realm of life and death, but rather like one who had pondered over this realm for a long time and had completely eaten through it. In the Jade Clearance sect, 9 levels below ground, a figure suddenly opened its eyes. This was the Jade Clearance sect's patriarch, who had been in seclusion for several years and had finally gained results. Everything is ready. Today this throne will become a saint. Chapter 156, the Yuqing sect was robbed. Who drove Jotong away? Xianhuang Mountain. Yuqing sect. The originally clear and incomparable sky suddenly exploded, and the clouds in the sky were torn to shreds, startling everyone. What's going on? A group of elders rushed up to the sky with a look of astonishment on their faces. Immediately after, a wisp of holy might filled the air, turning into a multicolored Rui Xia, and proceeded to infuse from above, directly seeping into the ground. This is clearly the aura of a saint. Could it be that there is a supreme powerhouse who wants to target the Jade Clearance sect? The young elder said shakily, and received a slap immediately afterward. Asterisk 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 off. The figure at the level of the supreme elder walked out with a wild joy on his face. This is the patriarch coming out of the gate, about to break through to sainthood. When these words came out, the crowd first froze, then cheered wildly. Saints! Saints! Saint! Other than that, if the patriarch became a saint, he would become the only saint in the 3 Qing domain other than the chief law enforcement officer. When the chief law enforcement's lifespan was exhausted, he would be the strongest person in this heaven and earth. At that time, both the Taiqing sect and the Shangqing sect would have to bow down, and the Jade Clearance sect would be able to be the only one. Boom! The earth exploded steeply, and an elegant figure soared above the sky in the white sun. This person was none other than the Jade Clearance sect's patriarch, Wu Zhan. One could only see that this patriarch had an ordinary appearance and could not even be found in a crowd. But at this moment, he looked extremely extraordinary. Transcendence is not just talk. Once one crossed into that realm, both their cultivation and temperament would change drastically. Greetings, sovereign. For a time, the mountains of people all knelt down in reverence and awe, not daring to look directly at the face of the soon-to-be saint. Immediately afterward, Wu Zhan's voice came from above. This seat has been in seclusion for several years and has finally accomplished something. Now it's only one step away from becoming a saint. So as long as we can get through the doom and gloom, it will be foolproof. These words made many people's hearts tighten. The doom of becoming a saint was extraordinary. There were great dangers in it, and I don't know how many supreme figures at the peak of half-sainthood had perished here. there is no need for you all to worry. Seemingly seeing the hidden worries of the crowd, Wu Zhan laughed softly and said, this seat has long prepared a method to deal with this, and a mere calamity is not worth mentioning. For a while, the admiration in the hearts of the crowd surged even more, and it had reached a point where it was hard to contain. I told you, the patriarch will definitely be able to turn misfortune into good fortune. Hee hee, this is a great joy. You guys say if some traitor sees it, will he repent his bowels? Someone sneered and mentioned Zhou Tong's name. What's the point of mentioning that bereaved man on a happy day? Look at his condescending demeanor, as if the Jade Clearance sect won't survive after leaving him. Ha, that's exactly right. The facts show that the Jade Clearance sect will be better off without him. Some mocked the revelry, and naturally, others looked downcast, hiding their anger well. Senior brother is definitely not that kind of person. Losing him would be a loss for the entire Jade Clearance sect. Alright, this seat has reached the critical moment for a breakthrough. Come on people, call Zhou Tong over to me, Wu Zhan said in a loud voice, but it made the crowd dumbfounded. What's he being called for on this big day? One of the supreme elders asked with an ugly face. Don't you guys know that Zhou Tong is the Jinshi physique that this sect values? The patriarch was a bit impatient, but continued to explain, as long as that brat is refined, this seat will be able to ward off all calamities. I asked Quicksilver to take him as a disciple just to wait for this day to come. When these words came out, the crowd was struck by lightning. So that's what Zhou Tong is for. People remembered how the patriarch had once favored him, but now it seemed clear that it was an illusion in disguise. As a result, many people instantly felt pity for Zhou Tong. Go on, what are you guys still standing here for? Wu Zhan urged loudly. Reporting back to Patriarch, Zhou Tong has already been expelled from the division by Mo Lushu. The Supreme Elder said stiffly. What? You losers, why didn't you stop it then? Patriarch, calm your anger. We have already dispatched manpower to capture Zhou Tong. I believe it will be soon. It's too late. Wu Zhan directly interrupted him. Fortunately, this seat has made second-hand preparations. Go and bring over the 7-star blue blood lotus. When these words came out, the elders again showed constipated expressions. The 7-star blue blood lotus was also sent out by Mo Lushu. Put. Hearing this, Wu Zhan sprayed out a mouthful of blood, and a hideous color flashed in his eyes. Since that's the case, then we can only use the phaseless Linglong bead, although it's a bit of a waste. It's worth it to make this seat a saint. The crowd looked at each other without saying a word. It shouldn't be that even the phaseless Linglong pearl has been. After receiving an affirmative answer, Wu Zhan's features twisted as he had gone to the edge of going off the deep end. I'll settle the score with you guys later. Hurry up and sacrifice the life tags of all the elders in the sect to bear the calamity for this seat. These words finally caused several of the supreme elders to react. Just by flashing his body, one of them hauled out hundreds of elders' life tags from the life protection pavilion. Not only could these fate tags indicate the life and death of a certain elder, but they also contained a trace of my own origin power in them. Just enough to be used to protect his life through the tribulation. Without delay, the supreme elders immediately set up the formation, only to see those jade tiles flying in the air while facing Wu Zhan, casting a beam of soft light. Under its illumination, Wu Zhan's situation became much more stable and seemed to really have a tendency to cross the threshold of the tribulation, which made the hearts of the crowd feel greatly relieved. Zhou Tong dared to leave the sect without the permission of this seat. This behavior is no different from a traitor. After this seat becomes a saint, I will definitely drop punishment on him as a warning to others, Wu Zhan said with a ferocious expression. As soon as the words fell, a sudden change occurred. Just a click was heard, and a jade tablet of a strong life and death realm member suddenly cracked and turned into powder. Ah! Someone cried out in alarm and trepidation. Don't panic, it's just one death. No big deal. Wu Zhan looked indifferent. To him who was about to become a saint, the life and death realm was like a mole cricket, not worth mentioning at all. Snap! Immediately after that, a series of loud sounds came, heralding the simultaneous perishing of a large number of half-life and death realm powerhouses, causing the crowd to reveal horrified expressions. Steady me! Wu Zhan was furious, and his breath radiated out, eventually controlling the formation. Whoever ate the guts of a dog dared to kill an elder of my sect. When I become a saint, before the words even left his mouth, the reincarnation realm level jade token began to crumble. Not one or two, but a dozen. Damn it, what the hell is going on? Wu Zhan roared. He wasn't worried for those dead elders, but for his own great cause of becoming a saint. Steady, steady. He took a deep breath and eyed the 5 jade tiles at the top. That was the Jade Clearance sect's half-saint level fortune card, and as long as it wasn't destroyed, it would still be able to protect him from becoming a saint. He just didn't believe that in this acreage of the 3 pristine realms, there was anyone else who could kill a half-saint powerhouse. Chapter 157, Fearful Chi sweeps through the Jade Clearance sect. Ka-ching! A small ringing sound came, completely shattering Wu Zhan's last illusion. He could only see his eyes widening in anger as he stared deathly at the jade tablet at the top that was about to shatter, and could not help but hiss out in anger. Who killed Elder Xian Yu? The words fell. The cracks on that jade tablet then spread steeply and finally exploded into a puddle of pieces. It was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. The entire grand formation burst with a loud bang, no longer able to sustain itself. A horrifying shockwave swept through the Jade Clearance sect. Everyone was hardly spared and was affected. A mouthful of blood sprayed out furiously. The patriarch at the center of the large formation was even the first to bear the brunt of the attack, as he endured the strongest backlash and was directly cut off from the path to sainthood. No! His voice was then filled with despair, anger and fear. Angry that his path was cut off. The fear was the failure of sainthood and the incomparably terrifying calamity that would greet him. As expected, the 3 plagues and 4 tribulations came as expected. The perishing calamity that destroys the physical body and the undesirable calamity that invites nightmares attacked together and ran through his entire body. He was seen falling through the air, his body burning with black flames. When one fails to become a saint and cross the tribulation, not only do they have to suffer the 3 plagues and 4 catastrophes, but they also have the additional punishment that they will turn into a fallen one. These black flames are the fallen fury. In short, the 3 plagues and 4 calamities only target the transgressor himself, while the fallen bane affects the surrounding area, turning it into a no-go zone within a 100-mile radius. Therefore, cultivators who failed to cross the sacred tribulation were all extremely dangerous, and anyone who came close would suffer. Fruity. Only a booming sound could be heard as the fallen bane exploded, and flying black flames fell like rain, enveloping the entire Jade Clearance sect. Miserable screams connected heaven and earth, and whether it was an elder or a disciple, a look of fear was written all over their faces. Although this fallen bane was not fatal, it would directly burn vitality and cultivation, and once stained, it would become a maggot attached to the bone, and unless it was extinguished directly with great means, this negative effect would not be eliminated on its own even after leaving the forbidden zone. This time, the fury chi erupted and almost brought the Jade Clearance sect to an end in one pot. Of course there were exceptions. The White Crane Fairy was like nothing. The baneful chi actively avoided her, and there were some disciples who were not affected by the impact, staring stonily at the calamity around them. The word destiny is a mysterious one. These disciples were the group that had escorted Zhou Tong away. They were surprisingly blessed outside the underworld, and the calamities did not add to their bodies. Jumping out beyond karma, Red Dust Mountain, outside the Acacia sect, only a poof could be heard, and Zhou Tong couldn't help but laugh. What are you laughing at? Zhang Chuxiao asked curiously. Nothing, just thought of something interesting. Zhou Tong looked in the direction of the Jade Clearance sect and revealed a mocking smile. Just now that place had a holy might lingering around it, and immediately afterward it perished, and the fallen fury arose afterward. One can figure out with one's toes what's going on. Old dog, you've finally gotten your comeuppance, he sneered in his mind. Ever since he had used the soul-searching technique on Xianyu, he had learned many hidden secrets that he hadn't even known in his previous life. That Jade Clearance sect's patriarch looked kind and benevolent and took good care of him, but in fact, he was looking at his suppression fury system. In his eyes, Zhou Tong was a great medicine for crossing the threshold, and if there was a hurdle that he could not pass, he would not hesitate to refine Zhou Tong and use it to save his life. Fortunately, in his previous life, Wu Zhan had been blessed with great fortune and had crossed the sainthood tribulation by virtue of himself, but this life was ultimately different, and it was as if his good fortune had ceased to exist after Zhou Tong had left. At this point, Wu Zhan was bound to have been caught in a life and death dilemma. Just like the Sword Saint's lover, it is difficult to return unless you find the fawn-scented pouch or use the Weiling Moral protecting spell. Of course, there is another way to go. The corners of Zhou Tong's mouth rose as a slender figure appeared in his mind. His former third senior sister, Xian Shuiwei. This person was the granddaughter of the Supreme Elders Xian Yu, worshipping Emoliosu as her teacher after Xia Hongso, and herself was still a legendary false saint body. The false sacred body, on the other hand, has the ability to absorb and dissolve the demonic energy. When Zhou Tong was around, this kind of dirty work was not her turn, but now that Zhou Tong was not only gone, but even her backer had turned to dust, I wondered if she would still be able to maintain her once laid-back and lofty stance. In his days, the red dust had already driven onto the Harmony clan. Home at last. Xian Tianjiuhua formation. Open it for me. With a command, the boundary of the large formation was withdrawn, and the red dust ship slowly drove in. Hiss. Morongya couldn't help but suck in cool air. It had only been a few days since they had seen each other, and the Acacia sect had changed drastically. It's no longer as barren as it once was, with broken walls as far as the eye can see. Now it has been refreshed. The cave is lined up in a forest. The house is dignified. There is a hint of the grandeur that was once there. This is who did this. My lord. Master. Lu Yen was happy as a child as she raised her arms below. The red dust landed beside her and the crowd disembarked, looking her up and down. Did you do these? The Devil Emperor all asked with some curiosity. Well, I have nothing to do, so I just did it. But of course the formation master helped me a lot. The formation grandmaster she was referring to was the Xian Tian Zhuohua formation, which had now been born with a spirit. Even so, it's a bit beyond the pale. Zhou Tong looked around and froze. In less than a month's time to make the Acacia sect look like this, could this Lu Yen be an innate earth and wood saint body? Buzzing. Right at this moment, the Xian Tian Zhuohua grand formation suddenly emitted a sound, and a ripple spread across the void towards Zhou Tong and the others. A moment later, several people revealed odd expressions. This big formation was actually asking for favors from Zhou Tong, just like a small child pampering his parents who had returned from an outing. Hooray! White suddenly appeared and punched the sky. The ripples in the sky shattered at the same time, and little White revealed a smug expression. It seems to say, I'm the firstborn son, and you, the commoner's son, need to take liberties. The crowd was even more surprised, never expecting that two psychic bodies with intelligence would learn to compete for favor. This was an unheard of big event. Okay, I won't shortchange you, Zhou Tong said soothingly, although I didn't bring you anything good this time. It won't be long before I can help you dig back a vein of earth. Buzz. The large formation trembled as if it was filled with joy, and it even transformed into a hand seal in the air to pull the hook with Zhou Tong. Well. Zhou Tong smiled helplessly and could only cooperate in the end. Hala. Kahaku growled in displeasure, signaling the other to stop in moderation. Senior brother. Earth veins aren't that easy to find. I'm afraid that the good ones have already been occupied by large sections, Zhang Chuqiao said with a frown. I know, just go grab it. Zhou Tong's sight looked toward the Xianhuang mountain. Wasn't it readily available? Chapter 158, Rewarding Merit. Re-establishing the Acacia sect. The doggone jade clearance sect. It even has 9 earth veins. It is simply luxurious to the point of human and God's wrath. Perhaps it is precisely because things will be contrary to the extreme, expensive and easy to injure. Yu Qing sect will suffer this calamity. Based on the tenet of being benevolent and loving people, Zhou Tong decided to disregard his former enmity and help the Yu Qing sect to dissolve the root cause of the disaster. And none of the 9 earth veins were going to be left for them. The Xian Tian Zhuohua grand formation roared and trembled, filled with joy. It told Zhou Tong that if it could gather all 9 earth veins, it would be able to evolve on the ground and become a saint-level formation. This result is full of temptation. Saint-level formations were no longer humanly possible to create. It must be born from the peak of the 9th level of the great formation after the birth of the spirit, and then absorb the essence of heaven and earth, the sun and the moon, with a variety of blessed coincidence in order to evolve and become. Once it became a saint-level formation, the Shen Tian Zhuohua formation would be able to get rid of geographical limitations, and could even carry the Acacia sect to move around at will, like a large red dust ship. Not only that, but the success will inevitably give birth to other features that you can't help but fantasize about. It's settled. Zhou Tong clapped his hands and said, he was sure that it wouldn't take long for the Jade Clearance sect to send someone to his door to ask him to step in and resolve the fury. It was just a pity that Zhou Tong was no longer the capricious outlet he once was. Instead, it's an absolute killer that can kill them. I declare. Right at this moment, Morongya suddenly said, only to see her slender posture, walking to the front of the crowd with a solemn and dignified look. Seeing her like this, several people all curbed their smiles and straightened their bodies in preparation to listen. Even Ren Hanqing was no exception. From today onwards, my Acacia sect shall restore its former glory. The crowd couldn't help but tremble at these words. Indeed, it was time for the Acacia sect to have a saint in its midst, and rising again was the nail in the coffin. I shall reopen the Sovereign Hall, the 16 Elders Hall and the 32 Cave Heavenly Mansions to announce our return to the world, Morongya said in a firm tone. This is the pattern of the Acacia sect in the past. Ren Hanqing hung her head and explained, the Patriarch Hall is the Patriarch's palace. The Elder Hall is the residence of important elders, and the 32 cave mansions are the accommodations for outstanding disciples and ordinary elders. It dawned on the crowd, but Great Patriarch, such a large project must consume great resources, and not only are we short on numbers, but we are also short on funds, so I'm afraid it will be difficult to carry out. Lu Yen said cautiously, raising the crux of the matter. Don't worry, we have enough resources now. Morongya smiled submissively and winked playfully at Zhou Tong. Zhou Tong couldn't help it. This was looking at his small treasury. Before she left the heavenly Dao domain, the Empress had rearranged the river and mountain Ding Ding seal. She also said that Zhou Tong would always be her guest secretary, and to show her sincerity, she directly gifted a third of the national treasury to Zhou Tong. That's 30 billion top-grade spirit stones. This terrifying resource was enough to rebuild the Acacia sect dozens of times. On the way back, Jotong had discussed the matter of rebuilding the clan with Moronya. Jotong even poked fun at her. The head of a clan, a hallowed saint, even reaches out to ask for money from a disciple. Do you know you're not ashamed? Who was Moronya directly brutal, following the teeth marks left before and biting again. You're the backbone of the clan, and my entire being is yours now. So what's wrong with using your money? Jotong was directly helpless and could only be slaughtered. Jotong, Moronya suddenly shouted. I am. From today onwards, you will be in charge of the first Elders Hall. You can take charge of matters of all sizes up and down the clan. Apart from me, your words have the highest authority. Thank you, Master. Jotong laughed and answered. Zhang Chuqiao, I am. You will be the master of the second Elders Hall. When you set the rules and take charge of the rewards and punishments up and down the clan. Thank you, Master. Sacred Heart. Upon hearing the call out of the name, the Sacred Heart Demon Sovereign's heart tip trembled and he stepped forward with a face full of joy. Although you and I do not have the name of Master and Disciple, but the line of the Heavenly Tao domain, you are extremely meritorious. Are you willing to worship me as a teacher? I do. Without the slightest hesitation, the Sacred Heart Demon Sovereign decisively agreed. Then from today, you are the Elder of the Fifth Hall, in charge of the sect's secret books. No mistakes. Moronya smiled. The Red Dust sect didn't fall behind. All kinds of canonical books were still intact. Now they could finally see the light of day. And from now on, they would have more canonical books. Disciple obeys. Thank you, Patriarch. The Sacred Heart Demoness was happy. When she was first reborn, she was still worried about how to integrate into the human race. In the end, but he didn't even use it for a month before mixing it up to become a top elder of a saintly sect. He didn't suffer at all. What's the meaning of a man of good fortune has his own destiny? This is. She looked towards the empty third and fourth halls. She didn't need to think about it to know that they were prepared for the little demoness and Long Lingyun, for which she didn't have the slightest heart. Lu Yen, Archprelate, you called for me? Lu Yen pointed her finger at herself and asked incredulously, not realizing that Moronya's eyes could still put down an inferior like her. You've been meritorious in building the clan, and you've never left it, so you can be inducted into the 16th Elder Hall and take charge of the subsequent construction of the clan. The little woman thanks the Patriarch for his great kindness, which cannot be repaid with her liver and brain. Seeing this scene, Ran Hanqing became anxious. And me? You? Moronya looked over, and the cold harshness in her eyes made her shiver. I know I'm in the wrong, but didn't we agree before that if I help save people, you'll write off what happened? As soon as these words came out, the chill gradually dissipated. Moronya was also a bit helpless. Ran Hanqing did have merit, but it was not enough to offset the guilt she once had. But back when they traveled to the Heavenly Tao domain, it was difficult for all of them to protect themselves, and in order to be able to save Zhang Chuqiao and pull in as many helpers as possible, Moronya made that promise to Ran Hanqing. Aren't you the Indulgence sect's patriarch? Moronya asked with narrowed eyes. I'm going to disband the Indulgence sect and let the disciples return here. They were originally disciples of the Acacia sect. You wouldn't not want them, would you? Humph. Of course I won't refuse. Since that's the case, you'll be inducted into the 15th hall and be in charge of the clan's enrollment matters. Many thanks, Master, many thanks. Patriarch. Ran Hanqing was uncharacteristically well behaved, and she knew that she could no longer compare to this senior sister. Don't think that I can rest easy without cleaning you up. Sooner or later we'll have to go to the sect, and when we see the face of Master Ancestor, let's see how you're going to explain to her. When these words came out, Ran Hanqing's face instantly turned pale. At my command, immediately set up a large flag to announce to the world that the Acacia sect has returned, and from today onwards we will sit here and start enrolling students, and we will not refuse any geniuses from all sides. Boom! With the sound of a thunderbolt, the flag of the Harmony Middle was planted on the summit of Red Dust Mountain. This large flag was an instrument of Qi, a symbol of the sect, the most important sign. This scene was seen by all the forces in the Eastern continent. On that day, the world shook. Chapter 159, Life and Death Split Balance. Master developed again? The Acacia sect became busy. Everyone was busy in their own way. And yet two people became more and more available. In the Patriarch's hall, Jotong lay on Moronya's lap. It looks like it's taking a break. Actually, it's practicing the art of rooming in. Cultivating in this state could achieve twice the result with half the effort. Only the acacia locks were seen wrapped around the two, making them indistinguishable from each other. Moronya looked at Jotong with affection and was familiarizing herself with the power of the sage. Jotong, on the other hand, used this power to try to realize the realm of selflessness. There was a clear cultivation limit for wanting to arrive at the realm of selflessness. If you are not holy, You do not know me, so you do not know no self. He had to reach at least the half-saint realm to be qualified to step into the realm of the selfless. Life and death realm, the difference was still too far. Fortunately, he had adjusted his mindset in time, and the most important thing at the moment was to take one step at a time, crossing over life and death, then reincarnation, and then arriving at the half-saint. For other cultivators, the life and death realm was a huge watershed. After this, it was no longer enough to rely on qualifications alone. One must also be enlightened enough to become stronger. It is only by comprehending life and death and the cycle of reincarnation that one can transcend the mortal world. However, these hurdles had become null and void to Zhou Tong, and he would not encounter any bottlenecks until he became an emperor. As long as there was enough energy to support him, he could raise his cultivation realm at any time, and in the realm of life and death. In order to upgrade, not only did one need to absorb the aura of the heavens and earth, but one also needed to absorb the vitality and death aura. The vitality was simple, and all kinds of heavenly materials were available. Plus he was an alchemist, so it could be said to be a handful. But beyond that, there are easier ways. Find the enemy, grab it in one hand, and then refine it in a moment. That's what's really cool. Without trying, since he had blood sacrificed Xianyu to step into the realm of life and death, he had finally experienced the thrill of the evil way. Ugh, what an evil way. That's an authentic human path. As the saying goes, if you use good, you're good. If you use evil, you're evil. So what's wrong with refining the enemy? Utilizing waste is a virtue. Isn't it up to us to decide what is good or evil? For a moment, he was enlightened, as if he had broken through some kind of barrier. Boom! A pounding sound emanated from his heart, and he felt nothing but relief. It is because he has found his self and taken the first step towards the realm of the selfless. What is the self? I want to do it. I go for it. I don't regret it. That's just who I am. Let's do this from today onwards. Whichever one dares to be my enemy will have his flesh refined and his spirit thrown into the underworld furnace, arranging for him to be clear, without wasting half of it. As soon as the words were spoken, it was time to move on to the double happiness. Only Zhou Tong's brow was glowing as the realm of no sense was once again in operation. Tranfa begins. The creation of the law is over. Countless runes danced in his mind, presenting a new jutsu. Split the balance between life and death. All things have the chi of life and death within their bodies, and by using this jutsu, one could distribute the chi of life and death within the area of the spiritual powers cage at will. The simpler the introduction, the more counterintuitive the effect. From now on, if you wanted to take your enemy's life, you wouldn't even need the blood sacrifice formation. With just a thought, one can gather the vitality of others into oneself. It is also possible to gather dead energy and cast an instant death effect on someone. What's even scarier is that the range where it can happen is the range where the mental power envelopes. Isn't this just made for him? His mental power could easily cover 1,000 miles, which meant that he could make someone come to life from 1,000 miles away with just a thought. Or he could make someone who was alive and kicking turn into a pile of white bones in an instant. Of course there are limits to this. The more powerful an individual was, the harder it was to interfere with the chi of life and death within their body. And rightfully so. Otherwise, under the infinite accumulation of dead chi, even a saint would be dried out. This is wonderful. Is this the benefit of finding the self? I can't wait to experiment. Jade Clearance Sect. It's decided that it's you guys. Because he was too excited, Zhou Tong directly rolled over. Yikes. Moronya couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Only because Zhou Tong's face was already lying on her thighs. Little fellow, what kind of hooliganism are you playing if you don't cultivate properly? She pouted. Her cheeks flushed. Master, let me show you my newly created means. Zhou Tong jumped up with a flip, cupped his hand to form a magic seal, and struck out at Moronya with a palm strike. Split the balance between life and death. In an instant, a sea of vitality surged and merged into Moronya's body. This feeling is so comfortable. It's like I've become much younger, and some of the dark wounds on my body have been repaired. Moronya was glowing and her skin became more radiant and white as jade. Immediately afterward, however, her face changed violently, and she immediately bent over slightly, both hands covering her chest. What's wrong? Zhou Tong's heart shook and he immediately stopped moving. Well, for some reason, Master feels a bit of pain here, and a bit of swelling. Zhou Tong's body instantly tensed up. Is there a possibility, and I say just a possibility, that you are developing again? Ah, you little pervert. Moronya was so angry that she stomped her feet. Master is over 100 years old. How can she still? Snap. Moronya came to a screeching halt. Her pale skin instantly dyed red. She was on the verge of tears with shame. What again? Zhou Tong asked tentatively. Little fellow, Master's intimate apparel, seems to have been propped up. Hiss. Zhou Tong immediately covered his nose to prevent the nosebleed from spilling out. Having such an upside-down goblin master teacher by his side. Couldn't stand it at all. Xianhuang Mountain. Yuqing sect. Unlike the euphoria elsewhere, this was a dismal scene. The fallen bane enveloped the entire clan, burning both cultivation and vitality. Many of them had fallen a few small realms and aged nearly 10 years. Patriarch, save us. We're dying. Please, Patriarch. Exert great magic power and resolve the danger for the clan. Jiang Yuyo and Gu Hongxiu screamed the most joyfully, not because they had the heaviest bane on them, but they were used to being pampered on a regular basis and couldn't bear a little bit of torment. If Zhou Tong was here, they wouldn't have to be in such a sorry state at all. Shut up. This patriarch saves you. Who will save this patriarch? Wu Zhan stormed out, and he couldn't protect himself. Patriarch, have you forgotten that there is still a pseudo-saint body in our clan, with Zhou Tong gone? That person can also be put to use. It was suggested. These words immediately made Wu Zhan's eyes light up. That fake saint body was Mo Liushu's third disciple, the granddaughter of the supreme elder Xian Shuyu, among the 5 senior sisters in his previous life. This person was the most vicious towards Zhou Tong. No matter how many calamities Zhou Tong had carried off for her, she would not be grateful. Later on, she even took Zhou Tong's heartblood directly and hard in order to become a true sacred body, causing him to almost lose his life on several occasions. Now that Zhou Tong was gone, it was her turn to make sacrifices for the collective. Chapter 160, Universal Faith Giant Baby Xian Shuyu. The Emperor's heaven is not a burden. I can finally become a true sacred body. In the Jade Clearance Sect's retreat room, Xian Shuyu opened his eyes. Zhou Tong, you stinking licking dog, it's about time you contributed to this young lady. It was only seen clenching its fists, revealing a fierce look. People are always greedy. Being a false saint body was a lingering regret in her heart. Therefore, under Tang Qi's compulsion, she put her mind on Zhou Tong. She didn't feel the slightest psychological burden about it. Anyway, Zhou Tong always thought about pleasing them. Even if his flesh was cut off, he wouldn't have the slightest complaint. What a loser, she cursed. Not at all kind and innocent like Junior Brother. When I become a true saint body, I'll be able to dual cultivate with Junior Brother and help him break through the heaven-shattering realm. A trace of redness flashed across Xian Shuyu's face, and just then, someone knocked on the door of the retreat room. Who is it? Senior sister. The patriarch, his old man, has come out of the gate and asked you to immediately go forward to pay your respects. It's Uncle Sovereign. I'm on my way. She came out of the gate full of anticipation, and when she arrived at the square, she was so shocked by the scene before her that she fell to her knees. What's going on here? Looking at the fallen bane that was flying all over the sky, Xian Shuyu's face turned pale as he shunned it like a tiger. Girl! Just then, Wu Zhan's voice came, causing her to tremble. Uncle Sovereign, what's going on? How come even you? There's no need to say anything. The clan is at a time of crisis, and as a sacred body, you have the ability to absorb and purify the fatal qi. It's time for you to contribute to the clan. Hearing this, her face instantly turned white. It was clearly meant to make her a tool person. No, it can't be like this. My grandfather is a Taishang elder. I have an honorable status. I can't do this kind of lowly and dangerous work. Hearing this, a hint of mockery flashed in Wu Zhan's eyes. If Xian Yu was still alive, he indeed wouldn't have forced Xian Shuyu, but it was a pity that old thing was already dead. Even if the Supreme Elder is here, he will definitely put the clan first, so stop being capricious. Wu Zhan's tone became harsh, silencing the other party. No, Patriarch, it shouldn't be my turn. There's obviously that loser Zhou Tong. He's the most suitable tool to dissolve the demonic aura. Yes, we should call Zhou Tong over. He has rebelled against the sect. Someone said icily. What? In an instant, Xian Shuyu jumped, his intense anger surprisingly replacing his feelings of fear. How did that idiot dare? I haven't become a true sacred body yet. What right does he have? Did the sect treat him badly? What an ungrateful. Xian Shuyu completely broke her defenses and lost a loyal and useful licking dog, which made her a million times more sorry. More importantly, there was no one left to shield her from the disaster. Where is he now? Xian Shuyu asked with hatred, his eyes bloodshot as if he was insane. Red Dust Mountain. Acacia sect, someone said in reply. Very well, to have run there. I think he's living out of his mind. Patriarch, please give me some time. I'll capture him back here, and then you can use him however you want. When these words came out, everyone looked at each other in disbelief. Sending so many people couldn't help Zhou Tong. What could she, a cultivator who wasn't even at the heaven-breaking realm, do? Please believe me, I have Zhou Tong's handle in my hand. He wouldn't dare disobey me. Good then, I'll give you this chance. I hope you won't let the clan down. After Wu Zhan thought about it, he actually agreed. After all, Zhou Tong's physique was much stronger than that pseudo-saint body. If he could really trick him back, Not only could he dissolve the demonic aura of this place, but even the calamity on him could be resolved. At that time, sainthood will be easy. I'm on my way. Without saying a word, Xian Shuyu performed his body technique and immediately set off. Isn't that a bit wrong? If she escapes halfway through, don't worry. This girl is a giant baby. She has long been spoiled into a wreck by Xianyu, Mo Lushu and Zhou Tong. If she leaves the clan, she doesn't even have the ability to survive alone. In order to be able to continue to reign supreme in the sect, she will definitely fight to the best of her ability to serve us, worthy of a patriarch. For a while, the sound of slipping and sliding was continuous. Outside the Acacia sect, there was a prosperous scene. Countless artisans were constructing and building here, and there were also countless young disciples converging here, lining up in a long line, ready to accept the examination for joining the sect. Right at this moment, a curse filled with resentment came out steeply. Zhou Tong, get your ass out here. When these words came out, it was like a shocking thunderbolt, attracting countless horrified gazes. To dare to be so reckless in front of the Acacia sect, one could only say that this person was too hardened for life. Where did you come from? How dare you insult the Grand Elder? I think you are looking for death. The newly recruited guards were not accustomed to her, holding iron rods and directly slashing at her head. Aha! Xian Shuyu was instantly knocked backwards and spat out blood, and was completely no match for the two heaven-splitting realms. Yet instead of begging for mercy, she cursed even harder. You two lowly watchdogs, Zhou Tong has to grovel when he sees me. Believe it or not, I'll order him to waste you later. How dare you curse. The two guards also came up in flames. They were on their first day of duty today. Do you know how difficult the examination of the Acacia sect is? As long as one is able to get on the job, both the welfare benefits and the leniency of the rules are enough to envy others. Now that this crazy woman is making such a mess, it's like she doesn't treat the Grand Master as a human being, and if they're dismissed for poor guarding, who should they talk to? For a while the two of them hit harder, directly breaking several bones for Xian Shuyu. Stop it. Just then, a voice came, causing the two guards to immediately stand up straight. Greetings, Great Elder. Zhou Tong, you finally dare to come out. These two traitors have just disrespected me. I order that you must punish them severely. No problem. Zhou Tong looked at the two of them and said with a smile, after all your hard work, you can go and tell the second elder right now that from today onwards, your rewards will be doubled again. When these words came out, Xian Shuyu's pupils suddenly shrunk. How dare you disobey me? I have something on you. Oh, might as well say it. Zhou Tong also came to be interested. Then you shouldn't blame me for not being polite. Xian Shuyu raised her chin proudly, as if she was certain of Zhou Tong. I saw it all back then. There were many portraits of eldest sister in your room. You're crushing on eldest sister, right? What a nasty thing. Do you think she'd be even more disgusted with you if I told her the secret? Chapter 161, Xian Shuyu, 3 words, let Zhou Tong beat me 18 times. This statement hardened Zhou Tong's control for more than 10 seconds. When he slowed down, all he felt was a lurch in his stomach. It had been a long time since I had been so stomach-churning, and this woman had disgusted him twice with a single sentence, which was a talent. Why don't you say anything? You realize you're scared now? Seeing Zhou Tong's ugly face, Xian Shuyu thought that his threat had worked and became even more condescending. Know what this is? Zhou Tong raised a hand. It's just a stinky paw. What's there to show off? True enough, but it's about to get a whole lot stinkier because it's about to slap you in the face. In a flash of lightning, Zhou Tong directly struck out, the slap spanning the distance of space and hitting the target squarely. Caught off guard, the bones in half of Xian Shuyu's face shattered, and like a broken sack being hit by a heavy hammer, he flew straight out. Aha! She fell to the ground, writhing like a maggot and letting out a vicious scream. One could only say that it was worthy of being a pseudo-saint body. The power of recovery was exceptional, and in a moment's effort, the broken bones showed signs of healing. Zhou Tong was satisfied. That makes the torture worthwhile. After finding his true self, his mindset changed dramatically. Previously, he held his own identity and didn't want to make much of a fuss with this group of mole crickets, only wanting to draw a line in the sand. Now he's changed his mind. The first priority is to make themselves feel good. Once the revenge, past grievances, cannot just write off, must make those people double pay back. Today he realized that he had understood it all wrong before. He used to think that if he wanted to become an emperor, he had to cut off the past. No worries, no fear, no anger, no grudges. But now it seems to be all bull asterisk 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 asterisk. If you can't even punish the guilty, what kind of law can you practice and what kind of emperor can you become? Is it wrong to be greedy? Is it wrong to not be able to let go? With greed as the boat, anger as the oar, and dementia as the rolling waves, one can pass through the vast sea of suffering and reach the other shore of liberation. Now wanting to kill Xian Shuyu and avenge his past life was as easy as a slap in the face, simpler than crushing an ant, but he wasn't going to do that. Letting these bastards die so quickly is putting them on welfare. Only a blunt knife cutting flesh hurts. Zhou Tong just wanted to see the miserable faces of these people who were begging for life and death. You dare to hit me. Do you know what will happen? Before the words fell, Zhou Tong appeared in front of him. How is it possible? How can he be so fast? Xian Shuyu said with alarm, finally realizing that something was wrong. She had half a foot in the heaven-shattering realm now, far surpassing the geniuses of her generation. But Zhou Tong's oppressive feeling was like a huge mountain that left her breathless. I'm curious to see what will happen. As the words fell, Zhou Tong kicked her in the chest. Only a bang could be heard, and all of her chest ribs exploded, and without even being able to let out a scream, she was kicked 2.5 feet into the air and then crashed down. Without waiting for her to land on the ground, Zhou Tong caught her in the air again and slapped her 18 times, plus 120 punches, crushing all the bones in her body. Puff! Accompanied by a muffled sound, Xian Shuyu finally landed on the ground. At this time, her eyes were godless, her purple skirt was already wet, and she was actually beaten into incontinence. It stinks. With a disgusted look on his face, Zhou Tong lifted his foot and stepped on her face, twisting it viciously. The piercing shouts resounded through the heavens once again. Where the hell are my consequences? Why haven't I gotten my comeuppance for hitting you like that? Did I not do enough? I'm going to break you into pieces so that you'll never be able to live. Ugh, seems like it really wasn't enough. Then, Zhou Tong laughed cruelly as the harmony lock shot into the distance, directly moving a mountain. The projection of the mountain shrouded down, obscuring Xian Shuyu's entire person. Is this enough? No, no, no. The other side finally felt fear. Not enough? It's a greedy guy. Boom! The giant mountain fell, easily crushing Xian Shuyu into crumbs. Yes, Zhou Tong said freely in his heart, but the next moment he revealed a mocking smile. Golden cicada shell removal talisman. I already knew that old thing would leave you a backhand to save your life. It's just a pity that you met me. Whoosh! A materialized sword chi then shot out, pinning the intact Xian Shuyu to the tree. You can't kill me. Otherwise my grandfather. Zhou Tong revealed an impatient expression. His fingertip pressed against the other party's brow, and a mental shot was shot over. This was the most painful punishment in the world. And after the screams, Xian Shuyu's eyes finally became much clearer. Please stop torturing me. I can help you pursue eldest sister. Those words were so disgusting that Zhou Tong rewarded her with another soul shock. Zhou Tong. Sir Zhou. I'm willing to be your maid. Zhou Tong had goosebumps all over his body. This was even more disgusting. It had to be hit hard. Master, I'm your obedient dog. I really know I'm wrong. Xian Shuyu was devastated, wondering when Zhou Tong had become so violent, like a demon. But here's where things got strange. After being tortured, her aversion to Zhou Tong turned out to be much less, and a strange feeling rose in her heart instead. That's more like it. So tell me, what did you come to see me about? Zhou Tong smiled at the corner of his mouth, and even though he already knew the other party's intentions, he pretended to be oblivious. Xian Shuyu's eyes flickered, no longer daring to tell the truth. The clan's senior brothers and sisters miss you and asked me to invite you back for a visit. Funny reason. Zhou Tong scoffed in his mind, but he did have a reason why he had to go. The Jade Clearance sect's land veins had to be robbed. Those who loved their senior brothers and sisters had to be taken away, and those who were left had to receive heavier punishments. Good. I really should get back to it. 2. Zhou Tong was thunderous and agreed directly, and after checking in with his master and sister, he was ready to depart. Looking at his back, a vicious color flashed in Xian Shuyu's eyes. Bastard animal, when we get to the Jade Clearance sect, I'll make you pay back tenfold. Xian Huang Mountain, Yuqing sect, Patriarch, there is great joy. Xian Shuyu really brought Zhou Tong back. A look of ecstasy immediately appeared on Wu Zhan's face. Truly God has helped me, he yelled. On my command, activate the clan protection formation. When that traitor returns, not a fly will be allowed in, not a mosquito will be allowed out. I'll make it hard for him to escape. Hearing this, Fairy White Crane and those disciples who were not infected by the Fury Chi all looked gloomy. Their hearts always turned toward Zhou Tong. Who knew that in the distance Zhou Tong had already used his spiritual power to detect everything? How could this group of old mongrels forget that they had participated in the remodeling of their clan protection formation themselves? It was fine if he didn't activate it, but once he did, with his current spiritual power, he could completely do whatever he wanted. Originally, he thought that seizing the earth vein was still a bit difficult, but with this operation by the other party, wouldn't it be tantamount to giving it away for nothing? Zhou Tong really loved these dumbasses. Chapter 162. Although you don't have your grandfather, you still have me. Boom! The two of them had just stepped into the boundaries of the Jade Clearance sect when the sect protector formation was immediately activated, blocking their back path. Jotong only laughed coldly at this. What makes this group of dry bones in the mound think that a few half-saints who have been robbed can hold themselves? With the Emperor Realm Spirit plus the Realm of No Sense and No Phase, and with the help of formations, Jotong himself was expanding. I don't know who gave them courage. Jotong. Wu Zhan instantly turned spirited and called out in a condescending manner. Yo, isn't this the Jade Clearance sect's sovereign lord? After not seeing him for a few years, how did he become so pulled? The moment these words came out, all the people around them looked odd. Doesn't this kid realize what he's in for? He was now a sheep in a tiger's mouth. And with so many experts from the Jade Clearance sect, they could dispose of him at will. Senior. Someone called out softly, their voice filled with worry. Jotong had long had this in mind. His mental power had already locked onto those who had not been corrupted by the Fury, which were the targets he would be taking away this time. It's not too late. This patriarch can take the blame for your betrayal, but you must cleanse the clan of the Fury. Otherwise, said Wu Zhan with a grim voice, or what can you do to me? Jotong clasped his hands on his chest and looked at the people around him with contempt. How dare you? Is that how you talk to your elders? Looks like you've forgotten all about your upbringing in the time you've been away. Xian Shuyu instantly hardened up, killing Jotong with his longsword in hand. Together, Wu Zhan immediately gave orders. If it were usual, he might have even pretended to be kind and persuasive for a few moments, but the time left for them is now running out. As soon as the words fell, several powerful auras pounced on Jotong. Ha, you're finished, you piece of... Xian Shuyu was even more excited to the point of dancing wildly, as if she could see Jotong's miserable face as he knelt in front of her. Looks like you still haven't learned your lesson. Jotong laughed coldly as Little White suddenly appeared and unleashed the power of Time Stop. Hooray! Split the balance between life and death. Jotong snapped his fingers. All life to yourself. All the dead air to the enemy. In the Time Stop realm, he captured Xian Shuyu's neck with one hand, and the realm began to spontaneously break through. The first realm of life and death. The second realm. The third realm. Time began to flow. The crowd only felt a blur before their eyes, and those who had surrounded Jotong turned into a pile of ashes. And at the same time, the sound of Xian Shuyu screaming miserably was heard. Am I giving you too many smiles? Under the horrified gazes of the others, Jotong stepped and stood in midair, and was performing spiritual healing on Xian Shuyu. Grandpa, help! Come help me! Under the ravages of despair and pain, Xian Shuyu remembered his biggest backer. Stop screaming! That old thing died a long time ago. Jotong sneered. Impossible. My grandfather is a half-saint. Before the words fell, Jotong had an extra token in his hand, which was precisely Xian Yu's identity token. How did this get into your hands? You tell me. With a click, Jotong crushed that token to pieces. Grandpa! Xian Shuyu only felt that the sky had collapsed. His blood and tears flowed, and he let out a hiss of despair. Don't cry. Although you don't have your grandfather, you still have me. Good granddaughter. Let me love you. Jotong was ruthless to the extreme, evolving his sword momentum and pinning her to the iron monument next to him. Cthulhu divine language. In an instant the heavens flashed with lightning and thunder, and a thunderbolt struck down and inflicted the punishment of thunder on him. Master. I know I'm wrong. Your dog knows he's wrong. Spare me one last time. The pain directly destroyed Xian Shuyu's grief, and that misery made everyone's heart flutter. Don't be reckless. Don't think that just because you have a little bit of power you can turn the world upside down. This time, the four half-saint level Taishan elders attacked together and surrounded Jotong, not giving him any chance to escape, while Xian Shuyu, who was being tortured on the side, was left unattended. In normal times, someone would have already gone to her rescue despite the danger, but with the demise of Xian Yu, the crowd's enthusiasm for her had gone cold, and her life would be no more noble than a piece of livestock. For half-saints against one of my teenagers at the same time. You guys can really do it? Jotong taunted, without the slightest bit of fear on his face. The strongest is the king. There's no use for you to say anything. You only have two choices now. Either purify the fury here or die. Then I choose to purify the fury. When these words came out, the people around them froze. They thought that Jotong would continue to be tough. Count your blessings. You must keep me safe. Joe passes. Yes, this clan promises you. Wu Zhan smiled and nodded, but his heart was filled with mockery. How can I let you go? I still have to use you to dissolve the calamity and break through to sainthood. The corners of Jotong's mouth rose as he looked at the surrounding crowd. All of you relax your spirits and do not have any intention of resisting, and I will help you extinguish the fires of depravity. No one had any doubts about this offer, and although it would have been a little dangerous to give up the resistance, the matter was so urgent that they could no longer care so much about it. and they didn't think that Zhou could persecute all of them at the same time. It was just a pity that they were wrong. Zhou could really. Heaven and earth are clear, transforming the fury into formlessness. He only saw him pretend to open his arms as if he were a whale swallowing a dragon, sucking all the fallen fury into his embrace. Of course Zhou is also a man of honor. After taking other people's things, naturally he has to leave something behind. For example, the seeds of chaos fury and reverse chaos fury. This thing is strong. Such behavior is called gushing. Ha, no more pain in my body. I'm completely fine. Most of the disciples and elders said ecstatically, looking at Zhou with a murderous aura already in their eyes. Take this traitor down. Wu Zhan was so excited that he trembled. His calamity was saved. You dare to go back on your word? Zhou asked with narrowed eyes. Ha, you're nothing but a mole. Will you honor the contract you made with the worm? Wu Zhan stopped pretending and revealed his true colors. I blame you for being so stupid as to not let us take the heavenly Tao oath. However, when these words came out, instead of being annoyed, Zhou revealed a teasing expression. What are you laughing at? I laugh at the fact that I'm lucky I didn't make the heavenly Tao oath, or else I wouldn't have been able to play a little game. When these words came out, the crowd that had just been relieved was shaken again. Bluff! A reincarnation realm powerhouse mocked from the sidelines. Yes? With a flick of his fingers, Zhou detonated the seed of Bane in his opponent's body. The district reincarnation realm couldn't withstand it at all, and it directly turned into a pile of ashes. Quickly utilize the clan protection formation and kill him. This scene scared quite a few people out of their wits, and the large formation instantly activated, attacking and killing Zhou. Chapter 163. From now on, I will stand in the sky. Boom! The grand formation operated, emitting a terrifying roar. An infinite amount of light surged up, reflecting the stars and buckets of the heavens with extreme splendor. At this moment, the undulating mountains and rivers looked like they had been endlessly stretched, rippling and rolling as if they were waves, with inexplicable might mixed in with each ripple. The astral battle of the heavens grand formation, an 8th level formation that can injure the reincarnation realm when operating at full power. But, with the addition of the Emperor realm spirit and the attribution of authority, the situation was completely different. Kid, go to hell. One of the supreme elders, lest Zhou detonate the seed of Bane, held the array control token and catalyzed the stars in the sky, and for a time, a murderous aura filled the air, wanting to completely exterminate Zhou. Poof! Then a horrible fire sprang up in his mind. The reverse chaos and chaotic Bane could not be withstood even by a half-saint. Aha! He screamed miserably and fell through the air. Taishan Elder! People cried out in horror, unable to do anything. Zhou, however, would not show any mercy and directly exuded a terrifying spiritual power that enveloped 100 miles around. Bring it on you! Only a click was heard as all the array control tokens shattered, and the authority of the Grand Array immediately shifted, being grasped in Zhou hands. The east wind releases 1,000 flowers at night. The young man stepped into the air, and there was a rainbow haze running through heaven and earth, as if a great emperor was traveling, and the stars, sun, and moon had to orbit around him. More blowing down, stars like rain. As the words fell, the stars exploded with endless light, aiming at that supreme elder and bombarding him mercilessly, only to see the other party reveal a horrified expression. Unable to even resist, he was directly killed in seconds, leaving only a pile of broken bones. Now people are reading. The half-saint is dead. Dying on top of the fury and their own formations made them feel cold all over. At this moment, Zhou was like the god of death. Even a powerhouse of this level could be taken out. Did that mean that the life and death of everyone present was in his hands? What do you want? Someone asked boldly. Kill all of you. Got a problem with that? Zhou palms opened and closed, and the earth crumbled as a huge crack spread, directly tearing apart the Yuqing sect. In an instant, countless palaces collapsed, and countless pavilions crumbled and turned into smoke and dust. At this moment, where is the grandeur of the upper 3 sects still here? It's not even as good as a refugee area? Hoo. Zhou chest rose and fell, feeling that his physical strength was rapidly depleting. Mobilizing such a large amount of power was a bit overwhelming even for him. You should be thankful that I'm going to make you lose a lot of money today if it wasn't for something important. He had a clear goal in mind when he came this time. First, it is necessary to take away disciples and elders whose hearts are toward him. Secondly, you must roll the 3 earth veins here. As for the rest, just come back next time. Rise for me. Zhou put his fingers together and pointed downward. At this moment, all of the power of the great formation gathered and turned into a giant hand, destroying and plunging into the earth below. Bang! 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 A deafening pop came. The large hand annihilated, only to see 3 ghostly blue flying dragons soar out from the ground, eventually being confined by Zhou and hovering around him. It's Seeing this scene, Wu Zhan was in a rage. Everything else can be tolerated, but this kind of behavior is intolerable. Zhou Tong was trying to forcibly seize the jade clearance sect's qi. No different from cutting flesh and bleeding. The most shameless act of banditry. Little put down our ground veins. He roared angrily and flew up into the air, with an air of immortality. Ha ha ha, calamity-ridden old waste of space. You're already a grasshopper after the fall. So why are you still bouncing around here if you don't obediently prepare a coffin for yourself? Zhou Tong mocked as the stars, sun and moon gathered above his head. Great hand seal of the stars of the heavens. A palm pressed down. Wu Zhan could not advance an inch and was directly slapped into the mountain. Boom! Mountains exploded and dust flew. Zhou Tong looked like he was not relieved and struck again with a series of heavy blows. Hexagram breaking sword. Golden sundering legend. An incomparably sharp breath fell from the heavens above, splitting the earth in two. While the miserable cries of Wu Zhan were heard, the strike worked, and there was the blood of a half-saint interspersed with a calamitous aura that spewed out in a chilling manner. Even the patriarch has been suppressed. Who can restrain him? You're so reckless, believe it or not. We'll sue the law enforcers and leave you in the lurch. One of the elders was trembling, but still had the guts to threaten. Zhou Tong flicked him into pieces with a single flick of his fingers. How dare the old thing cry thief? I'm not that gentle and soft enforcer. Judging you won't even take a second. Little. I advise you to stop now and see who they are. Some smart people directly took Zhou Tong's soft underbelly. Senior. Zhou Tong. In just an instant. With Fairy White Crane as the leader, those disciples whose hearts were toward Zhou Tong were all controlled and became the jade clearance sect's bargaining chips to check Zhou Tong. Be sensible and get your ass down here to be punished obediently, or else we'll kill one person for every 5 seconds that passes. Split the balance between life and death. In less than even the blink of an eye, the man who had spoken was reduced to a pile of ashes. It won't take me 5 seconds to kill all of you, and if you don't believe me, you can try getting closer to them. As soon as these words came out, those who had carried out the hijacking were like electrocuted and moved away from their targets. We should sit down and talk. This won't solve the problem. One of the only 3 remaining Taishan elders wanted to be a peacemaker. He looked at Zhou Dao. With the big formation, it's easy for you to leave this place, but these people who care about you can only stay here, and you don't want them to suffer, do you? Before the words left his mouth, that old ghost was rooted into the ground upside down by Zhou Tong. Sit down and talk? Why didn't you say so just now? Zhou Tong mocked. Just because you can't do it doesn't mean I can't do it. Widen your dog eyes and see clearly. As the words fell, the large formation unexpectedly exploded directly into pure energy that converged into the talisman paper in Zhou Tong's hand. Rune 88, Space Shift. As the words fell, countless cracks suddenly opened up in the void, each of which shot out a pillar of light that enveloped everyone Zhou Tong was looking at. In the next moment, those people rose up into the air along the pillar of light, detaching themselves from the ground of the Jade Clearance sect. Zhou Tong is going to transfer these people together. You, how dare you? The elder below said with both anger and powerlessness, performing such overbearing deeds. Aren't you afraid that the heavenly God will condemn you? Ha! Zhou Tong laughed, looking down and said, stupid and humble old thing. In this world, no one can stand on the clouds right from the start, not even the gods. But soon, this insufferable gap in the throne of heaven should end. Henceforth I will stand in the heavens. Chapter 164, Mountain Ghosts watching for the king's return. As they watched Zhou Tong and the others go deeper into the clouds, everyone below only felt their hands and feet go cold. Even the dumbest of people woke up. They've offended someone they absolutely cannot offend. From the very beginning, ousting Zhou Tong was a mistake. What are you afraid of? He's not that strong. He's just resorting to all sorts of despicable means. Many of us could strangle him with one hand if it came down to a duel in the hall. Someone shouted, trying to boost the crowd's morale. But it backfired. Zhou Tong, who was not yet fully grown, could do this, so what about later? Today Zhou Tong was able to destroy the Great Formation, crumble the Xian Huang Mountain, seize the Earth Vein, and eventually leave with hundreds of people in tow. So what about next time? Of course, in addition to the fearful, angry and regretful, there are strange people who develop strange emotions. Xian Shuyu, who was nailed to the Iron Monument, had an odd brain. Looking at Zhou Tong's magnificent figure that stood at the end of the sky, she unexpectedly forgot about the revenge of killing her relatives and couldn't contain her wetness. There was a gleam of adoration in her eyes. That's a strong man. That's a man. That's a hero at the top. To come from a calm place, to trample countless strong people underfoot, and to leave so forcefully that no one could stop them. What kind of hegemony was this? At this moment, she really wanted to be Zhou Tong's dog. It's better to love her 1,000 times than to hammer her once. People like that, mentally ill. Boom! The mountain peak exploded, and Wu Zhan and the Supreme Elder crawled out of the ground. This is a matter of death or dishonor today. Wu Zhan's eyes were bloodshot. The old calamity had not yet been removed, and he had also been planted with the seeds of chaotic bane and reverse chaos bane, which caused his heart to be overwhelmed with indignation. It was like a time bomb had been planted in the body, and the feeling of not being able to control one's own life and death was incomparably stifling. Wait a minute. His gaze suddenly gathered on Xian Shuyu's body. Isn't there another container here? It's of poor quality, but it's just enough to get by. For a moment, everyone's gazes converged on Xian Shuyu's body. What do you want? She was already in a sorry state, her hair wet with sweat and sticking to her delicate face, made even more tender by the fear that had punctuated it. But in the face of this beautiful woman, the crowd did not have the slightest bit of pity. If you hadn't brought that calamity back, why would we have to suffer this ordeal? You have to be responsible. No, it's not my fault. You all obviously agreed. Xian Shuyu struggled to defend herself, but no one could listen to her bull. In a matter of moments, the crowd plucked her from the iron monument and used a secret method to stimulate her pseudo-saintly body. You guys let go of me. No touching me with your dirty hands. My grandfather is a Taishan elder and my master is Mo Lu Shu. They won't let you go. Xian Shuyu exclaimed in despair. In the end it was useless. If she was not sacrificed, the entire Jade Clearance sect would be wiped out, only to see the crowd placing their hands against her back, scrambling to ferry the seed of Bane over, and those who succeeded all wore the expressions of the aftermath of the calamity. Even Go Honqiu and Zhang Yuya weren't an exception. Although they called each other sisters on weekdays, when it came to life and death, they simply didn't see her as a human being. In less than half an hour, the thousands of Bane seeds were transferred. At this moment, Xian Shuyu could only tremblingly lie on the ground and let out a whimpering wail. The false saint body could certainly purify the baneful qi, but there was still a limit after all. Coupled with the ferocity of these two types of fury, her life was already in danger. Suddenly, she screamed miserably, and a black fire was blazing on her body. Not good. Some seeds are starting to sprout inside her. Someone changed color and said, the remnants of fear still on their face. Kill him. Someone suggested menacingly, and before he could finish his sentence, he was slapped several times. You're too timing, aren't you? Without her as a restraining vessel, do you want the furies to flood again? What then? Power up together and throw her out of the boundaries of Xianhuang Mountain. Without delay, the group of elders used an extremely powerful secret method to throw Xian Shuyu into the air and then moved hundreds of miles away. The deserted mountainous terrain is uninhabited. Only a pounding sound was heard as a figure fell from the sky and landed heavily on the ground. If it's not Xian Shuyu, then who is it? I'm hurting, help me. She crawled in a sorry state, calling out instinctively, but getting no response. In the old days, as long as she frowned, someone would immediately come to offer their attentions and care. But now she was like a street rat. No, even the rats went around her. She was a moving bogeyman. For some reason, Zhou Tong's figure suddenly surfaced in her mind, and she only felt regret. Senior brother, I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. I shouldn't have treated you like that in the past. You're the one who's been the best to me. They're all animals compared to you, and I'm not going to let them go. Xian Shuyu was in a stirring mood, and the seeds in her body burst open once again, making her life worse than death. Just as she was tossing and turning in agony, thinking that she would surely die, a green light suddenly descended and suppressed the fury within her. Where did the little poor thing come from? How did you get tortured like this? A nice voice suddenly came, and Xian Shuyu raised his head with force, and saw a figure that was like a fairy, only to see that the other party was wearing a long turquoise dress. Her feet were bare but not stained with dust, and what attracted the most attention was the long hair that trailed down to the ground, and there were flowers blooming in her pitch-black hair. The other party was extremely beautiful, but not human. Who are you? Me? The fairy pointed to herself and displayed a playful elfin smile. I am a mountain ghost, and I have lost our king here, and am therefore imprisoned and punished, and can only regain my freedom when the king returns. Mountain ghosts. Xian Shuyu's heart was shaken. She had once learned from ancient texts that this was an extraordinary race. They were born with inexplicable and extraordinary abilities, and only because of the scarcity of their members did they not become the ancient 8 clans. It was said that the mountain ghosts had once been enslaved by the divine race, and then when the people destroyed the divine race, the mountain ghosts took a huge liking to the human race. Certain downtrodden humans who happen to stumble upon a mountain ghost will be forced to hand out benefits and receive great favors. You, how long have you been locked up here? Xian Shuyu subconsciously asked. It hasn't been long. It's only been 10 years. Not enough time for me to sleep. The mountain ghost looked at Xian Shuyu with the eyes of a small pet and gently patted her head. Okay, little poor thing. You're lucky to see me. I can grant you 3 wishes that aren't excessive. You mustn't be greedy. Hearing this, Xian Shuyu's eyes widened. The legend turned out to be true. Chapter 165, the king's name is Zhou Tong. Can you get rid of the bogeyman in my body? Xian Shuyu asked hopefully. It's a top priority for her. A matter of life and death. It's simple. The mountain ghost smiled brightly as she said, to you humans this is a horrible killing weapon. But to us, these 2 fury are also part of nature. To undo it, all you have to do is return the fury to nature and reach harmony. The mountain ghost gently stroked Xian Shuyu's forehead, and in the next moment, the black flames within the other party's body instantly extinguished, allowing her to gain relief. I'm better. I'm really better. Xian Shuyu jumped up happily. Life after a robbery was really the most wonderful thing in the world. The second wish. I want to become a true sacred body. Good, meet you. The mountain ghost smiled even more gently and gently snapped his fingers, and a soft glow enveloped Xian Shuyu. So warm and cozy, she said cozily, a smile of enjoyment appearing on her face. There was no earth-shaking, no succession of visions. It was a silent breakthrough. A few moments later, she was covered in golden light, and even her blood turned golden. A punch was thrown. The air directly shook and roared, and she herself became even more crystalline like jade, yet still as slender as a weak willow. More importantly, this holy body was invulnerable to all laws and all poisons, a truly supreme physique. Even this you can do. Xian Shuyu was even more amazed. The mountain ghost's methods were truly unfathomable. It's not that I'm good. Mountain ghost shook his head and said, pies don't fall from the sky, and for everything you get, you have to pay for it. All I did was bring that cost forward, but I have nothing left. Xian Shuyu said grimly, no, everyone has value, and even if you can't see it now, you'll show it later. Now, you can make a third wish. Hearing this, Xian Shuyu's face suddenly flushed. I know your third wish. If the mountain ghost is used to seeing the vicissitudes of the world, he said in an old-fashioned manner, do you want to stay with your lover for a long time and never part? Almost. I want Zhou Tong to fall in love with me. Surely you can't hide it from my eyes. If you could have his portrait. Before the mountain ghost's words fell, Xian Shuyu waved his arm and a silhouette emerged in the air. After seeing it clearly, the mountain ghost's pupils shrunk slightly and froze in place. Sister mountain ghost, what happened to you? I'm sorry little wretch. You're not worth enough. Even if it takes all of you, I can't fulfill this wish for you. Is that so? Xian Shuyu lowered his head and suddenly said with hatred again, help me destroy the Jade Clearance sect. Poor little thing. That's not right, and I can't help you get your wish to hurt people. Then help me raise my cultivation and I'll do it myself. I can help you raise to the peak of the heaven-shattering realm. The price is that your lifespan is only 1 year. If you can't make a breakthrough within that time, you'll stop it. I'll take it. As soon as the words fell, a dazzling light emanated from Xian Shuyu's body again. Her cultivation level was steadily rising, easily crossing over the transcendent mortal barrier. Mountain Ghost really did what he said he would do. This breakthrough didn't even have a heavenly tribulation descending on it. It was called a waterfall. Thanks to Sister Mountain Ghost. No need to thank me. I got the benefit of the doubt too. The Mountain Ghost waved his hand and said, go away little wretch. You shouldn't stay here for long. Looking at Xian Shuyu's departing back, the mountain ghost blinked his big eyes and muttered, although the seed of balefulness was gotten rid of, the seed of hatred was planted. She'll have to spend her whole life in vengeance. But immediately afterward, she broke into a happy smile. Elder, I found our king. As soon as these words came out, ripples were created in the air, and several clusters of light surfaced at the same time, harboring powerful spiritual fluctuations. Nice work, little mountain ghost. The kind voice came out, full of encouragement for the younger generation. When our king disappeared, he had not yet had time to bestow his true name upon you. You must quickly obtain the bestowal of your name from the king. Only then will you be able to liberate your own power. From now on, your grounding is over, and you can leave the Arakan lands at any time. Great! The mountain ghost jumped for joy, and not just because of regaining her freedom. The impending acquisition of her true name was what would really bring her joy. Mountain ghosts have no father or mother. They are spirits born of heaven and earth, and this race is called mountain ghosts from birth. They are born carrying extreme abilities, but as long as they are unenlightened, they cannot fully utilize their powers. In order to unseal their power, mountain ghosts usually ask for a seal from a higher power, and when they have obtained their true name, they are considered real and independent. Farewell grandfather elder. I'm off to find our king. After saying that, the mountain ghost jumped up and left the place. The king's name is Zhou Tong. He was picked up by the Jade Clearance sect 10 years ago, and now he has joined the Acacia sect. She counted Zhou Tong's past, and surprisingly, it was not different. Xian Shuyu's second wish had finally paid off at this moment. Just now, The mountain ghost had copied her memories and distilled everything about Zhou Tong from it. Red Dust Mountain. Acacia Sect. The place was packed with people who came to sign up. Humph, a sleazy and lowly clan is just that. I wonder why so many people have come to sign up. Suddenly, there was a discordant sound that drew the ire of many. What are you looking at? You're not convinced. The man who spoke was a stout youth, 10 feet tall, like a black tower. Behind him, there stood a dozen or so strong men of the heaven-severing realm. Extremely oppressive. It's the personal disciple of the Forging Body Sect, Iron Bear. Someone recognized the identity of this person and couldn't help but lose their expression. The Duan Body Sect was once one of the 6 major sects and now one of the 5 major sects, and it still had a notable status in the Eastern world. It was said that this person had cultivated his physical body horizontally and was extremely terrifying, and had once killed a peer at the peak of the harmonization realm with a single punch. And this person is extremely cruel, lustful as life, always like to force the woman with low cultivation, after playing with it, will waste the other party's cultivation, so that it can never cultivate. This person came here, clearly coming to smash the scene. It was only because the 5 existing major sects had all suffered explosive losses at Zhou Tong's hands, but none of them were convinced. They thought that Zhou Tong was just a wasted piece of trash who could make them suffer because of the power of the chief law enforcement officer. As for Moromya, it was nothing more than a poor man who had gone off the deep end and thought that his days must be numbered. This time, the Forging Sect was the representative of the 5 major sects that had come to test the waters. Since you are not here to enroll, then please leave. The 2 guards looked icy cold, their lances aimed at Iron Bear. Heh, we're not here to sign up anymore, but we have a great use for it. Iron Bear's eyes erupted with a lewd light as he said, I've long heard that the Acacia Patriarch is a prodigal and lowly person who wants to be dissatisfied with her desires, and a few of our brothers just happen to be strong and powerful, so we can satisfy her very well. Ha ha ha. As soon as these words came out, the scene immediately became much more silent, and apart from the Forged Body Sect and a few people, no one was able to laugh out loud. Come on, laugh. Why don't you guys laugh? Isn't this funny? He looked around him cruelly, forcing the crowd to laugh together. Just then, the sky suddenly cracked open and hundreds of silhouettes landed at the same time. It's the Grand Elder who has returned. Someone saw Zhou Tong's figure and couldn't help but shout. Chapter 166. Hundreds of people descended from the sky and landed firmly on the ground. Greetings, Great Elder. The surrounding young men all paid respectful obeisance to Zhou Tong. Even though they hadn't joined the Acacia Sect yet, they had to respect the number 2 person of the Acacia Sect when they faced him. Be excused. Zhou Tong naturally accepted, and with a wave of his hand, the 3 earth veins merged into the Grand Formation without making the slightest ripple. However, Zhou informed that the Xin Tianjiuhua Formation had gained a huge boost and was building up its strength for advancement to Saint Formation. So far, there were still 6 earth veins missing, so it looked like he would have to go up to the Jade Clearance Sect at least 2 more times. Oof, I didn't expect that you, a waste of space, would have such a glorious day. It's really that there are no heroes when it comes to making monkeys famous. Iron Bear's voice came out, full of contempt. The 2 had fought in the 100 Clans Conference, and the result was that Iron Bear was beaten half to death by Zhou Tong, thus holding a grudge. In his perception, Zhou Tong was still in a wasted state and could never be his opponent. As for that grandiose scene just now, it was nothing more than the Acacia Sect's blindfold, specifically used to make Zhou Tong stand up for himself, so how could it fool his eyes? He was representing the 5 major sects this time, and had specifically come to give face to the Acacia Sect. Nowadays, Zhou Tong is a good breakthrough. If I heard you correctly, it seems like you were cursing my master just now? Zhou Tong raised his eyebrows and revealed an evil smile. So what if it is? Do you want me to curse again? The other party said nonchalantly. His own headmaster and the other 5 great sex powerhouses were still watching from afar. He had every capital to act recklessly. Looks like you're ready to suffer the consequences. With a single step, Zhou Tong arrived in the air above his opponent, looking down on him from above. The gesture made Iron Bear frown. He didn't like the feeling of being looked down upon. Just you deserve to make me suffer the consequences. Could you even kill me? That won't happen. I'll kill whoever wants to kill you. Even if the King of Hell is here, he won't be able to take you off. The crowd froze at these words. Is that still something to say to an enemy? But immediately afterward, Zhou Tong gave them the creeps. Killing you is really too cheap. I'll let you live for a long time. All the time without enduring the torment of 1,000 cuts and the extraction of souls and marrow. By then you will realize that death is actually a mercy. As the words fell, Zhou Tong directly struck out. Life and death are silent. He pressed one finger and instantly made Iron Bear turn pale. Unbridled. A few guards from the Forging Sect also moved. They were Iron Bear's bodyguards, and their strength had all reached the heaven-shattering realm, which was enough to be elders in some second-rate sects. The next moment, however, they all suffered death, only to see their bodies quickly wither before they became like charcoal, poofing apart and landing in a cloud of dust. The scene horrified the crowd. What did Zhou Tong just do? With a casual finger, 10 heaven-severing realms died just like that. What kind of tactic is this? Was this the strength of the Acacia sect's Grand Elder? Although the previous Zhou Tong was strong, he wasn't fierce to this extent, right? Flutter! Iron Bear fell to his knees with weak legs, his pants soaked through in a flash. Those who know what's good for them know what's good for them. Don't kill me. Don't worry about that. I told you I'd give you a long life. As the words fell, Zhou Tong was ready to concoct this person. Stop! Right at this moment, a strong person from the realm of life and death suddenly stepped across and blocked Zhou Tong's way. This person was none other than the elder of the Forging Body sect, and seeing that the talented disciple under his sect was about to suffer, he didn't hesitate to step in. Why are you the only one coming? The ones in the distance aren't getting ready to come down. Zhou Tong looked at the other party and said with a smile. When these words came out, that elder couldn't help but feel his heart beating wildly. So Zhou Tong had discovered their trail long ago. Junior, let the people be spared. You've already killed so many people. You should stop in moderation, or you'll be in trouble. Hearing this, Zhou Tong grinned and asked, if someone insults your patriarch, what do you do? When these words came out, the other party was immediately dumbfounded. If that kind of thing really happened, the Forge Body sect would definitely break that person into pieces and execute his 9 clans. What's the point of you saying that, without the strength to back it up? There's no qualification to demand fairness. In the end, the Forging sect elder became annoyed and said, boom! The Xian Tian Zhouhua Grand Formation suddenly went into operation, causing the opponent's face to change wildly. What do you want? I just think you've got a good point, and from now on, I'm going to talk to you from a position of strength. No! Without saying a word, the other party was ready to flee the place. How naive. Zhou Tong laughed coldly as the Xian Tian Zhouhua Grand Formation directly exerted its power through the air, severing his limbs and causing him to fall from the air. Don't kill me! He screamed in horror, regret written all over his face, as he was choked by Zhou Tong. Are you begging me with strength? I'm sorry, I'll never dare again. I'd like to apologize to you. What's the point of having enforcers if apologizing works? Zhou Tong's gaze was deep as he asked in a deep voice. You only need to answer me one question, and I will let you go. Good, it's a deal. I know everything. I didn't look closely when I went to raid your house last time. How many earth veins does your forging sect have? Sanju, what's wrong? Great. Zhou Tong's palm exerted force and directly pinched and exploded the other party. Harlot, how dare you? In the distance, the powerhouses of the 5 major sects were shocked by Zhou Tong's bloody tactics. I had known that it was a ruthless master, but I had never thought that the other party could be decisive to such an extent. To kill and exterminate at the drop of a hat is simply chilling to the spine. But immediately afterward, Zhou Tong stepped into the void. His gaze was like electricity, piercing through hundreds of miles and ruthlessly piercing into the eyes of the sect heads. The crowd only felt that Zhou Tong did not look like he was 100 miles away, but like he was standing right in front of them. Gentlemen, listen. Zhou Tong spoke, and with the addition of his spiritual power, his voice almost enveloped the entire eastern continent. The Forged Body sect bullied my clan and insulted my master. This revenge will not be shared. For the sake of justice, 3 days later my Acacia sect will destroy the Forging sect. Whoever doesn't want to be affected will leave the Forging sect before it's too late. From now on, there will be no more of this clan. Do not say that the words are not enough. Chapter 167, Acacia sect Freshman Code. Arrogance. Arrogant. In the distance, the Forged Body sect patriarch shivered with anger when he heard this. No matter what, he was the hegemon of the eastern continent, and wherever he passed, everyone revered him. But today, a yellowmouth child dared to threaten to destroy the Forging Body sect. Isn't that a pie in the sky and out of your league? It's just a small Acacia sect. Without the help of the Great Formation and the chief law enforcement, I would have uprooted them long ago. This is an urgent matter and must be guarded against. The Blood God sect's new patriarch's face was grave as he persuaded, always feeling that Zhou Tong's Jr. was too evil. A teenager, even if he held a life-preserving card, could not possibly show such ease in the face of these big shots of theirs, much less dare to treat them as ants and scorn them from head to tail. However, Zhou Tong did so on the contrary, living as if he was possessed by an overwhelmingly powerful person. A little bastard is just a little bastard. What waves can he make? The Forging sect patriarch said disdainfully. 3 days later I will wait for him to come to my door. If he dares not come, this patriarch will let him live in disgrace forever. The words fell out of his mouth and he took off. As for Iron Bear, this man's end was already predetermined, and no one could rewrite it for him. Sovereign, Iron Bear hissed in despair. At this moment, He was completely isolated and could only face Jotong's fury. It's a misunderstanding, I was forced to do it. Forced? Jotong revealed an icy smile. There are many ways to provoke. Why did you choose this one? These words made Iron Bear's hands and feet go cold. He knew that he had violated a taboo and completely touched Jotong's scales, although he had a way to take his death. Insulting Moronya was the real reason that brought him to his doom. Those who saw the scene made a mental note that in the future, no matter what, they could not be disrespectful to Moronya. Jotong had indeed kept his previous promise to make the Iron Bear live a long life that was worse than death. 10,000 swords through the heart. With a wave of his hand, countless swords ran through the opponent's body, completely destroying his physical body. According to common sense, before a cultivator reached the half-saint realm, the destruction of the physical body represented true extinction. But Jotong didn't think so. Rune 87, 9-star soul binding rope. In the next moment, 9 black stars sprang out of thin air like nails, nailing the Iron Bear's soon-to-be dissipated soul and fixing it in the void. His remnant soul twisted in the void, and his miserable screams were incomparably mournful and hair-raising. Yet this is only the beginning. Jotong's tie isn't over yet. Sun Kong divine language. See the dragon in the field. He used the power of nature to condense wind, thunder, water, and fire, and then used the 5-dragon divine symbol to turn it into a solid entity, turning it into a soul-suppressing nail. The people around them all sucked in their breath. If they were nailed by these nails, Jotong quickly responded to the crowd's expectations, and under their horrified looks, inserted the 4 soul-suppressing nails directly into Iron Bear's soul. Bang! The Iron Bear directly exploded, but gradually took shape again under the 9 stars' restraints, with a look of extreme fear on his face. Give me relief. Let me die. Please. At this moment he just wanted to die quickly and had no other thoughts. Enjoy the next 1,000 years. Jotong's cruelty was frightening, but for those young juniors who wanted to join the Acacia sect, it was simply heavenly. With such a berserk, ferocious and protective Grand Elder, who would dare to bully them in the future? The Elder is mighty. The young disciples who came to enroll in the program worshipped. Excuse me. Jotong revealed a happy smile. First time meeting, this Elder will give you a gift. Only Jotong's palm was aimed at the crowd, and immediately afterward, an arcane power quietly operated, split the balance between life and death. In an instant, the vitality of dozens of miles around converged and enveloped these newcomers. What's going on? I'm healed from a dark wound. My cultivation level is going to break through. Obviously it was originally still far from being a success. Me too. This is all a gift from the Great Elder. Someone in the crowd chanted, causing Jotong's image in the crowd's mind to become incomparably great. Good luck, everyone. As soon as the words left his mouth, Jotong raised his head and left, handing over the disciples he had brought to Ren Hanqing to be responsible for the arrangements. That's nice, if only it was my disciple. Looking at Jotong's back, a trace of envy flashed in Ren Hanqing's eyes. Ahem. After realizing that she had lost her temper, she hastily shifted her gaze and gazed at these young men that Jotong had brought back. You were all geniuses of the Jade Clearance sect before, and you have an old relationship with the Grand Elder. So from today onwards, you'll be sharing the first cave sky with the former disciples of the Indulgence sect. As soon as these words were uttered, the gazes of the crowd shook and all converged on Ren Hanqing's body. The reputation of the Indulgence sect was known to all. There were as many beautiful women and men as there were men, and they were good at the way of dual cultivation, causing others to spit on them and envy them a little more at the same time. Everyone despises the Indulgence CL, unless we can get them to join. Immediately after that, Ren Hanqing added, Yin and Yang mingling is the great Tao of heaven and earth. There is nothing to be ashamed of. If you meet someone you like, you can make a couple on your own. Of course, if you want to maintain your purification, the clan won't intervene either. After forming a Tao couple, you can report to the sect, receive regular benefits for dual cultivation, have 8 days of rest per month, and don't have to attend sect gatherings or go on missions. When these words came out, the bloodthirsty teenage girls all widened their eyes and couldn't wait to join the sect. Not only does the Acacia sect have a package for distribution, but it also has double rest plus double training. Can it get any better than this? Of course, the Acacia sect also has its own rules, and whoever violates them will be severely punished by the sect. Immediately afterward, Ren Hanqing's face became serious, only to hear her say, the second elder, as the penalty elder, has established the following rules. First, you're not allowed to steal someone else's dog. Secondly, promiscuity is forbidden. If one has a Taoist couple, one cannot couple with someone else. Note, elders are not bound by this rule. Thirdly, it is of the utmost importance that disciples should not harass elders, especially female disciples. Fourth, Jotong had just stepped into the Acacia sect when he was held by a slender jade hand. He was not surprised, this was a saint's means. And only one person could do this. Little one, come here you. The next moment he was back in the patriarch's hall, being pressed down by Moronya. Master is angry. I was wrong, Jotong said instinctively without hesitation. What's wrong? I shouldn't have left without authorization while I was double cultivating with Master. Count yourself smart. So Master is going to punish you. Moronya's small mouth opened and showed off her sharp little tiger teeth. Jotong shuddered at this scene. Chapter 168 Master, I want to be on top. Ah! Moronya suddenly turned into a small leopard and opened her mouth to bite, her teeth marks landing on Jotong's shoulder. Hiss! Jotong subconsciously sucked in a breath of cool air, but suddenly froze. This time it wasn't painful. Instead it was filled with a warm, soft touch, more like a gentle kiss than a bite. Master, I want to be on top. With a roll over, Jotong pressed Moronya down. He only saw that the other party was all soft and limp, and looked like he was at the mercy of the king. Boom! Jotong's mind was about to explode. Even if he often had close contact with his master, he had never seen this kind of battle. Things happen for a reason. Moronya's gesture like this. It couldn't be that the calamity had struck again, could it? Master, you're not sick, are you? When these words came out, Moronya was instantly enraged. You come down. I'll go up. A contest, and the positions of the two sides swapped. You don't want to come soft. You have to come hard for your master. As they spoke, their gazes met, and Jotong saw 10,000 feet of red dust in his master's eyes. Holy, you actually used era fantasy on me? Jotong was completely shocked. At this moment, the blood in his body was rolling and boiling. Even his emperor-level spirit could barely tense up, almost transforming into a beast. It's not right. 9 out of 10. The usual Moronya whose charisma is already known as the absolute invincible. However, when facing Jotong, she never used such seductive tactics. In her words, that was just too mortifying, and she couldn't get past that in her mind. But today, Moronya directly used this tactic, and caught off guard, Jotong all but nearly flipped the car. Harmony lock, activate. With a flash of red light, only Moronya let out a cry of surprise and lost all her strength. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Jotong once again took a favorable position, looking down on his master teacher from above. Come on, what's going on? Otherwise don't blame me for treason. Jotong's eyes were full of aggression, causing Moronya to rejoice immensely. What can you do to me, you little guy? Oh, so you're brave? I'm super brave alright. Then, show me. As soon as the words fell, Jotong rolled Moronya over and pressed her onto his knees, palms up, falling. Snap. Ah, little fellow, how dare you hit masters? Moronya's face was all red, never expecting that Jotong would punish her like this. Aren't you brave? Let's continue. You stop. Are you begging me? Then I refuse. Snap. Slap after slap. Moronya struggled desperately and was on the verge of fainting. Being treated like this by her beloved disciple made her feel both alienated and ashamed. She had no choice but to pull out the winning formula, crying, "Oh, little guy, you bad guy, how dare you bully me like this? Don't you like master anymore?" With these words, Jotong immediately surrendered. Who says a 100-year-old girl can't hook up? She's skilled at it. You tell me first, why are you so perverse? Jotong hugged Moronya and asked worriedly. Moronya didn't dare to look at Jotong's eyes and stammered. This is what Ren Hanqing taught me. She said that as long as I let go a little bit, I can make you bind your hands. What a big liar. Jotong was immediately struck by lightning, looking incredulously at the stunning beauty in his arms. Master, you've learned the hard way. That little guy, would he still like a master who learns the hard way? Moronya raised her wet eyes and looked timidly at Jotong like a small animal. Who can stand up to this? Love it. Without a second of hesitation, Jotong surrendered very decisively. Wait a minute. You almost blindsided me. Jotong tapped his head and asked again. You went to great lengths to seduce me into making a mistake. And what was the purpose of doing so? Once these words came out, Moronya favored away her eyes again, attempting to continue pretending to be dead. Master, Han. Jotong trailed off, slowly approaching the other party and meeting those eyes. Alright, I'll just tell you. Master wants to help you cultivate. What a load of crap. Jotong didn't believe it at all, and from the very beginning, he had been skeptical of the great Tao of yin-yang intermingling. It was understandable. After all, from his previous life until now, he was still I'm not going to lie. You're in the process of breaking through the selfless realm, right? If you don't take this step, you won't be able to break through. I don't believe it. Jotong shook his head. The method of breaking through the realm of selflessness had long been lost. Even he could only grope for it step by step. Moronya was only in the realm of the saints, so how could she know more than him? Could it be that I won't be able to break through without eating my master? Jotong said stubbornly. Hard to say. Morongya smiled and took out a tome from behind her, which looked tattered and torn, obviously a remnant. This was found when Sacred Heart was organizing the Acacia sect's canonical books. It shouldn't be a fake. Jotong took the tome and casually flipped it over, and an aura of antiquity came over him. His heart immediately shook. This book was at least 100,000 years old. The diagram of becoming an emperor, the deceiving heavenly emperor himself approved it. Seeing these few obscure ancient characters, Jotong deeply sucked in a breath of cool air. This was actually the great emperor's cultivation manuscript, although it was only a portion. It contained the method of breaking through the realm of selflessness. To become egoless, one must search for the 6 selves. The 6 selves are the original self, the past self, the passing self, the loving self, the divine self, and the decapitated self. The original self is the original mind, the past self is the past self, and the passing self is the future self. The God I am the eye of the people's faith, and the chopping I am the eye of metamorphosis. As for those who love me, Jotong looked at Morongya, far away and close by. Now you should believe in the words of the master, right? Morongya cocked her head, both elegantly and triumphantly, like a great white swan. I only saw her wagging her finger, as if she were counting. He who loves me must advance and retreat with me, live and die together, and must be faithful to me with his heart. He shall be entrusted to me in body and soul, and shall be my companion through all the ages of the world, and shall never forsake me. As she spoke, she exhaled like an orchid, seemingly with tenderness. Her body was fragrant, and her fiery feelings spewed out, enough to soften the hardest heart in the world. Only to see her come up to Jotong's ear and gently said, Master is fully qualified then. Jotong only felt a fire burning in his heart and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Master, the diagram of becoming an emperor also says that I must break through to the reincarnation realm before I can attempt to pursue love me. When these words came out, Morongya was immediately struck by lightning. I'm not living. She was dying of shame, and God knew how much courage today's move had consumed her. Spell it out. It all anyway. Then Master will help you cultivate and help you make a rapid breakthrough. Morongya broke and pressed on Jotong again, about to use kisses to instill cultivation. Wait! Jotong suddenly shouted. What again? I want to be on top.